Shorts and socks, hair ties and clips. Cheap prices. The factory manager ran off with his sister-in-law. Everything must go. Jiang Nan wore a white short-sleeve shirt with a Hello Kitty cartoon printed on the chest. He sat on a small stool in shorts and flip-flops, shouting passionately. Such enthusiasm. Hey, miss, how about some shorts? Super cheap, 2 for 10 yuan. The passing girl hesitated and looked at the stall. On a 2M by 2M cloth spread out on the ground, various goods were neatly arranged. Take a look. All kinds of styles. Bow-tied, blue and white stripes, Pikachu, bikinis. The girl glanced at the pile of shorts, her face turning red. She then looked at Jiang Nan, who appeared to be around 18 or 19, sunny and handsome, a perfect fresh-faced guy, looking at her expectantly. Her face turned even redder. Pa, you're not decent. Jiang Nan was stunned and quickly called out, Miss, don't go. If you don't want shorts, take a look at the hair ties and clips. What do you mean I'm not decent? Isn't selling shorts a legitimate business? Does selling shorts make me an indecent person? Jiang Nan felt like crying. He had been shouting for over an hour, his voice hoarse, and still hadn't made a single sale. If he didn't start making sales soon, his family wouldn't have enough money for food, and rent was due soon. Jiang Nan was nearly driven to despair. Hey, isn't this our Jiangcheng #1 high school's god of the South? A genius who awakens spatial abilities. Why are you setting up a stall in the Jiangcheng night market? Jiang Nan looked up and saw a girl in a crop top with a bob hairstyle, holding onto a tall boy's arm, laughing and teasing him. He couldn't help but frown at, LMIN, bad luck, running into a classmate. Holy crap, spatial abilities? Honey, are you kidding me? I remember that among the 3 Dao Tian level powerhouses in our Huaxia, one has spatial abilities, and it's him. Li Mayan smirked indeed. When he first awakened his spatial abilities, it caused a sensation throughout Jiangcheng. That Dao Tian level powerhouse personally came to see him and even wanted to take him as a disciple. Wang Lin was stunned. Then why is he still setting up a stall here? You don't know. Although Jiang Nan awakened the rarest spatial abilities, his talent test result was the lowest grade E. That Dao Tian level powerhouse was shocked and left immediately. With such trashy talent, he'll never reach bronze level in his lifetime, right? Wang Lin's expression was priceless. This is ridiculous. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes impatiently and said, Are you two buying anything? If not, get lost. Don't hinder my business. Wang Lin sneered and kicked the socks on the stall, leaving clear shoe prints. What's wrong? We didn't say we weren't buying. Who does business like this? Jiang Nan looked at the shoe prints on the socks, his frown deepening. But he smiled brightly. Buy your girlfriend a bikini. Shall need it tonight. Li Mayan's face flushed red, and she stepped forward to kick the items on the stall into a mess. Watch your mouth. Do you know who my brother Wang is? A strength-type awakener from Jiangcheng Lingwu University. Jiang Nan sneered, scared me. I thought his father was Wang Gang. Wang Lin coldly said, What's so great about a street vendor like you? Just a piece of trash. What's wrong with being a street vendor? I make an honest living. Jiang Nan showed no fear. Eat. Today, they'll make sure you can't even eat. With a sinister laugh, he swung a punch toward Jiang Nan's head. The force was so great that it created a gust of wind. Suddenly, spatial fluctuations appeared around Jiang Nan, and he teleported half a meter backward, barely avoiding the punch. However, the effort left him completely exhausted, drenched in sweat, as if all his strength had been drained. This startled Wang Lin. Holy crap, he really did awaken spatial abilities, but so what? You dare to dodge? Another punch followed, landing squarely on Jiang Nan's chin. Already weakened from the teleportation, Jiang Nan collapsed to the ground, his head spinning. Phew! He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva onto the stall cloth. System alert. Blood component detected. The ultimate street stall system is now integrating. Integration successful. Stall owner receives 1 stall cloth, 1 small stool, and 1 10-draw lottery. Would you like to draw? What the heck? Jiang Nan's head was buzzing from the punch. Since when did street stalls have systems? 10 draws. Are they going to give me an SSR character from On My OG or something? Would you like a draw? Are you sure you don't want to draw? Are you drawing or not? Jiang Nan? Why is the system getting so impatient? Fine. He'll draw. Lucky big wheel, starting 10 consecutive draws. Thank you for your patronage. A basic strength potion is awarded. Thank you for your patronage. A basic strength potion is awarded. After 9 consecutive thank you for your patronage messages, Jiang Nan's face darkened. 10 consecutive draws are indeed a scam. Congratulations. You've won a cleansing spirit fruit. System item inventory unlocked. Jiang Nan saw 9 basic strength potions and 1 cleansing spirit fruit in his inventory. Strength potion effect. Increases the user's physical attributes tenfold for 3 days and nights. Cleansing spirit fruit. Effect. Purifies and enhances the user's innate talent. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. The basic strength potion sounded impressive. He immediately took out a potion from the inventory. Duong. A full water cooler bottle suddenly appeared on the stall. Jiang Nan was stunned. Holy crap. This big a bottle. Does the system have some misunderstanding about the word bottle? Truly, brute force creates miracles. Oomph. Spatial abilities? So what? A waste of space who can't even withstand 1 punch from me. Calling himself the god of the south? How embarrassing. Wang Lin was arrogantly berating the fallen Jiang Nan, enjoying the feeling of crushing him. The sudden appearance of the bottle also startled him. Stop talking nonsense. Wait a moment. Jiang Nan unscrewed the bottle cap and, with a bold gesture, lifted the water cooler bottle to his mouth and drank deeply. Wang Lin, what's going on? Mid-fight, what's up with this guy? Did he get thirsty for being beaten, drinking from a water cooler bottle? As the strength potion took effect, Jiang Nan felt a cool sensation on his head, and a surge of immense power erupted from within his body. His physical attributes increased tenfold. Jiang Nan set down the water cooler bottle and threw a punch like a dragon rising from the sea, hitting Wang Lin squarely in the stomach. The force was so great that it produced a series of sonic booms. Wang Lin was caught completely off guard. Bam! Wang Lin's face contorted, his eyes bulging as he felt like he had been hit by a truck. He spat out a mouthful of acidic bile. Struck by Jiang Nan's punch, his body arched like a prawn. Ugh. What kind of monster strength is this? Li Mayan was stunned, momentarily forgetting about Wang Lin, who was now curled up like a prawn, because what had just happened before her eyes was simply too rare. Jiang Nan, how did you become bald? Jiang Nan was taken aback and instinctively reached up to touch the top of his head. Smooth as glass. Holy crap, where's my hair, my hair bald? Not a single strand left. System, where's my hair? System, please do not worry about such trivial details. Trivial details. Damn it, how did my beautiful flowing hair become a trivial detail to you? What kind of scam is this strength potion? It indeed has powerful effects, but it makes you go bald after drinking it. So that I'm bald, but I've also become stronger? Chapter 2. Unable to stop, you are looking for death. Wang Lin exclaimed, his expression twisted with rage. His girlfriend stood nearby, and he couldn't afford to humiliate himself. As a power-type awakener, Wang Lin had reached the bronze level early on. How could he possibly struggle against Jiang Nan, a mere black iron? Thus, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he threw another punch. Bang! Jiang Nan caught the punch effortlessly and squeezed tightly. Ah, it hurts. Wang Lin cried out. His face contorted in agony. He began to question his very existence. After all, he was supposed to be the power-type awakener. How could he be so easily overpowered? Was this kid also a power awakener? How could he possess such strength? Wasn't he a spatial type? Wang Lin's resentment value 888. A system prompt echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, and his eyes lit up. After integrating with the system, he had begun to grasp its basic functions. The lucky draw wheel utilized resentment values for its lottery. Each draw required 10,000 resentment points. A 10 draw would amount to 100,000. Just moments ago, he had been uncertain about how to accumulate these resentment points. Now, it seemed straightforward. He just needed to incite resentment in others. What kind of twisted preference did this system have? At that moment, Jiang Nan's gaze towards Wang Lin shifted, akin to spotting a golden treasure. Turning Wang Lin's fist, Jiang Nan pressed him down to the ground and sat atop him. A left punch. Bang. Ah. Wang Lin's resentment value 666. A right punch. Bang. Ah. Wang Lin's resentment value 686. Jiang Nan rained down punches like a storm, the sounds of impact and cries filling the air. Watching the continually refreshing resentment value, he felt a surge of exhilaration. It was akin to consuming something addictive. He could not stop. After a while, still unsatisfied, he picked up a nearby small stool and began to strike Wang Lin's face repeatedly. Wang Lin's resentment value 999. Hey, using the stool seems much easier than using my fists. In no time, a crowd had gathered to watch, with many recording videos on their phones. Wow, this bald guy is incredible. He looks quite young. I hope he doesn't get into trouble. Isn't this a bit excessive? Just look at how badly he's beating him up. Excessive? I saw that girl flip his stall and call us dirty street vendors. If not him, then who? He deserves it. We are just responding to the nation's call. Li Mayan stood in a state of panic, utterly bewildered. Wang Lin was a formidable bronze 3-star warrior, a powerful awakener. How could Jiang Nan, a mere black iron, dominate him like this? Was he on some sort of adrenaline high? Jiang Nan was usually quite docile. Stop. If you keep this up, I will call the police. Li Mayan's resentment value 888. Jiang Nan paused, looking at Wang Lin, whose face had swollen grotesquely. He was even in tears from the beating. Fine, I won't hit you anymore, but you have ruined my stock of socks. How am I supposed to sell them now? You owe me. Wang Lin's mindset had shattered. He had been thoroughly defeated by a high school student. He weakly inquired, how much? $10 a pair. What? Isn't it 4 pairs for $10? Why don't you go rob someone? Jiang Nan smirked. What do you think I'm doing? Wang Lin. Wang Lin's resentment value 666, a total of over 200 pairs of socks, $2,000 just like that. Wang Lin was reluctant to buy. But if he wouldn't be able to leave today. Li Mayan hurriedly helped the beaten Wang Lin to his feet, filled with resentment. Tomorrow is the monthly exam for the spiritual martial class. You might as well prepare to be expelled. From tomorrow on, you can forget about staying in the spiritual martial class. Jiang Nan paid no heed to her words, waving as he departed. Godspeed. See you next time. Wang Lin's resentment value 999. Next time? More beating? The crowd continued to swell, and with his earnings secured, Jiang Nan decided it was time to leave. He quickly wrapped up his stall cloth, tossed it onto his bicycle's rear seat, and tucked the stool under his arm. Jiang Nan rode off on his Phoenix brand bicycle. In high spirits, humming a tune. Riding my beloved bike, I shall never face traffic. The sound of the bike chain clinked rhythmically against the wheel cover, as if providing a musical accompaniment. Tomorrow marked the monthly exam for the spiritual martial class at Jiang City First High. Due to his lacking talent, Jiang Nan had struggled significantly. Since awakening his spatial powers in his first year, he had only managed to reach the meager black iron 3-star level by his senior year. His classmates had already reached the peak of black iron, with some even advancing to bronze. If he failed to break through to black iron 5-star this time, he would be relegated back to a regular class, losing access to the school's allocated spirit beats for cultivation, effectively halting his progress. 20 years ago, numerous spirit gates appeared around the globe, unleashing spiritual energy that ushered the earth into an era of revival. Concurrently, a surge of spirit beasts challenged human society. Humanity, having endured initial chaos and paying a heavy price, finally achieved today's relative peace. However, the emergence of awakened beings inevitably impacted society, leading to the gradual establishment of policies targeting spiritual warriors. Across various provinces and cities, spiritual martial universities were established, and the division of spiritual martial classes in high schools was one such policy. Jiang Nan was fortunate to be an awakener, one of the rare spatial type. Yet he had the worst talent possible. This led to a significant blunder. Initially, Jiang Nan thought being expelled was no big deal. Being an ordinary person would suffice. With hands and feet, even as an orphan, he could sustain himself without issue. Yet, the unexpectedly acquired Supreme Street Stall system sparked new aspirations within him. He hoped that the so-called spirit-cleansing fruit would indeed be effective. As he pondered, a chill washed over his head. Oh right. He'd completely forgotten about his baldness. That damned strength potion was a total scam. System, why do you only highlight the benefits in your description? Why not mention the side effects? You can't be this deceitful. Don't mind the details. Jiang Nan, Wang Defa? Based on the system's pattern, that spirit-cleansing fruit probably had side effects as well. But why overthink it? He could just try it at home. After riding for over half an hour, he arrived at a small alley in the suburbs of Jiang City. At the entrance, a bustling barbecue stall drew in many customers, causing Jiang Nan's stomach to rumble. Nan, just closing up? Hungry, I suppose. Here, Aunt Joe will get you a plate of fried noodles. Jiang Nan smiled. No need, Aunt Joe. I ate outside. Here is the rent for this month, 2,500. Sorry for the delay. Aunt Joe accepted the rent. Oh dear, it's not easy for you, studying while working. Why did you shave your head? Jiang Nan. Well, I thought it would keep me cooler in the summer. All right, you look quite spirited. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Nan hurried home, eager to test whether the spirit-cleansing fruit truly had any effect. Chapter 3. Is the hospital Wi-Fi fast? Upon returning to his humble abode, Jiang Nan secured his bicycle to the old locust tree at the entrance. The 25-square-meter rental unit, though modest in size, was impeccably organized by Jiang Nan. Beneath the bed lay a considerable stash of goods for sale. Ignoring the grumbling of his stomach, Jiang Nan pulled the curtains tight. And with a mere thought, the cleansing fruit materialized in his hand. Gazing at the vibrant, plum-like fruit, Jiang Nan swallowed hard. What was there to fear? He had nothing of value to lose. In a moment of bravado, he swallowed the cleansing fruit whole. It melted instantly, and then it was gone. Vanished. What had happened to the promised cleansing of marrow? Surely, even a plum would possess some sweetness. However, after a mere 5 minutes, Jiang Nan suddenly sensed a heightened clarity in his connection to spiritual energy, which began to surge toward his body. In an instant, his cultivation level soared to black iron 7 stars. Jiang Nan could feel it. His innate talent had undeniably improved, though the exact level of enhancement remained a mystery. It was certain that he had surpassed earache. Excitement coursed through him, causing his hands to tremble. Yet, as reality set in, Jiang Nan quickly checked himself for any missing parts. Thankfully, nothing appeared to be amiss. He recalled the mishap of consuming a potent elixir that had left him bald. Who knew what side effects this cleansing fruit might entail? Still feeling uneasy, Jiang Nan began a meticulous examination of himself. Just as he was finishing his inspection, the door swung open. Jiang Nan, Gidge, you're back so late. You must be starving. I made you a bowl of noodles. A charming girl in a floral dress and ponytail stood at the entrance, holding a bowl of noodles. Her gaze fell upon Jiang Nan, who was intently scrutinizing something. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief, and suddenly her face flushed crimson. With a loud thud, she shut the door. The noodles are at the door. You can eat them after you're done, Jiang Nan, Gidge. Jiang Nan exclaimed. Wait, what do you mean after I'm done? Have you misunderstood something? Do you think I'm doing something strange? Before he could clarify, the girl had already fled, her cheeks still burning. The noodles were quite delicious, albeit a tad salty. But let us not dwell on that. It was a flavor tinged with tears. Jiang Nan resolved to explain things when he had the chance, especially since she was the landlord's daughter and attended the same school. Once his emotions settled, Jiang Nan turned his attention to the system. He noticed his resentment points had accumulated to over 11,000. Thanks to his altercation with Wang Lin, he had reaped substantial rewards, and Li Mayan had also contributed significantly. This was ample to attempt another 10 consecutive draws. Imagining the prospect of obtaining another cleansing fruit, he felt elated. Lucky spin. The 10 consecutive draws are about to commence. Thank you for your patronage. A consolation prize of a powerful potion. Thank you for your patronage. After a full 10 rounds, Jiang Nan's expression darkened considerably. He felt as if he had been mining coal. What was with this thank you for your patronage option on the lucky spin? Was it because of his baldness? His inventory now contained 10 additional bottles of the powerful potion. Wait, he could set up a stall to sell these potions. Although they caused baldness, the miraculous strength they provided was undeniable. Plus, he could earn resentment points in the process. Splendid. Resolved in his decision, Jiang Nan lay back on his bed and retrieved the domestic smartphone he had purchased for 50 yuan at a street stall, preparing to browse before sleep. He stumbled upon the WeChat group for the Spirit Martial class, which was buzzing with activity. Hey, fellow brothers and sisters, have you seen the viral video of the bald guy from Jiangcheng Night Market beating up students from Spirit Martial University? It has over 400,000 views. What is going on? Send it over. Moments later, someone posted a short video. In it, a bald Jiang Nan, clad in a Hello Kitty t-shirt, was seen straddling Wang Lin and mercilessly pummeling him with a small stool. Wow, this bald guy is fierce. That scream was just heartbreaking. It even hurt to watch from behind the screen. The individual taking the video had clearly shaky hands, resulting in a blurry capture. Hey, Doesn't this bald guy look a bit like our classmate Jiang Nan? That guy? No way. With that physique, could he possibly defeat a bronze-level strength awakener? True. It took him 3 years to reach Black Iron 3 stars. What a waste of the spirit pearls he receives each month. And he asks from the spatial system. After tomorrow's monthly exam, we won't be classmates anymore. Good riddance. As Jiang Nan observed the lively banter in the group, he remained silent, only allowing a cold smirk to escape. Tomorrow, Jiang Nan had no intention of leaving. They would all be in for a shock. Wait a moment. Was it that Li Mayan helping the injured Wang Lin leave in the video? Oh no, it really is her. I heard she is dating a guy from Spirit Martial University. Li Mayan, what is going on, Sister Yin? Li Mayan, how did the fight start? Care to share? Li Mayan, is your boyfriend all right? Li Mayan's resentment points 555. The system was wildly refreshing Li Mayan's resentment points. Jiang Nan was overjoyed. His classmates were undeniably adorable. Clearly, she was monitoring the group chat. How could she not be upset? After all, she was still at the hospital with Wang Lin, getting stitches. Thus, Jiang Nan decided to chime in. South God, Li Mayan, isn't the hospital Wi-Fi remarkably fast? I envy those who can piggyback on the connection. My data is nearly depleted. Li Mayan's resentment points 999. Is that all you think I went there for? Can you be any more shameless? Doesn't anyone have a conscience? Throughout the entire exchange, she remained silent, yet the system continued to refresh her resentment points. Even as Jiang Nan drifted into slumber, the notifications kept coming. Women have a long memory for grievances. The next day, in high spirits, Jiang Nan stepped outside only to encounter the landlord's daughter, who was preparing to head to school with her backpack slung over her shoulder. Yuqing, about yesterday. Zhou Yuqing glanced at Jiang Nan, her cheeks flushing once more. Jiang Nan Gij, you should rest early tonight and take care of your health. With that, she playfully flicked her ponytail and dashed away, leaving Jiang Nan feeling utterly crestfallen. How could he explain? Sister, please listen. I'm not that kind of person. I was merely checking my health, nothing improper. Wearing a cap to conceal his baldness, Jiang Nan pedaled his bicycle, the rhythmic sound accompanying him as he made his way to school. The monthly exam was approaching. Chapter 4, Is That You, Saitama? As Jiang Nan entered the classroom, the previously bustling atmosphere, stirred by the impending monthly exam, suddenly quieted down. His handsome and refreshing visage captured the attention of numerous female classmates. However, the thought that Jiang Nan would no longer be their classmate after the exam left a tinge of melancholy in the air. He made his way to a seat by the window, and the chatter among his peers resumed with lively vigor. Why is our South God still wearing a hat? Trying to look like a garlic bulb? Pfft. He probably knows he is about to be kicked out and can't bear to face anyone anymore. Haha. Jiang Nan gazed out at the scenery outside, lost in thought. 3 years prior, the name of South God echoed throughout the entire Jiang city. Yet now, those 2 words had become a mere joke. Perhaps today, everything would change. Just then, class monitor Li Xiang approached him. Jiang Nan, don't be disheartened. Being kicked out is just part of it. Perhaps being a spiritual warrior isn't your calling, but your space-based abilities still hold value. At least you can open a spatial realm to store items. My father runs a logistics company, and you could work there after high school. A monthly salary of 30,000, plus I can provide you with spiritual pearls for cultivation. What do you think? Li Xiang's proposal caught the attention of several classmates. Well, 30,000? That's a bit excessive, isn't it? 3,000 would be more fitting. Haha. No wonder my bro Xiang is such a great class monitor. Jiang Nan glanced at Li Xiang and replied with a radiant smile. Are you suggesting I deliver packages? This remark sent the entire class into uproarious laughter. And Li Xiang shrugged with a grin. Haha, a spatial warrior delivering packages. What a perfect match. But 30,000 is the limit. Li Xiang continued. This is a rare opportunity. Think about it. Jiang Nan grinned back. I know the foreman at the construction site in the south of the city. With your earth-based abilities, wouldn't you be able to dig out a cesspool faster than 10 excavators? His words left the entire class blushing, caught between laughter and restraint. Excavators? 10 of them? Li Xiang's face darkened. Li Xiang's resentment value 999. Don't push your luck. Just as Jiang Nan was about to respond, Li Muyin stormed into the classroom, her dark circles betraying a sleepless night. She glared at Jiang Nan. "You will take responsibility for what you did to me last night." Jiang Nan pondered for a moment. What's wrong? Still hurting? At this, the entire class fell silent, their gazes shifting with newfound interest. What on earth? What happened? Did they engage in a physical tussle last night? I can't believe it. Our South God is that fierce? The world is truly chaotic. Realizing her words may have been misconstrued, Li Muyin's face flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, "You shameless fool." Li Muyin's resentment value 789. At that moment, the stern class teacher entered. Clad in professional attire, and wrapped the blackboard with a ruler, "Return to your seats and settle down." Li Xiang squinted. "Just you wait. You'll see." Jiang Nan chuckled inwardly, reveling in the ease of earning resentment points. The teacher continued, "In a moment, we'll begin the monthly exam to assess the levels and combat power of the spiritual warriors. Gather in the gymnasium and stay focused. Class 1 is our elite class. Don't drag us down, understood?" The teacher's gaze fell upon Jiang Nan, prompting a round of snickers from his classmates. Unfazed, Jiang Nan remained indifferent. The Jiang City First High School Gymnasium resembled a glass house, transformed into a venue suitable for spiritual warriors. On the third floor, the nearly 500 students from 10 classes of the senior spiritual warrior year assembled in orderly lines. After the principal delivered a monotonous speech, the monthly exam commenced. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows stood a testing machine, akin to a punch strength tester, with a titanium magnesium alloy target and a display screen for numerical readings. A student from class 10 stepped up first, summoning flames that engulfed his hands before delivering a powerful strike. With a resounding boom, the fireball collided with the testing machine, scorching it black as the display read, "Black Iron 9 stars, attack power A." The student returned to his peers, beaming with pride, and the supervising teacher nodded, "Well done." Next, one by one, the students showcased their abilities, revealing a range of elemental awakenings and unique powers such as beast transformation and telekinesis. The ranking board shifted constantly, reflecting the fluctuating levels of attack power. After 2 hours, it was finally Class 1's turn. The students were eager to demonstrate their prowess. Li Xiang leaped forward, inhaling deeply before striking the ground with force. The reinforced concrete floor twisted and morphed into a cement fist that smashed into the testing machine. Bronze 3 stars. Attack power S. His ranking soared to the top, and he exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his lips. No wonder he asked the class monitor. Bronze 3 stars? That's extraordinary. I've heard his talent is rated A. How rare is it for a high school student to reach the bronze level? Amidst the admiration, Li Xiang cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Nan, his expression saying it all. A few more students tested their skills before it was Li Muyin's turn. As a gold element awakener, she controlled metal beads that struck the testing machine with the force of a firearm, even sparking flames upon impact. Black Iron 10 stars peak. Attack power A. Her ranking surged into the top 10. Wow. Class 1 is filled with powerhouses. This girl is incredible. Elemental awakeners are all like demigods, with attack power that's unmatched. Li Muyin, her face stoic, approached Jiang Nan. "Just wait to be kicked out of the spiritual warrior class." "Jiang Nan, it's your turn." A smile crept across Jiang Nan's lips as he adjusted his cap and slowly approached the testing machine. "Haha. Who says everyone in Class 1 is formidable? There is still our South God, ISNT there? A teleporting halfwit. Haha. I doubt he can even register a score on the machine." As Jiang Nan took the stage, murmurs rippled through the crowd, all eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Ignoring the cold remarks, he inhaled deeply, his muscles coiling like tightly wound steel. With a step forward, he unleashed a powerful punch, creating a deafening shockwave. Boom. The titanium magnesium target crumpled like soft clay. The machine itself propelled outward with brutal force, as if struck by a truck. It shattered the glass windows, plummeting from the third floor to the rubber playground below, rolling over 20 meters. The gust of wind even blew Jiang Nan's cap off, revealing his bald head. The entire venue fell into stunned silence. Li Xiang was dumbfounded, Li Muyin was speechless, and even the classmates, supervising teachers, and principal were left in shock. A bald head. One punch obliterated the testing machine. In that moment, the classmates felt a collective delusion wash over them. "Saitama, is that you?" All that's missing is the cape. Chapter 5. Awakened by a single blow? This is utterly reminiscent of One Punch Man. What an astonishing force. Although our school's testing machine is merely a basic model, it should be able to withstand attacks below the bronze 5-star level, right? Even strength-type awakeners cannot possibly send the testing machine flying, can they? Have you forgotten? South God is a space-type awakener. The entire hall was filled with gasps of astonishment. The students in the gymnasium were utterly astounded. Jiang Nan scratched his head, equally surprised that his full strength could send the testing machine soaring. Was the strength potion truly this formidable? Jiang Nan innocently asked, "Teacher, I won't have to pay for this, will I?" From Li Xiang, 999 points of resentment. From Li Mu Yin, 999 points of resentment. From Wang Tianyi, 999 points of resentment. Pay you? What is the focus here? Hee. Is the principal this upset? Surely. I want to be forced to compensate. The proctor's eyelids twitched in disbelief. Just a moment ago, he had been watching from the side. Could a high school student really generate such power? He cleared his throat awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. Could a few students assist in bringing the testing machine back? Rest assured, you won't have to compensate. It is our school's fault for not maintaining it properly. Besides, it's about time we replaced that old testing machine. Principal Wang's face darkened significantly. From Wang Tianyi, 999 points of resentment. Jiang Nan secretly reveled in the unfolding drama. Teacher, please stop. If you keep talking, the principal might just take action against you. Before long, several students returned with the testing machine from the playground. They were bewildered by its weight. Surely it weighed at least 700 or 800 pounds. How on earth did it get sent flying so far? The students playing basketball on the court were left utterly stunned. Which senior had the audacity to launch the testing machine from the third-floor gym? This was terrifying. All faculty and students stared in collective silence at the testing machine, which looked as if it had been ravaged by armor-piercing rounds. Jiang Nan felt a refreshing chill from delivering such a blow. Although the display flickered, it remained intact. Black iron 7 stars. Attack power. Jiang Nan's name shot to the top of the leaderboard. Hiss. Am I seeing this correctly? South God possesses such terrifying attack power. And yet is only a black iron 7 stars? Attack power. Max. This is outrageous. Wang Tianyi, gazing at the battered testing machine, feigned calmness. Well, it seems the damage isn't too severe. With some repairs, it could still be functional. However, bang. The testing machine fulfilled its final purpose, erupting with sparks before completely shutting down. From Wang Tianyi, 999 points of resentment. What can be repaired now? Principal, is your frugality truly commendable? The proctor interjected. I recall you awakened a space-type ability. How is it that you possess such strength? Jiang Nan casually replied, yesterday, I was at Jiang Nan night market, and someone punched me, which triggered my awakening, along with an awakening in strength. The proctor? Principal. Li Muyan. Wang de Fa? This excuse had evidently been premeditated by Jiang Nan. Oh my, no wonder it sounded so familiar. That viral video from yesterday featured South God, who was pummeling a college student with a small stool. So it's true, dual awakenings? Awakened by a mere punch? How nonchalant. All eyes in class Lin Wu One turned toward Li Mu Yin, their expressions revealing understanding. So that's what happened. Yesterday, Jiang Nan had injured Li Mu Yin's boyfriend, which explained their earlier conversation. The proctor chuckled. Well, this is your fortuitous opportunity. I will report this to the school. Dual awakenings are exceedingly rare. You will receive an additional spirit bead each month. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled. Thank you, teacher. Once off stage, Jiang Yan approached Li Mu Yin, bashfully saying, Please thank Brother Wang for me at the hospital. Without him, I wouldn't have achieved dual awakening. Li Mu Yin gritted her teeth in frustration. From Li Mu Yin, 999 points of resentment. How delightful to tease. The gazes of the surrounding students towards Jiang Nan were predominantly filled with envy. To gain dual awakenings from merely being punched? Is there really such a fortunate occurrence in the world? Should I contact Li Mu Yin's boyfriend as well? Perhaps I should try my luck? The proctor announced, all right. Next up, Lu Wu Quan from Class 1. Those who couldn't be tested would have their midterm exams postponed until the new testing machine arrived. He realized that the testing machine had been utterly destroyed by Jiang Nan's punch. How could they continue testing now? From the proctor, 200 points of resentment. From Lu Wuquan, 666 points of resentment. The system's resentment value list refreshed wildly. As students who had not been tested contributed their resentment points to Jiang Nan, Jiang Nan felt that his classmates were truly adorable. If there were to be another opportunity, he would surely amend his ways. I'll strive to be the one to obliterate the testing machine next time. How mischievous. Thus, the midterm exam was abruptly concluded by Jiang Nan's singular punch. As the event dispersed, Li Xiang approached, coldly stating, "Don't celebrate too soon with your pathetic talent. What does it matter if you have dual awakenings? It's only a fleeting moment of glory. We will soon leave you behind." Jiang Nan raised his fist. "What is that supposed to mean? Is your skull harder than the titanium-magnesium alloy testing machine?" Li Xiang. From Li Xiang, 888 points of resentment. Humph. We shall see. Watching Li Xiang's retreating figure, Jiang Nan felt elated. Following Wang Lin, this fellow had become his second major source of resentment, continuously providing nearly 30,000 points. He must be nurtured well. That evening after class, Jiang Nan rode his trusty bicycle straight to Jiangcheng night market. Along the way, he began to formulate plans to earn money. At Jiangcheng night market, he set up his stall selling strength potions. Upon arrival, Jiang Nan activated his spatial abilities, causing a rift to open beside him. As a space-type spirit warrior, he might not excel in other areas, but he had the unique advantage of creating an alternate space for storage. With his current strength, he could only open a 3 cubic meter space, yet it required no effort to maintain. Most of his merchandise was stored within this alternate space. Incredibly convenient. A rectangular tablecloth was spread out on the ground, neatly displaying socks, underwear, hair ties, and clips. The only difference was that he had added 10 bottles of mineral water. The caps were visibly opened, the labels torn off. Scrawled on the bottles in marker were the 4 characters, Farmer's 3 punches. This was Jiang Nan's pre-prepared strength potion. Come one. Come all. Take a look. Socks, underwear, hair ties, all at a bargain. Plus, the ancestral Farmer's 3 punches. It even has a hint of sweetness. Chapter 6. A unique skill. Smashing stones with my forehead as dusk gradually enveloped the sky, the Jiang Nan night market began to bustle with an increasing crowd. Amidst a fervent and impassioned roar from Jiang Nan, he indeed attracted quite a number of onlookers. 2 young ladies passing by whispered to each other, "Hey, isn't that the bald guy from yesterday's market? Oh my, it really is him. He looks a bit charming." "What? Are you smitten?" "No way. Bald heads aren't my type. If he had hair, I'd definitely ask for his WeChat." Jiang Nan. System, you're still focused on the details. One of the young ladies, accompanied by a tall and handsome guy, rolled his eyes and said, "Let us enjoy the night market tonight. Our team is heading to the spirit ruins tomorrow." The young lady pouted, "Stop being such a buzzkill. Let us go check it out." The tall guy scoffed. "What is so appealing about a bald head? He is not as handsome as I am." The trio approached the stall to browse through the merchandise, causing the 2 young ladies to blush at several items. Jiang Nan, with keen eyes, noticed a small red hair tie peeking out from Zheng Wei's waist as he bent down. With a chuckle, he remarked, "What's up, buddy? Is this your lucky year? Wearing red shorts. My red shorts absolutely 1T fade. Wear them with confidence. 2 for $10. Zheng Wei's expression darkened. "Where the hell are you looking?" From Zheng Wei's resentment value 666. The 2 young ladies, following Jiang Nan's gaze, naturally noticed the hint of red around Zheng Wei's waist and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Zheng Wei. It really is your lucky year. So vibrant. So flashy. Let us get 2, as the owner says. They 1T fade. Good luck wearing red in your lucky year." Jiang Nan interjected, "What the beautiful lady said is right. Let us get 2. From Zheng Wei's resentment value 666. "What? Not as handsome as me? When I had hair, I was incredibly handsome." After scanning the QR code for payment, $10 were credited. Zheng Wei, with a tide of frustration, fixated on a bottle of mineral water at the stall. He chuckled upon reading the label. "Farmer's 3 punches? What is that?" Jiang Nan perked up immediately. "Brother, you don't know? It's the ancestral Farmer's 3 punches. It even has a hint of sweetness. 1 bottle grants you 10-fold strength. You only need 3 punches to take down your enemy." Zheng Wei's eye twitched. "Damn. The ancestral farmer S3 punches is a bit sweet. This bottle has obviously been opened. Can mineral water even be ancestral? Waiter, give me a bottle of 82 mineral water. Just like that. It's top-notch. Jiang Wei scoffed. Boss, you're just fooling us, right? This is just water. The two young ladies were equally baffled by the idea of ancestral mineral water. Jiang Nan exclaimed, What? You don't believe it? Saying that, he picked up a red brick from the roadside and smashed it against his forehead with a loud crack. The young ladies gasped in horror. He. Before they could finish, the brick shattered against Jiang Nan's forehead. Jiang Wei. Young ladies. Is it common for street vendors to be so reckless? Do you believe me now? Jiang Nan asked, grabbing another brick and smashing it again, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. I swear, before drinking the farmer S3 punches, I struggled to get up. After drinking it, I can smash bricks with my head and tear off manhole covers. Do you believe me? He smashed another brick against his forehead. Jiang Wei rushed to intervene. Brother, don't do that. Brother, I'll buy it, all right. How much? Jiang Nan wiped the brick dust from his forehead and smiled. Not expensive. 10,000 for a bottle. Jiang Wei nearly choked on his saliva in disbelief. 10,000? Your ancestral mineral water is pricey. Jiang Nan shrugged, but it works wonders. The two young ladies, intrigued, urged, Jiang Wei, just give it a try. You can afford 10,000, right? He smashed a brick with his head. P.S. putting in so much effort. Jiang Wei, seeing the eager expressions of the two young ladies, had no choice but to relent. Sigh. Let us consider this as paying to see a unique skill. He transferred 10,000 via WeChat. Jiang Nan quickly added, Wait, brother, I still need a piece. Jiang Wei was bewildered. Wasn't he at 10,000? Why do you need more? Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly, Isn't a brick worth money? One piece is 50 cents. From Jiang Wei's resentment value 666. You want me to pay for smashing bricks? This business is a total scam. Jiang Wei grumbled as he prepared to drink the farmer S3 punches under the expectant gazes of the two young ladies. He unscrewed the cap and chugged the drink. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Suddenly, a wild surge of energy erupted from Jiang Wei, turning his face crimson. Damn, it's really working. Excitement gleamed in his eyes as he realized his strength had reached an extraordinary level, enhanced by tenfold. He lightly clenched his fist, causing the air to crackle. Boss, this stuff really works. Your ancestral mineral water is incredible. Well then, tomorrow's expedition to the spirit ruins will be even more assured. Jiang Nan chuckled awkwardly. If it works, why would I trick you? Yet the two young ladies were wide-eyed in astonishment. Jiang Wei, you're bald. Really bald. Haha. I can't hold it in. Your shiny head is brighter than a streetlight. The two young ladies laughed uncontrollably, clutching their stomachs, tears streaming from their eyes. Jiang Wei rubbed his head. Ugh, the night breeze is chilling. I'm really bald. From Jiang Wei's resentment value 999. From Jiang Wei. The system's resentment value skyrocketed, surpassing 10,000 in no time. Jiang Wei erupted in rage. Boss, are you messing with me? Where's my hair? Jiang Nan patted Jiang Wei on the shoulder. Oh brother, don't sweat the details. Haha, what goes around comes around. Does anyone escape baldness? Details. I want to let this slide. Jiang Wei's eyes turned red, but he was promptly stopped by the two young ladies. Oh, bald heads can look good too. Besides, he didn't deceive you. The farmer S3 punches really works. Uft, let me laugh a little longer. I can't take it. Jiang Nan winked at the two young ladies. It seems that I'm still a bit more handsome than you two, right? Young lady, if you're handsome, you're much more handsome. So, let us add each other on WeChat. All right. The three departed, leaving Jiang Wei's despondent figure behind. His shiny head reflecting the streetlight's glow as the two young ladies continued to laugh heartily. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class sped through and stopped at the entrance of the night market. A stunning beauty in a jacket and hot pants emerged from the driver's seat. Her beauty almost overwhelming, akin to a snow lotus blooming in the night sky. Her silver hair cascaded to her shoulders, and her blue eyes were as deep as the ocean. At that moment, she held her phone, revealing a fierce grin with sharp canine teeth. It's definitely him. This time I won't be mistaken. From the passenger seat stepped out a girl in a white orchid shirt and fitted jeans, wearing a sun hat. She chuckled. Xiao Yao, You've been searching for him for almost half a year. You always say that. Xiaoyao fumed him. Do you think I wouldn't recognize him just because he shaved his head? That black-hearted vendor. Just thinking about it makes me furious. Saying that, she tugged at Zhong Yingshui's arm and headed straight for the Jiang Nan night market. Everyone can hear Xiaoyao's grinding of her teeth. Zhong Yingshui covers her mouth and chuckles incessantly. That pair of shorts has really faded quite severely. Xiaoyao glares. Shoo. Don't say a word. It's utterly embarrassing. Chapter 7. The Double Attack. Having just sold a bottle of Farmer's Three Fists, Jiang Nan was relishing the sweet taste of success. How could he easily let this opportunity slip away? Not only did he make money, but he also accrued a considerable amount of resentment points. The road to prosperity was beckoning. He promptly retrieved a stack of red bricks from the alternate dimension. Come. The ancestral Farmer's Three Fists awaits. 1 sip, and I'll cleave a brick. 2 sips, and I'll kick a durian. 3 sips, and I'll ascend to the heavens. Life is blissful as a celestial being. Without exaggeration, he began smashing bricks right there. He picked up a red brick and struck it against his forehead. With a loud bang, it shattered. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, and soon enough, a crowd gathered around him. This guy is serious. In this day and age, one cannot set up a stall without some extraordinary skill. The boss is truly reckless. Money is worth risking his life for. Then someone exclaimed, Boss, isn't this brick fake? Jiang Nan's temper flared, and he stood up holding the brick. Fake? Come, let me try it on you. From Song Xin, resentment point 666. Boss, even if it is fake, I wouldn't dare to test it. Laughter erupted. The boss is tough. Real bricks. Genuine black-hearted kiln bricks. Solid as a rock. This gentleman knows his stuff. More and more people began recording videos, and the crowd grew larger. However, after Jiang Nan smashed over 20 bricks, his voice became hoarse. Yet, the spectators were unwilling to spend any money. Jiang Nan felt a pang in his heart. Aren't bricks worth money? In this day and age, even watching a duo performance requires a ticket. Can't you buy a headband or shorts instead? Is everyone just here to freeload? Just then, waves of astonishment rippled through the crowd as most had been drawn to another spectacle. Jiang Nan was still engrossed in his brick smashing. The crowd buzzed with excitement. What a stunning beauty. I've never seen someone so gorgeous in my life. She could rival any star. I'm in love. Is this what love at first sight feels like? Xiaoyao was searching around, her body radiating wild energy, resembling a white wolf scavenging in the snow. Her blue eyes and silver short hair cascaded to her shoulders, clad in hot pants and a black tank top jacket, revealing her exquisite belly button. She stood tall at around 180 centimeters, her legs straight like a character from a comic book. Meanwhile, the slightly shorter Zhong Yingshui donned fitted jeans and a white shirt. Wearing a sun hat, her black hair cropped to her ears, showcasing her snow-white neck. Her features were extraordinarily beautiful, enchanting beyond words. So, Xiaoyao, have you found her? Zhong Yingshui inquired. Xiaoyao shook her head, continuing her search. Zhong Yingshui's eyes gleamed. There are many people. Let us check it out. Xiaoyao's eyes lit up as she pulled Zhong Yingshui away from the crowd, only to find a bald man smashing bricks. Jiang Nan looked up, his face turning pale. He was about to teleport away. Finally caught you. Where do you think you're going? With that, a flying leap ensued, and he lunged at Jiang Nan, executing a formidable throat lock. Jiang Nan. He rolled his eyes in disbelief. From Xiaoyao, resentment points 1,000. You heartless scoundrel. I've been searching for you for half a year. The 2 pairs of shorts you sold me all faded. Jiang Nan's cold sweat immediately broke out. His face filled with guilt. Nonsense. How did you know they faded? Xiaoyu gritted her teeth in frustration. How could she not know? After wearing them for 1 day, she returned home, ready for a refreshing shower, only to find her skin stained black by the faded shorts. Zhong Yingshui burst into laughter. I wonder what kind of dye was used. It took Xiaoyao a whole week to wash it off, and she couldn't scrub too hard. It was a nightmare she could never forget. How could she possibly speak of it? It was utterly humiliating. Ever since that incident, Xiaoyao vowed to take revenge. Over the past 6 months, she had scoured every night market. She had encountered Jiang Nan twice, but he had always managed to escape. This time, she was determined not to let him slip away. Blushing, Xiaoyao demanded, What is it to you? Compensate me. The crowd erupted in astonishment. What is happening? Is the bald boss so resilient? Are these two beauties here for him? Wow, being choked by beauties. I want that too. TSK, shorts that fade? Scoundrel. Serves him right. I'm so envious. I want to be a scoundrel too. Initially, Jiang Nan had planned to teleport away. But now, the two were pressed tightly together, almost choking him. There was no escape. However, Zhong Yingxue stood by, covering her mouth in shock, gazing at Jiang Nan with wide eyes. Tears already welling up. Jiang Nan, is that you? Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback. He had been too preoccupied with Xia Yao to notice Zhong Yingxue's presence. He raised his gaze to the girl before him. Xiao, Xiaoying. His heart was suddenly filled with immense joy. Before he could speak, Zhong Yingxue dashed forward and embraced Jiang Nan. In that instant, he was enveloped in her fragrance. It was a delightful collision. The crowd's mood shifted dramatically. Whoa, are you kidding me? A double attack? Is it really this fierce? Is there no justice in this world? At that moment, Jiang Nan found himself overwhelmed by the dual onslaught. Xiaoying. I can't breathe. Jiang Nan struggled, feeling stifled, yet it was undeniably pleasant. Zhong Yingxue quickly realized the impropriety. Releasing her hold, her cheeks flushed. She brushed the brick dust from Jiang Nan's forehead. Xia Yao was momentarily perplexed. Why was Yingxue joining in? Did she want to help her take revenge? Xiao Yao, let go of Jiang Nan. Xia Yao? She immediately shook her head vigorously. I finally caught him. What if he runs away if I let him go? Zhong Yingxue looked at her with helplessness, a bitter smile gracing her lips. This is Jiang Nan. He asked the friend I told you about from the orphanage. Xia Yao was taken aback. No way. What a coincidence. They've known each other all along. And from the orphanage? Childhood sweethearts? Xia Yao, feigning innocence, said, Then I'll loosen my grip a bit. But you mustn't let him escape. Jiang Nan, too, was taken aback for a long while, gazing at Zhong Yingxue. He could vaguely see traces of their childhood likeness. Zhong Yingxue wiped the tears from her eyes. Why did you shave your head? And why are you here smashing bricks? Jiang Nan scratched his head and chuckled. It's hot in summer. So I shaved it off to save on barber fees. As for smashing bricks, I thought this business might be a bit better. Zhong Yingxue's eyes turned red again. It must have been difficult for him in the years since leaving the orphanage. Jiang Nan, unfazed, replied, What is the big deal? We've faced hardships together in the orphanage, haven't we? With hands and feet, we wouldn't starve to death. Both were orphans. Having grown up together in the Jiang City orphanage, they had relied on each other through the toughest of times. In their childhood, Jiang Nan would save his pocket money for months just to buy her a bag of white rabbit candy. Whenever she was bullied, Jiang Nan would always stand in front of her. When Jiang Nan fell ill, she would be the one keeping vigil by his bedside. To Zhong Yingxue, Jiang Nan was more than a friend. He was the sturdy tree shielding her from storms. This bond could never be exchanged for any amount of money. Two orphans, having relied on each other, managed to endure the most trying times together. I once believed that things would remain unchanged. However, when Zhong Yingxue awakened her fire abilities at the tender age of 13, her talents soared to a terrifying grade. Ultimately, she was taken in by the prestigious Zhong family, where she received focused training. Despite her tearful protests, she was separated from Jiang Nan. After that, the two never crossed paths again. At 16, Jiang Nan moved out of the orphanage, becoming self-reliant up to this day. Little did he expect to encounter Zhong Yingxue here today. Xia Yao pouted, Hey, little bald head. Don't think you can escape my retribution. You owe me. Jiang Nan wore an expression of guilt and tentatively suggested, How about I compensate you with 2 pairs of shorts? You can choose your favorite color this time. Xia Yu glared at him, her grip tightening. Humph. As if, what do I need your compensation for? I could just wear them and dye them myself. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes, feeling suffocated by her hold. This girl, Xia Yao, possesses immense strength. All right, enough of this. After all these years, you're still so mischievous. Let us grab a meal together later, and we can discuss things then. Yet, Xia Yao showed no sign of letting Jiang Nan off the hook. She was determined to make him experience her prowess. Wait, let me finish my shopping. With that, Xia Yao pinned Jiang Nan down on a small stool, maintaining her hold around his throat, her weight pressing down on his back. Don't even think about escaping. I'll help you sell. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes again. You can sell if you want. Just stop choking me. I can't breathe. Chapter 8. I must have been blinded by money. The gathering crowd was utterly astonished. Their eyes were wide with disbelief. Perhaps we should also set up a stall tomorrow. Zhong Yingxue stood silently beside Jiang Nan, while Xiaoyu fiercely locked her grip around Jiang Nan's neck, terrified of letting him slip away. Yet, deep down, she felt genuinely happy for Zhong Yingxue, for she alone understood the significance Jiang Nan held in Zhong Yingxue's heart. However, the pose she struck was undeniably attention-grabbing, yet the girl remained unfazed. With a playful blink, Xiaoyu chirped in a coy voice, "Hey, dear brothers and sisters, come take a look at our goods. They're quite a bargain." Jiang Nan shivered at the sound. A tall and wild goddess speaking in such a flirtatious tone. Even if he silently recited mantras, he was no match for this. "Why are you trembling?" It's cold. I'm freezing." From Xiaoyao's resentment points 333. In the midst of summer, are you teasing me? Though Zhong Yingxue felt a bit embarrassed, she joined in to help Jiang Nan sell goods. Thus, an astonishing scene unfolded. Two stunning beauties fervently promoted Jiang Nan's wares, while he sat like a statue on a small stool, utterly frozen. "Are you touched?" Too scared to move. The onlookers erupted into chaos, clamoring to buy goods. Not for anything else, just to catch a glimpse of these two beautiful ladies up close. "Worth it." A burly man rushed forward. "Don't move. 2 pairs of shorts for $10, right? Give me 10 pounds. "What? Are your shorts sold by the pound? 10 pounds? You won't finish wearing them in a lifetime. Save some for your descendants." Jiang Nan retorted, "Don't stop me, big brother. 10 pounds of shorts coming right up. Family heirloom shorts, no problem. Even our mineral water is a family tradition." From Wang Tai's resentment points 285. From Lu Quan's resentment points 666. From Zhong Yingxue's resentment points 111. Only Xiaoyu was chuckling mischievously. "They're all faded. You wear them." Suddenly realizing that the feeling of tricking others was quite enjoyable. In less than 10 minutes, the goods were sold out, leaving behind 9 bottles of Farmer's 3 Punch, which nobody dared to touch. Jiang Nan felt a myriad of emotions. After calling out for so long with no effect. Look at how adept these two girls were at street vending. Being attractive truly pays off. After packing up the chaotic items into another dimension, even the large folding chair was tossed in. "All right, let us go eat. My treat today." Jiang Nan was in high spirits. This left Xiaoyu dumbfounded, exclaiming, "You possess spatial abilities?" Even Zhong Yingxue was momentarily puzzled. Spatial abilities? There are hardly 10 in the entire world. Jiang Nan shrugged. What else could it be? "You think I'm using spatial powers to set up a stall?" Xiaoyao's voice rose 3 octaves. "You mean the unscrupulous stall owner I've been chasing for half a year is a spatial ability wielder? And what of it? Do you think delivering packages suits me better?" Xiaoyao. From Xiaoyao's resentment points 666. "Oh, I'm just teasing you. My talent is merely E-grade, and my training is slow. What good is spatial ability? I still have to live." Xiaoyu clearly didn't register this, as she began calculating something. Meanwhile, Zhong Yingxue gently shook Jiang Nan's arm. "No worries, you protected me at the orphanage. Now, I'll protect you." Jiang Nan. "Wow, little Yingxue, must you be so gentle? You're melting my heart." The 3 of them arrived at the night market entrance, where Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned upon seeing the luxurious Mercedes G-Class. Xiaoyao is this wealthy? How old is she to drive such a car? With Jiang Nan in the passenger seat and Zhong Yingxue in the back, he couldn't take his eyes off Xiaoyao, who was driving. Xiaoyu felt flustered under his gaze. "What are you staring at?" "I'm 18 and I have a driver's license." Jiang Nan rubbed his eyes. "I think I'm going blind. Surely money has blinded my eyes." From Xiaoyao's resentment points 666. "How cheeky. If it weren't for your connection to Yingxue, I'd definitely have a word with you. What shall we eat? Skewers? Let us head to the food stall." "What about Yingxue?" "I'll listen to Jiang Nan." The V8 engine roared, and the crowd at the night market was envious. "Aren't you just flaunting your background while selling at a stall?" Unbeknownst to Jiang Nan, the video of him breaking a red brick had been enthusiastically shared by netizens on Weibo, skyrocketing in popularity, surpassing the previous video. At the Shaman Street food stall, grilled kidneys, soy sauce intestines, dried meat, and 3 bottles of freshly squeezed juice. No spice. Yingxue doesn't tea like spicy. Zhang Yingxue smiled. Oh, you remember. Jiang Nan replied, I have a good memory. Watching the flirtation between Jiang Nan and Zhang Yingxue made Xiaoyao pout. From Xiaoyao's resentment points 333. As expected, this girl Xiaoyao surely has ulterior motives. I must be cautious. Yingxue, which school are you attending now? Songjiang Spirit Warrior High School. Xiaoyao and I are in the same class. We're both in our senior year. Jiang Nan was taken aback. Songjiang Spirit Warrior? Isn't the competition fierce there? Songjiang Spirit Warrior is the only high school in Jiang City exclusively for Spirit Warriors. With comprehensive facilities and a strong faculty, they consistently rank among the top 3 in provincial high school competitions. Xiaoyao chuckled. Competition? Not at all. Yingxue has a bronze 9-star fire element ability. Her output is astonishing. Plus, I have a bronze 7-star beast transformation ability. We're quite strong. If it weren't for that scoundrel Luo. Xiaoyao, enough. Zhang Yingxue frowned. Xiaoyao, unwilling to relent, fell silent but couldn't help but say, can't we let Jiang Nan take the lead? Although he is a bit unscrupulous, at least we can trust him. Plus, he is a spatial ability wielder. He would dominate the field. Zhang Yingxue shook her head. I'll handle my own matters. Xiaoyao exclaimed. How will you handle it? He has already pushed you to this extent. What would you do without me? Xiaoyao gritted her teeth in frustration, but had to drop the subject. Sulking while eating skewers. Jiang Nan, however, didn't comment further and said, Yingxue is just a bit stubborn. Come on, eat some skewers. Sister Xiaoyao, let us connect as friends? Jiang Nan offered his QR code. He shot her a knowing glance. Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback, then added him as a friend. Jiang Nan discreetly sent her a message. Talk to me when you have time. Xiaoyao immediately felt her annoyance dissipate. Under the table, her long legs gently nudged Jiang Nan's knee, as if to say, you're quite clever. Come on. Yingxue, add me too. It's good for communication. Hiki, the Zhong family treats you well, huh? Zhong Yingxue smiled. My parents are quite nice. Although Grandpa Zhong can be strict, it's all for my own good. And you? How have you been all these years? Jiang Nan scratched his head. Me? Just like that. I left the orphanage at 16, rented a place, worked at a barbecue stall near the university, sold cold noodles, served tables, and ultimately found that street vending was the most profitable. As he spoke, both girls could hardly contain their astonishment. At just 16, while studying, he juggled odd jobs to make ends meet. What a struggle. Yet all hardships were brushed aside in his words, his smile still radiant. Xiaoyao suddenly felt that Jiang Nan was not so infuriating after all. Purchasing those faded shorts for herself was simply a part of life, wasn't it? How pitiable. Well, considering your unfortunate circumstances, I shall quietly forgive you. Chapter 90. This little decimal point is truly oblivious. Jiang Nan did not perceive himself as particularly unfortunate. With hands and feet intact, he was more than capable of sustaining himself. There were far more wretched souls in the world than he. Why indulge in incessant lamentation and harbor a deep-seated resentment? That would merely be self-imposed suffering. Yet these two young ladies had engaged in their own imaginative musings. Jiang Nan, drenched in sweat, supported his entire household with his slender frame as he balanced a tray and grilled skewers. Just moments ago, he had been breaking bricks with his head at the street stall. Your humble demeanor in the pursuit of a livelihood is genuinely admirable. Xiaoyao observed him with a sympathetic expression. You should eat more. Just look at how thin you've become. Zhong Yingxue, her eyes reddened, added remorsefully. Why didn't I find you sooner? If it weren't for those faded shorts you sold to Xiaoyao, I wouldn't have met you. Xiaoyao interjected. Wait. Yingxue, are you mistaken? I am the victim here. My heart aches. Jiang Nan questioned. What on earth have you two concocted in your minds? It's really not that exhausting, you know? It's merely grilling cold noodles. I sold hundreds of portions at the university gate in a single night. It was more lucrative than sitting in an office job. If it weren't for the ban on street vending later, I might still be selling cold noodles now. Seeing Zhong Yingxue's red-rimmed eyes, Xiaoyao couldn't bear it any longer. She handed over a bank card. Here, this is 100,000. Zhong Yingxue rummaged through her bag. I have 50,000 here. Jiang Nan, with utmost seriousness, declared, I must say, While I am indeed handsome, charming, and dashing, I am not the kind of person you think I am. Are you two planning to support me? From Xia Yao, anger level 999. From Zhong Yingxue, anger level 666. Xia Yao bit her teeth in frustration. I'd rather support a big-headed ghost. I have no interest in you, you bald merchant. Zhong Yingxue playfully chided. Xiao Nan, you're being mischievous again. Jiang Nan retracted his neck and laughed it off. They enjoyed a delightful meal together. As they finished, Xia Yao reached out to Jiang Nan. What is it? Hand me your phone. When Xia Yao beheld the shattered screen of the domestic phone Jiang Nan handed over, she was taken aback. What is this piece of junk? I'll get you a new one. Jiang Nan pondered for a moment, seemingly making a serious decision. By the way, do you need any accessories for your legs? I don't want to work anymore. From Xia Yao, anger level 333. Accessories? Come on, smile for a picture. The trio huddled together, with Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yu sandwiching Jiang Nan in between. Xia Yao wrapped her arms around his neck, squishing his face. Come on, Yingxue. Moving closer. Yes, even closer. Click. In the photograph, Xia Yao held a skewer in her mouth, embracing Jiang Nan, whose face was contorted in a grin, while Zhong Yingxue leaned on his shoulder, flashing the trendiest gesture, the unbeatable reverse scissor hand. Haha, if it weren't for your shiny bald head reflecting too much light, it would have been perfect, Jiang Nan muttered. Zhong Yingxue laughed. Send it to me later. I want to use it as my screensaver. Sure. Jiang Nan rushed to pay at the counter. I insist on treating you. You both helped me sell. It can't be for free, right? Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue were unable to contest his determination. Boss. How much is it? 341. Just round it down to an even number. All right. Jiang Nan scanned the payment, only to be met with the message. Sorry. Your balance is insufficient. What? How can that be? I just sold so much. Let me check my WeChat wallet. Upon inspection, he was dumbfounded. Balance, 124. 69 yuan. What the heck? Where's my money? My hard-earned cash. Jiang Nan recalled each transaction in his mind. It should have been 12 for 169 yuan. Why was there a 100-fold discrepancy? You little decimal point. You're completely clueless. You must have misplaced the point. Go home, and don't scare me. I was wrong. Can I be wrong? After rubbing his eyes and checking again, he confirmed it was indeed just over 100. The boss eyed him skeptically. What is going on? Bringing two beautiful ladies out for a meal but no money? You can't be serious. Jiang Nan protested. Impossible. Wait for me. System. Where is my money? The blood and sweat I earned breaking bricks? Congratulations, stall owner. Successfully paid the stall fee. Within the stall's coverage area, the stall owner activates invincibility mode. The paid stall fee is automatically converted into skill points at a 100:1 ratio. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the skill learning module. Congratulations? What good is that to me? I need those skill points to charm beautiful ladies or buy some flatbread. What nonsense is this stall fee? All transactions completed within the stall's area require a stall fee, distributed as 9.99.001. The stall fee automatically converts into skill points for the stall owner to learn skills. I just beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Jiang Nan was in a frenzy. He had heard of a 50-50 split, even a 90-10 split. But 9.99.001? Was this for real? And with 2 decimal points? He was serious? The very life he risked to break bricks for a meager profit was now being siphoned off like this. Every cent he earned was painstakingly earned by his own hands. The system took 9.99 and left him with a mere 0.01. Jiang Nan was furious. Was this amount even money to Jiang Nan? Not at all. That was a mere pittance. It was his very existence. Detected that the stall owner insulted this system, deducting money. Jiang Nan watched helplessly as his balance plummeted from 124.69 to 24.69. This foolish, the invincible and handsome system was demanding his life. With his lifeline seized, Jiang Nan stood frozen, casting a pitiful glance at Zhong Yingxue, who stood at the door. The boss rolled his eyes. Come on, buddy. This isn't necessary. You rushed to pay, but now you're short on cash? The boss's gaze pierced through him like a sharp arrow. Zhong Yingxue approached with a smile, settling the bill and patting Jiang Nan on the shoulder. Today, Jiang Nan learned the taste of embarrassment. Don't ask. The answer is that he forgot his payment password. His fingerprint was gone. He hadn't T-linked his WeChat to a card. His phone was dead. Xiaoyao inquired. What is taking so long? Zhong Yingxue chuckled. It's nothing. Jiang Nan's phone is. Wow. Yingxue is simply wonderful. She even knew to save face for him. Jiang Nan, dazed, found himself at the alley's entrance, watching as Zhong Yingxue waved goodbye while a luxurious Mercedes G-Class sped away. How could you just leave? What about the 50,000? Or the 100,000? Not sending off? Hey, I still have things to say. Yingxue, Xiaoyu, I'm not being coy anymore. If you want to support me, then so be it. I am that kind of person. Come back, don't let my tears fall. With only 24.69 yuan left in his pocket, Jiang Nan felt as though the entire world had turned gray. As he walked past the landlord's barbecue stall, the raucous sounds and shouts made him frown. At a glance, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Chapter 10. Show him some color at the corner barbecue stall. A group of people sat around a table. The leader, bare-chested and adorned with a large gold chain, had a shoulder dragon tattoo and was loudly commanding attention. Seated around him were 6 or 7 young men, clad in tight white tank tops and slim pants, embodying the spirit of youth, all sporting shaved heads, causing quite a ruckus. Nearby, several older patrons furrowed their brows, visibly annoyed. The tattooed leader shouted, "What is taking so long? Can we get the drinks? If they don't arrive soon, the skewers will be gone." And Zhou, smiling nervously, replied, coming right up, "Big brother." Zhou Yuqing, a petite girl with a ponytail, wearing an apron, hurriedly delivered 6 or 7 large beers. At this moment, the leader and his entourage lost interest in the drinks. Zhou Yuqing, with her charming looks, seemed like the quintessential girl next door. The attention made her uneasy, and she timidly said, "Big brother, I've placed the drinks here. This extra one is on the house." The leader perked up immediately, grinning widely to reveal his crooked yellow teeth, and seized Zhou Yuqing's wrist, saying, "Don't go. Little sister, have a drink with me? I'll give you an extra 1,000 yuan." Zhou Yuqing's eyes filled with fear, instinctively trying to pull away. But his grip was too strong, reddening her wrist. And Zhou rushed to her daughter's side, forcing a smile as she said, "Big brother, let us forget it. My daughter is still young. How about we let this table off the hook?" Zhou Yuqing, still hesitant, was urged to go home. At that moment, the young men standing nearby shouted, "What is the matter? Do you look down on our big brother? Does he need a few extra coins?" The leader held on to Zhou Yuqing, his expression menacing. "What is the matter? You look down on me. She is coming with me today?" Zhou Yuqing had never faced such a situation, her eyes welling up with tears as she struggled to free herself. Just then, an older patron from a nearby table stood up, unable to bear it any longer, and shouted, "Have you lost your mind drinking like that? The girl is still in high school. Have some decency." Fueled by passion, he could not be restrained by those around him. The tattooed leader, emboldened, raised a bottle to strike the older man. But at that moment, a steady hand intercepted the bottle, revealing Jiang Nan, smiling calmly. "What is going on here? Who are you, little brat? Are you looking to meddle?" The leader sneered. Jiang Nan chuckled. "Big brother, it's obvious," pointing at his own bald head. The leader, bewildered, asked bald, "What? Do you want to join our bald gang?" Jiang Nan, with a shy grin, replied, "I've long admired your reputation, just waiting for the right opportunity. By the way, what is your name?" The leader was taken aback. "You want to join the gang? And you don't even know my name?" "Brother Chong." "Right. I forgot. My memory is terrible," Jiang Nan exclaimed. Chong, smirking coldly, said, "You want to join? Then give that brat a lesson. I'll let you in." Jiang Nan, undeterred, walked over, casually putting his arm around the enthusiastic older man's shoulders and forcing him back into his seat. The older man protested. "You're just as bad as them, young one, not learning anything good." Unfazed, Jiang Nan pointed at the bottle in his hand. "See this? It's green. And this plate? It's white. The beer in the cup is yellow, which is called yellow in English." The nearby diners were left dumbfounded, witnessing this absurd display. Chong was infuriated. "I wanted you to make them bleed, not show them colors." Just then, Jiang Nan swiftly swung the bottle at the bald leader. Crash! Glass shattered everywhere, blood splattering across the leader's face. The suddenness of the attack startled everyone around. Jiang Nan pointed at the bleeding leader and asked, "See what color this is?" "Red." "Red?" The older man stammered. Jiang Nan smiled with satisfaction. "Exactly. Now take him down." The bald leader, holding his head, yelled, "Get him." The leader's men, enraged, shattered their bottles and lunged at Jiang Nan. Quick and agile, Jiang Nan seized one's wrist and twisted it violently, kicking him away, sending him crashing into the alley wall. Skill triggered, unarmed combat. Current level, unarmed combat, LV1. Do you wish to allocate skill points? Current skill points, 123. Jiang Nan paused, realizing this was the skill panel that had cost him money. Allocate. Fill it up. Allocating 100 skill points. Remaining skill points, 23. Unarmed combat, LV 100. Automatic upgrade. Unarmed combat, mastery LV1. In an instant, a flood of information surged into Jiang Nan's mind. His eyes brightened. So this is how fighting works? Dodging an incoming bottle, he effortlessly sidestepped, pressed his opponent's head down, and delivered a knee strike. The opponent's nose shattered, blood splattering everywhere. In moments, 7 or 8 young men lay groaning on the ground. The bald leader was stunned. Jiang Nan slapped him, sending him spinning 3 times, losing several teeth in the process. Zhou Yuqing covered her mouth, her face a mix of astonishment. Is Jiang Nan really this strong? He is so bold. She felt as if she were watching an action movie. 7 or 8 men, none could touch Jiang Nan. With just a few punches and kicks, he had dispatched them all. Now let us continue eating, brothers. Don't let this ruin your fun. I have a few words with this idiot, Jiang Nan declared, lifting the hefty bald leader by his belt with ease. The remaining young men looked terrified. It seemed they had bitten off more than they could chew. Chapter 11. Can we still operate excavators? In the alley across the street, a group of young men, their faces bruised and battered, squatted on the ground. Jiang Nan's foot pressed forcefully on the hand of the bald-headed Chong, who had just attempted to seize Zhou Yuqing. The sound of crushing echoed as he let out a pitiful wail, more mournful than the cries of pigs slaughtered during the New Year festivities. Wang Chong implored, "Brothers, please stop. Can we not consider this a mistake?" Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Consider it a mistake?" Wang Chong shook his head vigorously. No. It was entirely our fault. Stand up. On one leg. Hands on your head. Give me a smile." The others complied, albeit with great difficulty, particularly for Wang Chang, who weighed over 200 pounds. Balancing on one leg, he began to topple sideways. As soon as his foot touched the ground, Jiang Nan kicked him again, forcing him to remain in his precarious position against the wall, wearing a smile that was more painful than a frown. "We paid for the meal. We paid," they cried. "The damaged tables and chairs, we'll cover it." The young men scrambled to produce cash, and soon Jiang Nan found himself with 7 or 8,000 in hand. Satisfied, he remarked, "Well done. Keep your eyes peeled. That stall is under my protection. I live right here. If I catch you drinking and getting carried away again, you know the consequences." The bald-headed Chang and his companions laughed nervously. "Brothers, remember this." Jiang Nan flashed a grin and turned to head towards the stall. Wang Chong and his friends finally exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. Jiang Nan turned back. "Who told you to let your guard down? Looking for trouble?" He then turned around and delivered another round of punishment. Returning to the stall, several kind-hearted locals greeted him warmly. "Come, young brother, have a drink." Young men with such a sense of justice are rare these days. "You must be from Linwu High School nearby, right?" "Haha. Be careful. Don't let them cause you trouble." Jiang Nan chuckled. "No worries. I've handled it." And Zhou hurried over. "Is everything all right, Xiaonan? You scared me to death. Who would have thought this would happen? They wouldn't come back to cause trouble here, right?" Jiang Nan reassured her. "No, leave this to me. Here, take this money for their meal and the damages." "Oh my, this is too much. We won't need all this." And Zhou protested, but Jiang Nan insisted, shoving the money into her hands. "Just keep it. Consider the extra as my rent for next month." And Zhou sighed. "Oh, you child. Yuqing, don't you have anything to say to Xiaonan?" With her eyes reddened, Zhou Yuqing timidly approached. "Thank you, brother Jiang Nan." Her heart raced as she recalled his brave actions. Jiang Nan patted her head. "I'll take Yuqing home now." As they walked back to the courtyard, Zhou Yuqing's cheeks were flushed. Remembering Jiang Nan's gallant defense, her heart raced with excitement. Brother Jiang Nan, can I be as strong as you? Jiang Nan replied, you're still in school. At just 15 or 16, you'll surely awaken your abilities. Just keep at it. The ideal age for awakening abilities is 16, but there are exceptional cases like Zhang Yingxue, who awakened earlier. Jiang Nan himself had awakened at 16. It was rare to awaken later. Okay, I'll listen to you, Brother Jiang Nan. Zhou Yuqing blushed, asking shyly, can I walk to school with you tomorrow morning? Jiang Nan nodded in agreement, understanding her fears after the recent events. Zhou Yuqing beamed, then I'll wake you up. She seemed to remember something. Oh, I'll knock on your door. Jiang Nan thought, oh no, this is going to be hard to clarify. Once back in his small room, he lay on his bed, reviewing his resentment points list. The resentment from Zheng Wei was still accumulating. This guy really held a grudge. Would he return to take revenge? Jiang Nan felt that the stall fee had been worth it. Within the stall's designated area, vendors activated invincibility mode. Was this to prevent them from selling subpar goods and getting beaten up? The skill section was quite useful. It seemed skills had to be triggered by oneself. After a long day of hustle, Jiang Nan had amassed over 300,000 resentment points. Unable to resist the temptation, he performed 3 more 10 consecutive draws. The first 10 yielded only 1 cleansing fruit and 9 strength potions. The consolation prizes had changed. Thank you for your patronage. 1 pound of detoxifying yellow beans. After 20 consecutive draws, he received more detoxifying yellow beans, which claimed to neutralize all deadly toxins, crisp and chicken-flavored. His inventory now boasted 20 pounds of detoxifying yellow beans. The system shop is now open. Previously, 1 consolation prizes can be purchased in the system shop. Strength potions. 100 resentment points per bottle. What did this mean? Was it that from now on, consolation prizes would be detoxifying yellow beans instead of strength potions? 100 resentment points for a bottle of strength potion. But a draw required 10,000? What a ridiculous system. Jiang Nan wondered if these detoxifying yellow beans truly worked. He hesitated to try them. Recalling the side effects of strength potions that had left him bald, who knew if these beans would bear any adverse effects? He realized that consolation prizes were a trap, with only genuine rewards being worthwhile. Determined to test the detoxifying yellow beans' efficacy when the opportunity arose, Jiang Nan, having learned his lesson, was reluctant to consume them. If only he could collect his resentment points. Perhaps they would have reached their limit by now. Eating the cleansing spirit fruit, his aptitude improved once more, raising his cultivation level to black iron 8 stars. He wondered if there was a limit to aptitude enhancement. His talent should have reached a grade by now. Jiang Nan decided not to dwell on it. He would just enjoy the benefits. Previously, due to his poor talent, his slow cultivation made his spatial abilities nearly useless. Now he had a chance. It would be a shame not to seize it. Inspired, he pulled out his domestic smartphone and began browsing. Suddenly, a post about him appeared in the Lingwu class group. Wow, Nanshan is trending again. The Weibo view count has surpassed 1 million. Jiang Nan had set up a stall at the night market, where a video showed him smashing bricks. The footage had gone viral. Is he really smashing bricks? The indomitable iron-headed kid? By day he punches through testing machines. By night he is smashing bricks? Is Nanshan that busy? Nanshan, can your head break a scale? Nanshan, I can do more than break a scale. I can operate an excavator too. Wow. Haha. Li Xiong. Li Xiong. Jiang Nan chuckled at his screen. Curious about the reactions, he registered a Weibo account under the name Bald Guy, using an avatar of Saitama. Upon searching, he found the video of himself smashing bricks, with over 150,000 views and more than 10,000 comments. Fire. Real bricks. I'm going to the night market to see him tomorrow. Someone commented. Though he is bald, he is quite handsome. He is my type. Huh. You're out of luck. I saw 2 stunning beauties helping him sell goods. So pretty. Jiang Nan replied to the comment. Bro, you're not mistaken. The attached image was graciously captured by Xia Yao. In moments of rivalry. How could Jiang Nan possibly let this opportunity slip away? Shall we summon another wave of grievances? If you enjoy this, kindly leave a 5-star review and add it to your bookshelf, lest you find yourself lost. Your comments and support are greatly appreciated. Chapter 12. Don't move him. Let me handle this. Jiang Nan returned to WeChat and found Zhong Yingshue's account. Her username was Listening to Snow, and her profile picture featured an adorable cartoon snowman. He promptly sent her a photo, and she replied instantly. It's so late. Why are you still on your phone? You should get some rest. Good night. Jiang Nan felt his heart nearly melt. What a cute emoji. It was already past 1 in the morning. He then forwarded the photo to Xia Yao, whose username was Wolf Extinction, with an avatar of a white wolf howling at the moon under the night sky. Are you serious, Xia Yao? Wolf Extinction? That is several levels more fierce, he thought, realizing he hadn't paid attention when he sent her a message earlier during dinner. He sent her the image, but she didn't respond, likely having gone to sleep. Jiang Nan turned in for the night, only to awaken the next morning to chaos on both the class group chat and Weibo. The class group erupted with messages. Jiang Nan, who are those two stunning beauties? How did you manage to snag them? Even at the night market, you can charm the ladies? The silver-haired girl is incredibly striking. Even I, a girl, am captivated. Your Weibo is blowing up. Don't you recognize them? They are the school beauties from Songjiang Lingwu High School. Zhongning Xue. And that is Xia Yao, the silver wolf, renowned for her combat skills throughout the city. But the question arose, how did Jiang Nan come to know them? Jiang Nan replied, they were a gift for topping up my phone bill. The once lively atmosphere suddenly fell silent. From Zhou Bing, 134 resentment. From Han Yuan, 422 resentment. Jiang Nan chuckled, thoroughly enjoying the antics of his delightful classmates. He opened Weibo, greeted by a flood of notifications, 99 messages. Upon closer inspection, he found his followers had inexplicably surged to over 10,000, accompanied by various private messages. Hey there, Jiang Nan. Care to join me at the night market later? I want to see you break some bricks. Bald guy? Wow, that is quite fitting. How about I offer you a year's worth of perm vouchers? Leave those two beauties to me. Those legs. So long. That complexion. So fair. Rain or shine. I'll be waiting for you at the Jiangqing night market. Isn't that Zhongning Xue and Xia Yao from our school? Jiang Nan thought, shaking his head at the absurdity of the online comments. To the brother offering me perm vouchers, don't go. Let us meet tonight. However, there were also unpleasant remarks. One user named Luo threatened, dare to touch my woman? You're dead. Jiang Nan retorted, if touching her means death, then I must have died 1,000 times over. Ah, how bold. From Luo Tianxiang, 999 resentment. From Luo Tianxiang, 1,000. The resentment list refreshed rapidly. It was the first time he'd seen 1,000. Would this fellow be driven to madness? In a lavish villa, Luo Tianxiang, dressed in pajamas, crushed his phone in anger. Find out who this person is. Don't let Xiaoxuan know. Yes, young master. As Jiang Nan set off for school, he felt elated. That Luo Tianxiang had quite the temper. In no time, he'd amassed enough resentment for 10 consecutive draws. Beside him, Zhou Yuqing walked quietly, stealing glances at him, her cheeks slightly flushed. Upon reaching a narrow alley, they found a group of elderly men gathered, bemused by the commotion. Jiang Nan approached to investigate. To his surprise, Bald Chang and his crew were still standing in a pose reminiscent of a chicken, hands clasped atop their heads, sporting dark circles under their eyes. Clearly having pulled an all-nighter out of fear of Jiang Nan. Seeing Jiang Nan, they chorused, good morning, Brother Nan. The attention of the crowd shifted to Jiang Nan. Is this bald guy really the boss? Zhou Yuqing thought, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Get lost. Making a fool of yourselves this early. Jiang Nan snapped, irritated. Who I say brother? I have my pride. The group, relieved, scurried away. Brother Chang, are we just letting this slide? No way. That kid's skills are impressive. I'll find someone to deal with him. The day continued as Jiang Nan entered the classroom. After achieving first place on the leaderboard yesterday, no one dared to mock him. Yet the skepticism lingered. Awakening a power attribute meant little if one's talent was subpar. No one had ever seen an E-grade talent ascend to silver or gold levels. Li Xiang and Li Mian appeared weary, dark circles under their eyes, indicating they had slept well. During the morning classes, Jiang Nan, who excelled academically, paid little attention, as his grades were consistently top-notch. He had worked hard to earn his tuition, so he had no reason to slack off. At lunch, Jiang Nan devoured 2 large bowls of green bean stew. Though he found the taste oddly off, something wasn't right. It didn't taste like it usually did. Then, disaster struck during afternoon class. Halfway through, Li Xiang, sitting in the front row, turned pale, clutching his stomach. Just as he raised his hand to speak, he collapsed, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. What was happening? Was he experiencing food poisoning? The green beans had tasted strange at lunch. Jiang Nan had eaten the same dish. He recalled his mother warning him that undercooked beans could be toxic. Even the teacher panicked, calling for students to assist. Quick, get him to the infirmary. In that moment, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. This was an unprecedented opportunity. He stood up and shouted, "Don't move him." His voice momentarily stunned the class. Jiang Nan, don't be reckless. This is a matter of life and death. Li Mind seized the moment, right? If you're still hung up on yesterday, that is quite petty. As the sarcastic remarks flew, Jiang Nan dismissed them, retorting, will it help to take him to the infirmary? This is food poisoning. He could go into shock at any moment. Waiting for an ambulance will be too late. Let me try. His earnest expression left both classmates and the teacher bewildered. Jiang Nan, do you know how to treat illnesses? I have a field in my backyard rich in spiritual energy, where I grow soybeans with detoxifying properties. It's highly effective. Upon hearing this, his classmates and teacher exchanged doubtful glances. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy on Earth, some plants had mutated, gaining unique properties. But could soybeans really detoxify? Was that plausible? Quit stalling. We might lose him. As they looked at Li Xiang, writhing in agony on the floor. The teacher gritted his teeth. All right, let us give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll take him to the infirmary and call for an ambulance immediately. Without hesitation, Jiang Nan activated his dimensional space, pretending to retrieve soybeans. In reality, he was extracting detoxifying soybeans from the system. He grabbed a pound and selected a single bean to feed to Li Xiang. Jiang Nan was confident in the detoxifying properties of these soybeans, after all. Consuming the strength potion had indeed made him strong. However, the side effects were a mystery. Li Xiang, you're going to have to bear with it. We're classmates. And I truly wish to help you. This is for your own good. Coughing, he added, I have no ulterior motives. Not even a hint. Chapter 13, Li Xiang. Li Xiang, you are truly remarkable. A group of classmates focused their attention on Li Xiang, who had just consumed the detoxifying yellow beans. They couldn't help but wonder, did those yellow beans truly possess detoxifying properties? Moreover, was Jiang Nan genuinely so benevolent? After all, the events of the previous day had not exactly painted them as allies. Li Xiang's complexion fluctuated from pale to green and then, within mere moments, transformed into a vibrant red. He appeared utterly bewildered. What was happening? Had he just spat in front of the entire class? And, was he trembling? The teacher, concerned, inquired, Li Xiang, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort in your body? Wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth, Li Xiang responded. I felt a wave of dizziness and intense abdominal pain just now. But now, I feel fantastic. I could carry a sack of rice up several flights of stairs without breaking a sweat. I even have a craving for spicy hot pot. The gazes of all present shifted towards Jiang Nan. Their expressions altered. It truly worked. These yellow beans were extraordinary. The effects were instantaneous. Was he genuinely fine? Yes. I feel great. Li Xiang exclaimed. The teacher, filled with gratitude, remarked, we owe a great deal to Jiang Nan. He saved you with those yellow beans. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Indeed, if it weren't for Jiang Nan, Li Xiang might have been lying in a hospital bed by now. Li Muyin, embarrassed, thought to himself, who could have known those beans would be effective? Li Xiang felt a bit awkward. How could he face Jiang Nan after what he had done? Who would have thought he was the one who saved him? Thank you. Jiang Nan, looking somewhat guilty, replied, it's nothing. We are classmates, after all. It's only right to look out for one another. What was happening? Where were the side effects? How could Li Xiang appear completely unaffected? Could it be that the side effects varied from person to person? Oh no, my stomach is starting to hurt too. The green beans I ate at lunch must have been toxic. What about the school? I certainly consumed a considerable amount. A wave of lamentations echoed through the classroom. The teacher, sensing the situation was spiraling, quickly addressed Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, your yellow beans. Jiang Nan, with a generous demeanor, responded, Teacher, please distribute them. We are all classmates. How can I stand by and watch them suffer? If your stomach hurts, take one for detoxification. If you feel fine, take one as a precaution. The teacher expressed gratitude. Then I shall thank you on behalf of all the faculty and students. I must say, our Jiang Nan is truly remarkable. True character shines through in times of adversity. No more words. I owe you one. The classmates gazed at Jiang Nan with newfound appreciation. If these yellow beans were sold, they would surely fetch a handsome sum. Jiang Nan's family was in dire straits, yet he was so generous. The teacher began distributing the yellow beans, with each student consuming one, some even taking 3 or 5. At that moment, the teacher received a call from the principal, and his expression changed drastically. It was just their class. Food poisoning had occurred throughout the entire school. It was confirmed to be caused by the green beans. Jiang Nan, look. Jiang Nan resolutely stated, distribute them. We are all classmates. I cannot bear to see them suffer. The teacher was moved by his words. I will go right away. We need more students with such noble character like you, Jiang Nan. Under the admiring gazes of his classmates, the teacher left with a pound of yellow beans. The principal was in a state of panic. Food poisoning at school was a grave matter. If it made the news, his position as principal would be jeopardized. However, upon hearing the teacher speak of Jiang Nan's detoxifying beans with remarkable efficacy, he was relieved to learn that students had already recovered after consuming them, overflowing with gratitude. What a good student. I shall ensure Jiang Nan receives a commendation and a reward this month. As the beans were distributed, all the faculty and students consumed one. And indeed, all discomfort dissipated, leaving them feeling refreshed. They had successfully navigated this crisis. The principal, drenched in sweat, sat in his office and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, it had been resolved. I must express my gratitude to that young man, Jiang Nan. Back in the classroom, mathematics continued, yet Jiang Nan furrowed his brow. The detoxifying properties of the yellow beans were undeniably potent. The effects were immediate. But what about the side effects? Was it possible that only he experienced them? Could the system be so unfair? No, that couldn't be right. Zheng Wei had experienced effects from the powerful medicine as well. Yet Li Xiang seemed completely unscathed. Jiang Nan began to wonder if the effects varied from person to person. Now that all faculty and students had consumed the detoxifying yellow beans, perhaps his concerns were unfounded. It could be that there were no side effects at all. Wasn't that a good thing? Just a good deed done. But at that moment, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. What was Li Xiang up to? Li Xiang's expression changed suddenly. His stomach growled audibly. At first, he could suppress it, but the pressure became unbearable. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, he discreetly shifted his position. The sound was faint, but the back row erupted in whispers. What on earth? What is that smell? Did you just fart? Get lost. That was me. It's horrendous. Li Xiang feigned seriousness, determined not to reveal his identity. Stay calm. Remain steady. No matter how fierce the storm. I must remain unshaken. This fart. It wasn't mine. But suddenly, the pressure surged uncontrollably. Bang! The force he had desperately tried to contain erupted with a thunderous sound, shaking the very chair beneath him. In an instant, the classroom fell into a profound silence. Even the chalk the teacher was writing with broke in half. All eyes turned to Li Xiang, astonished. Such a sound. It rivaled the thunderous crack of fireworks. An unmistakable odor swiftly enveloped the classroom. It was a peculiar scent, reminiscent of unwashed, rotten socks marinating in a brine for a year. It's coming. It's coming. Jiang Nan, upon catching a whiff, nearly retched. What on earth did this guy eat for breakfast? Was it pickled pork buns? The smell is absolutely horrific. Good grief. Li Xiang, you are truly something else. That must have been over 3 megapascal. The poor chair must be suffering. Li Xiang sat upright, gripping his thighs tightly, his whole body trembling. His face crimson as a monkey's rear end. The 2 girls seated beside him had already begun to roll their eyes and gag. Jiang Nan covered his nose, feeling a wave of panic wash over him. Please, tell me the side effects of these detoxifying yellow beans aren't what I think they are. This was not my doing. It was the teacher who instructed you to take them. I have no part in this. Chapter 14. The corridor was quite breezy, and the teachers were momentarily stunned by the raucous sounds. Yet, true to their seasoned experience, one teacher gently tapped the blackboard and calmly declared, "Let us continue with our lesson." The atmosphere was thick with a sweet and sour aroma that lingered in the classroom. However, It wasn't long before the expressions of all present began to shift. Li Mayan's cheeks turned a delicate shade of crimson, her fingers nervously squeezing her pin until it turned pale. She subtly shifted her weight on the stool, mindful not to exert too much pressure, for that would create too much noise. As a proper little fairy, one must never let anything slip. The art of discreetly releasing gas was indeed a fundamental skill for a fairy. Yet, faced with an overwhelming urge, she miscalculated her control. A melodious and seemingly ethereal sound escaped, reminiscent of a soaring instrument whose pitch transitioned from high to low. Jiang Nan remarked, "Oh dear little fairy, please, do not continue to strain your muscles. It is too much to bear. Just let it go. I assure you, this is not good for your health." Numerous classmates turned to Li Mayan, some boys biting their lips until they bled, as an awkward atmosphere enveloped the room. With a snap, the girl crushed her pen. But this was merely the beginning. A cough resonated, accompanied by a resounding bang. Others flipped through their books, drank water, and produced an array of sounds. The classroom erupted into a cacophony resembling a spontaneous musical ensemble. Bang, bang, clap. Bang, 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 clap. Uft, uft. Some charming female classmates, too shy to acknowledge the situation, inhaled deeply, hoping to remedy the chaos they had unwittingly caused. Are you serious? You cannot take it back. Just give up. Jiang Nan could not contain his amusement, clapping his hands on the desk to create a rhythm for their impromptu performance. His classmates stared in disbelief at Jiang Nan's percussion accompaniment, momentarily dazed. Is this really happening? They thought. But there was a significant problem. The odor in the classroom was becoming increasingly pungent, even unbearable. Finally, one student could no longer endure it and, wiping tears from his eyes, proclaimed, "Classmates, are you not hot? Let us open the windows. Quickly. It's simply too warm in here." With a flash of brilliance, the windows were flung open, and the air quality improved dramatically. However, outside, an elderly janitor looked up and was immediately engulfed by a visible cloud of odor wafting from the classroom. The wind carried it swiftly towards him. Goodness, what on earth is that smell? If it were just a few individuals, it might have been manageable. But with the entire class in such disarray, all eyes turned to Jiang Nan. They had all partaken of the yellow beans earlier. Yet, he had generously provided them without hesitation. Furthermore, the beans indeed served to counteract the toxins. How could anyone reproach him now? Thus, Jiang Nan's resentment points skyrocketed. From Li Xiang, 999. From Li Mayan, 999. A stream of 999s flooded in, not only from his class, but from others as well. It was known that all students and faculty had consumed the detoxifying yellow beans. The conditions in other classrooms were no better than this one. Jiang Nan was in stitches. This was not mere schadenfreude, he had genuinely helped them. Li Xiang, scowling, exclaimed, "Teacher, I need to use the restroom." Just moments ago, he had felt gratitude toward Jiang Nan. But now, it seemed that trouble followed him like a shadow. The teacher cast a weary glance at Jiang Nan and replied, "Go ahead." "Me too," called another. "And I." "All right, all of you go. I'll join you shortly. Class, please begin your self-study." As soon as the teacher left, the classroom erupted. Students rushed toward the restroom like wild beasts. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Nan found himself alone in the classroom. Pondering thoughtfully, he mused. It appears that the detoxifying yellow beans do have side effects. While they serve to cleanse the body, the aftermath is quite evident. After detoxification, the toxins must surely be expelled, right? This reasoning holds water. However, the intensity of this situation is rather overwhelming. Now, the entire campus was in chaos. Jiang Nan vowed that his intentions were pure. He patted his heart anxiously, relieved he had not consumed any himself. But then, he remembered he had eaten 2 large bowls of green beans at lunch. Jiang Nan hesitated before pulling out a yellow bean, contemplating for a moment before ultimately chewing it and swallowing it whole. A wave of despair washed over him. He could hardly taste the chicken flavor he had anticipated. The cycle of karma is relentless. Who can escape its reach? The repercussions came swiftly, akin to a whirlwind. Jiang Nan rose, his expression dark, and made his way to the restroom. A peculiar scent permeated the corridor. In the hallway, a young lady in a short skirt and flowing hair walked gracefully. Suddenly, she froze. The breeze caught her skirt, causing her hair to sway. Jiang Nan swallowed hard and remarked, "This corridor is quite breezy." The young lady turned, glaring at him in indignation before hastily retreating. Where was the elegance now? Indeed, even fairies are susceptible to such mishaps. Upon reaching the restroom, the sight of a crowd and the agonized groans emanating from within left Jiang Nan speechless. The restroom was packed. After much effort, he squeezed inside, only to be confronted by a scene that shattered his worldview. Every stall was occupied, but would this deter a group of resourceful students? Not in the slightest. A row of urinals was occupied by those half-squatting in a rather unorthodox manner. Jiang Nan was bewildered. How is this even feasible? He thought. Can one really hold it in to the point of no return? Surely not. It's liquid. It can be flushed. Yet the urgency of some caused them to stomp their feet and bang on doors. Hey, hurry up in there. Bro, what's the rush? I'm not finished. A calm fellow in line chuckled. No need to panic. One student, red-faced and desperate, inquired, "What is going on? Aren't you anxious?" The composed student replied, "I thought it was just gas. Turns out it was not." The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd instinctively recoiled, eyes wide with fear. "I'm done. What about you all?" Jiang Nan face-bombed. Indeed, one must never trust a seemingly benign fart when one is experiencing discomfort, for it may very well be deceiving. Chapter 15. A chance encounter outside the restroom. A crowd had gathered for quite some time, and even Jiang Nan's expression shifted as he urged, "What are you doing in there, brother? Are you embroidering flowers?" Unable to contain himself any longer, Jiang Nan instantly transported himself inside. Following this, a piercing scream resounded, startling the individual within, nearly causing him to plunge headfirst into the toilet. He was amidst a blissful release of stress when suddenly, a living person appeared before him. What the heck? Is this a teleportation for a restroom visit? My South God truly knows no bounds. Who would have thought such abilities could be utilized in this manner? Space manipulators across the globe are required to register their powers. As robbing a bank becomes far too convenient, even the thickest vault doors are no match for them. However, our South God finds himself using this talent for a mere bathroom break. Jiang Nan inquired, "Are you done yet?" The brother replied, I'm not done. South God, please don't stare at me. It's making me feel uneasy." Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. "Feeling uneasy? Do you need my assistance?" From Ma Long's resentment value 999. Drenched in sweat, Jiang Nan exerted great effort to resolve the situation. He then teleported away from the battlefield. Returning to the classroom, it was only then he remembered there was no one left inside, and the restroom door was still locked. The queue outside was on the verge of collapsing, voices hoarse from shouting, yet Jiang Nan remained inside. Thus, he unexpectedly accumulated a wave of resentment points. Initially, Jiang Nan thought once the chaos subsided, classes would resume. However, the school announced a halt to lessons. The reason? The school restroom was limited. Half the students had gone home to shower and change, while the remaining ones were studying in the classroom. Jiang Nan sat innocently in the classroom, feverishly working on exercises, unable to withstand the piercing glares of resentment directed at him by his classmates. As soon as school was dismissed, he was the first to escape, fearing that remaining any longer might lead to dire consequences. In retrospect, the stall fee was not paid in vain. At least in the makeshift stall, he was invincible, avoiding the possibility of being beaten up. This naive, handsome system had indeed considered matters quite thoroughly. Once more, he rode his bicycle to the Jiang City night market, only to be stunned by the throngs of people. What was happening? Why was it so bustling? As Jiang Nan struggled to push through the crowd, he suddenly heard, "The bald guy is here." It was worth the wait. "I thought he wouldn't show up today." Someone shouted, and the crowd turned, parting to create a pathway directly to Jiang Nan's stall. It dawned on him that his Weibo had exploded yesterday. His brick-breaking video had gone viral. After dinner, many netizens, with nothing better to do, had come to witness the spectacle. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with opportunity. A blatant opportunity. He quickly laid out his stall, displaying 10 bottles of Farmer's 3 punches, and sat on a small stool. Behind him, a row of red bricks stood stacked. He raised a hand and smashed a brick against his forehead. It shattered on impact. Wow, he is really doing it. Starting with a stunning performance? The boss is impressive. This is far more exhilarating than watching the video. The crowd gasped in awe. Jiang Nan shouted, "Do you want to break bricks like me, kick durians with your feet, and tear off manhole covers with your hands? Drink this farmer's 3 punches. If I can do it, so can you." A voice from the crowd jeered, "Is this reliable? What is this? Some kind of divine water? Don't kid me. Even the old bull at the village head is about to get you pregnant with your boasting." Someone genuinely inquired, "How much for a bottle?" Jiang Nan replied, 10,000 per bottle, no haggling." "Wow, is this robbery? 10,000. I'll take it." Upon hearing this, even Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned. A slender brother in a white t-shirt, with long flowing hair, approached, holding a live streaming device. He immediately tossed down 10,000 in cash, while the live stream's comments flooded with 666, rich and unrestrained. 1982 farmer's 3 punches, refreshing and sweet. You deserve it. Jiang Nan understood then that this was a small influencer who had come to ride the wave of his viral video. After collecting the money, he handed the streamer a bottle of farmer's 3 punches. The streamer flipped his stylish bangs and laughed. "Brother, if this doesn't work, I'll have to expose you on the spot. The viewers are watching." Jiang Nan smirked, "If it doesn't work, I'll just take your head and kick it like a ball." The streamer chuckled, "Haha, that is what you said. Wait, why does that sound so odd? If it doesn't work, why would you want to take my head?" From Su Yuan's resentment value 451. Whatever the case, it was time to go for it. Let us do it. The streamer promptly downed the drink in one go. The surrounding crowd was bewildered, bursting into laughter. The comments on the streamer's live feed were rampant with "ha ha ha. He bald. The light bulb. Mom asked why I'm on my knees watching the video. I've laughed myself unconscious in the restroom." Su Yuan burped and instinctively flicked his stylish bangs. "Huh? Where are my bangs? Wait. Where is my hair? How is it working for you?" Jiang Nan asked, draping an arm around his shoulder. Su Yuan grimaced, "Boss, I don't know if it works or not, but my hair is definitely gone. That doesn't matter. What matters is that now you can break bricks too." "Doesn't matter? What do you mean it doesn't matter? I'm bald now. What do I need to break bricks for? I need my hair. How can you say it doesn't matter? I'm still a streamer who relies on looks for a living." From Su Yuan's resentment value 666. "Haha. You'll know if it works once you break a brick. You've already spent 10,000. Don't be a coward. Isn't that so? This is a great chance to gain followers." The crowd egged him on. Su Yuan thought it over. Indeed, he was already bald. Let us go for it. In this day and age, followers equate to money. Yet, upon seeing the red bricks on the ground, he faltered. "Real bricks? You want me to break them? If the brick doesn't break and I get my skull cracked, that would be interesting. How about we just forget it?" Jiang Nan was adamant. "How could we do that? If you don't break bricks, people will say my farmer's 3 punches are ineffective. What will happen to my business?" Saying this, he picked up a red brick and aimed it at Su Yuan's bald head. Su Yuan didn't have time to react. Bang! The brick shattered. From Su Yuan's resentment value 999. "See? Not your head, right?" The crowd gasped in shock. With Su Yuan's slender frame, a gust of wind could knock him over. Can drinking farmer's 3 punches really allow one to break bricks? Jiang Nan grinned. "Is there any doubt?" Bang! As he spoke, the red brick struck Su Yuan's head once more. From Su Yuan's resentment value 999. Bang! "Everyone, take a look. This head. Definitely a steelhead." Bang! It seemed Jiang Nan was becoming addicted, as within a short time, he had used Su Yuan's head to break over 10 bricks. Su Yuan wanted to escape, but Jiang Nan held him tight, leaving him with nowhere to run. "Are you kidding me? Why am I being used to break bricks? I can break bricks, but it really hurts." From Su Yuan's resentment value 999. Chapter 16. One wave after another, the onlookers were utterly astonished. They had witnessed this emaciated, monkey-like streamer downing the farmer's 3 punches. And then, could he really break bricks? If one were to suggest it was all a setup, one would need considerable skill to pull it off. Just look at Su Yuan's disheveled state. How could he possess the ability to break bricks? The live stream's chat was ablaze. Haha, breaking bricks while hugging a red brick? He had shattered over 10 bricks already. Surely the boss must harbor some grudge against him. Just look at that pitiful expression. It was laughable. A fire rocket flew by. Does the farmer's 3 punches truly have an effect? Well, I want a bottle. Su Yuan, initially brimming with fury, found himself with nowhere to vent. But upon seeing his skyrocketing follower count, well, he had no choice but to endure. The spectators could no longer restrain themselves. What's one bottle? Bring it to me. And me too. I'm already bald. What is there to fear? Jiang Nan chuckled. Cash only, folks. Just a moment. I'll fetch some money. As for why cash? Jiang Nan wanted to see the fruits of his labor in his hands. Let us see how much the system takes. In 9.99, 0.01. Dream on. Business was booming. Su Yuan thought he might finally be spared. Little did he know, while Jiang Nan was busy collecting money, he was still using his head to break bricks. Su Yuan. The resentment from Su Yuan had not ceased. In a fleeting moment, the bruised and battered bald Chang arrived. This time, he was not alone, but accompanied by 7 or 8 of his underlings. Leading the group was a scar-faced man, followed by 20 or 30 others, brandishing clubs as they paraded through the crowd. Bald Chang wore a forced smile. Hee, Scarborough. This time, we're counting on you. Last night, he made a mess of my brothers. Scarborough scoffed. What a bunch of useless fools. What can they do? Today, I'll teach him a lesson. Bald Chang warned. Scarborough, you must be cautious. This kid is quite sinister. He is likely a spirit warrior. Scarborough dismissed him. Does that mean I'm not? I want to let him off so easily. Bald Chang wouldn't he just gather anyone? Scarborough had awakened his beast-like powers during a scuffle in his 30s. Over the years, he had gained some notoriety and was quite formidable. Where are they? Where are they? Bald Chang pointed towards Jiang Nan in the crowd. That one. A group pushed and shoved their way in. The result was bewildering. Jiang Nan was seen embracing a skinny, monkey-like man, smashing a red brick mercilessly against the man's head. Not holding back at all. Brick debris flew everywhere. A crowd of spectators cheered. What the heck? Is he hitting that hard? Have we fallen behind the times? The impact was so forceful, the flying debris stung their faces. Bald Chang turned pale. Scarborough was instantly deflated. The underlings behind him, wielding clubs, trembled at the prospect of a brick smashing into their heads. They'd surely end up in the hospital. Chang, I might have overeaten tonight. My stomach isn't feeling well. I might not be able to perform at my best. How about we wait until tomorrow? Bald Chang was dumbfounded. Overeaten? Didn't you just say you wanted a quick resolution to get home for dinner? Scarborough's expression froze. It was too much at lunch. One underling blurted. Lunch? Scarborough, you didn't eat at lunch either? Scarborough slapped the underling across the face. TSK. Do you know too much? You know why you're getting hit. The underling, pitifully covering his face, tentatively asked, Is it because I know too much? Scarborough swiftly pulled out his phone. Hey, honey, MHM, I'm at the night market. I'll be home for dinner soon. What? You want a jambingwazi? Sure. He hurriedly walked away, moving with surprising speed. Bald Chang's face darkened. Scarborough, can you not answer your phone like that? The phone screen is facing outwards. It's lit up, and it's still locked. It's too convincing. Jiang Nan chuckled coldly, calling out, What is up? Are you here to challenge me? Bald Chang shivered, quickly forcing a smile. No. I'm just here to support Brother Nan. How could he not feel intimidated? With Scarborough deflated, this vendetta was impossible to avenge. The crowd scoffed. With just this little crew, they thought they could trouble Jiang Nan? They wouldn't even be enough for a single brick. Jiang Nan had no time to deal with them, as he was busy collecting money. In the blink of an eye, 10 bottles of Farmer's 3 punches had sold out. Boss, where did you get this Farmer's 3 punches? Right? It's so amazing. Jiang Nan grinned. My backyard has dense spiritual energy. The well water has mutated. What? Selling well water? That is outrageous profit. A bottle for 10,000? Isn't that too steep? Jiang Nan scoffed. I don't produce water. I'm merely the transporter of nature. A transporter, you say? Is your well for sale? I'll take it. A well? What well? Go find it yourself. I don't even have a backyard. Jiang Nan pondered whether to continue selling, but unexpectedly, one wave had barely settled when another arose. A sudden screeching halt echoed as a stretched Lincoln and 3 Range Rovers pulled up at the night market. A well-dressed young man, sporting a flashy hairstyle, stepped out of the Lincoln. Coupled with his pale complexion and sharply defined features, he exuded the aura of a wealthy heir, radiating an unmistakable scent of money. The 3 Range Rovers opened, revealing 10 burly men in sunglasses, each enveloped in an intimidating presence. All of them were spirit warriors, and their levels were undoubtedly high. Make way. Clear the path for young Master Luo. The once lively night market fell silent upon their arrival. Those pushed aside kept their grievances to themselves. Knowing well that this group was not to be trifled with, Luo Tianxiang, with a grim expression, led his men directly to Jiang Nan's stall. Pointing at Jiang Nan, he scolded, "It's you, isn't it? A pathetic clown provoking someone you can't afford to offend. Don't you want to die? Today. I'll grant you that wish." Jiang Nan released Su Yuan, brushed off the brick dust from his hands, and nonchalantly replied, "And you are? Coming here spouting nonsense? Did you overindulge in your dinner at the restroom?" He then looked at the imposing men. "This kid eats feces, and you guys don't care?" Su Yuan, feeling liberated, had just retreated to the side. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, he tried to stifle his laughter, causing his shoulders to tremble, while the equipment was still streaming live. The viewers inside were engrossed, and the audience was only growing. "What is happening? I can't see clearly. Who would have thought they'd witness such a spectacle?" "I recognize that guy. He is Luo from Songjung Spirit Warriors. The stall owner is truly audacious, standing firm against this many people. My curiosity about this stall owner's identity is only intensifying." Chapter 17. Come. Give me a smile, Jiang Nan suddenly recalled. "Isn't that the Luo from Weibo? Did he truly manage to reach me through the internet?" Jiang Nan was unconcerned about how many people were on the other side or what background or status they possessed. Even if they had a heavenly level powerhouse among them, so what? Standing on the mat of the street stall made him invincible. Was the stall fee paid in vain? Luo Tianxiang trembled with rage, his eyes filled with menace. "Is that all you can do? Just a clown? I don't care who you are or your connection to Zhongning Xue. Stay away from her. I have status, I have wealth. I can provide her everything. You're nothing but a worthless pauper. How can you compare with me? If I see you near her again, you won't see the sun tomorrow." Jiang Nan frowned deeply. Is he here for Zhongning Xue? Who is this guy? He recalled that during a previous meal, Xia Yao had mentioned something about Zhongning Xue appearing quite troubled. He smirked, realizing he couldn't let this opportunity slip by. Can't see the sun tomorrow? What is that supposed to mean? Checking the weather forecast? Is it going to rain tomorrow? The onlookers could no longer contain themselves. Huh? What the hell? A weather forecast? This is hilarious. What kind of genius logic is this? Su Yuan's live stream had already erupted, the comments flying by so fast that no faces could be seen. Luo Tianxiang gritted his teeth in frustration. To hell with your weather forecast. If you want to die, I'll oblige. Bring him to me. Didn't you say something? I'll make sure you can't say another word. Two burly men charged forward like ferocious tigers, one a bronze 9-star, the other a silver-level powerhouse. Although they couldn't casually use their powers in public, their physical prowess was far beyond ordinary humans, their ferocity honed on the battlefield. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Nan, a mere black iron 9-star, would not stand a chance even with the enhancement of a strength potion. But the situation was different. He was standing on the mat. As the burly man's fist came crashing toward Jiang Nan's abdomen with fierce force, Jiang Nan sidestepped and seized the man's arm, pulling with all his might. Crack! The sound of dislocation sent chills down the spine. The giant staggered, feeling a gust of wind at the back of his head, only to find Jiang Nan wielding a red brick, aiming it downwards with great ferocity. In a moment of desperation, the burly man attempted to unleash his beast transformation ability. But it failed to manifest. Bang! The brick shattered upon impact, and the man collapsed. The silver-level powerhouse, sensing the shift in momentum, tried to activate his water abilities but found himself utterly unable to do so. He stood there in shock, completely at a loss. What was happening? Jiang Nan, having honed his hand-to-hand combat skills, delivered a precise joint lock, breaking one of the man's arms. He then kicked hard at the man's slightly bent leg, resulting in another crack that made onlookers shudder. Both giants lay on the ground, drenched in sweat from the pain, yet not a single sound escaped their lips. Jiang Nan, appearing fully engrossed in the scene, solemnly raised his hand and beckoned, "I want to take on 10. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Yip, man? Is that you, Master Yi? 10. Where are the other 10? There are only 9 left. Wow, how old is he? No wonder he is so bold. You. How can this be? You're just a black iron 9-star. Luo Tianxiang's mind buzzed with disbelief. Just moments ago. One of his silver-level spirit warriors had been taken down in mere seconds without even getting a chance to use his powers. The unfolding scene shattered his worldview. How could he be so strong yet be here selling on the street? Jiang Nan smirked. My black iron is made of meteorite. They have no idea that as long as I stand on this mat, not even a silver level can challenge me. Be careful, Luo Xiao. This guy is not normal. He might possess domain abilities. Don't approach him easily. Otherwise, we might not be able to protect you. Luo Tianxiang's face contorted with rage. I don't care. All of you, attack. Let us see how long he can hold out. Just then, someone shouted, if you hit me again, I'll call the police. The audacity of spirit warriors to act so brazenly in public was truly astounding. Su Yuan chimed in. I have so many viewers watching. It won't look good if this gets out. Jiang Nan, having gained so many followers, could not remain a bystander. Luo Tianxiang seethed with resentment. Even though the Luo family wielded immense power, in this era, spirit warriors attacking in public was a significant taboo. The Huaxia government had exerted considerable effort to maintain social stability in this age of spiritual awakening, and with so many witnesses at the night market. Any incident would place the Luo family in a precarious position, leading to substantial losses. You wait. I will make you wish you were never born. Trust me. I have that capability. Luo Tianxiang snarled. Jiang Nan scoffed. A barking dog doesn't bite. You. Let us go. Luo Tianxiang smashed his phone on the ground in frustration and turned to leave. His phone had just been replaced that morning. And now he had broken two in a single day, all because of Jiang Nan. Wait up. Jiang Nan called out as he began to pack up his stall. By the time he reached the entrance of the night market, the stretched Lincoln had already driven away. What? What is happening? Did the stall owner just chase after them? This is unbelievable. The world of Lin Wu was still unaware of the significant loss Luo Dasha had suffered at Jiang Nan's hands. Jiang Nan wasn't about to let it go. He watched the roaring Lincoln speed away, pulling out his domestic phone and vanishing in an instant. Inside the Lincoln, Luo Tianxiang wore a dark expression, holding a glass of champagne. Suddenly, Jiang Nan appeared in the car, casually draping an arm over Luo Tianxiang's shoulder. Luo Tianxiang's face turned pale with terror, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, causing him to spill champagne all over his pants. Damn it. You. Jiang Nan raised his domestic phone. Come. Give me a smile. He hugged Luo Tianxiang, flashing a radiant smile. Click. The shutter sounded, and Jiang Nan vanished without a trace. The Lincoln driver, startled by the sudden turn of events, slammed on the brakes, sending Luo Tianxiang, still damp, crashing into the liquor cabinet due to inertia. A cacophony ensued as glass shards and liquor scattered everywhere. Then bang! The Land Rover trailing behind failed to brake in time and collided. Just as Luo Tianxiang pulled his head out, he barely had time to catch his breath before the liquor cabinet toppled over him. As Jiang Nan walked home, he glanced at the photo on his phone. In the picture, he wore a beaming smile, while Luo Tianxiang looked horrified. His eyes wide and a large wet spot beneath him. TSK. This guy really doesn't photograph well. Please support the book, leave comments, and give a 5-star rating. 50 comments will earn an additional chapter. Chapter 18. What are your intentions? Upon returning home, Jiang Nan collapsed onto his bed. Gazing at the photograph showcasing his radiant smile, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After making minor adjustments with photo editing software, he sent the image to Xia Yao. Jiang Nan. Xia Yao, who is he? He contacted me at the night market today. Do you know him? Before long, Xia Yao responded. A message from Langya, huh? What is going on? How did Luo Tianxiang end up like this? Why are his pants wet? His expression. Image. GIF. A small white rabbit clutching its belly and laughing on the ground. Xiao Nan. I absolutely adore you. Jiang Nan stared at Xia Yao's username and profile picture. Momentarily taken aback, he replied, he came to the night market looking for me, telling me to stay away from Shui, but I sent him packing. Xia Yao, are you all right? Luo Tianxiang is a terrible person, but he is quite powerful. Bronze 8 star, and he possesses beast transformation abilities. I'm worried. Nanshin, what do you think? Look at my radiant smile. Xia Yao, haha. I'm curious how you pulled that off. But don't let your guard down. He is quite insidious and loves to scheme behind the scenes. Both Shui and I have suffered at his hands. Jiang Nan furrowed his brow. What happened exactly? What were you going to say that day during dinner? Xia Yao. You know, we spiritual warriors usually enter the spirit ruins in teams. I have beast transformation abilities. Xia Shui specializes in fire output. Luo Tianxiang controls lightning, and then there's Han Qing, who serves as our tank. Luo Tianxiang has a liking for Xia Shui. The Luo family is deeply entrenched and influential in the north, and Old Master Zhang also seems to support their union. Initially, our team was harmonious. But once Luo Tianxiang gained his family's backing, he became increasingly aggressive. He kept trying to get close to Xia Shui in the spirit ruins and forbade her from interacting with other males. Of course, Xia Shui would never be with someone like him, but she finds it distressing. After all, the Zhong family has helped her, and with the old man saying that, she is caught in a dilemma. One time during a gathering, he went so far as to spike Xia Shui's drink. If I hadn't noticed in time, it would have been disastrous. After that incident, the team became increasingly discordant, and now just seeing that guy makes me want to vomit. Jiang Nan's expression darkened as he read through Xia Yao's barrage of messages. He was no saint. Zhang Mingxue was the only person of significance in his life. Their upbringing in the orphanage had been harsh, and they relied on each other. Jiang Nan remembered every little kindness Zhang Mingxue had shown him. This bond was utterly irreplaceable. Now that they had finally reunited, how could he allow someone to threaten the person he cherished? Regardless of the Luo family's stature, he would not let Luo Tianxiang have his way. He quickly replied, "Tomorrow is Saturday, a day off from school. How about we go on a little outing?" Image. GIF. Looking forward to it. Xia Yao, what are your intentions? Jiang Nan, lying on his bed, felt a shiver run down his spine. He envisioned Xia Yao with her striking silver hair and captivating figure, swallowing hard. Was this stunning beauty really so accommodating? Was she not upset about the shorts incident? Who would dare? I fear your formidable grip. From Xia Yao. Anger points 333. Humph. I don't just lock anyone up. Quickly tell me. What do you plan for tomorrow? Jiang Nan. Naturally, we are going out to stir up some trouble. An eye for an eye. Now that things have escalated, why not take the initiative? Xia Yao, are we targeting Luo Tianxiang? Do you have a plan? Count me in. Unbeknownst to Jiang Nan, Xia Yao, lying on her bed and playing with her phone, had already sprung up in excitement. Jiang Nan, ahem. It's a covert operation. Don't tell Shui Shui. Xia Yao, oh no. I was too loud. Xia Shui is coming to my room. Jiang Nan? Too loud? Wait, are they living together? When did that happen? Have they? Xia Yao had already gotten a hold of something significant. Jiang Nan felt as though he had stumbled upon a monumental revelation. Without further ado, he messaged, "Tomorrow morning, I'll pick you up." Zhong Mingxue, dressed in a light white nightgown, rubbed her sleepy eyes as she opened the door. Xia Yao, why are you making such a racket at night? Why aren't you asleep? Xia Yao, in a playful tone, replied, I had a nightmare. I'm so scared. Shui Shui, sleep with me. Zhong Mingxue, expressionless, responded, dream on. She turned and closed the door behind her. Such indifference. As Jiang Nan lay on his bed, he contemplated tomorrow's plans, already forming a rough outline in his mind. A sly grin crept across his face as he envisioned the possibilities. Checking his anger points, he discovered he had amassed over 700,000. All thanks to those delightful classmates. The detox yellow beans were indeed powerful. 10 consecutive draws. Here we go. Thank you for your patronage. 1 kilogram of consolation detox yellow beans. After a series of thank you for your patronage, Jiang Nan had grown accustomed to it. After 5 attempts, he obtained 3 marrow-cleansing fruits and 47 kilograms of detox yellow beans. The detox yellow beans were now classified in the system store. They could be purchased for 200 anger points. Jiang Nan could hardly contain his exasperation. As for the remaining 2 rounds of 10 consecutive draws, another marrow-cleansing fruit emerged. The last 19 yielded a new consolation prize. Thank you for your patronage. A bundle of spiritual leeks. Spiritual leeks. Effect. Consuming them will make you more masculine and blissful. The effect lasts for 3 days and nights. Suitable for all genders. A must-have for handsome men and beautiful women. Jiang Nan was bewildered. Spiritual leeks? Wasn't that just blue candy? 3 days and nights. 3 days and nights. Non-stop. Incredible. On a whim, Jiang Nan contemplated preparing a dish of leeks with scrambled eggs to taste the flavor. However, He hesitated. This was a significant matter. He could not afford to experiment carelessly. What if something went wrong? This was about lifelong happiness. Nonetheless, he devoured the 4 marrow-cleansing fruits he had drawn, consuming them like a hamster munching on sunflower seeds. Jiang Nan felt his talents elevate, and his cultivation reached the pinnacle of black iron 10-star. He was just one step away from entering the bronze level. Thus far, Jiang Nan had consumed 6 marrow-cleansing fruits. By the time he reached the 5th, he sensed no further enhancement in his talent. It seemed he had hit the limit with these drugs. Indeed, the marrow-cleansing fruit had appeared in the system store, priced at 100,000 anger points. Quite exorbitant. It seemed that next time he attempted 10 consecutive draws, genuine rewards would not include marrow-cleansing fruits. He wondered what he would receive instead. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nan suddenly remembered something and hurriedly opened the alternate space for a check. What followed was a heart-wrenching wail. The 100,000 yuan earned from Farmer Three Fist had, as expected, been reduced to 999,001. He was left with just 1,000. His skill points had reached 1,013 points. That tragic scream even awakened Zhou Yuqing. What happened to you? Jiang Nan go? That sound was like. Did you bump your leg on the table corner? Did your toe hit the cabinet door? Did the zipper pinch your chin? Did your phone hit your face? The misery echoed throughout the room. Chapter 19. A proper young man does not eat breakfast despite countless calculations. One could not evade the system's harvest. Or perhaps one had been forcibly charged a stall fee. Upon reviewing the skills section, Jiang Nan was taken aback. Skill: Unarmed Combat, Proficient LV1. Skill: Slapping Bricks, LV0. Could slapping bricks truly be considered a skill? Was there no end to the absurdity? It seemed that the act of striking that burly man's head had inadvertently triggered a learning opportunity. With over 1,000 skill points at his disposal, Jiang Nan, in an extravagant manner, decided to max it out, deducting 100 skill points. Skill: Slapping Bricks, Proficient LV1. In an instant, a plethora of information flooded his mind. Jiang Nan had underestimated it. Indeed, there was sophistication to slapping bricks. This was a profound art form. Not wishing to waste the remaining skill points, he allocated them all to Unarmed Combat. Unarmed Combat, Proficient LV91. Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned. To his dismay, he had not leveled up. Advancing from proficiency in Unarmed Combat required a staggering 10 skill points for a single upgrade. Was it too much to ask for a heads-up? Now, he was left with a pitiful 3 points. With lingering frustration, Jiang Nan slipped into a restless slumber. The next morning, rising early, he was brushing his teeth in the courtyard when he heard a commotion in the alley. Sensing something amiss, he quickly changed his attire and stepped outside. At the alley's entrance, a Koenigsegg Blue Ghost was parked. Xia Yao, donning sunglasses, showcased her long legs clad in light-colored fitted jeans, paired with a stylish denim jacket, a crop top, and a white beret that elegantly framed her silver hair. She was peering down the alley. The elderly residents were captivated by the spectacle, and even Zhou Yuqing was present. This girl was truly stunning. And that car? It was reputed to be extraordinarily expensive. Was she waiting for someone? Who could possibly be lost in their neighborhood? Zhou Yuqing, equally intrigued, happened to catch sight of Jiang Nan as he emerged. Brother Jiang Nan? Where are you off to? Aren't you supposed to be in class today? With a grin, Jiang Nan replied, I have an appointment with a friend, just a little errand. Just as Zhou Yuqing was about to speak, Xiaoyou noticed Jiang Nan and waved exuberantly. Xiao Nan, over here. Jiang Nan thought to himself, of course I saw you. How could I possibly miss the radiant beauty? Zhou Yuqing stood in astonishment, pondering whether this beautiful sister had come to seek out Jiang Nan. As she watched Jiang Nan wave, a frown creased Zhou Yuqing's brow. When had he become acquainted with someone so affluent? Why then? Did he still reside in a rented apartment? Was he contemplating moving away? If he did, would their paths ever cross again? The mind of a young girl was often filled with such musings. She felt increasingly bewildered by Jiang Nan. The elderly residents were equally taken aback. Realizing she had come looking for him, Jiang Nan sighed in exasperation. Xia Yao, did we not agree on a low-profile approach? Your blue ghost. A staggering 11 million. With a playful smile, Xia Yao ruffled Jiang Nan's hair. Noting how his dark hair had grown into a neat buzz cut over the past few days, he appeared particularly spirited and clean. It was said that a buzz cut was the hallmark of a handsome man, and Jiang Nan had certainly mastered it. I am already sufficiently discreet. Thank you. If I had driven the big G, Shui would have spotted me immediately. I deliberated for quite some time before selecting Little Blue. Deliberated? Was there more than one vehicle? Jiang Nan replied with utmost seriousness. I truly do not wish to exert myself any further. Please reconsider. From Xiaoyao, 333 in resentment points. Enough of your banter. Get in the car. Under the watchful eyes of the elderly residents, the gullwing doors opened, and Jiang Nan slid into the luxurious interior. As the engine roared to life, the blue ghost sped away. The alley was uneven, and Jiang Nan winced at the sound of the undercarriage scraping against the surface. Yet, Xiaoyu seemed unfazed, her excitement palpable. Quickly tell me your plan. With a mischievous grin, Jiang Nan inquired, where is Luo Tianxiang at this moment? Without hesitation, Xiaoyao responded, he should be at home. He'll be heading to Luo Tian building shortly. I've already gathered all the details. Let us go. First, we shall visit his residence. Understood. At this juncture, Xiaoyao was fully engaged. Outside the Haitan Villa district, Jiang Nan remained in the car, busily ordering takeout on his phone. Xiaoyao leaned over curiously. Order me a serving of buns, all meat. As she handed him a brand new iPhone 11, Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback. What are you dawdling for? She urged. This is for you. I mentioned I would replace it last time. Jiang Nan sighed with gratitude. It feels wonderful not to have to struggle. From Xiaoyao, 666 in resentment points. Xiaoyao's cheeks flushed with warmth, refusing to be outdone. Leaning close to Jiang Nan's ear, she gently whispered, Sister has some soft rice. Would you care to partake? Jiang Nan, with utmost seriousness, replied, What a coincidence. My teeth are sensitive. I can't manage anything hard. Xiaoyao rolled her eyes, resigned to Jiang Nan's playful nature. You are incorrigible. Shui told me you used to climb into rat holes as a child. I didn't believe her until now. Jiang Nan had no retort, for it was indeed true. Before long, the famished delivery driver arrived. Looking utterly bewildered in front of the villa district, Jiang Nan quickly exited the car, calling out, I placed the order. The delivery driver was momentarily dumbfounded. What is going on? Is it common for someone driving a Koenigsegg to be so extravagant? Initially, Xiaoyao paid little heed to the unfolding scene. However, when she saw Jiang Nan speaking with the driver, grinning as he slipped him 500 yuan, her expression shifted to one of disbelief. The driver then began to undress. Xiaoyao gasped, What in broad daylight? Yet, Jiang Nan re-emerged from the vehicle clad in the delivery uniform, sporting a baseball cap and a mask. Xiaoyu sighed in relief, grateful that her imagination had run wild. Back in the car, Jiang Nan tossed Xiaoyao her order of buns. Wait, you didn't order this breakfast to eat, did you? Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly, Of course not. What proper young person eats breakfast nowadays? Xiaoyao stared at the buns cradled in her arms. From Xiaoyao, 888 in resentment points. Just don't show your face later. The Koenigsegg Blue Ghost roared towards the Haitan Villa district, leaving a bewildered delivery driver in its wake. Was it customary for the wealthy to be so unconventional? Naturally, those residing in the villa district were affluent, and upon seeing the car, the security guard did not even attempt to intervene. He marveled at the elegant curves of the Blue Ghost, only to be further astonished when the door swung open, revealing Jiang Nan in the delivery attire, carrying a thermal box. The guard was left speechless. Is this how extravagant delivery drivers have become? Can one even earn enough from a single order to cover fuel costs? Chapter 20. The mighty soy milk. Jiang Nan opened the thermos box, adding a few seasonings to the soy milk inside. It was nothing extraordinary, just half a bottle of a potent ingredient and 10 small detoxifying yellow bean powders. Quite generous. Indeed. He pressed the doorbell at the villa. Delivery. Moments later, an elderly butler in a tailcoat with a white mustache answered the door, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Nan's work attire. Before the butler could utter a word, Jiang Nan inquired, Is this Mr. Luo? The butler furrowed his brow. Was this the meal ordered by the young master? Just as he was lost in thought, Jiang Nan had already handed over the soup dumplings and soy milk. Don't forget to leave a 5-star review, he hinted mischievously before turning to leave. Meanwhile, upstairs, Luo Tianxiang was drying his hair. sporting dark circles under his eyes and a band-aid on his cheek from an unfortunate encounter with the liquor cabinet the previous night. His head bore a noticeable bump. "Who is it?" he called. "A delivery." "The young master's order," the butler replied. Luo Tianxiang was puzzled. He hadn't placed any order. However, the sight of the dumplings and soy milk stirred his appetite, so he said, "Just put it on the table. I'll have it later." Typically, he would skip breakfast. Not out of lack of hunger, but sheer laziness. But when food was delivered to him, how could he refuse? Sitting on the sofa, he took a bite of a dumpling and a sip of the soy milk. "What? Whose soy milk is this? It seems diluted. But the flavor is rich and the bean aroma is strong." After finishing the soy milk, he felt invigorated, his fatigue vanishing. "Good reviews," he thought, rubbing his cheeks. A cold smile forming on his lips. He had already tracked down Jiang Nan's address and had contacted the Luo Group overnight to finalize the acquisition and renovation plans. Today, he intended to follow up on this matter. If he was opposing the young master, he would ensure Jiang Nan had nowhere to call home. This was merely the first step. Stepping outside, a refreshing breeze greeted him, and he noted, "It's a bit cool today." The butler caught a glimpse of Luo Tianxiang's departing figure, the bald spot on his head momentarily causing him to doubt his eyesight. Just as he was about to call out, Luo Tianxiang had already left. Sighing, the butler thought, "Old age is making me forgetful." Meanwhile, Jiang Nan and Xia Yao, hidden in their car, watched as Luo Tianxiang exited. Xia Yao gasped, her eyes fixated on his bald head, which gleamed in the sunlight. "Oh my, he is bald. So shiny. And what is with that bump? I can't take it. Xia Nan, I'm going to die laughing." Xia Yao hugged Jiang Nan, giggling uncontrollably. Tears streaming from her eyes. "What did you put in that soy milk? You're so bad. I love it." Jiang Nan, trying to suppress his laughter, felt his face contort at her enthusiasm. "Shoo, keep it down. He hasn't noticed us." Surprisingly, Luo Tianxiang had not noticed. He climbed into his GTR, the engine roaring as he sped towards the Luo Group. "Quick, let us follow," Xia Yao urged, pressing the gas pedal to the floor. Inside the car, Luo Tianxiang wore an odd expression as his stomach growled ominously, a wave of discomfort washing over him. "What is wrong with my stomach?" He decided to hold it in until he reached the company. But as the discomfort grew unbearable, he pressed the accelerator harder. Xia Yao, puzzled, remarked, "Why is he driving faster?" Jiang Nan chuckled to himself. If he is not speeding, how can he handle this? That was a hefty dose. "Do you really think he'll have to open the window soon?" Xia Yao asked, astonished. At that moment, Luo Tianxiang's face turned pale. He heard a loud noise, and his complexion grew even more as the smell within the car became unbearable, nearly making him vomit the dumplings he had just consumed. He quickly rolled down the window, gasping for fresh air, and accelerated even more. Xia Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. "He really rolled down the window. How did you know?" Jiang Nan remained silent as the situation unfolded. Luo Tianxiang, gripping the steering wheel tightly, his arms tense with veins bulging, was drenched in sweat as he fought to keep control. Regret washed over him for the decision he had made earlier. "Damn it, I hit rush hour," he roared, his voice echoing in frustration. After half an hour of traffic, he finally ceased his shouting, fearing that a single loud cry might lead to disaster. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan, removing his work attire, waved to Xia Yao. She leaned in, excitement sparkling in her eyes. "Did you hear that?" Jiang Nan whispered playfully. Xia Yao felt a tickle in her ear, her cheeks flushed, her eyes gleaming. "Really? How thrilling. I love it." Jiang Nan gave her a high five before returning to the car, instructing, "Wait for me to come back." "Understood, Commander Jiang." Luo Tianxiang finally reached the company. Rushing toward the building, his walk awkward and constrained, afraid to take large steps. Every employee he passed stared in astonishment before biting their lips to stifle laughter, greeting him. "Good morning, young Master Luo." Even as he walked by, they continued to gaze after him. Luo Tianxiang felt a strange sense of pride. It had been a long time since he had garnered such attention. However, he had no time to acknowledge them and headed straight for the elevator. In a concealed corner, Jiang Nan opened a portal to a different dimension, retrieving a ladder and hoisting it onto his shoulder. He marched toward the Luo Tower. A security guard stopped him. "What is your purpose?" "Electrical maintenance," Jiang Nan replied confidently, and the guard let him through. Indeed, TikTok had not misled him. He had seen a video suggesting that as long as one carried a ladder, they would not be stopped anywhere. Inside the elevator, Luo Tianxiang stood frozen, pressing the button for the 33rd floor. Just as the doors were about to close, a hand reached in, Jiang Nan with the ladder. Luo Tianxiang felt himself losing his mind. Couldn't you have waited for the next one? I'm in a hurry. To his utter despair, Jiang Nan pressed every button from the 2nd to the 33rd floor. Apologies. Electrical maintenance requires me to check each floor, Jiang Nan stated nonchalantly. Luo Tianxiang attempted to exit but hesitated when he noticed a young woman in professional attire holding a folder, smiling at him. Suddenly, the elevator began to move. Chapter 21. Facing Death? The elevator ascends. Due to inertia, individuals often experience a sensation of falling downward. Ordinarily, this would not be alarming. However, the predicament for Luo Tianxiang was quite different. After all, he had some baggage to contend with. As the elevator began its ascent, Luo Tianxiang squeezed his legs together and grasped the handrail in an awkward position. Luo Tianxiang's resentment value 1,000. The elevator halted on the 2nd floor, and Jiang Nan pretentiously peeked out to observe the corridor lights, all while inwardly reveling in laughter. So, they wished to target me, did they? So, they aimed to intimidate Zhongying Xue? Today, I shall demonstrate to you the true meaning of despair. As the elevator doors closed once more, Luo Tianxiang's gaze towards Jiang Nan was now laced with malice. But this glance proved to be a grave error. The elevator doors were made of stainless steel and reflective. Luo Tianxiang was struck by the sight of a bald head, adorned with a large purple bruise on top. His mind went blank momentarily. What the heck? Who is this grimacing, sweaty, and boisterous fool? This is it not me? Luo Tianxiang exploded with rage. Luo Tianxiang's resentment value 1,000. The resentment value list refreshed frantically. He had already deduced that the soy milk he consumed that morning was suspect. His heart seethed with anger. Who the hell is messing with me? He was on the verge of exploding, but as the elevator resumed its journey, oh my beloved Mother Maria, the handrail was nearly deformed from Luo Tianxiang's grip. Jiang Nan could even hear Luo Tianxiang's teeth grinding. 10? Is that a bit excessive? The elevator continued upward, halting at each floor. Luo Tianxiang struggled to suppress the urge to unleash his pent-up frustration as he helplessly watched the elevator ascend to the 32nd floor. Along the way, his resentment value never ceased to climb. Victory was nearly within reach. At that moment, Jiang Nan calmly retrieved his phone and made a call. Simultaneously, a loud click echoed, and the entire Luo Tian building plunged into darkness. The elevator became trapped between the 32nd and 33rd floors. Luo Tianxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? The young lady initially exhibited some panic, but soon regained her composure, dialing the emergency phone within the elevator. All right. It will take half an hour to fix? All right. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianxiang was utterly bewildered. What? Half an hour? I am literally on the brink of death here. He immediately yanked down the elevator handrail, shouting at the two individuals, "Turn around, both of you." The young lady looked puzzled, wondering what had gotten into Luo's Shadade. Jiang Nan suddenly felt an ominous premonition. A look of terror crossed his face. No way? Is he about to? Luo Tianxiang could hardly care about anything else. He could not endure another half hour. Ah, you pervert. The young lady's face flushed instantly, and she turned away. Under Jiang Nan's terrified gaze, Luo Tianxiang crouched down to commence his act. Jiang Nan exclaimed, "What the hell?" He quickly opened his spatial pocket, retrieving a pre-prepared gas mask to don over his face, even offering one to the young lady. He then pulled out his phone and activated the recording mode. The young lady was now in a frenzy. What is happening? A gas mask? Are you serious, big brother? Amidst the cacophony of drums and firecrackers, Luo Tianxiang's face finally revealed a look of relief. She could never have anticipated that Luo Xiao would in the company elevator accompanied by the young lady's screams. Luo Tianxiang finally noticed Jiang Nan recording him. What on earth is going on? There are no more than 10 individuals in the world with spatial abilities. Jiang Nan, you are messing with me. I will ensure you have no place to be buried. Ado. Luo Tianxiang was truly losing his mind, ready to strike, but given the current situation, he could not even rise. Jiang Nan sneered. You should focus on your own predicament first. Meanwhile, The security personnel monitoring the surveillance footage were left dumbfounded. They quickly called over their colleagues to witness the spectacle. Then, the entire Luotian building echoed with an announcement. Attention, individuals in the elevator. Please maintain your decorum. What is happening? What is wrong with the elevator? You wouldn't believe it. A fierce individual is in the elevator. Oh, really? Impressive, impressive. A true talent, my friend. Since the power was out, the employees had nothing better to do. Countless individuals flocked to witness the commotion. Luo Tianxiang clenched his teeth tightly. Removing his short-sleeved shirt to cover his face at this moment, covering his face was his only option. Jiang Nan, you will pay for this. Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes, saying, How I told you, a barking dog doesn't bite. Do not trouble Zhong Yingshuer again, nor engage in any behind-the-scenes antics. Otherwise, this video will appear on major news platforms. The sensational news of Luo Tian's heir will surely attract attention. Despite Luo Tianxiang's seething hatred, he found himself powerless against Jiang Nan. You have your connections, and I have my narrative. Not very formidable, but you best not provoke me. With that, Jiang Nan teleported out of the elevator, leaving only the gas mask-clad young lady in a state of existential doubt within the elevator once liberated. Luo Tianxiang could only think of three things. Should he inform his father? Should he relocate abroad? Should he bid farewell to this world after returning to his office? Luo Tianxiang locked himself in the bathroom and refused to emerge. 3 hours later, Luo Tianxiang finally emerged, feeling refreshed. Despite his lingering animosity towards Jiang Nan, he had no choice but to contact his associates to halt the acquisition of the housing development project. There was no other option. Currently, Jiang Nan held the leverage. If he provoked him further, he might truly ignite a fire. Jiang Nan, do not let me catch you. Luo Tianxiang's teeth ground in frustration. This was the second time he had suffered at Jiang Nan's hands. The cleaning lady, who had just completed her cleaning of the elevator and was pondering her life, now entered the office bathroom. The moment she pushed the door open, she was taken aback. The toilet was shattered. Fragments of porcelain lay scattered, resembling the aftermath of a grenade explosion. What is Luo Xiao truly that formidable? Can he shatter a toilet just by using it? These martial artists are indeed exceedingly powerful. Little did she know. The combination of strength and the detoxifying little yellow beans has remarkable effects. Luo Tianxiang became the first fortunate soul to experience the results. Walking down the street, Jiang Nan reflected on the situation. It turns out that when one is cornered, they truly may act irrationally. Upon returning to the car, Xia Yao eagerly awaited Jiang Nan's return. How was my timing in cutting the power? Jiang Nan smiled. Perfectly executed. At the very least, Luo Tianxiang will be quite subdued for a considerable time. Xia Yao curiously leaned in to ask, What exactly did you do in there? What was the power cut for? Jiang Nan grinned mischievously. Do you truly wish to know? Xia Yao nodded eagerly like a chick pecking for grain. Yes, I want to see. Jiang Nan then played the video he had just recorded. Xia Yao, pff ha ha ha. Xiao Nan, you were too ruthless. She was already laughing uncontrollably. Now I even feel a bit sorry for the guy, but it is quite satisfying. Let him bully Xiao Shui. Jiang Nan chuckled. It is unavoidable. After all, I am the legendary bad man. Chapter 22. The Joyful Life of Wang Kai. Hurry, hurry. Send it to me. Xia Yao urged impatiently. Jiang Nan, unable to refuse her, complied. On the way home, Xia Yao turned to Jiang Nan with a serious expression and said, Honestly, Jiang Nan, consider joining our team. As spiritual warriors explore the spirit ruins, only the team model ensures safety. We need to kick out that Luo Tianxiang and his accomplice, Han Xiang. Your spatial abilities will grow tremendously. Your combat power will be unmatched. Xiao Shua would be thrilled if you joined us. Jiang Nan scratched his head. I would like to, but I'm in my 3rd year of high school. I can't just transfer schools, can I? Xia Yao retorted. Why not? I can arrange it for you. Jiang Nan realized Xia Yao was ready to wield her financial prowess. However, transferring suddenly would tarnish his reputation. The competition in the Spirit Martial Arts Academy of Songjiang is fierce, and they value strength highly. If you truly wish to come, you must earn it yourself. Jiang Nan was taken aback. Earn it? How? Every semester, Jiang City No. 1 High School has 3 exchange student spots. The top 3 students of the year-end exams are sent to our school for focused training. Just aim for the top 3 in your final assessment. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. It was indeed a feasible plan. However, he had never participated in the year-end assessments of his school. As a top student, he could probably manage to secure the first place in academics with some effort, though his English was slightly lacking. The real challenge lay in the practical test for the spirit martial class, which involved hunting spirit beasts in the spirit ruins. The issue was that Jiang Nan had never entered the spirit ruins in 3 years of high school. The nearest spirit ruins were located at Changbai Mountain, where only those with a black iron ranking of 5 stars or above were permitted entry. He didn't even know what spirit beasts looked like. There's only a month left until the final exams. You must work hard, Xiaonan. Xia Yao leaned closer to Jiang Nan, whispering enticingly, if you secure the first place, I'll give you a grand reward. A unique fragrance, reminiscent of youthful allure, wafted into Jiang Nan's senses, causing him to shudder. Keep your eyes on the road. Jiang Nan stammered. Xia Yao huffed. 333 points of resentment from Xia Yao. I'll think about it. No. You must move in with us. Xiao Xue and I are renting a villa. She paused. You're just a black iron 7. Wait. When did you rise to black iron 10 stars? Her voice suddenly peaked in pitch. Jiang Nan touched his nose. I had no choice. Just put in a little effort. I don't want to push myself, but you refused to help me. Xia Yao shot him a reproachful glance, internally astonished. Just the other day, he was a black iron 7 star. How could he have reached black iron 10 stars in just a few days? Was his talent truly E-grade? How many secrets are you hiding? This is for you. See if you can break through to bronze. It'll also increase your chances for the final exam. Xia Yao, amidst Jiang Nan's astonished gaze, reached into her chest and pulled out 2 spirit orbs, placing them into his hands. Feeling the lingering warmth of the spirit orbs, Jiang Nan swallowed hard. He had only seen such scenes in animated shows. Was this the legendary, concealed treasure? Blushing, Xia Yao retorted. What kind of absurd animated shows are you watching? These spirit orbs are quite valuable. You must take good care of them. They are over 200,000 each. And the Spirit Martial Association regulates them strictly. It's hard to even find a way to buy or sell them. Jiang Nan nodded seriously. Only you could do this. Others would have the means to hide spirit orbs like this. Xia Yao's annoyance grew as Jiang Nan lifted the orbs to his nose and sniffed. They smell delightful. From Xia Yao's resentment. 333. She immediately regretted giving the spirit orbs to Jiang Nan. You shouldn't be so careless. Kicking Jiang Nan out of the car, Xia Yao warned, if you don't come in first, just wait and see how I deal with you. As Jiang Nan watched the blue phantom drive away, he shook his head and chuckled. The spirit orbs in his hand radiated a crimson glow. They were indeed attribute spirit orbs, of bronze quality. Spirit orbs originated from spirit beasts, which possessed formidable combat power and were exceedingly rare. Their value naturally soared. For spiritual warriors awakening the 5 elemental abilities, absorbing corresponding attribute spirit orbs proved exceptionally beneficial. However, for someone like Jiang Nan, whose abilities were unique, absorbing spirit orbs of any attribute yielded the same results. Spatial attribute spirit orbs existed, but they were exceedingly scarce and difficult for Jiang Nan to acquire at present. The fire attribute spirit orb was likely what Xia Yao intended for Xiaoxue. Bronze, then, let us give it a try. Uncharacteristically, Jiang Nan skipped the night market today and returned home to absorb the spirit orbs. By the time he finished, it was already past 7 in the evening. His cultivation remained at black iron 10 stars. Jiang Nan rubbed his temples, realizing that breaking through this bottleneck was no simple task. Suddenly recalling something, Jiang Nan chuckled mischievously. He retrieved a bundle of spirit-infused chives from his inventory and busily prepared them. He then went to the adjacent yard and called out, Wang Kai, come. A Shiba Inu sprang out from the corner doghouse, panting with excitement, and approached him affectionately. Woof woof you. Jiang Nan pulled a sausage from his pocket and offered it to the dog, stroking its head with a sigh. Look at you, living such a miserable life. I've moved here for 3 years and haven't seen you find a mate. A confirmed single dog. Passing on the family line is a serious matter. I can't just stand by and do nothing. Let me help you. Don't mention it. Wang Kai devoured the sausage with gusto, wagging its tail enthusiastically, blissfully unaware that it was munching on a chive hidden within the sausage. Old man Wang from next door called out, Xiao Nan, haven't tea at dinner yet? Come over for some food. Jiang Nan coughed awkwardly. No need, no need. Feeling guilty, he quickly ran off. Returning to the yard to observe Wang Kai's reaction, Wang Kai returned to its doghouse for a while, then excitedly wagged its tail. Woot woof. Oh woo. In a burst of energy, it dashed out of the doghouse, kicking up a cloud of dust as it raced towards Aunt Zhou's yard, where it spotted a snow-white Haba dog named Guogua lounging under a tree. The two dogs locked eyes in a curious standoff. Guogua. Wang Kai woof woof woof. Guogua. Woof woof woof. Zhou Yuqing, picking vegetables in the yard, stared at the two dogs for over 10 seconds. Her face turned crimson. Mom. Our Guogua. Guogua and. With a heart full of satisfaction, Jiang Nan returned to the house. Wang Kai, you must do your best. Spirit-infused chives are a treasure. Chapter 23, a modicum of respect for our profession, perhaps? Lying in bed, Jiang Nan scrolled through Weibo for a while longer. He was astonished to find that his followers had inexplicably surged to over 30,000. Among them were 3 who had shown him particular concern. One, named Ting Shui, was undoubtedly Zhongying Shui. And then there was that user, Yi Gulang. Sister Xiaoyao, please, refrain from being so juvenile. The final one was a streamer named Su Yuan, who had sent him a private message. Bro, why didn't you set up your stall today? Did your backyard well run dry? Jiang Nan, taken aback, casually replied, I'll go tomorrow. Remember to come. I'll teach you how to kick durians. From Su Yuan, anger level 888. Humph. Playing games with me? After a moment's thought, Jiang Nan changed his Weibo name to I am 2 Nan and posted his first Weibo, I am 2 Nan. 1 minute ago from iPhone 11 Pro Max. If you have the ability, just click it. Humph. Consider yourself competent. P.S. New goal. Academic year topper. Before long, a flurry of replies flooded in, wasting my feelings. The stall owner is heartless. I knew he was a student. Young man, why didn't you come today? We missed you. I drove 250 kilometers to Jiang Nan night market today, hoping to buy a bottle of Dali, but you didn't show up. Ting Shui. Xiao Nan, keep it up. Yi Gulang. I'll pinch your chubby cheeks. Jiang Nan beamed. This was the first time he truly wanted to do something for himself, and equally for Zhongying Shui and Xiaoyao. Having set aside his phone, Jiang Nan was ready to sleep. Yet, who could have anticipated that the entire area erupted into a cacophony of bizarre howls in the dead of night? The culprit was none other than Wang Diye's dog, Wang Kai. Guogua from Zhou Yuqing's household was merely the beginning of Wang Kai's raucous escapades. After handling Guogua, Wang Kai was relentless. He then proceeded to Lu Dinyang's home, where he made a ruckus with a large wolf dog named Lai Fu. The entire night was fraught with chaos. Wang Kai raced through 108 households, conquering every little female dog in the village. By morning, a considerable crowd had gathered outside Wang Diye's door. Uncle Wang, could you please manage your Wang Kai? Last night, my tutu howled like it was in agony. Indeed, the 3 of us didn't sleep a wink. Wang Kai, he has too much. A woman nudged her man. Look at Wang Kai. Then look at you. Pathetic. Can't you learn something from him? The man? Wang Diye was equally bewildered. What's going on? Lo and behold, there was Wang Kai leisurely strolling down the alley, followed by more than 10 little female dogs, ranging from a Tibetan Mastiff to a Chihuahua. The diversity in size was astonishing. Wang Kai paraded with his entourage from house to house, his mouth curling into a characteristic Shiba Inu smile. This infuriated the male dogs, who barked furiously at Wang Kai. The louder they barked, the more exuberantly Wang Kai wagged his tail. Such is the pinnacle of canine existence, one might say. Jiang Nan silently gave a thumbs up. Wang Kai, well done. The potency of the spiritual leeks stirred something within Jiang Nan. Should he perhaps prepare a dish of leek and egg? For the time being, Wang Kai exhibited no unusual behavior. However, recalling the effects of Dali in the detoxifying yellow beans, Jiang Nan shivered. Perhaps it would be wise to observe for a couple more days. That evening, Jiang Nan arrived punctually at Jiangqing night market. Aside from 10 bottles of Farmer Sangwan, a bag of detoxifying yellow beans had also made its debut. The spiritual leeks remained under wraps, as he aimed to ascertain their side effects first. As soon as he unveiled his stall, the 10 bottles of Farmer Sangwan sold out instantly. The popularity of Dali exceeded Jiang Nan's wildest expectations. Thanks to Su Yuan's promotion and the buzz on Weibo, business was booming. However, to Jiang Nan's surprise, Bald Chong and Scarface were not yet disheartened. They had returned, albeit with fewer companions this time. The duo followed a burly man who donned a black t-shirt and tight jeans, close to 2 meters tall. With muscles carved like stone and bronzed skin topped with a buzz cut, he radiated an imposing presence, despite his youthful appearance. Didn't he come yesterday? Are you sure he is here today? Scarface assured, rest assured, Wu Shao. We've done our homework. Bald Chang chuckled, Wu Shao. This time we're counting on you. Wu Liang cracked his knuckles, grinning, if we don't teach him a lesson, he'll think we're pushovers. Upon reaching the stall, they were taken aback. What the hell? Nanshun? Wu Liang froze. He was also from Jiangcheng one high school and could hardly be unaware of Jiang Nan. He hadn't expected the person his 2 subordinates referred to would be Jiang Nan. A sinister smile crept across his face. Damn it. Last time, Jiang Nan broke the testing machine during the monthly exam, preventing Wu Liang from taking the test. Otherwise, the students from Ling Wu class Wu Ti have dared to act so proud. What better opportunity than this to reassert his dominance? To remind Jiang Nan who truly reigned supreme at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. As they approached the stall, Jiang Nan felt a shadow loom over him. He looked up to see Wu Liang, Scarface, and Bald Chang standing before him. He instinctively recognized they were here to cause trouble. Hey, I'm Wu Liang from Class 2. I'm here to find you today. Before Wu Liang could finish, a sudden voice interrupted. What the hell? Bro, we've finally been waiting for you. I'm Zheng Wei. Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback, raising his hand. You 3, wait a moment. Wu Liang. Scarface. Bald Chong. Wait a moment. We're here to stir up trouble. From Wu Liang. Anger level 888. From Scarface. Anger level 666. Meanwhile, Bald Chong's friend Zheng Wei approached with 2 young ladies in tow. Wu Liang noticed the 2 girls glancing at him curiously, causing him to bow his head slightly. Wow, this guy is so tall and strong. Isn't this your type? Oh dear. What are you saying? Wu Liang hesitated to ruin the moment, merely eyeing Jiang Nan with a cold smirk, contemplating how to deal with him. Zheng Wei, upon seeing Jiang Nan, was all warmth and familiarity. He enveloped Jiang Nan in a great bear hug, leaving Jiang Nan a bit dazed. Bro, you wouldn't believe it. After drinking your farmer's Sanquan, I've skyrocketed in the Ling Su. The rewards have been explosive. Haha. Indeed. I came by yesterday but couldn't find you, said one of the young ladies sweetly. I've been thinking about you these past few days. Unable to eat or drink. Wu Liang's face darkened. Jiang Nan, I'm here to find you. Ah, just wait a moment. Jiang Nan waved his hand impatiently. What the hell? We're here to confront you. Could you show a little respect for our profession? Just give us a little face, will you? This left the others feeling rather awkward. From Wu Liang. Anger level 999. Chapter 24. Impossible to stare at. Yet, with 2 young ladies by his side, Wu Liang felt too bashful to unleash his frustration. Zheng Wei raised an eyebrow and quipped. Do you still have those farmers 3 fists for sale? I want to purchase more. Jiang Nan chuckled, sensing the business opportunity unfolding. What is this? Not afraid of going bald this time? Zheng Wei retorted. Baldness is insignificant. Elevating my strength is what truly matters. As a power-type awakener, coupled with the farmer's 3 fists, it's a match made in heaven. Jiang Nan understood. Zheng Wei had tasted success. This was not the expected script. Playing this way would surely deprive him of resentment points. He hesitated to sell, but still inquired, How many do you want? Without a moment's thought, Zheng Wei declared. 100 bottles. Jiang Nan's eyes widened in astonishment. Sell? Why would I sell? Forget the resentment points. I want money. Zheng Wei was all smiles. And Jiang Nan promptly retrieved 3 bottles of strength potion from an alternate dimension. Zheng Wei was stunned, not by the potion, but by Jiang Nan's spatial abilities. Even the 2 young ladies gasped in astonishment. A spatial type? It was akin to stumbling upon a massive gold brick while walking. How many spatial types could there be in the world? And here was one, encountered at a street stall? Could he possibly be a true master? 3 bottles. Let us say 1 million. The extra is on the house. What do you think? Zheng Wei snapped back to reality. All right, I'll transfer the money right now. Jiang Nan was ecstatic. 1 million. He had never seen so much money in his life. Although, after the system's cut, he would only retain 10,000. At least he had once possessed such wealth. To have once possessed. Meanwhile, Wu Liang was bewildered. What was happening? A high school student negotiating $1 million deal at a street stall? That wasn't even the main point. The real shock was selling 3 bottles of mineral water for $1 million? What kind of water was this? Golden water? Wu Liang's mind was spinning, his worldview shattered. Hey, are you still selling? My uncle runs a mineral water company. How about 10,000 per bottle? Jiang Nan glared. Why are you being so tedious? Indeed. The essence of humanity is to be a mere parrot. Wu Liang erupted. A parrot? Have you ever seen such a muscular parrot? Oh, my short temper. Suddenly, with a rip, the black half-sleeve of Wu Liang's shirt burst apart. A wild aura enveloped him, dark, lustrous hair sprouting from his bare skin. His physique expanded, transforming him into a half-man, half-bear creature. Half-bear? Gasps erupted from the crowd. The transformation was astonishing, akin to a werewolf's metamorphosis, though instead of a wolf, Wu Liang had become a bear. At this moment, Jiang Nan felt a flicker of curiosity. Xia Yao's ability was beast transformation, and she transformed into a wolf. What would her transformation look like? Anticipation surged within him. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. Shall we? He strode towards a dark alley. Wu Liang displayed his sharp fangs and flexed his bare paw. Humph. At least you're sensible. Zheng Wei and the 2 young ladies exchanged worried glances. Brother. Perhaps I should. Jiang Nan waved his hand dismissively. Keep an eye on the stall. The girl with the bun exclaimed. Oh no. I think I'm mesmerized by his charm. What do I do about this crush? Zheng Wei, still concerned, remarked. The spatial type is quite fragile in the beginning. That bear is formidable. The young lady replied. Humph. What do you know? Beauty conquers all. Jiang Nan was not recklessly abandoning the advantage of standing on the stall. Rather, he wished to test the extent of his current capabilities in preparation for the upcoming finals. Wu Liang, with his bronze-level 3-star strength, was more than adequate as an opponent. In the alley, Wu Liang sneered, I've been eager to try you out. Don't worry, I won't let you die too easily. But what awaited him was a flying red brick. With a resounding crash, the brick shattered against his bare face. Wu Liang bellowed, charging towards Jiang Nan. His bare claw clenched into a fist, descending with tremendous force. The wall exploded with cracks like a spider's web. The sheer power shook the streetlight. Wu Liang paused. Where had Jiang Nan's figure gone? In a blink, Jiang Nan had teleported silently behind him, swinging the brick down upon Wu Liang's nape. Was my skill in brick swinging merely for show? The brick shattered, leaving Wu Liang dazed. He spun around, throwing a punch, but Jiang Nan caught it with both hands. Using the momentum to execute a perfect shoulder throw, Wu Liang's massive beastly form was hurled away, crashing into a streetlight and slamming against the wall. Before Wu Liang could regain his bearings, a barrage of bricks flew towards him. Bald-headed Chong and Scarface were left dumbfounded. What the heck? People throw flying knives, needles, and pebbles, but you throw bricks? Wu Liang roared, rising to attack again, his fist crashing down like cannonballs. Yet, he could not graze a single thread of Jiang Nan's clothing. Jiang Nan's teleportation was terrifyingly elusive. At this moment, Wu Liang recognized Jiang Nan's formidable prowess. His strength was immense, battle instinct impeccable, and his movements flowed without hesitation. How could someone who had languished in the back of the class for 3 years be so strong? Wu Liang realized he needed to unleash his true strength to stand a chance. With a mighty roar, he transformed once more, bursting through his clothes to reveal a towering black bear nearly 4 meters tall. His eyes gleamed fiercely, exuding an aura of terror. Yet, as he swung a massive paw, Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned, not for any other reason. But how could his beast transformation come with such wardrobe malfunctions? Was he not the least bit embarrassed? Brother, have some dignity. Why not wear some shorts? The image was indelible, a mental scar. Little did Jiang Nan know, Wu Liang did not wish to fight bare-skinned. There simply weren't shorts large enough to fit him. A typical 2-meter giant could not find shorts to accommodate his transformation into a 4-meter bear. In school, he had never dared to fully transform. Today, he had no choice. As a paw swung down, Wu Liang smashed a massive hole in the courtyard wall. Jiang Nan instantly teleported beside the fallen streetlight, seizing the lamppost and positioning it before him. Skill activated. Long Spear LV0. Added skill points, 100. Skill Long Spear, proficient LV0. Countless images flooded Jiang Nan's mind, as if he had trained for decades. He executed a beautiful flourish with the spear, launching a fierce strike toward Wu Liang. The sound of slicing air was deafening. Come on, Big Bear. Once, there was Wu Song who fought the tiger. Today, it's Jiang Nan taking on the black bear. Chapter 25. What kind of competitor is this? The streetlight spear sliced through the air with a piercing sound, striking Wu Liang with tremendous force. Bang! Wu Liang felt as if he had been hit by a truck. Nearly 800 pounds of beastly weight was sent flying. He gasped for breath, wincing in pain. Just as he was about to rise and fight again, he witnessed Jiang Nan's breathtaking maneuvers. In Jiang Nan's hands, the streetlight spear seemed to come alive. Slashing, smashing, thrusting, flicking, an array of dazzling techniques had Wu Liang howling in agony. He was utterly defenseless. Bald Chang and Scarface stood dumbfounded. Jiang Nan's movements were a sight to behold, brimming with a primal sense of power, comparable to a master marksman. The two couldn't help but want to applaud Jiang Nan. Crack! The streetlight spear struck Wu Liang squarely on the face. His massive frame stumbled and fell to the ground. Jiang Nan gazed at the bent streetlight with astonishment. Wu Liang's defensive prowess after beastification was simply terrifying. Even in such a state, he was still struggling to rise. Jiang Nan would not grant him that opportunity. With a swift teleportation, he mounted Wu Liang, mercilessly bringing down a brick in his hand. Why not use his fists? Jiang Nan found them painful. After shattering over 20 red bricks, Wu Liang finally lost consciousness. Jiang Nan panted slightly, cursing, "Damn bear." Then he beamed at Bald Chong and Scarface. The two shivered in fear. "No, Brother Nan. I can handle it myself," Scarface said as he crashed into a nearby streetlight. A loud clang echoed, and the streetlight swayed before Scarface collapsed. Bald Chong's eye twitched. Scarface was indeed something else. Without hesitation, he slammed into a nearby concrete wall. "Oh damn." Bald Chong cursed in pain, blood streaming down his face. Yet he remained conscious. As he watched Jiang Nan approach step by step, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He raised his head to crash into the wall again. Bang! Still bloodied, Bald Chong remained awake. Again. Bang! No sign of unconsciousness. Was he not putting in enough effort? Meanwhile, Scarface, lying on the ground, secretly opened his eyes, observing Bald Chong's frantic attempts to knock himself out against the wall in disbelief. This guy must be a fool. This little brother is not worth keeping. When Jiang Nan reached him, Bald Chang still hadn't knocked himself out. He looked pitifully at Jiang Nan. "Brother? Brother Nan, could you lend me a hand?" Jiang Nan, with a scowl, delivered a slap. Bald Chong fell to the ground. This time he should be unconscious. Jiang Nan then glanced at the unresponsive Wu Liang, instinctively looking at his midsection. Beastification. Truly formidable. Sigh. I suppose I could show a bit of mercy. After all, I have a kind heart. With that, he opened a spatial portal and tossed a pair of shorts over. Back at the stall, Zheng Wei was utterly astonished. He had just witnessed the alley battle in its entirety, and Jiang Nan's marksmanship had truly amazed him. "Brother Nan, are you taking apprentices?" "The wealthy kind," Jiang Nan replied. At that moment, the two young ladies' eyes sparkled with admiration. The recent battle had been nothing short of enchanting. The fluidity of his gunplay, coupled with his elusive teleportation, was simply dazzling. "Hey, do you have a student who is light and easy to topple? Either a lowly or a mature lady. I want to learn that flying brick technique." "So cool." Jiang Nan, looking exasperated, retorted, "At least I'm a university student. I'm only a high school senior. Are you sure you want to be taught by a junior?" Zheng Wei nearly had his eyes pop out. "You're in high school?" The young lady responded, "Wow. Cough. Mind your image. Such a fierce high schooler? And a spatial system user? How could we not have heard of you?" Zheng Wei added, "Stop pretending. People like you love to be low profile. You must be from an ancient martial arts family." The young lady chimed, Yes, look at his aura. Even his buzz cut is so handsome. Come on. Just accept him. I want to learn the flying brick technique." Jiang Nan sighed deeply. Indeed, The most terrifying thing is an overactive imagination, good looks, and charming speech. He then said seriously, I must confess, I am actually from the Centaur star system, and 20 years ago, I initiated the revival of spiritual energy, bearing the responsibility of saving the Earth. From Zheng Wei, 999 anger points. From Yuan, 666 anger points. From Su Jingru, 765 anger points. Hey, don't leave. First apprentice, second apprentice, third apprentice. On his way home, after closing the stall, Jiang Nan received another wave of 10 consecutive draws, with most contributors being Luo Tianxiang and Wu Liang. Looking at the 10 bundles of spiritual energy leaks, Jiang Nan was filled with emotion. This was quite the opening. After just 2 days without seeing them, he already missed his lovely classmates. So, he opened his social media. From Li Xiang's post, those better than me are still striving. What reason do I have not to work hard? Image, a tightly clenched fist. Over 50 likes below. Filled with motivation, Jiang Nan chuckled, quickly typing a reply. Brother Nan, if those better than you are still working hard, what is the use of your efforts? From Li Xiang, 999 anger points. Hiki, that feels good. From Li Mayan's post, spent the entire weekend cooped up at home training, exhausted. But thankfully, I broke through to Black Iron 10 stars. Hard work pays off. Below were over 30 likes with many encouraging replies. Brother Nan, dogs aren't as tired as you think. Responses below, haha wow. Brother Nan makes a good point. Li Mayan. After some thought, he realized that his dog only eats, sleeps, and plays. They aren't exhausted at all. But why did such a thought make him so angry? From Li Mayan, 666 anger points. From Lu Wuchuan's post, why do I always dry heave while brushing my teeth in the morning? Is it because I smoke too much? Responses below, yeah, me too. Chronic pharyngitis? Smoke less. I dry heave too. Brother Nan, what does smoking have to do with it? Tomorrow morning, don't brush your teeth in front of the mirror. You definitely 1T dry heave. So it's the mirror that makes you nauseous? Brother Nan makes a good point. From Lu Wuchuan, 999 anger points. From. After scrolling through social media, Jiang Nan's anger points were nearly enough for another 10 consecutive draws. His eyes sparkled. It felt as if he had discovered a new world. Just as he prepared for a grand maneuver, he noticed that no one was posting anymore. The anger-fueled classmates were too afraid to post. Humph, you want to post? I will. From Brother Nan's post. Heh, that's how it is. It's midnight, and no one has wished me a happy birthday. Opening the full text. His classmates were stunned to see Jiang Nan's post. Today is Jiang Nan's birthday? The recent display of prowess was meant to grab their attention and see if anyone remembered his birthday. It was rather pitiful. Thus, they hurriedly left messages of well wishes. Brother Nan, happy birthday. Happy hatching day. Although you made me change my shorts, you still saved my life. Happy. Ing Shui, little Nan, you still have me. But today isn't your birthday, right? His classmates were taken aback at this reply. They opened the full text. Maybe today isn't my birthday after all? If it's not your birthday, why the hell are you being so sentimental? Can you be any more ridiculous? Wasting our emotions. What kind of contender are you? Chapter 26. The kindness of Nan Shun. Jiang Nan, from behind the screen, emitted a mischievous chuckle that sent shivers down one's spine. Observing Zhong Yingshua's reply, even though her ruse had been uncovered, a warm sensation coursed through his heart. The feeling of being remembered by someone is truly delightful. However, the adorably Navi expression of Shui Shui was simply too endearing. He had initially intended to stir up some fun in the class group. But Jiang Nan's relentless stream of toxic motivational quotes had dampened his spirit. As he gazed at the fluctuating list of grievances, Jiang Nan gradually drifted into slumber. Yet, the other residents were not as fortunate. Wang Kai's blissful canine existence continued. As night fell, a fervent battle ensued, accompanied by howls and cries, leaving numerous villagers cursing in their beds at the dead of night. Unable to sleep, some resorted to making dolls instead. Bathed in the warm glow of sunlight, Wu Liang abruptly awoke. At that moment, he had returned to his human form, albeit with a bruised visage. He found himself devoid of any possessions, utterly alone, with nothing but the breeze at his sleeves. As Wu Liang opened his eyes, he was momentarily blinded by a flash of light. A crowd had gathered at the mouth of the alley. Oh dear, the youth of today are truly audacious. This lad possesses quite the physique, exclaimed an elderly woman, her eyes gleaming with predatory interest. The younger girls shyly covered their eyes, yet could not resist peeking through their fingers. Wu Liang's mind buzzed as he slowly recollected the events of the previous day. He hastily searched around, only to discover that bald Chang and Scarface had long vanished. What a predicament! Here he was, without a stitch of clothing. The gazes of the elderly and young alike were unbearable, making him wish to vanish into the earth. At that moment, he noticed a pair of shorts draped across his chest. Could this be a parting gift from Nanshan? A gesture of kindness in return for enmity? Wu Liang felt a surge of emotion within him. Bald Chang and Scarface had fled, leaving him with nothing but these shorts gifted by Nanshan. Although they were a rather flamboyant pair decorated with Pikachu. Nevertheless, they were indeed a pair of shorts. Filled with gratitude, Wu Liang donned the shorts. To his surprise, they were somewhat comfortable, offering a sensation he had never experienced before. On that very day, Wu Liang transitioned from the boxer's faction to the brief's faction. The onlookers' expressions shifted to one of sheer terror, hastily parting to create a path for him. The flashing lights of phones captured his every move, transforming the narrow alley into a boulevard of stardom. Wu Liang confidently strode out of the alley. Reflecting on the previous day's confrontation, he wore a solemn expression. Who would have guessed that the so-called useless Jiang Nan possessed such formidable skills? His marksmanship, hand-to-hand combat, and even his ability to throw bricks. The mere thought ignited a fire within Wu Liang. Indeed, subtlety is the most magnificent form of ostentation. What he yearned for most was to find Jiang Nan. That morning, Jiang Nan entered the classroom. As usual, a moment of silence enveloped the room, the remnants of last night's motivational quotes still lingering. The grievances list began to refresh immediately upon Jiang Nan's arrival. Li Xiang could not forget the double entendre of that incident, while Li Mayan was grappling with heartbreak. During the early study session, Lu Qianwu was sprawled over his desk, engrossed in his phone, when he suddenly burst out laughing. Moments later, Jiang Nan's phone vibrated. Upon checking, he found Lu Qianwu had shared a Weibo post in the class group. "Isn't this Wu Liang from class 2? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. He is making a bold debut. And Pikachu, how adorably quirky. Haha, Wu Liang's physique is simply explosive. My goodness, are those muscles for real? I'm in love." You love him? But he doesn't love you. Haha. Curious, Jiang Nan clicked on the post, only to be met with a shocking sight. The headline read, "Shocking. A muscular man spotted at the morning market on the pedestrian street. Is this a distortion of humanity or a moral decline?" With a collage of images, there was Wu Liang, brazenly strutting down the street clad in nothing but shorts. He walked with a commanding presence, deep in thought. The comments section erupted. "I admire this brother's courage. Cheers to Pikachu. I saw him at a roadside stall this morning. I'm sorry, my tofu pudding just spewed everywhere. Compensate me for my breakfast. Fencing boy band. Brother, our family welcomes you. Nanshan, Jiang Nan, the night market shorts are on sale, 2 for $10, same style." Jiang Nan, trembling, exited Weibo, covering his face with his hands. He had truly tossed a pair of shorts to him last night. He never expected such an explosive reaction. Wu Liang actually wore them. So he casually seized the opportunity for a bit of advertising. It was indeed a profitable endeavor. During class, the teacher rapped the blackboard, announcing, as we approach the final exams, "As a member of the Spirit Martial class, we will conduct a practical test at the Tianqi Spirit Ruins of Changbai Mountain. I hope everyone can form teams in advance and prepare thoroughly. The spirit pearls obtained within the ruins belong to you. If one can acquire spirit pearls containing spirit techniques, it would be even better. The top 10 students will be rewarded with star pearls containing spirit techniques. Furthermore, in preparation for the college entrance examination, the duration for entering the ruins has been extended from 7 days to half a month, so be mentally prepared." The classroom buzzed with discussion. The Tianqi Spirit Ruins of Changbai Mountain, a place one both loves and hates. Our school is lagging behind. The students of Songjiang Lingwu have been in team mode since the first year, while we are merely scattered. Let us not dwell on that. Let us focus on forming teams. Jiang Nan listened quietly, contemplating the spirit techniques. Low-tier spirit beasts within the ruins seldom possessed spirit techniques. Even if they did, Encountering one that matched one's own attributes was exceedingly rare. Spirit warriors could only absorb spirit techniques corresponding to their unique abilities. With each level gained, one could absorb a single spirit technique. For example, Jiang Nan, at the Black Iron level, could only absorb one spirit technique, and it must be of the spatial attribute. Though China is vast and rich, the number of spirit ruins is innumerable. Yet, spatial spirit beasts are exceedingly scarce, and the associations maintain strict control. Even with Jiang Nan's efforts, he could not acquire one. The only technique he possessed, teleportation, was innate. There are prodigies who comprehend and utilize their unique abilities. But Jiang Nan was not among them. Nevertheless, he was not worried. Among his peers, very few had absorbed spirit techniques. After all, Jiangnan, one high school was not a proper institution for nurturing spirit warriors. Jiang Nan was simply unaware that the forthcoming rewards for the top 10 students might just bring him a spatial attribute pearl. Chapter 27. How do you speak to my brother? The classroom was filled with a cacophony of noise. Some students busily contacted old teammates, while others discussed the spirit beasts in the heavenly pool's mystical realm. Only Jiang Nan sat quietly by the window. Why isn't Nanshan looking for teammates? Li Xiang scoffed. Isn't he strong enough? A dual-element awakening. Does he even need teammates? Lu Chuanwu chuckled. Isn't that right? Our Nanshan can obliterate the test machine with a single punch. He wouldn't think the spirit beasts in the mystical realm would just stand there like the test machine, would he? Haha. Besides, Nanshan has never even been to the mystical realm. He has no fear. With his teleportation skills, he is unparalleled in escaping. Survival is guaranteed. Haha. Don't even mention killing spirit beasts. Nanshan probably hasn't even killed a chicken. Uselessness is inherent. Dual element awakening? How what a joke. With such qualifications, that fool wouldn't team up with him. He'd just be a burden. Listening to the derisive comments, Jiang Nan stretched languidly, pondering whether to accumulate some resentment points. The team roster was due this afternoon, and he had no intention of seeking out teammates. With teleportation and great strength, along with several skill points, Jiang Nan had faith in his ability to break through. From the very beginning, he aimed to be the top of the academic year. His classmates awaited to see him become the laughingstock. At that moment, the classroom door was kicked open. Wu Liang burst in wearing his school uniform, his bruised face causing everyone to pause in shock. Whereas Jiang Nan, his eyes scanned the room, landing on Jiang Nan sitting by the window, grinning widely. That smile sent shivers down the spines of his classmates. Oh no, Nanshan is in for a beating. What did he do to provoke this scourge, Wu Liang? He is formidable, isn't he? His father is the biggest second-hand car dealer in the north. You know how it is in the used car business. People on Jiangqing Road call him Young Master Wu. Clearly, a grand performance is about to unfold, and with Wu Liang's intimidating demeanor, there is no escape. Li Xiang and Lu Chuanwu couldn't help but reveal gleeful smiles. As for stepping in to help, don't be ridiculous. Just not joining in the fray is already showing great respect. Wu Liang strode up to Jiang Nan, a solemn expression on his face. Nanshan, let me call you brother. I want to learn from you. At this declaration, Li Xiang and the others were left agape, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Learn from him? Call him brother? Wasn't he here to teach Jiang Nan a lesson? Had his brain been muddled? What skills could Jiang Nan possibly possess? Jiang Nan smirked. You're not exactly a gym yourself. Li Muyin was stunned, as if he had never met Jiang Nan before. How could he speak so defiantly to someone with Wu Liang's fearsome reputation? Was he courting death? Wu Liang shook his head. I figured things out. The barbecue stand incident was the fault of the bald guys. I've already had them dealt with. Such things will not happen again. I was a jerk last night. My brother was right. I accept it. Lu Chuanwu was bewildered. All the students were dumbfounded. What was going on? Did these two have a fight last night? Wu Liang had been so badly beaten this morning. Was it all Jiang Nan's doing? Other than his strength and teleportation, what else could he do? Wu Liang's strength was renowned throughout the school. He was incredibly formidable. Yet now, he bore bruises while Jiang Nan seemed unfazed. But the scene before them confirmed it. Jiang Nan beamed. You can take a beating. In the heavenly pool's mystical realm, can you help me withstand damage? Wu Liang's eyes lit up, thumping his chest. He declared, leave it to me. As long as I, Wu Liang, am standing, you will not be hurt. Jiang Nan paused for a moment, then smiled and patted Wu Liang's shoulder. Stick with me. We're short a shield in the team. Wu Liang looked a bit dazed. What team? Isn't Jiang Nan going solo? Wu Liang had no idea. The team Jiang Nan referred to wasn't at Jiacheng No. 1 High School. It was at Songyang Linwu. Beside them, Li Xiang couldn't help but interject. Wu Liang, think carefully. The mystical realm is perilous, with Jiang Nan as a burden. Achieving good results will be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. How could Li Xiang allow Jiang Nan to join a strong team? The tail of the crane should know its place. Wu Liang suddenly spun around. With a ripping sound, his school uniform burst open, revealing his iron-like muscles. His eyes turned scarlet, and his fangs elongated. He grabbed Li Xiang by the collar. Hey, watch your mouth. How do you speak to my brother? Li Xiang gasped for air, facing Wu Liang's bloodshot eyes, cold sweat streaming down his face. I was just making a suggestion. Wu Liang glared. Do I need your approval for my affairs? Just as he was about to strike, Jiang Nan kicked Wu Liang in the back. Enough. Do you really enjoy tearing your clothes? Is the uniform free? Wu Liang's actions were indeed quite destructive to his attire. He tossed Li Xiang aside, who crashed onto the podium, chalk scattering everywhere. I'll listen to you. Li Xiang sat on the ground, his face dark with resentment, gnashing his teeth in frustration. But in front of Wu Liang, he truly couldn't muster any bravado. The classmates swallowed hard. How did Wu Liang come to recognize that bumbling Jiang Nan as his brother? Just moments ago, Jiang Nan had kicked him. Yet Wu Liang not only showed no anger, but seemed to obey him. The way everyone looked at Jiang Nan changed drastically. At that moment, a long-haired beauty in a short skirt stealthily peered into the classroom. Seeing Wu Liang, she gleefully exclaimed, Wu Ge, do you want to team up with me? My teammates from last year abandoned me. Wu Liang gestured towards Jiang Nan. This is my desk mate, Tang Xinya, a black iron 9-star with elemental ability user. What do you think? Jiang Nan was taken aback. Is there a breeze in the hallway? Wasn't this the girl he encountered in the corridor that day? Tang Xinya looked at Wu Liang for Jiang Nan's opinion, her face filled with astonishment. Why was Wu Liang asking Jiang Nan? Upon hearing Jiang Nan speak, Tang Xinya's face flushed crimson, and she retorted, There's no breeze in the hallway today. From Tang Xinya's resentment points 663. Jiang Nan chuckled. This girl was quite adorable. All right, no problem. Wu Liang nodded with a smile, bending down to pick up his torn uniform, swaggering out of the classroom. But Jiang Nan's body stiffened slightly. Just as Wu Liang bent down, he clearly saw a yellow hair tie at his lower back. Brother, are you serious? You're still wearing it. Have you awakened some peculiar attribute? Jiang Nan shuddered involuntarily. He felt a twinge of regret for his earlier decision. Li Xiang, with a dark expression, approached Jiang Nan and coldly stated, Once we enter the heavenly pool's mystical realm, you'll know my strength. Jiang Nan shrugged. I truly don't know where you derive your sense of superiority. The heavenly pool's mystical realm. I eagerly anticipate it. Chapter 28. Jiang Nan had no intention of being too harsh. After all, they were classmates. However, Li Xiang's incessant troublemaking had compelled him to teach the latter a lesson. Upon entering the cafeteria at noon, Jiang Nan spotted a burly man rising and calling out, Brother Nan, over here. His booming voice instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Wait, did I hear that right? The formidable Wu Liang just referred to Jiang Nan as Brother Nan? You don't know? He visited Class 1 this morning and has since recognized Jiang Nan as his older brother. No way. Did you see the Weibo posts? This morning, Wu Liang was dressed as Pikachu, and now he sat so close to Jiang Nan. Though Jiang Nan might have his flaws, he was undeniably handsome, leading some to speculate about the nature of their relationship. The group exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. Nearby, a group of fangirls whispered excitedly, TSK, TSK. Jiang Nan is resorting to all means necessary for his final exam results, selling his soul. As Jiang Nan walked past, overhearing their murmurs, his expression darkened. What are you all daydreaming about? Selling my soul? If souls were worth something, I would have sold mine long ago. Approaching Wu Liang, who had thoughtfully prepared a meal for him, Jiang Nan asked with a frown, What's the matter, Brother Nan? Is someone bothering you? If you can't handle it, just let me know, and I'll take care of it. With a furrowed brow, Jiang Nan pressed, How are your studies, big guy? Wu Liang, taken aback. Replied with a proud grin, every exam, I prove my worth to everyone. There are so many students in our year. Jiang Nan nearly toppled into his bowl upon hearing this revelation. So, he had consistently ranked at the bottom? Glaring, Jiang Nan declared, for this final exam, I expect you to place third. Understood? Wu Liang thumped his chest. Third from the bottom? No problem. Jiang Nan retorted, no, I mean third overall. The actual third. Wu Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Nan, are you out of your mind? Even if you cram all the books into my head, I still want to be able to achieve that. Rolling his eyes, Jiang Nan scoffed. Just because you're all muscles doesn't mean your brain is too. You must place in the top 3. Otherwise, don't expect to hang around with me. Wu Liang looked utterly dejected. Why is that? Jiang Nan pressed on. Have you ever considered your future? If you continue this way, you'll just end up inheriting the family business and becoming a local tyrant. Is that truly your ambition? The world is so vast and vibrant. I want to reach the heights and see more. The higher, the better. But can you keep up? Wu Liang fell silent, realizing Jiang Nan genuinely cared for his future. Jiang Nan continued, if you place in the top 3, I'll take you to Songjiang Lingwu. Wu Liang's eyes widened as he grasped Jiang Nan's intentions, understanding the profound implications behind the phrase stick with me. With a loud bang, Wu Liang slammed his palm on the table, his face flushed with determination. No more words. Let us do this. The sudden uproar silenced the cafeteria, and Jiang Nan glanced at his spilled meal, thinking, brother, do we really need to be this passionate? I haven't even taken a bite yet. Tang Xinya, startled, timidly offered. I can help tutor you, Wu Ge. Wu Liang responded gratefully, I'll rely on you this time. If necessary, I'll confront everyone one by one. Anyone who dares to score higher than me will face my wrath. Jiang Nan mused, brother, with your bottom-tier skills, do you really think you can take down everyone in the year? That's quite an undertaking. After their meal, Wu Liang entered into a frenzied study mode, glaring at the books as if he wished to obliterate them. Jiang Nan felt a sense of satisfaction. He had his reasons for choosing Wu Liang. The latter was resilient, gifted, and sincere, qualities that were rare. Through their battles, Jiang Nan had witnessed Wu Liang's tenacity. No matter how many times he fell, he always attempted to rise again. That unwavering spirit was precisely why Jiang Nan had chosen him. Returning to class during the lunch break, the school began announcing team rosters over the loudspeaker. A gentle female voice resonated through the speakers. Starry Sea Team. Members: Wang Mengfan, Li Jinlong, Lu Yang, Su Yang. Supreme Glory Team. Members: Driven by Passion Team. Members: Prosperity, Democracy, Friendship, and Harmony Team. Members: Jiangchen Yanga Team. Members: 1GIO. IGIO. GIO. The announcer stumbled over the words, clearly struggling with the bizarre team names. Inwardly, she grumbled about the peculiarities of the names. The teacher frowned. The principal raised an eyebrow in confusion. Finally, the announcer spotted a somewhat normal team name, striving for first team. Members: Li Xiang, Li Muya, Lu Qianwu, Ling Feng. Upon hearing this, a wave of murmurs erupted. A definite seed team. 2 powerful mages. 1 melee fighter and 1 tank. Their output is off the charts. Li Xiang was a bronze-tier mage. Li Muya would surely reach bronze before the final exam. 2 bronze-tier mages? Impressive. Ling Feng was incredibly fast, and Lu Qianwu, transformed into a rhinoceros, was an impenetrable tank. The first place was assured. Sitting at the front of the class, Li Xiang turned around to provoke Jiang Nan with a glance. Li Muya sneered, determined to reclaim their honor in the upcoming exam. As the announcer read 2 more team names, her voice suddenly faltered. With an air of resentment, she declared, Jiang Nan says team. Members: Jiang Nan, Wu Liang, Tang Xinya. Laughter erupted. What did Jiang Nan say? Just all. You don't care what he says. It's just all. Ha ha. Such a flamboyant team name. Wu Liang raised his thumb in admiration. Brother Nan is indeed remarkable. So cultured. Tang Xinya buried her face in embarrassment. This is too shameful. Lu Qianwu scoffed. 1 Wu Liang dragging along 2 deadweights? Impressive. Is that why there are only 3 of them? If a 4th Wu Liang joined. Before Lu Qianwu could finish, Jiang Nan interjected, if you dare utter another word, do you believe I want to take action right now? As he spoke, Jiang Nan stood, still wearing a radiant smile, and pulled a brick from seemingly thin air. The classmates were taken aback. The usually subdued Jiang Nan was fighting back? Lu Chuanwu's face darkened significantly. Just then, the teacher entered. Jiang Nan, what do you need that brick for? I'm drawing lines and don't have a ruler. So I thought I'd use a brick. Chapter 29. Radiant Beauty. As Jiang Nan spoke, he began sketching with bricks. Li Xiang and Li Muyin wore grim expressions. Let you have your moment in the sun for now. Just wait until we reach Tanqilingshu. Jiang Nan will surely shine. On his way home from school, he passed a barbecue stand bustling with business. Many young men stood guard at the stall. And the scarred-faced man was enthusiastically helping to serve plates. What is going on here? Upon seeing Jiang Nan, they all bowed in unison and exclaimed, Hello, Brother Nan. Instantly, whether dining or strolling, all eyes converged upon Jiang Nan. And Zhou greeted him warmly. Little Nan, you're here. Yuqing, come and greet him. Jiang Nan looked puzzled. What is with these people? And Zhou sighed. Don't mention it. They came over this afternoon, insisting on helping. If I refused, they threatened to kneel down, so I had no choice. Look, little Nan. Jiang Nan glanced at the scarred man, who shivered and smiled shyly. All right, this must be Wu Liang's doing. No worries. And Zhou, just treat them like your workers. If anyone disobeys, give me a call. It's a bit chaotic around here. But with them around, it should be manageable. And Zhou replied, that is so embarrassing. Zhou Yuqing blushed and said, we don't need that many. Thank you. Brother Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan affectionately ruffled her hair. No one has been bothering you lately, right? Zhou Yuqing sweetly smiled. No, they're all very friendly. Jiang Nan chuckled. Let us see if they're really that friendly. On his way home, he curiously peered into Grandpa Wang's yard and found Wang Kai listlessly lying in front of the doghouse. The poor dog had lost weight. Outside the doghouse, several female dogs were lined up. Just then, Guogua from Aunt Zhou's house wagged her tail, excitedly barking a few times. Wang Kai weakly responded. Wang then Guogua bit Wang Kai's tail and pulled him into the doghouse. Wang Kai looked utterly despondent. Before long, Guogua emerged, looking unsatisfied and wagging her little tail. Just as Wang Kai managed to crawl out of the doghouse, a large wolf dog came over and dragged him back in. Wang Kai was utterly powerless to resist. Seeing the other 7 or 8 female dogs still waiting behind him, Jiang Nan shivered. Wang Kai, good luck to you. I can only help you this far. It seemed that the spiritual energy leaks indeed had side effects. Perhaps they drain one's stamina? It must be that. Well, it was high time to consider selling the spiritual energy leaks. Upon returning home, Jiang Nan began his reckless 10 consecutive draws. After 3 days of saving, his resentment value reached over 310,000. He then received 20 bundles of spiritual energy leaks. Jiang Nan was furious. The third draw, however, yielded something. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize. A pair of Hao Ku brand shorts. Congratulations. You've won a Radiant Beauty Pill. Congratulations. You've won a Radiant Beauty Pill. Thank you for your patronage. Jiang Nan was taken aback. Not only was there a new consolation prize, but even the legitimate reward had appeared, and it was 2 of them. Considering the powerful effects of the marrow-cleansing fruit, Jiang Nan felt a surge of excitement. He quickly checked the effects. Radiant Beauty Pill. Effect. Improves one's appearance upon consumption, granting you radiant beauty. Perfectly flawless. Jiang Nan was stunned. He had expected something like a spiritual pearl or an upgrade potion to enhance his strength. But what on earth was the Radiant Beauty Pill? Was it a cosmetic enhancement pill? What did this have to do with strengthening one's abilities? No, wait. Good looks are a form of power too, aren't they? The saying goes, beauty leads to victory, right? Relying on one's looks is a skill in itself. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled as he anxiously sat in front of the mirror, touching his face. I'm already quite handsome. And there's nothing I'm dissatisfied with. Yet, he still took out a Radiant Beauty Pill and swallowed it. It was sweet, reminiscent of the taste of white rabbit candy. Then Jiang Nan felt a tingling sensation on his face. He began to worry. This one tea ruined my looks. Will it? I want to explode on the spot. Will I? Given the troublesome nature of the system, Jiang Nan was understandably anxious. Half an hour later, Jiang Nan looked at himself in the mirror in disbelief. His eyebrows were like stars, his nose was high, his lips curled upward. and his black eyes seemed to hold the vastness of the universe, capable of capturing any young girl's heart. His skin was smooth and fair to the point of being almost surreal. The aura he exuded was one of carefree confidence, coupled with his aggressive buzz cut. A simple smile could turn him into Cupid's arrow. No, it was Cupid's Gatling gun. Area of effect damage. His appearance remained fundamentally unchanged, but had undergone subtle, yet significant improvements. Jiang Nan rubbed his face. Handsome. Unbelievably handsome. He had no idea one could be this attractive. A heartthrob? A wealthy woman's little pet? With this strikingly handsome face, he could easily overshadow any A-list male star in the entertainment industry. Absolutely smitten. Jiang Nan slowly clenched his fists, determination etched on his face. It was time to buy a book on how to win the affections of wealthy women and take a look. Then Jiang Nan began to examine the new consolation prize. Hauka brand shorts. Effect, bug-level shorts. They can change shape according to the wearer's physique. Jiang Nan nearly spat out his drink. In movies, when the Hulk transforms, his clothes explode, but the shorts always remain intact. No matter what battle occurs, the shorts stay firm. Did Hauka brand shorts possess the same power? Incredible. This was simply a boon for beastly transformation ability practitioners. As for the side effects, he didn't care since he wasn't the one wearing them. He might as well let Wu Liang try them too. After all, that image still lingered vividly in Jiang Nan's mind. A quick glance revealed that both men's and women's styles were quite comprehensive, catering to all tastes. At this moment, the spiritual energy leaks had also been added to the system store, priced at 300 resentment points per bundle. Jiang Nan. Just then, his phone rang suddenly. It was a video call from Lang Mia. Jiang Nan pressed the answer button. On the screen, Xia Yao was happily linking arms with Zhong Yingxue. The two looked to be in a noisy place, resembling a bustling street. Little Nan, come out for dinner. Xue is treating today. Zhong Yingxue smiled gently. What do you want to eat, little Nan? Seeing two beautiful women instantly lifted Jiang Nan's spirits. Where are you two? I'll head over right away. But Xia Yao pouted. Little Nan, you're a grown man and still using beauty filters and video calls? Have you turned it up to level 10? Turn it off. You're blinding me with your handsomeness. Jiang Nan? I didn't turn it on. Still denying it? Shui. Is the beauty filter on phones really this terrifying nowadays? Zhong Yingxue rolled her eyes, ignoring Xia Yao. We're waiting for you at Century Square. All right. I'm on my way. After hanging up the video call, Jiang Nan wore a helpless expression. This is quite unjust. Beauty filter? My beauty is naturally radiant. Chapter 30. The sudden explosion. Jiang Nan was preparing to go out to dinner with Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue. Meanwhile, Wu Liang was deeply engrossed in his studies at home, neglecting even to have dinner. Wu's father, shirtless and wearing slippers, entered Wu Liang's room. Son, come eat. Your mother just cooked. Before he could finish speaking, he caught sight of Wu Liang, who was bent over his desk, and his eyes nearly popped out. What? What are you doing? Surely just doodling in your books. Students tend to do that. As he approached, he was taken aback. What? You're actually studying? Son, are you out of your mind? You're really studying? Upon glancing at the desk, he saw a pile of thick reference books, including 3 years of college entrance exams. 5 years of simulation. Wu Liang frowned. Dad, hurry up and eat. Don't disturb my studies. I need to rank in the top 3 of my grade this semester. Wu's father was bewildered and anxious. Top 3? But you promised me you would drop out of high school. Drop out of high school? Engage in mischief. Take my place on the streets so that I can put my father's mind at ease. Wu Liang looked disdainful. I have no desire to lead such a smooth-sailing life. Wu's father worriedly asked, have you suffered some sort of blow? Tell me who it was. I'll send someone. Wu Liang stood up and pushed him out. Dad, I want to study. Please don't disturb me. Wu's father stood outside the door, questioning life itself. Honey, does our son have some strange illness? Wu's mother replied, what's wrong with our son? He's actually studying. He wants to rank in the top 3. Wu's mother scowled. I think it's you who's sick. Hurry up and come eat. On the street, Jiang Nan was dressed in colorful shorts and slippers, topped with a Sailor Moon t-shirt, looking flamboyant. He turned heads everywhere he went, from 80-year-old ladies to 13-year-old girls. My goodness, that young man is so handsome. I can hardly look away. He's striking. Surely a celebrity. Celebrities aren't as handsome as him. Quickly snapping a photo, fans were born on the spot. His buzz cut suits him so well. I want to ask for his WeChat. As Jiang Nan walked, whispers followed him. Not only from women, but even men couldn't help but glance back. Upon arriving at Century Square, Jiang Nan was approached for his WeChat 17 times and for photos 3 times. He surely added them all. After all, WeChat moments were a significant source of envy. Xiaonan, over here. Zhang Yingxue waved beneath a streetlight. Today, she wore a sky-blue dress and white sandals that revealed her delicate little feet, her black hair tied in a ponytail, simple yet elegant, warm and graceful. Xiaoyao was more exuberant, clad in a black strapless top with a white sun protection jacket and denim shorts that highlighted her long legs. The trio gathered, instantly attracting attention from passers-by. Xiaoyao looked at Jiang Nan in astonishment, rubbing her eyes. My goodness, I thought you used a beauty filter. It's only been a few days. How did you become this handsome? Have you been eating papaya? Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow at Xiaoyao's chest, smirking. Is your papaya a beauty treatment? Have you eaten too much of it? Xiaoyu grinned and reached out, playfully rubbing Jiang Nan's face. From Xiaoyao, 333 envy points. Wow, your skin is so smooth and fair. Xiaoyao couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Tell me, how did you do it? Did you go under the knife? Jiang Nan replied earnestly, No, I just washed my face. Xiaoyao scoffed. How long has it been since you washed your face? You look so different after just washing up. Who were you trying to fool? Zhong Yingxue laughed. Xiaonan has a good foundation. It's no wonder he's so handsome. Come on, let us go eat hot pot. Jiang Nan chuckled. Snow, you're the best. But why does that sound a bit strange? Handsome and deserving? Why do I suddenly feel like eating? ISNT today Monday? Jiang Nan casually asked. Zhong Yingxue smiled. Can I miss you? Xiaoyao chimed in. Luo has taken a 2-week break. Finally, we don't have to deal with him in class. Are you happy, Shushue? Jiang Nan and Xiaoyao exchanged sly glances and high-fived each other. Zhong Yingxue looked suspicious. Why do I feel like you two are hiding something from me? Not at all. I swear on my conscience. Xiaoyao clutched her chest, while Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. Give it up, Sister Xiaoyao. Your conscience is too far to reach. As he spoke, he pulled a large white rabbit candy from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yingxue. Here, have this. Eat it at home. Zhang Yingxue stared at the candy in her hand, memories flooding back. I'll eat it at home. But Xiaoyao reached out her hand too. What about me? I want candy too. Jiang Nan smirked. Disobedient children don't get candy. Xiaoyu was furious, launching herself at him in a playful chokehold, making Jiang Nan roll his eyes. Are you going to give it to me or not? Jiang Nan replied. It's really all gone. Just one. I'll get you more next time. He then whispered to Xiaoyao, I found a shield war. Once I take first place, I'll bring it for you two to see. Xiaoyao paused, then grinned. First place? You're so confident? Haven T, you never entered Lingshu? Jiang Nan scoffed. With my looks, do you think the spirit beast would dare to harm me? Ugh, so shameless. You just need to show up. Zhang Yingxue turned curiously. What are you two whispering about? Both Xiaoyao and Jiang Nan shook their heads vigorously. Zhang Yingxue looked puzzled and was about to ask when suddenly, boom, a deafening explosion erupted. A massive fireball illuminated the night sky, making it as bright as day. The tremendous sound shattered windows in nearby buildings. A massive explosion had occurred at the Walmart 2 blocks away. Panic ensued in the crowd as people scrambled to avoid falling glass. Looking towards the mall, flames raged fiercely, quickly engulfing 2 floors. Thick black smoke billowed ominously, filling the air with a burned odor. The 3 exchanged horrified glances. How could such a powerful explosion happen in a mall? It wasn't a chemical plant. Moreover, the mall was filled with civilians during peak hours. The consequences of such an event would undoubtedly be dire. Jiang Nan's expression turned serious. Let us go check it out. Zhong Yingxue and Xiaoyao were equally solemn. As everyone else fled in panic or pulled out their phones to take pictures, the 3 moved against the tide. As spirit warriors, they possessed strength beyond that of ordinary people. Faced with danger and uncertainty, they felt the responsibility and duty to rush to the forefront. Even if they couldn't offer much help, at least they could do something within their capabilities. Why is China so powerful? Even with the resurgence of spiritual energy, it remains the safest and most peaceful country in the world. It is precisely because every individual harbors a pride that comes from the Chinese nation, a sense of patriotism. Chapter 31. I have a solution. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yu moved with astonishing speed. Even Jiang Nan found it challenging to keep pace with them. During their first year of high school at Songjiang Lingwu, they had been trained in team dynamics, and with years of experience hunting spirit beasts in the Lingxiu. Their combat skills were incredibly refined. Their synergy was unparalleled. A mere glance could convey their thoughts to one another. The disparity in their abilities was glaring at that moment. Suddenly, Jiang Nan noticed 3 figures in black suits and jackets weaving through the crowd, hurtling towards the shopping mall with terrifying velocity. Instantly, he recognized them as soldiers, exuding a formidable presence. Even without their uniforms, their demeanor gave them away. Xue, Sister Xia Yu. Be cautious. This situation is far from ordinary. It may not merely be a typical fire. Zhang Yingxue nodded. This is the work of a fire element awakener, and the flames are of a considerable grade. At that moment, 2 fluffy ears suddenly sprouted from Xia Yao's short silver hair. Wolf ears? She exclaimed. The individual must still be inside the mall. I can sense several powerful auras. However, Jiang Nan was utterly captivated, his gaze fixated on the beastly ears that had emerged from Xia Yao. Wow, that's adorably excessive. Is this Xia Yao's beast transformation? It can't be her full form. Could her complete transformation turn her into a wolf? Lost in thought, he had already arrived at the bottom of the mall, which was now surrounded. The crowd had been evacuated, and several fire trucks were connected to hydrants. Powerful jets of water shooting towards the building. Yet, the raging flames remained unscathed. This was no ordinary fire. Many water element spirit warriors were also attempting to extinguish the flames, but their efforts were futile against the ferocity of the blaze. What puzzled Jiang Nan further was the presence of not only fire trucks but also an armored vehicle and a military truck. Numerous reporters had arrived, broadcasting live coverage of the incident. At that moment, the fire had engulfed the 4th and 5th floors and was rapidly spreading to the 6th. A reporter, Hu Shua, spoke into the camera. I am Hu Shua from the news station. It is now 8:03 p.m. A sudden fire has erupted at the Walmart in Jiacheng. We can see the ferocity of the flames, and the Jiacheng Fire Department is actively engaged in rescue efforts. Many dedicated water element spirit warriors are also bravely assisting. Yet the situation remains dire. Due to the narrow confines below, inflatable cushions cannot be set up, leaving many trapped on the 6th floor. The camera then shifted to a window on the 6th floor, where a mother was seen holding her child, preparing to jump to escape the suffocating smoke. Firefighters were setting up a ladder for rescue, while personnel from the Spirit Warrior Association were en route. Zhong Yingxue appeared anxious. I'm not afraid of the fire, but I can't bring anyone down. Xia Yao was also pacing in distress. The 6th floor is too high. I can't jump that far. Jiang Nan, with a serious expression, declared, I have a solution. Nan, you. Before the two could finish their sentences, Jiang Nan surged through the crowd towards the front, only to be halted by armed police. Young man, it's dangerous inside. Don't go in. Jiang Nan anxiously explained, I'm a spirit warrior. I can save them. The officer hesitated, then replied, all right. Just register over there. It's a special situation, and we must be cautious. Please understand and stay safe. Register? But seeing the armored vehicle and military truck, Jiang Nan realized the gravity of the situation. Just as he was about to register, a deafening explosion erupted. Flames billowed from the windows, extending over 10 meters into the air. 4 figures leaped from the windows, soaring to the rooftop of the building across the street, then fled in haste. Immediately after, a figure clad in a black jacket jumped from the 6th floor, crashing onto a jeep with a thunderous impact, crumpling the vehicle beneath her. This woman, donning a beret and a charred black jacket, wiped soot from her face and approached the military truck, tearing off the door and tossing it aside. After them, she commanded. The military truck roared to life, speeding in pursuit of the fleeing figures. Meanwhile, several concealed figures in black jackets melted into the crowd, following suit. Jiang Nan swallowed hard, thinking, this woman is excessively violent. What monstrous physical capabilities does she possess? As the crowd slowly recovered from their shock, the woman on the 6th floor lost her footing amid the flames and, clutching her child, fell. Gasps echoed through the crowd. An even reporter Hu Shua was taken aback. Ah, someone's falling. What do we do? What do we do? Jiang Nan exclaimed, damn. There's no time. Brother, I'll come back to the recording. Before the officer could react, Jiang Nan vanished from sight. In a stunning display, Jiang Nan reappeared midair, catching the falling mother and child. In an instant, he teleported again, landing safely on the ground. Hu Shua was momentarily stunned before joyously exclaiming, "Did you capture that? Did everyone see?" Someone intervened. Was that teleportation? My goodness, that was incredibly perilous. He rushed into the air to save them. But thankfully, the mother and child are safe. Cheers erupted from the crowd, and nothing was more exhilarating than this moment. The armed officer gave Jiang Nan a thumbs up, while Xiaoyu leapt with joy. Yay, Shan'an is so cool. Teleportation. It's truly teleportation. Zhang Yixue's face flushed with excitement, her small fist clenched in triumph. Jiang Nan was still the same Jiang Nan in her heart. The rescued mother and child gazed at Jiang Nan, overwhelmed with gratitude, yet trembling from shock, struggling to articulate their words. Auntie, please don't panic. It's all okay now. Do you know how many people are still in the mall? The mother stammered. I estimate there are still about 50 or 60 people. I'm not sure if that's all. There may be more. Hearing this, Jiang Nan's heart sank. So many? The latter would be able to rescue everyone in time. By the time they managed to get everyone down, the flames would have consumed the floors. He quickly turned to the firefighters. There are too many people above. I'll go save them. The firefighter responded, Wait, young man, put on the fire gear. It's too hot up there. But before he could finish, Jiang Nan had already vanished. In less than 10 seconds, Jiang Nan returned, carrying one person in each hand. Without waiting for any words, he disappeared again. This time, he returned with 2 people slung over his shoulders and 2 more in his hands, with another tucked under his arm. Spectators gasped in astonishment. In just a minute, Jiang Nan had teleported down over 20 individuals. The crowd, along with the firefighters and police, erupted in cheers. Chapter 32. The beautiful warrior amidst the flames. The young man pulled from the inferno by Jiang and was still in a state of bewilderment, having been inexplicably rescued. The crowd erupted in cheers and whistles. Incredible! This young lad is truly remarkable. A relentless machine of salvation. Though still youthful, his courage is undeniably immense. How perilous must the scene of the fire be? Wasn't he the formidable one who shattered bricks at the Jiang Nan night market? So it was him. The boss is magnificent. At this moment, Hu Shua from the news station fervently narrated the unfolding events. Let us shift our focus to this valiant young man who plunged into the flames to save lives. He appears to be a student, yet possesses formidable prowess as a spiritual warrior. Within a mere minute, he had already rescued 27 individuals from the blaze. Oh no, his clothing is ablaze. Jiang Nan paused, turning to frantically pat down his short sleeves. To his dismay, he discovered several holes burned into his shirt. The temperature in the fire was excruciatingly high. Even Jiang Nan felt the heat acutely. With no time to ponder, he hastily retrieved a bucket of powerful elixir from the dimensional space and doused himself with it. There was no other choice. 1,000 for a bottle of Farmer's 3 Spring, used for bathing. Such extravagance. The sudden cold water sent a shiver through Jiang Nan, and he felt a surge of strength emanating from within. He was momentarily taken aback. Could the elixir be applied topically? Alarmed, he quickly checked his head. Thankfully, he wasn't T-balding. Jiang Nan's eyes gleamed with newfound discovery, but there was no time to dwell on it. He charged once more into the flames to rescue more lives. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with 2 more individuals. The elixir on his body evaporated into steam, dispersing into the night sky. Hu Shua, visibly moved, remarked, Did everyone see? This young man's warrior shirt has been burned through. One can only imagine the dangers within that fire. Yet, disregarding his own safety, he persists in rescuing others. Such selfless bravery brings tears to our eyes. However, amidst the crowd, some could not contain their laughter. Just say it's a short sleeve. One chuckled. What on earth is a beautiful warrior? That's a bit too flashy, isn't it? The previously serious scene of firefighting was abruptly disrupted by the notion of a beautiful warrior. Hu Shua chuckled awkwardly, realizing his blunder, and playfully stuck out his tongue. Inside the smoke-filled restroom, a petite girl with adorable bun hairstyles squatted by the sink, holding up her phone, live streaming, her face blackened by smoke. was streaked with tears as she pitifully asked, "Am I going to die here?" The comments flooded in. "Don't be afraid, stay there. Don't breathe in the smoke. Help is on the way. The firefighters are here. Turn on the faucets, all of them." Following the advice of netizens, Yu Qingqing managed to hold on. "I'm watching the live broadcast. A heroic figure just rushed in to save you all. I'm watching too." In just a moment, he has rescued over 20 people. The beautiful warrior. Incredible! Yu Qingqing's eyes lit up. She wiped her tears. Someone is coming to save me? A beautiful warrior? Just then, she heard someone outside shout. "Is anyone there? Make a sound. If you don't, I might leave." Yu Qingqing hurriedly shouted, "I'm here. I'm here." The comments exploded. "How did you get trapped? Silly girl. Just say where you are. You're the only one who could get stuck like this." Wiping her tears, Yu Qingqing quickly reported her location. "Here. In the restroom." Moments later, a loud bang echoed as the restroom door was kicked open. Through the thick smoke, Yu Qingqing saw a tall figure stride in. "Beautiful warrior. Is that you?" Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. "I'd rather be a magical fairy." Only then did Yu Qingqing realize that the beautiful warrior was merely a design printed on Jiang Nan's short sleeve. The livestream comments erupted. "This guy is quite the character. Haha. A magical fairy. Transformation. Help is here. Finally. Beautiful warrior, is that you?" "No. I'm a magical fairy. Haha." Yu Qingqing felt her cheeks flush. This is somewhat handsome." Even covered in soot, Jiang Nan's stunning visage could not be hidden, only adding to his masculine charm. Without further ado, Jiang Nan scooped Yu Qingqing into his arms and teleported her out. Before she could react, she found herself safely outside. Stunned, she wanted to thank Jiang Nan, but he had already dashed back into the flames. Unable to regain her composure, she spotted Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao in the crowd and rushed towards them, sobbing uncontrollably. "Xiao Xue Yao, you scared me to death." The two recognized the little girl as Yu Qingqing, their classmate, and comforted her. "It's okay. Everything is fine now." Xia Yao expressed her concern. "I wonder how Jiang Nan is doing. He has only a black iron 10-star. Can he keep teleporting? Is his spiritual energy running low?" Yu Qingqing was taken aback. "Yao Yao? You know the beautiful warrior?" Zhong Yingxue smiled. "He is my friend, Jiang Nan." Yu Qingqing's eyes sparkled with delight. Could this be fate? Meanwhile, Jiang Nan had made over 10 trips back and forth, his complexion exceedingly pale. Just as Xia Yao had noted, his spiritual energy was dwindling. Nevertheless, he had successfully rescued 63 individuals. He intended to enter once more to confirm that no one else remained. He teleported inside again, surveying the area to ensure it was clear, when suddenly he stumbled over something. Looking down, he found a person, a foreign man with golden hair and blue eyes. One of his arms was broken, and the remaining limbs were in disarray. Staring at Jiang Nan with wide eyes, he maintained an eerie calm despite his dire condition. "Quite the predicament you're in," Jiang Nan remarked. "Don't worry, I'll get you out." As he reached to assist the man, the foreigner exclaimed, "What do you mean? Quite the predicament? Show some sympathy." He then frantically crawled away. "I don't want your help. Let me die." Jiang Nan was taken aback by the fluent Chinese. "How could I possibly abandon you? As a good citizen, how could I let someone perish?" The foreigner's eyes were filled with despair as he lifted his head and violently slammed it against a nearby pillar. Blood gushed forth, yet he still did not perish. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Jiang Nan lamented, "Why do you treat yourself this way? Your body is a gift from your parents." With that, he hoisted the foreigner onto his back. From Alexander Tchaikovsky's Resentment Value 1000. Goodness, such a lengthy name. Jiang Nan had never encountered such a name before. Alexander struggled wildly on Jiang Nan's back. "No, I beg you. Let me die?" Jiang Nan replied firmly, "Absolutely not. Life is precious." Alexander, in utter despair, retorted, "Just let me die already. Not a chance. Surviving such an ordeal is a stroke of luck. You know what they say, from great trials come great blessings." At this moment, Alexander truly felt overwhelmed. Chapter 33. Professional advertising. Alexander was nearly driven to madness. Could he not even die in peace? Who on earth had stirred such overflowing sympathy within him? Surviving a great calamity must surely lead to future blessings. All he knew was that if he made it out alive, it would surely be a fate worse than death. Jiang Nan, observing Alexander's struggles, could not help but sneer. To remain calm and await death in such a state? It would be truly absurd for a mere mortal. Recalling a scene he had witnessed earlier, the true identity of this man became glaringly clear. Want to die? I shall not permit you that luxury. You may as well beg me to let you die. Alexander was on the verge of tears. Jiang Nan replied, that is not an option. Life is indeed precious. You wish for me to let you die? I shall give you money. How much? Alexander stammered. Just a moment ago, you claimed life was invaluable and could not be measured in monetary terms. And now you are asking for a price? From Alexander's resentment value 666. I have. Jiang Nan abruptly tossed him to the ground and began rummaging through his belongings. Ouch. Be gentle. Alexander cried. Ah, don't touch my arm. Oh, that hurts. It's in my left pants pocket. Jiang Nan retrieved a handgun, 3 passports, a mobile phone, and 250 yuan. He could not help but scoff. Your life seems rather inexpensive. Only 250? What is the password to your phone? Do you have money in WeChat? What about Alipay? I quite like your belt. Alexander glared in disbelief. You must be kidding. Jiang Nan raised his hand and slapped him, knocking out half of his teeth. Alexander exclaimed, I was trying to help you, and you insult me? From Alexander's resentment value 1000. Jiang Nan grinned, seized his belt, and with a swift motion, he transported him outside and tossed him onto the ground. The sight of Jiang Nan dragging a blood-soaked foreigner stunned everyone. Jiang Nan turned to the armed police officer and said, This man is named Alexander. What was it again? Old Ski. Is he the one you are looking for? The officer's eyes widened. Wasn't this the very person on their wanted list? A group of armed men approached, their guns aimed directly at Alexander's head. Alexander? Like a rabid dog, shouted, Shoot. For the love of God, shoot. Jiang Nan crouched down, delivered another slap, and knocked him out cold. A sudden crack startled many onlookers. Wow, how fierce. They stared in shock at Jiang Nan. He smiled and said, This fellow is desperate to die. Don't let him be killed. He must possess crucial intelligence. The officer chuckled ruefully. Your slap nearly killed him. A golden-level spiritual martial artist from Russia. This man has committed numerous offenses. Thank goodness for you. Well done. Jiang Nan sprang to his feet, looking somewhat sheepish. What on earth? Golden level? Thank goodness he was incapacitated. Otherwise. Reflecting on this, Jiang Nan swallowed hard. If a golden-level warrior could be reduced to such a state, how fierce must the woman who jumped from the 6th floor have been? The armed police loaded Alexander into their vehicle. Jiang Nan stood up, and the rescued individuals approached him with expressions of gratitude, including a little girl who presented him with flowers. Jiang Nan felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head and appearing somewhat bashful. From afar, a firefighter gave Jiang Nan a thumbs up, and the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. Just as he turned around, Hu Shua, armed with a camera and various equipment, rushed toward him. Overcome with excitement, the microphone nearly got shoved into Jiang Nan's mouth. Jiang Nan. Hu Shua, looking apologetic, said, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You rushed in without hesitation to save people. May I ask what you were thinking? Were you scared at all? Jiang Nan, momentarily taken aback, asked, Is this live? Hu Shou replied with a smile, Live. Everyone can see it? Indeed. The news station is broadcasting in real time. Jiang Nan wiped his face and cleared his throat, adopting a serious tone. Jiang Nan night market. Short socks and shorts are on sale. Only 10 yuan for 2 pairs. Also, there is farmer San Juan. Hu Shua's expression turned blank for a moment. What was happening? This was supposed to be an interview. Why did it suddenly turn into an advertisement? Was he really that dedicated? How down to earth? Quick, cut back to the studio. From Hu Shua's resentment value 888. From Xia Yao's resentment value 666. From Zhong Yingshue's resentment value 333. The resentment values surged wildly at that moment. Jiang Nan was overjoyed. He had managed to advertise and accumulate resentment points. A perfect blend of fame and fortune. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Meanwhile, at home, Tang Qinya, engrossed in the television, sprayed her brother with soda. Hu Shua, chuckling, inquired, Your name? You can at least share your name, right? Jiang Nan replied, I am Zhang Haoren. Hu Shua? Was that the best he could do? Just as Hu Shua prepared to ask again, Jiang Nan had already vanished in an instant. Amidst the crowd, Xia Yao leaped toward Jiang Nan, her face beaming with joy. You were so cool just now. You saved little fish. Incredible! I will reward you greatly later. Jiang Nan, with utmost seriousness, replied, I merely wish to be an ornament. Xia Yao playfully rubbed Jiang Nan's face. You're so full of yourself. Zhong Yingxue, too, poked and prodded him, causing Jiang Nan to feel ticklish. Let me see. Are you injured? I was so worried just now. Seeing Zhong Yingxue's concerned expression warmed Jiang Nan's heart. He smiled. Hey, I'm perfectly fine. Seeing Jiang Nan lively and well. Even after his impromptu advertisement, Zhong Yingxue finally relaxed. Nearby, the dark-skinned girl with a bun hairstyle, Yu Qingqing, approached excitedly. Thank you for saving me earlier. Jiang Nan replied. This dark-skinned sister speaks Chinese quite well. Yu Qingqing? She momentarily regretted not washing her face before. From Yu Qingqing's resentment value 333. Xia Yu laughed until tears streamed down her face, wiping Yu Qingqing's face. She is little fish. A classmate of ours. Jiang Nan, suddenly serious, asked, Miss, shall we exchange WeChat? Yu Qingqing's face flushed. Was the advance so overwhelming? Okay. Just kidding. With such a fantastic opportunity to expand his circle of friends, Jiang Nan could not let it slip by. It was utterly impossible. By the way, Shiwet. Do you know who those people in black jackets were? Zhong Yingxue replied. They are likely from Huaxia's spiritual martial combat unit, the Night Army. Jiang Nan was taken aback. Night Army? This was the first he had heard of it. Xia Yao explained enthusiastically. Our Huaxia not only has the Night Army, but also the Longyuan Army. Each has its own responsibilities while cooperating with one another. Both are composed of spiritual martial artists. The Night Army defends our homeland. The Longyuan Army upholds our national dignity. They are all secret units. So remember to keep it confidential. Jiang Nan smirked. If they are secret, how do you know? Zhong Yingxue chuckled. Don't mind Xia Yao's chatter. Although they are labeled as secret units, they are quite well known. Please encourage me to update and leave a 5-star review. Thank you, my friends. Let's interact more. I am quite lonely. Chapter 34, The Golden-Haired Sister? After this incident, who could still enjoy hot pot? Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao have already taken little Yu home. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan is also eager to return home. By a stroke of luck, he had just applied the strength-enhancing potion on himself. It also has the effect of boosting physical fitness, and yet, he would not suffer from baldness. Internal use for baldness? Surely external application would suffice? How splendid! On his way home, he conveniently purchased a bathtub. In a wooded area on the outskirts of Jiacheng, chaos reigned within a 300-meter radius. Littered with overturned sod and massive craters, a military vehicle lay overturned and rendered useless nearby. Standing beside the wreckage was a woman, adorned with a beret. Her long hair fashioned into a bun. She wore a black leather jacket and bore a grim expression as she stood by the vehicle. At around 25 or 26 years of age, her high nose bridge and narrow, piercing eyes exuded an air of sharpness. Her features were exquisitely defined, yet her demeanor was chilling. At this moment, she wiped the blood from her face, leaving a stark mark on her otherwise pristine complexion, wild and violent. At this time, several subordinates were rummaging through the 3 corpses at her feet. Report to the captain, the items are not on these individuals. The woman narrowed her eyes slightly. During the mission, use code names. Yes, Link's captain. Link squinted and said, since they are not here, they must be with that viper. Conduct a citywide carpet search. The items must not leak out. She is injured and cannot escape the blockade. Find her for me. Yes. We are already deploying personnel to tighten the encirclement and conduct a thorough search. Just then, Lynx hesitated for a moment. What is the situation at the mall? The fire has been extinguished, 12 dead, 37 injured. Lynx was taken aback, somewhat surprised by the number, as it should have been more. The situation had been urgent, and she had barely had time to save anyone. Allowing the items to escape would only result in greater harm. After the captain chased out, a spatial-type martial artist used teleportation to rescue all the people trapped in the mall. Oh, by the way, the Alexander that the captain incapacitated is not dead. He was also rescued and detained by the armed police. Lynx was momentarily stunned. Li Daotian made a move. The officer forced a smile. How could it possibly involve Li Daotian? It was a high school senior named Jiang Nan. Lynx's eyes sparkled with fierce determination. In the vast nation of Huaxia, there is no shortage of talent. So far, there has only been one spatial-type martial artist, Li Mingshan, Li Daodian. A second spatial type? How could the military be unaware? The officer clicked his tongue, unsure of what to say. Captain, here is his information. Take a look. E-grade talent, truly of no use. The most formidable ability, yet the most worthless talent? Indeed. Lynx scrutinized the information carefully, including the video records of his rescues. Teleportation executed 21 times. With a maximum range of 100 meters. His spiritual power was still not exhausted. At least black iron 10 stars. You tell me this is E-grade talent? The officer was taken aback. Captain, are you suggesting that the talent test was erroneous? Lynx gazed at the footage of Jiang Nan carrying people out of the mall, her expression gradually shifting. I want all his information. Alexander brought him up. I want to personally interrogate him. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan was pouring strength-enhancing potion into the bathtub, filled with excitement. After 10 buckets, the bathtub was full. Wow, 10 million for a single bath. Even the Dubai tycoons cannot match my extravagance. He indulged in this delightful fantasy. Jiang Nan, completely nude, jumped into the bathtub. The icy water made him shiver. Submerged in the bathtub, Jiang Nan comfortably closed his eyes, feeling waves of power surging from within his body. Unlike internal use, which was direct and crude, the energy contained in the strength potion continuously improved Jiang Nan's physique. This transformation was not temporary, lasting only 3 days and nights. Rather, it was a permanent enhancement, elevating his physical fitness, sensory perception, defensive capabilities, motor skills. Every aspect experienced a comprehensive upgrade. I truly am a talent. Good deeds yield good rewards. If it weren't for rushing into the fire to save others, I would never have discovered this effect of the strength potion. He leisurely soaked for half an hour until he felt his body had absorbed the potion to its limit. He had directly reached a 10-fold enhancement in physical capabilities. All without using the potion. He could only wait until tomorrow to soak again. This improvement was gradual and could not be achieved in an instant. Looking at the remaining strength potion, much of its potency still lingered. Should I pour it back into the bottle and sell it? He chuckled. This idea seemed rather cheeky. Frugality is key. Recycling is essential. We must pursue a sustainable path. But didn't that mean others would be drinking my bathwater? Jiang Nan shivered at the thought. It felt odd. He promptly dismissed this notion. Jiang Nan gazed down at his flawless physique. Wow, look at these perfect muscle lines. Defined abs, balanced and not bulky. This skin, as tender as a newborn. This elasticity, it could burst with a touch. Wait, something seems off. Jiang Nan looked down. What's going on? Alarmed, Jiang Nan quickly felt his head. His hair was still there. His eyebrows too. But then, everything below the eyebrows was hairless? Jiang Nan cursed. What the hell? Detected host's insult to the system, deducting 1,000 cash. Furious and heartbroken, Jiang Nan accepted the reality. For the sake of strength, was hair loss truly a concern? After all, no one would see it. Just consider it a secret of his own. At that moment, a loud crash echoed from the ceiling. The roof had been breached. Suddenly, a person fell through. Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned, about to emerge from the bathtub. But he was abruptly pushed down, a gleaming dagger pressed against his throat. Jiang Nan felt the weight of another person on him. A fragrant aroma laced with the scent of blood invaded his nostrils. Golden hair cascaded down his shoulder into the bathtub. A wave of extreme danger surged through Jiang Nan's heart. Just as he was about to turn around, the dagger pressed slightly harder, slicing into his skin. The woman behind him leaned close to Jiang Nan's ear, whispering, "Young man, don't move. One more move, and you'll die." Her whisper sent a shiver down Jiang Nan's spine, rendering him frozen in place. He dared not turn around but managed to mutter, "Big sister, I'm not a young man." The golden-haired girl glanced at the bathtub. "He, not small at all, but so clean. And yet you say you're not a young man? Jiang Nan? Damn. You make a compelling point. I find myself utterly speechless." Chapter 35. Why don't you believe me? Jiang Nan's mind was racing. This woman was undoubtedly not an ordinary spiritual warrior. The surging spiritual energy surrounding her left him breathless. What was happening? He had merely been enjoying a bath at home. Just moments ago, he had lost a forest. He had just claimed no one could see him. And then, out of nowhere, someone fell from the sky. Not only could he see it clearly, but she had also smashed a hole in his roof. Was he truly this unlucky? Could she be one of those who escaped from the mall? The incapacitated Alexander was already at the golden level. What level was this woman at? Where was the Night Legion? Out for a stroll at such a late hour? Before he could ponder further, he saw the woman with golden hair, clad in a tight black outfit, her figure strikingly stunning, with a high-nose bridge, delicate collarbones, and deep-sea blue eyes. She was the epitome of a striking foreign beauty. However, she slowly approached Jiang Nan, one hand pressing a dagger against his neck while the other roamed over his body, pinching him painfully. The force she exerted seemed as if she would crush his bones. Jiang Nan was about to explode. "Hey, don't touch me. What are you doing?" "Big sister? I've been weak and fragile since childhood. If you really want, I can introduce you to someone." "Damn. Big sister, please let me go. I'm just a young lad." The golden-haired girl seemed incensed by Jiang Nan's words. She squeezed hard, her nails digging into his shoulder. Jiang Nan felt a piercing pain, as if all his strength had been drained in an instant, rendering him immobile. From Katerina's resentment value 666. "What are you thinking, little brother? Your physique is decent. You should be able to withstand this." She then produced a vial from her back, glowing red, and thrust it violently into Jiang Nan's heart. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, but Jiang Nan could only watch helplessly as the golden-haired girl injected the entire contents into his heart. "Jiang Nan? What the hell? What did you just stab me with?" "Tetanus. It must be tetanus, right? Or maybe a rabies vaccine." "No. It definitely isn't some genetic serum or a doomsday virus. Is this poison? Don't run off. I'll be back for you, regardless of life or death. You belong to me now." Jiang Nan's mind buzzed. "No way. Is it really poison? Can't you leave me some room for imagination?" Jiang Nan was furious. If this continued, he might actually be killed by this stunning beauty. With all his might, he teleported, vanishing from the bathtub in an instant. Katerina was momentarily stunned. Spatial abilities? Teleportation? With this movement, Jiang Nan felt his heart pounding like a drum. The power within him surged geometrically. His blood flowed rapidly, and it felt as if a fire was igniting within him. His skin took on an eerie crimson hue. "Damn, this poison is too intense." Alarmed, Jiang Nan hastily took out a detoxifying pill and swallowed it. The feeling of weakness and dizziness vanished instantly. Feeling refreshed, he clenched his fist and struck at Katerina. Bang! The bathtub exploded under Jiang Nan's punch. Katerina barely managed to evade, her face a mask of shock. She had just injected him with snake venom. How could he still move? But Jiang Nan didn't care. He lunged forward, roaring, invincible chokehold. Katerina was gravely injured, with crimson blood staining her abdomen and shoulder. Yet her reflexes remained sharp. The dagger in her hand gleamed coldly as she slashed at Jiang Nan's neck like a serpent lurking in the shadows. Jiang Nan teleported again, disappearing before her eyes. Before Katerina could turn around, Jiang Nan executed an invincible chokehold, wrapping himself around her like a sloth. They both fell to the ground, with pain etched on Katerina's beautiful face as she struggled. Jiang Nan showed no mercy. He executed a joint lock, twisting her arm back. To his astonishment, her arm was bent at an unnatural angle but remained unbroken. It was as if she had no bones. However, it restricted her movements. Katerina was driven to madness. Was China really this terrifying? Just encountering a random person turned out to be a spatial warrior, and so skilled in combat techniques. The strength was astonishing. Her physique outright terrifying. "Let me go," she pleaded. Jiang Nan shook his head. "Not a chance." Katerina, blushing with anger, insisted, "Let go. You're pressing against me." Jiang Nan replied, "You're still wearing clothes. What is there to fear?" From Katerina's resentment value 999. Is this really about wearing clothes? The issue is that you aren't wearing any. At that moment, their positions were incredibly awkward. Jiang Nan was sprawled on her back, tightly locking her throat. His legs executed a deadly scissor hold, one hand still twisting her arm. Just then, footsteps echoed from above. "Hurry, she's here." For members of the Night Legion, 3 men and 1 woman, peered through the hole in the roof. They were momentarily stunned. What was happening? Was the scene really this explosive? Jiang Nan, unencumbered by any external objects, had firmly subdued the golden-haired woman, and it looked like he was about to succeed. Katerina, in a panic, unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy. Spitting blood, she sent Jiang Nan flying. She glared at him with resentment. "You wait, little brother." With that, she leaped into the air. Breaking free from the encirclement and escaping, Jiang Nan hurriedly got up from the ground, dusting himself off, and looked up at the hole in the roof. 2 of the 4 had gone to pursue her, leaving 1 man and 1 woman staring blankly at him. The man wore a serious expression. While the woman's face was flushed, she shot a glance at Jiang Nan and lightly snorted. The male member of the Night Legion asked, "What just happened?" Jiang Nan instantly perked up. "Reinforcements. Sweet beings," he boldly complained. "That golden-haired big sister just scratched me with her nails. She even stabbed me with a syringe." The male member's face darkened. "She stabbed you? I think it was you who stabbed her. You were quite fierce." With that, the male member dashed off to chase her. The female member shot Jiang Nan a fierce glare, her cheeks red, before also pursuing. "Jiang Nan? What the hell? I was just speaking the truth. She really did scratch me. And stabbed me. What do you mean I stabbed her? With what would I stab her?" And just like that, they leave, not even a word of recognition. Jiang Nan could forego all of that. At the very least, could someone fix my roof? What kind of situation is this? Jiang Nan looked down at himself. There was a puncture wound on his chest, and his shoulder bore a small injury. The intense sensation of his heart racing and blood burning had completely vanished. TCH. What kind of poison was that? It was nothing his detoxifying pill couldn't handle. Tonight was destined to be sleepless, as Jiang Nan spent the night repairing his roof and squatting in the bathroom. Chapter 36. This woman loves to jump off buildings. The following morning, Jiang Nan sat in class with prominent dark circles under his eyes, reflecting on the events of the previous night, which filled him with indignation. What kind of people were they? However, the atmosphere in the classroom was unusually vibrant, with discussions revolving around the explosive incident at the mall the night before. Jiang City had been in turmoil, effectively sealed off, allegedly due to the explosion. And there were reports of a mysterious group clad in black jackets scouring the city. Could they be a secret task force? Li Xiang scoffed. "What do you know? That's the Night Legion, our country's most enigmatic unit." "Wow, how do you know that, Brother Xiang?" Li Xiang smirked slightly. "My cousin is in the armed police and was involved in the operation yesterday." The classmates perked up. "What happened? Tell us." "Yes, please." Li Xiang leaned in conspiratorially. "It's classified information. If I tell you, you mustn't spread it. I heard it was a mission from Russia, infiltrating our side to steal a cache of goods. Escaping north from the imperial capital. They intended to cross through Jiaz, but our people intercepted them. The explosion at the mall was their doing." The eyes of the students sparkled with intrigue, showering him with praise. "That's impressive. You have such insider information. Amazing." Li Xiang chuckled, casting a proud glance at Jiang Nan. Suddenly, a classmate piped up. "Did you see the live news report last night? That woman who jumped from the 6th floor was incredible. She ripped the car door right off." Indeed, last night, Nan Shun was quite formidable. As the conversation unfolded, many gazes shifted towards Jiang Nan, some with complex expressions, others giving him a thumbs up. A number of students had watched the live broadcast and were momentarily stunned upon recognizing Jiang Nan. Li Xiang, taken aback, asked, "Jiang Nan? What is the connection?" "Brother Xiang, you don't know?" During the mall explosion, Nan Shun was on site. He dashed into the flames and rescued over 60 people, and it was all on television. They say he even brought out a foreigner who was subsequently taken away by armed police. That is truly remarkable. I still have the video from yesterday, where a girl trapped in the flames was live streaming. Soon, someone in the class shared a video from Weibo in the group chat. Jiang City Evening News. Headline: Nan Shun, the enthusiastic young man who charged through the flames. His true identity turns out to be a pretty soldier, a little sorceress, a high school student. No. His true form is actually a night market vendor. The video featured clips of Jiang Nan saving people, along with his humorous exchanges with Yu Qingqing, culminating in a segment where he advertised. The view count exceeded 100,000. Even the Jiang City Fire Department retweeted it, tagging Nan Shun with a message: "A strong youth makes a strong nation. Well done." The fire department expressed gratitude on behalf of the rescued individuals and all colleagues. The The comments section erupted. Haha, the strongest street vendor in history. I can't believe it. From today onward, I've fallen in love with crew cuts. Ing shui. Good job. Little fish, following you now. I'm especially concerned. Moonlit Lone Wolf, you owe me a candy. I want candy. Now. Immediately. I want to eat. Wu Liang, Big Brother is awesome. Little Tang Tang. I laughed so hard I got hit by my brother. Poor me. Jiang Nan scratched his head, surprised by how many people were on Weibo. Was that little Tang Tang Qinya? What was going on with Xia Yao? Replying to Xia Yao, I want to give it to you. He glanced at his Weibo followers, which had skyrocketed to over 100,000. Li Xiang's expression soured, a wave of discontent washing over him. Here he was boasting about insider information while Jiang Nan had personally engaged in a heroic rescue at the scene and helped the armed police capture someone. A profound sense of inadequacy and frustration consumed Li Xiang, yet he could find no words to express it. Li Muyin and the others wore equally displeased expressions. Previously ridiculed and depressed in class, Jiang Nan was now basking in the limelight, and their resentment only deepened. Before long, a series of jarring screeches of tires broke the air. Curious heads poked out of the windows. Whoa, 3 military vehicles are here. What is going on? The classroom quickly filled with students gathered by the windows. Jiang Nan too looked out, spotting 3 green military vehicles, with people disembarking and entering the teaching building. He mused. Could it be that the blonde beauty was captured? Are they here to reward me? I told you. After last night's great achievement of successfully detaining her. How could there not be recognition? Just as the students fervently speculated about the military vehicles, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. The mountain cat entered the classroom first. Donned in a full black military uniform, combat boots on her feet, and insignia absent from her shoulders. Following her were a man and a woman from the Night Legion. The very same duo from the rooftop the previous night. The once lively classroom fell into a hushed silence. Students stared, bewildered. Is that the Night Legion? The woman who had first entered was indeed the fierce individual who had jumped from the 6th floor last night. What brought her to their classroom? Mountain Cat's piercing gaze swept across the classroom. Those caught in her stare felt a chill run down their spines, as though a knife were pressed against their hearts. Fearful. They sat upright, not daring to breathe. Mountain Cat's eyes settled on Jiang Nan, glancing back at her companions. Captain, that's him. Mountain Cat nodded and, under the astonished gazes of the classmates, strode directly to Jiang Nan's desk. Her sharp, phoenix-like eyes bore into him, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension in the classroom. Jiang Nan, feeling bashful, scratched his head. No need for such a grand entrance. It's rather embarrassing. In truth, he was mentally preparing himself for praise. Bring it on. Let the commendations come with fervor. Clang. The black handcuffs were tossed onto the desk. Put these on yourself, or shall I assist you? Jiang Nan? Wait. This isn't right. Where's the recognition? Where's the medal? Why do these handcuffs look so much like a fashion statement? He muttered weakly. How about you check your pockets again? Perhaps you took out the wrong item? Mountain Cat stared at him impassively, retrieving a black hood from her pocket. Jiang Nan. Oh no. This is a 2-piece set. Run? Of course, I should run. This hood looks ominous. You can't be the real Night Legion, right? But recalling Alexander's grim fate sent a shiver down Jiang Nan's spine. Run? Under the watchful eyes of this woman who could tear off car doors? He'd rather not. Jiang Nan swiftly donned the handcuffs and the black hood, contemplating. Are we being provided lunch? Mountain Cat's eyelids twitched slightly, and she seized Jiang Nan by the collar, flinging open the window and leaping out. The sound of a heavy landing echoed as Jiang Nan felt a rush of wind whip past his ears, involuntarily letting out a scream. Were they jumping off buildings again? What is with this obsession? Can't we just take the stairs? The 2 accompanying Night Legion members exchanged incredulous glances and hurried after them. Behind him followed a principal, drenched in sweat and trembling all over. The students in the classroom were utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Was Jiang Nan taken away by the Night Army? Yesterday, through the efforts of my companions, we managed to reach 30 updates. With a little more effort, we could reach 50. Let us charge forward, hurrah. And do not forget to leave a 5-star rating, as it is truly of great significance. Chapter 37, The Bowtie. As Jiang Nan was taken away, the classroom erupted in chaos. Could it be? 3 military vehicles had arrived solely to apprehend the South God. That was the Dark Knight Army. The imposing presence was utterly intimidating. They had undoubtedly seen blood. Why were they capturing the South God? They even prepared black hoods and handcuffs? Incredible! To be associated with the Dark Knight Army. Wasn't the South God involved in apprehending a Russian yesterday? Surely, they weren't there to assist in an investigation? The students in the class fervently debated. Being young and curious about the nation's mysterious forces, even students from other classes leaned out to gaze through the windows. They watched helplessly as Jiang Nan was shoved into the military vehicle and driven away without a moment's pause. Li Xiang scoffed, "Calm down. Jiang Nan is finished. Those black handcuffs are specifically designed to restrain the abilities of spiritual warriors. Rescuing someone in a mall. Huh. Don't tell me he's linked to those Russians." Lu Chuanwu added. "Isn't it? Why else would they arrest him? Don't tell me he's going in to provide cover for them. That would be." Yet, some were unwilling to concede, saying, "Don't be sour grapes just because you can't reach the grapes." Regardless of why they took the South God, he truly risked his life last night. Going into a blazing inferno and carrying out over 60 people, those were lives saved. No matter what crime the South God committed, to me, he is a hero. He raised his thumb in approval. The classroom fell silent. Even Li Xiang and Lu Chuanwu had nothing to retort. In the military vehicle, Jiang Nan felt utterly restrained. He sensed that the woman referred to as the lynx sat quietly beside him. She slightly moved her wrist. Handcuffs that could restrict abilities? What the hell? This was akin to the sea prism stone handcuffs from One Piece. It was over. Over. He couldn't even use teleportation. They weren't going to drag him into some bizarre human experiment, were they? "I'm merely a child of 216 months and 21 days. How could you be so cruel?" "Sister Lynx, I need to use the restroom." Jiang Nan shifted uneasily, his legs pressed together. No one spoke. "Sister Lynx, I need to." "Hold it." The lynx didn't even glance at Jiang Nan, her lips merely uttering 2 words. "Jiang Nan." Another half hour passed. "Sister Lynx, I really need to go." The corner of the lynx's eye twitched, yet she remained silent. "Sister Lynx, I." She didn't respond. Instead, she shoved something into Jiang Nan's hand. Upon touching it, Jiang Nan exclaimed, "What the? A bottle? A sports drink bottle? Are you serious?" "Hey, I'm talking about number 2 here. How am I supposed to use this? Are you suggesting I do my business in the vehicle without stopping? How heartless." The lynx raised an eyebrow. "What? Do you need my assistance? Help me? How would that work?" Jiang Nan's mind suddenly conjured bizarre images, and he couldn't help but shiver. No need. The male driver of the Dark Knight Army struggled to suppress his laughter during the tower journey before Jiang Nan was finally relieved of the hood. The glaring light was almost blinding. At that moment, Jiang Nan found himself locked to a table. The room was empty. It was a solitary chamber, surrounded by thick concrete walls. The air was damp. It resembled some underground base. Jiang Nan had been confined here for over an hour. Stop hitting me. Occasionally. Muffled sounds akin to a pile driver echoed from the adjacent room, accompanied by someone's wails. From Alexander Tchaikovsky's Resentment Value 1000. Watching the constantly refreshing resentment value list, Jiang Nan shivered. This wailing seemed familiar. So it was the one from Dolly Mountain. No wonder they were so desperate yesterday. They were waiting for him here. If they beat you, why blame me? I genuinely wanted to save you. Mom, this person is really strange. Yet Jiang Nan felt restless. They were being beaten. He didn't want to end up in the same situation. Glancing at his tightly shackled hands, Jiang Nan chuckled. Flipping his palm to reveal a small copper wire he had snatched from the military vehicle, he proceeded to fumble with the lock. Skill activated. Lockpicking LV0. Skill points added 100. Skill upgraded. Lockpicking proficient LV0. A mere dark handcuff, could it truly pose a challenge to him? With a click, the handcuff sprang open, and Jiang Nan crouched low, tiptoeing towards the exit, striving to make no sound. He dared not use teleportation. Who knew what the underground base was like? He stealthily approached the door. As he opened it to flee, he seemed to collide with something. Huh? Wait, let me savor this moment. When he looked up, Jiang Nan found the lynx staring down at him. With a cold expression, she blocked the doorway like an immovable mountain. Had he just bumped into her? How embarrassing. The lynx had been poised to grasp the doorknob when it had suddenly turned on its own. Jiang Nan had stealthily emerged, crashing directly into her embrace. He glanced at the table where the handcuffs lay open. The lynx's eyes sparkled with intense interest. Jiang Nan feebly said, "I was just thinking of checking what was for lunch in the cafeteria." From Luo Tianhong's resentment value 614. Luo Tianhong? Oh, how delightful. Yet, upon noticing the lynx's cold demeanor, Jiang Nan obediently stepped inside. The lynx settled into a chair, propping her feet on the table. Behind her stood a male and female soldier from the Dark Knight Army. The lynx shot a glance at them, and with a resounding bang, the door slammed shut. "Come here." Jiang Nan jolted, pointing at himself. The lynx remained silent, placing her hand on the table. Observing the blood on her knuckles, Jiang Nan's expression shifted, and he dashed over. With a radiant smile, he asked, "What can I do for you?" "Just say the word." "I." Smack. Before he could finish speaking, the lynx's hand, swift as lightning, struck the back of Jiang Nan's head, knocking him out cold. As darkness enveloped him, Jiang Nan thought in his final moments, was it true that such scenes from dramas actually happen, and that a blow to the neck could render someone unconscious? 10 minutes later, the lynx studied the needle marks on Jiang Nan's chest and the wounds on his shoulder, her expression contemplative. "Indeed. Dress him up." A nearby female soldier, having removed his clothing, helped Jiang Nan put on a new outfit, her cheeks slightly flushed. Suddenly, Jiang Nan, sprawled on the table, awoke with a start, feeling a sharp pain in his head, and looked around in confusion. He saw the lynx sitting directly across from him. Why had she knocked him out? She couldn't possibly have done something scandalous to him, could she? As he glanced down at his belt, Jiang Nan's eyes widened in shock. His belt, once tied in a simple knot, was now fashioned into a bow tie? Truly, had his little secret been discovered? At that moment, Jiang Nan's face was filled with indignation. The lynx asked blandly, "How old are you?" Jiang Nan gritted his teeth. "You already know. Why ask?" 20. The lynx paused. "The records say you're 18. Is that false?" Jiang Nan was taken aback. "Wait, you meant my age?" The lynx's face flushed as she retorted, "What did you think it was? Can you be any more mischievous?" What a peculiar line of reasoning. From Luo Tianhong's resentment value 666. Indeed, young men must always protect themselves when venturing out. In just a span of 2 days, the golden-haired beauty, the lynx, and the female night warrior have all uncovered their little secrets. Alas, it seems that being excessively handsome can lead to unforeseen consequences. Chapter 38. Little Nan. "I want candy." The bobcat rose and slowly approached Jiang Nan. A wave of anxiety washed over Jiang Nan. Surely, she wouldn't be furious and come to beat me up, would she? However, the bobcat merely cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Nan, instructing the female member of the Dark Knight Army, take him for a blood draw, and then send him back. Jiang Nan was taken aback. "What? You went through all this trouble just to bring me here to knock me out and take advantage of me? What about the promised lunch? What about the little medal? Now that you know my little secret, you must take responsibility. Don't take advantage of me." With a look of grievance, Jiang Nan finished the blood draw and was shoved back into the vehicle. This time, the bobcat did not personally escort him. It was the female soldier who did. Jiang Nan sat in the car, feeling wronged, mostly because he hadn't had a meal. "Miss, what is your name? Is it tiring working for the Dark Knight Army? Do you have 5 insurances and 1 housing fund?" The female soldier, Ning, looked at Jiang Nan helplessly. In all her years, she had never encountered someone so unreserved. But recalling the scene just moments ago, her cheeks flushed slightly. "Shall we add each other on WeChat?" Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is there a chance? Let us add. Why not? I adore someone as charming as you. I feel particularly safe next to you." At the military base, the bobcat held Jiang Nan's blood test report, an unusual smile gracing his face. The male member of the Dark Knight Army beside him questioned, "Are we really just letting him go like this? The blood reagent has clearly been injected into his body and has successfully integrated. That snake will definitely come back for Jiang Nan. Ignoring this could lead to danger." The bobcat replied, "Danger?" He asked sharp. "Trying to take him under our noses would be akin to chasing a dream. To take him, they would need a large-scale operation." The male soldier's eyes lit up. "Captain, are you planning to take a long line to fish for a big catch?" The bobcat narrowed his eyes. "Fishing is secondary. What I truly desire is the bait." encrypt Jiang Nan's information, and prohibit any access below the school level. He tossed the tablet to the soldier, who glanced at it and gasped in astonishment. Name, Jiang Nan. Age, 18. Ability, space system. Strength system, uncertain. Physical condition, extremely strong. Talent, SSS, unprecedented in history, cannot be clearly defined. Cultivation, black iron 10 stars. Successfully integrated with the blood reagent. Reason unknown. At last, he understood why the Bobcat valued Jiang Nan so highly. This talent was simply monstrous. Meanwhile, at school, afternoon exercises were underway. Jiang Nan stepped down from the military vehicle, and Ning waved him off with a smile. The entire student body noticed this scene and was left in shock. Wait, did I just see that right? The Dark Knight Army personally escorted the South God back, and their attitude was so cordial? He was taken away in handcuffs and a black hood, yet returned unharmed? Surely, was he actually helping with an investigation? In the classroom, Li Xiang and Lu Chuan-Wu wore expressions of disbelief. Earlier, they had claimed Jiang Nan was useless, yet here he was, returning not only alive but personally escorted. Their faces were flushed with embarrassment. Jiang Nan, however, wore a look of melancholy. Despite his sweet talk in the car, he hadn't managed to extract any useful information from Ning. No wonder she was professionally trained. But at least he had managed to get the Dark Knight Army's contact number. At this moment, a crowd gathered around Jiang Nan's desk, bombarding him with questions. South God, what did they want you for? Was it to assist in a case? Where is their base? Is it near K Mountain? Jiang Nan replied earnestly. They called me to taste the food in the cafeteria to see if it was hard or not. His classmates exclaimed in disbelief. Seriously? How can you be so dismissive? Come on, South God, don't hide it. Just tell us a little. We won't tell anyone else. Stop pressing him. He might have signed a confidentiality agreement. Jiang Nan shrugged. They called me, knocked me out, took advantage of me, and then sent me back. South God, please. You're as skinny as a monkey. You would have anything to offer? One female classmate blushed and said, I kind of want to see what it's like. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. Look, I'm telling the truth. Why doesn't anyone believe me? The problem is, even I don't believe it. Li Xiang sarcastically remarked, Oh, why don't you all just drop it? Who knows what really happened? Jiang Nan chuckled. Some things indeed cannot be disclosed. However, they received a notification that someone from the armed police leaked information impacting the operation. They are currently investigating this matter thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang turned pale. Even if he didn't fully trust Jiang Nan's words, what if it were true? Panic washed over him, and he hurried out to make a phone call. The other students, sensing the gravity of the situation, refrained from asking further. The incident involving the fire and the Dark Knight Army only served to enhance the mystery surrounding Jiang Nan in their eyes. That evening, as Jiang Nan walked home, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a video call from Langmia. He clicked to accept the call, and a breathtakingly beautiful face filled the screen. Resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, flawlessly beautiful, evoking no hint of impropriety. It was none other than Zhong Yingxue. Little Nan? Xiao has been pestering me all day. She wants candy too. Summer Yao rushed over, gently caressing Zhong Yingxue's face. Look at you. You've become so beautiful. Little Nan. I want candy. I'm telling you, little Shui is in my hands. If you don't give it to me, I'll take you hostage. Zhong Yingxue, intrigued, asked, Little Nan, where did you get that big white rabbit milk candy? I feel like I've become a little prettier after eating it. Summer Yao chimed in. Not just a little prettier, but immensely so. I don't care. I want to become beautiful too. Jiang Nan smirked. No candy for you, no candy. Chapter 39. Stir-fried eggs with chives. Xiao revealed her adorable little tiger teeth, exclaiming in exasperation, Oh no. This is infuriating. With that, she playfully shoved Zhong Yingxue onto the bed, eliciting a series of startled cries from her phone, accompanied by Xiao's mischievous laughter. The two girls engaged in a spirited tussle. Xiaoyu, stop it. Please. Please. Hiki. No way. Not a chance. The phone screen shook wildly as their antics continued. Jiang Nan sighed in frustration. Despairing Xue from further torment, he reluctantly conceded, I'll give you some candy, okay? Instantly. Xiao perked up. Is that a promise? Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking, "Are you still going to mention my beauty filter?" Xia Yao shook her head vigorously. "No more. Xiaonan is the most handsome. I like you the most. I can't bear a day without seeing you. And you won't choke me again? Of course not. How could I? I'll even massage your shoulders and bring you snacks." Xia Yao was being exceptionally sweet, deliberately flaunting her fluffy wolf ears. Even with Jiang Nan's resolve as solid as a rock, he found it hard to withstand the charm before him. "I'm in love," he thought. "All right. I'll make sure to get you one when I return. Yay. Xiaonan is the best." With that, she ended the video call with remarkable speed. Jiang Nan's expression stiffened. Ah, women. As he entered his room, he pondered whether to try his luck with a few 10 consecutive draws. To his surprise, he found a stunning blonde beauty in an oversized white t-shirt standing in his room, wearing his Pikachu-printed shirt, which had been stretched quite a bit. Most crucially, Katerina was devouring a massive cabbage with delight. Both Jiang Nan and Katerina were momentarily taken aback. With her mouth stuffed full of cabbage, the atmosphere was thick with awkwardness. Jiang Nan scratched his head. Oh dear. Wrong room. What a strange day. He turned to leave, but Katerina glared at him, hurling the cabbage in his direction. Jiang Nan instantly teleported away in panic. What the heck? How did this golden-haired beauty end up in my house? And what about the Night Army? Aren't they supposed to capture her? They should come and get her. She's right here. If you try to escape or call the police, I'll kill your neighbors. Jiang Nan's face stiffened, halting at the door as he glanced back. Katerina leaned against the doorframe, a playful smile on her face. Big sister, what exactly do you want? You didn't lose anything yesterday. I was the one who got stabbed. Why are you clinging to me? Recalling the events of the previous day, Katerina felt a surge of anger, but managed to say, I told you, regardless of life or death, you belong to me. There is no escaping now. Come back. Right now? Her gaze turned dangerously intense, her pupils transforming into serpentine slits. Jiang Nan felt a pang of guilt. This stunning beauty must be at least of golden rank. How could his puny arms contend with her powerful legs? Reluctantly, he stepped back inside, his eyes darting around. Katerina sat on the bed in a rather peculiar posture. Her combat attire discarded beside her. She pointed at the clothes, commanding, "Wash these for me. I want to wear them tomorrow." Jiang Nan exclaimed. "What? Why should I? You already ate my cabbage. Now you want me to do your laundry?" Katerina lightly tapped the edge of the bed with her finger, purple mist enveloping the area, corroding a small hole in the iron frame. Jiang Nan hurriedly fetched a basin and laundry detergent. Big sister, how about adding some fragrant detergent? It smells divine. Katerina tilted her head, puzzled. What is that? As Jiang Nan sat on a small stool, he began washing the clothes with a sense of grievance. Oh, Night Army. Where are you? I can barely hold on. Meanwhile, Katerina watched him from the bed, feeling conflicted. It would take 2 days for her organization to send someone to assist her. Although she had lost the blood-burning reagent, if she could just get Jiang Nan out, it would suffice. Had she not been desperate last night, she would not have resorted to such measures. Yet, under the Night Army's tight grip, escaping with Jiang Nan alone was out of the question. The only option was to send a message and orchestrate a rescue later. The dilemma was how to survive in Jiang City for 2 days. With no one else to turn to, she had no choice but to seek out Jiang Nan, especially since the reagent was still within him. As she pondered, her stomach growled again. She picked up the cabbage she had found in the kitchen, ready to continue munching on it. Jiang Nan finished washing the combat suit and, noticing her, exclaimed, "How can a young lady eat that for dinner? Let me cook for you." Without awaiting her response, he dashed into the kitchen. Katerina raised an eyebrow, wondering why he was suddenly so diligent. Watching him expertly stir-frying in the kitchen, the aroma wafting through the air, she felt an unexpected warmth. This annoying little brother wasn't too unbearable after all. Soon, a lavish spread was laid out on the table. A plate of chive and egg stir-fry, a plate of bean sprouts with meat, and a pot of steaming rice, each dish a feast for the senses. As Katerina inhaled the delightful fragrance, her stomach rumbled. Jiang Nan, brimming with anticipation, urged, "Give it a try. My cooking isn't half bad." Katerina licked her lips and began to eat. She took a few bites of the eggs and meat, while Jiang Nan anxiously encouraged her, "You should try the chives. They're delicious." Katerina ignored him, focusing solely on the eggs and meat. The bean sprouts are delicious too. Why not give them a taste? She shot him a glare, maintaining her silence. Jiang Nan grew increasingly anxious. Why is she so picky? She must eat for her health. Katerina rolled her eyes. Why do you care? Why aren't you eating? Jiang Nan scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Me? I already ate outside. In truth, he didn't dare to eat. The chives in the stir-fry were infused with spiritual energy, and the bean sprouts were detoxifying ones. A hearty portion would fill anyone up. His plan was flawless. 2 plates of food would surely incapacitate her, and then he could alert the night army. However, Jiang Nan never anticipated that this golden-haired beauty would be so finicky. What harm had the vegetables done? Couldn't she just show a little appreciation and eat a bite? In the end, Katerina refused to touch the chives or bean sprouts, only consuming 3 pieces of egg, 2 pieces of meat, and a bowl of rice before stopping. As night fell, Jiang Nan lay in bed in deep contemplation, while Katerina beside him had not only stolen the blanket, but also left him without a pillow. That night was unbearably cold. Chapter 40. A sudden turn of events. Her phone was confiscated. It was quite distressing. Lying obediently in bed, Jiang Nan found himself unable to sleep. Why hadn't the spiritual chives and detoxifying soybeans kicked in yet? Even without eating, surely the eggs and meat had absorbed some essence? Jiang Nan kept his eyes wide open for a full hour. Alas, it seemed hopeless. 10 consecutive draws commenced. The accumulated resentment points allowed Jiang Nan to indulge in 2 more rounds of 10 draws. The result was a single beauty elixir and 19 pairs of Hao Pai shorts. This outcome was somewhat acceptable. Just then, lying quietly beside him, Katerina began to stir. Her cheeks flushed, she started to fidget restlessly. Stealing a glance at the sleeping Jiang Nan, she realized he was fast asleep. So, she cautiously reached out her small hand. She grasped Jiang Nan's hand. Jiang Nan. Big sister? What are you up to? Is this your subtle approach? According to her original plan, the combination of soybeans and chive should have been quite potent. Surely, she should be too preoccupied for anything else. But now? Could it be? Had merely consuming eggs and stir-fried meat dulled the effects? Jiang Nan felt a chill run down his spine. This couldn't mean he was about to be ensnared, could it? At that moment, Katerina's expression shifted to one of agony, drenched in sweat, as if she had been pulled from water. Jiang Nan's eyes widened in excitement. Was it working? Why did she seem feverish? No. He had to pretend to be asleep. He absolutely could not let her discover his treachery with the food. As long as he remained calm, nothing untoward would occur. However, the next instant, Katerina's face contorted in pain as she tightly wrapped her arms around Jiang Nan's neck. It was as if she craved the comfort of a doll when feeling unwell. Yet, her strength was so great that Jiang Nan's eyes rolled back in his head. He desperately tried to pry her off with both hands, but Katerina held him fast. To Jiang Nan's horror, Katerina's legs transformed into a thick serpent's tail, her pupils morphing into those of a snake. In spirals, she entwined Jiang Nan tightly. Jiang Nan was paralyzed with fear, his body covered in goosebumps. No way. She had truly become a snake? If this continued, wouldn't he become Su Xian? That couldn't happen. He had to teleport away immediately. However, the thought was beautiful. Entwined like a dumpling, Jiang Nan discovered he was utterly unable to teleport. It felt as if some skill was suppressing him. Moreover, with each movement, Katerina's serpent tail tightened further. Panic engulfed Jiang Nan. But at that moment, Katerina's pupils suddenly lost their luster, and she fainted, collapsing onto Jiang Nan. Ugh! Ugh! Jiang Nan was bound tightly, struggling to breathe. Every movement caused the snake tail to constrict. He had never imagined such a predicament. His plans had gone awry. Forget about alerting anyone. He simply had to endure the pressures of life. Little did Jiang Nan know, the spiritual chives had triggered Katerina's beastly instincts. Even in her beast form, she remained a venomous snake, and the detoxifying soybeans had exacerbated the effects, causing her to faint. Per Jiang Nan, this night would be sleepless. The next morning, Katerina awoke groggily. To her surprise, she found Jiang Nan beneath her, sporting dark circles under his eyes, looking at her helplessly. What had happened? Had she transformed? Why was she still entwined around him? Jiang Nan, can we talk after getting up? Katerina quickly rose. Reverting to her human form, rubbing her head, bewildered. Jiang Nan, with righteous indignation, remarked, "You, my dear, are terribly restless in your sleep. And you were sleepwalking too. Tomorrow, you can sleep in the bed. I'll take the floor." Katerina, sleepwalking? I remember. What do you recall? Katerina covered her face, recalling only her discomfort and her desire for some consolation, then sneaking a hand-holding moment. Nothing at all. Jiang Nan sighed with relief. Having narrowly escaped a beating, he began to dress, preparing to leave. Where do you think you're going? You can't leave. Jiang Nan shrugged. I'm still a student. I have to go to school. No way. Who knows if you might report me? Jiang Nan, if I don't go, it will raise even more suspicion, all right? Katerina hesitated briefly before declaring, then I'll keep an eye on you. No funny business. For the next few days, I must not be exposed. Jiang Nan, resigned, allowed her to accompany him. On the way to school, a golden-haired Katerina donned a cap, wearing Jiang Nan's short-sleeved shirt and jeans, trailing behind him. Even in such attire, she attracted countless glances. Jiang Nan was already strikingly handsome, and with the addition of a stunning blonde beauty, they drew even more attention. Zhou Yuqing followed at a distance, rubbing her eyes, momentarily believing she was mistaken. Was that the sister who just emerged from Jiang Nan's house? Were they together? At the school gate, many classmates were momentarily dumbfounded. After all, it was rare to see such a beautiful foreign girl. What on earth? What is going on with Nanshan? Where did he meet such a stunning beauty? Golden hair and blue eyes. She was simply too beautiful. Is he hiding a treasure? Nanshan truly lives up to his name. Why can't I encounter someone like that? Jealousy consumed them. Katerina felt somewhat overwhelmed by the attention and threatened Jiang Nan. I can see your every move from outside. Don't go looking for trouble. However, to onlookers, this appeared as a tender whisper. Jiang Nan shivered. Jealous? Want to try? He realized now he was essentially her hostage. Humph. Just wait. He would let her bask in her glory for another day. Seated in class, Jiang Nan remained focused on his work, while many classmates occasionally stole glances out the window. Katerina stood beneath the shade of a tree, waiting for Jiang Nan to finish school, not going anywhere. The envy among his classmates escalated. Nanshan, unbelievable. She stood outside with you for an entire morning. You don't even show her some sympathy. Indeed, you should bring her a bottle of water this afternoon. Truly heartless. It seems that beauty grants one the privilege to act capriciously. Jiang Nan, sympathize with her? Does a golden-level spirit warrior require his concern? Jiang Nan would rather see Katerina suffer from the sun outside. Nanshan, tell us, how did you meet her? Please point us in the right direction. Jiang Nan set down his pen, his expression earnest. She literally fell from the sky. From Wang Bin's resentment value 999. From Yuan Yuhan's resentment value 666. From. Truly, don't disbelieve me. She really did fall from the sky, smashing a huge hole in my roof. From Wang Bin's resentment value 1000. Chapter 41. Are you fake? Today, Jiang Nan appeared remarkably earnest, attentively listening to lectures and diligently solving problems. Engaging in petty antics during class? Impossible. As the epitome of a good student in this new era, their singular focus lies solely on learning. Jiang Nan then tilted his head slightly, observing Katrin, who stood in the shade, lost in thought while gazing at the elderly vendor selling ice cream at the entrance. Should I borrow a phone to call the night army? Katrin seemed to sense Jiang Nan's gaze and shot him a fierce glare. Jiang Nan, Learning. It's all from the heart. After school, the classmates were astonished to find that Katrin had waited all day at the school gate for Jiang Nan. Oh my goodness. How endearing. What a divine romance. They cast envious glances. Jiang Nan approached her, offering a bottle of ice-cold cola and an ice cream cone. Katrin eyed him suspiciously, but accepted it, taking a sip of cola and a lick of ice cream, cream clinging to the corners of her mouth. She savored the treat with delight. Jiang Nan chuckled mischievously. Taking out his trusty bicycle from an alternate dimension, he exclaimed, "Let us go." Katrin, taken aback, asked, "Where to?" "To set up a stall." Jiang Nan retorted confidently. "You can't go. I've waited for you all day. Come home with me." Jiang Nan boldly replied, "How could that be? If I don't set up a stall, there is no money. How can I buy you delicious food without money? Given your sensitive position, I can't very well resort to theft, can I?" Katrin hesitated as she looked at the cola and ice cream in her hands. Then, I'll go with you. On the bicycle, she sat sideways on the back seat, one arm wrapped around Jiang Nan's waist while licking her ice cream. Jiang Nan wore a sly grin, thinking to himself, just wait and see how I'll handle you. Once they arrived at the stall, it was Jiang Nan who called the shots. After a day of anticipation, he was finally ready. At the Jiangcheng night market, the stall was set up, and he settled onto a small stool. Various wares, including potent elixirs and detoxifying beans, were displayed for sale. Katrin was utterly bewildered. Most stalls sold trinkets, clothes, antiques, and pancakes. And what did he have? Bottled water? Chives? Yellow beans? Would they even sell? But what transpired next shattered her perception of reality. Bottled water for 10,000 a bottle? Outrageously expensive. Yet it sold like hotcakes. Customers rushed forward, eyes gleaming with desire, nearly ready to snatch them up. Haha, Jiang Nan. Finally, we've been waiting for you. I saw your heroic live rescue the other day. Incredible. Just incredible. Jiang Nan, my handsome brother. Let us connect on WeChat. Do you have more of that elixir? I'll take 5 bottles. And where did you find such a stunning beauty? Blonde and blue-eyed. I love doing business with you. So eye-catching. Haha. Once he set up shop, Jiang Nan became the most sought-after figure in the entire Jiangcheng night market. Katrin was dumbfounded. In such a short span, nearly 1 million had already been sold. When did making money become this easy? Here she was, risking her life daily for less profit than a street stall. Was Jiang Nan truly just an ordinary high school student? What else with the chives and yellow beans? New products? Curiosity peaked among the crowd. If the farmer's punch is so potent, what about these chives and beans? Jiang Nan cleared his throat and declared, these are genuine spirit-infused chives. If he consumes her, she can't endure it. If she consumes him, he can't endure it either. They'll both be overwhelmed. The Iron Kidney Warrior. Experience a revival of vigor. 1,000 each. 10,000 for a bundle. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged dubious glances. Is this reliable? More potent than those little blue pills? Jiang Nan's products are guaranteed quality. Want to elevate your family standing? Tired of feeling embarrassed when your wife demands submission but you can't deliver? Spirit-infused chives are what you need. Jiang Nan's tongue flowed like a river, his advertising pitch akin to an aerial bombardment, captivating everyone. Let us go. Give me a bundle. Whether you can soar tonight depends on you. Can it enhance your vitality? I'll take one. As soon as they heard it could enhance vitality, the demand skyrocketed. Aided by the reputation of the elixirs, Jiang Nan was overwhelmed with cash. And now this. Detoxifying beans. You deserve this. Capable of neutralizing potent toxins, they rejuvenate and invigorate, keeping you energized all day. Just 100 each. You can't lose, nor can you be deceived. The crowd gasped. Wow, that is not expensive at all. Let us buy a few to try. Jiang Nan was selling like crazy, grinning ear to ear. But suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, akin to being stalked by a venomous serpent, jolting him awake. He turned to see Katrin glaring at him with a look of fury. It dawned on him. Those spirit-infused chives and detoxifying beans were the very vegetables from the meal she had eaten yesterday. No wonder Jiang Nan had tea eaten. He kept insisting she consume vegetables, remembering how uncontrollably she had spun in circles the previous night. Jiang Nan, still insisting he was sleepwalking, made Katrin want to kill him. Yet Jiang Nan merely raised an eyebrow and glared back defiantly. He was not afraid. Who dared threaten him first? Even if she discovered his little antics, what could she do? They were in a public market. There was no way he would back down. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you. With so many people present. Katrin restrained her impulse to teach Jiang Nan a lesson until the market closed. Furious, she confronted him. Aren't you going to explain yesterday's incident? Jiang Nan, brimming with righteousness, stuck his tongue out at her. What's wrong? It's me, after all. You want to fight me? Go ahead. In a fit of rage, Katrin's delicate arm shot towards Jiang Nan's neck with astonishing speed. But Jiang Nan instantly teleported behind her, using the familiar technique of the unbeatable chokehold. She was taken aback, unable to activate her beastly powers. Stunned, she couldn't react in time, and Jiang Nan had her subdued, immobilized. Observing the shock and indignation on Katrin's beautiful face, Jiang Nan felt a rush of triumph. Is this the thrill of conquest? He playfully gave her a light tap on the head. Let us see you wash my combat gear now. Humph. You thought you could suppress my breathing with your conscience, huh? Katrin struggled defiantly, wondering how her powers could fail. Jiang Nan, seemingly transformed, was frighteningly strong. Jiang Nan retrieved his phone from her, dialing the night army. "Hello, is this Sister Mountain Cat? I've subdued the blonde beauty. She is at the Jiangqing night market. Please send someone to take her back." At the military base, Mountain Cat lounged in her office, legs propped on the desk, holding a tablet displaying satellite images. It was the scene of Jiang Nan restraining Katrin while on the phone. After releasing Jiang Nan, the night army had been monitoring his movements. Anning stood behind Mountain Cat, astonished to see Jiang Nan, who had captured the elusive viper that so many had failed to apprehend. "What is happening?" "She is a golden-level operative." Mountain Cat replied nonchalantly, "Understood. Release her." "Jiang Nan? Wang Difak? No way. The person is with me. Just come and take her back." "Links, Understood. Let her go." "Jiang Nan, you must be the false night army." Chapter 42. The deceptive tongue of a woman amidst the turmoil and tribulation. I toiled relentlessly, bearing humiliation and enduring hardship, employing every trick in the book to finally ensnare Katerina upon the makeshift cloth. After expending an immense effort to subdue her, I envisioned my liberation from this torment. Yet, the night army proclaimed, "No need to apprehend her. Let her go." Let her go? Am I jesting? Is it truly this casual? How does one simply release her? Jiang Nan cast a glance at Katerina, whose delicate visage was etched with frost. If she were to be released, could I still hope for my own good fortune? Surely, she must be apprehended. She is a danger to society, a liability to the people. Then, a chirpy sound rang out. "Sister Meow?" Jiang Nan swallowed hard, a wave of guilt washing over him. He forced a bright smile, reluctant to release Katerina. Instead, he tenderly ruffled her smooth forehead. "Does it still hurt?" "Alas, it is entirely my fault. A little rub should ease the pain." Katerina maintained her calm demeanor. "Release me. I will not harm you." Katerina's resentment level 1000. Jiang Nan shuddered. "Sister, your words lack conviction. A resentment level of 1000 is rather revealing, don't you think?" Jiang Nan felt quite helpless. Surely, the two of them could not linger indefinitely on that cloth. However, once outside its confines, Jiang Nan's composure returned. "With such a generous heart, you could even make Pikachu plump. Please, let us pretend this never happened. Be good now." Katerina smiled sweetly. "All right, I will be obedient. Now, release me." Katerina's resentment level 999. Jiang Nan was taken aback. "Indeed, the deceptive tongue of a woman. How about I treat you to some skewers?" Katerina's resentment level 888. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with hope. Could there be a chance? There would be fatty beef, lamb, tripe, enoki mushrooms, chicken wings, and hairy crabs. Katerina's resentment level 777. 666. 555. With each item mentioned, her resentment diminished. Not for any other reason than that Jiang Nan had made her hungry. Indeed, there was no problem that a barbecue could not solve. If there were, then 2 barbecues would suffice. "And I shall take you shopping for clothes. We shall choose the most expensive." At this, her resentment level ceased to fluctuate. Katerina pouted. "It's a deal. Now hurry and let go of me. You're getting too close." Jiang Nan's face flushed red, awkwardly scratching his head as he tentatively released Katerina. To his surprise, she did not explode with anger, but instead expressed a hint of excitement. "Where shall we dine?" Jiang Nan suddenly remembered that this girl had not eaten all day just to keep an eye on him. "Given your pitiable state, today I shall ensure you have a delightful time. Follow me, for the night holds endless possibilities." With that, Jiang Nan led Katerina to indulge in skewers, ordering the most extravagant selections. They ventured to purchase clothing, where Katerina emerged clad in form-fitting jeans, a black crop top, and a purple fisherman's hat. With her innate beauty and Jiang Nan's striking good looks that nearly grazed the heavens, they became the most dazzling pair on the street, turning heads wherever they went. Jiang Nan even took her to the cinema, pampered her with a hairstyling session, and treated her to manicures, culminating in a night of gaming that stretched until dawn. For Katerina, everything felt utterly novel. She had always navigated the shadows of the underworld, and such experiences were foreign to her. This night was truly extraordinary. When dawn broke, a sleepless Jiang Nan returned to school. Katerina remained steadfastly waiting at the school gate. Classmates noticed Jiang Nan's dark circles and glanced at Katerina, exchanging knowing smiles and giving Jiang Nan a thumbs up. Well done, South God. It seems you had quite the adventurous night. Truly impressive. The legendary Iron Kidney Warrior must be speaking of you, right? How enviable. The girls in class were abuzz with excitement, occasionally stealing glances at Jiang Nan, their cheeks flushed. Lu Qianwu, filled with envy, was driven to train even harder. Yet, Jiang Nan was too weary to explain, succumbing to sleep. Katerina stood beneath the shade of a tree, pondering why the Night Army had ceased their pursuit. Had they retreated because the blood-burning agent had been administered to Jiang Nan? Perhaps this was for the best. At noon, her phone buzzed with a message. She cast a complex glance at Jiang Nan before departing. When Jiang Nan finally awoke, it was already afternoon. He instinctively glanced outside. Where's the golden-haired beauty? Perhaps she returned home early due to the heat. Jiang Nan thought nothing of it. Upon returning home that night, he discovered his room had been tidied to perfection. His phone lay on the table, and upon opening it, he found a message on WeChat from the golden-haired beauty, whose profile picture featured an adorable Pikachu. I have left. Do not leave Jiangxing for now, and seek the protection of the Night Army. You have the blood-burning agent within you. The White Shark's people will not spare you. Be cautious. Until we meet again, though you may not wish to see me. Jiang Nan stared at the phone in silence for 2 minutes. The message was sent at noon. She must have been picked up shortly after. Hey, you're the villain here. Could you not have just told me directly? Jiang Nan chuckled, realizing that Katerina had genuinely mistaken the golden-haired beauty for a username. He replied, Golden Beauty, you've left your combat suit at my place. Aren't you coming back for it? On a green train bound for Russia. Katerina gazed out the window, her phone vibrating gently. Her eyes lit up as she quickly picked it up, only to be met with a face full of fury. Consider this a parting gift. Katerina's resentment level 888. Jiang Nan chuckled at the sight of the combat suit hanging by the window. South God, do not involve yourself in the White Shark's plans against me. It could end terribly. Golden Beauty, I will do my best. South God, huzzah. Golden Beauty, huzzah. Jiang Nan lay on his bed, deep in thought. The Night Army undoubtedly knew of his actions in the situation with the agent. Their decision not to capture Katerina likely indicated a strategy to draw out a bigger prize. The thought ignited a fire of indignation within Jiang Nan. Am I to be used as bait? Did they seek my consent? Those wretched creatures. After peering at her, they do not even consider responsibility. Jiang Nan dismissed thoughts of the white shark and the polar bear. Tomorrow was the final exam. First, he needed to secure the top position. In the long, endless night, what to do when sleep eludes you? Jiang Nan retrieved the English book from his bedside table. Unable to sleep? It must be time for study. Chapter 43. The first question stumped me, studying English deep into the night in Jiang Nan. Upon rising the next day, I felt utterly refreshed. I received messages from Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao on WeChat. Yingxue, Xiao Nan, good luck on your exam. Don't forget to eat a ham and 2 eggs tonight. That will surely guarantee a perfect score, but if you eat them in the wrong order. Huh? Something feels a bit off. I replied, just watch. Langmi, what about my candy? Jiang Nan rolled her eyes and sent her a picture of the beauty pill. Langmi, isn't it sweet? Nanshan, guess? Langmi. Morning self-study began with seating arrangements. The students quickly contacted those in the same examination room, urgently forming a tactical team for coordinated efforts. Regarding the exam, Jiang Nan felt no anxiety, such as the confidence of a top student. Someone asked, Nan Shun, which exam room are you in? Jiang Nan, room 3? What's up? Wow, what a coincidence. I'm also in room 3. Nan Shun, are you thirsty? I have red tea. What a fateful encounter. I'm also in room 3. I'll treat you to lunch. Come, let me give you a shoulder massage. In an instant, Jiang Nan's desk was surrounded by eager faces. Jiang Nan smiled amiably. Don't worry. We are all classmates. I've got this. With her words, their smiles grew even brighter. This is solidified. Jiang Nan's academic prowess is renowned. She stands out even in the spirit martial class. Li Xiang, watching Jiang and being adored by her peers, scoffed internally. This time, he had devoted himself to studying rigorously, determined to overshadow Jiang Nan in the cultural subjects. He planned to make her regret it during the Tianqi Lingxiu. Two-pronged strategy. He would let her be arrogant for a little while longer. The first exam was about to commence. Jiang Nan was on her way to her designated room when she encountered the towering Wu Liang. He sported a red scarf tied around his head, emblazoned with 3 bold characters: strong, strong, strong. After several days apart, he was now wearing glasses. Clearly, he had been diligently studying. With those black-framed glasses, he indeed looked the part. So, big guy, how did you fare in the first 3? Wu Liang adjusted his glasses, exuding confidence. He patted his chest, declaring, "Don't worry. Big brother, I've got this. Everything is under control." Jiang Nan was astonished. "Wow, so confident? All right. No wonder I picked you. I'm looking forward to your good news. If you're in the top 3, I'll reward you handsomely." Jiang Nan playfully punched Wu Liang's chest and entered her exam room. To her surprise, Tang Xinya was also in her examination room. Jiang Nan greeted her with a smile. Under the stern gazes of the 2 proctors, the exam commenced. Jiang Nan feverishly filled out her answer sheet, her 2B pencil nearly smoking from the rapid pace. She completed the Chinese essay in less than 30 minutes, astonishing all her classmates. Rising to submit her paper, there's no way around it. Such confidence. So carefree. So audacious. The students in the examination room were filled with resentment. Are you a human printing machine? Completing the Chinese paper in under 30 minutes? From Zhou Qiliang's resentment points 666. From Wang Xian's resentment points 888. The resentment points list refreshed wildly, bringing satisfaction to Jiang Nan's heart. No problem. This was precisely the effect she sought, seizing the opportunity to earn resentment points. Just as she was about to exit the exam room, the proctor interjected, "Where do you think you're going? Return to your seat. Leaving early during the exam is not permitted." Jiang Nan? Sitting in her seat, Jiang Nan felt helpless, enjoying the occasional influx of resentment points. In her boredom, she glanced around and noticed several discrete actions. Some students were scribbling answers on water bottle labels, others on pencil cases, and even some on their hands. Truly, ingenuity abounded. Jiang Nan even spotted a master at work, tapping his fingers on the desk in Morse code to convey answers. 7 or 8 students leaned in, calculating furiously, then hastily wrote down the answers. Jiang Nan found this utterly amusing. With such talent, why not devote it to studying, to steer them onto the right path? Jiang Nan showcased her selfless side. For such matters, she was always unwavering. Then she began rhythmically tapping her fingers on the desk. The students paused. "Well, that rhythm is a bit intense. Perhaps this is how to solve that question." A full half-hour later, someone inadvertently turned around and caught sight of Jiang Nan also tapping away, gazing wistfully out the window. Upon seeing their incomplete answers, they nearly choked. "What the heck? You can be wistful, but stop tapping the desk." The other students were going mad. Jiang Nan reveled in the rapidly accumulating resentment points. Remember to study hard later." She casually glanced behind her, spotting Tang Xinya, her delicate face etched with anxiety. Seizing the opportunity when the proctor turned away, Tang Xinya discreetly lifted her short skirt, revealing a flurry of small black characters written on her legs. Jiang Nan stole a glance before returning to her answers. Tang Xinya seemed to sense Jiang Nan's gaze, her face turning as red as a ripe apple, and playfully stuck out her tongue. Jiang Nan quickly averted her eyes. Do not look. Do not look." The second exam was English. Jiang Nan, not one to waste her revisions, completed the paper early once more. However, this time, she did not submit it early, as she could not exit the exam room. Just then, a gentle breeze wafted through, carrying a crumpled piece of paper that landed on her desk. Well, even passing notes now involved wind elemental abilities. What a talent! She noticed Wang Ping making frantic gestures at her. Jiang Nan opened the note, which read, "Nanshan, choices, please." Jiang Nan swiftly pinned all her answers on the note. Seizing the moment when the proctor was distracted, she flicked it back to Wang Ping. Wang Ping saw the note brimming with answers and burst into laughter, furiously marking his answer sheet. Feeling secure, he naturally couldn't forget his buddies. Under the gentle breeze, that little note passed through many hands. After the exam concluded, Wang Ping and his friends gathered around Jiang Nan, giving her a shoulder massage. "Nanshan is amazing. Haha. This time, I'm sure I'm set." "It's all thanks to you, Nanshan." Jiang Nan chuckled. "It's only right." Wang Ping suddenly seemed to recall something. "Oh right, Nanshan, you missed one choice. Didn't he answer the last question? Others chimed in. Though I didn't understand. The last question looked quite difficult. Jiang Nan laughed. No, I answered the last question. Wang Ping. Puzzled. Then why is there still one missing? Jiang Nan. I didn't answer the first question. Wang Ping. Wang Defa. The first question? What the heck? We all started filling in from the first question. You mean to say we filled in the wrong order? Not a single one correct. From Wang Ping's resentment points 999. From Wang Hong's resentment points 666. From Chapter 44. Everything under control, observing the frenzied refresh of the grievance value list. Jiang Nan was enveloped in confusion. I shared the answers out of goodwill. Why are they blaming me? Goodness. These people are truly strange, utterly lacking in gratitude. In the third mathematics examination, Jiang Nan continued to navigate the questions with ease, completing the paper swiftly. Meanwhile, Wang Ping was drenched in sweat, panic-stricken and at his wits' end. Though Jiang Nan had played a small trick, it was still better than attempting it alone. Wang Ping stared at the paper, recognizing the questions but unable to comprehend them. Upon opening a small note, Jiang Nan was pleasantly surprised. The note read, 1, 2, 3. Even the question numbers were thoughtfully labeled. Watching Wang Ping wipe sweat from his brow, Jiang Nan couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. He picked up his pen and began to write. Wang Ping, who received Jiang Nan's reply in a rush, opened it hurriedly. Upon reading, he nearly spat blood in shock. The note clearly stated, 1. For 3 long and 1 short. Choose the shortest. 2. For 3 short and 1 long, choose the longest. 3. If they are similar in length, choose C. 4. Trust in Nan, absolutely reliable. 5. Anyone who doesn't aim for a perfect score isn't human. Wang Ping stared wide-eyed at Jiang Nan. What the hell? Is this an acrostic poem or a catchy rhyme? I wanted A, B, C, D, F, G. Nan, I am kneeling before you, begging you to stop showing off. The brilliance of your talent is blinding. Jiang Nan, with a confident expression, secretly gave Wang Ping a thumbs up. Grievance value from Wang Ping 1000. In the second examination room, Wu Liang sat in the middle of the classroom. His robust frame resembling a small mountain, his expression fierce as he fixated on the questions before him. Sweat poured down, and veins bulged. He glanced at his answer sheet and realized he had only written his name. Meanwhile, outside, a Wuling Hongguang parked, and inside, the atmosphere was tumultuous. 7 or 8 burly men, their chests adorned with tattoos, were glued to a laptop screen displaying Wu Liang's exam paper. The images were transmitted in real time through the glasses Wu Liang wore, with the red scarf on his forehead acting as a high-frequency antenna. The school's signal jammer was ineffective against them. The muscular men, anxious, scribbled calculations on paper. A bald man urged, Old Wang, hurry up. Wu is waiting. Another, with a tiger tattoo, angrily retorted, What the hell? This question is too hard. Didn't you graduate with a degree? You can't solve high school questions? I graduated years ago. What the heck is tan and cos? My head is about to explode. Is this really high school material? Are you even capable? It's been an hour. We need to submit the paper soon. Stop holding back. Let's call for help. My son is a postdoc. I'll ring him. Old Lu. Isn't your daughter a high school math teacher? Hurry and rally some support. Passers-by glanced through the car window and were taken aback by the sight of so many burly men. They quickly walked away, muttering about the state of the world. Back in the classroom, Wu Liang clenched his teeth, nearly shattering them in frustration. With only 3 minutes left to submit, the cacophony of curses and noise in his ear made his head feel like it would explode. He slammed his fist onto the desk with a resounding bang, shouting, Hurry up. The sudden noise and outburst echoed throughout the silent examination hall, startling fellow students and nearly causing the invigilator to jump in fright. A cup of tea flew, splattering the student in front. The startled student blinked in confusion. Westlake Longying? Instantly, all eyes turned to Wu Liang, and he realized something was amiss. He was on the brink of disaster. There was no way he could afford to expose himself. How could he aim for the top 3 if he did? Scratching his head, he feigned difficulty. Why can't I solve this? The invigilator calmly wiped the podium, saying, The student, please maintain silence. Another invigilator patted Wu Liang's shoulder reassuringly. It's all right. If this exam doesn't go well, there will be another chance. Wu Liang's loud cry had even reached the van outside. Wu, get out. Hurry and fill it out. In that moment, Wu Liang's eyes widened, his muscles tensed like steel. He scribbled furiously, his arm moving so quickly it seemed to leave behind an afterimage. He managed to finish the paper just before the bell rang and dashed out of the classroom. Vaulting over the wall to the outside, he flung open the van door and jumped inside, causing the Wuling Hongguang to shake violently. 3 minutes later, Wu Liang emerged, feeling utterly relaxed, leaving behind 7 or 8 battered men on the phone, pleading for help from their children. After a restroom break, Jiang Nan encountered Wu Liang and cheerfully asked, "How did the morning exam go?" "Smoothly." Wu Liang, looking solemn, patted his chest. "Don't worry, Nan. Everything is under control." "Ah, great. Haha." Jiang Nan felt a surge of happiness, realizing all that studying wasn't in vain. Wu Liang thought to himself, how could he not succeed? Half of the people on Jiangqing streets were helping him with the answers. As for his study results, Wu Liang was certain of one thing. Nan was right. His head was indeed filled with muscle. The day of examinations passed, and as school ended, Wu Liang walked home with Jiang Nan, his spirits high. He had managed to scrape through the tests. Wu Liang was brimming with confidence. With the academic exams behind them, the next challenge would be the Spirit Realm Combat Assessment. "Nan, we're heading to Chabai Mountain tomorrow afternoon. What gear do you need? I can help you get it." Jiang Nan paused. "What gear?" Wu Liang suddenly remembered Jiang Nan had never been to the Spirit Realm and explained, "The spirit beasts there are extremely dangerous, far more so than out here. Most spirit warriors opt for a cold weapon for self-defense. It makes hunting spirit beasts much easier. We'll be there for 15 days, and it's going to be quite challenging. We need to prepare plenty of food and supplies. Are you ready, Nan? Just bring what you need. I'll carry your backpack. I'm strong." Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. "Carry a backpack? I'm merely a walking luggage bag. Have you forgotten what I do? I actually haven't prepared anything." Wu Liang was taken aback. "Oh no, Nan's spatial system. How could I forget this? With a dimensional space, the possibilities are endless. Come on, Nan. Let's south head to my place. Take whatever you want. I have everything." As Wu Liang draped an arm around Jiang Nan's shoulder, they changed direction. Jiang Nan smiled. "I just happen to have something for you. You're going to love it." A group of schoolgirls walking home glanced at the sight of Jiang Nan and Wu Liang with envy. "See, I told you? TSK, TSK, TSK. What a waste of such a handsome guy. Waste. Humph. Just watch me reel him back in." Giggling, "Little Bay, are you planning to make a move on Jiang Nan? If you don't act soon, someone else will sweep him away. Where else can you find such a handsome boy?" Chapter 45, The Secret Base. Following Wu Liang, Jiang Nan arrived at what he referred to as his territory, a repurposed abandoned warehouse. It was indeed spacious, covering an area of 300 to 400 square meters. The moment the roll-up door opened, Jiang Nan's mind was momentarily bewildered. Piles of fitness equipment, not to mention the sandbags and dumbbells. In the center stood an octagonal cage. The walls were adorned with an array of cold weapons, such as Nepalese daggers, Malay swords, triangular bayonets, and crossbows. Additionally, 7 or 8 heavily modified off-road vehicles were parked in the garage. Raptors, Wranglers, and Hummers, some of which Jiang Nan didn't even recognize. There were also various outdoor gear, tents, searchlights, generators. A glance revealed it to be a veritable paradise for men. Jiang Nan was drooling at the sight. Who wouldn't be enamored by such things? Alas, his lack of education left him at a loss. Wu Liang, brimming with enthusiasm, fetched 2 items. One was a heavy titanium magnesium alloy shield, intricately embossed with the visage of a roaring bear. It stood a towering 2 meters tall and weighed no less than 300 pounds. In his other hand, he wielded a 2-meter-long cavalry saber. It was quite intimidating. He exclaimed, "Brother Nan, what do you think? Am I impressive?" Jiang Nan quickly shook his head. No. Wu Liang's resentment point 666. "You must weigh at least 500 pounds with all that gear. Can you move easily?" With a swift motion, Wu Liang thrust the iron shield forward, generating a powerful gust of wind. He swung the cavalry saber, the heavy sound of slicing air resonating as if it were weightless in his hands. "I practice daily. No problem. If I transform, it will be even easier." Jiang Nan nodded in satisfaction, feeling he had stumbled upon a treasure, a solid shield warrior, a mobile fortress, an invulnerable tank. Suddenly, Wu Liang seemed to remember something. He set aside the shield and saber and retrieved an iron spear. The spearhead, adorned with a flowing red tassel, gleamed ominously. "Brother Nan, how about this one? Is it comfortable to use?" Jiang Nan took the spear, turned, and struck downward. The spearhead sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. With a loud crack, the spear shattered the concrete floor. Wu Liang watched in sheer excitement. "Look at that move. It's a visual delight." However, Jiang Nan shook his head. "I don't want to use that. I'll pick something for myself." Wu Liang was taken aback. Wasn't Jiang Nan trained in using firearms? During the last urban battle, he had knocked himself out with a streetlight. That expertise was certainly masterful. How could he simply dismiss it? Jiang Nan surveyed the surroundings and selected a triangular bayonet, fastening it to his waist. Skill triggered. Dagger. LV0. Skill points added. 100. Skill upgraded. Dagger. Expertise. LV0. In an instant, Jiang Nan drew the triangular bayonet from its sheath. He spun it in his hand and executed a reverse thrust. The blade glimmered in his grip, dancing like an agile spirit. Every movement was precise and lethal. Wu Liang, witnessing Jiang Nan's skillful display, nearly had his eyes pop out. A master of daggers too? How is this possible? Were you practicing from birth? Jiang Nan returned the bayonet with satisfaction. He then spotted a scabbard Tang Dao on the wooden rack. The blade was a meter long, exuding a profound historical aura, yet it did not appear worn. The moment he unsheathed it, a sharp glint revealed itself. The blade was straight, adorned with intricate patterns, and the hilt bore an ancient character for cool. The chilling light was enough to sever hair. Skill triggered. Swordsmanship. LV0. Skill points added. 100. Skill upgraded. Swordsmanship. Expertise. LV0. With a clang, the cold blade sliced through the air, creating a stunning display. Jiang Nan admired the straight blade with evident satisfaction. Wu Liang's mouth fell agape in disbelief. "You can wield a spear, a dagger, and now a Tang Dao? And you're proficient in them all? Why are you so exceptional?" Jiang Nan chuckled, patting Wu Liang on the shoulder. "When summer break comes, I'll teach you how to properly use a cavalry saber." Wu Liang, what more can I say? It seems Brother Nan truly deserves his title. As for the Tang Dao, it was brought back by my father from the countryside, a true relic passed down from ancient times. The craftsmanship has been lost to time. If Brother Nan likes it, I'll gift it to you." Jiang Nan graciously accepted. He was well aware of his future path. With spatial abilities and strong mobility, wielding such lengthy weapons would be cumbersome. The Tang Dao would serve perfectly as his primary weapon, while the triangular bayonet would be his sidearm, ensuring he would never be at a disadvantage in close combat. "I also have a treasure for you," Jiang Nan said mysteriously, beckoning Wu Liang closer. Wu Liang approached with eager anticipation. Jiang Nan produced a pair of shorts from the alternate space, boxer shorts emblazoned with a bare face. "Wu Liang, is this what Jiang Nan considers a treasure? When did shorts become a prized possession? Does he have an affinity for gifting them? Last time it was a Pikachu pair, and now." Seeing Wu Liang's stunned expression, Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong? Don't you like them?" Wu Liang scratched his head. "It's not about liking or disliking." Jiang Nan insisted, "Don't underestimate them. These are not ordinary shorts. If there were a ranking for shorts, these would be the kings." "Wu Liang, do you know the Hulk? No matter how he transforms, his shorts never tear." As Jiang Nan tugged at the shorts, stretching them to nearly a meter long and releasing them, they instantly returned to their original size. Wu Liang's eyes sparkled with realization. "This is incredible. As long as I wear these Hulk brand shorts, I need not fear being left naked when I transform. This is a boon for all beastly warriors. The ultimate shorts. No other can compare." Wu Liang gave a thumbs up. "Impressive. What a fine item." He then hesitated. "Brother Nan, do you have any triangular ones?" The air fell into an eerie silence. Jiang Nan's expression morphed into one of dread. "No, Brother Nan, it's not what you think. Triangular ones are very comfortable. They offer sensations that boxers simply cannot provide. You won't believe it until you try." Jiang Nan shook his head vigorously, directly pulling out 10 pairs of triangular shorts from the alternate space. The styles were varied, catering to every taste. Wu Liang gratefully accepted them, eager to try them on immediately. However, Jiang Nan held him back firmly. "Brother, don't. Please. I can't bear to have that memory taint my mind. It's truly overwhelming." Chapter 46. A little love letter. Jiang Nan gazed at the equipment in the warehouse, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This holds great potential. He chuckled. Wu Liang scratched his head in confusion. What do you mean? Jiang Nan toiled away in the warehouse until past 2 in the morning before finally heading home. As he lay in bed, he pondered for a moment before dialing the Dark Knight Army's number. Beep beep, who is it? A languid voice, tinged with a hint of annoyance, jolted Jiang Nan awake. Wow, you sound like a sleepy kitten, he exclaimed, finding her adorably disheveled. Sister Mountain Cat? It's Jiang Nan. I'm heading to the Tianqi Lingshu tomorrow for 15 days. You all beep beep beep, damn. She hung up on me again, Jiang Nan grumbled. His teeth clenched in frustration. Must she be so aloof? Mountain Cat, just wait. I shall make you into a compliant little kitty one day. Lying on his bed, Jiang Nan felt a flutter of anxiety. What was he to do? The Dark Knight Army seemed to disregard him entirely. What if the White Shark took this opportunity to strike? It was worrisome. Yet, he could not forego the Lingshu. Damn it. What is there to be afraid of? If it comes to worst, I'll just spread out a mat and let fate decide. Anyone who dares to challenge me shall face the consequences. Meanwhile, Mountain Cat, having hung up on Jiang Nan, rubbed her sleepy eyes and dialed another number. How are the arrangements coming along? Captain, the personnel are in place. And the people from the White Shark? No signs detected at the border for now. They can endure, but should there be any movement, report to me immediately. Understood. Captain, awakened and no longer drowsy, Mountain Cat, clad only in a white shirt, approached the window, gazing at the bright moon and murmured. I hope I haven't misjudged this time. The next morning, Jiang Nan arrived at school, brimming with energy. He noticed many classmates sporting large hiking backpacks, all visibly excited and well prepared for their journey to Tianqi Lingshu. Upon entering the classroom, his peers were momentarily taken aback. Here he was, carrying only a small messenger bag containing a data cable and 3 power banks. Oh no, Jiang Nan is as good as done for. With such gear, he might as well be foraging for tree bark and roots. Does he think he's on a vacation? Li Xiang chuckled. Don't say that. After all, our southern god has never been on such an adventure. It's understandable. Lu Chuanwu laughed. Haha, I almost forgot about that. Southern god is still a rookie. Li Mian sneered. Jiang Nan, if you can't handle it, just give up. No one will mock you. Jiang Nan flashed a radiant smile. Can't handle it? I'm quite resilient, as you should know best. Li Mian's face flushed, speechless and stunned by his boldness. The classroom fell silent for a moment. What? Is there such a relationship? Sister Yin is impressive. Truly, the circle is chaotic. Returning to his seat, Jiang Nan was surprised to find breakfast awaiting him on his desk, a cup of soy milk with an envelope pressed beneath it, adorned with lip marks and little pink hearts. This is a little love letter? He felt a rush of excitement. When had he become so popular? Just as he sat down, a cascade of envelopes tumbled from his desk, each uniquely crafted. Some were folded into origami cranes, while others featured his own photographs. One girl had even crafted a little frog from green paper. Hey, are you serious? If you can't fold cranes, just use a regular envelope. Who folds frogs to confess their feelings? No wonder you're still single. Another envelope boldly bore the number 521. Jiang Nan appreciated such directness. I love it. Is this girl trying to confess through a red envelope? His classmates looked on in envy, their eyes wide with disbelief. Is there no justice left in this world? So many love letters. Why can't we get a share? The resentment list was rapidly refreshing, and Jiang Nan beamed with gratitude towards the girls who adored him. It was a golden opportunity. He pulled out his phone and snapped a selfie, posting it on Weibo. Too many little love letters. What to do? How about we chat on WeChat? Image. One picture was his radiant selfie, the desk overflowing with love letters, while the other displayed his WeChat QR code. Within moments, the comments section erupted. Ing Shui, Yu Gu Lang, Pa, you shameless scoundrel. Didn't you say you wanted to be a sidekick? Little fish, added. Little Tang Tang, soy milk, drink it? If not, I'll take it this handsome guy. Do you need a backup? Numerous trolls chimed in. Have some self-respect. Save some paper for the country. What is this? No more street stall business? Now a micro-business? Jiang Nan was overjoyed as his Weibo post caused a stir among single folks. The resentment list exploded. Truly, beauty conquers all. His classmates glared at Jiang Nan's post, their teeth grinding in anger. Damn it, creating a new account just to bash Jiang Nan. Before long, the teacher entered, causing the atmosphere to shift with tension as the exam results were about to be revealed on the big screen. Li Xiang clenched his fists, brimming with confidence. This time, my academic performance will surely eclipse Jiang Nan's. Tianqi Lingshu will be my final blow. When the results were announced, first in the academic year, Jiang Nan, total score 696. Second, Li Xiang, total score 695. 5. Third, Wu Liang, total score 666. Fourth, Zhou Qiliang, total score 665. Li Xiang's eyes widened, nearly gasping for air, almost fainting. Damn it. Just 0. 5 points. I hired 7 or 8 tutors and studied like crazy, sacrificing sleep just to outdo Jiang Nan. And this is the result? Why is my reputation so loud? It's all a sham. My face feels slapped. Jiang Nan, in a teasing tone, remarked, that is quite enough. Just a few points. I should have checked more carefully. His confident mockery infuriated his classmates. Do you have to be so insufferable? Leave a bit of dignity for us. No need to flaunt it. Jiang Nan, of course, seized the opportunity to accumulate more resentment points, reveling in the rapidly refreshing list. Everything was worth it. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from Class 2 of Lingwu, as if a table had shattered. Wu Liang bellowed, "Damn. This is it. I'm third. Who else is there?" Jiang Nan. Teacher. Classmates. Chapter 47. Sweetened bubble tea. Jiang Nan felt genuinely pleased for Wu Liang. It seemed that Wu Liang's mastery over his circumstances was not without merit. Of course, he was oblivious to the specifics of Wu Liang's control. Glancing at the grades displayed on the screen, Jiang Nan snapped a photo and sent it to Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao, adding a note, "Quickly praise me." Yingxue replied, "Hee. You're amazing. Here are 99 little hearts for you. I withheld 1 to keep you humble." Nanshan responded, "Received." Meanwhile, Xia Yao sent a little video. Jiang Nan opened it to find Xia Yao leaning on her desk, flashing a mischievous smile at the camera before blowing a kiss. Jiang Nan, startled, quickly closed the video. "Oh no, that was a heart-fluttering moment." Langmiat exclaimed, "First place in the Heavenly Pool Spirit Ruins. There are rewards." Nanshan replied, "I don't want any other rewards. Just change your username to something else when I secure first place." Langmiat, "I will throttle you." From Xia Yao, anger points 888. Hee. That was quite amusing. Li Xiang took a deep breath to calm himself. The Heavenly Pool Spirit Ruins awaited. Li Mayan had also successfully advanced to Bronze 1 star. Our team was undeniably strong. How could Wu Liang, burdened with Jiang Nan and Tang Xinya, compete? The teacher announced, "All grades have been revealed. Students, please board the bus in order. The bus is waiting outside." This practical test includes not just our Jiang City No. 1 High School, but also Yuan No. 2 High School and Jiangbei High School. I hope everyone protects their safety while competing bravely. With that, students excitedly grabbed their bags and dashed toward the bus. Jiang Nan, however, took a more leisurely approach, wearing headphones and carrying a small shoulder bag, as if embarking on a leisurely trip. His classmates cast disdainful glances at him. Jiang Nan, the carefree one, would surely face dire consequences in the spirit ruins. On the bus, while Jiang Nan enjoyed music by the window, a gentle voice suddenly broke the silence. "Nanshan, what a coincidence." Jiang Nan smiled slightly. It was Tang Xinya. Having such a stunning companion made the journey all the more delightful. As the bus gradually set off, the girl began munching on snacks, occasionally offering some to Jiang Nan. Li Xiang looked on with envy. Look at her, sitting next to a girl who shares food. And look at me, stuck with a gamer who yells at everyone. Come on, Luban. Play nice. After more than 10 minutes on the road, Tang Xinya suddenly recalled something, her face shifting to one of dismay. Oh no, I left my phone on the desk. I forgot to take it. Jiang Nan blinked. Is it really that important? Tang Xinya replied, my mom worries about me. She wants me to call home when I arrive. If I don't, she'll be anxious. Use mine. Tang Xinya sighed. I don't remember my mom's number. I can barely recall my own. Jiang Nan raised his hand. Driver, could you stop the bus? My friend left her phone at school. We'll just be a moment. The driver ignored him, and the teacher frowned. Is the phone urgent? Before Tang Qinya could respond, Li Xiang interjected. What were you thinking? Stop the bus for just you? We all want to arrive sooner. Others chimed in. Exactly. We want to get there. The atmosphere grew tense. There's no signal in the spirit ruins. What do you need your phone for? Selfies? Li Xiang noticed Jiang Nan's face growing dark and couldn't help but smirk. Tang Qianya's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she bit her lip, gently tugging at Jiang Nan's sleeve. Nanshan. Thank you. It's fine. It's my fault for being careless. I shouldn't tea. Before she could finish, Jiang Nan patted her head and said coolly, Wait for me. With that, he vanished from his seat. What? Everyone, including the teacher and Tang Qianya, was taken aback. Through the bus window, they saw Jiang Nan's figure appear 100 meters away on the roadside. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared again. What was happening? Could he really use space manipulation like that? Was he going back to fetch Tang Qianya's phone? Li Xiang scoffed. The bus was still moving. It would be a miracle if Jiang Nan returned. 3 minutes later, Jiang Nan inexplicably reappeared in his seat, as if he had never left. In his hands were 2 cups of bubble tea and a cell phone. Here, drink up. This one is sweetened. I thought you would enjoy it. Tang Qianya was stunned. Gazing at the bubble tea and phone on her tray, her eyes welling with tears. Yes, I adore sweet things. Thank you, Nanshan. The bus fell into silence. In such a short time, he had zipped back to school, retrieved her phone, and bought 2 cups of bubble tea? That was impressive. Even the teacher paused momentarily before sternly stating, Do not attempt such dangerous acts again. Jiang Nan, unfazed, continued sipping his bubble tea and listening to music, unbothered by their concerns. If they wouldn't stop, he would simply return for the phone. Li Xiang gritted his teeth in frustration but remained silent, focusing on his game. Only Li Mayan furrowed his brow deeply. What level was Jiang Nan at now? Was he still at Black Iron 7 stars? How many times had he just teleported? Could his spiritual energy truly sustain that? The only conclusion was that Jiang Nan's abilities were far greater than they had perceived. But how could that be? He had only been training for a few days. Besides, wasn't he his talent rated as the worst E grade? Li Mayan couldn't fathom it, but felt an unsettling premonition. Perhaps opposing Jiang Nan was a grave mistake. The bus traveled for 4 hours before finally arriving at Changbai Mountain. Today, Changbai Mountain remained a popular tourist destination, particularly in summer, bustling with visitors. However, the heavenly pool was no longer open to the public. Armed soldiers guarded the entrance, strictly prohibiting unauthorized access. Jiang Nan and his companions were not there for leisure. They took a cable car directly to the summit. Upon arrival, they encountered soldiers with rifles, fortified structures, and defensive positions, maintaining stringent control over entry and exit. Standing atop the mountain, Jiang Nan gazed at the heavenly pool, its surface as smooth as a mirror. Shrouded in mist, above it loomed a bizarre, shattered mirror-like gateway, pulsating with a potent spatial disturbance. This was the true entrance to the heavenly pool's spirit ruins. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chapter 48. The night market at Tianqi, however, entry into the spiritual realm would not commence immediately. The day was drawing to a close, and the final assessments would officially begin the following morning. Prior to that, accommodations were necessary at the hotel situated beneath Tianqi. Students from UNO 2 in Beijing High School's spirit martial class had already arrived by noon. The glances exchanged with Jiang Nan and his companions from Jiancheng No. 1 were rife with animosity, sparking competitive tensions among them. Wu Liang had also joined, marking the official gathering of their trio. As evening descended, during dinner, the instructor began to elucidate the rules and precautions at the podium. Other students had participated in such events before, so their attentiveness varied. However, Jiang Nan listened intently. This joint training assessment among the 3 schools would span 15 days, with the ultimate evaluation based on the total number and quality of spirit pearls collected by each team. Drones would monitor the entire process, and any signs of cheating would result in immediate disqualification. Shortly, satellite positioning wristbands would be distributed to the students. If a proctor determined that a participant had become incapacitated due to injury, they would be escorted out of the spiritual realm. In case of emergencies, life-threatening situations, or if a participant wished to withdraw, they could press the satellite wristband, which would signify loss of eligibility. Students were urged to deliberate carefully. While the instructor continued to outline the regulations, Jiang Nan chuckled softly. It appears that there's nothing in the rules against stealing from others, is there? Tang Xinyao was left speechless. What kind of competitor was Jiang Nan? Even before the event had begun, he was already contemplating thievery. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for her own journey within the spiritual realm. Wu Liang, an experienced participant, explained, not only can you steal, but you can also form alliances with other teams. As long as you don't overstep your bounds, no one will mind. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with interest. This rule was indeed intriguing. Competition. Victory. Collecting spirit pearls by any means necessary. With the addition of the other two schools, Jiang Nan could only imagine the chaos that would ensue within the spiritual realm. Yet he welcomed it. Although the Tianqi spiritual realm was rated as a bronze-level zone, it was not devoid of silver and gold-level spirit beasts in its depths. A stern warning was issued. For the sake of personal safety, do not venture too far inside. All right, you are free to explore. We shall gather at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Upon hearing the announcement of free time, the students sprang into action. Some began strategizing their maneuvers within the spiritual realm, while others researched the habits of spirit beasts. Meanwhile, Li Xiang observed the bustling students and couldn't help but chuckle. Accompanied by Li Mu Yin and Lu Quanwu, they made their way towards the lower Tianqi, where numerous spirit warriors from the community or those who had just exited the spiritual realm had congregated, forming a rather sizable night market. Ling Feng was somewhat bewildered and asked, "Brother Xiang, what are we going to do?" Li Xiang replied, "Of course. We're going to procure a map of the Tianqi spiritual realm. Those people hold valuable information." Lu Quanwu chuckled, "Brother Xiang, you truly are astute. With a map in hand, our advantage will be unparalleled." Li Muyin also chimed in, "Indeed, Brother Xiang possesses great foresight." A look of pride spread across Li Xiang's face. "Follow me, I know the way." In the hotel lobby, Tang Qinya exclaimed with excitement, "Let us also devise some strategies." Jiang Nan responded, "What's the point of that? Just follow your brother Nan. There will certainly be food. I'll take you on a delightful adventure. Let's go explore. I wonder if there are any crepes here. I'm craving some with salad dressing." Jiang Nan had already set his sights on the night market at Tianqi. As a competent vendor, wherever there was a night market, Jiang Nan would be present. Tang Qinya exclaimed in disbelief, "Crepes? Hey, we're entering the spiritual realm tomorrow. Can't we muster a bit of tension?" Following Jiang Nan, she couldn't shake the feeling of being on a leisurely trip. She turned to Wu Liang for help. Wu Liang inquired, "What's wrong? Don't you like crepes?" Tang Qinya replied, "I do." At the Tianqi night market, Jiang Nan and his companions wandered casually. The night market was nothing like Ning Yuan had imagined. Black tiger claws at the peak of bronze level were priced at 200,000 each. Pay in full and receive a tiger tail as a bonus. The complete map of the large forest. The activity range of spirit beasts. Safety zone records. Each map cost 300,000, no bargaining. Bronze-level red-faced baboon spirit pearls, complete with fear-inducing roar abilities, priced at 3 million, non-negotiable. Selling attribute spirit pearls. All 5 elemental types available. Come and buy without hesitation. The Tianqi night market was filled with such wares. The prices were astonishingly high. Once one left Tianqi, these items would become burdensome to sell. Hence, the night market model had emerged. Jiang Nan was filled with wonder, merely observing without the intent to purchase. Not because he found nothing appealing, but simply, he was utterly broke. Nevertheless, the lively atmosphere invigorated him, making him wish to set up his own stall to sell items right away. Meanwhile, Li Xiang was engaged in a heated negotiation with a bald young man. Their faces flushed with intensity. The subject of contention was a crudely hand-drawn map. "I'll take it for a flat 30,000. The bald young man retorted. "Are you out of your mind? 50,000. I want to sell for a penny less." Behind him stood 2 young women, admiring the bald young man. Lu Quanwu and the others also joined in the bargaining, but the bald young man was steadfast. Li Xiang urged, "Let us compromise. We could become friends. There will be future opportunities to collaborate." The bald young man shot back, "You're lacking sincerity." Li Xiang hesitated. Although his family was wealthy, spending 50,000 on a map felt excessive. Just then, the young woman with a bun perked up, exclaiming, "Jingjing, look at that handsome crew-cut guy." Su Jingru glanced over. Oh my, what is he doing here? Zheng Wei, the very person they were discussing, instantly brightened upon spotting Li Xiang. Whoa, Li Xiang grimaced in pain. How about 35,000? But Zheng Wei ignored him completely, calling out loudly, "Hey, brother. Over here." Li Xiang gritted his teeth. 40. That is my final offer. Zheng Wei, visibly impatient, responded, "Stop dragging this out. I don't have time to deal with you right now." Jiang Nan paused, glancing back in surprise. That gleaming bald head? Zheng Wei? What was he doing here selling goods? With a smile, Jiang Nan greeted, "What is up? Have you switched careers?" Zheng Wei beamed, "Setting up a stall in this area. You, South God, are my senior." Haha. Su Jingru complained, "You never reply to my WeChat messages. You promised to teach me how to fly bricks." Yuan Yuhan laughed. "Jingjing talks about you every day." Li Xiang was taken aback. South God? Why did that sound so familiar? He turned to see Jiang Nan. Who else could it be? They knew each other? Jiang Nan had never entered the spiritual realm before. This stall team was clearly seasoned veterans of the Tianqi spiritual realm. How could Jiang Nan possibly be acquainted with them? Jiang Nan glanced at Li Xiang's team and said with a smile, "I won't hold you up any longer. Please continue with your business." Zheng Wei waved his hand dismissively. "Don't mind me. Just keep haggling and dragging it out." Li Xiang, in a fit of frustration, shot a fierce glare at Jiang Nan. 50 it is. I'll take it. Chapter 49, Confidential Files. Upon hearing the news, Zheng Wei exclaimed, "Really? Just like that?" It seemed illogical to refuse a sumptuous feast delivered right to one's lips. Without hesitation, he initiated a WeChat transfer, completing the exchange seamlessly. Although Li Xiang wore an expression of regret, his gaze towards Jiang Nan was laced with disdain. "TCH. A bunch of paupers. Can you even afford it?" Lu Qiuan chimed in. "Haha, you've made the right choice by teaming up with my brother Xiang. Now that we have the map, entering the Lingshu will be much easier." Ling Feng and Li Mayan also wore smiles of anticipation. However, Zheng Wei ignored Li Xiang and enthusiastically embraced Jiang Nan's shoulders. "What brings you here, God Nan? Have you come to the heavenly pool Lingshu as well?" Jiang Nan replied with a smile, "Isn't it time for the final exams?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Wei and the two young ladies displayed expressions of shock. "Wait, are you really a high school student?" Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. "I told you I'm from the Centaurus constellation, but you didn't believe me." Zheng Wei suddenly appeared to recall something and retrieved a notebook from his backpack. "Here, God Nan, take this. It contains all the information our team has gathered about the heavenly pool Lingshu. We've recorded the routes, safe zones, spirit beast gathering points, species, habits, and supply locations. You will definitely find it useful." Zheng Wei opened the notebook, revealing it filled with dense, clear writing and detailed maps. He had meticulously documented an entire volume. Li Xiang and his companions were taken aback. They glanced at the map they had purchased for 500,000, which was nothing more than a few hasty sketches and scant notes. The difference was staggering. One was thorough, while the other was merely a rough outline. They had spent money for their map, while Jiang Nan received his for free. How was that fair? Jiang Nan hesitated. "This doesn't seem appropriate." Zheng Wei's expression turned serious. "No, you must take it. If you don't, it's as if you're looking down on me, Zheng Wei." Su Jingru added with a smile, "God Nan, just accept it. Without you, our team wouldn't have achieved so much." Jiang Nan looked at Zheng Wei's bald head, understanding dawning on him. "All right, I'll accept it." Li Xiang protested angrily. "Why do they get such detailed information while we only receive this inferior version? I paid for mine. I want that too." Zheng Wei regarded Li Xiang with a bemused expression. 50,000 is what you paid for that, no matter where you inquire. That is the price. As for my map, it's not for sale." Li Xiang pointed at Jiang Nan. "Then why do you give it to him?" Zheng Wei raised an eyebrow. "What is it to you? He is my God Nan. Who do you think you are?" Su Jingru interjected. "This guy is truly annoying." Li Xiang gritted his teeth in frustration. There was simply no way to reason with this. Jiang Nan cleared his throat and extended the notebook. "How about you give me another 50,000, and I'll sell this to you?" Li Xiang was taken aback. "You really know how to do business." Both Li Xiang and Lu Qiuanwu's expressions soured as they felt humiliated. "Don't think that just because you have the map, you'll gain any advantage inside. We shall see." With that, they left in a huff, unable to bear the embarrassment any longer. Zheng Wei chuckled. So, God Nan, are you satisfied? That powerful potion. Jiang Nan generously pulled out a barrel of potency potion from his dimensional space and tossed it onto the table. All good. Contact me via WeChat for any demands. Zheng Wei laughed heartily. OJBK. On their way back, Tang Xinya gazed at Jiang Nan with admiration. You strolled around the night market and obtained a map of the Lingshu just like that? Your connections are astounding. Such mature charm was irresistible to a girl of her age. Wu Yang, however, was unfazed. He knew Jiang Nan's capabilities extended far beyond this. The following morning, students from 3 high schools gathered at the foot of the heavenly pool. Approximately 1,500 students stood ready in their respective teams, each wearing a satellite wristband as they passed through security checks. Jiang Nan's team had evidently become the focus of everyone's attention, while all other teams bore large hiking backpacks. Jiang Nan's group appeared as if they were on a leisurely vacation, carrying nothing at all. Jiang Nan was even listening to music. Wait, are they here to forfeit? Someone wondered. Is this really a competition? A student from Jiangcheng First High School remarked. What a waste of talent. Amidst the crowd, a girl exclaimed, that buzzcut boy is so handsome. I want his WeChat. My goodness. His looks have pierced my heart. Today, I believe in love at first sight. Some bold girls shouted, beautiful boy. Come with me into the Lingshu. I'll support you. As Jiang Nan found himself the target of envious glances from all the single men present, their resentment levels soared. After waiting for half an hour, it was finally Jiang Nan's turn to go through security. He presented his identification card for verification. Beep, beep. No record found. The armed soldiers nearby, with hawk-like gazes, immediately focused on Jiang Nan. Try again. Beep, beep. No record found. Not only was Jiang Nan bewildered, but Wu Liang and Tang Xinya were also perplexed. What was happening? While others' cards displayed their spirit warrior information, abilities, and levels, each entrant into the Lingshu had to verify their identity. In an instant, 3 armed soldiers raised their weapons, pointing them at Jiang Nan. Who are you? Jiang Nan raised his hands in resignation. Please check again. I assure you, there's no issue. My classmates can vouch for me. At once, chaos erupted. Li Xiang seized the opportunity to mock. Haha, a ghost identity. Lu Chuanwu added. Came from an orphanage, huh? Your household registration must be a mess. Such a pity. No record found. Is it because he isn't human? Voices of ridicule echoed around, and the crowd began to urge them to hurry along. The commotion intensified. A scar-faced officer noticed the disturbance and strode over with a stern expression. What is going on? One soldier replied, this kid's ID isn't working. No record found. The officer, puzzled, glanced at Jiang Nan, then at his ID. Everything seemed fine with the ID. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he fetched a specialized military device. After scanning Jiang Nan's ID again, the device beeped. Beep, beep. Identity, file classified. Access prohibited for ranks below school level. The cold, electronic voice echoed throughout the area, causing gasps among the crowd. Their gazes towards Jiang Nan shifted dramatically. What was happening? His ID could only be scanned with military-grade equipment, and it was encrypted, with those below a certain rank prohibited from accessing the information? My goodness! What did this imply? It meant that only a select few in the entire nation could view Jiang Nan's records. No one present had the privilege. Cough, cough. I hereby formally request a wave of 5-star ratings. Please add the book to your shelves and leave comments. Your support is crucial to the author and will determine how far this book can go. I kindly urge my dear friends to lend their delightful support. Thank you. There will be significant updates to follow. Let us proceed with great enthusiasm. Chapter 50. Report to the teacher. Jiang Nan's cheating the officer's expression changed drastically. Beads of cold sweat appearing on his brow. Such a level of encryption could only be accessed by a few specialized military units. The youth before him. He straightened up and saluted Jiang and with a grave demeanor, uttering, safe travels. Let him pass. The 3 soldiers who had been pointing their guns at Jiang Nan promptly lowered their weapons, also saluting him. The scene was enveloped in a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Those who had been urging and mocking moments ago now dared not utter a word. Who knew what background Jiang Nan possessed? Li Xiang and the others were rendered speechless, feeling as if they had struck an empty air with a punch, an utterly frustrating sensation. Tang Qianya's pretty face was filled with astonishment, while Wu Liang was momentarily taken aback. Many students recalled the moment Jiang Nan was taken away by the night army. Could it be that he truly had connections with them? Jiang Nan silently withdrew his identification card, feeling a wave of resentment. Damn it, how did I end up as a black market citizen? Almost got shot. Yet, with such stringent checks in the Lingshu, Jiang Nan felt somewhat reassured. The White Sharks people should not be able to enter. Thus, all 500 participants from 3 schools successfully passed through the Lingshu entrance. As Jiang Nan stepped into the gates of Lingshu, a powerful spatial fluctuation enveloped him. This sensation was familiar. He often felt it during teleportation. Suddenly, the scene before him brightened, revealing a lush, verdant forest. The mountains stretched endlessly, with many peaks capped in snow. The forest echoed with the occasional deep roar of beasts, exuding the essence of an entirely different realm. The military had established a base at the entrance, constructing several wooden cabins. Troops were stationed year-round in Lingshu, with safety zones set up throughout. As soon as they entered, the students formed small teams and charged in 3 different directions. There were 3 paths: upper, middle, and lower. The upper and lower paths had lower-level spirit beasts, offering a higher safety factor. However, the middle path was fraught with danger, filled with high-level spirit beasts. Most students, however, made a beeline for the middle path. The spirit beasts along the way were plentiful, and it was a race to secure the best spots. Numerous drones hovered above, broadcasting live footage from within Lingshu back to the hotel's giant screens, enabling observation of each team's situation. Not long after Jiang Nan and his companions entered, 3 military vehicles arrived outside the hotel, unloading a team dressed in night army uniforms who took full control of the surveillance. The school had no choice but to comply. Simultaneously, the school's official website also streamed the competition live, as the school aimed to profit from the event while also promoting itself. At that moment, the online viewership for the Jiangcheng No. 1 High School's live stream had already surpassed 100,000. The comments section erupted. Haha, I'm here to see my god Nan. What a coincidence. So am I. Where is he? That handsome guy with the buzz cut over there. Can't find him? Clearly, you're not a true fan. Seriously, he has got 360 degrees of charm. I envy the girl and his team. Watching the live viewer count soar, the principal beamed with joy. Jiang Nan was indeed a magnet for attention. Meanwhile, Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao were nestled at home, enjoying the live stream with snacks and drinks. My goodness, Xiaonan has so many female fans, Xia Yao exclaimed. Zhong Yingxue chuckled. Well, we're fans too. Xia Yao grinned mischievously. He claims he'll take first place? I'm curious to see what he's capable of. Back at the scene, over 1,000 students had already rushed in, leaving the remaining 500 hesitating about which path to take. Naturally, the more capable teams headed for the middle path. Tang Qianya, brimming with excitement, asked, God Nan, which path should we take? Jiang Nan shook his head. We're not going anywhere. Tang Qianya was baffled. Not going? Are we just going to stay here until it ends? Correct. It's confirmed. Jiang Nan is genuinely here for a vacation. She immediately looked to Wu Liang for help. Wu Liang nodded yes. We're not going. Tang Qianya. Jiang Nan flashed a radiant smile. Why go so slowly? With that, he snapped his fingers, and the portal to the alternate dimension expanded to its maximum. Wu Liang turned and stepped inside. With a thunderous roar of the engine, lights flared to life. To Tang Qianya's astonishment, a heavily modified Ford Raptor pickup truck emerged. Tang Qianya exclaimed, Mom, what on earth is this strange contraption doing here? Jiang Nan jumped into the vehicle. Let us drive. Get in. By the time Tang Qianya settled in the back seat, her mind was in a daze. Jiang Nan brought a car in? What kind of magical operation is this? People usually travel on foot, and he drives? No wonder he wasn't in a hurry. Meanwhile, other students at the entrance saw Jiang Nan's team had actually brought a vehicle into the competition and nearly spat out blood in disbelief. Are you serious? Is this even allowed? They witnessed Jiang Nan pull out a megaphone, announcing, Middle path. Hurry up and get in. Just 1,000 each. Seats are limited. Don't miss out. Just holler when you want to get off. You'll get a head start and conserve your strength. The students went wild. What the heck? Is he actually running a business? 1,000? That is not too expensive. A minute later, Wu Liang slammed the accelerator to the floor. The Raptor's exhaust billowed thick black smoke, wheels flinging mud several meters away as they sped towards the middle path. It was a whirlwind of speed. The truck was packed with 12 people, while Jiang Nan sat in the passenger seat, counting money, his smile radiant. The students left behind were dumbfounded. Where on earth could they complain? Having a vehicle within Lingshu greatly enhanced mobility. What a steal! Some immediately reported to the drones. Teacher, Jiang Nan is cheating. Indeed. He is cheating. How can he drive? This is unfair. This isn't just cheating. It's practically hacking. Even the teachers and staff were left speechless. However, they stated, Jiang Nan has not violated any rules. You can also drive. Students replied, we can also drive? But where on earth is there a car? The teacher's meaning was clear. If he could bring a car, that was his skill. If you have the capability, you can bring one too. How? Can you carry it on your back? Meanwhile, the live stream comments exploded. Oh my gosh. God Nan is too flashy. DS driving? Charging people? What a businessman. Haha. I'm dying of laughter. The megaphone is genius. Wow. The spatial manipulation is off the charts. God Nan is truly unique. You never know what outrageous stunt he'll pull next. The comments flooded the screen, while Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao were in stitches, laughing until tears streamed down their faces. Does he have to be this extravagant? Xiaonan is too mischievous. Haha. Zhong Yingxue covered her face, shaking with laughter. P.S. Author's note. This book is about to be recommended. Same old requests. Please give 5-star reviews. Add to your bookshelf. Urge for updates. Every comment and every positive review reaches me. They directly influence this book's success. The performance during the recommendation period is crucial, determining how far this book can go. I hope everyone here can lend a hand. Please bestow a 5-star rating. Add to your bookshelf. Kindly encourage updates and leave comments on the chapters. Phone will respond to each one. If you find the work commendable, do remember to add it to your bookshelf and give it a 5-star rating. The quality of a book is collectively determined by both the readers and the author. Therefore, dear friends, your support is essential to elevate its performance and statistics. Do not hesitate to lend your hands. Let the 5-star ratings flow. Of course, during this promotional period, an abundance of updates is inevitable. As long as everyone rallies together, Phone will deliver updates at an astonishing pace. Hooray! In conclusion, 5-star ratings, bookshelf editions, and encouragement for updates are greatly appreciated. Thank you. Sending love. Updates will be available around noon or in the afternoon. Having made it to the recommendations, let us show our support. Let us see those 5-star ratings. It's a matter of life and death. I must say, I feel a bit anxious. Chapter 51, The Lying Chicken. 50 urgent updates. The modified Raptor vehicle boasts exceptional off-road capabilities, traversing even the densest forests with remarkable speed. The teams that set out initially are now fervently racing towards the gathering point of spirit beasts, each member fiercely competing for the best position. Tension fills the air as they glare at one another, unwilling to yield. While those with enhanced abilities manage better, the elemental mages are utterly exhausted, panting heavily as if they were lifeless creatures. Li Xiang's team, having departed early, finds themselves at the forefront of the assembled groups, with Li Xiang drenched in sweat. Taking a moment to hydrate. In the distance, an engine's roar becomes increasingly audible, prompting expressions of confusion among many. This is the spirit ruins world. How could there be the sound of a vehicle? Surely, it must be a mistake, perhaps the roar of a spirit beast? Yet, the engine noise grows louder, prompting students to glance back in disbelief. A black Raptor vehicle comes into view, speeding by with a dozen individuals on board. Jiang Nan, wielding a loudspeaker, shouts, "Step aside, everyone. You and T want to be in the way." The teams are left bewildered. What is happening? Where did this vehicle come from? Li Xiang and Li Mayan are stunned. Isn't that Jiang Nan? In an instant, the Raptor speeds past, splashing mud onto Li Xiang and his companions, leaving them covered in muck and the taste of earth in their mouths. Jiang Nan. Li Xiang bellows in fury, but by then, the vehicle has disappeared from sight. Li Xiang's resentment value 1,000. Li Mayan's resentment value 1,000. The teams, caught in a frenzy of running, are left dumbfounded. What kind of extraordinary team is this? Where did they acquire such a vehicle? Many began reporting potential cheating, but no response came. Who are they? What a spectacle! That's Jiang Nan from Jiangxing No. 1 High School. The vehicle must be stored in a different dimension. This operation is astonishingly impressive, evoking envy for those with spatial abilities. How can they compete? What is the name of their team? Jiang Nan is right about everything. But wait, what name does their team go by? Jiang Nan is spot on. As they travel, the resentment values continue to surge uncontrollably. Jiang Nan is grinning from ear to ear. If only there were competitions and exams every day, how delightful would that be for him? How can he ensure his own enjoyment at the expense of others? But it's not Jiang Nan's fault. It's the system that is to blame. The passengers in the vehicle begin to disembark one by one, and Jiang Nan's crew comes to a halt as they encounter a group of spirit beasts, a troop of red-faced baboons. Red-faced baboons are social spirit beasts, primarily of bronze level, known for their high aggression and formidable physical prowess. The baboon leader possesses a spirit skill, fearsome roar, capable of momentarily stunning and paralyzing foes. Jiang Nan, having diligently studied Zhang Wei's notes the previous night, immediately recalls the information upon seeing the baboons. Intrigued, he realizes this is his first encounter with a spirit beast. Unlike ordinary baboons, these red-faced creatures are impressively large, standing at nearly 1.5 meters even when crouched, with muscular physiques beneath their golden fur and fierce red faces. Due to the noise from the Raptor's engine, the baboons now regard Jiang Nan and his companions with wary eyes. Shall we engage? Jiang Nan casually suggests. Wu Yang nods in agreement. I trust your judgment. Jiang Nan smirks. I'll draw their attention. You absorb the damage and protect Tang Tang. Leave the rest to me. Tang Qinya, feeling a bit anxious, asks, what should I do? Jiang Nan replies, just stay behind the big guy. With your wood-based abilities, you can manipulate the vegetation here to control their movements. Tang Qinya nods eagerly, her determination evident. The trio disembarks, with Wu Yang activating his beast transformation, becoming a towering figure over 2 meters tall. Meanwhile, Tang Qianya's hands glow green as she readies herself, albeit nervously. Jiang Nan unsheathes his Tang Dao, grinning. Are you prepared? Wu Yang, brandishing his sword, proclaims, let us do this. In an instant, Jiang Nan teleports, appearing among the baboons 100 meters away. The suddenness of his arrival catches them off guard, and as he swings his Tang Dao, it cleaves through the air in a breathtaking arc. Blood sprays forth as he decapitates a baboon of considerable height with a single stroke, nonchalantly grasping its severed head, eliciting a shudder from Tang Qinya. The scent of blood incites the remaining baboons, who retaliate with stones and branches. The baboon leader, towering over the rest, bellows in a voice that echoes like thunder, unleashing its fearsome roar. Jiang Nan feels a momentary paralysis, as if struck by a powerful blow to the heart. Seizing the opportunity, the baboon leader lunges with a punch. Tang Qinya, wielding her green energy, attempts to ensnare the leader with rapidly entwining vines, but they are quickly shaken off. At that moment, Jiang Nan regains his focus, teleporting back with the baboon's head still in hand. Let us take down the leader first, he commands. The baboons charge, wielding their crude weapons against Wu Yang's shield. With a roar, Wu Yang retaliates with his sword, sending one baboon flying. Jiang Nan vanishes once more, reappearing in midair, his Tang Dao plunging into the skull of the baboon that Wu Yang had struck down. By the time the creature hits the ground, it is lifeless. The baboon leader, now enraged, lets out another fearsome roar, momentarily stunning the trio. It swipes down, sending Wu Yang staggering back. Yet, Wu Liang quickly recovers, charging forward with his shield. The impact sends the baboon leader reeling. Jiang Nan seizes the moment, teleporting onto the leader's shoulder, driving his Tang Dao deep into its neck. A nearby baboon retaliates with a fierce punch, but Jiang Nan swiftly evades, using the creature's momentum to throw it towards Wu Liang, who dispatches it with his sword. With the baboon leader slain, the remaining 4 red-faced baboons pose little threat and are eliminated within 30 seconds. The ground is littered with the fallen bodies of 6 baboons. Tang Qianya's heart races with excitement. Is this what they call lying chicken? The entire encounter barely lasted a minute. Is it really that swift? 50 urgent updates. Thanks to my supportive friends. If you enjoy this, Don't forget to add it to your bookshelf and leave a 5-star rating. A humble author, seeking your generosity. Chapter 52. A 3-room apartment with a shower? In less than 60 seconds, Tang Qianya savored the spectacle, only slightly restraining the bushes entangling the baboon lord. Subsequently, the baboon was utterly annihilated. When did hunting spirit beasts become so effortless? The skill of teleportation is indeed remarkable. Observing Jiang Nan skillfully extracting a spirit pearl from the baboon lord's skull with a triangular military dagger left Tang Qianya in a state of bewilderment. The meat of the baboon should be quite unpalatable. Perhaps it would be best not to take any? Tang Qianya, you've already extracted its spirit pearl. And yet you still contemplate packing it up? This brief skirmish was streamed live by drones, and the chat room exploded with excitement. Is South God too formidable? The red-faced baboon pack in the Tianchi Spirit Ruins is notoriously difficult to tackle. Many fully equipped bronze-level teams dare not engage. Yet they accomplished it in just 57 seconds? The Tang knife. So impressive. Did you all witness that? The shoulder throw was a spectacle. Teleportation is truly extraordinary. I could barely keep up with South God's shadow. That bear was an absolute national treasure-level heavy-armored shield warrior. The saber is a true beast. Simply magnificent. 666. The number of viewers in the live stream surged once more. The video of Jiang Nan's swift extermination of the red-faced baboon pack in 57 seconds went viral online, fervently shared by South God's fans. At home, Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao exchanged incredulous glances, as if they had seen a ghost. Little Nan truly has never entered the spirit ruins? How astonishing. Zhong Yingxue's beautiful eyes sparkled. There was not a hint of hesitation during the battle. The timing was impeccable. If one were unaware of his background, they might assume Jiang Nan was a seasoned veteran. At this moment, Jiang Nan and his team hit the road again. Sitting in the car, Jiang Nan reflected on the recent battle. Feeling quite dissatisfied, he had underestimated the effect of the fear roar. If given another chance, he would have immediately slain the baboon lord. He also recognized the shortcomings of his team. The output was lacking. Jiang Nan had just played the role of an assassin. If there were a powerful mage, it would have been even easier. With this thought, Jiang Nan couldn't help but look forward to the days following their arrival in Songjiang Spirit Marshal. Having slain 7 baboons, they garnered only 3 spirit pearls, one of which possessed the fear roar skill. So what do you think? Does the big guy want this skill? Wu Liang shook his head. No, it doesn't suit me. What about little Tang Tang? Tang Qianya shook her head vigorously. I think I'll pass. She is but a delicate girl. If she were to absorb this skill and unleash a furious roar during battle, wouldn't that terrify both enemies and spirit beasts alike? Wouldn't that shatter her image? A Barbie doll roaring online? Little Tang Tang's heart firmly rejected the notion. As they sped along, Jiang Nan showed no mercy to any spirit beasts or packs they encountered. When they spotted black iron-level spirit beasts, they didn't even bother to stop. Jiang Nan would teleport out, dispatch them in mere seconds, and teleport back, leaving no survivors in his wake. They no longer encountered any spirit beast comparable to the red-faced baboons. After all, they were on the outskirts, where spirit beasts were scarce and of low level. By around 4 in the afternoon, Jiang Nan and his team had arrived at a secure base. They had collected 11 spirit pearls, 5 of which were bronze level, the rest black iron level. At this moment, Jiang Nan's grievance list was undergoing a frenzied refresh. All unfamiliar names, leaving Jiang Nan utterly perplexed. What the heck? I haven't done anything to warrant such resentment. Am I too handsome to be envied? Little did he know, the group team trailing Jiang Nan was going nearly mad. There was nothing left along their path. Every spirit beast they passed had been dispatched with a single strike to the throat. It was a complete massacre. Even the fruits along the way had been stripped bare. They had been running since 6 in the morning until nearly 7 in the evening, with absolutely no gains. It was no wonder Jiang Nan was resented. They were questioning their very existence. Were they here to compete, or merely run a marathon? Each and every one of them was exhausted, legs trembling as they arrived at the secure base. It was a spacious area beside a grand lake. Soldiers had erected wooden barriers to create a secure base for spirit warriors to rest and regroup. After all, the spirit ruins were perilous at night, with many spirit beasts being nocturnal. There were also armed soldiers and military spirit warriors on duty. The group team was absolutely filthy, especially Li Xiang's team. They had become literal mud people. Covered in grime, they were a pitiful sight. Everyone was eager to enter the secure base to rest for the night and prepare for the next day's battles. However, upon entering the safety zone, they were left dumbfounded. Before them stood a massive inflatable tent, a luxurious 3-room apartment. 3 bright 500-watt camping lights illuminated the area. Wu Liang was squatting by the campfire. Shirtless, a whole roasted deer was sizzling over the flames, exuding an irresistible aroma. A gigantic rainbow umbrella was set up by the lake. On a beach chair, Jiang Nan lounged in a pristine white bathrobe, holding a goblet filled with chilled soda, elegantly admiring the sunset. Without turning his head, he called out, "Big guy, add more cumin. More chili powder." Wu Liang, "Sure thing, South brother." What the heck? The group team, having endured a day of marathon-like trials, was utterly blown away. Do you really need to be this extravagant? The vibe is all wrong. A 3-room apartment tent, more cumin and chili powder, drinking soda from a goblet, enjoying the sunset from a beach chair? In an instant, they felt as if they had arrived in Sanya. Are you here to compete or to vacation? In stark contrast, their own setup consisted of camping tents, small hammocks, sleeping bags, and instant noodles. After a long day, they had no energy left to fuss about. They could barely wait to collapse onto the ground and sleep. Yet, lying in their sleeping bags, the scent of the roasted deer wafted through the air, rendering their compressed biscuits unappetizing. Damn it, we are all human. How can you be so extravagant? Eat your fill, but don't let us see it. The competitors were inwardly cursing. At that moment, Tang Xinya emerged from the shower, her hair still damp, her cute face flushed with a lingering pink. Wu Ge, is the roast ready? Almost. Why don't you go play some games in the meantime? The group team? Does this place even have a shower? What is this? A gaming console as well. Why not just move your entire home here? Heaven above, why don't you strike this bastard with lightning? Li Xiang glanced at Jiang Nan and then at his own muddy self. Lu Qianwu was rummaging through his backpack. Brother Xiang, what flavor of instant noodles do you want? Braised beef? Chicken and mushroom? Li Xiang scowled. Eat your mother's egg. Sleep. Lu Qianwu? Li Mayan. Ling Feng. Jiang Nan observed his grievance list refresh rapidly, reaching a boiling point. Alas, there is nothing I can do. I don't wish to be this extravagant. However, my family possesses such conditions. As a young man, when venturing out, one must not suffer. My friends have truly been amazing today. Let us keep it going. 5-star reviews, a little click. For those who enjoy it. Don't forget to add it to your bookshelf, so you won't lose your way. Thank you. Chapter 53. Jiang Nan. Mind your manners by the campfire. Jiang Nan sliced roasted meat with a 3-edged military dagger, his mouth glistening with grease. Meanwhile, Wu Liang savaged a deer leg with fervor. Tang Xinya nibbled delicately at her portion, her face radiating bliss. The meat of spiritual beasts was incomparable to ordinary fare. Nearby, the station team members wore expressions of dismay, unable to sleep from the tantalizing aroma of the roast. With no options left, they stuffed grass into their nostrils, yet could not suppress their drooling. Frustrated, they buried their heads in their arms to sleep. Even at night, the live stream remained bustling. How outrageous. What a cheeky maneuver. Haha. Just look at those pitiful team members. I can't stop laughing. After running a marathon all day, they still had to endure the psychological torment from Nanshan in the evening. It was clear, Nanshan was merely here for a holiday. Zhang Yingxue and Xia Ye watched Jiang Nan and the others devour the roast, their appetites ignited. Can one truly enjoy such leisure in the spiritual realm? Jiang Nan's antics had completely reshaped their worldview. After all, entering the spiritual realm usually meant enduring great hardships. The wilderness hardly afforded such comforts. Yet Jiang Nan seemed to be living a life of exquisite luxury. Xia Yu gazed at him, her eyes gleaming with mischief. She resolved to team up with Jiang Nan, if only to enjoy a bath and a roast in the spiritual realm. Meanwhile, the unseen night army in the hotel, observing through drone footage, were bitter smiles. After years of participating in missions, they had never encountered such audacious tactics. Audacious to the extreme. The following morning, they awoke to the fragrant aroma of coffee and the roar of engines. Upon opening their eyes, they saw Jiang Nan and his crew driving off in a raptor. Panic ensued. They scrambled frantically, their hearts racing. Hey, Jiang Nan, don't go. Damn it. On the road again. Get up, stop sleeping. Let us chase after them. Ugh, why wake up so early? Why chase Jiang Nan? He is not a beauty. Are you dazed? Let them go ahead. With so many of us, what can we possibly gain? We'll be too late for the warm food. In their haste, some didn't even close their doors properly. Others had their chest straps fastened incorrectly. But there was no time to fuss, and they set off in disheveled states, resembling a pack of starving zombies. Yet, all they encountered were tire tracks and heaps of spiritual beast carcasses. After a day of running, they reached the next safe zone, only to be further humiliated by Jiang Nan. They had to endure yet another assault from the tantalizing aroma. With full bellies of resentment, they fell asleep. Yet by morning, Jiang Nan had already sped off again. This situation persisted for 3 whole days. The team members began to curse. The upper and lower routes had developed well, but the middle route remained stuck behind Jiang Nan. With not a single gain, they wore dark circles under their eyes, as if they had undergone a famine. Had they really been running marathons behind Jiang Nan for 3 days? If this continued, they might as well abandon their studies and sign up for marathon races instead. They'd surely be medal contenders. Consequently, they collectively reported Jiang Nan's misdeeds. I can't take it anymore. My body can't handle this. You must control him. My step counter on WeChat exceeded 110,000 steps yesterday. Can you believe I ranked 108 among my friends? I can't go on. I'm heading to the lower route. I can't keep up with the middle route. Someone's cheating. The middle route team lamented, collectively petitioning. The teachers and staff could no longer bear to watch. They were at a loss regarding Jiang Nan, as he hadn't violated any rules. He was merely exploiting them. If this continued, it could all collapse. As Jiang Nan joyfully examined his spiritual pearls in the vehicle, his satellite bracelet suddenly vibrated. Jiang Nan, mind your manners. Do not disrupt the progress of the competition. If this continues, we will have to ask you to leave. Jiang Nan was taken aback. What? Why should I be asked to leave? I'm enjoying this 15-day holiday. I was planning to secure first place. Who have I offended? With a resigned gesture, he extended his hand out of the window, signaling an okay gesture. Wu Liang, filled with exasperation, asked, "What is the plan now?" Jiang Nan chuckled, "Of course. We'll listen to the teachers. We've been so tired. We deserve a good rest these few days." Tang Qianya? Tired? Where is the fatigue? I've gained weight over these 3 days. Indeed, for the next 2 days, Jiang Nan refrained from taking the lead. Instead, he accompanied the team, not killing any spiritual beasts, and enjoyed leisurely strolls with Wu Liang and Tang Qianya through the spiritual realm. Otherwise, they returned to the safe zone to play a game of 3 Kingdoms Kill. The other teams finally breathed a sigh of relief, beginning to hunt spiritual beasts and gradually making progress. But why did it feel so infuriating? They were covered in dust, risking their lives, while Jiang Nan leisurely brought the girls out for strolls. On that day, Li Xiang's team was engaged in a fierce battle against a bronze 3-star earth-armored dragon. The atmosphere became unbearably tense. Lu Qianwu transformed into a beast to hold the line. I'll use the mire to restrict its movements. Ling Feng seized the moment for a sneak attack, while Li Mian unleashed damage. Just then, Jiang Nan, with Wu Liang and Tang Qianya in tow, barged in. Upon seeing the scene before them, Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Xiang and the others were on high alert, fearing Jiang Nan might attempt to snatch their prey. Jiang Nan pointed at a small waterfall. The scenery here is lovely. Let us pose for a picture. Wu Liang and Tang Qianya hurried over to the waterfall. Wu Liang, bare-chested, struck a crab pose, showcasing his explosive muscles. Tang Qianya flashed a peace sign with a sweet smile. Li Xiang, Li Mian, Lu Qianwu. Hey, we're in the middle of a fight. Can't you see the tension? This is a life and death situation. And you want to take photos? Is there no sense of decorum? All right. 1, 2, 3, smile, say cheese. From Li Xiang's resentment value 999. From Lu Qianwu's resentment value 666. From. With a snap, Jiang Nan eagerly called out, "Come on, come on." The photos turned out amazing. Look, Tang Qianya's eyes immediately sparkled. What girl doesn't he love taking pictures? She rushed over to see alongside Wu Liang. To their dismay, the phone screen displayed a close-up of Jiang Nan's face, grinning brightly, showcasing his pearly white teeth. Tang Qianya, a selfie? And you think it's cool? What was the point of us posing? She pouted. Wu Liang, brother Nan, can I hit you? This is too much. From Tang Xianya's resentment value 333. From Wu Liang's resentment value 999. Wow. The big guy is quite resentful, huh? More vain than the little girls? Jiang Nan swiped through his album, revealing the earlier photos. In the shot, Wu Liang displayed his fierce muscles while Tang Xianya beamed sweetly, with the blurry forms of Li Xiang and the others fuming in the background. Wu Liang and Tang Xianya's expressions darkened. Must you be so mischievous? Jiang Nan chuckled. Let us go. Let us find another spot. Wu Liang, Tang Xianya. P.S. Author's note. Dolly is still being recommended, so please support it. Let us boost the book's data and performance. If you enjoy it, remember to add it to your bookshelf. Give it a 5-star rating and tap for updates. This is of great significance to me. I shall respond to the comments I see. As always, the rule applies. If the number of ratings reaches 50, an additional chapter will be added. Not every 50 ratings will yield a new chapter, so please be lenient. I am quite overwhelmed. The added chapter will likely be released around noon or in the afternoon. An extra chapter was added yesterday, and my dear companions were incredibly supportive. Let's continue this momentum today. Hooray! Please remember to leave a 5-star review and add it to your bookshelf. Chi Feng expresses heartfelt gratitude. Additionally, those wishing to join the Chi Feng Alliance can refer to Chapter 34, where the contact number can be found. Chapter 54, The Law of Irresistible Temptation. What peculiar habits could this be? Changing to another establishment? How much does Jiang Nan enjoy provoking others? Tang Xianya felt as though she had spent the past 5 days under the scrutinizing gazes filled with resentment from those around her. Wu Liang exclaimed, Brother Nan, if this continues, our chances of securing the top spot are looking rather bleak. Jiang Nan reassured him, No worries, my brother. I have it all under control. It's merely a spirit pearl. The live stream chat exploded with fervor. Someone quipped, They're fighting while he is taking pictures? When will I ever be as outstanding as my idol? Why do I feel such an urge to give him a good beating? Haha, this is too wild. What sort of audacious maneuver is this? Not hunting spirit beasts anymore? Just showing off? Is he planning to self-destruct? At this moment, the group had been in the spirit realm for 5 days and had reached their 5th and final safe haven. Beyond this point, no safety zones would be established. Most teams opted to use the safe zone as their base, venturing out to hunt spirit beasts during the day and returning to rest at night. Very few squads chose to delve deeper, as it significantly increased the risk to their safety. In the past 2 days, Jiang Nan had thoroughly explored nearly every corner of the vicinity, and he felt he had a good grasp of the situation. On this day, he returned early to the safe zone to set up camp. As the teams dragged their weary bodies back to the safe haven, an enticing aroma wafted through the wilderness. Before the spacious tent, a massive barbecue grill had been set up. Skewered meats were sizzling over the charcoal, creating a delightful sound. Several small tables had been arranged in the open space, and a large fan blew vigorously, dispersing the enticing scent throughout the camp. Jiang Nan's voice echoed through the loudspeaker, repeatedly calling out, Come, come, try the specialty meat skewers from Tianchi. Irresistibly fragrant. Absolutely fantastic. Who wants to buy some meat skewers? Mama, I want to eat grilled meat skewers. Eat. Eat the big skewers. 10 skewers enough? Absolutely. Thank you, Mama. Mama is so wonderful. Tang Xianya shyly covered her face. She never imagined she would one day be selling meat skewers in the spirit realm. Moreover, the advertisement was simply too embarrassing. Jiang Nan had crafted it all himself, even imitating the voice of a little girl with remarkable accuracy. The group was bewildered. What was happening? Upon returning to the safe haven, why did it feel like they had stepped into a night market? Setting up a food stall in the spirit realm? Was he serious? Had he been concocting this for the past 2 days? But it truly smelled divine. After 5 or 6 days of consuming compressed biscuits and instant noodles, the moment they caught a whiff of the aroma, they couldn't help but salivate. Someone immediately inquired, How much for the skewers? Jiang Nan waved his hand grandly. 1 black iron spirit pearl per skewer. Unlimited skewers for you. For every 4-person team, a discount. Just 3 black iron spirit pearls. The group was taken aback. So you're targeting our spirit pearls? No wonder you haven't been hunting spirit beasts these past few days. You've been waiting for us here? Have you no shame? This is nothing short of blatant exploitation. We've toiled to gather spirit pearls, And you wish to profit off us? Absolutely not. Not a chance. But those skewers do smell amazing. What must they taste like? It must be incredible. Wiping his drool, one exclaimed, damn. It's just 3 pearls, right? Fine. I'll give them. At worst, I'll just work harder tomorrow. For teams that had made decent gains, the allure of the skewers overshadowed all considerations. After 5 days of eating instant noodles, their taste buds craved something more. Soon, all 8 tables filled up. And some teams even sat on the ground to enjoy their skewers, devouring them like hungry wolves, igniting sparks from the skewers. The sight made other teams envious. Seeing the situation unfold, Jiang Nan seized the moment to offer another deal. Come, everyone, look. Ice-cold green beer. Meat skewers paired with beer only get better with every sip. 1 bronze-level spirit pearl for a bucket of beer. At that moment, someone gasped. What? Why is it so expensive? Jiang Nan replied, this is ice-cold. Is it too pricey? Go ahead, find another serving in this Tianqi spirit realm. Initially, no one was willing to buy. But how could they resist the salty skewers? Jiang Nan had instructed Wu Yang to heavily season them with salt. Thirsty as they were, upon seeing the frosty green beer, they couldn't resist. Damn, give me a bucket. Boss, this skewer is way too salty. Can you use less salt? Jiang Nan retorted, no way. I run an honest business. More salt. Load it with cumin and chili powder. From Li Guang S resentment value 666. From Han Jiaxuan S resentment value 885. From Wu Liang was sweating profusely. Tang Qianya donned an apron and began serving. The spirit pearls were rolling in. Previously worried about not securing the top spot. With the opening of this Tianqi food stall, victory was assured. Anyone who came was essentially working for Jiang Nan. It was blatantly exploiting their labor. But so what? The famished souls could hardly resist the aroma of the skewers. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan strolled through the camp with skewers in hand. Come on, brother. Want a bite? The person scowled, his teeth grinding in frustration. Ah, it's so delicious. 1 bite and it oozes juice. Wandering over, he reached Li Xiang's group. Care for some? Your team has done well. You're not short on those 3 spirit pearls, are you? Li Xiang scoffed. We're not lacking. You're not lacking either. Why not just give them to us for free? Jiang Nan smirked. Free? Little buddy, are you dreaming? Li Xiang narrowed his eyes. Don't celebrate too soon. If this continues, the school authorities will surely come after you. Jiang Nan shrugged. Come after me? Have I broken any rules? I'm merely providing a service. The spirit pearls are given willingly. Lu Chuanwu pointed at Jiang Nan, cursing. I, Lu Chuanwu, would rather starve to death. I'd jump off this place than eat a single bite from you. Li Xiang and Ling Feng gave Lu Chuanwu a thumbs up. No problem, my friend, you have integrity. Jiang Nan scoffed. If you don't want to eat, then don't. Then he turned and shouted, limited time offer. Everyone who spins here will receive a free shower. Upon hearing this, Li Muyin could no longer sit still. A shower? After 5 days, I'm filthy. And on the first day, I got covered in mud. This is absolutely fatal for a girl. Shall we go eat something? 3 bronze-level spirit pearls are within our means. Li Xiang frowned. ISNT this giving Jiang Nan an advantage? His spirit pearls will only increase. Ling Feng whispered, even if we don't buy, their first place is already secure. Li Xiang, this is quite frustrating. But he couldn't bring himself to lose face. If you want to go on your own. Li Muyin didn't care. She took her 3 spirit pearls and headed off to shower. Ling Feng and Lu Chuanwu exchanged glances. Since we've spent the money, wouldn't it be a waste not to eat? Humph. Watch as I eat you out of house and home, you bastard. As a result, Lu Chuanwu and Ling Feng squatted down, each devouring a large meat skewer. Ah, it's so delicious. Why is it so fragrant? The skewers are the best. Let us eat more. Jiang Nan. I'll just pretend Lu Chuanwu's earlier words were mere nonsense. Indeed, nothing escapes the law of irresistible temptation. This chapter is today's bonus update. Dear friends, remember to give a 5-star rating. Join the bookshelf to never lose your way. How are you all so amazing? Requesting the bookshelf, requesting 5 stars. Chapter 55, Beneath the Crooked Tree. The night was well advanced as the duo toiled tirelessly. Accruing over 70 black iron-level spiritual orbs and 13 bronze-level orbs. Wu Liang could hardly fathom that Jiang Nan secured first place through the sale of skewers. As they were tidying up their stall, Jiang Nan, laden with a hefty bundle of skewers, made his way toward the patrolling troops. In recent days, he had amassed an unimaginable amount of resentment points, continuously refreshing by the minute. One particular detail caught his attention. A name appeared in the resentment points list that should not have been there. Resentment from Ivanov Karevi's 666. This occurrence had manifested 3 times over the past days, notably at the last secure outpost. Jiang Nan sensed the scent of conspiracy. The White Shark faction? He too was eager to discern the identity of this individual. Thus, over the past days, he had taken countless photographs and showcased various annex, all in an attempt to confirm whether Ivanov was concealed within the squad. However, the results were not as he had hoped. The only conclusion left was that Jiang Nan approached the sentinels with his skewers in hand. "Bro, care for a bite?" They smelled divine. The soldier merely glanced at Jiang Nan, his expression unchanged, standing resolutely at attention. Resentment from Wang Janua 333. Not that one. The true name recognition of the ultimate street vendor system was nothing short of miraculous, perfectly suited for locating individuals. "Brother, you've been on duty all day. Treat your comrades." "Want tea? How about a bite?" "The troops have regulations." "Really not eating?" Jiang Nan waved the meat skewer in front of the soldier's nose. Resentment from Liu Yuchuan 666. "Forgive me, soldier. I am compelled by circumstance. Should you harbor resentment, let it be directed at that Ivanov." After testing the waters with no one willing to partake, he finally arrived at a soldier towering at 6 feet, broad-shouldered and stout. The soldier's expression shifted slightly as he swallowed hard, tentatively suggesting, "Then, I'll have one skewer?" Jiang Nan was taken aback. "You actually intend to eat? Aren't there regulations?" The soldier's face darkened. "So you had no intention of sharing? Why then parade around with those skewers? Is it to incite hatred?" Resentment from Ivanov Karevi's 999. Jiang Nan's eyes brightened. "Aha, here it comes." Yet, observing the soldier, he noted a lack of distinct features typical of the Goose Country. Had he undergone surgery? Or perhaps utilized some kind of spiritual technique? The system would never err. "I'm not concerned about your punishment. Here, let me shield you. Have a bite." With that, he extended the skewer toward Ivanov, who devoured it ravenously. "Hey, why does this taste a bit like soybeans? And this guy's skewers are overly salty." Jiang Nan chuckled as he inquired around, but finding no takers for his skewers, he sighed, "Then I might as well toss them." What a waste. Watching Jiang Nan's swaying silhouette depart, Ivanov smirked coldly. "You may revel in your joy for a fleeting moment. Once outside the secure zone." Jiang Nan's demeanor darkened as he arrived beneath an inconspicuous crooked tree. He tossed aside the skewers, clapped his hands, and with a swift teleportation, returned to the secure area. Calling for Wu Liang and Tang Qianro from within the tent, he said, "If trouble arises tonight, take Tang Tang and retreat to the next secure zone to seek refuge with the patrol troops, understand? Don't concern yourselves with me, nor trail behind." Wu Liang's expression grew serious. "What trouble?" Tang Qianro also appeared anxious. "Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago?" Jiang Nan's behavior was indeed unusual today. The situation was complex and could not be explained in a short time. "Remember what I said. Protect yourselves. Stay awake tonight. Don't drive. You'll be too conspicuous." Wu Liang opened his mouth to protest, but, upon meeting Jiang Nan's gaze, swallowed his words. "Understood, Brother Nan." That night, the three remained wide awake, none daring to sleep. Jiang Nan pondered. How had the White Shark faction infiltrated such a tightly secured entrance to the spiritual realm? Moreover, considering that their personnel were embedded within the patrol troops, it would be straightforward to smuggle in a few individuals. Had they truly chosen to act within the Tanchi spiritual realm? The audacity of the White Shark was astounding. He also wondered if the blonde beauty had made an appearance. "Sister Mountain Cat, at this critical moment, do not falter." Outside the secure zone, beneath the crooked tree, a bush rustled slightly. Concealed beneath a camouflage netting adorned with leaves, 2 figures, a man and a woman, lay in wait, in Ning and Qinshin from the Dark Knight Army. Their eyes were fixated on the skewers discarded by Jiang Nan. "What is happening? Has Jiang Nan discovered us?" And Ning whispered. "That can't be," Qinshin replied. "But it seems he has. Why else would he come all this way to drop them here?" and Ning cautiously extended her hand to retrieve the plastic bag containing the skewers. Finding a small note within, Soldier ID 009527, a member of the White Shark. They exchanged astonished glances, both stunned. How did Jiang Nan uncover the presence of the Dark Knight army following him? And how did he pinpoint their concealed location? How did he know there were spies among them? The covert method of message delivery was likely to avoid detection by the White Shark, and Ning promptly retrieved her military laptop to conduct a search. This 009527 indeed raises considerable concern, and Ning exclaimed, "Damn it, how did he infiltrate? He is on duty right here in this secure outpost, and we were utterly oblivious. Should we eliminate him? We need to inform Captain Mountain Cat. No wonder things have been quiet lately. The White Shark must have mobilized." Just as they finished notifying their captain, Ivanov emerged, clutching his stomach, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, that kid's skewers weren't cooked properly. Is there poison or something? I just ate one." As he stood on duty, waves of stomach pain surged, and he released a series of loud flatulence, earning scornful glares from the soldiers nearby. "What is this? Did someone slip a firecracker in my pocket? It's too frequent." Ivanov, feeling the mounting pressure, glanced around desperately for a suitable spot. Spotting the crooked tree, he hurried over, unbuckling his belt, preparing to relieve himself. However, beneath the camouflage, two pairs of terrified eyes stared at his imminent backside. And Ning and Qinshin were on the brink of insanity. Good grief. You truly know how to choose a location. Originally intending to spare him. If they didn't act soon, they might find themselves in dire straits. Simultaneously, Jiang Nan's resentment points were rapidly accumulating. Resentment from Ivanov Karevi's 1000. Ah. Now we're getting somewhere. Jiang Nan chuckled to himself. He had sprinkled 10 detoxifying yellow beans onto the skewers. Resentment from a Ning 1000. Resentment from a Ning. Resentment from Qinshin 1000. Resentment from Qinshin. Jiang Nan? Chapter 56. Trouble awaits. What is happening? Aren't a Ning and Qinshin members of the Dark Knight army? The two of them are the ones lurking under the crooked tree. Their resentment is palpable. Do they feel exposed and humiliated? Surely it cannot be so. Jiang Nan was unaware that a Ning and Qinshin were filled with fury because they were about to encounter a tempest of chaos and destruction. As fate would have it, Ivanov was crouched directly above their heads. Qinshin, unable to contain his rage, sprang into action. The situation was dire. He drew his dagger and charged forward, pressing it against Ivanov's throat. Ivanov was taken aback. Was it a crime to be larger in stature? Were people truly waiting for him? Qinshin growled, "If you value your life, retreat." But Ivanov could no longer hold back. He was already at his breaking point. Under the terrified gazes of Qinshin and Ning, Ivanov unleashed his pin-up pressure. In that moment, Qinshin and Ning dared not remain where they were and hastily retreated, narrowly escaping disaster. Ivanov's complexion shifted to a pallid hue. "Damn it, the Dark Knight army? I knew it was you." Yet, in that moment, his words bore no persuasive weight, as he had no time to adjust his trousers. With a surge of power, he revealed himself to be a peak silver-level spirit warrior. Not wishing to engage further, he sank into the earth, utilizing his earth-based abilities to hasten towards safety. Madness glimmering in his eyes. And Ning and Qinshin missed their chance and pursued him frantically. However, Ivanov had already reached the heart of the safety zone through his earth evasion. Clutching a pink object resembling a grenade, he pulled the pin with great force. Boom. The explosion startled many from their slumber. The grenade detonated, splattering large amounts of crimson liquid across the safety zone. An eerie fragrance permeated the air, wafting on the breeze. The duty soldiers aimed their dark muzzles at Ivanov, ready to fire. At that moment, Ning descended from the sky, with a wave of her hand. The air around Ivanov solidified. She was a rare air elemental ability user. Just then, Qinshin rushed forward, slapping his waist pouch under his command. Hundreds of steel balls whistled through the air, transforming Ivanov into a sieve. "You're all finished." With that, Ivanov collapsed to the ground. The sudden turn of events jolted everyone awake. The students, upon seeing Ivanov lying lifelessly, were filled with horror. Some even vomited. "My goodness! Someone's dead. What on earth happened? It's terrifying. Can someone explain?" The deceased wore the uniform of the duty soldiers. "What is this pink goo? It's all over me. How do I get it off?" Being mere students, they had never encountered such a scene, let alone witnessed the death firsthand. Their voices trembled with fear. In an instant, the soldiers aimed their weapons at the suddenly appearing Ning and Qinshin. "Who are you?" Qinshin flashed his officer's ID. "Dark Knight Army. We require your cooperation." Upon seeing the ID, the soldiers immediately lowered their weapons, their expressions grave. "We will fully cooperate with the Dark Knight Army." "But what has transpired?" Qinshin explained. "An intruder infiltrated and attacked the safety base. He has been neutralized." The students were thrown into a state of panic, their faces pale. Jiang Nan, hearing the explosion, emerged from the tent and was met with the sight of Ivanov, lifeless and with his trousers still undone. "What? Was it that urgent?" Wu Liang furrowed his brow, clearly sensing the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Tang Xinya's face turned ashen. It was her first encounter with death, and she was terrified, hiding behind Wu Liang. "Nan Gu, what is happening?" Jiang Nan shook his head. "I'll go find out." He stepped out of the tent, greeting Ning with a wave. "Sister Ning, was it you two lying under the crooked tree?" And Ning turned and shot Jiang Nan a fierce glare. Chen Chan was speechless. He had indeed been discovered. What is going on? Why is dealing with a silver-level being causing such a commotion? And Ning, her expression grave, responded, "You should ask this big fool beside me." Chun Chen covered his face. He truly hadn't anticipated that his threat would scare Ivanov out. Jiang Nan approached Ivanov's body, kicked it, and turned it over. Goodness. He met a gruesome end. The members of the group were bewildered. What was going on? Jiang Nan seemed to be conversing familiarly with the two from the Dark Knight Army. Was he that close to the female officer, calling her sister Ning? Connecting this with the encrypted information at the entrance, the mystery surrounding Jiang Nan deepened. Was he truly just an ordinary high school senior? He had just flipped a corpse with his foot. Did he not fear? And his demeanor was simply intimidating. Dealing with a silver-level being? Jiang Nan glanced at Qinshin, who could only cover his face in embarrassment. It was truly too shameful to admit. Could he confess that he had nearly been taken down himself, and then subsequently killed Ivanov with steel balls? And Ning sensed something amiss, and, after a moment, her expression darkened. "I think we are in serious trouble." Qinshin also looked solemn. That grenade is problematic. Jiang Nan was about to inquire further when, suddenly, low growls echoed through the forest. The ground began to tremble, and crimson eyes flickered in the woods. A six-legged black panther broke through the underbrush first, its sharp claws raking at the concrete wall. Its red eyes were filled with a ravenous desire, as if something within the safety zone had an irresistible allure for it. And it was merely the first. Swarms of spirit beasts surged forth from the forest, launching a frenzied assault on the safety zone. In the blink of an eye, the safety base was surrounded. Gunfire erupted. Bullet casings rained down like a torrential downpour. The soldiers aimed their weapons at the gates, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Against spirit beasts below silver level, firearms proved effective. Panic ensued among the students. Gunfire, beastly roars, and terrified screams shattered the once peaceful night, transforming it into a battlefield engulfed in smoke. "Big guy, Xiao Tang Tang, don't leave. You can't." Jiang Nan's expression darkened. The white shark had indeed gone all out, ensnaring these participating students as well. Clang. The Tang Dat was drawn. Jiang Nan's eyes gleamed with determination. Wu Liang wielded a broadsword in one hand and a black iron shield in the other. "Nan Gu, just tell us how to proceed." Jiang Nan declared, "Do everything in our power. Survive." Chapter 57. Surely, my valor must have moved them, right? It is not Jiang Nan's intention to instill fear. Rather, he has witnessed the presence of silver-tier beasts among the spirit creatures assaulting the safe haven. The situation is dire. No one anticipated the beast tide would arrive so swiftly. Among the over 500 students present, the majority are mere black iron tier. Faced with ferocious beasts akin to ravenous wolves, they possess no means of self-preservation. Even the diligent soldiers, concentrating their fire, cannot withstand the onslaught of the beast tide. A six-legged black panther, bearing the rain of bullets, shatters the defenses. It opens its gaping maw, relentlessly tearing at a soldier. In an instant, blood splatters, and the wails of anguish resonate as a chilling alarm in everyone's heart. The students have never encountered such horror. In their world, hunting spirit beasts resembles a mere game. They have never considered that spirit beasts can take lives. In games, characters can be revived, but reality is far from a game. Who among them might be the next to fall to the jaws of a beast? Cries of terror and despair merge into a cacophony. The fear of death has completely consumed the hearts of all the students. Jiang Nan's countenance darkens, and he bellows, "Sister Ning, have you informed the lynx?" Anning replies, "I have already notified them. However, the entrance is a 5-day journey away. The night army requires time to arrive." Jiang Nan glances at the terrified classmates and then at the impending breach in the defenses created by the beasts. They cannot hold. If they falter, all will perish. In a moment of resolve, Jiang Nan charges forward, brandishing his blade, shouting, "Big guy, if you're not afraid to die, follow me." He instantly teleports into the throng of spirit beasts, and with a swift stroke, he severs the head of the 6-legged Black Panther. Blood splatters all over him. Wu Liang roars, transforming into a towering figure over 2 meters tall, resembling a half-man, half-bear. Armed with a black iron shield and a broadsword, his eyes blaze crimson. He charges forth, shield in hand, the air bursting under the pressure of his approach, colliding with 3 spirit beasts. Jiang Nan flickers through the air thrice, leaving behind 3 lifeless bodies of spirit beasts on the ground. Anning and Chun Chun recognize Jiang Nan's intent and fiercely engage the spirit beasts at the entrance. Yet the beast tide surges forth. Their small group cannot push them back. Coupled with the dwindling ammunition of the soldiers, the situation grows ever more precarious. With a blade gleaming like the moon, Jiang Nan slays another spirit beast. He wipes the blood from his face, his dripping blade pointed at the terrified students. "Do you wish to die? Have you no hands? Did you awaken your powers just to flaunt them in school? If we cannot defend the entrance, we might as well perish. At this moment, who do you expect to protect you? If you wish to survive, come and guard the gate." In that moment, Jiang Nan, drenched in blood, wielding his long knife, emanates an aura of formidable power. He resembles a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Starkly different from the carefree vendor of skewers he had been moments before. The panicked group of students is on the brink of madness. Li Xiang and Lu Chuanwu are particularly pale. How can Jiang Nan be so unafraid? Is he not afraid of death? He was the first to charge forward with a knife, maintaining composure throughout. They will die? This is real death. Anning and Chun Chun admire Jiang Nan even more at this moment. In the face of crisis, he exhibits qualities far beyond that of an ordinary high school student. Calm, collected, swiftly assessing the situation, striking without mercy. In contrast, the students trembling in fear, unable to move, are a stark contrast. Among them, there are those with courage, slapping themselves hard. Even if their legs tremble, they still step forward. God of the South, I will follow your command. How do we defend? We must not wait for death. Those soldiers sacrificed themselves to protect us. I refuse to be a burden. I must return home to honor my parents. Suddenly, over 20 students step forward. Jiang Nan slays another spirit beast, pushing them back to secure the gate. They must hold the safe haven until the night army arrives for support. Jiang Nan's strategy is crystal clear. With the addition of these classmates, the situation improves significantly. Once someone takes the lead, more and more students join the fight. Ling Feng and Li Muyin can no longer remain idle, preparing to assist in defending the gate. Li Xiang quickly protests, "Are you two insane? This could lead to death. Let them defend it." Lu Chuanwu adds, "Yes, yes. Self-preservation is paramount." Ling Feng retorts quietly, "Isn't Jiang Nan risking his life? Who among us does not have parents? Can we comfortably rely on their protection? I refuse to look down upon myself." Li Muyin says nothing, merely casting a cold glance at them. Yet this only intensifies Li Xiang's discomfort. "TCH, so you have enlightenment. Go ahead if you wish. I won't accompany you." At the entrance, Jiang Nan has gone into a frenzy. He slices through any spirit beast in sight. His swordsmanship has reached an intermediate level. Although he is merciless in the chaos of battle, there is a certain exhilarating satisfaction to it. Wu Liang is even more ferocious. With his iron shield smashing down and his broadsword swinging wildly, he reduces numerous spirit beasts to mere pulp. Anyone within a 5-meter radius dares not approach him. He is truly a force to be reckoned with. Chun Chun and Anning gaze at Wu Liang with shining eyes. The participating classmates give Wu Liang a thumbs up. This heavy tank shield warrior is truly courageous. Just then, as if fueled by his bloodlust, Wu Liang lets out a wild roar and fully transforms into a nearly 4-meter-tall black bear. With a rip, his pants burst apart due to his immense size. Anning nearly spits out a mouthful of blood. Chun Chun is left utterly terrified. The classmates are frozen in place. Some female students cover their eyes and scream. Before them stands a 4-meter-tall black bear, wielding an iron shield and a broadsword, covered in fur. Clad in nothing but a pair of brief shorts that perfectly fit Wu Liang's form. The once chaotic battleground falls into a profound silence. Briefs? Is he really that bold? My friend, we truly did not expect you to be such a man of depth. While others are tough yet tender-hearted, you are tough yet flamboyant. Tang Qianyao is left bewildered. The sight of Wu Liang before her has shattered her worldview. What material are those shorts made of? They didn't even tear during his transformation? Surely, you didn't steal them from the Hulk, did you? Wu Liang suddenly senses the gazes upon him, thinking they are moved by his valor. He bellows, "Come! Who dares to fight me?" Anning, Chun, stop shouting, brother. You were valiant before, but now? You've ruined the atmosphere with your briefs. Across from him, a silver-tier iron-eating bear spirit beast rises up. Its dark, large eyes glance curiously between Wu Liang and itself. Filled with confusion, we are both bears. Why do you have shorts and I do not? What makes you so exceptional? Wu Liang beams with pride. Jiang Nan, while fighting, shouts, "The one in the shorts is one of us. Not a spirit beast. Don't strike the wrong target." Anning, Tang Qianya, do we really need to emphasize this? Which spirit beast wears shorts? Especially briefs? Chapter 58. Single-point headshot. The battle was intensely fierce, with students exerting themselves to showcase their unique abilities. In the heat of combat, distraction was a luxury they could not afford. Yet, the incessantly darting spotted leopard on the battlefield was undeniably captivating. They did not wish to lose focus, but the allure was simply irresistible. After a fierce skirmish, they finally managed to push the spirit beasts back. Jiang Nan seized the moment, teleporting to the entrance and disengaging the switch. With a series of clanks, the heavy iron door descended, sealing the entrance at last. The spirit beasts that had intruded were swiftly dispatched. The students gazed solemnly at the corpses of the spirit beasts littering the ground, alongside the battered soldiers who had valiantly defended them. Just moments ago, these brave souls had charged to the front lines, unarmed yet unwavering, safeguarding the students' safety. Jiang Nan felt a pang of sorrow in his heart and silently saluted them, such admirable individuals, deserving of respect. However, there was no time for grief. At that moment, Chun began to organize the remaining defense troops to take positions on the walls and snipe the spirit beasts. The students volunteered. Earth and wood element spirit warriors were called upon to reinforce the walls. As long as they could hold out until the night army arrived, they would be safe. The recent events had been captured by drones. The Bobcat had received the alert and was now heading over with a stern expression, while the hidden night army units scattered across the spirit ruins rushed toward the 5th outpost. Meanwhile, the hotel's monitoring screens were bustling with activity. Satellite wristbands notified students that the exam had been prematurely concluded, and they were to evacuate urgently. The students, bewildered, had no idea what was happening, but complied with the orders. They hastily cut the live broadcast, but the earlier incidents at the outpost had already been aired. The viewership skyrocketed to millions, and the comments flooded the screen. A beast tide? How could this provoke a beast tide? Did you see that? It was utterly devastating. Ninshin truly lived up to his name. At this moment, he was the most reliable among the students. Armed with a tang knife and a triangular bayonet, he cut through the throngs of beasts. If he hadn't shouted, the students would have remained motionless. His capability shone through during the crisis. Despite his playful nature, when it came to seriousness, he was indeed dependable. Speaking of which, who noticed that short-pantsed black bear? Although ill-timed, I couldn't help but chuckle, praying for safety. Just then, the live stream abruptly cut off. Why did it stop? We want to watch. Hey, what's going on? I paid for a membership. The power of the online community was immense. Swiftly locating Jiang Nan's Weibo and bombarding it with comments. Thousands of candles and clasped hands emojis were posted. Ninshin, return safely. I'm waiting for you to come back and continue our online romance. Nanshan, once again, showcase a miracle just like that time in the fire. Bring them back safely. We are all waiting for you at the Jiangqing night market." At that moment, Zhong Yinxue and Xia Yao sat on the bed, staring at the abruptly terminated live stream, engulfed in silence. Xia Yao's eyes brimmed with urgency. "I'll drive." Meanwhile, Zhong Yinxue was already getting dressed. 2 minutes later, the roar of the Koenigsegg Blue Ghost engine echoed as they sped toward Changbai Mountain under the cover of night. "Little Nan, you must return safely." At the safe outpost, the walls trembled under assault. The students had already begun their preparations, with some elemental mages launching ranged attacks against the spirit beasts. The soldiers on duty unleashed a relentless barrage from atop the walls. Jiang Nan meticulously arranged the fallen soldiers' bodies, stripping them of their gear. He donned their bulletproof vests, M416 rifles, and magazines. Against spirit beasts of silver rank and below, using firearms would undoubtedly conserve more stamina than wielding a blade. Skill triggered. Firearms, LV0. Skill points added, 100. Skill upgrade. Firearms, proficient LV0. Now was not the time to conserve skill points. The reason for saving them was precisely for moments like this. Additional points were added. Skill points added, 1000. Skill upgrade. Firearms, intermediate LV0. The soldiers were startled to see Jiang Nan wielding a gun and quickly intervened. This student must not joke around. Firearms are dangerous. Without professional training, one should never use them as they could cause harm to oneself and others. Ning and Chen also noticed the scene. Yes, an accidental discharge would be disastrous. Li Xiang took the opportunity to mock. "You better not. Do you think this is a game? This is a real gun." Lu Chuanwu urged him to put it down. "What if you hit one of us?" The other students looked on in fear, swallowing hard. Reality could not be compared to a game. They were entirely different realms. Jiang Nan squinted. Slinging the M416 assault rifle over his shoulder, deftly removing the magazine to check its load. He pulled back the bolt to inspect the chamber, then swiftly inserted the magazine, racked the bolt, and disengaged the safety. Each movement was seamless, executed with remarkable speed. He raised the rifle, aimed decisively, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted, and flames erupted from the muzzle. A spider that had just begun to scale the wall was shot in the eye, its body crashing down outside the barrier. Jiang Nan exclaimed, "Could you please shut your foul mouth? Focus on doing the job of an excavator." After that shot, Ning and Chen were left dumbfounded. The soldiers appeared as though they had seen a ghost. At such a distance, and in dynamic shooting conditions, even seasoned veterans with years of experience might not achieve such precision. But Jiang Nan, how old was he? If one claimed he hadn't received professional training, no one would believe it. Yet, where had he received such training? Was it mere luck? Regardless, his handling of the firearm, magazine changes, aiming, and firing were flawless. Akin to textbook techniques. The entire assembly fell silent. Li Xiang nearly fainted from shock. Jiang Nan could indeed handle a gun, and with such accuracy? The students were equally astonished. This was far too professional. Could Jiang Nan be an undercover agent from the Night Army embedded among students? However, Jiang Nan's subsequent maneuvers were simply hair-raising. He teleported to the top of the wall, confronting a sea of spirit beasts, switching the M416 to single-shot mode, and commenced firing with fervor. He first shot the joint of a spirit beast's leg, causing it to stumble, then followed up with a second shot that exploded its eye, a perfect headshot. 2 bullets for 1 spirit beast. This was the Mozambique drill. The speed of reloading was even more terrifying. With one hand pressing the magazine release, he flicked the rifle, letting the empty magazine drop. His other hand swiftly produced a new magazine, slotted it in, and chambered around, all in a fluid motion that took less than 3 seconds. His movements were so graceful that Ning could have sworn a shooting instructor had arrived. Chapter 59, Motionless as a Tortoise. Bang! Bang! 2 rapid gunshots echoed simultaneously. Another spirit beast fell. Each shot struck precisely at the joints and head of the creature, maximizing lethality while conserving ammunition. Ning and Chen were at a loss for words. Their classmates raised their thumbs in admiration. Tang Xinyao was captivated by Jiang Nan's shooting skills, more impressive than those depicted in action films. What secrets does Jiang Nan hold? It compels one to delve deeper. As for Wu Liang, he was already accustomed to such spectacles. Why is the southern god revered? Because he possesses skills. If one were to tell Wu Liang that Jiang Nan could pilot planes or tanks, he would believe it. However, his little leopard print attire was quite the sight as it flitted about the walls. As time passed, more and more spirit beasts gathered. The onslaught was overwhelming. A female classmate, momentarily distracted, was yanked down, screaming as she fell from the wall, her eyes filled with despair. Below, a sharp-toothed crocodile gaped wide, waiting hungrily. Jiang Nan, with keen eyes, could not afford to hesitate. He teleported in an instant, wrapping his arms around the girl and rescuing her from the jaws of the beast, then teleported back. The girl, with tears streaming down her face, was still in shock. Upon realizing it was Jiang Nan who saved her, she opened her mouth to express her gratitude. I really need to lose some weight. You look thin, but you feel heavy. The female classmate was taken aback. Was that really necessary? Just as she was about to defend her figure, she found Jiang Nan had already teleported away. Frustrated, she stamped her foot. But the fear that had gripped her moments before began to dissipate. Oh, this girl is interesting. Her resentment seems to stem from affection. There was no helping it. Being handsome brings jealousy. The spirit beasts continued to multiply, and even the silver-ranked Ning and Chun struggled to keep up. The wall was on the brink of collapse. Another classmate lost their footing as the wall shook and fell. Jiang Nan rushed to save them. But this time, he only managed to grasp the classmate's ankle, while their upper body vanished. Jiang Nan distinctly remembered this was the same student who initially stepped forward to help. Damn. He cursed, his vision tinged with red as he charged into the fray. Ning cried out in alarm, Jiang Nan, don't act recklessly. But he had already plunged in, aiming for the rhinoceros that was devouring his classmate's upper body. With all his might, he struck down. In the next moment, Jiang Nan reappeared, drenched in blood, gripping the rhinoceros's head. The classmates fell silent. Casualties were inevitable, but witnessing it unfold before their eyes left a bitter taste in everyone's hearts. Just then, someone exclaimed in delight, the Night Army. It's the Night Army. Indeed, figures clad in dark military uniforms raced toward the safe point. Yet, before Jiang Nan could breathe a sigh of relief, chaos erupted. The very ground at the center of the safe zone rippled like water. And from the earth emerged a man in green military attire from the Goose Nation, adorned with a shoulder insignia depicting a white shark. He grinned widely, slamming his hands into the ground. The earth of the safe zone dissolved like sand. The wall crumbled under the pressure of the spirit beasts, and pandemonium ensued. And Ning's face paled in realization. Damn it, a golden rank? Chun gritted his teeth. The white shark's forces. Protect Jiang Nan. In the midst of the chaos, Jiang Nan felt as though he were being targeted by a venomous serpent. The Goose Nation man's blue eyes were fixed on Jiang Nan, like a malevolent specter. Jiang Nan thought, this is bad. He turned and shouted, big guy, take little Tang Tang and run. Wu Liang had just steadied himself and, with no time for a response, scooped up Tang Xianya in one arm while wielding a shield in the other, bursting through the tumult. Tang Xianya looked frantic. What about Jiang Nan? Where's Jiang Nan? Following the orders from South Brother, Wu Liang had no time for hesitation. His only task was to execute Jiang Nan's command. Jiang Nan locked eyes with the Goose Nation man and, with a radiant smile, declared, you're going to die. The Goose Nation man was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by Jiang Nan's unexpected retort. What the hell? I thought you were going to deliver some menacing words before the fight. And here you are, starting with you going to die? This is not how it's supposed to go. Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned by the absurdity of the situation. What a ridiculous name. Such a long string. This is quite absurd. Jiang Nan knew all too well that the white shark was after him. If he could keep this man occupied, it would afford his classmates a chance to escape. In an instant, his tang knife was drawn. Come, let us play. Constantine, the Goose Nation man, grinned menacingly, about to strike. Yet his expression shifted to one of terror as he took several steps back. Jiang Nan was baffled. What? He is afraid already? I merely drew my knife. Could he be intimidated by my overwhelming presence? Constantine hissed, you wait. You want to escape the white shark's grasp. I hope you don't die. After delivering this ominous warning, he fled. Jiang Nan was left speechless. Is that it? He just ran away? Is this the caliber of mercenaries nowadays? White shark, don't pay him. He didn't do anything. Suddenly, a fierce wind rushed past him. Jiang Nan turned to see a colossal creature, a massive, earth-shattering bear, charging down the slope, its eyes ablaze. Good heavens! It's gigantic. This is almost like something from a movie. No wonder Constantine fled. Such a behemoth must be at least golden rank. The ground shook as the enormous bear thundered forward, reaching a camp where Li Xiong and his team were desperately trying to escape. Unfortunately, Li Mayan tripped over a stake, entangled in barbed wire. Struggling, she failed to free herself. Amidst the panic, Li Xiong and Lu Kuanggu were oblivious to her plight. "Help me! I'm stuck!" Li Mayan cried out desperately. Li Xiong glanced back, noticing Li Mayan had fallen behind, ensnared. Looking up, they saw the enormous bear's massive paw descending toward Li Mayan. Gritting his teeth, Li Xiong steeled himself. "I'm sorry." Lu Kuanggu hesitated for a moment, glancing at the bear before fleeing without uttering a word. Li Mayan was frozen in shock, as if something within her had shattered. Tears streamed down her face as she stared at the descending paw, filled with despair. "Is this how it ends for me?" Suddenly, a figure appeared before her. Hey, Li Mayan, why are you just standing there, motionless as a tortoise?" Jiang Nan flashed a brilliant smile, revealing his bright teeth, just as the bear's paw came crashing down behind him. Li Mayan. Chapter 60. If you want to live, listen to me. Li Mayan was on the verge of insanity. What time was it? How could one still have the leisure to joke around? And why was he so still, like a turtle? Wasn't it a bit too calm? Just then, Jiang Nan nonchalantly tore through the barbed wire, hoisted Li Mayan onto his shoulder, and casually glanced back at the towering earth-shattering bear, giving it the finger. "See you." Boom. The ground trembled as the massive paw of the bear came crashing down, sending dirt and stones flying. The sheer power of it was astonishing. If one were to be struck by that, it would certainly be a fatal blow. Over 100 meters away, Jiang Nan slashed at the falling debris with his knife. What about Li Xiong and the others? Li Mayan's body stiffened as she bit down on her lip, drawing blood without realizing it. She had teeth seen. A tumult of emotions swirled within her. The person she trusted most, Li Xiong, her seemingly dependable class leader, had unhesitatingly abandoned her in this life-and-death crisis. It was unexpected that it was Jiang Nan, who often opposed her, that ended up saving her, though she loathed him. She couldn't deny that Jiang Nan's series of actions, and that dazzling smile he had under the bear's paw, were indeed quite gallant. Carried on Jiang Nan's shoulder, Li Mayan felt an inexplicable sense of security. All she wanted was to stay like that forever. But Jiang Nan wasn't having it. Hey, you're just going to stay still like a turtle? Get down. Move yourself. Li Mayan. Move by myself? Humph. Fine, I'll move. Wait, what? Why did his words sound so different when they came from Jiang Nan? From Li Mayan's resentment. 333. Yet, gazing at the rampaging, earth-shattering bear, fear filled Li Mayan's eyes. What should we do now? At this moment, Jiang Nan was her only pillar of support. Jiang Nan scoffed. What do you mean we? It's you. Following me will only lead to your demise. Upon hearing this, Li Mayan clutched Jiang Nan's arm tightly, holding on for dear life. No, don't leave me behind. She felt his body tremble as well. Jiang Nan, with a look of helplessness in his eyes, insisted, I'm not joking. Following me will truly mean death. I'm serious. The white shark is coming straight for me. I don't know how many arrangements have been made behind the scenes to ensure that you follow me. You might not even know how you die. Though they were classmates and often at odds, Jiang Nan couldn't bring himself to let Li Mayan perish before his eyes. After all, who wasn't he born of a mother? How heart-wrenching would it be if one's own child died in the ruins? He tugged at his arm forcefully. But Li Mayan clung on, refusing to let go. Are you some kind of adhesive? Why is this woman so clingy? Just then, the earth-shattering bear caught a whiff, its crimson gaze locking onto Jiang Nan. It charged forward. Jiang Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. Why was it targeting him among so many? Was it jealous of his handsome looks? With no other options, Jiang Nan hoisted Li Mayan and teleported away. Remarkably, the bear pursued Jiang Nan relentlessly. Jiang Nan's mind raced with thoughts of a million galloping horses. If only he could have this kind of luck while buying a lottery ticket. With Jiang Nan diverting the bear, the pressure on the students in the ruins lessened significantly. and most had managed to escape. At that moment, Ning and Qinshin had reunited with the arriving night cat. The night cat wore a frosty expression, demanding, "What is going on?" Whereas Jiang Nan and Ning, anxious, replied, "I just saw him being chased by that earth-shattering bear." The white shark had golden-tier Earth-type spirit warriors among its ranks. The night cat retorted coldly, "The white shark has more than just those people. The other students who retreated are also facing ambush. You two must cooperate with the night army and assist in the students' retreat. Sacrifice yourselves if necessary. The students must not be harmed. Do you understand?" Qinshin saluted, "Yes, Captain." And Ning, filled with dread, interjected, "But what about Jiang Nan? The spirit ruins are so vast. Finding one person is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, the white shark is lurking in the shadows. With the night army escorting the students, they have no time to search for Jiang Nan. It's as if they pronounced his death sentence." The night cat gritted his teeth, sacrificing the small for the greater good. "Every life matters, and we cannot ignore so many students for Jiang Nan. This is also the white shark's intention, to use the students to restrain the night army as personnel. I will personally go find him. If Jiang Nan dies, I, Luo Tianhong, will bear the consequences." With that, she crouched down, unleashing a wild surge of power. The hard ground shattered beneath her feet as she shot forth like a cannonball, generating a fierce gust of wind. And Ning looked on with concern, while Qinshin solemnly declared, "Execute the orders." Meanwhile, Jiang Nan was escaping with Li Mayan in tow. In the darkness, he barely recognized the path, leading her into a stalactite cave where they finally caught their breath. They could faintly hear the distant rumbling of the bear still searching for them. Jiang Nan pondered in confusion. Why was it chasing him? How had this enormous creature followed him all this way? He couldn't even shake it off with teleportation. His gaze fell on Li Mayan, who was curled in a corner, hugging her knees, her large eyes brimming with tears, devoid of her usual pride, softly sobbing. At that moment, Jiang Nan's eyes scanned Li Mayan like a razor blade. Li Mayan glanced at him weakly, recoiling slightly. Why was he looking at her like that? Was he thinking something strange? Just as she worried, Jiang Nan spoke up, "Take off your jeans." "Li Mayan, take off my pants? At a time like this, you want me to take off my pants? What could he possibly want?" Just as she feared, Jiang Nan had ulterior motives for saving her, bringing her into the cave. Li Mayan thought frantically, retreating in terror, "Don't come near." "Jiang Nan, I never expected you to be this kind of person." "Jiang Nan? What the hell? What do you mean by that?" "I'm just asking you to take off your pants." Self-absorbed women are terrifying. Jiang Nan noticed that Li Mayan's jeans were stained with large patches of pink goo, remnants of the hand grenade that had triggered the beast tide. At that moment, the earth-shattering bear arrived, and the cave entrance was too small. It began to wildly swipe at the cave, causing Li Mayan to scream in fear. Jiang Nan shouted urgently, "Hurry, take off your pants." Li Mayan, wiping her tears, pleaded, "Can we just escape first? You can do whatever you want once we're safe." Her tone was laced with desperation. "Jiang Nan? What the hell? I can't understand." "No, take them off now." Li Mayan shook her head vigorously. There was something she could never let Jiang Nan see. Chapter 61. Does everyone have their little secrets? But how could Jiang Nan be so unconcerned? Even if he could teleport, he couldn't escape with Li Muyan. Li Muyan shook her head vehemently, retreating relentlessly until she found herself pressed against a wall, with no room left to flee. The situation was dire. If they delayed any longer, the great black bear would surely break in. In a flash, Jiang Nan lunged at Li Muyan like a ferocious tiger, pinning her to the ground and reaching for her jeans. Li Muyan pushed against Jiang Nan with all her might, struggling madly, her hands flailing wildly, almost poking into Jiang Nan's nostrils. She kicked fiercely, nearly sending Jiang Nan flying. Indeed, the latent strength a woman displays in a moment of crisis should not be underestimated. At that moment, Li Muyan screamed incessantly, "No! Get off! You pervert! You shameless scoundrel! Someone, help!" Jiang Nan retorted, "What do you mean I'm not human? I'm trying to save you. Why can't you appreciate my good intentions? Just be still. No matter how loud you scream, no one will come to your rescue." Feeling oddly villainous, Jiang Nan thought, "How did I end up in this role?" Despite Li Muyan's struggles, she was no match for Jiang Nan. However, Taking advantage of Jiang Nan's momentary distraction while searching for buttons, Li Muyin bit down hard on Jiang Nan's hand. Jiang Nan exclaimed, "What are you doing? Are you a dog? I'm trying to save you, and you bite me?" Frustrated, Jiang Nan recalled the time she was captured by the lynx, when they knocked her out with a swift strike to her neck. Perhaps she could try the same tactic? With swift movements, Jiang Nan formed her fingers into a blade and struck at the nape of Li Muyan's neck. A loud thud echoed. Li Muyan's eyes widened in shock. Her features contorted in pain as she let out a blood-curdling scream. "What are you doing?" Jiang Nan's hand froze midair, her mouth twitching as an awkward tension filled the air. "I thought that would knock you out," she chuckled nervously. Li Muyan was aghast. That was no mere knockout attempt. "You were trying to kill me." Scratching her head, Jiang Nan pondered why a swift strike had knocked her out so quickly, yet her attempt on Li Muyan had failed. Surely, she had not struck hard enough. Taking a deep breath, she decided to try once more, convinced she could succeed this time. Li Muyan, alarmed, thought, "If you strike me again, I will be done for." And she knew all too well what Jiang Nan would do after knocking her out. Absolutely unacceptable. But before Li Muyan could struggle further, Jiang Nan's muscular arm swung, delivering a second blow to Li Muyan's neck. With a crack, Li Muyan's head tilted, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed to the ground, motionless. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. Had she succeeded? Had she mastered such a cool technique? Indeed. Great strength yields miraculous results. Yet, as she observed Li Muyan lying still, Jiang Nan's heart sank. That crack, did I just kill her? Rushing to check Li Muyan's breathing, she sighed in relief upon feeling a pulse. The roars from outside jolted Jiang Nan back to reality. Li Muyan's jeans were covered in a sticky pink substance, dangerously alluring to magical beasts. They needed to be changed immediately. With a powerful tug, Jiang Nan ripped the jeans off. But the cave fell into an eerie silence. Jiang Nan froze, realizing why Li Muyan had resisted her attempts to undress her. Good heavens, those shorts were far more revealing than anything at the market. Li Muyan had such preferences? Indeed, everyone harbors their little secrets. Shaking her head, Jiang Nan took a deep breath and retrieved a pair of black athletic pants from her dimensional space, dressing Li Muyan. No matter how much she disliked her, Jiang Nan wouldn't take advantage of her unconsciousness. Just as Jiang Nan finished fastening the waistband with a bow, Li Muyan, still dazed, began to regain consciousness. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Jiang Nan adjusting her pants, she gasped, "Have you finished?" Yes. I just changed your pants," Jiang Nan stammered. Li Muyan's expression shifted to one of despair as she burst into tears. "How could you do this to me while I was unconscious? This isn't fair." Jiang Nan was bewildered. "What do you mean you felt nothing? I merely changed your pants. Wasn't that the crux of the matter?" Li Muyan's sobs ceased abruptly as she realized, wait, it was just a change of pants? Upon further reflection, she felt no oddities. Her face flushed red. The secret she thought hidden had been uncovered by Jiang Nan. How would she face her now? Utterly mortifying. Seeing Li Muyan tearfully distressed, Jiang Nan awkwardly asserted, "I changed your pants for your own good." Li Muyan replied incredulously, "What kind of explanation is that? Who would believe you?" With no other choice, Jiang Nan rolled up the discarded jeans and tossed them outside. The great bear, drawn by the scent of the pink substance, abandoned its pursuit of the two to chase after the jeans instead. Li Muyan was stunned. What was happening? The bear had followed them because of the substance on her pants. If Jiang Nan had stripped her, they would have both been in peril. Li Muyan's face turned crimson with embarrassment. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" "I thought." "What did you think?" Jiang Nan asked. Li Muyan couldn't voice her thoughts. Even if she was shy, she had to keep it to herself. It was impossible to ask Jiang Nan if he had seen anything. The mere thought of speaking it would be mortifying. Jiang Nan's actions were for her own safety. Yet she had kicked and fought him. This thought twisted Li Muyan's heart as she gazed at Jiang Nan's profile, her cheeks burning even more. Softly, she murmured, "Earlier. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have." Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. "What happened earlier? My memory isn't the best. Sometimes I forget even yesterday's events." Li Muyan was taken aback, yet she found herself smiling at Jiang Nan's playful demeanor. "Oh, it's nothing." Jiang Nan shrugged. He wouldn't hold a grudge against a girl over past events. That would be excessively petty. After all, Li Muyan's essence wasn't malicious. Chapter 62. This woman is quite violent. The atmosphere in the cave was somewhat awkward, with both individuals remaining silent. The massive earth-violent bear, sensing the stillness, chose to retreat. Jiang Nan exhaled in relief. If the pursuit had continued, even his teleportation abilities would have been insufficient. Just as the bear was about to turn back, a sudden howling wind echoed from the horizon, and a towering shadow plummeted from the sky, crashing violently onto the ground, sending dirt and stones flying. Jiang Nan and Li Mayan stared wide-eyed. The newcomer was clad in black military attire, with long hair tied into a bun tucked beneath a beret. Her narrow eyes gleamed with a cold light, and her delicate face bore an icy expression. It was none other than the mountain cat, the earth-violent bear. Incensed by the unexpected appearance of the mountain cat, swung its massive paw in a furious strike. Yet, the mountain cat did not flinch. She charged forward, meeting the attack with a bare fist. With a resounding crash, dust erupted around them, and half of her body was driven into the rock, yet she withstood the impact. Her hands, now resembling hard black iron, gripped the bear's claw. Taking a deep breath, she unleashed a tremendous force, sending the bear, measuring over 20 meters, crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Jiang Nan felt a shiver run down his spine. Was this woman truly human? What kind of power was this, to toss such a colossal bear with ease? The name Mountain Cat seemed far too gentle. Perhaps she should be dubbed the human Tyrannosaurus. The earth-violent bear let out a deafening roar as it rose to its feet, surrounded by a dark aura that coalesced into a formidable shield, its spiritual technique, Bear King's Shield. Despite this, the mountain cat remained undeterred. Her arms transformed entirely into a black iron hue, glimmering with a metallic sheen as she charged forward, delivering a punch that radiated an intense crimson glow. In an instant, she broke the sound barrier, creating a white shockwave. One strike shattered the Bear King's shield, and the massive bear was sent hurtling away, crashing against the cliffside, unable to rise again. With a leap, the mountain cat landed on its enormous face, raining down fists like a torrential storm, each impact echoing like cannon fire for a full 30 seconds. The earth-violent bear was utterly defeated. Jiang Nan swallowed hard. Was this truly the work of a human? The golden-tier earth-violent bear was rendered lifeless by the mountain cat's fists? This woman was excessively violent. Jiang Nan had contemplated taming her into a docile little kitty, but that seemed rather implausible now. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt recalling their previous banter. The mountain cat straightened up, taking a deep breath as she called out, "Jiang Nan." Huh? Was she genuinely here to find him? Jiang Nan waved frantically from the cave entrance. Mountain Cat's sister. Over here. Li Mayan, terrified, remained silent. This woman, clad in military garb, had just annihilated the earth-violent bear. Wasn't that even more terrifying? Jiang Nan addressed her so intimately. Were they that close? Recalling the time when the mountain cat personally came to escort Jiang Nan from school, Li Mayan realized that Jiang Nan's identity was becoming increasingly enigmatic. They had been classmates for 3 years, yet she had never truly understood him, while others mocked and looked down upon him. Little did they know Jiang Nan had ascended to heights beyond their reach. Reflecting on their earlier trivial conflicts, she felt a pang of immaturity and sadness. The mountain cat noticed Jiang Nan was unharmed, and her icy demeanor softened. She admonished him, "What are you running around for? You little thief." Jiang Nan chuckled, running forward. "I knew you cared about me, Mountain Cat's sister. How could I not worry you? You're all bark and no bite." Seeing the mountain cat's expression grow serious, Jiang Nan promptly silenced himself. He approached the fallen earth-violent bear with excitement, eager to extract its spiritual orb. A golden-tier orb, no less. Imbued with spiritual techniques, how could he let such a treasure slip away? The mountain cat cast a glance at Li Mayan and Jiang Nan, uttering not a word. She seized Jiang Nan by the waistband and lifted Li Mayan with her other arm. Suddenly, Jiang Nan felt a sense of foreboding, reminiscent of his previous experience leaping from heights. No. Wait. With a powerful leap, the mountain cat soared into the air, the rushing wind distorting Jiang Nan's face due to the speed. The scenery blurred past him, akin to the thrill of a roller coaster ride, as the cold air rushed against his neck. Meanwhile, Li Mayan was cradled in the mountain cat's arms, while Jiang Nan dangled like a chick being carried. Why the disparity? Even so, Li Mayan's face had turned pale. They raced through the forest until the mountain cat arrived at a base where the night army was organizing the evacuation of students. The classmates could only watch in astonishment as a woman in black military attire descended from the sky, carrying 2 individuals. After depositing Li Mayan, the mountain cat leaped again with Jiang Nan, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished. Jiang Nan's terrified scream echoed in the night sky. Li Mayan was stunned. Had she just been saved? But what about Jiang Nan? Why had she taken him away? The classmates were equally bewildered. What just happened? Was that the South God? A girl exclaimed, "Are you blind?" That was the dashing South God. A male student queried, "Wait, isn't the South God supposed to evacuate with us? Has he been taken away again?" There's no way the South God isn't connected to the Night Army. If it weren't for him, we would likely be corpses by now. Li Mayan, you're alive? That's wonderful. Ling Feng exclaimed, his face alight with joy. However, beside him, Li Xiang and Lu Chuanyu wore grim expressions. Li Mayan forced a smile, casting a cold glance at Li Xiang and Lu Chuanyu, choosing not to approach them. Was it necessary to hold grudges? After everything, Li Mayan had matured significantly. Ling Feng was puzzled, unaware of the events that had transpired. He had become separated from his team during the escape and was oblivious to the situation. But why did he recall Li Mayan wearing jeans earlier? Now, she appeared to be donning black athletic pants, clearly designed for men. Li Mayan, why the change in pants? Upon being questioned, Li Mayan's expression stiffened, her ears turning red as she shot a glare at Ling Feng. Why are you so inquisitive? Ling Feng replied, I didn't ask anything. She was just brought back with the South God. The thought struck him. Could these pants belong to the South God? Those two. Li Xiang and Lu Chuanyu remained silent, never having anticipated Li Mayan's miraculous survival. Chapter 63. Will you speak or not? Additional update. On the other side, Jiang Nan was still experiencing the exhilarating thrill of a free roller coaster ride. The fierce winds buffeted his face, leaving him momentarily dazed. Why wouldn't they let him go? He had clearly escaped from peril. Why were they dragging him back? The lynx remarked coldly, their target is you. If they do not take you, others will be in danger. Jiang Nan exclaimed, what the hell? Doesn't that make me even more perilous? Am I being used as bait? Is Lynx the fishing rod? Incredible. At that moment, Lynx seemed to sense something amiss but did not react. As she landed, the once solid ground transformed into sand, engulfing her halfway. With a powerful throw, she flung Jiang Nan away. He managed to regain balance midair and landed on a branch. Finally, he had evaded the clutches of danger. On the sandy ground, Constantine, clad in camouflage, wore a sinister grin. Jiang Nan chuckled. Isn't that the notorious fool from the Goose Country? What a reunion! You're quite resilient. I've finally caught up with you. You better not run, or I'll make you wish for death. Jiang Nan shrugged, not only refusing to flee, but also sitting on the branch with interest. You think you can take down Lynx? You must be dreaming. This fool doesn't seem to have much sense. You see a golden-level earth grizzly and run, and yet you think you can defeat Lynx? She is the one who can crush golden-level spirit beasts with her fists. What do you think you are going to achieve? Scare her with your long name? With a radiant smile, Jiang Nan said, Fool, please, commence your performance. Constantine responded, What the hell? Is it really wise to act so arrogantly? You never follow the script. How do I even respond to your ramblings? From Constantine. Rage value 666. Lynx forcefully broke free from the sand and took steps towards Constantine. He bellowed, clenching his fists. Infinite yellow sand surged towards Lynx like a magical serpent, wrapping around her completely and tightening into a 10x10 pyramid. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Whoa. The sand burial of Gaara. Impressive. Have you watched too much Naruto? But this technique seems a bit juvenile for someone your age. Constantine's face flushed with embarrassment. Shut up. What is wrong with watching Naruto? What are you blabbering about? I can do what I want. From Constantine's rage value 999. But just then, his expression changed drastically. The pyramid constructed entirely of sand exploded. Lynx emerged unscathed. Her entire body transformed into a metallic hue resembling black iron. She exuded a unique beauty. Constantine grinned. Not bad. Now behold my move. He stomped one foot on the ground, and sharp stone spikes erupted, aiming directly at Lynx. Clang, clang. The spikes struck Lynx, tearing through her military outfit. Beneath the fabric, her skin shimmered with the same black iron color, producing sparks as the spikes shattered. Jiang Nan was astonished. What kind of monstrous physical prowess was this? Even consuming the strongest tonic couldn't he compare. Jiang Nan was curious about what kind of abilities Lynx possessed. Constantine panicked. Why couldn't he subdue her? His face turned crimson as he raised one hand. Countless earth and stone fragments lifted from the ground, enveloping Lynx in a 20-meter diameter stone sphere suspended in the air. Jiang Nan's eyes widened in amazement as he began to applaud. Whoa, the Earth explosion star? This is so impressive. You said you didn't watch Naruto? Can you do Shinra Tensei or Universal Pull? Come on, show me. Constantine shouted. So you understand, huh? What the hell is your Shinra Tensei? I am an Earth Element ability user. From Constantine's rage value 1000. Boom. The 20-meter stone sphere shattered. Lynx shot out like an arrow, extending her hand, and before Constantine could react, she slammed her palm onto his face. Bang! He was driven face first into the ground. Pain surged through his head as Lynx's massive hand seized Constantine's head like a basketball, slamming it down ferociously. Jiang Nan felt goosebumps all over. Indeed, retribution arrived swiftly. Like a tornado, Constantine was knocked unconscious, and spirit-binding handcuffs were promptly secured. Jiang Nan hurried over. Lynx gradually shed her metallic hue, revealing large patches of pristine white skin beneath her tattered military outfit. Her 8-pack abs were stunningly beautiful, such a pure white, reminiscent of mutton fat jade. Jiang Nan couldn't resist but reached out to poke her abdomen. Soft and bouncy. How did she transform into a black iron color earlier? Her defense didn't seem that high. He pinched a bit of her soft flesh again, still very pleasant to the touch. At that moment, Jiang Nan felt a chill run down his spine. He looked up to see Lynx's gaze, which seemed capable of killing. He quickly withdrew his hand, embarrassment flooding his face. I was just curious. I didn't mean any harm, he said, lifting his sleeve to reveal his own belly. I won't let you suffer losses. You can pinch me back. Lynx? How do you calculate that you won't suffer losses? What kind of bizarre thought process is this? From Luo Tianhong's rage value 666. Enough chatter. Carry him. Jiang Nan exhaled deeply, relieved to have escaped the fate of being a punching bag. Humph. You just couldn't bring yourself to hit me? He swiftly lifted Constantine, using instantaneous movement to follow Lynx. They arrived at a cave. Lynx dragged Constantine inside and instructed. Wait outside. Jiang Nan shuddered, already guessing Constantine's fate. He couldn't help but feel pity. Sure enough, muffled thuds and Constantine's wails echoed from within the cave. Jiang Nan felt goosebumps rise. A short while later, Lynx emerged, her fists smeared with blood. Jiang Nan grinned widely. Hey, you're tired, right? Let me take over for a bit. You can rest. Without hesitation, he dashed into the cave. What a fantastic opportunity to earn rage points. He couldn't let it slip away. Seeing Constantine, covered in blood and pale as a ghost, he wore a devilish smile. He launched into a furious assault. Will you speak or not? From Constantine's rage value 1000. Jiang Nan pressed on. Will you speak or not? I. From Jiang Nan, oh, you still have some spirit left? You dare to curse me? Have you seen fists the size of a cauldron? From. After a solid half-hour of beating, Jiang Nan was panting heavily, while Constantine lay there with rolling eyes. Will you speak or not? Tears streamed down Constantine's cheeks. You keep asking me if I will speak. You just came in and started hitting me. Why don't you ask me first? You do not inquire. Instead, you leave me to express my thoughts. His grievance is profound. A grown man sprawled on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. He has never endured such indignity in his life. He has only faced beatings. I, too, yearn to utter that you do not ask. Chapter 64. The Diamond Bachelor. Jiang Nan scratched his head, feeling quite exasperated. Had he not asked? It was incredibly awkward. He couldn't help but glance back at the bobcat leaning against the cave entrance. The bobcat's face flushed slightly but quickly returned to normal, haughtily declaring, I forgot to ask. Jiang Nan? What? Were you just thinking about beating up Constantine? Just venting your frustrations? That's brilliant. He cleared his throat twice to mask his embarrassment and boldly stated, If I don't ask, won't you just confess on your own? You have no perceptiveness at all. No wonder you're getting beaten up. Constantine. Look at this. Does this even sound like human language? I wanted to confess, but every time I opened my mouth, you just knocked me back. I was pummeled for a full half hour, and it was relentless. I couldn't find a moment to speak. From Constantine S. Resentment Value 1000. The Bobcat interjected, how many people came? Jiang Nan, be honest. Watching these two violent characters, he was thoroughly intimidated. He spilled everything. If it weren't for Jiang Nan holding him back, Constantine would have almost revealed his accomplices' home addresses and the names of their mistresses. Jiang Nan, humph. It's clear you lack backbone. A disgrace among mercenaries. Constantine was so furious he nearly spat blood. Lack of backbone. A disgrace? Damn it. You're the one who made me confess. How could one act like a harlot and still maintain a facade of virtue? Are you even human? Jiang Nan quickly dodged Constantine's spitting blood, pointing at him and complaining to the Bobcat, Sister Bobcat. He is slandering me. The Bobcat's expression darkened. Little one, do you misunderstand the idiom to speak with blood? Was it your language and physical education teacher who taught you that? Goddamn, speaking with blood. From Luo Tianhong's Resentment Value 555. Seeing that the Bobcat ignored him, Jiang Nan pouted. But then he remembered Constantine's confession. White Shark had sent quite a few people in this time. They intended to leverage this final exam to restrain the Night Army and then strike at Jiang Nan while escaping. Unexpectedly, they stirred up a golden-level earth-shattering bear. This was beyond the plan. Most of the White Sharks had already been captured by the Night Army. What worried Jiang Nan was that Constantine was already at the golden level, yet he wasn't the leader. At that moment, a bare-chested, brawny man from the Goose Nation walked slowly toward the cave. His expression was calm. I knew it. This group of useless fools truly cannot handle you. The Night Army of Huaxia lives up to its reputation. At this moment, the Bobcat's expression rarely showed a hint of seriousness. King Kong, this time, you shall perish on the soil of Huaxia. I promise. King Kong squinted. You and I will fight, but I will take my men with me. Without turning around, the Bobcat replied, take care of yourself. If I die, you run. Huaxia needs a second spatial system. Jiang Nan's face stiffened. Then he cheerfully said, don't worry. If you die, I will definitely run. Yet inside, he was immensely troubled. Was King Kong that formidable? Even this humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex had no assurance. The Bobcat nodded with satisfaction, then cracked her neck and stepped forward, her body enveloped in a dark iron sheen. King Kong burst into laughter. Under Jiang Nan's astonished gaze, his entire body began to transform, piece by piece, into diamond. Ultimately, he turned into a humanoid diamond, shimmering brilliantly under the moonlight. Jiang Nan, what in the world is this extravagant ability? Can one turn into diamond? What a wealthy individual. How many carats does such a massive diamond weigh? If he runs out of money, can he just sell a fingernail? A living diamond bachelor? This big fool. With such an ability, why be a mercenary? There is no future in that. To be honest, Jiang Nan felt envious. King Kong, how can you say I have no future? What is wrong with being a mercenary? This is a dream, you know? From Markov. Sergei's Resentment Value 1000. There was nothing more to say between the two. In an instant, their figures collided, fist against fist. With a loud bang, the air visibly shattered. Sparks flew where their fists met. The close-quarters combat was fierce. Jiang Nan couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Yet upon closer observation, King Kong was already stained with blood, and that blood belonged to the Bobcat. The hardness of diamond is rated at 10, making it the hardest natural substance. Even the Bobcat's defenses couldn't withstand it. Yet her immense strength was terrifying. Even diamond had cracks from the blows. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. Seeing the diamond shards knocked off King Kong, he could no longer contain himself. He instantly teleported to the battlefield. Crouching down, he began to collect the diamonds. This was all money. Looking at the pigeon egg-sized diamonds in his palm, he felt ecstatic. He bent down and frantically picked up more. Simultaneously, bizarre thoughts sprouted in his mind. King Kong was human, then turned into diamond. The bits that fell off him, could they not be referred to as human refuse? With this thought, Jiang Nan suddenly looked up at King Kong and coldly uttered, human refuse. King Kong? What the hell? What kind of player are you? Picking up my scraps and calling me human refuse? Have some dignity. The Bobcat. The battle between the two intensified. The Bobcat unleashed a spirit technique glowing red, intensifying her assault. Meanwhile, King Kong seemed to have used some spirit technique. Growing diamond spikes all over his body, he slashed at the bobcat, inflicting deep wounds. Jiang Nan felt a pang of discomfort, wondering if he could help the bobcat. But aside from teleporting, his current attack methods were ineffective against King Kong's defenses. As he was growing increasingly anxious, both fighters were blinded by rage. Suddenly, brilliant red light erupted from the bobcat. Accompanied by a deafening blast, the ground trembled 3 times. Jiang Nan quickly looked over. He saw 3 diamond spikes embedded in the bobcat's body. 1 in her chest, 1 in her abdomen, and 1 in her thigh. Blood gushed forth. Meanwhile, King Kong lay on the ground, most of his spikes broken. Countless diamond fragments littered the ground. At present, his body was covered in cracks, resembling a ceramic piece on the verge of shattering. He dared not move. The bobcat wished to continue attacking, but her body weakened and collapsed. Alarmed, Jiang Nan rushed to support her. Looking at the spikes embedded in the bobcat, he found it hard to breathe. All were critical wounds, and blood flowed incessantly. Jiang Nan, filled with anxiety, exclaimed, "What is going on? What is going on? You can't die. Damn it. I have a first aid kit. Wait for me. I'll bandage you up." The bobcat shook her head, rasping, "King Kong isn't dead. Don't worry about me. Kill him. Quickly." Jiang Nan was taken aback. King Kong indeed wasn't dead, glaring ferociously at Jiang Nan with wide eyes. His body was riddled with cracks, and he dared not move. If he did, he would shatter. If he shattered, he would truly die. Moreover, the cracks were slowly healing. The bobcat was already incapacitated and looking at Jiang Nan, who only had black iron 10 stars. He felt no concern. "I'll just stand here and let you strike. You can't break my defenses." Hee. The rating has risen to 9.5. All thanks to you great readers. While reading, don't forget to give a 5-star rating and add it to your bookshelf. Thank you. Chapter 65. The Vitality Ginseng. Jiang Nan felt a surge of anxiety. If that diamond bachelor regained consciousness, both of them would be doomed. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to take action. Such a massive chunk of diamond. Jiang Nan was confident he could handle it. If you gave him 200 pounds of bricks, he might struggle to lift them. But 200 pounds of cash? He would lift it and run. He could even leap. Moreover, this was 200 pounds of diamond. Kong Gang watched Jiang Nan with a glint of greed in his eyes, swallowing nervously. Surely nothing would go wrong. Jiang Nan drew his triangular bayonet and lunged at Kong Gang's neck. Sparks flew as the blade struck, numbing his arm. The blade had chipped. Damn. It's tougher than it looks. Kong Gang, feeling smug, taunted. "Let's see how you handle this." Jiang Nan's anger flared. "Damn it. I might not be able to grasp other things, but surely I can get my hands on some cash." His eyes darted around, contemplating a fierce thrust toward Kong Gang's lips. "Open your mouth." Kong Gang clenched his jaw tightly, refusing to budge. Jiang Nan declared, "Fine. Just you wait." He then picked up 2 small stones and shoved them into Kong Gang's diamond-like nostrils. Cold laughter. "Not going to open your mouth? Everyone needs to breathe, right?" From Marklov, Sergey S. Resentment value 1000. Blocking nostrils? Trying to play tricks on me? This is outrageous. After more than 3 minutes of suffocation, Kong Gang could no longer hold it and gasped for air. Jiang Nan seized the opportunity to cram a handful of detoxifying yellow beans and spirit-infused chives into his mouth. Kong Gang's eyes nearly bulged out, but in his desperation for air, he had no choice but to swallow. "What did you make me eat?" Jiang Nan grinned mischievously. "What? You'll find out soon enough." Moments later, Kong Gang reacted, and not mildly. He squirmed restlessly, yet dared not move. He felt like he was going mad from the pressure. Jiang Nan, seizing the moment, plunged the bayonet into the crack and began to pry at the diamond. The results were striking. Kong Gang was furious. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be disassembled by this little brat. No longer able to endure, he bellowed, "I'll fight you to the end." Kong Gang sprang to his feet, both diamond arms swinging violently at Jiang Nan. Quick as lightning, Jiang Nan caught one. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, diamond fragments raining down from Kong Gang's body. Jiang Nan's face flushed crimson from the exertion, yet the immense force in his arms left him unable to resist. The disparity was overwhelming. In an instant, Jiang Nan teleported behind Kong Gang, seized his head, and forcefully pressed it down, locking his arms tightly, then yanked upwards. It was a classic naked choke. Kong Gang gasped for air, his fist pounding against Jiang Nan's back, creating a dull thud. Jiang Nan felt as though he was being struck repeatedly by a piledriver. His ribs must be broken. A mouthful of sweet, metallic blood surged to his throat but was swallowed back. At that moment, Jiang Nan's eyes were filled with determination. Damn it, let's see who falls first. The lynx weakly urged, run. Don't worry about him or me. Don't sacrifice yourself. Jiang Nan gritted his teeth. Letting go of such a massive diamond? Impossible. The lynx grew anxious. At this critical moment, Jiang Nan was still joking. You promised me you'd run if I died. You said it. Jiang Nan spat blood, flashing a brilliant smile. A man's word. A deceiver's charm. Little kitty, your wisdom is still too shallow. As he spoke, he was struck again, coughing up more blood, yet he refused to release his grip. Was he to just run away? Was he not a man? The lynx had endured this for his own sake. There were things Jiang Nan refused to regret. The lynx's emotion swirled within, biting down on her lip. Unable to utter a word, Jiang Nan was playful and smooth-tongued, yet at critical moments, he never faltered. Ultimately, he did not wish to abandon her in such a dire situation. The lynx realized she had not misjudged him. Jiang Nan's eyes widened, his teeth clenched. He steeled his resolve. Today, if I cannot defeat you, I shall live-stream my own demise. With a flag raised. Suddenly, Jiang Nan felt his heart race. His blood flowed faster, his temperature skyrocketing. It felt as though magma coursed through his veins. The heat evaporated the moisture within him, escaping through his pores. His skin took on a strange crimson hue. Veins bulged. A surge of power flooded through him. Jiang Nan felt clarity in his ears, and his senses and physical prowess amplified tremendously. The lynx's eyes widened. Burning blood. The burning blood reagent is working. Bring it on. With a crack, Jiang Nan tore off Kong Gang's diamond head. Kong Gang's body crumpled to the ground. Jiang Nan panted heavily, gazing at the massive diamond head in his hands. Wow, what a colossal diamond. How much could it be worth? The lynx was at a loss for words. No time to ponder. Jiang Nan hurriedly checked the lynx's wounds. But upon seeing them, he fell silent. Blood had pooled into a small puddle beneath her. The lynx's face had turned frightfully pale. Don't bother saving me. In this desolate wilderness, I can't survive. Just leave. With your abilities, you can escape this spiritual wasteland. Jiang Nan crouched down, exclaiming, nonsense. In movies, people with worse injuries are still bouncing around. What has this compared to that? The lynx forced a smile. Can't you be serious for once? Jiang Nan shook his head. They had come so far. There was no way he could watch the lynx die. Looking at the nearly 2 million resentment points he had amassed, he silently prayed. System, don't let me down this time. Can you be reliable for once? Everyone step aside. I'm about to show off. Seeing the sudden message flash in his mind, Jiang Nan paused in disbelief. What the hell? I'm speechless. So please, commence your performance. 10 consecutive draws for the lottery begin. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize, 1 pair of How Long brand underwear. Jiang Nan expected something extraordinary. Yet it was just a thank you for your patronage. Watching his resentment points dwindle by tens of thousands, Jiang Nan's expression darkened. After 19 rounds of 10 consecutive draws, he had only received 5 beauty-enhancing pills, while the rest were all How Long brand underwear. Jiang Nan was on the brink of insanity. Finally, on the 20th draw, new goods appeared. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize, 1 Vitality Ginseng. Jiang Nan opened the item information and was astonished. Vitality Ginseng. Effect. Restores the health of the user. Cures all ailments. Boosts energy and blood. Extremely revitalizing. Jiang Nan was filled with skepticism. It sounded impressive. Quite reliable indeed. However, every time the system presented such solemn information, it often led to disappointment. Coupled with the consolation prize status of the Vitality Ginseng, Jiang Nan couldn't help but feel anxious. But now, the lynx looked like she was on the brink of death, and there was no time for him to hesitate. He promptly took out the Vitality Ginseng. Jiang Nan was taken aback. The Vitality Ginseng was hardly the size of his thumb. It appeared too diminutive. Withered and pitiful, it looked severely malnourished. It seemed utterly useless. Damn it, this ragged thing is supposed to cure all ailments? Boost energy? Extremely revitalizing? Who would believe that? Chapter 66. What a genuine supplement. Additional update. What a ridiculous appearance is this? If you are truly capable of replenishing, why not first restore yourself? There is no time for hesitation with Jiang Nan. He promptly placed the vitality ginseng at the mountain cat's mouth. Here, consume it. This ginseng is incredibly nourishing. Once you eat it, you shall be well. The mountain cat gazed at the dry and shriveled ginseng, resembling a malnourished root. Wasn't this akin to desperate measures? While ginseng is indeed nourishing, the injury she suffered was fatal. Setting aside whether normal ginseng would be effective, this malnourished specimen, the mountain cat couldn't bear to ingest it. From Luo Tianhong's resentment value 333. Stop fussing. Can you allow me a moment of peace? The mountain cat pondered, reflecting on her life before death. Just a hint of melancholy. Jiang Nan's interference completely ruined the somber atmosphere of her final moments. Jiang Nan exclaimed, "Oh, still being proud at this moment. If you want to eat, I shall feed you myself." Yes, take it literally. The mountain cat glared fiercely at Jiang Nan, seeing him truly approach to feed her. She angrily declared, "Shut your mouth. I will eat." How absurd to suggest feeding her. Who taught you language? Dream on. From Luo Tianhong's resentment value 888. Jiang Nan chuckled, shoving the vitality ginseng into the mountain cat's mouth. He hesitated momentarily before swallowing another piece himself. It must be said, it was somewhat sweet. He then nervously observed the mountain cat. What were the side effects of this ginseng? He hoped that Wu Ti revived the mountain cat only for her to subsequently beat him to death. That would be quite the loss. The mountain cat felt a warm sensation coursing through her body, and an itch arose at her wound. She couldn't help but wonder. Could this ginseng truly be effective? Jiang Nan swallowed nervously. Cautiously grasping the diamond spikes embedded in the mountain cat, he felt guilty. I could pull them out. Why so much chatter? Jiang Nan exclaimed. In an instant, he removed all 3 diamond spikes. The flesh around the wounds visibly healed at an astonishing rate. But then, 3 jets of blood erupted from the wounds, spraying over a meter high. The force was tremendous. Jiang Nan was instantly drenched in blood. He resembled a human fountain. Stunned, Jiang Nan hurriedly tried to cover the blood, pressing one hand against her chest and the other against her abdomen. The mountain cat exclaimed, "Hey, where are you placing your hands?" From Luo Tianhong's resentment value 1000. Jiang Nan replied sternly, "I am merely staunching your bleeding." Goodness. Mountain cat sister, you bleed an astonishing amount. The mountain cat retorted, "Indeed, I do bleed excessively." She originally thought she could hold on for a minute or 2 longer, but now, the mountain cat felt as if she might perish at any moment. What on earth did Jiang Nan feed her? Jiang Nan was taken aback. With such a spray, a normal person would be left dry. It was as if she were a miniature sprinkler. Yet, within 30 seconds, the bleeding ceased. All the mountain cat's wounds had completely healed. Her skin was flawless, with not a trace of scar remaining. The mountain cat and Jiang Nan exchanged a glance, both looking as if they had seen a ghost. Then the mountain cat, blushing with anger, demanded, "Remove your hand." Jiang Nan sheepishly withdrew his hand but suddenly changed expression. "Oh no, this is bad." 2 streams of blood shot out from beneath Jiang Nan's nose, resembling a water gun. No matter how he tried to block it, it wouldn't stop. Seeing Jiang Nan gushing blood, the mountain cat couldn't help but laugh. But in the next moment, 2 streams of warmth also flowed from her nose. Luo Tianhong. From Luo Tianhong's resentment value 1000. Jiang Nan was on the verge of madness. He finally understood what that phrase about replenishing vitality meant. This was far too much replenishment. The blood flowed uncontrollably. Why call it vitality ginseng? It should be named nosebleed ginseng instead. What a troublesome side effect. Both were bleeding profusely from their noses, and the mountain cat's gaze toward Jiang Nan was murderous. "What are you doing?" "I saved your life." Jiang Nan prepared to flee. The mountain cat shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" "I don't blame you." From Luo Tianhong's resentment value 1000. "You're deceiving me. Women are all great deceivers, big pig trotters." From Luo Tianhong's resentment value 1000. "Just kidding." Jiang Nan immediately became timid. If he didn't run, wouldn't he be pummeled to death? With a mountain cat who resembled a humanoid dinosaur. One punch would turn him into a cute little creature. One punch would reduce him to a whimpering mess. They both bled for 3 full hours before it finally stopped. The mountain cat covered her nose and extended her hand toward Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan? What does this mean? Tentatively, he extended his hand in return. Their palms met. The mountain cat stiffened. Jiang Nan reproached, "Aren't we too old for this childishness?" Still playing high five. With a resounding slap, the mountain cat swatted Jiang Nan's hand away. "Who wants to high five? Give me some clothes." She was utterly exasperated. Jiang Nan's peculiar thought process was baffling. Being around him made it easy to lose one's composure. Jiang Nan chuckled and handed her a set of his own clothes. They were undoubtedly a mess, covered in blood. The mountain cat's clothes resembled a dishcloth. Seizing the moment while the mountain cat changed, Jiang Nan greedily collected the colossal diamonds from the body of the giant corpse into his alternate space. Over 200 pounds of diamonds. How much could they be worth? Just imagine a diamond ring the size of a human head. In an instant, Jiang Nan felt a surge of confidence. The mountain cat looked at him in disbelief. At that moment, she donned Jiang Nan's attire. A pair of shorts on the bottom, a white short-sleeve shirt on top, adorned with a cartoon character. Yet the short sleeves turned into a crop top. The mountain cat glared. "What are you staring at?" Jiang Nan grinned brightly. "What can I say? I possess a discerning eye for beauty. I simply cannot help myself." Luo Tian Hong. "As long as your flattery works. Where did you procure that ginseng?" Without a hint of embarrassment, Jiang Nan replied, "I dug it up from the spirit ruins." The mountain cat rolled her eyes. "Isn't it from your backyard? Who are you trying to fool?" The military knew everything about Jiang Nan. He didn't even have a backyard. Jiang Nan awkwardly smiled and fell silent. "Humph. Why not leave me some dignity? Why expose me so thoroughly?" Seeing Jiang Nan unwilling to divulge more, the mountain cat refrained from pressing further. Instead, she fixed her gaze on Jiang Nan, her expression serious as she declared, "Join me." Jiang Nan was taken aback, then fell into deep contemplation, appearing somewhat troubled. The mountain cat nodded, understanding that such a significant decision for the future required careful consideration. Half a minute later, Jiang Nan sighed and said, "I'll join you, but I want a Mercedes. I want a villa. I want red bills. And I demand hugs every morning and night. Promise me, and I shall join you." The mountain cat. What nonsense is this? She was nearly driven to madness. She merely wanted you to join the night army as a sentry. Demanding a Mercedes, a villa, and cash was already excessive. And you want hugs too? Chapter 67, The Mechanical Cat. Little Ding Dang? Is it to become a little pet? Or a night worker? The lynx's face darkened completely, and in anger, he exclaimed, "Still wanting hugs? I think you deserve a slap." Jiang Nan appeared troubled. "What? No. That wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Whip play. I have no inclination towards that." From Luo Tianhong's resentment value 1,000. The lynx grasped Jiang Nan's face and rubbed it vigorously. "You're going to be my night worker. I will take you with me. You will be my subordinate." Jiang Nan was taken aback. "Aren't you supposed to support me?" His expression fell immediately. He had thought he would finally be pampered and could rely on his looks for a living carefree as a little pet. The lynx was speechless. "Hey, are you seriously disappointed? A normal person wouldn't think that way. So, what do you say? Have you considered it?" Jiang Nan pouted. "No way. I still have school." The lynx protested. "What good is school? I can teach you everything you need to know. Don't waste your time there. I've been working for so long. I can't bear to let you go." By following her, Jiang Nan would have boundless potential. His stage wouldn't be just this small Jiang city, but the entirety of Huaxia. Even the world. Jiang Nan shook his head emphatically. "No way. You must be joking. Going to be a night worker? What benefits are there? Are there any shabby girls in the night army? Can I set up a stall to earn some pocket money? Can I enjoy my youth in school? Not a chance." Seeing Jiang Nan's resolute refusal, the lynx suddenly laughed. "If you don't want to go, then don't. I want to force you. Let us go." Jiang Nan was bewildered. "You're letting me off this easily? Something is not right. According to your character, you should be beating me up and dragging me along." Suddenly, a sense of foreboding crept into Jiang Nan's heart. "Sister Lynx, what is up with that blood-burning reagent? When we were fighting the diamond giant." The lynx shot Jiang Nan a glance. "Can't say, military secret." "Jiang Nan, what the hell? Are you playing this game with me now? You were clearly waiting for me." The lynx tempted, "Join the night army, and I'll tell you." Jiang Nan turned his head away, not going. "Humph, you sly lynx. Scheming woman. Humanoid Tyrannosaurus. A heartless girl who runs off after feeding. Sigh. Ultimately, one person bore the burden alone. The lynx took Jiang Nan on a tour, contemplating support for the night army. However, after a round, news arrived that all members who entered the spirit ruins with the white shark had been captured. Only the diamond giant and Constantine remained. All the students had been evacuated. In fact, Constantine was in chains, and the diamond giant had turned into a massive diamond, still lying in Jiang Nan's alternate space. Yet, Jiang Nan had not been idle on this journey. After the beast tied, a field of beast corpses lay scattered. The night army had no time to collect spirit orbs and only took away silver-grade spirit orbs. The rest all fell to Jiang Nan. He had been picking up treasures all along the way. The entrance to the Heavenly Pool Spirit Ruins had now been taken over by the night army and was strictly guarded. Many parents had gathered here, relieved to see their children safe. However, some parents, upon receiving devastating news, were inconsolable. As spiritual warriors, dangers were inevitable, even with some mental preparation. It was still hard to accept. Fortunately, the intervention of the night army had minimized the losses. At this moment, Xiaoyou and Zhong Yingxue rushed over overnight. Anxious beyond measure, everyone had come out. Even Wu Liang and Tang Qianya had returned safely. Yet, Jiang Nan was nowhere to be seen. The two were frantic. Little Nan, won't he be in trouble? Will he? Zhong Yingshue's lovely face was filled with concern, her eyes slightly red, and traces of tears were evident. Clearly having just cried, Xiaoyou reassured, "Don't worry, Shue. Little Nan is so clever. He will take good care of himself." Just then, there was a commotion at the entrance to the spirit ruins. Jiang Nan emerged, following the lynx through the grand entrance. The night army saluted the lynx in unison. "Captain." The lynx nodded slightly without speaking. At that moment, the gazes of the night army towards the lynx turned somewhat peculiar, for she was not donned in military attire, but in baggy shorts and a short-sleeved shirt. The short-sleeved shirt she wore was a crop top featuring a mechanical cat. Jiang Nan was similarly dressed in baggy shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, with a little ding-dang printed on it. Couple outfits? Oh my. The lynx was wearing men's clothing. Clearly Jiang Nan's. Moreover, after the lynx took Jiang Nan away, they had been missing for a full 3 hours. Had the lynx changed into Jiang Nan's clothes? Impressive. Impressive. Many members of the night army gazed at Jiang Nan with newfound respect. Had he captured our captain's heart? Incredible. Chen Chan was wildly gesturing towards Jiang Nan, as if to say, "You're amazing, you're the boss." Meanwhile, Ning secretly gave Jiang Nan a thumbs up. Jiang Nan wore an expression of pride. "I didn't do anything at all." The students who had just been released were also bewildered. They gazed at the couple outfits worn by the lynx and Jiang Nan, utterly astonished. No wonder he had been so close to the night army. It turned out there was such a connection. Impressive. Impressive. What a chaotic circle. Li Mayan was also stunned, wondering if the lynx had taken Jiang Nan away too. To that, a flush crept over her cheeks as she pondered. Ugh. The lynx looked doubtful, somewhat at a loss. She rolled her eyes at Jiang Nan, whose face was beaming with delight. Was it really worth being this happy just for picking up a few spirit orbs? Let us head back. I still have work to do. Jiang Nan. Okay. Sister Lynx. Remember to think of me. Get lost. Just as Jiang Nan exited the secured area, he was immediately enveloped in a tight embrace by Zhang Yingxue and Xiaoyou, turning him into a sandwich. A delightful fragrance enveloped him. Absolutely wonderful. After a round of hugs, Zhang Yingxue asked, "How was it? Are you hurt? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" Xiaoyou inquired, "Why did it take you so long to come out? What happened?" Seeing the two girls rush to Chabai Mountain overnight due to their worry, Jiang Nan felt a surge of warmth. "I said I went to dig diamonds. Do you believe I dug out over 200 pounds of diamonds?" Zhang Yingxue. Xiaoyou. Digging diamonds? In the spirit ruins? And you dug out over 200 pounds? Are you kidding me? They both shot Jiang Nan an incredulous glare. From Zhang Yingshue's resentment value 666. From Xiaoyou's resentment value 666. Jiang Nan chuckled, "As a reward for your long journey to welcome my triumphant return, I'll give you both some jelly beans." Saying this, he produced 3 divine beauty pills from his hand. Xiaoyou's eyes sparkled with surprise. She promptly kissed Jiang Nan on the cheek, exclaiming, "Little Nan, I simply adore you." She snatched 2 divine beauty pills and stuffed them into her chest. Then, She disdainfully spat 3 times, wiped her lips, and jumped over to Zhong Yingxue, wrapping her arm around her. Xue, let me tell you, my loyalty to you is unwavering. I only yielded to someone's coercion just now. It doesn't T-count. Can I kiss you again to make up for it? Zhong Yingxue. Jiang Nan? You despicable wolf. Burning bridges after crossing them? Killing the leader after using him? Shameless. Dear esteemed readers, please remember to leave a 5-star review. Add to your bookshelf and urge for updates. Thank you. Chapter 68. Weighing by the pound as the words left his lips, he attempted to kiss Zhong Yingxue, only to be met with a disdainful shove. Xia Yao remarked with a disapproving face, while Jiang Nan chuckled mischievously. Fortunately, Yingxue was principled. How could such a beautiful girl fall victim to the clutches of the lecherous Xia? He discreetly slipped a beauty-enhancing pill into Zhong Yingxue's pocket and leaned in closer. What? Not going to reciprocate? Zhong Yingxue burst into laughter, her beauty radiant like a lily blooming under the starlit sky, leaving those around her in awe. She playfully gave Jiang Nan a light smack on the head. Humph, you think I would kiss you? Not a chance. Jiang Nan feigned grievance. While the classmates nearby erupted with envy, their hearts twisted in longing. Look at them. Fresh from the spirit ruins, and 2 stunning beauties greeted him. Their beauty was breathtaking, surpassing even first-rate actresses. And what about us? The disparity was not merely vast, it was an insurmountable chasm. At that moment, Wu Liang and Tang Qinya approached. Nan Gu. I knew you were fine. Tang Qinya sniffled, still teary-eyed. I was so worried. You finally returned. Jiang Nan's lips twitched as he stood frozen in place. For Wu Liang was clad in nothing but a pair of shorts. Nearby, several teachers and students, even members of the night army, whispered and pointed, some even taking photos with disdainful exclamations. Yet, Wu Liang seemed unbothered, flexing his muscles proudly, showcasing a physique akin to that of a sculpture. To Jiang Nan, this was nothing short of mental pollution. A muscle-bound man in shorts. What an explosive combination. Even Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao were momentarily taken aback. Was this the legendary muscle freak? Such a sight could surely rot one's eyes. A blatant disaster. Jiang Nan cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Allow me to introduce you. This is Wu Liang, my chosen shield warrior. What do you think? Xia Yao covered her face, questioning. Are you certain this is a wise choice? Zhong Yingxue added, Xiao Nan. Be cautious. You must be prudent. She was beginning to worry that Jiang Nan harbored some peculiar inclinations. Jiang Nan laughed. Don't worry. I'm certain of my choice. We'll be teammates from now on. Once we finish here, let's grab a meal together to get acquainted. Xia Yu beamed with delight. I'm sticking with you from now on. I want to enjoy grilled skewers in the spirit ruins too. Zhong Yingxue joined in the laughter, only to pause in realization. Wait, teammates? What do you mean? Xia Yu wrapped her arms around Zhong Yingxue. You didn't know? Xiao Nan has been striving to join our Songjiang Lingwu. He has been working hard to help you out. Do you know why that scoundrel Luo took leave? It's all thanks to Xiao Nan. If he secures a spot in the top 3, he'll join our Songjiang Lingwu. At that point, we can kick Luo Tianxiang and Han Qing out and form our own team. Tears welled in Zhong Yingxue's eyes. So that was why Luo Tianxiang was absent. He had conspired with Xia Yu prior to the mall incident. Gazing at Jiang Nan's radiant smile, her heart melted. She leapt into his embrace, burying her head in his shoulder. Why didn't you tell me sooner? You both kept this from me for so long. The feeling of having someone silently supporting her felt so wonderful. Jiang Nan chuckled. I didn't want you to worry. Zhong Yingxue held him tightly, unwilling to let go. Meanwhile, Xia Yu bared her teeth, resembling a furious dog protecting its food. She was infuriated. Had she known, she wouldn't have kept it from her. Now Jiang Nan had taken advantage of the situation. She hadn't enjoyed such an embrace herself. Jiang Nan, full of pride, raised an eyebrow at Xia Yao, sporting a victorious grin. Well, in comparison to hugs, I prefer a kiss. Zhong Yingxue's cheeks flushed. Xia Yao swiftly intervened, separating the two with a swift hand. Kiss? No kissing. Keep your distance from him. She shielded Zhong Yingxue protectively, as if guarding her food. What are you so pleased about? With 3 schools involved, you might not even secure a top 3 finish. Having spoken her piece, Xia Yu felt a nagging sensation, as if she had walked into a trap. Jiang Nan grinned mischievously. What if I do secure first place? What then? Xia Yu stood firm, unyielding. Whatever you say goes. However, once the words left her mouth, she sensed something was amiss. Why did it feel like she had fallen into a trap? Jiang Nan chuckled. If I claim first place, you'll have to wash my socks for a month. Xia Yao felt a pang of anxiety, but was cornered into agreement. Regret washed over her. She should have held her tongue earlier. Yet she replied defiantly, fine, I'll wash them, but what if you don't succeed? Jiang Nan shrugged. Then you'll be the one washing my socks for a month. Xia Yu glared. It's a deal. At that moment, the teacher called for assembly. Beginning the tally of results, Jiang Nan waved goodbye and hurriedly led Wu Liang and Tang Xinyao over. As they joined the gathering, their team instantly drew everyone's attention, not because Jiang Nan was exceptionally handsome, but because Wu Liang was simply outrageous. Each team stepped forward in order to report their number of spirit orbs. Soon, it was Jiang Nan's turn. The students who had witnessed the grilled skewer incident felt a pang of anxiety. They all knew Jiang Nan's team was likely to secure first place. He opened the alternate dimension and pulled out a handful of spirit orbs, the vibrant colors dazzling to the eyes. Just as the teacher was about to inspect, Jiang Nan felt a sense of unease. What if other teams managed to swipe some spirit orbs from the night army, just as he had? With that thought, he pulled out another handful and placed it on the table. The classmates were left speechless. As the teacher prepared to check, Jiang Nan pondered how he couldn't let Xia Yao wash his underwear. How could he face others if that got out? He then retrieved yet another handful. From Xia Yao's resentment, 666. From Li Xiang's resentment, 1,000. From the supervising teacher's resentment, 666. Oh, more resentment points to gain? Jiang Nan continued to dig. The tray was already overflowing. The supervising teacher was nearly beside himself. Could you please pull everything out at once? The classmates were also going mad. Is there no end to this? Is your alternate dimension a magical bag like Doraemon's? Even Wu Liang and Tang Xinyao were left dumbfounded. Had Jiang Nan accumulated a treasure trove of spirit orbs? But Jiang Nan continued to pull more out. The supervising teacher, exasperated, asked, "Is there more?" Jiang Nan softly inquired, "Teacher, can you see if this is enough for first place? If not, I still have more." The teacher's face darkened. "What do you think?" The classmates ground their teeth in frustration. "Did you really need to say that?" "We all heard." Jiang Nan replied, "Well, that's all I have. If it's not enough for first place, you'll have to compensate me." The teacher was left speechless. Thus, he began to count the spirit orbs. Jiang Nan chuckled, reveling in the chaos, and shot a teasing glance at Xia Yao, who was fuming. It seemed certain that she would be washing his underwear for the next month. After counting for over 3 minutes, the total was finally reached. Jiang Nan interrupted, "Teacher, let us skip the counting. Just weigh it. I have a scale." The students behind were becoming impatient. The teacher stared in disbelief. "Weigh? Do you think these spirit orbs are peanuts or raisins? After 20 years of teaching, I have never once utilized the spirit orb. My students are on the verge of explosion. Please, no more showing off. Have some dignity. Spare us the heartache." Observing the rapidly refreshing list of grievances, Jiang Nan chuckles. "Ah, this is quite delightful." Chapter 69, My Little Box? Additional update. To everyone's astonishment, the teacher truly refrained from checking. The scale read 7.6 pounds. The hotel's leaderboard screen flashed wildly. The other teams were as follows. Teams striving for first place, for bronze star orbs and 17 black iron star orbs. Team Zhao Zhao, a playful name, 3 bronze star orbs and 11 black iron star orbs. And then came Jiang Nan's team, 7.6 pounds of star orbs. Soaring straight to the top. Is this a marketplace? It seems Jiang Nan is the first to have his star orb results measured in pounds. By the way, that team name is quite exceptional, isn't it? None of the names from Jiacheng No. 1 High School were even remotely serious. The resentment level soared. Jiang Nan beamed, quickly capturing a screenshot of the leaderboard. He tucked away the star orbs and dashed back to Xia Yao, triumphantly declaring, "A month's worth of socks, as promised." Xia Yao ground her teeth in frustration. Could he not have let someone else win? Surely, coming in second would still grant them entry to Songjiang Lingwu? From Xia Yao's resentment points 1,000. She shot Jiang in a fierce glare. Humph. A true Iron Man. Jiang Nan? Utterly bewildered. How did he become an Iron Man? Did Xia Yao, this silver-haired hound, expect him to wash her socks? Humph. Not a chance. After some calculations, it was no surprise that Jiang Nan secured the first place with an impressive 7.6 pounds. The school organized a return trip for the students. Upon hearing that Jiang Nan was safe, Zhang Yingxue and her companion drove back to Jianqing. She had intended to stay with Jiang Nan a bit longer, but Xia Yao could hardly wait, eager to return home and try the effects of the white rabbit milk candy. The group agreed to dine together during the break and parted ways. On the bus, Jiang Nan began fiddling with his phone. As soon as he connected to the internet, his phone vibrated incessantly. Jiang Nan was dumbfounded, watching his phone vibrate for half an hour. Upon opening Weibo, he was greeted with 99 notifications. It was a frenzy. Most comments expressed concern for his safety, with an explosion of little candles and prayer emojis. Jiang Nan felt a warm sensation in his heart. He then posted a Weibo update. Nanshan, posted from my iPhone 11 Pro Max. Strength and looks are indeed proportional. No turning back now. I'm on my way to Songjiang Lingwu. Image. One image showcased the final leaderboard, while the other captured the three of them in Lingxiu, beaming with radiant smiles. In stark contrast, behind them, Li Xiang's team appeared furious as they hunted spirit beasts. After posting, Jiang Nan drowsily drifted off to sleep. Upon waking, he discovered the comments section had exploded to over 10,000. Haha, I knew he was fine. Good people don't live long. A disaster lasts for 1,000 years. What ridiculous team names. Quite impressive. Wait, did I see that correctly? His team measured by pounds while Nanshan's team measured by orbs? Incredible! As long as he is safe. Little fish, are you coming to our school? I'll treat you to grilled fish. Excited, Jiang Nan chuckled. He replied to Little Fish, iron pot braised koi, charcoal grilled self. From Yu Xiaoqing's resentment points 333. Quite delightful. The bus journey continued to search, with the weary students returning home for a well-deserved day of sleep. The following day, the awards ceremony took place. Jiang Nan, Wu Liang, and Tang Xinya rightfully stood on the podium, filled with excitement. Jiang Nan was particularly thrilled, rubbing his hands together. The school would reward them with spirit orbs imbued with spiritual techniques, distributed by the Lingwu Association, each tailored to their unique abilities. To Jiang Nan's surprise, Li Xiang's team managed to secure second place. Eternal second place? Quite remarkable. However, on the podium, Li Mayan stood far from Li Xiang's group, remaining silent throughout, appearing quite dejected. This was due to the pain in his neck, a discomfort that had deprived him of sleep. How much force had Jiang Nan unleashed upon the back of his neck? Li Mayan even suspected he had suffered a fracture. Noticing Jiang Nan's gaze, Li Mayan shot him a fierce glare. Jiang Nan glared back. Oh, is he still feisty? Jiang Nan raised his hand in a mock salute, a smirk playing on his lips, provocatively sending a glance at Li Mayan. Startled, Li Mayan instinctively covered his neck, instinctively shrinking back, too afraid to look at Jiang Nan. Satisfied, Jiang Nan withdrew his hand. Meanwhile, the teachers began distributing the spirit orbs. Each student received a small red box containing their orb. Tang Xinya received a silver-level wood attribute spirit orb with the technique Whipvine. Wu Liang also received a silver-level spirit orb with the technique Frenzy, perfectly suited to their abilities. When it was Jiang Nan's turn, the principal stepped forward to shake his hand, beaming with pride. Not bad, young man. Outstanding performance. You are a pillar of the nation. He rambled on, his words flowing like a machine gun, leaving Jiang Nan's hands sweating from the handshake. Jiang Nan nodded vigorously, his face growing increasingly stiff. Enough already. Stop shaking my hand. It had been almost 10 minutes. Hurry up and give me my little box. Finally, when the principal concluded his speech, Jiang Nan quickly extended his hand. The principal cleared his throat, turned, and walked away. All right. The awards ceremony is officially over. Come on, students. Smile for the camera. This will be displayed in our hallway. Jiang Nan? Hey. Did you forget something? Did you skip your medication this morning? You've been talking for over 10 minutes. Where is my little box? The spirit orb and technique? Jiang Nan stretched out his hand again towards the principal, even subtly beckoning with his finger. Wasn't he that clear enough? The principal glanced at Jiang Nan, then turned to the crowd. All right. 1, 2, 3. Cheese. Jiang Nan. What the heck? Are you doing this on purpose? Is this revenge for me breaking the testing machine? Where's my box? The one I fought tooth and nail to earn. Click. The shutter closed. This marked the official end of the final exams. In the photograph, everyone wore brilliant smiles, holding their little red boxes. Yet, Jiang Nan appeared utterly bewildered, hands outstretched. The message was clear. Look, first place. And in my hands? Nothing. Chapter 70. The void coy. After the photo session, the principal felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The joint final exams of the three schools had yielded tremendous profits, thanks to Jiang Nan's presence. Not only did the broadcast earn a handsome sum, but Jiangcheng No. One high school also achieved the highest scores. Admission for next year was undoubtedly secure. Just then, the principal felt a chill creeping up his back. Turning around, he saw Jiang, and with a resentful expression, his gaze sharp enough to kill. If the street vendor system could collect Jiang Nan's resentment points, he would probably have enough for 2 10-draw pulls by now. The principal shuddered and pretended not to notice. Jiang Nan exclaimed, "If I don't get an explanation today, it's not over." After the award ceremony, the principal called out to Jiang Nan, "Come with me." Jiang Nan, suspicious, wondered if he was about to receive special treatment and felt a surge of excitement. In the principal's office, 2 documents and a metallic box lay on the desk. Without a glance, Jiang Nan snatched the box. Inside rested a spirit orb, radiating waves of spatial energy. Jiang Nan was nearly drooling. This was the spatial spirit technique he had long desired. The principal smiled wryly. "Put it down. It's not yours yet." Jiang Nan was taken aback and protested. "But I got first place." The principal pointed to the documents on the desk. "Take a look." Jiang Nan glanced at the documents and saw the spirit orb alongside a transfer document to Songjiang Lingwu. On the other side was a request from the Dark Knight Army for the spirit orbs within the Lingshu. It stated that 7 pounds of spirit orbs were obtained from the Dark Knight Army's kills and were to be returned to them, excluding Jiang Nan's. Jiang Nan was infuriated. How could he possibly give back the little money that had entered his pocket? The principal then handed Jiang Nan another document. Jiang Nan was puzzled. "What does this mean?" "Sign this, and the spirit orb and transfer document will be yours. If you don't sign, that request for return will be yours." Jiang Nan exclaimed. A forced choice? Of course, he would choose the spirit orb and the transfer document. But upon looking at the document in his hand, he was dumbfounded. It was the enlistment form for the Dark Knight Army, already filled out with his information. All that was left was to press his fingerprint. Was this too considerate? Jiang Nan nearly exploded with rage. No wonder the Lynx had appeared so confident. They had been waiting for him here. He immediately made a furious call, cursing, "Damn Lynx. Scheming Vixen. Big Oaf. Heartbreaker. Human Tyrannosaurus. Rampaging Gundam. EVA Unit 01. Astro Boy." The principal was bewildered. What on earth was going on? To speak so casually with the Dark Knight Army? This was not an ordinary level of audacity. Joining the Dark Knight Army was a dream for countless individuals. Why did it feel like a death sentence for Jiang Nan? Jiang Nan glanced at the hung-up call and made another furious call. Before he could say anything, the Lynx's calm voice came through. "Do you want to die?" Jiang Nan stiffened and, feeling wronged, replied, "Is this how you treat your lifesaver?" Sitting in the office, the Lynx stifled a laugh and tried to keep her voice steady. "Just press your fingerprint. From now on, you'll be mine. Since you achieved merit this time, I'll promote you to lieutenant." She could envision Jiang Nan's pitiful expression, which brought her a sense of delight. "But I still want to go to school." Jiang Nan protested. "It won't interfere with your studies. Don't you have winter and summer breaks, as well as days off?" Jiang Nan retorted. "So I'm supposed to work part-time for the Dark Knight Army during my holidays?" The Lynx explained. "The spatial spirit orbs are strictly controlled by the state. The void ceiling Lingshu is not open to the public. The Dark Knight is your only means of obtaining spatial spirit orbs. You can think of it as a part-time job." Jiang Nan pouted. He had to admit the Lynx was right. He couldn't rely solely on his teleportation technique. What about his luxurious car, his villa, those crisp bills, and the hugs? The Lynx gritted her teeth. "I can't provide you with anything else. But I can give you a hug." From Luo Tianhong's resentment points 1,000. Jiang Nan shivered. A hug from the Lynx? Would that send him spiraling into the skies? Terrified, he hastily hung up and begrudgingly pressed his fingerprint. The principal looked on with satisfaction. "That's more like it." Lieutenant, shouldn't that earn you a discount on train tickets?" The principal was bewildered. Discount? I'll break your legs. So you joined the Dark Knight Army, earn a lieutenant rank, just to get a train ticket discount? From the principal's resentment point 666. Jiang Nan looked at the spatial spirit orb and asked, Principal, what kind of spirit orb is this? The principal replied, It's the void koi from the void sea Lingshu in Miaojing, a golden-level spirit beast. Extremely rare. Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned. Golden level? Was the lynx this generous? Just be grateful. The void sea is not open to the public. The lowest spirit beasts there are all golden level. The void koi spirit technique, spatial wormhole, is incredibly rare and difficult to capture. The Dark Knight Army values you highly. Jiang Nan felt a surge of excitement. A spatial wormhole? That sounds impressive. Upon reaching the school gate, Jiang Nan saw Tang Qinya and Wu Liang waiting for him. Wu Liang grinned. What? Did you get special treatment? Tang Qinya eagerly asked. What spirit orb did you get? It must be powerful. Jiang Nan replied with a long face. It's good, but I've sacrificed my future for it. I've sold myself. Tang Qinya was taken aback. Wu Liang was equally stunned. On his way home, Jiang Nan suddenly remembered something. He pulled out a spirit orb and handed it to Wu Liang. Wu Liang was taken aback, and upon seeing it, he gasped in shock. A golden-level spirit orb? Nangu. This. Why was he stuttering? It was the spirit orb from the golden-level Earth Rage Bear. Its spirit technique, Bear King Shield, is quite good. You should absorb it. With one being violent and the other having a shield, this configuration was sufficient before reaching silver. Wu Liang's hands trembled. A golden-level spirit orb with a spirit technique? And it suited his beast transformation ability perfectly? Its value is beyond monetary measure. You couldn't buy this with any amount of money. Jiang Nan was just giving it to him? Wu Liang genuinely felt he had followed the wrong person. Wait, Jiang Nan had defeated that Earth Rage Bear? Otherwise, how could he have obtained its spirit orb? Nangu. Thank you. Jiang Nan smiled and waved his hand, arranging a soak in the strength potion once he got home. Soaking comfortably in the strength potion, Jiang Nan felt his physical prowess improving and was in high spirits. He popped a beauty pill. Following the principle of beauty equals victory, Jiang Nan took out the void koi spirit orb. This time, he should be able to break through, right? After a round of absorption, Jiang Nan felt his spiritual energy breaking into a new realm. The terrifying energy contained within the golden-level spirit orb propelled Jiang Nan's level to bronze 3-star. There was no time to rejoice, as Jiang Nan wanted to test the newly acquired spirit technique, spatial wormhole. Dear friends, don't forget to give 5-star reviews, urge updates, and click on the bookshelf. Thank you. Chapter 71. Qingdao stands firm. I stand firm. If snowflakes do not fall, neither shall I. Before Jiang Nan, 2 spatial wormholes appeared side by side, each as large as a basin, one serving as an entrance and the other as an exit. Jiang Nan extended his arm into one of the wormholes and emerged from the other. He even casually touched his own face. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not the manifestation of folded space? The ability to arbitrarily set the entrance and exit of the wormhole, allowing any part of his body to transcend distance from entrance to exit? Truly remarkable. No wonder it was referred to by such an illustrious name. After a brief experiment, he discovered that the size of the wormhole could be freely controlled, able to be activated within a radius of 300 meters. The range of teleportation had also increased to 300 meters. In an instant, Jiang Nan's playful spirit was ignited. He opened a wormhole and reached into it, while simultaneously, an arm appeared from the refrigerator in the kitchen, retrieving a bottle of soda. Jiang Nan chuckled to himself. With this spatial wormhole, the area within 300 meters was his playground. It was no wonder such control was necessary. It was indeed an essential tool for a bank heist. He further opened another wormhole, one beneath the bathtub and another in the drain. Before long, the bathwater in the tub vanished entirely. How exhilarating! This could mean that one could resolve their business in the restroom from the comfort of their bed. Without hesitation, Jiang Nan rose from the tub, opened the wormhole, and positioned the exit beneath the old locust tree in the yard, thinking it would be a good opportunity to fertilize it. In the yard, Zhou Yuqing was tidying up when a translucent column of water suddenly appeared beneath the old locust tree. She was taken aback, filled with curiosity, and rushed over to crouch beneath the tree, gazing in wonder. Could this be a supernatural occurrence? How enchanting! She called out, Mom. Come quick. The old locust tree is performing miracles. It's watering itself. Jiang Nan was startled by Zhou Yuqing's exclamation. How could it be so coincidental? Had he been discovered? And now? A crowd was gathering? This was quite serious. He hastily retracted his actions. Zhou Yuqing wondered aloud, why did it stop flowing? Indeed, such supernatural events were rare and unpredictable. Zhou, her mother, inquired, what is wrong, Shaqing? Zhou Yuqing, visibly frustrated, replied, it disappeared. Jiang Nan, concealed within the bathtub, felt a pang of discomfort. It seemed wise to refrain from showcasing such powers in the future. Misunderstandings could easily arise. As the final exams concluded, universities began their summer breaks. Jiang Nan was preparing to hit the night market and make some quick cash. That evening, while he was at home absorbing spiritual pearls, he received a video call from Yingxue. Upon connecting, two breathtakingly beautiful faces appeared on the screen, Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao. Xia Yao, having consumed 2 beauty-enhancing pills, looked stunning, her silver hair cascading elegantly. Xiao Nan, come out. Let me treat you to hot pot. We can drink a bit. I'm not driving today, Xia Yao exclaimed. Zhong Yingxue added with a smile. Come on. We need to discuss something with you. Yes, come on. My fans are eager to meet you, quipped Qingqing, who had styled her hair in 2 buns and squeezed into the frame. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the mention of drinks. Xia Yu mischievously teased. Do you think I'll let you drink today? Jiang Nan, brimming with excitement, replied. Where are you? I'm on my way. Zhong Yingxue chimed in. Make sure to bring Wu Liang and Tang Qianya. The more, the merrier. After gathering Wu Liang and Tang Qianya, the trio set off for the hot pot restaurant, where Zhong Yingxue had already reserved a private room. Upon entering, both Wu Liang and Tang Qianya were stunned. How could someone be this beautiful, leaving them breathless? Xia Yao's wild charm struck a chord in Tang Qianya's heart. Oh my, I think I'm in love. Seeing their reactions, Xia Yao nodded in satisfaction and turned to Jiang Nan. Hey, why aren't you complimenting me? Am I not pretty? Jiang Nan smirked. I know your true nature as the wolf slayer. Xia Yu grinned, seemingly eager to strangle him. Zhong Yingxue greeted. You too, always bickering. Come on, Tang Tang. Sit with me. This is Yu Qingqing, our classmate. Yu Qingqing shyly smiled, waving at the phone. Hello everyone. Look, it's the god of Nan. The live chat exploded with comments. Wow, the god of Nan is still so handsome. Sailor Moon, I finally see you again. Embarrassed, Yu Qingqing added, sorry. My attention has shifted from the god of Nan. Jiang Nan was taken aback. This girl was live streaming even during dinner? She had also been live during the mall incident. Zhong Yingxue chuckled. Don't let her innocent demeanor fool you. She is quite a popular streamer on Penguin, with a contract worth 10 million. Jiang Nan's expression turned serious. Sister Yu, do you need some accessories? Yu Qingqing blushed, unsure how to respond. Xia Yao rolled her eyes and said playfully, don't tease her. I'm determined to make you drink today. Wu Liang patted his chest, declaring, you must get the god of Nan to drink. Tang Qianya shyly added. I want to join too. Zhong Yingxue offered. I'll drink a few with you, but I can't handle much. Jiang Nan realized the situation was quite dire. It seemed they were all targeting him. He thumped the table with determination and declared, let the battle commence. Xia Yao curiously asked, how much can you drink? I want to test the waters. Jiang Nan timidly raised a finger. Xia Yao burst into laughter. Just 1 bottle? And you claim to be from Jiacheng? Jiang Nan slowly shook his head. 1 bottle? No, you've misunderstood. It's about continuous drinking. Upon hearing this, everyone at the table thought he had lost his mind. Xia Yao scoffed, just you? Please. Zhong Yingxue stifled a laugh. Wu Liang chimed in, god of Nan. Those who boast without substance can't even eat instant noodles without seasoning. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. Don't believe me? Fine. I declare, Qingdao stands firm. I stand firm. If snowflakes do not fall, neither shall I. This proclamation sent Yu Qingqing's live stream into a frenzy, with fans reacting vehemently. What? The god of Jiacheng refuses to back down. I demand a showdown. God of Nan, you haven't even started drinking yet, and you're already acting like this? Are you intoxicated, or am I just not up to the task? As this wave of banter unfurled, Jiang Nan found himself increasingly fond of Yu Qingqing. What a good person she was. Xia Yu concluded. Well, I'll just sit back and enjoy the show. I only seek a 5-star rating, urging updates and support from readers. A humble author, seeking compassion, writing ISNT easy. I toil until the early hours of the morning. This weekend, let us all rally together. Chapter 72. Who dares to splash my brother? Boxes of beer were being brought in one after another. Jiang Nan picked up a bottle and flashed a devilish smile. Don't believe me? Today I'll show you. Xia Yao quickly raised a napkin to shield herself, her face contorted with disdain. Hey, we haven't even touched the food yet. And what do you mean by showing us? Don't spray everywhere. How are we supposed to eat? Wu Liang interjected, non-go. Maybe we should just stop. Otherwise, I'll need to change clothes later. Jiang Nan shot him a glare. What? You think I can tolerate this? If you last more than 3 seconds, I'll call you Dad. With that, he tilted his head back and shook the bottle. The beer inside was emptied in 3 seconds, leaving only a bit of foam. Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue were stunned. Tang Qinya covered her mouth in astonishment. Wu Liang was momentarily dazed. How could someone with Jiang Nan's small frame drink so much? Only Yu Shaoqing looked thrilled, continuously applauding Jiang Nan. Her live stream chat was going wild. What the hell? He just broke my record. An invincible little vortex. That devilish smile? I thought Nangshan was about to perform as a human fountain. Xia Yao coughed lightly, feeling a bit guilty. This seems a bit strong. Her large, sparkling eyes darted around. We are girls. Since you can drink so well, let us have a drink. You drink a bottle, and we'll have a cup. Those who can do more should do more. Jiang Nan beamed and readily agreed. All right. Xia Yao was taken aback. You actually accepted such an unreasonable request? You are that confident in your abilities? If Jiang Nan was tea brought down today, it would be a disservice to herself. And so the battle commenced. The girls sipped from their cups, while Jiang Nan spun another bottle. Wu Liang felt awkward drinking cup by cup, so he joined Jiang Nan in downing bottles. With wide eyes, they pressed on. An hour later, Jiang Nan showed no signs of faltering, still enjoying hot pot. Tang Qinya had already slumped over the table, asleep. Zhong Yingxue's cheeks were flushed, her large eyes clouded with a dreamy haze, gazing at Jiang Nan with a silly smile. After finishing a cup, Xia Yao pointed at Jiang Nan and exclaimed, Hey, why are there 2 of you? You're cheating. 2 of you are drinking us. Jiang Nan. Meanwhile, Wu Liang, having downed a bottle, rolled his eyes and collapsed on the floor. Indescribable, unspeakable things erupted from his mouth uncontrollably. It flowed freely from the corners of his lips. Jiang Nan covered his face. Bro, you are the true human fountain. Wu Liang, you're really something. Just 21 bottles and you're down? The battle raged on. The hot pot restaurant staff were utterly shocked. It even drew a crowd. Jiang Nan had already spun 66 bottles. Is he even human? Could he have turned into a drain? Even more astonishing, Yu Shaoqing, sitting opposite Jiang Nan, had also downed 66 cups. How could such a petite, adorable girl drink so much? Were they all divine beings at this table? This time, Jiang Nan ordered 10 bottles of Nolinshin and 10 bottles of Red Star Erguo. Then he turned to the waiter and said, to be honest, your hot pot dipping sauce is a bit too salty. While saying this, he twisted open a bottle of Erguo. He grabbed a straw and inserted it, as if drinking milk tea. A piece of fatty beef here, a sip of Erguo there. The waiter. What the hell? This is liquor. Do you think it's plain water? Normally, people drink liquor with grimaces, gasping for breath. But you're drinking it with a straw? Xia Yao looked as if she had seen a ghost. Hey, this is beyond human limits, right? If this continues, I'm definitely going to lose. She couldn't help but lament. I'll support you. But we still have Xiao Yu. I leave the task of bringing down Jiang Nan to you. Yu Shaoqing wore a serious expression. I'll do my best. Little did she know, as an eating streamer, Yu Shaoqing had an extraordinary talent. Her superpower was eating. She could convert everything she consumed into energy stored in her body. After years of drinking, she had never feared anyone. But this was the first time she faced someone like Jiang Nan, a worthy opponent. Viewers in the live stream were panicking. Drinking liquor through a straw? Chugging beer bottle by bottle? This is beyond comprehension. Jiang Nan is not human. He is a deity, spinning 107 bottles. Not once did he go to the restroom. What iron kidneys? Where did all that liquor go? Did no one notice the burly man lying on the floor like a fountain? Our Xiaoyu might be in trouble. Unbeknownst to Jiang Nan, he was actually enjoying himself. He even found it amusing. Think you can take me down? Not a chance. Because he hadn't actually drunk anything. A wormhole opened in his mouth, leading outside the hot pot restaurant. Don't mention liquor. Jiang Nan could drink an entire reservoir. Meanwhile, outside the hot pot restaurant, Bald Chang was patrolling his territory with 7 or 8 underlings. He could no longer make a living in the night market. After much effort, he had finally switched to a new territory. Just as they passed by the hot pot restaurant, a stream of yellow liquid with white foam splashed all over him and his subordinates. Oh crap, what the hell? Bald Chang and several of his underlings quickly dodged. Looking up, they saw a column of yellow liquid gushing down from the second-floor private room, splattering onto the ground, still foamy. Bald Chang and his underlings were expressions of horror. Which bastard got drunk? Couldn't he even make it to the restroom and just let it flow out the window? He cursed angrily. Who dares to splash my brother? I'll break him in half. What kind of dishes made someone drink this much? So yellow? He must be really fired up. A few of the underlings were filled with righteous indignation, their anger boiling. Just then, the yellow liquid rapidly turned white. Then back to yellow. What is going on? It can even adjust its color? One of the underlings licked his lips, puzzled. Boss, this flavor seems off. Upon hearing this, the others looked at him in shock. You actually tasted it? What flavor is it supposed to be? You've drunk it before. The underling looked confused. It tastes like beer. But Bald Chang was furious. Walking down the street, he actually got splashed. Not only did he get drenched, but it was also so yellow. His anger surged. Damn it. Let us go. He led his group into the hot pot restaurant, storming toward the second-floor private room. Bang. A yellow-haired underling kicked open the door to the private room. Speak. Which bastard dared to splash my brother? The entire private room fell silent. Jiang Nan turned to look, slightly furrowing his brows, still holding the straw in his hand. The yellow-haired underling wore a triumphant expression. Yes, the whole place was silent. This was the effect he wanted. He turned to Bald Chang, silently signaling, Look, boss, am I loyal enough? But to his surprise, he looked down and saw Bald Chang, drenched in sweat, kneeling on the ground, nearly in tears. The other brothers who followed Bald Chang were all kneeling as well. Yellow-haired? This is fantastic 5-star rating, urging updates. Let us walk through the bookshelf. Following Nangshan, there is everything in dreams. Chapter 73. Home, what on earth is happening? The yellow-haired youth was utterly bewildered. How could it be that after just issuing a fierce warning, he found himself kneeling on the ground? And not just him, but everyone else as well? The newcomer was completely unfamiliar with Jiang Nan and was rendered speechless at the absurdity of the situation. Is this how confrontations are conducted now? Competing to see who can kneel more fervently? Meanwhile, Bald Chang was frantically signaling to the yellow-haired youth. Seeing him dazed, he promptly yanked him down to the floor. Inside the private room, both Xia Yu and Zhong Yingshui were momentarily stunned. What is going on? They were in the midst of their meal when a group of burly men stormed in, only to kneel down decisively. Bald Chang trembled as he stammered, "In Nangu. Happy New Year?" Jiang Nan, dark-faced, retorted, "It's only July. Your family celebrates the New Year quite early, don't they?" Bald Chang's face flushed crimson, truly at a loss for words. Instantly, all eyes in the room were focused on Jiang Nan. This burly man, with his imposing figure and gleaming bald head, clearly did not seem like a good person. Anyone else would have avoided him at all costs, yet here he was, addressing Jiang Nan as Nangu, and in such a pitiful manner. The gazes directed at Jiang Nan brimmed with intrigue. At this moment, Jiang Nan also felt a pang of guilt. Could it be that he had unintentionally spilled alcohol on Bald Chang and his crew through a spatial wormhole? How could he be this unlucky? His home water leak incident had already drawn the attention of Zhou Yuqing and her mother. And now this? This was a matter that must not reach Xia Yao's ears. Otherwise, his illustrious reputation would be utterly shattered. He couldn't help but feel a flutter of panic, but he still managed to maintain a calm facade and asked, "What do you want from me?" Bald Chang, his head nearly bursting from the pressure, finally concocted a reason and quickly replied with a smile. "I heard Nangu was here for a meal. How could I let you pay on my turf? I specifically came to settle the bill for you." Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. Well, Bald Chang had become clever. Progress indeed. Xia Yao was utterly confused. They had barged in with such aggression, only to kneel down in order to pay the bill. This was beyond comprehension. So, the usual arrangement? Bald Chong exclaimed as if granted a reprieve. Understood. We all understand. With that, he sprang up, and the group of burly men executed their movements in unison, standing on one leg with their hands gripping their earlobes. They forced smiles that were anything but pleasant. They hopped down the stairs to settle the bill. Xia Yao. Zhong Ingxue. Yu Qingqing. Jiang Nan exhaled deeply, relieved that his secret remained hidden. All right, let us continue drinking. Meanwhile, downstairs, Bald Chong and the others approached to settle the bill. Hello. Sir, the total for box 02 is 3,888 yuan. Bald Chang exclaimed. What the heck? 6 people consumed 3,800 yuan? This is a scam. The waiter offered a wry smile. Sir, please take a look at the bill. Bald Chong glanced at it. Goodness gracious. 374 bottles of beer, 20 bottles of liquor, and this is for just one person? Were you all bathing in beer? He hesitated. Can we put this on credit? The waiter looked at him disdainfully. What do you think? Eventually, Yu Qingqing succumbed, reaching her limit. Her cheeks flushed. She murmured that she could not drink anymore. The way she tilted her head to gaze at Jiang Nan was utterly adorable. Jiang Nan laughed heartily. Haha. Is there anyone else? The live stream comments flooded in. Remember, never be the last one standing after a night of drinking. Oh Nan, you are still too naive. You want to be sleeping tonight. Time to carry everyone out. At that moment, Jiang Nan gazed at the table of incapacitated individuals, falling into silence. Indeed, I am still too young. First, he sent Wu Liang and Tang Xinya home. Then he had to deal with Yu Qingqing. They ended up taking selfies during the entire taxi ride. Following that, he began to escort Zhong Ingxue and Xia Yao. Zhong Ingxue was merely a bit dazed, manageable enough. However, upon catching a whiff of the breeze, Xia Yu collapsed entirely. She slumped into Jiang Nan's embrace. In the taxi, Zhong Ingxue leaned quietly against Jiang Nan's shoulder. The scent of shampoo wafted into Jiang Nan's nostrils. Meanwhile, Xia Yao was in a state of near unconsciousness, her hair a tousled mess. Xiao Nan, quickly open your mouth. I'm about to vomit. Jiang Nan? This is it. Is my true nature exposed? You big wolf. Hold it in. Xia Yao suddenly straightened her expression and asked the driver, Master, do you believe in love? The driver replied, if you vomit in my car, it's 200 yuan. No bargaining. Xia Yao? Jiang Nan laughed uncontrollably. The driver certainly had experience. Zhong Ingxue covered her mouth, stifling laughter as she gazed at Jiang Nan's profile, softly saying, Xiao Nan, move in with me and Xia Yao. We have already talked it over. She had intended to mention it during their meal. Jiang Nan's eyes widened, his body stiffening. What is this? Moving in together? Happiness comes too swiftly, like a whirlwind? This seems inappropriate. Zhong Ingxue's cheeks flushed even deeper, and no, it's not what you think. We have extra rooms at home. You'll stay downstairs while we occupy the upstairs. Besides, you'll be coming to Songyang Lingwu next semester. And the rental you have is too far from school, making it inconvenient for you to commute. Moreover, we need to form a team. So it's better for you to come over. Jiang Nan fell into contemplation. She had explained at length. She truly wished for him to move in. Zhong Ingxue gently grasped Jiang Nan's hand. After all these years, you deserve to have a home. Hearing this, Jiang Nan's nose suddenly felt a sting. A home? For someone who grew up in an orphanage, the notion of home felt exceedingly distant. Even after leaving the orphanage, he had lived alone in a rented space. And now, could it be that he was finally going to have a home? He smiled and replied, all right, I'll move in, but I have no money for rent. Zhong Ingxue cast him a playful glance. You're just being mischievous. The taxi arrived at the Oasis Villa, a 2-story cottage with an open balcony, massive floor-to-ceiling windows, and even a swimming pool. It was exquisitely splendid. After settling Xia Yao, Zhong Ingxue lay on the bed, feeling drowsy. As Jiang Nan prepared to leave, he was abruptly pulled back by Zhong Ingxue. Your room is downstairs. Jiang Nan grinned at her. All right. Upon reaching downstairs, he found his room. A large bed, wardrobe, and study desk were all arranged warmly. On the bedside table lay an old photograph, slightly yellowed with age. In the picture, a 7- or 8-year-old Jiang Nan had a round face covered in dirt. He was holding a wooden stick, draped in a red bedsheet as a cape. With an expression of pride, a band-aid adorned his nose. Beside him stood Zhong Ingxue, clad in a floral dress, smiling radiantly. A flower crown rested atop her head, crafted by Jiang Nan. This was a photo taken during their childhood at the orphanage. Just this one photo. When Zhong Yingxue was taken by the Zhong family, she had brought nothing except for this picture. Who would have thought that after so many years? She still kept it? Gently caressing the photograph, Jiang Nan felt a warmth in his eyes. He murmured, "Am I finally going to have a home?" Chapter 74. Oh. I will strangle you. Jiang Nan was lost in thought when a loud crash echoed from upstairs, prompting him to roll his eyes in exasperation. Could it not be any quieter? He made his way to Xia Yao's room, only to find her in a state of disarray, shoes still on, pajamas unchanged, and her hair resembling a bird's nest as she slept. At that moment, half of her body had fallen off the bed, while the other half remained on it. After a struggle, he managed to lift Xia Yao back onto the bed. Exiting her room, he headed to the bathroom. Upon seeing the oversized luxury bathtub, Jiang Nan nodded in satisfaction. Without hesitation, he filled it with strength-enhancing potion and immersed himself in a delightful bath, reveling in the sensations brought on by his enhanced physical condition. Not to mention, the bodily fortification provided by the potion had elevated his physical prowess to a level comparable to that of beastly spirit warriors of the same rank, and possibly even beyond, as evidenced by the battles he had fought in the Tianqi spirit ruins. If only the potion didn't lead to baldness, otherwise he would indulge in it daily. However, before long, another loud crash resounded from upstairs. With a scowl, Jiang Nan reluctantly emerged from the bathtub and returned to Xia Yao's room, only to discover that she had fallen to the floor, nearly rolling beneath the bed. 10 minutes later, Jiang Nan emerged from her room, his hair disheveled, and dusted off his hands. He swore to the heavens, "If you drink again, I shall cease to be human." After a night of turmoil, Jiang Nan found himself too fatigued to wash up and fell asleep as soon as he returned to his room. The following morning, Zhong Yingxue awoke from her slumber, rubbing her aching head. The villa was eerily quiet, with everyone still asleep, so she decided to start her day with a refreshing bath. Upon entering the bathroom, she discovered a tub filled with warm bathing water, shimmering in the morning sunlight. Frowning slightly, she thought, "Did Xiaonan prepare this for me? How thoughtful." Stripping away her outer garments, she sank into the water. After a while, her delicate features transformed in astonishment as she felt waves of energy coursing through the water, continuously enhancing her physical condition. It was well known that element-based warriors often possessed formidable long-range offensive capabilities, yet their physical forms were typically frail, making them particularly vulnerable in close combat. To discover that this bathwater could directly enhance her physical abilities was nothing short of miraculous. What kind of water was this? Why did it have such extraordinary effects? How impressive! The enhancement of physical attributes was crucial for spiritual warriors, while those with body-enhancing abilities might find it manageable. For someone like her, who wielded elemental powers, elevating her physical prowess was exceedingly challenging. Yet, this bathwater had effortlessly accomplished that. Suppressing her excitement, she soaked for half an hour until she felt nearly saturated. Quickly donning a bathrobe, she rushed to Xia Yao's room. "Xiao Yao, come quickly. You must try this. It's incredible." Upon pushing open the door to Xia Yao's room, she was taken aback. There lay Xia Yao, cocooned in blankets like a giant rice dumpling, securely bound to the bed with ropes wrapped multiple times around her. What on earth happened last night? Xia Yao stirred awake, only to find herself confined, her expression one of sheer terror. She squirmed, but the bindings were too tight for her to escape. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she recalled snippets of the previous night, falling off the bed several times, only to be placed back by Jiang Nan. The realization of how desperate Jiang Nan must have felt struck her. Had he truly witnessed her unguarded sleeping posture? The thought made her flush with embarrassment, her cheeks turning crimson. "What happened last night?" Xia Yao stammered, her guilt palpable. "And nothing. What do you need, Yingxue?" Zhong Yingxue, brimming with excitement, replied, "By the way, Xiao Yao, you must hurry and try the bathwater Xiaonan prepared. It enhances physical attributes." Xia Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. Bathing can enhance physical attributes? How extraordinary! Zhong Yingxue rushed to free her from the bindings and led her to the bathroom. "You must try it now. I'll wait outside." Despite her skepticism, Xia Yao noticed the sincerity in Zhong Yingxue's expression. Having skipped her bath the previous night, she decided to indulge herself. Stripping down, she slipped into the tub, savoring the experience and even humming a tune. Soon enough, she felt her physical prowess gradually improve. She was astonished. As a bronze-ranked beastly warrior, her physical attributes were already exceptional, but to witness an actual enhancement was simply magnificent. Xia Yao's spirits soared as she splashed water joyfully, feeling invigorated. She even placed a few rubber ducks on the water's surface for amusement. However, when her gaze strayed downward, she froze in shock, rubbing her eyes to ensure she wasn't imagining things. Realizing she was not mistaken, Xia Yao shrieked, "Ah! Ah! Ah!" She leaped from the tub, her eyes wide with terror and fury, wrapping herself in a bathrobe and storming out of the bathroom like a whirlwind, heading straight for Jiang Nan's room. Hearing Xia Yao's scream, Zhong Yingxue feared something terrible had occurred, but to her surprise, she witnessed Xia Yao kick open Jiang Nan's door and pounce on him like a ferocious tiger, pinning him to the ground. With both hands firmly around his neck, she shook him violently, her face twisted in rage, shouting, "I will strangle you. You owe me." Jiang Nan, abruptly awakened from a pleasant dream, found himself gasping for breath as he rolled his eyes in confusion. What is happening? I'm utterly bewildered. Isn't it customary for girls in cartoons to wake boys gently? Why am I being choked instead? Is this a physical alarm clock? Chapter 75, A Little Secret. Additional update. Zhong Yingxue, who had been following all the way, wore a perplexed expression. As she witnessed Jiang Nan on the verge of being choked, she hurriedly interjected, "Xiao Yao? What's wrong? Has your physical condition improved?" Xiao Yao, with an expression of indignation, continued to grip Jiang Nan tightly. "It has improved, but there's nothing left. Jiang Nan, you can go die?" With that, she shook Jiang Nan's neck vigorously once more. Zhong Yingxue was taken aback. "What's gone?" Xiao Yao stammered, Oh. Her face flushed, suddenly too embarrassed to articulate it. At that moment, Jiang Nan began to grasp the situation. He looked at the two stunning beauties still wrapped in their bathrobes, and his eyes gradually filled with terror. Instinctively, he glanced at Xiao Yao and swallowed hard. You two didn't use the water from the bathtub to bathe, did you? Goodness, this is a disaster. Bathing in that potent potion could lead to baldness. Not a hair below the eyebrows. Xiao Yao, you can't have fallen victim to it, right? Unable to contain himself, Jiang Nan burst into laughter, clutching his belly as tears streamed down his face. Xiao Yao's cheeks were as red as a ripe apple, tightly clutching her bathrobe, her teeth grinding in frustration like a cornered animal. It was evident that Jiang Nan had realized what had been lost, and he was utterly mortified. Zhong Yingxue, still bewildered, asked, "Xiao Yao, what exactly is gone?" Xiao Yao shot a furious glare at Jiang Nan, too embarrassed to voice it. Instead, she leaned in and whispered to Zhong Yingxue, Gugni you, it's all gone." Zhong Yingxue's face turned crimson as well. Confused, she queried, "Why am I unaffected?" Jiang Nan was equally stunned. The effects of the potion were undeniable. Physical enhancement was real. Baldness was real. Yet Zhong Yingxue had bathed first. Why was she unscathed? Xiao Yao rolled her eyes at Zhong Yingxue. "Oh, you never had any to begin with." Jiang Nan was taken aback. "What do you mean, never had any?" His gaze shifted to Zhong Yingxue, and an odd look began to form in his eyes. Could it be that Yingxue possessed a significant secret? Zhong Yingxue's cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily covered Xiao Yao's mouth. Shoo! Having finally freed herself, Xiao Yao was not about to let Jiang Nan off the hook. She lunged at him, locking his throat. "Speak. Did you do this on purpose? You wicked scoundrel!" Jiang Nan feigned innocence, struggling against her grasp. "How could I? You chose to bathe. It was my suggestion. If it's gone, it's gone." Xiao Yao retorted. "What do you mean, just gone? It's not like you." Suddenly, both their gazes fell upon Jiang Nan. He had bathed too. Did that mean he was also? Feeling their eyes upon him, Jiang Nan trembled internally. This was it. His little secret had been uncovered. If this continued, his secret would soon become common knowledge. Xiao Yao giggled. "So, you're in the same boat? TSK. Such a little rascal. Now, what shall we do about this? There is nothing a big white rabbit candy can't resolve. Oh no. Make that two." Half an hour later, Jiang Nan sat on the bed, looking aggrieved. Meanwhile, Zhong Yingxue and Xiao Yao sat contentedly in chairs, each savoring a beauty-enhancing pill, with another tucked away in their pockets. Zhong Yingxue inquired, "Now, What's the story? Xiao demanded, confess honestly. Jiang Nan, looking sheepish, replied, well, this thing is called the potent potion. If consumed, your physical abilities will surge tenfold for 3 days, but the price is baldness. It can permanently enhance your physique if used for bathing, but, well, you already know the consequences. At that moment, Xiaoao and Zhang Inxue gaped in astonishment. Is it really that miraculous? They glanced at Jiang Nan's pitiful expression, realizing he too must have suffered from the potion's effects. Jiang Nan breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that they hadn't ingested any while bathing. Otherwise, he would have been doomed. Xiaoyao pouted. From today onward, we must use the potent potion for our baths every day. Understand? Jiang Nan blinked. Are you sure about that? Xiaoyao rolled her eyes. Since there is nothing left, what is there to fear? Jiang Nan chuckled. You certainly have a carefree attitude. Zhang Inxue, with a serious demeanor, stated. This matter must remain confidential among the 3 of us. Jiang Nan asked, are you referring to the potion or the fact that it's all gone? Zhang Inxue's face flushed as she shot him a fierce glare. What do you think? Everything must be kept secret. Jiang Nan grinned. So it has become our little secret then? Zhang Inxue appeared unaffected by the revelation, while Xiaoyao seethed with irritation. Just thinking about it made the candy in her mouth taste less sweet. After tidying up, they would accompany Jiang Nan to his new home. Tomorrow was Grandpa Zhang's birthday banquet, and they all needed to make an appearance. Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned. Grandpa Zhang's birthday banquet? He was quite eager to attend, having always been curious about the Zhang family. However, due to Luo Tianxiang, his impression of them had not been particularly favorable. In the afternoon, Xiao drove Zhang Inxue and Jiang Nan to his rental property. A Mercedes G-Class parked at the entrance of the alley caught the attention of several elderly onlookers. The 2 women followed Jiang Nan into the modest space. Gazing at the less than 20 square meter room, neatly organized by Jiang Nan, they fell silent. Had he been living like this all these years? Their eyes softened with maternal concern as they looked at him. Zhang Inxue spoke gently, don't worry, Xiaonan. I will ensure you live well. Xiaoao patted his head. Don't be afraid, Xiaonan. I'll look out for you. Jiang Nan was bewildered. What's wrong with me? Am I to be pitted like this? Truly, women have such vivid imaginations. For Jiang Nan, who possessed a unique spatial ability, moving was quite convenient, especially since he had little to pack. After bidding farewell to Aunt Shou, he departed. Zhou Yuqing was saddened for a long time, urging him to return home for meals often. Standing at the entrance of the small house he had inhabited for 3 years, Jiang Nan gazed for a long time. Then, he broke into a radiant smile. Let us go. Chapter 76, The Joys of the Wealthy, which we cannot comprehend the following day. Zhang Yingxiu busied herself throughout the day in preparation for the elder Zhang's birthday banquet. Meanwhile, Xia Yao, hailing from a prominent family with intricate ties to the Zhang family, naturally needed to attend as well. Jiang Nan spent the day tidying up his room, arranging it to his liking. Finally, in the afternoon, he found a moment to relax and intended to absorb some spirit pearls to elevate his level. However, just as he settled in, the door swung open. There stood Zhang Inxue, adorned in a stunning white evening gown, her raven locks elegantly pinned up, resembling a majestic swan. Her beauty was breathtaking. Jiang Nan gazed at her for a long while before breaking into a grin, exclaiming, Shui Shui, you look truly beautiful. Zhang Inxue chuckled softly, only you would say that. Hurry and get ready. The banquet is about to commence. At that moment, Xia Yao emerged from the side. Having dressed in a daring black gown that revealed her flawless back, complemented by her striking silver short hair, she was indeed a sight to behold. Drive us later, okay? I'm not dressed for driving, Xia Yao instructed. All right, let us go. Jiang Nan replied, sliding out of bed in his slippers and heading towards the door. Both Zhang Yingxue and Xia Yao were taken aback. Wait, you're going like that? Jiang Nan was clad in oversized shorts and flip-flops, topped off with a white t-shirt emblazoned with a cartoonish expression. What's wrong? Is there an issue? He asked. Zhang Yingxue sighed. It's a significant problem. In that attire, you might not even gain entry to the hotel. Xia Yu recalled, I believe I have a dress from a car promotion. Let me fetch it for you. Try it on and see if it fits. 10 minutes later, Jiang Nan stood before them in a sleek black suit. With an air of nonchalance, his impressive height and striking looks made him extraordinarily handsome, complemented by a flamboyant bow tie and a pocket square. Both Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao nodded in approval. Not bad at all, looking sharp. Let us go. However, Jiang Nan felt uncomfortable, no matter how he adjusted the suit. It was not as cozy as his usual shorts and t-shirt. This time, instead of the usual Mercedes G, Xia Yao tossed him the keys to a Rolls-Royce Phantom. As Jiang Nan settled into the driver's seat and touched the steering wheel, he received a notification. Skill triggered. Driving, Novice LV0. Skill points added, 100. Skill upgrade. Driving, Proficient LV0. With the roar of the engine, they sped through the bustling streets. Xia Yao, astonished, exclaimed, Nan, you can really drive? I thought you didn't have a license. Initially, she had intended to tease Jiang Nan, seeking revenge for his previous antics, but to her surprise, he genuinely knew how to drive. Zhong Yingxue, equally curious, asked, when did you learn? Jiang Nan grinned, there is nothing I can't do. Just picked it up. Xia Yao rolled her eyes. Boasting. Zhong Yingxue chuckled, with a driver as dashing as you, I'd say you're doing quite well. Upon arriving at the Jiangqing Century Hotel, as Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao stepped out of the car, they instantly captivated the attention of everyone around. Look, these two are simply stunning. The Zhong family's young lady, the Xiao family's heiress. Absolutely breathtaking. Wait, even the driver is handsome? Desiring to avoid the throng of admirers, Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao moved ahead, while Jiang Nan, having parked the car, took only a few steps before a delicate man in a white suit, complete with gold-rimmed glasses and curly hair, approached him. After a brief moment of mutual acknowledgement, the man handed Jiang Nan a set of car keys, pressing a button that caused a nearby Porsche 911 to flash its lights. Here, Jiang Nan stared in disbelief. What? Is this how the wealthy operate? Just meeting someone and gifting them a sports car? He felt a mix of flattery and bewilderment. This isn't appropriate. Is it? The effeminate man replied nonchalantly, why so many questions? And shoved the keys into Jiang Nan's hand. Jiang Nan was utterly taken aback. Is this truly the joy of the affluent? 666. He pocketed the keys, bemused by the absurdity of it all. Just as he resumed walking, a sophisticated woman tossed him another set of keys without a word. Is this for real? A Lamborghini? What kind of world were these wealthy individuals living in? Did they simply distribute cars like candy based on looks? After receiving yet another key from a portly gentleman, Jiang Nan found himself with a collection of keys, 17 in total. As he exited the parking lot, he couldn't help but marvel at the bizarre turn of events. To earn a living based on looks truly has its perks. Perhaps I should attend more of these gatherings and consider opening a used car dealership. Just as he was about to enter the hotel, he spotted a server dressed almost identically to him, complete with a bow tie and pocket square, smiling as he received car keys from a guest. Moments later, the server returned, looking perplexed. What is going on? The parking lot is completely blocked. Jiang Nan glanced at the keys in his pocket, his expression darkening. Have they mistaken me for a parking attendant? How could they not recognize such a striking server? Frustrated, he ripped off the bow tie and discarded the pocket square in the trash. He then made his way to the lost and found desk, dumping the 17 keys on the table. The elderly attendant was stunned. What is the situation here? Jiang Nan, filled with irritation, replied, they were all discarded. I just picked them up. The attendant raised an eyebrow. 17 at once? Are you sure you're not a roadside key cutter? Jiang Nan glared, exasperated by the absurdity of it all. First, I'm mistaken for a server, now a key cutter? Is this never-ending? From the elderly attendant's frustration, 666. Chapter 77, Waiter. Refill. Jiang Nan paid little heed to the commotion and strode directly into the hotel. As more guests arrived, the parking lot became a chaotic jumble. The hotel manager, frantic and exasperated, scoured the vicinity, inquiring about the whereabouts of the car keys. With no other recourse, he dispatched staff to contact the car owners, who were equally bewildered. They distinctly recalled handing their keys to the parking attendant, leading them to ponder whether they had fallen victim to theft. They rushed outside only to find the parking lot in complete disarray. 17 car owners stood in disarray, only to eventually discover that their keys had been turned into the lost and found. The hotel manager's expression darkened as he berated. Who on earth is this? So lacking in decency? Collecting car keys without parking the vehicles? What kind of absurdity is this? Is there even a shred of humanity left? I distinctly remember that charming young man with a dazzling smile. Damn it, it must be him. The car owners could hardly fathom encountering such an absurd situation. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan, having arrived at the banquet hall, indulged in delectable pastries. From Gao Jin, 1,000 resentment. From Gu Beihai, 1,000 resentment. From. The resentment list refreshed rapidly, and Jiang Nan felt a swell of satisfaction. At least he had gained something from the ordeal. The banquet hall was expansive and opulent, filled with elegantly dressed men and women exuding an air of affluence. However, he did not spot Zhong Yingxue, likely preoccupied with welcoming guests. Jiang Nan, indifferent to the proceedings, was merely there for the food. Savoring a delightful strawberry mousse sundae, he was approached by a young lady clad in a lavish evening gown. Her black hair elegantly styled, her makeup exquisite, she appeared to be in her 20s, her gaze scanning the array of sundaes. Finally, she settled on a choice and licked her lips. Hello. Could you please pass me that mango sundae? Thank you. Jiang Nan glanced at her, took the mango sundae, and handed it over, watching as she delicately took small bites, occasionally glancing at him with an unspoken curiosity. Summoning her courage, she asked, You can eat this too? Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow, bewildered. Why wouldn't I be able to? In a hushed tone, she replied, Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Jiang Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. What's wrong with enjoying a sundae? Is it illegal? Why are you whispering? Have you misunderstood something? Frustrated, he seized the last mango sundae on the table. Not only will I eat it, but I'll have two. The young lady stared in astonishment as her beloved mango sundae was taken from her. She pouted. Are the servers today so bold? From Gong Xiaoyu, 333 resentment. Finally finding a moment of tranquility, Jiang Nan relished his mango sundae. Noting that Gong Xiaoyu had excellent taste, the mango was indeed superior to the strawberry. Suddenly, a server approached, eyeing Jiang Nan with a stern expression. Hey, take it easy. You can't be so brazen about sneaking food. Jiang Nan retorted, Who am I stealing from? Just as he was about to respond further, the server handed him a tray. Stop eating. We're short-staffed. Hurry and deliver the drinks. Looking at the tray with 4 glasses of wine and a bottle of champagne, Jiang Nan was taken aback. So, am I a server today? This was absurd. Even if he were being paid, it wouldn't be right. Just as he contemplated setting the tray down, a young couple approached, hand in hand, the effeminate young man he recognized. Waiter. Refill. The effeminate man paused upon seeing Jiang Nan. Realization dawning. Isn't this the scoundrel who delivered all the car keys to Lost and Found? Jiang Nan glared, a surge of anger bubbling within him. The effeminate man still had half a glass of champagne left. Still got that much? Refill? Not a chance. He snatched the glass and downed it. To the astonishment of the young man and his companion, he finished all 4 glasses of wine and the bottle of champagne. I'll refill your glass. Ugh. Jiang Nan groaned, exasperated. Was attending a banquet so challenging that he had to moonlight as a server? Xiaoyu, get over here. I promise I won't kill you. The effeminate man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, fuming. Are you looking for death? Do you really think I want to make you disappear in Jiang City tonight? Jiang Nan scoffed. Have you been playing too many games? Every day, it's disappear this, disappear that. You. The effeminate man began, but the young woman beside him interrupted, pulling him back. This is the Zhong family's banquet. Don't cause trouble. Focusing on someone like him would diminish your worth. We'll deal with him later. The effeminate man narrowed his eyes. I'll let you off for now. Just wait. From Gao Jin, 1,000 resentment. Jiang Nan, holding the champagne bottle, grinned brightly. Don't leave. You wanted a refill, right? I'll fill it for you. But the effeminate man was pulled away by the young woman, leaving Jiang Nan feeling disappointed. He had intended to give him a taste of his own medicine, but alas, the opportunity slipped away. Gazing at his attire, Jiang Nan decided to remove his jacket. Otherwise, he might miss out on the feast tonight. As he unbuttoned, a raggedly dressed girl's gaze fell upon him, clad in a gown adorned with diamonds. She sparkled like a star, commanding the attention of many gentlemen who dared not stare too long. Unperturbed by the attention, she strode confidently towards Jiang Nan. her high heels echoing on the floor. Just as Jiang Nan was unbuttoning, he suddenly felt a presence close to him. Startled, he looked up to see her standing incredibly close, the scent of her perfume enveloping him. What is going on? As he attempted to step back, she delicately raised her hand to caress his cheek, her eyes shimmering with warmth. Leaning closer, she whispered, "Room 69 at 11 p.m. Be clever and don't let me down." With a gentle breath against his ear, Jiang Nan felt a shiver run down his spine. Just as he was about to push her away, she flitted away like a dragonfly, leaving him bewildered. With a playful pat on his chest, she flashed him a knowing smile and departed. Jiang Nan, flabbergasted, thought, "Dear mother, have I just been taken advantage of? Teased? Wall slammed? What audacity!" He rummaged through his pockets and discovered a room card wrapped in his 3,000 yuan. It was precisely the card she had just slipped to him. Jiang Nan's expression turned serious. "Forget taking off my clothes. Today, I'm going to be the service staff. I'll ensure everything is done right." Chapter 78. I adore your naivete. A sun-kissed young lady winked at Jiang Nan before departing. Jiang Nan hastily donned his half-removed shirt. How could he miss such a lucrative opportunity? 3,000 yuan was easily within reach. The waitress who witnessed this scene was utterly envious, lamenting her own misfortune. "Why can't I encounter such good fortune?" she grumbled, eyeing Jiang Nan's unremarkable appearance. "With that face, why are you even working here?" she scoffed, jealousy burning within her. Jiang Nan glanced around, surreptitiously stuffing the money into his pocket. He then set forth on his entrepreneurial endeavor, approaching a young lady and standing still before her. If she did not respond after half a minute, he would simply move on to the next. To his surprise, he caught the attention of a few interested parties, yet that sun-kissed lady was fixated on Jiang Nan, shooting daggers at anyone who dared to approach him. The other young ladies, witnessing this, felt a pang of regret but dared not challenge her, resigning themselves to inaction. Jiang Nan thought, "Must you be so possessive? It's only fair to share the good things." Frustrated, he continued his saunter until he found himself beside a stunning lady showcasing her exquisite back. Clearing his throat, she turned and intertwined her arm with his. "Xiao Nan, where have you been? I've been searching for you." "Xiao? This is quite awkward," Jiang Nan thought. He couldn't admit he was here for business, so he quickly changed the subject. Feigning anger, "How dare you ask where I've been? I was serving drinks. Look at this shabby outfit you made me wear. Just wait until I get home." Xiao stifled a laugh, her eyes glinting with mischief. Clearly, she had planned this encounter. Leaning closer, she whispered, "Who told you to make us look alike?" Jiang Nan could only sigh inwardly. The waitstaff in the hall were left dumbfounded, staring at Jiang Nan in disbelief. He actually hooked a rich girl? How does he even justify being here? They speculated that he was not merely a servant, but rather someone who had come specifically to attract women. That sun-kissed lady, meanwhile, had set her sights on Xiao, glaring fiercely. Xiao, glancing between Jiang Nan and the lady, appeared puzzled but met her glare with equal ferocity. "Xiao Nan, why is that girl staring at you?" Jiang Nan felt a twinge of guilt. "Perhaps it's because of my irresistible charm?" he joked, though he quickly dismissed the thought. At that moment, he noticed a pair of eyes watching him intently. Zhang Yingxue was engaged in conversation with a couple, then turned to look at Jiang Nan, who smiled brightly at her. "Yingxue's parents?" Jiang Nan asked, intrigued. Xiao maintained her smile, only in name. Jiang Nan fell silent as Zhang Yingxue graciously entertained her parents' guests. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the air. "Humph! What a place for a pauper like you. Dressed as a servant? Huh, surely, you're not pretending to be one, are you?" Jiang Nan turned to see Luo Tianxiang clad in an Armani suit, his expression dripping with disdain. Xiao Yao's demeanor shifted, her face freezing with anger. "Watch your mouth. Don't think I don't know your dirty deeds." Luo Tianxiang sneered, "And what of it? Going to tell the Zhong family?" Old Zhong approved of this. "You have no business here. What about you, Jiang Nan? Hiding behind a woman? That's your only skill?" Jiang Nan flashed a radiant smile. "Isn't that Luo Xiao? Have you finally dared to show your face after letting your hair grow out? Bold enough to make a scene in the elevator, yet you still care about appearances?" Luo Tianxiang's face turned a shade of green, as if he had just eaten something vile. Xiao burst into laughter, tears of mirth streaming down her cheeks. No one knew how Luo Tianxiang had spent the past month. Even his father regarded him with disdain. "You think that video still holds any power over me?" Go ahead and release it. I'd like to see which media outlet would dare publish it. Don't think I don't see through your schemes. If you dare to set foot in Songjiang Lingwu, I will ruin you. Jiang Nan remained unfazed, engrossed in fiddling with his phone. Luo Tianxiang barked, "What's the matter? Too cowardly to respond? What are you doing?" Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly, "Me? I'm just about to post a video." Luo Tianxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. "You wouldn't dare." Jiang Nan smirked. "Xiaoyao, this guy is quite strange. He clearly encouraged me to post." Luo Tianxiang's anger flared. He couldn't allow Jiang Nan to post the video. Manipulating the media required time. And who could have anticipated Jiang Nan would act so impulsively? "Give it to me," he shouted, lunging forward. Jiang Nan swiftly evaded, wrapping his arm around Xiaoyao's waist and disappearing from sight. "Wait for me." Luo Tianxiang seethed, realizing he had no time to waste. He fumbled for his phone. "Hello, Mr. Ma. I need your help." He really posted it. "Hello, Lu. About that matter I mentioned last time." "Hello, Brother Ma. Why can't I reach you?" Drenched in sweat, Luo Tianxiang frantically dialed, while Jiang Nan and Xiaoyao found refuge at a nearby table. Xiaoyao's face radiated excitement. "Wow, that was teleportation. It's my first time experiencing it. So thrilling." Jiang Nan grinned. "I adore your innocent demeanor." "Hey, don't pinch me. Ouch. You're so mischievous. By the way, did you really post that video?" Xiao asked eagerly. Jiang Nan chuckled. "No, I have bigger plans for it." Xiaoyao's curiosity piqued. "Tell me, what schemes do you have in mind?" Jiang Nan whispered in her ear, Gunyu, you're so wicked. I absolutely love it." Meanwhile, the sun-kissed lady frowned as she approached Luo Tianxiang. After half an hour of phone calls, his battery had died, and he was parched, still wearing a look of dread. "Xiaoxiang, who were you talking to?" Luo Tianxiang was taken aback. "Cousin? You're back from Australia? Answer my question." "And nothing. Do you know that buzzcut handsome guy?" Her attention was clearly fixated on Jiang Nan. Luo Tianxiang gritted his teeth. "Of course I know him. I recognize him even if he turned to ash." She gasped. "Isn't he a servant?" "Have you ever seen a servant with a bronze 3-star space ability?" Her face flushed crimson. He's not a servant. He is a guest invited by the Zhang family? But I just gave him my room key. Doesn't that mean?" She felt utterly mortified, wishing to sink into the ground, her mind swirling with frustration. If he's not a servant, then why is he wearing their clothes? What peculiar obsession is this? "Luo Tianxiang? Why do you blush at the mention of Jiang Nan? Could it be that your own cousin has feelings for Jiang Nan as well?" "Oh my, Jiang Nan, I shall not let this matter rest." Chapter 79. A head full of bumps? Even his own cousin fell victim to Jiang Nan's malice? Just look at that bashful demeanor. That expression of wanting to speak yet hesitating. Is being handsome a license to act with impunity? Luo Tianxiang refused to accept this. Little did he know, Yurunan was on the verge of madness. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of what would happen if he truly arrived at 11 o'clock tonight. Initially, she had thought Jiang Nan was merely a waiter. But now, from Runan's resentment value 1,000. From Runan. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan had already sensed her lingering gaze. Who is Yurunan? An acquaintance of Luo Tianxiang? Xia Yao glanced back. She is his cousin, seldom returns to the country, and her family holds significant power in Australia. What? Are you interested in her? Jiang Nan replied with a serious face. How could that be? It's she who is interested in me. Hiki. Let that Luo fellow bask in his pride a little longer. The thoughts swirling in my head have matured considerably. It was your sister who sent me here, not I who sought her out. At that moment, the entire banquet hall suddenly fell silent. All eyes were drawn to the main seat. The Zhang couple emerged, pushing a wheelchair. Old Master Zhang sat in the chair. His white hair was meticulously combed back. Even at over 70 years of age, Old Master Zhang appeared spirited. However, his frail visage, marked by wrinkles, bore the signs of age, with some liver spots appearing. His face, pale as if afflicted by illness, was punctuated by frequent coughs, as if he were trying to expel his very lungs. Xiaoyao sighed deeply. This is Old Master Zhang. He was quite robust a year ago, but after being diagnosed with lung cancer, his health has deteriorated year by year. I fear he won't last much longer. What will become of Xue if Old Master Zhang passes away? Jiang Nan gazed at Old Master Zhang, his memory flickering with recognition. It was he who had taken away Zhang and Xue back in the day. Lung cancer? Late stage. Jiang Nan's eyes darted around, lost in thought. As old Master Zhang made his entrance, everyone rushed to congratulate him on his birthday, and he graciously received each guest. Come, little Shui. Why are you standing so far away? Aren't you going to greet your grandfather? Zhang Inxue smiled as she stepped forward. Happy birthday, Grandpa. This is a gift I prepared for you. She presented a beautifully crafted sandalwood box containing a string of starry moon Bodhi beads. Haha, my granddaughter knows me well. She knows I like this. Old Master Zhong exclaimed. Where's that girl from the Xiao family? Here, Grandpa. Xiao Yao called out, linking her arm with Jiang Nan's as they approached. In an instant, they became the center of attention. Grandpa, do you like this pair? They are starry lion heads. Old Master Zheng accepted the pair of walnuts, his face beaming with kindness. You little girl. You must have spent quite a bit of money, right? Grandpa likes them. Kiki. As long as Grandpa likes them, that's enough. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan stood rooted in place like a block of wood. Must I also present a gift? No one informed me of this. Had I known, I wouldn't have come. Old Master Zhong remarked. What? Is this your little boyfriend? The young man has quite a nose and eyes. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Nan? Listen to that. What kind of compliment is that? You truly have a way with words. Xia Yao rolled her eyes. Him? He is not my type. Old Master Zhong looked puzzled. Then who is? Jiang Nan darkened his expression. 5 years ago, at the orphanage in Nanxing, I was the one who struck you with a wooden sword, giving you quite the bump on your head. Upon hearing this, not only did Xia Yao freeze in shock, the entire hall was stunned. What is going on? This really happened? Only Zhong Yinxue couldn't hold back her laughter. Back then, when old Master Zhong went to the orphanage to adopt Zhong Yinxue, Jiang Nan had protested. He chased after old Master Zhong with a wooden sword, leaving a sizable bump on his head. Old Master Zhong's expression darkened momentarily as their gazes locked. Truly a match of equals. So it was you, young man. Zhong Yinxue chuckled, this time taking advantage of Grandpa's birthday. I brought him to meet you. The group of waitstaff stood in bewilderment. 17 drivers were left in shock. So he is a guest of the Zhong family? Then why the hell is he parading around in a waiter's outfit? And why did he throw 17 car keys into Lost and Found? Isn't that just absurd? Meanwhile, Gong Xiaoyu wore a perplexed expression, having thought Jiang Nan was merely a waiter, only to discover this twist. From Gong Xiaoyu's resentment value 333. From Wang Bo's resentment value 666. But Luo Tianxiang could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, smiling, wishing old Master Zhong longevity like the Eastern Sea and happiness surpassing the Southern Mountain. This time, I have prepared a generous gift, and I am sure you will love it. As he spoke, he produced a green fruit, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air. The surface of the fruit even radiated a mystical glow. At the sight of this fruit, the crowd erupted in a stir. My heavens! The Yinkan fruit! The Luo family truly spares no expense. This is worth nearly 30 million in the market. It is a sacred medicine produced in the ancient forests of Zhedong Lingxiu. It is said to cure all ailments. So miraculous. What about old Master Zhong's cancer? Cancer cannot be cured. However, it may help alleviate the condition. Looking at the Yinkan fruit, old Master Zhong appeared quite moved and remarked, the Luo family is thoughtful. I graciously accept this token of goodwill. Luo Tianxiang chuckled, Old Master. There is no need to think too much of it. It is merely what a younger generation ought to do. Yet, he turned his gaze to Jiang Nan. But what about you? Attending old Master's birthday without even a gift? Have you come merely to feast? His gaze fell pointedly upon Jiang Nan. Zhong Yinxue's face turned cold. Xiaonan was brought by me. Do you have any objections? Direct them at me. No need for your sarcasm here. Grandpa, Xiaonan just learned about your birthday and wasn't he adequately prepared? As Zhong Yinxue attempted to defend Jiang Nan, Luo Tianxiang sneered. Prepared? A street vendor at a night market, a clown who relies on breaking bricks to draw attention, even if he were to prepare something. What could it possibly be? Handheld pancakes? Grilled cold noodles? Jiang Nan, this is not a place you should be. A murmur of discussion rippled through the crowd. What? Is he trying to leverage his past connection with Zhong Yinxue to climb onto the Zhong family ash tree? In an instant, the way the crowd looked at Jiang Nan changed. Disdain, mockery, and derision abounded. Old Master Zhong did not intervene. Rather, he watched the unfolding scene with keen interest. Zhong Yinxue felt a surge of anger. So what if he is a street vendor? Xiaonan has never relied on anyone as he grew up. I will not permit you to speak of him that way. But Jiang Nan grinned. Xiao Xue, don't be angry. Who said I came unprepared? My gift is of considerable value. I ventured into the Tianqi Lingxiu, battled a golden-grade earth-devouring bear. Surviving a near-death experience, I brought forth an unparalleled treasure. That so-called yinken fruit doesn't even compare. Luo Tianxiang scoffed. Then let us see it. Otherwise, your words are but empty claims. Jiang Nan, I want to allow you to demean yourself. Luo Tianxiang. You bastard. Chapter 80. The invincible diamond Luo Tianxiang was on the verge of exploding. Why was it that Jiang Nan could always counter him? He exclaimed, all right. I am eager to see what you can present that can rival my yinken fruit. Jiang Nan replied mysteriously, let me tell you. This treasure of mine is truly formidable. It cures all ailments. It replenishes energy and blood. It is incredibly restorative. Upon hearing this, curiosity swept through the crowd. Could it really be that miraculous? Could it even cure old Zhong's lung cancer? Even Zhong's father and mother began to take interest. However, Zhong Yinxue knew that Jiang Nan had not prepared any birthday gift. He had only been informed of the banquet recently. Had she known earlier, she would have arranged something for him. This thought filled her with a sense of guilt. Xia Yu was equally intrigued, having been swept up by Jiang Nan's boasting. Eager to discover what he would produce, Jiang Nan then delved into his spatial dimension, rummaging around. Everyone was momentarily stunned. A space-type ability? Was this bred a space-type? Even old Zhong was taken aback. There were fewer than 10 such abilities worldwide, and in China, there was only one, Li Daodian. Jiang Nan was indeed a rare space-type. Just as everyone was astonished by Jiang Nan's space ability, he finally produced something. He held it in his palm, treating it with utmost reverence, and presented it to the crowd. Everyone's gaze fell upon him, curious. Suddenly, Jiang Nan opened his hand dramatically. The crowd was left dumbfounded. There lay a thumb-sized ginseng baby, appearing severely malnourished. It looked pitifully shriveled, with only a few whiskers remaining. Its appearance was utterly atrocious. Zhong Yinxue covered her face, utterly embarrassed. Xia Yao was speechless. Zhong's parents were equally taken aback. And old Zhong's expression turned to one of confusion. Are you joking with a child? Is this ginseng even as large as a piece of spicy strip? And you treat it like a treasure? It's supposed to replenish energy and blood? Who are you trying to fool? Luo Tianxiang burst into laughter, nearly choking on his amusement. Are you serious? You're treating this minuscule ginseng as a precious item? It's barely enough to fit between your teeth. Jiang Nan responded nonchalantly. If this isn't enough to fill your gaps, then your gaps must be quite large. Luo Tianxiang retorted, that's not what I meant. What do you mean by large gaps? The audience erupted in laughter. Xia Yao nudged Jiang Nan, whispering, hey, are you serious? If you can't produce a birthday gift, no one will blame you. Jiang Nan calmly replied, do I appear to be joking? Xia Yao pressed, when have you ever been serious? Jiang Nan. Luo Tianxiang sneered, what can that pathetic thing compare to my yinken fruit? Replenishing energy and blood? It looks like it was dug up from some vegetable garden. If you can't produce something worthwhile, don't embarrass yourself here. Jiang Nan smiled brightly, what if it's useful? Luo Tianxiang scoffed, pointing at the marble table. If it's useful, I'll eat this table. What if it's not? Xia Yao stared intently at Jiang Nan, sensing something familiar about this wager. All right. If it's not useful, I'll kneel and call you daddy. Jiang Nan roared confidently. Luo Tianxiang coldly stated, you said it. Meanwhile, Xia Yao began contemplating how one might eat a marble table. Old Zhong interjected, let us not escalate matters, everyone. Jiang Nan's intention is sincere, and I shall accept this gift. Jiang Nan, squinting with a smile, said, come, old Zhong. Open wide. Old Zhong hesitated. What? Must we eat it now? I must admit, I'm a bit anxious. This shriveled ginseng is quite a sight. Is it poisonous? He wondered. What do you two have to do with my bet? Luo Tianxiang urged. Just give it a try. If it doesn't work, I still have my yinken fruit. Old Zhong was taken aback. What? Why are you dragging me into this? Reluctantly. He took it and placed it in his mouth, chewing. It's a bit sweet? Zhong's father inquired. Father, how does it taste? Not much of a sensation. In an instant, all eyes turned to Jiang Nan. Luo Tianxiang sneered, "Where's the effect?" Jiang Nan retorted, "Have you ever seen someone eat a laxative and immediately need to go? There's bound to be a process, and you should know that." Luo Tianxiang's face turned red with fury. Old Zhong began to panic. "What? A laxative? Is this ginseng reliable?" At that moment, the effeminate Gao Jin approached. "You all are quite entertained. I can no longer watch. Is that pitiful ginseng all you can present? Do you look down on old Zhong? Old Zhong, you will surely love this." He produced an exquisitely packaged ring box, opened it, revealing a magnificent blue diamond, roughly the size of a pigeon's egg. The crowd gasped, stunned into silence. Is that the famed heart of the ocean? Not long ago, it had fetched a staggering 70 million at an auction in England. It had been purchased by the Gao family. Luo Tianxiang's expression darkened. The heart of the ocean had overshadowed his Yinkin fruit. Jiang Nan protested, "And my ginseng is worthless? You think this trinket is impressive? A diamond that's small, not even a pound, and you dare offer it to old Zhong?" Gao Jin was momentarily speechless. Zhong's couple stared in disbelief. Zhong Yinxue was aghast, and Xia Yao frantically gestured. "That's the heart of the ocean." Gao Jin laughed heartily. "Not even a pound? Do you price your diamonds by weight? This is the heart of the ocean. Please, spare us the embarrassment. Don't make a fool of yourself." Jiang Nan scoffed. "What's wrong with the heart of the ocean? If that's what you all fancy, why not say so? This is all quite the hassle. I have a larger one." With that, he extracted a diamond the size of a human head from his spatial dimension and placed it on the marble table, creating a dent. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent, stunned at the sight of the enormous diamond. Whoa, whoa. Gao Jin nearly popped his eyes out. What in the world? That is a massive diamond. It must weigh 5 pounds. Do you actually price diamonds by weight? Moreover, it had been intricately carved to resemble a lifelike human head. What sorcery was this? Jiang Nan proclaimed, "Please enjoy. What should I call it? The heart of the ocean has such an impressive name. I ought to have one too. Please enjoy. The invincible diamond." Gao Jin, you're seriously naming it that? What an absurd name. Chapter 81. Old Master Zhong is surprisingly vigorous. The crowd was astonished, their gazes fixed upon Jiang Nan. Zhong Yinxue and Xia Yao exchanged bewildered glances. Where on earth did Jiang Nan procure such a massive diamond? Hadn't he mentioned extracting it from the spiritual ruins? Could it possibly be true? Gao Jin scoffed dismissively. Nonsense. My family has been in the jewelry business for generations, and I've never heard of a diamond of such size. The largest is the Cullinan diamond from South Africa, weighing over 3,000 carats, which is just a little over a pound, valued at $75 billion. A 5-pound diamond? Are you trying to fool us? Luo Tianxiang chimed in sarcastically. In this day and age, even glass can be passed off as diamond? Your standards are pitiful. Many guests echoed his sentiments, mocking the idea of a 5-pound diamond, suggesting it was merely a glass orb. Jiang Nan shrugged with disdain. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Gao Jin sneered. Whether it's real or not, we can easily find out. I recall that Brother Zhong has some expertise in gem identification. Why not verify its authenticity? Old Master Zhong chuckled. I might embarrass myself, but I am curious to ascertain whether this diamond is genuine. He stepped forward, producing a set of professional equipment from his pocket. Using a magnifying glass, he began his inspection. Zhong Yinxue's heart raced, while Xia Yao shot him frantic glances, fearing the diamond might indeed be glass. Jiang Nan remained unfazed. Why would I have such a large piece of glass? Xia Yao gasped. Is it really a diamond? Jiang Nan shrugged nonchalantly. As old Master Zhong examined the stone, his astonishment grew, and his expression turned serious. Rising to his feet, he declared, it is indeed genuine, and of the highest quality without any impurities. Such a large diamond, sculpted into a portrait, holds an immeasurable value. At this revelation, the crowd fell silent. Disbelief etched on their faces. No one dared to question old Master Zhong's words. He was a revered authority in the gem industry. A 5-pound diamond, authentic? Was this even conceivable? Gao Jin's face contorted with disbelief, while Luo Tianxiang's mind buzzed with confusion regarding Jiang Nan's source. All eyes shifted towards Jiang Nan, their perceptions altered. With such a treasure, how could he merely be a street vendor? Please, young brother, take this precious gem back. It would be unwise to display something so valuable so openly. Jiang Nan replied, I already stated it's a gift for Old Master Zhong. You should keep it. Old Master Zhong was momentarily taken aback. The Cullinan diamond, weighing just over a pound, had a value of $75 billion. What could the 5-pound invincible diamond be worth? This is indeed quite precious, he admitted. Jiang Nan waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing. I have over 200 pounds more. The crowd nearly choked on their disbelief. What on earth? He had over 200 pounds of diamonds? Their worldviews were crumbling. Xia Yao's expression was one of utter incredulity. She realized that Jiang Nan was truly one of a kind. Whether it was spirit pearls or diamonds, he measured everything by weight. Where did you even get that much? Do you really have over 200 pounds? She whispered. Zhong Yinxue cast him an inquiring glance. Didn't I mention? I dug it up from the spiritual ruins. You still don't believe me? Jiang Nan insisted, twisting the diamond head off, revealing that a robust man had transformed into a diamond. 200 pounds is an understatement. Xia Yao was rendered speechless. Old Master Zhong, seeing that Jiang Nan had no intention of retracting his statement, solemnly remarked, Young brother, this favor will be remembered by the Zhang family. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Xia Yao shot a triumphant glare at Gao Jin and Luo Tianxiang. What now? You can't say anything this time, can you? The two were indeed at a loss for words, their resentment simmering. Old Master Zhong laughed heartily. Well done. Indeed. One should never judge a book by its cover. Jiang Nan interjected. What do you mean by that? How am I not to be judged by my appearance? Explain yourself. Just then, Yu Xiangnan approached gracefully, a smile gracing her lips. Her tattered attire drew the attention of everyone present. Xia Yao swiftly covered Jiang Nan's eyes, exclaiming, Children shouldn't see such things. Jiang Nan protested, Why cover my eyes? What's wrong with looking? Yu Xiangnan laughed. Old Master, you will surely adore this imperial green ring. Just a little token for me. Old Master Zhong grinned. The girl is quite charming. Yu Xiangnan sweetly smiled, kneeling down. Here, Old Master. Let me put it on for you. As she crouched, her figure was accentuated, drawing the gaze of many gentlemen who averted their eyes. Fearing the consequences of lingering too long, Jiang Nan coughed. 1 pound of diamond. Can I get a peek? Xia Yao pouted. No peeking. Don't think you can bribe me. Meanwhile, Yu Xiangnan prepared to place the ring on Old Master Zhong's finger. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in shock. A wave of warmth surged through him, flushing his face crimson. The crowd gasped. What? Why is the Old Master blushing? Could it be due to Yu Xiangnan? Old Master Zhong, seasoned by experience, managed to suppress the overwhelming sensation, thinking to himself that this was a dire situation. At 70, how could he be affected by a young girl? Yet, the more he suppressed it, the stronger the sensation grew. Unable to contain himself, a torrent of blood erupted from his nostrils, sending him reeling backward. The force propelled him into a wild spin, and the sudden rush of blood transformed his wheelchair into a makeshift rocket, careening backward out of control. The scene left everyone in shock. A stunned silence enveloping the room for a full 10 seconds before someone exclaimed, Old Master Zhong is impressive. Still vigorous at 70. Incredible! The crowd marveled at the spectacle, questioning how even at his age, he could be so easily overwhelmed by temptation. Yu Xiangnan stood frozen, her face flushed with embarrassment, replaying the moment in her mind. Could it be that the Old Master truly had feelings for her? What was to be done? Old Master Zhong, recovering, sprang to his feet, clutching his nose, and cursed. To hell with this vigor. What kind of nonsense is this? From Zhongshan, 1,000 resentment points. From Zhongshan. Chapter 82. Has cancer been cured? Jiang Nan chuckles to himself. Didn't I tell you not to judge a book by its cover? Didn't I tell you that my nose is just a nose and my eyes are merely eyes? Mua. Look at the wildly refreshing resentment list. How delightful. Jiang Nan felt quite at ease. At this very moment, Old Master Zhong was drenched in blood, an alarming sight. He could barely cover it with his hand, as it gushed like a small fountain from between his fingers. Old Master Zhong was in a panic. Having lived over 70 years, he had never witnessed a nosebleed of such magnitude. It was more forceful than a high-pressure water gun. In just a short while, he had lost 2 or 3 pounds of blood. Surely, he wouldn't perish like this? Celebrating a birthday turned into a day of mourning? That would be too much. What the hell? The nosebleed shows no signs of stopping? How long has Old Master Zhong held this in? His late wife had passed away early, leaving him alone for so many years, which is quite pitiful. He hadn't even found a companion for himself. A good man indeed. TSK, TSK, TSK. And yet, he was over 70. Old Master Zhong exclaimed, "I'm not holding back any longer." Today, he had completely lost face. What a coincidence, right? It just had to happen while his granddaughter was kneeling down to put on his ring. The Zhang couple wore expressions of embarrassment. What on earth was happening with their elder? Quick, call an ambulance. At this rate, he would bleed out. Dying from a nosebleed? One must admit, that's a rather absurd way to go. Then old Master Zhang shouted, "Don't bother with the ambulance. Come back. I feel perfectly fine." Everyone? Gao Jin interjected. "We must not take this lightly. It could very well be a moment of clarity. Hurry to the hospital." Old Master Zhang retorted, "What the hell are you talking about? Moment of clarity, my foot." He then bellowed, "I said I'm fine. Bring me a tea mug." Old Master Zhang ceased to cover his nose, allowing the blood to flow freely into the tea mug with a splashing sound. The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded. In less than 2 minutes, one large tea mug was filled to the brim. They quickly fetched another mug to continue collecting. Luo Tianxiang seized the opportunity, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Nan. "Speak. Was it you? Did you intentionally poison old Master Zhang? What on earth did you feed him?" In an instant, all eyes turned to Jiang Nan, each gaze filled with suspicion. After all, this was no trivial matter. If something truly went awry, it would be catastrophic. Jiang Nan shrugged nonchalantly. "You're making a fuss over nothing. This is a good thing. I've said it before, it replenishes energy and blood. Extremely effective." The crowd fell silent. Replenishing energy and blood didn't quite work this way. Did it? Was it really that potent? Just that tiny piece of ginseng could be so effective? Old Master Zheng's face darkened. "Today, I've fallen into your trap." Jiang Nan chuckled. "Don't mind the details. The important thing is old Master's health. A cure for all ailments isn't merely a saying. Try it for yourself." Zhongshan hesitated, suddenly recalling that he had just performed a backflip. At over 70, still able to execute a backflip? Unbelievable. Defying nature, he held the tea mug and, amidst the astonished stares of everyone, performed another backflip. The Zhong couple were stunned. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao both covered their mouths in disbelief. Was this truly not a dream? Jiang Nan was also left speechless. "Old Master, you're astonishing. Have you unlocked some divine power? You're incredible. Respecting the laws of nature would be wise, wouldn't it? Over 70 and still capable of a backflip? Not a drop of blood spilled from the tea mug? In his youth, he must have been quite the athlete." Before anyone could recover from their shock, old Master Zhong inhaled deeply, then exhaled. He became utterly still. I think I'm cured." As soon as these words left his lips, everyone froze. They understood the implication, cured, as in, the cancer was gone. Old Master Zhong stammered. Really cured?" Zhong Yingshue's voice trembled with anxiety. "Grandpa Zhong, are you certain?" Zhongshan nodded firmly. He knew his body best. Previously, in the late stages of lung cancer, even breathing had caused him pain. But now, his breaths were smooth and strong, filled with energy. It felt as if all ailments had vanished, bringing back a sense of youth. However, this nosebleed was indeed quite bothersome. Tears welled in Zhong Yingshue's eyes as she threw herself into Zhongshan's embrace, filled with joy. Old Master Zhong expressed heartfelt gratitude. "Young brother, this remedy is akin to a rebirth for my father and the Zhong family. This kindness will be eternally remembered. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask the Zhong family, whether it be money or anything else, as long as it is within my power." Old Master Zhong waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not get carried away. He didn't do this for such things." Zhong father smiled wryly. "I was indeed short-sighted. A 5-pound diamond can be given away at will. How could Jiang Nan be in need of money?" Jiang Nan. "Come on. I'm just that shallow." "What do you mean? Not for this. I'm absolutely here for that. Of course I need money. I want red bills. I want pocket change." "Old Master, I see you're doing this on purpose. Must you be so considerate? Have you misunderstood?" Jiang Nan's mind was in turmoil, but now that they had said it, what could he do? It's nothing. It's all good. As long as Xiao Xue is happy. Zhong Yingshue's heart melted as she gazed at Jiang Nan. Her eyes filled with warmth. This precious ginseng, he had risked his life to bring it from the spirit ruins, to give it away freely to cure the old man. How could she not be moved? Jiang Nan, noticing the tenderness in Zhong Yingshue's gaze, felt a twinge of guilt. Indeed, women are prone to imagination. It wasn't as arduous as one might think. Just a lucky draw. At that moment, Luo Tianxiang glared at Zhong Yingshue's gaze towards Jiang Nan, trembling with rage. He was almost grinding his steel teeth. A piece of ginseng cured lung cancer? And that 5-pound diamond, compared to Jiang Nan, his yinkong fruit was utterly insignificant. Just then, Jiang Nan approached the marble table. He tapped it with his finger. This would likely be hard to chew if eaten raw. How about we grind it up and mix it with water? What do you say, Luo Xiao? I'll add a meal for you tonight. I'm telling you, this dish is quite tough. Luo Tianxiang's forehead bulged with veins, his face turning crimson with anger. A nearly new marble table. How could the dish not be tough? It's absolutely hard. Grind it into powder and mix it with water? It truly had to be consumed? Luo Tianxiang glanced around, realizing all eyes were on him. The stares were so intense they made him feel utterly humiliated, more so than when he had a bowel movement in the elevator. He regretted his impulsive decision to gamble with Jiang Nan. Just wait until I get to Songyang Linwu. You'll see. With that, he stormed out of the banquet hall, unable to bear the shame any longer. Jiang Nan, in a calm tone, remarked, Old Master Zhong, with such offerings, do you think I am unworthy of Xiaoxue? What the Luo family can provide, I, Jiang Nan, can provide too. What they cannot, I, Jiang Nan, can surely offer. As these words echoed through the hall, silence enveloped the room. For those who appreciate this, remember to give a 5-star review, add it to your shelf, and encourage updates. Sending you all love. Mua. Chapter 83. A hushed silence enveloped the room at Jiang Nan's utterance, resonating with an air of confidence that bordered on arrogance. Yet, one could not deny the veracity of his words. His extraordinary spatial abilities were truly rare in the world, and his stage extended far beyond the confines of Jiang City. It encompassed the entire globe. Ultimately, it was the elderly Lord Zhong who let out a long sigh. Xiaoxue was originally my adopted daughter. Without any ties to the Zhong family, I had little time left to live, and should I perish, her life in the Zhong household would be fraught with difficulties. Thus, I hoped to facilitate a union with the Luo family, providing her with a semblance of support to shield her from adversity. As he spoke, Lord Zhong cast a disdainful glance at the Zhong couple, who bowed their heads in shame. The Zhong family's fortunes were built by Zhong Shan's relentless efforts, and he was well aware of the underlying dynamics. It appears I still have a considerable time ahead of me. I shall not meddle in the affairs of the younger generation. You are free to pursue your own paths. Zhong Shan patted Jiang Nan on the shoulder, and their gazes locked, each comprehending the unspoken sentiments within the other's eyes. However, the blood streaming from Zhong Shan's nose did somewhat detract from the gravity of the moment. Jiang Nan flashed a radiant smile, reassuring, Rest easy, old man. Zhong Yinxue could no longer hold back her tears, biting her lip as she wiped her eyes. A sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Xia Yao stepped forward to offer comfort. The old man's declaration had finally lifted the burden that Zhong Yinxue had carried for years. How could she not be moved? Jiang Nan's emergence was solely for her benefit. His usual playful demeanor, a source of both affection and frustration, had inadvertently resolved many of her predicaments. He had never disappointed anyone. Her heart melted at the thought. She yearned to embrace Jiang Nan, to cherish this moment. Yet, with so many witnesses, she felt too bashful to act on her impulse. At that moment, the gazes of all present shifted towards Jiang Nan, their perceptions irrevocably altered. His healing of Lord Zhong's cancer was akin to a miraculous rebirth for the Zhong family. The 2 pats on his shoulders sufficed to convey a multitude of unspoken sentiments. With a grim expression, Lord Zhong remarked, "By the way, is this nosebleed ever going to cease?" "In just a short time. I've lost enough blood to fill 8 large teacups. If this were a blood donation, I'd surely earn a medal." Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly, "Do not concern yourself with such trifles. Men have their days each month." "Lord Zhong?" Xia Yao stifled her laughter. Her face flushed and her body trembling with suppressed mirth, even pinching her thigh to refrain from bursting into laughter. "Is Lord Zhong not concerned about his dignity?" From Zhong Shan's resentment points 1000. Although he should be overwhelmed with gratitude for curing my cancer, why do I feel an urge to punch him? The banquet continued until after 10 o'clock, but Lord Zhong excused himself early, ultimately heading to the hospital with a teacup in hand, not out of fear of bleeding out, but rather for a thorough health checkup. The results astounded the doctors. He was in perfect health. They had never encountered such a robust septuagenarian. After the festivities, Jiang Nan and Xia Yao waited in the car, while Zhong Inxue remained behind to bid farewell to the guests. Jiang Nan sat in the vehicle, fidgeting with impatience. He glanced at the time, 10:43, still early. No need for haste. Xia Yao, curious, inquired, "Why do you keep checking the time? Are you anxious to return home?" Jiang Nan's expression turned serious as he responded, "I have a promise to fulfill. It is my duty, my mission." "Xia Yao? What on earth? It's so late. Where could you possibly be going?" Jiang Nan, "To accomplish an unfinished endeavor." Suddenly, Xia Yao's expression shifted to one of disdain. "You're not planning to meet that Jiang Nan, are you? TSK. No wonder she keeps looking at you." Jiang Nan's face flushed with embarrassment. "You're talking nonsense." Xia Yao, with a devilish grin, teased, "Am I? Then why the blush?" Jiang Nan stammered, "I had too much to drink." Xia Yao rolled her eyes. "After downing 107 bottles, you dare say you're drunk? Spare me the lies. Why is your face so sweaty?" Jiang Nan replied, It's too hot in here. We are in a Rolls-Royce with air conditioning. Do you think it's just for show? Hurry, confess." Jiang Nan felt the pressure mounting. If she continued to pry, he would surely be exposed. Glancing at the clock, 11 o'clock sharp, he thought, "Wait for me," and vanished in an instant. Xia Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Hey, you're really going?" At the Century Hotel, room 69, Jiang Nan was in a state of turmoil. Thoughts swirled in her mind. Will he actually come? Have I mistaken him for a waiter? How infuriating. Now that he has cured Lord Zhong, such a handsome man, surely he wouldn't come? What if he did arrive? Oh dear, this is so distressing. As her thoughts spiraled, a sound at the door interrupted her reverie, followed by footsteps. Jiang Nan gasped, "Is that really Jiang Nan?" Her face turned as red as an apple, anxiety coursing through her. With newfound resolve, she thought, "He is here, so let us proceed." Jiang Nan nodded eagerly. "Let us begin. Just a moment while I find a video to show you." "Jiang Nan? We need to watch a video?" Jiang Nan pulled out his phone, opening a video featuring Luo Tianxiang. Jiang Nan's expression morphed into one of disbelief as she watched the footage, her face turning pale. Jiang Nan gasped, ugh, 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 ugh. Turn it off. This is utterly revolting." She retched. Even through the screen, she could sense the abhorrent odor. Jiang Nan chuckled softly. "Now you know who he really is. To be cautious. He's quite the unpredictable character. One day he might." With that, he vanished without a trace. Jiang Nan? What on earth? You come to my room at this hour just to show me Luo Tianxiang's appalling video? I've been fretting all this time for nothing. How utterly humiliating. Are you even human? From Jiang Nan's resentment points 1,000. In the next instant, Jiang Nan reappeared in the car, where Zhong Inxue had just returned. Xia Yao stared, astonished. "How did you return so quickly? Was it only 3 minutes?" Jiang Nan retorted, "What do you mean 3 minutes? What is the big deal?" Zhong Inxue, curious, asked, "Where did you go, Nan?" Xia Yao, with a mischievous grin, chimed in, "Why don't you ask him? It was only 3 minutes. TSK. Jiang Nan protested. "What 3 minutes? I went to see Jiang Nan and showed her the video of Luo Tianxiang. What did you think I was doing?" "Pfft, your thoughts are so unhealthy." Xia Yu was momentarily stunned, then her face flushed. "He went out at this hour just to show Jiang Nan that video?" "Pfft, haha, I was wrong. It's my fault." "Nan, you're too wicked." Zhong Inxue, bewildered, asked, "What video?" Jiang Nan and Xia Yu replied in unison, "It's a secret." Zhong Inxue? Chapter 84. Through Wind and Rain. The night market awaits you. Jiang Nan certainly could not allow Zhong Inxue to view the video. That would surely taint her innocent eyes. Observing the mischievous smiles exchanged between Jiang Nan and Xia Yao left Zhong Inxue feeling perplexed. What mischief were they conspiring behind her back? "Let us go home," she declared. "All right," Jiang Nan replied cheerfully. As Zhong Inxue sat in the passenger seat, She admired Jiang Nan's adept driving skills and suddenly exclaimed, "Xiao Nan, I wish to learn how to drive too." Xiaoyao interjected, "Shuai. Don't you already have a license? Why would you need to learn?" Zhong Yingshue's cheeks flushed. Having a license is one thing, but knowing how to drive is another. "With Xiao Nan joining our team, we can take the car into the Lingshu realm, but I want to be able to drive. I want to learn." Xiaoyao chuckled. "Sure, I'll teach you." Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. "You, the clumsy one, better not. With wings on the car, you'd probably take off. You don't even pay attention to the road." He couldn't help but recall the horrific state of the Koenigsegg Blue Phantom's undercarriage after one of Xiaoyao's escapades. "Ah, you wretched Jiang Nan. I'll strangle you." From Xiaoyao's resentment level 1000. Wait, focus on driving. Meanwhile, in a hotel room, Luo Tianxiang was in a frenzy. Smashing objects and howling towards the heavens, his eyes bloodshot. This was the epitome of impotent rage. Just then, his phone rang. "Hello, son, is your girl with you?" Luo Tianxiang was taken aback. "Yes. Why is Dad looking for my cousin?" Luo father replied, "Tell you girl to come to the company tomorrow. We have a 1 billion deal to discuss with her family. We're here for old Master Zheng's birthday in this business matter. Don't neglect her, understood?" Luo Tianxiang was stunned. 1 billion? That was no trivial sum. He smacked his chest. "Don't worry, Dad. Leave it to me." Luo father's face darkened. "Don't you dare. For your sake, I even replaced the company elevator. What sins did I commit in my past life to have you as my son?" Meanwhile, Jiang Nan had just left. Yu Xiangnan recalled the earlier scene, her face turning crimson with embarrassment. How mortifying. But thinking back on the video, any interest was completely gone. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed, and Yu Xiangnan frowned. Who could be visiting at this hour? Jiang Nan again? The thought sparked a flicker of excitement, and she hurried to open the door. "Luo Tianxiang, cousin." My dad said Yu Xiangnan's expression morphed into one of sheer terror. She instinctively took 2 steps back, covering her mouth in shock. "Ugh, Luo Tianxiang? What the heck? Is it that bad? Did I really repulse her that much?" "Cousin, are you unwell?" he asked, attempting to enter. Yu Xiangnan retreated further, frantically pushing him away. "Quick, get out. Don't come in. You're absolutely disgusting. If there's nothing else, just leave." "Ugh, Luo Tianxiang? I'm disgusting. Where is this coming from?" His face darkened completely. He had been fine moments ago at the hotel. How could she suddenly look at him with such disdain? "Cousin, my dad said there's a 1 billion business deal to discuss. You need to come to the company tomorrow," Yu Xiangnan shouted. "Get lost. I don't know you, you disgusting person. What business are we discussing? You were in the company elevator. No way am I going to your company. It's beyond revolting. Get out. Just seeing you makes me want to vomit. I don't have a cousin like you." Bang. The door to her room slammed shut. Luo Tianxiang stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. How did she know about the elevator incident? Did Jiang Nan show her the video? The look of disdain she had given him was akin to gazing upon refuse. No business deal? 1 billion was at stake. Luo Tianxiang felt as though he might explode from frustration. His reputation, tarnished. And Jiang Nan had gone to his cousin's room, so late at night? Surely, nothing innocent could have transpired. He couldn't believe he had possibly been exposed through a video. Jiang Nan. Luo Tianxiang swore vengeance. His cries echoed throughout the hotel. "Hello? Son. Did you get the message? Dad, the 1 billion deal has fallen through? Luo father. Wang Defa? You little brat. I swear beep hanging up." Luo Tianxiang felt utterly defeated. Returning to his room, Jiang Nan was busy pouring energy drink into a bottle and patiently tying strands of spiritual chives into heart shapes. In recent times, he had many opportunities to set up a stall. His skill points and resentment levels were nearly depleted. Jiang Nan eagerly anticipated what fine items could arise from the beauty elixir. He planned to make a killing during the summer vacation. After all, tomorrow was Valentine's Day. Chives paired with energy drinks would surely sell like hotcakes. He couldn't help but wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. What could alleviate worries? Only the prospect of sudden wealth. He promptly pulled out his phone and posted on Weibo. "Nanshan, from my iPhone 11 Pro Max, through wind and rain. The night market awaits you. Tomorrow at 5 p.m. See you at the university town." Image. It was a meme featuring a pair of pins. The comments section erupted with fervent replies. I've been waiting for you so long that my flowers have wilted. I can't submit my assignments lately. Without chives, I can't survive. Transitioning to the university town? New stock incoming? Can't wait. The implications of the attached image are wild. I can almost smell the smoke. Silly face. Yesterday, I had chives with energy drink and took a yellow bean to detox. Guess what? You weren't halfway through when the brother upstairs still alive? Reading this, Jiang Nan's expression turned to one of fear. What the heck? This brother is something else. Energy drink, chives, and yellow beans? Jiang Nan visualized the scene and shuddered, hastily covering his face. Why would you consume detox beans when you have nothing to do? The brother replied, Yeah. The girlfriend is gone. The house is sold. No kidding, the hospital Wi-Fi is pretty fast. The brother who bought my house even stuffed me with 20,000 yuan, asking how I broke through the ceiling. Jiang Nan. What the heck? Was the force that immense? Did he really break through the ceiling? This implied the brother's girlfriend must have been in utter despair. In a panic, Jiang Nan quickly shut off his phone. Would he be killed when he set up his stall tomorrow? Thinking about it, the stall fee wants tea for nothing. Never mind. Nothing could deter him from setting up shop. Jiang Nan had a penchant for earning a little cash. Chapter 85. The Big-Tailed Wolf. Early the next morning, Jiang Nan rose at dawn, prepared a potent potion, and indulged in a delightful bath, while absorbing the energy of the spirit pearl. He was interrupted by Xia Yao's call. Xiaonan, I've forgotten my towel. Please fetch it from the second compartment of my wardrobe. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes, reluctant to move. He opened a spatial wormhole and retrieved a towel from Xia Yao's room, then reappeared in the bathroom to hand it over. Xia Yao was humming a tune, reveling in the sensations brought by her enhanced physical prowess, completely oblivious to the issues of land desertification. Suddenly, she felt a hand on her shoulder, causing her to turn in shock. A hand had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, brandishing a towel and waving it playfully. Xia Yao's eyes widened in terror, and she leaped from the bathtub, exclaiming, What is this? Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the living room. Clad only in a sports tank top, Xia Yao burst into Jiang Nan's room, her fair skin dotted with drops of water, her silver hair damp. Curiosity etched on her face, she inquired, Xiaonan, what was that just now? Was it your spirit technique? How could your hand emerge from the bathroom? With a radiant smile, Jiang Nan opened another spatial wormhole, allowing his hand to emerge from behind Xia Yao, closing the door with a flourish as she stared in astonishment. Xia Yao exclaimed, Is this truly a spatial spirit technique? Aren't there limitations on spatial spirit pearls in the country? How did you acquire this? Jiang Nan chuckled. I have connections. Skeptical, Xia Yao pouted and warned. You mustn't open spatial wormholes carelessly, understand? We need to prevent any midnight surprises from me or Shue. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. With your sleeping posture, even if I tried, you wouldn't wake up. Blushing, Xia Yao recalled the incident of being sealed like a zongzi, grinding her teeth in frustration. Humph, letting you be so arrogant. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, so you know what it means to be defeated. Come, be my sparring partner. Jiang Nan was bewildered. Sparring partner? What on earth? Xia Yao dragged him to the third floor of the villa, revealing a treasure trove of fitness equipment and a wrestling mat at the center. At that moment, Zhong Yingxue was also clad in workout attire, glistening with sweat on the treadmill, and smiled at the two of them. Jiang Nan's expression grew serious. He recognized that Xia Yao and Zhong Yingxue's impressive rankings in Songjiang Lingwu were not merely coincidental. It was evident they had trained diligently. Xia Yao, brimming with excitement, assumed a fighting stance on the wrestling mat, proclaiming, Come, sister will teach you a lesson. The loser will get their head flicked. Jiang Nan grinned mischievously. Are you serious? Xia Yao, sensing an ominous premonition from Jiang Nan's smile, declared, No spirit techniques allowed. No teleportation either. All right, he agreed. Xia Yu laughed confidently. Knowing her prowess in hand-to-hand combat was formidable, honed through countless trials in the spirit realm over 3 years. Today, she was determined to reclaim her dominance and deliver 100 head flicks. In a flash, Xia Yao lunged forward, her speed astonishing, like a silver specter. She aimed a punch at Jiang Nan's eye, catching him off guard. So fast? He thought, but it was not enough. Jiang Nan stepped forward, bending low, using his shoulder to brace against Xia Yao's abdomen. With a swift twist, he maneuvered behind her, lifting her effortlessly in a move reminiscent of pulling a radish from the ground. Xia Yao felt the world spin as she was thrown to the ground. Just as she attempted to rise, Jiang Nan locked her arms and flattened her out with a Kimura lock. "What is happening? I can't move," Xia Yao exclaimed, bewildered. Zhong Yingxue was equally astonished, nearly stumbling off the treadmill in disbelief. She was well aware of Xia Yao's skills. Almost no one could match her in close combat. Yet, in mere seconds, Jiang Nan had subdued her. His movements and reactions were impeccable. "Do you concede?" Jiang Nan asked. Xia Yao's cheeks flushed. "That doesn't count. I wasn't warmed up." As Jiang Nan released her, she immediately aimed a punch at his eye again. "Ah, so it's a sneak attack?" Jiang Nan seized her fist and executed a shoulder throw, causing her to wince in pain. Before she could react, he swiftly applied a chokehold. Xia Yao resignedly tapped his arm. "Wow, are you cheating? How can you be so strong? Where did you learn this?" Frustrated, Xia Yao had intended to teach Jiang Nan a lesson, only to find herself being used as a punching bag. Is it really fair for a spatial controller to be this strong in close combat? Jiang Nan grinned. "I won't tell you." Xia Yao huffed. "I refuse to accept this. Today, I'm determined to flick your head." With a sudden surge of energy, Xia Yao stood up, her spirit energy flaring. Zhong Yingxue cautioned, "Xiaoyao, you." Xia Yao transformed dramatically. Her beautiful eyes turned into silver slits, furry wolf ears sprouted from her head, and 3 silver stripes appeared on her cheeks, resembling whiskers. Her nails sharpened, her figure became more alluring, and a fluffy silver wolf tail emerged from behind her. She had undergone beast transformation. Jiang Nan was left speechless, mesmerized by her transformation. Wolf ears, a long silver tail. Her figure is astonishingly alluring. Is this Xia Yao's beast transformation? My goodness. In that moment, Xia Yao seized the opportunity to charge at Jiang Nan, her fist landing squarely on his eye. "Finally, I succeeded," she exclaimed triumphantly. Jiang Nan, clutching his eye, grimaced. "I've learned my lesson. If I win, I want to touch your wolf tail." Xia Yao's face turned crimson. "In your dreams. You need to win first." Chapter 86. The Iron Fist of Love. Zhong Yingxue covered her face in disbelief. She never expected Xia Yao to resort to partial beast transformation for the sake of Jiang Nan. Wasn't that just bullying an honest person? Jiang Nan appeared serious. Not for anything else, but to fulfill his dream of touching a beast-eared maiden's tail. A man, driven by his aspirations, can unleash boundless strength. Xia Yao, in her beast form, experienced a comprehensive enhancement in physical abilities, her speed reaching a level where Jiang Nan could scarcely see her movements. Added skill points, 1000. Skill achievement, unarmed combat, intermediate LV0. For the sake of touching the tail, Jiang Nan was all in, pouring every last skill point he had into it. Yet, even so, Xia Yao still exerted considerable pressure on him. Meanwhile, Zhong Yingxue watched intently. Observing Jiang Nan's movements and techniques left her utterly mesmerized. It was as if he possessed foresight, able to anticipate Xia Yao's attack trajectory solely based on her initial moves. Evading gracefully, while even taking a moment to stroke her fluffy wolf ears. "Ah, just wait until I blacken your other eye," he teased. Come on. Zhong Yingxue sighed. "Must you be so mischievous?" However, what Jiang Nan displayed next was somewhat alarming. Instead of dodging Xia Yao's attacks, he harnessed her force, effortlessly tossing her aside with a mere flick of his wrist. His movements seemed to blend ancient martial arts, Sanda, MMA, and Muay Thai, shifting fluidly like an antelope's horns, untraceable yet executed with the ease of a master. Zhong Yingxue was entranced, unable to tear her gaze away. How could Jiang Nan possess such prowess? How old was he? How many surprises could he possibly bestow upon himself? Time slipped by unnoticed. Xia Yao was now dripping with fragrant sweat, panting heavily. Her silver hair dampened as beads of perspiration rolled down her cheeks. Except for the initial strike to Jiang Nan's eye, she hadn't landed a single blow on him since. At this rate, even if they fought until dawn, she would never touch him again. In a fit of frustration, she declared, "No more fighting. You can touch it now." Turning, she presented her tail to Jiang Nan. He gazed at the silvery, fluffy appendage, swallowing hard. I really get to touch it." Xia Yao rolled her eyes. "Fine. If I let you touch it, you must take responsibility." I want to learn your close combat techniques. Jiang Shiwei chimed in eagerly. I want to learn too. Jiang Nan patted his chest. No problem. Before him, the white wolf tail beckoned, and his expression melted with delight. A beast-eared maiden? This was the ultimate dream come true. He found himself momentarily at a loss. Yet, Xia Yao, growing impatient, urged, come on, touch it already. How embarrassing. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She pressed him further. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, letting his hand fall onto the tail, stroking it gently. Wow, so soft, so fluffy. This wolf tail is amazing. Xia Yao frowned, her entire being bristling with embarrassment, her face turning beet red. Jiang Nan was bemused, wondering why such a simple act would elicit such an intense reaction. Curiously, he pondered where exactly the tail originated from post-transformation. Was it an extension of the coccyx? As he contemplated, he suddenly grew serious. What exactly is the principle behind this tail? With that, he lifted the wolf tail, preparing to inspect it. You dare? Xia Yao exclaimed. In a flash, she reverted from her beast form, her face flushed with rage, and swung her tiny fist toward Jiang Nan's other eye. Jiang Nan widened his eyes. Oh, a sneak attack? Instinctively, he opened a spatial wormhole before his eye, and Xia Yao's tiny fist crashed through, emerging from the other side, colliding with her own eye instead, leaving it bruised. What? Oh no, Xiao Nan. I'll strangle you, she cried, lunging at him like a ravenous wolf. Jiang Nan, feeling guilty, coughed. I need to set up my stall. And in a flash, he vanished. Xia Yao turned to Jiang Shiwei, her eyes full of despair. Shiwei, is my eye blackened? Jiang Shiwei covered her face, giggling. Not too black. How infuriating. Xiao Nan, just you wait. Hey, big guy, I'm setting up my stall. Come over to the university town. Sure thing. I'll be there soon. Wu Liang was equally surprised. Jiang Nan called him to set up a stall? When they met in the bustling night market of the university town, Wu Liang was taken aback by Jiang Nan's bruised eye. What happened, Nango? Who hit you? Jiang Nan chuckled wryly. Domestic violence. Domestic violence. But hey, touching the tail wasn't a total loss. Just now, I'm not quite brave enough to go home. Otherwise, Xia Yao would surely tear me apart. But this didn't stop Jiang Nan from making some money. He had his own agenda for calling Wu Liang. That night, the night market in the university town saw a threefold increase in foot traffic. It was as if the place was packed to the brim, all because of Jiang Nan's presence. As soon as the two appeared, the entire night market erupted with excitement. Wow, Nanshan, what happened to your eye? Quick, make way for him. Despite the bruise, Jiang Nan's charm remained undeniable, and the crowd couldn't help but adore him. For some reason, this makes me feel satisfied, Jiang Nan thought. Can we not mention my eye? Upon his arrival, the once crowded crowd parted to form a path leading directly to his stall. A number of streamers had already set up their phones to capture the moment. Su Yuan was the first among them. Wu Liang was astonished. The magnetic pull Jiang Nan had was simply terrifying. Was it merely a stall he was setting up? Are you sure this isn't some sort of cult? A street stall cult? Before long, Jiang Nan had his stall set up, a small chair placed for himself. He displayed his wares, strength potions, detox yellow beans, spiritual leeks, and Haobao brand shorts, all available for sale. The leeks were even tied up in the shape of hearts, adorning the tops of the strength potion bottles. A clever marketing ploy. Yet, it was the Haobao brand shorts that truly stood out, boasting a wide variety of styles. Jiang Nan shouted at the top of his lungs. Come. The latest products are fresh out. Haobao shorts. Unbreakable, unterrible. Friends may betray you, girlfriends may betray you, but your shorts will never betray you. Priced at 10,000 apiece. The crowd was bewildered. What? Just a pair of shorts? They couldn't believe the extravagant claims. What kind of outrageous words are those? Is this a marketing scheme? 10,000 for a pair? Are these made of gold or something? Unbreakable? Unterrible? Are we keeping them as heirlooms? Chapter 87. The Side Effects of Haobao Shorts? As Jiang Nan unveiled his new product, the atmosphere was filled with derisive murmurs. The few female streamers brought by Su Yuan wore expressions of disappointment. The barrage of comments in the live stream read, Has Nanshan really lost his touch? After such a long absence, I thought he was saving up something spectacular. Selling a few rags for 10,000? Do you think we're fools? Nanshan has started to cash in. Su Yuan chimed in. Nanshan, I brought people to support you. These ladies came all this way for you. Don't let them down. The female streamers pouted, yet their cheeks flushed at the sight of the pile of shorts. Is it us who can't keep up with the trends? This is quite shocking. Jiang Nan scoffed. You know nothing. Wu Liang finally understood Jiang Nan's intentions for bringing him along. Was it time to showcase his magnificent physique? At this thought, excitement filled his face. With a swift motion, in the astonished gazes of the crowd, Wu Liang, nearly 2 meters tall, transformed into a towering 4-meter black bear. His jeans and short sleeves burst at the seams, delivering an unparalleled visual shock. In that moment, the entire venue fell silent. The onlookers were momentarily petrified, jaws nearly hitting the ground. My eyes. What on earth am I witnessing? My moral compass has been utterly shattered. How many scholarly resources must I consume to mend my wounded soul? Jiang Nan was equally bewildered. This isn't how it was supposed to go. He turned around to witness an unforgettable scene, a 4-meter-tall black bear clad in Pikachu-themed shorts. Wu Liang's bare face beamed with pride as he flexed his biceps in a bodybuilding pose. Jiang Nan exclaimed, What? Why is he back in Pikachu again? Hurry, change back. If you don't, you'll scare the children. Upon transforming back into human form, the crowd erupted in gasps. A muscular man standing 2 meters tall, paired with Pikachu attire, was simply explosive. Wu Liang relished the attention. Yes, this is the exhilarating sensation I yearned for. Jiang Nan pondered, has Wu Liang awakened another peculiar trait? Along with being a clothing-ripping maniac and a triangular tough guy, does he now possess the social butterfly syndrome? Su Yuan and the 2 female streamers were equally baffled. What kind of bizarre display was this? The live stream's comments section exploded. What a sight. Just missing a steel pole. Seizing the moment, Jiang Nan proclaimed. Did you all see that? These shorts are a boon for beast transformation abilities, allowing you to transform freely in battle, avoiding any awkwardness. A must-have for muscular men. Cute girls can't resist. Hulk approves. Trendy fashion with no worries. 10,000 each. Grab them quickly. They outshine the campus beauties. Jiang Nan's promotional pitch was relentless, leaving the listeners dizzy and yearning. Meanwhile, Wu Liang continued to transform, showcasing his muscles from every angle, truly captivating the crowd. In this university town, many students shared Wu Liang's concerns regarding their beast transformation abilities. The Hauke shorts perfectly address their dilemmas. Look at Wu Liang. Such a dramatic transformation. And his Pikachu fits him snugly. I want 2 pairs to alternate. Count me in for 3. A handsome guy chimed in. I'll take 1. Jiang Nan was astonished. 1 pair? That is hardly enough, my friend. You need a spare. The guy replied, if the front gets dirty, I can just flip it inside out. Jiang Nan was left in shock. What kind of competitor is this? With Wu Liang's display, Hauka shorts were selling like hotcakes. The 2 female streamers accompanying Su Yuan squatted down to select their pairs. One asked Jiang Nan, Nanshan, is there any discount for girls? I want this one. She held up a cherry Maruko design. Discount? No way. What's wrong with being a girl? Do you think girls with a little money are unattractive? Don't be so heartless. I'll wear it home and send you a picture. Will you give me a pair? The female streamer batted her eyelashes, sending coy glances. Su Yuan was taken aback. Wait, is this even possible? He covered his nose in anticipation. Jiang Nan, with a serious demeanor, said, discounts can be arranged. If you try it on here, I want to charge you. The female streamer's face darkened. Try it on here? Are you serious? With so many people around? Jiang Nan grinned mischievously. You're quite naughty. Su Yuan chuckled. Shaoqin, I'll cover the cost. Just send me the photo when you get home. Li Qin shot Su Yuan a glance. Not a chance. Su Yuan protested. Why not? Why does Jiang Nan get to see it, but not me? I'm paying. Jiang Nan beamed. Do you want to know the difference between us? Su Yuan, puzzled, asked, what difference? Jiang Nan pointed at Li Qin, then at himself. See that? That's elegance. Then he gestured from Li Qin to Su Yuan. And this? What is it? After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuan replied, is it a girl? Jiang Nan shook his head. No. It's a girl with a hint of clumsiness. That's the difference. Li Qin burst into laughter, tears streaming down her cheeks. Su Yuan was baffled. What do you mean? How is that a girl? Isn't it just a girl with a touch of clumsiness? This is absurd. At that moment, The once raucous crowd clamoring for Hawkeye shorts suddenly fell silent. Jiang Nan was taken aback. What is happening? He turned around, eyes widening in shock. Wu Liang had transformed back into human form, yet unlike before, this time the Hawkeye shorts did not revert with him. Instead, they lost their elasticity, sliding slowly down his body until they pooled around his ankles. Jiang Nan exclaimed. Wu Liang responded. Chapter 88. What kind of competitor is this? Not only were the onlookers bewildered, but even Jiang Nan was left in a daze. The crowd fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting into a cacophony of gasps and exclamations. The flashing lights and the sound of shutters were blinding, dazzling Jiang Nan's big eyes. What happened to the shorts? Wu Liang was left with no fabric covering him. No one could have anticipated such a ludicrous turn of events. Jiang Nan had been contemplating that the Hao brand shorts might be the best consolation prize available in the system, as they boasted no side effects. Little did he know that before he could even express his admiration, a shocking revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue. The side effect of the Hao brand shorts was a limited number of uses, approximately 30 times. Exceeding this limit would result in a loss of elasticity. How could this revelation come so late? Wu Liang was now completely exposed. At this moment, the male spectators instinctively covered their faces, shutting their eyes in embarrassment. While the only remedy for their mental pollution seemed to be to return home and immerse themselves in study. The young ladies screamed in shock, but couldn't help but sneak a glance. Meanwhile, the older women observed the scene with a mix of astonishment and commentary. Goodness! This young man! Oh my! This is even more shocking than my husband. Well, it was worth coming here after all. The 2 female streamers were utterly dumbfounded. What kind of competitor is this? From Wu Liang's resentment points 666. In contrast, the tall figure remained calm. He had seen worse storms. After all, he had experienced similar situations in the alley before. He just hadn't expected a second encounter to come so swiftly. Being the center of attention twice, both times because of Jiang Nan, Wu Liang's face darkened. Brother Nan, can you not create more trouble for me? Jiang Nan covered his face and handed Wu Liang a pair of shorts, saying, Stop talking. Just put these on. Wu Liang looked at the shorts Jiang Nan handed over and shook his head, insisting, I want the triangular ones. Jiang Nan was incredulous. What? At this moment? You're still concerned about square versus triangular? How stubborn can you be? Brother Nan, you don't understand. The triangular ones are a matter of faith. Jiang Nan retorted. Forget your faith. What if someone comes and arrests you for being a pervert? Ultimately, Jiang Nan managed to get Wu Liang into a pair of triangular shorts. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Jiang Nan addressed the crowd. I believe everyone has seen it. The Hao brand shorts have a limited number of uses, so please be cautious when using them. Just as Jiang Nan was explaining, sudden cries of horror erupted. Ah, ah. 2 female streamers and Su Yuan screamed as if they were being slaughtered. At that moment, the phone screens displayed a message. This live stream has been suspended. Please watch other streamers. Su Yuan was in tears. The 2 female streamers' faces contorted in despair. They had hoped to ride the wave of popularity, only to find themselves losing their own stream. Who could have anticipated that Wu Liang would inadvertently reveal his lack of shorts after all that display? Su Yuan cast a resentful glance at Jiang Nan. After previously being hit by a brick for seeking popularity, how had this time turned out so disastrous? From Su Yuan's resentment points 1,000. From Li Qin's resentment points 666. From Zhou Xiang's resentment points 999. Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle. This was none of my doing. You all came for the attention. Don't blame me. True to his seasoned nature. Jiang Nan swiftly shifted the subject. Don't just focus on buying shorts. Today is Valentine's Day, and we are launching a new product, the Power Chives. To enhance marital bliss and strengthen romantic relationships. A special Valentine's discount, only 15,000. At this moment, the crowd began to snap out of their fixation on the shorts. Upon hearing about the Power Chives, they didn't hesitate to pull out their wallets. Jiang Nan was taken aback. He had assumed they were all returning customers. Instead, the initial buyers turned out to be middle-aged women, fervently purchasing without bargaining. Looking up, he saw a group of men in their 30s and 40s standing by the roadside, each with a look of despair, gaunt features, as if they were on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, the middle-aged women appeared vibrant and radiant. Jiang Nan shivered at the sight. He couldn't help but recall the large dog named Wonkai from the neighbor's house. I wonder if he is off work yet. The older men shot Jiang Nan resentful glances. Meanwhile, the resentment points list was updating rapidly. Jiang Nan was overjoyed. There has never been land that has been overfarmed. Only oxen that have been overworked. Suddenly, a man in the crowd expressed confusion. Wait, this doesn't add up. Previously, the power was 11,000 per bottle. And the chives were 1,000 each. Together that should be 11,000. Why is the Valentine S special 15,000? What kind of shady operation is this? Reverse discount? Jiang Nan shrugged. No problem, it's a 14 discount. The man responded. I've heard of 90 off and 50 off. But have you ever heard of 14 off? Is this a discount that makes prices go up? From Wang Tianho's resentment points 666. Heartless merchant. Jiang Nan scoffed. Buy it or don't. It's your choice. The man sighed. I'll buy. What else can I do? If I don't buy, I want to be able to submit my homework. With that, a wave of university student couples began to approach, generously opening their wallets. Jiang Nan was raking in the profits. In just a short while, sales had surpassed 1 million. Just then, a familiar voice called out, Nanshan, save some for me. Save some for me. Zhang Wei pushed through the crowd with a girl at his side, finally making his way to the front. Come on, quickly call Nanshan. The girl was stylish, tall, dressed in a form-fitting skirt, and had flowing waves of hair, truly beautiful. This is my girlfriend, Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong flashed a sweet smile at Jiang Nan. I've met Nanshan. Jiang Nan was taken aback. Huh? I remember the last time you brought someone different, right? Jiang Hong paused, then shot Zhang Wei a fierce glare, followed by a sharp stomp of her high heel on his foot. Zhang Wei looked bewildered. Ouch. What do you mean it's not this one? Hey. Let us clarify this. I can't explain it. From Zhang Wei's resentment points 666. Those were my teammates, not my girlfriend. Nanshan, please don't mess with me. Zhang Wei was on the verge of tears. Jiang Nan beamed. So, do you still want the power? Zhang Wei replied grandly. Give me 3 buckets. I heard there is a new product. Jiang Nan casually tossed a bottle of power chives to him, winking. Chives with power, there is a surprise. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. A new product? He couldn't help but touch his shiny bald head and, without hesitation, took a bite of the chives. Jiang Nan, the group of older men by the roadside. Wow, brother, you're bold enough to eat it on the spot? Zhang Wei felt a surge of heat rising to his head, his eyes turning red. He grasped Jiang Hong's hand tightly. Hong, we have to go now. Jiang Hong asked. What's wrong? Something is terribly wrong. From Zhang Wei's resentment points 1000. Chapter 89. The next one. Jiang Hong, bewildered, was pulled away by Zhang Wei, feeling as though his hand was as scorching as a red-hot iron. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? Didn't we agree to finish browsing the stalls before indulging in spicy hot pot? Zhang Wei felt an overwhelming rush of blood, nearly bursting with frustration. His ears rang, and he was drenched in sweat. Was the chives from that vendor too potent? They took effect the moment he swallowed. Why even consider hot pot now? Let us cut to the chase. Jiang Hong, what do you mean by cutting to the chase? Where are you taking me? Yet, Zhang Wei was determined to keep moving, his grievances reaching a boiling point. He vowed never to sample the vendor's offerings again. This was too much. At that moment, he felt dizzy, on the verge of collapse. Jiang Hong, anxious, asked, What is wrong with you? Should we go to the hospital? Zhang Wei shook his head vigorously. No, the hospital can't save me. We're almost there. I can hold on. Glancing up, he saw their destination was right in front of them. Jiang Hong followed his gaze, her face darkening. Wasn't that a themed hotel? So this was his idea of cutting to the chase? I thought you were in distress, not that a hotel could save you. Zhang Wei, have you lost your mind? I traveled all this way to Jiang City to find you. And you won't even treat me to a bowl of spicy hot pot for 7 yuan, but instead, you take me to a hotel? Shame on you. Zhang Wei was nearly in tears. Hong, it's not my fault. It's that vendor's chives. They are too powerful. I feel like I'm going to pass out. This is the only place that can save me. Seeing Zhang Wei's pitiful expression, Jiang Hong's heart softened, and she helped him into the hotel. Zhang Wei leaned on the front desk, his eyes bloodshot. A room. please. The receptionist replied, I'm sorry, but we're fully booked. Today is Valentine's Day, and without a reservation, we can't provide a room. Zheng Wei, what? Uffed. He rolled his eyes and collapsed on the floor, foaming at the mouth and kicking his legs. How could this be so unfortunate? Fully booked? The receptionist looked alarmed. Was this gentleman really so irate that he fainted from frustration? Jiang Hong, terrified, said, if the themed hotel can't help you, we really should go to the hospital. Call an ambulance. 1,000 grievance points from Zheng Wei. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan, satisfied after closing up shop, was happily heading home. He handed Wu Liang 10 small triangles as wages. He had earned 5 million in one night. The system took a cut of 9.99 as stall fees, leaving him with a whopping 0.01, which still amounted to 50,000. What a fortune! Not to mention, he had over 300,000 grievance points. His skill points had reached 49,500, enough to indulge himself. Life was grand. Moreover, grievance points continued to refresh. Jiang Nan was ready to return home and unleash a wave of retribution. He had to claim the rewards following the beauty pill. As Jiang Nan strolled joyfully nearing home, a sudden roar of engines pierced the night. A Mercedes G-Class careened around the corner, the centrifugal force lifting one of its wheels off the ground. As it landed, the engine roared again, accelerating madly. Jiang Nan, what is going on? Isn't that Xia Yao's car? What could she possibly be doing out so late? But the Mercedes showed no signs of slowing down. It only sped up. Jiang Nan, what the heck? Has Xia Yao lost her mind? It was just an accidental bruise to your eye. You did that to yourself? What does it have to do with me? Is she really attempting to run me over? Fine. Let her vent her frustrations. Jiang Nan didn't T-dodge. Instead, he opened his arms wide to embrace the G-Class. Boom. A thunderous crash. Jiang Nan was sent flying, spiraling through the air like a whirlwind. He was propelled more than 30 meters away, landing hard on the sidewalk. With a screech of tires, Xia Yao and Zhang Yingxue rushed out of the car in a panic. Zhang Yingxue exclaimed, Oh no. Was that Jiang Nan? Xia Yao, frowning, responded, Yes. And you just sent him flying over 30 meters. Zhang Yingxue was stunned. What? The driver wasn't Xia Yao, but Zhang Yingxue. They hurried over, only to find a circle of onlookers around Jiang Nan. What? He was flung over 30 meters? He must be done for. What bad luck. Getting hit while walking? He's so young. Such a waste. Zhang Yingxue and Xia Yao rushed to his side, only to see Jiang Nan half buried in a flower bed, with only his legs sticking out. Oh no. Jiang Nan wouldn't. No way. Xia Yao covered her face. A normal person would surely be done for. Just then, Jiang Nan's legs twitched, and with a swift motion, he pulled his upper body free from the flower bed, leaves clinging to him. Looking at the circle of onlookers, he spat out the leaves in his mouth, brushed his hair back, and calmly stated, Next one. Zhang Yingxue, what? Xia Yao, what? The bystanders gaped at Jiang Nan in disbelief. Are you serious? You want another one? Are you addicted? You just got hit, and you're already asking for more? Chapter 90, Come. Let us collide with her. Extra update. Is it possible that Jiang Nan, despite being a bit dirty, has not sustained a single injury? Is this still a human being? An invincible fool? In that moment, the onlookers' gazes towards Jiang Nan transformed. They all raised their thumbs in admiration. I would give you a perfect score for this act. When will I be able to become as remarkable as you? Now you understand what the first words should be after being struck by a vehicle, right? Next one. Low-key yet graceful. Elegant yet profound. Impressive. I have learned something. But first, you must be able to get up. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. You all are the real impressive ones. You've blown this out of proportion. This is merely a normal operation, all right? I relish your na-ve reactions. With the continuous enhancement from the power potion, Jiang Nan had significant confidence in his physical resilience. Otherwise, how could he afford to play recklessly? Suddenly, Zhang Yingxue rushed over and embraced Jiang Nan. You're all right. This is truly wonderful. I was absolutely terrified just now. Jiang Nan gently patted her back, soothing her. He then glared and scolded. Big-tailed wolf. Your heart is truly cruel. Have you vented your anger now? Let us consider this matter settled. Do not bite me. Xia Yao? What on earth? Why am I the big-tailed wolf? How am I heartless? I was just worried about you. Humph. From Xia Yao's resentment value 666. You didn't think I was the one who hit you, did you? Am I that reckless? Jiang Nan exclaimed in astonishment. Not you? Zhong Yingxue, nestled in Jiang Nan's embrace, had her face flushed to the roots of her ears. Too shy to look Jiang Nan in the eye. I was the one who hit you. Little you was in the passenger seat. We had just set out to practice driving when? Jiang Nan. So it was Zhong Yingxue driving just now? Goodness. That driving was indeed a bit aggressive. Xia Yao wore a smug expression, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Nan, as if to say, see? You wronged me, didn't you? Why not praise me? Jiang Nan, it's all your fault. How could you teach her to drive like that? It's fortunate it was me who was hit. What if it had been a cat or a dog? Zhong Yingxue could never be at fault. Impossible. Xia Yao. From Xia Yao's resentment value 1,000. I will bite you to death. She instantly exploded in anger, lunging at Jiang Nan's arm with a bite. Hey, that hurts. You really bit me. Inside the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Jiang Nan sat in the passenger seat, with a bite mark on his arm. Xia Yao sat in the back seat, fuming. Zhong Yingxue, her fair face filled with anxiety, sat in the driver's seat, timidly asking, Can I really drive? Xia Yao, momentarily stunned, quickly buckled her seatbelt. Gripping the armrest tightly, Zhong Yingxue's face turned even redder. Jiang Nan, it's all right. Just listen to me. I'll teach you. Now, press the clutch. Shift to first gear. Gently release the clutch. Press the gas with a calming tone. Jiang Nan reassured Zhong Yingxue, and she felt a wave of relief wash over her. The car slowly began to move. Little Shui, you're doing great. Press the clutch, shift to second gear. Release the clutch and give it some gas. Under Jiang Nan's careful guidance, the car finally hit the road, cruising at a leisurely pace of 30 miles per hour. Xia Yao looked on in astonishment, truly taught by Jiang Nan. But at this speed, it was indeed hard to commend. Zhong Yingxue's face was also filled with joy. At that moment, an elderly lady appeared 300 meters ahead. Crossing the street. Jiang Nan, do you see that old lady? Zhong Yingxue nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. She south crossing the street, so slowly. Humph. Let us run her over. Zhong Yingxue's eyes widened. No, that's not right, is it? Jiang Nan covered his face. What is this? With that tone, it sounds like there's a chance. What left Jiang Nan in despair was that Zhong Yingxue actually pressed the accelerator. He could envision that in 10 seconds, the old lady would be sent flying over 30 meters, performing a perfect 360-degree spin before landing. However, whether she could stand up and say next one was beyond Jiang Nan's knowledge. No aren't you going to break? Zhong Yingxue's face was as red as an apple. Finally, with a stomp on the brake, they came to a stop in front of the crosswalk. Jiang Nan was left dumbfounded. Little Shui is quite amusing. So obedient. Jiang Nan couldn't bear to tease her anymore. Ha ha ha. Xia Yao in the back seat laughed uncontrollably, pounding her thighs. Zhong Yingxue's face was so red it seemed like it could bleed. Casting an annoyed glance at Jiang Nan felt a twinge of guilt. All right, I won't tease you anymore. When the light turns green, we'll go. Okay. After a 99-second red light, more than 10 cars lined up behind them. Then the green light arrived. Having experienced the elderly lady incident, Zhong Yingxue was even more nervous. She stalled the car at the start. When she tried again, it stalled once more. The impatient drivers behind began honking. Zhong Yingxue couldn't help but feel flustered. Don't rush. Let us take it slow. Just as the green light was about to pass, Zhong Yingxue grew increasingly anxious. Her grip on the steering wheel tightened. A loud crunch echoed. The car fell into an eerie silence. Jiang Nan nearly popped his eyes out. Xia Yao sat dumbfounded in the back seat. Zhong Yingxue had completely ripped the steering wheel off. At that moment, Zhong Yingxue's mind went blank. Holding the steering wheel she had just torn off, she was frozen in disbelief. Jiang Nan? What the heck? You just ripped the steering wheel off with your bare hands? Is your strength that immense? Well, what do we do now? Xia Yao. Ha 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 ha, she not only laughed until tears streamed down her face, but also laughed like a pig. In truth, Jiang Nan was also on the verge of bursting with laughter. Steering wheel. I can't take this anymore. The drivers behind erupted in frustration. What the heck? Why aren't you moving? Another red light. What is going on? Can you handle this? A female driver, right? The G-Class is impressive, huh? Beep. 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 Why aren't you driving? A chorus of honks and curses ignited a fire within Zhong Yingxue. Why are you rushing me? She rolled down the window and extended the severed steering wheel outside. The driver's behind. In an instant. There was a complete silence. Did she really just rip the steering wheel off? How on earth do we drive now? Sorry. Pardon the interruption. This girl has some serious strength. Zhang Yingxue looked at the steering wheel in her hands with a face full of grievance. Jiang Nan felt an immense pang of sympathy. It's all right. I have a solution. It's just a steering wheel. Saying this, he reached into the alternate dimension and began rummaging around. Under the astonished gazes of Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao, Jiang Nan pulled out an adjustable wrench. He firmly attached it to the steering column. Xia Yao, are you seriously using an adjustable wrench as a steering wheel? Turning with a wrench? Little Nan, are you for real? From Xia Yao's resentment value 333. What kind of bizarre operation is this? Too impressive, right? Zhong Yingxue, with a serious expression, said, I want to try. Xia Yu swallowed hard, pulling the other side of the seatbelt over and fastening it across her body. Safety is important. Yes, safety is important. Jiang Nan beamed brightly. Let us set off. This chapter is today's extra update. It's the weekend. Friends, let us go. Please help with a 5-star review. Urge updates and a triple connection on the bookshelf. Thank you. Chapter 91. The Coke Bottle. After a period of practice, one could see Zhong Yingxue now deftly adjusting the angle of the wrench while steering, her speed gradually increasing. However, her expression grew increasingly tense as her beautiful eyes remained fixated on the road, unwilling to allow even a moment of distraction. Beside her, Jiang Nan held the steering wheel she had detached, offering meticulous guidance. Meanwhile, Xia Yao secretly pulled out her phone, attempting to capture candid shots from the back seat. Her mischievous smile betraying her excitement. A wrench driving? Such a scene is a rarity. Now it's time to accelerate. Shift to third gear, Jiang Nan urged. Zhong Yingxue nodded eagerly. Okay. Her expression was anxious, her gaze never straying from the roadside. She pressed the clutch and attempted to shift gears. Why can't I reach the gear lever? Perhaps I need to move a bit to the right? After a moment of fumbling, she finally grasped the gear lever. Jiang Nan looked down at her small hand, astonished. Hey, the gear lever is just a bit to your left. You've grabbed the Coke bottle instead. Yet, with a satisfied expression, Zhong Yingxue managed to shift to third gear while still holding the Coke bottle. Jiang Nan was nearly at his wit's end. I've never seen someone shift gears with a Coke bottle before. Are you merely shifting for show? Zhong Yingxue appeared confused. Huh? Why isn't the car speeding up? Behind her, Xia Yao bit her lip, trying desperately to stifle her laughter, nearly on the verge of fainting from the effort. Just as she was about to speak up, Jiang Nan shot her a warning glance. Shue, don't you care about your pride? Given your thin skin, if someone reminds you that you're using a Coke bottle to shift, you might just want to find a hole to hide in. To save her some dignity, Jiang Nan casually slipped his hand into his pocket and discreetly shifted to third gear for her. The car indeed began to pick up speed. Zhong Yingxue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah, it really is getting faster. Jiang Nan chuckled. Perhaps the car's response is a tad slow? You did wonderfully, Shue. A round of applause for you. At that moment, Xia Yao pressed her face against the headrest, her shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter. Must you be so considerate? You're going to spoil her. Seeing the car accelerate, Zhong Yingxue clutched the Coke bottle again and shifted to fourth gear. You really must let go of the Coke bottle, Jiang Nan exclaimed. Can you please feel the gear lever again? It must be feeling quite lonely. Yet, Zhong Yingxue was far too anxious to take her eyes off the road. She was terrified of losing her grip, fearing she might not find it again. With no other choice, Jiang Nan stealthily shifted gears once more. In no time, they reached the highest gear, the car hurtling down the highway as traffic increased. Zhong Yingxue's palms were slick with sweat. Xiao Nan, I can't do this. There are so many cars. I'm scared to drive. How do I stop? Jiang Nan spoke soothingly. Just press the brake and pull over. Zhong Yingxue nodded nervously, lifting her foot to stomp on the pedal. Vroom. The engine roared violently, its power surging wildly, the tachometer skyrocketing to 8,000 RPM. The car surged forward, pushing Jiang Nan back into his seat. What? Why is it going faster? Zhong Yingxue exclaimed in panic. wildly twisting the wrench to dodge vehicles as if she were playing a racing game. "Because you're pressing the accelerator," Jiang Nan shouted. Xia Yao's face turned pale as she hurriedly buckled both her seatbelts, gripping the handle tightly. Jiang Nan remained calm. "Don't panic. You've pressed the wrong pedal. The brake is the one next to the accelerator." Zhang Yingxue nodded continuously, but just then, the car hit a speed bump at high speed. With a loud bang, Jiang Nan was jolted from his seat, his head striking the roof of the car, creating an unexpected sunroof. The rushing wind distorted his face. Zhang Yingxue urgently pressed the brake, panic in her eyes. "I'm braking, but it's not working. Xiaonan, what should I do?" Turning to look at Jiang Nan, she saw his body still inside the car, but his head had protruded through the roof. "Xiaonan, you." With considerable effort, Jiang Nan managed to pull his head back into the car. "Is the brake broken? Can the car not stop?" Xiaoyu gasped. "Does that mean we can't stop?" Jiang Nan rubbed his head, which throbbed from the impact. "Don't panic. We can use engine braking and, Upon hearing they might not stop, Zhang Yingshue's emotions flared, radiating with an extraordinary heat. Flames erupted from her skin. "What is happening? Is she on fire?" The flames she emitted ignited the car's interior, filling the vehicle with choking smoke, obscuring their view of the road. Jiang Nan pinched his nose, tears streaming from the smoke. "Shue, please, calm down. Control your powers." Zhang Yingxue patted her chest. "Huff, huff. I'll try." At that moment, Xia Yao's eyes were filled with terror. "Shue, what are you holding?" Jiang Nan squinted, realizing it was the wrench. "Wait, that means there's nothing to control the steering wheel." 3 screams echoed in the car. On the highway, a middle-aged man leisurely drove, enjoying himself when a car emitting thick white smoke sped past him at an astonishing rate. Flames flickered within. The man's eyes widened in horror. What the heck? Are they cooking in there? With a loud crash, the car veered into the roadside woods. Jiang Nan flew out through the windshield, landing in a tree. Moments later, the car door was kicked open, and Zhang Yingxue and Xia Yao emerged, coughing but fortunately unharmed. Jiang Nan, hanging from the tree, grimaced. Indeed, wearing a seatbelt is essential. The 3 of them, covered in soot, stood by the roadside, watching their car burn fiercely. Jiang Nan cleared his throat. "I believe we should refrain from learning to drive." Zhang Yingxue blushed. "I don't want to learn ever again." Chapter 92. Heart-pounding candy upon returning home. Jiang Nan prepared a bath for Zhang Yingxue and Xia Yao. He settled onto the living room sofa, ready to engage in a lottery. A staggering 500,000 resentment points. "System, could you lend me a hand?" 10 consecutive draws initiated. "Thank you for your patronage." Consolation prize, 1 vitality ginseng. After 2 rounds, he received 2 beauty pills and 18 vitality ginsengs. Jiang Nan grimaced, feeling disheartened. Was it futile to hold any expectations of the system? Yet again, only beauty pills? Was he not handsome enough already? Finally, during the 3rd attempt, "Congratulations! You have won a prize, a bag of heart-pounding candy. Thank you for your patronage." Consolation prize, 1 vitality ginseng. Jiang Nan was taken aback. Had he finally drawn a new prize? And not just a consolation prize? This was a legitimate item without any side effects? His spirits soared. Heart-pounding? Why not just say pounding heart? What sort of half-baked system was this? How could it fail to notice such typos? Nonetheless, he could not contain his curiosity and promptly opened the system's item list to check its effects. Heart-pounding candy. Function: within 24 hours, increase the speed of spiritual energy absorption tenfold and enhance personal charm. Make you adored by all, with flowers blooming and vehicles bursting. For a lifetime of love, give me fire. Jiang Nan. Wow, is this candy truly that remarkable? Just the enhancement of cultivation speed within 24 hours is already extraordinary. And it boosts charm too? This is simply a tool for flirting. The concluding English phrase intrigued him. Give me fire? What a playful system. Jiang Nan swallowed hard, unable to resist the urge to try it. Meanwhile, Zhang Yingxue and Xia Yao had just finished bathing, their complexion flushed with vitality. Jiang Nan, adopting a serious tone, declared, "Come, I have something to say." Zhang Yingxue and Xia Yao exchanged puzzled glances, surprised by Jiang Nan's earnestness. They sat across from him, with Zhong Yingxue still drying her hair. Xiaoyou giggled. It's Valentine's Day. You're not planning to confess to me, are you? You better not. I want to accept. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes, rest assured. How could I ever confess to you? After all, there's a species barrier. How could a human fall for a big-tailed wolf? From Xiaoyou, 1,000 resentment points. Cough. Let go of me. I can't breathe. Zhong Yingxue teased. Serves you right. Xiaoyou. Teach him a lesson. Received. Jiang Nan exclaimed. Wait. I have gifts for you. He pleaded for mercy. Upon hearing gifts, Xiaoyou's eyes sparkled. Gifts? I adore gifts. Is it a white rabbit milk candy? Where did you hide it? Let me search. Xiaoyou rummaged around, even tugging at Jiang Nan's ear to check. Come on. Can I really hide something in my ear? Do you think I'm Sun Wukong? Zhong Yingxue looked on curiously. Here for you both. Jiang Nan presented 2 exquisitely wrapped boxes. One was petite for Zhong Yingxue, while the other was considerably larger for Xiaoyou. Xiaoyou snatched the larger box, grinning. You must really like me to give me such a big gift. Jiang Nan cleared his throat, preparing for a hasty retreat. You'll know once you open it. They both unwrapped the boxes. Inside, each contained a white rabbit milk candy and a bright red fruit radiating spiritual light. They were momentarily stunned. They recognized the beauty pill. Zhong Yingxue asked, What is this red fruit? Xiaoyou chuckled. You'll know once you eat it. She had already consumed the beauty pill and popped the red fruit into her mouth. It has no flavor. Zhong Yingxue took a small bite as well. These red fruits were none other than the soul-cleansing fruits Jiang Nan had exchanged with his last 200,000 resentment points. Moments later, Xiaoyou stared in astonishment at her body. Oh my goodness. My talent seems to have improved. The speed of absorbing spiritual energy has increased. Zhong Yingxue echoed her disbelief. I feel it too. Can this fruit enhance talent? Their eyes widened in shock. In the 20 years since the revival of spiritual energy, they had never heard of any divine object capable of enhancing innate talent. It seemed as though one's potential was predetermined at birth. Yet, this fruit defied that notion. Originally, Xiaoyou had a talent rated at A, but now it was at least S, comparable to Zhong Yingxue's previous level. To their astonishment, Zhong Yingxue's S talent had further elevated. Was S not the ultimate limit? Such a miraculous item could not be measured by money. How had Jiang Nan acquired such invaluable fruits? Whether it was the red fruit, the white rabbit milk candy, or the strength potion, they were all miraculous gifts. Jiang Nan beamed brightly. Remember to keep this a secret. Don't tell anyone. Zhong Yingxue and Xiaoyou exchanged serious looks. How could they divulge this? Revealing it would only bring trouble to Jiang Nan. His selfless generosity in gifting these items demonstrated his genuine integration into this family. This trust was incredibly touching. As for how Jiang Nan came by these treasures, did it truly matter? He would not disclose it, nor would they inquire. Some feelings are best kept hidden in the heart. Just as Xiaoyou emerged from the joy of her enhanced talent, she noticed something beneath her gift box. What is this? She pulled it out. The air seemed to freeze. There were 10 pairs of shorts, each with various styles. Xiaoyou's face flushed crimson as memories of her previous dying incident flooded back. Her eyes sparked with a murderous glare. With a fierce determination, she lunged at Jiang Nan. You scoundrel! I'll get you for this. Jiang Nan, prepared for an escape, swiftly teleported away. Hey! Don't repay kindness with malice. This is for your benefit. These are Huawei brand shorts. Next time you transform, you won't have to worry about tearing them. Plus, they won't fade. Why won't you appreciate it? They're quite comfortable, and they cost a fortune, 11,000 each. Zhong Yingxue chuckled as she watched Jiang Nan flee from Xiaoyou's wrath. Glancing at the pile of refreshing shorts on the table, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Chapter 93. What a thrill. Extra update. That night, Jiang Nan returned to his room and gazed at his reflection in the mirror, lost in contemplation. Though his eyes were bruised, they did not detract from his charming visage. Quite symmetrical indeed, quite splendid nevertheless. He retrieved a beauty pill to remedy the situation. After all, who could ever have too much handsomeness? Having completed this ritual, Jiang Nan could hardly contain his excitement. He finally pulled out the heartbeat candy from his inventory. The system's description promised formidable effects, and it was a rare genuine prize. especially considering the value of the cleansing fruit and the beauty pill. However, upon examining the candy, Jiang Nan was taken aback by its cartoonish packaging. What on earth was this? And it even came with a straw? What a ridiculous appearance! At my age, indulging in such childish treats feels utterly inappropriate. Gritting his teeth, he decided to disregard those thoughts. He tore open the package, plunged the straw in, and began to suck with fervor, more fervent than a smoker taking a drag. In an instant, the entire pack of heartbeat candy was devoured. Ah, how sweet! Yet, before Jiang Nan could savor the sweetness, a loud explosion erupted in his mouth. He was momentarily stunned, his head buzzing as he lay stiffly on the bed, a look of terror etched across his face. What on earth was this? Was it really candy or some sort of explosive device? The force was unimaginable. Before he could regain his senses, his mouth was bombarded with an onslaught of popping sounds. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if 1,000 firecrackers were set off in his mouth, leaving him utterly numb. In that moment, Jiang Nan finally understood why it was called heartbeat candy. This was indeed a thrilling experience. Unable to contain himself, he let out a series of explosive sounds. Bang, bang, bang. Pop, pop, pop. It was an exhilarating chaos that even the fiercest Gatling gun could not rival. Terrified, Jiang Nan quickly closed his mouth, his body thrashing on the bed. Trembling uncontrollably, his hands gripped the sheets tightly, tears of regret streaming from his eyes. He should never have trusted the system. Now, not only was his mouth numb, but his entire body felt tingly and electrified. Jiang Nan had no choice but to endure the relentless bombardment. Yet, astonishingly, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him at an unprecedented rate, propelling his cultivation from Bronze Tier 3 to Bronze Tier 4. Meanwhile, in the room upstairs, Xiaoyu was confronted with 10 pairs of cool shorts. Her face flushed slightly. Just trying them on. It's nothing. After all, they were a token of Xiao Nan's affection. She picked a blue pair and slipped it on, looking down at herself with satisfaction, feeling quite beautiful. Suddenly, she turned to check the door, realizing it wasn't properly locked. Her face turned even redder. For some inexplicable reason, she felt utterly embarrassed. Without further ado, she transformed, her wolf ears perking up and a fluffy silver tail swaying behind her. She looked breathtaking. As anticipated, the Haowu brand shorts fulfilled her semi-beast transformation needs perfectly. Just then, a series of thundering sounds erupted from downstairs, akin to a machine gun's rapid fire or the roar of a tractor. Startled, Xiaoyu quickly retracted her tail and ears, her face a mask of confusion. What was happening? She hastily donned her clothes and pushed open the door, where she encountered Zhong Yingxue. Their eyes met, both filled with bewilderment, prompting them to venture into Jiang Nan's room together. Upon opening the door, they were left speechless. Jiang Nan lay on the bed, his eyes hollow, seemingly devoid of spirit. Tears at the corners of his eyes, his face adorned with a faint sorrow, he was drenched in sweat, still trembling on the bed. At the sight of Jiang Nan's profile, both Zhong Yingxue and Xiaoyu felt their hearts race. The more they looked, the more appealing he became. Zhong Yingxue worriedly asked, "Xiao Nan, why are you crying?" Xiaoyu chimed in, "Why are you so sad? The blanket is soaked with your tears?" Jiang Nan replied, "That's just sweat, okay. The effects of the heartbeat candy are just wearing off." It was overwhelming. Xiaoyu sat on the edge of the bed, gently wiping away his tear stains, her expression filled with concern. "Don't cry. I'm sorry. Was it because I bullied you that you're crying? I promise I won't hit you or bite you anymore, okay?" Zhong Yingxue embraced Jiang Nan, gently patting his back. "Don't be afraid, Xiao Nan. I'm here." "Did you have a nightmare?" Jiang Nan thought to himself. This is not right. Why does Zhong Yingxue's gaze seem so tender? It radiates maternal warmth. Even the fierce wolf has turned so gentle. Is it the effect of the heartbeat candy? Has my charm increased? How wonderful. This unexpected surge of charm sparked a hint of guilt within Jiang Nan. He thought, I actually have a peculiar ailment. I can't sleep at night unless someone is with me. Am I being too greedy? I can't help it. I thrive on guilt. Zhong Yingxue's cheeks flushed. "No, but I can give you a hug." Xiaoyu glared. "No, he doesn't need a hug. Humph. I've never hugged him like that. I was so worried about you." With that, she took Zhong Yingxue's hand and left the room. Jiang Nan watched Xiaoyu's retreating figure, momentarily stunned. How Wu brand shorts? She changed into them so quickly? Humph. She claims to dislike me, yet her body tells a different story. After Xiaoyou and Zhong Yingxue exited Jiang Nan's room, Xiaoyou remarked, by the way, Shui, don't you think Xiaonan looks particularly handsome tonight? In an instant, I felt he was my type. Zhong Yingshue's cheeks flushed. Yes. My heart is racing. How strange. In the room, Jiang Nan, who was eavesdropping through a spatial wormhole, chuckled to himself. It seemed the heartbeat candy indeed had the power to make others experience a thrill for him. Yet, its effects had limitations. It could not alter one's subconscious. Setting that aside, the tenfold increase in absorbing spiritual energy was already astonishing. If this could continue, wouldn't Tia's cultivation soar like a rocket? But it was also overwhelming. In the days that followed, Jiang Nan trained vigorously with the two beautiful women, teaching them close combat techniques by day. By night, he set up stalls with Wu Liang, and after closing, he taught him the art of swordplay and shield usage in his secret base. Each day brought fruitful gains. Moreover, with the 7-pound spirit pearl in his possession, it was ample for a summer of practice, sparing him from the rigors of the spirit realm. His summer was incredibly fulfilling. One night, while fiddling with his phone, Jiang Nan suddenly received a friend request. It was from Luo Tianhong. Her username was her real name. And even her profile picture was an ID photo. In the picture, Luo Tianhong looked youthful with her short hair, simply stunning. A friend request? Humph. Jiang Nan promptly rejected it. As a man, one must maintain a firm stance. Is it so simple to add me on WeChat? I am the elusive man that 900 million girls can never attain. But in the next moment, Jiang Nan's phone rang suddenly. Hello? Do you wish to perish? Hurry and accept. Jiang Nan shivered violently, recalling the scene of the mountain cat fiercely striking the earth and the ferocious bear. Without hesitation, he approved the friend request. Humph. It's merely a matter of the heart. Just the heart. Preserving one's life is of utmost importance. Chapter 94. A catastrophe triggered by an emoji upon accepting a friend request. The links immediately sent a message. Luo Tianhong, come to the Jiangqing military base tomorrow to complete your newcomer training. I will send someone to pick you up. Jiang Nan? Newcomer training? Why would I go? Isn't it better to set up a stall and make some pocket money? Isn't it delightful to practice combat with two beautiful ladies every day? Besides, I have my transfer proof, spatial spirit beads. In the spirit beads I retrieved from the heavenly pool all set. I have no vulnerabilities left. What can the Night Army do to me? Nanshan. Humph. I'm not going. No way. A man must stand firm. Luo Tianhong, are you certain? Nanshan, I'm definitely not going. Hee, Luo Tianhong. Jiang Nan chuckled. Look at that. Even a woman as formidable as the lynx can't handle me. Surely, you can't just drag me away. Moreover, I can teleport and create spatial wormholes. Can you really catch me? As expected, Lynx did not respond afterward. Jiang Nan laughed heartily, planning to set up his stall a bit later tomorrow to earn some extra cash before drifting into a sweet slumber. In the night, Zhong Yingxue, usually a light sleeper, sensed footsteps. She rose, rubbing her bleary eyes. Upon glancing out the window, she was instantly alert. 10 armored vehicles surrounded the villa, with a group of soldiers in black uniforms, armed to the teeth, sealing off the entire premises. What on earth is happening? As she stepped outside, she saw Ning blocking the entrance, smiling. Don't be afraid, young lady. We are the Night Army. We need Jiang Nan for something. But he will be returned before school starts. Zhang Yingxue was bewildered. They dispatched so many people just to find Jiang Nan? And it's the Night Army? When did Jiang Nan get involved with them? This is a special force of the nation. Panic surged through her as she timidly asked, did Xiaonan do something wrong? And Ning could hardly contain her laughter. It's probably because he sent an emoji. Zhang Yingxue? He was captured for sending an emoji? What nonsense is this? Meanwhile, Xiaoyu was also apprehended, exchanging bewildered glances with Zhang Yingxue, as if they had seen a ghost. At that moment, Jiang Nan, deep in slumber, felt a chill on his back. He jolted awake and turned around. He was instantly petrified. The lynx stood expressionless at his bedside in a black military uniform, accompanied by a short-haired young lady of around 20, with delicate features and bright eyes, a tear-mole accentuating her charm. She was petite and appeared endearingly shy as she gazed at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, run. I must run. What the hell? They've come for me already? Are you serious? I can teleport. Why isn't it working? Spatial wormhole. No effect. My abilities feel nullified. Jiang Nan's gaze fell upon the short-haired lady. A domain-type ability? The lynx coolly commanded, "Bring him to me." "Bind him." Chin Chin chuckled, charging forward with a bundle of ropes. "Old Chin, what are you doing? We're comrades." Chin Chin, hee. "I follow the captain's orders. You can't defeat me." With confidence plastered on his face, he lunged at Jiang Nan. 3 seconds later, Chin Chin was sent flying by Jiang Nan's kick, his face flushed with embarrassment. The lynx. Su Rue, wow. This young man is so strong. Jiang Nan grinned. Who needs abilities? My physical prowess is innate. My combat skills are instinctive. From Chin Chin's resentment value 888. Chin Chin's face was utterly humiliated. Within Su Rue's domain, Chin Chin's abilities were rendered useless. The lynx cracked her neck, and the knight army outside obediently shut the door. Jiang Nan? Bind me. What kind of binding is this? Chest tie or back tie? Su Rue tilted her head in confusion. What kind of bindings are these? I've never heard of them. Meanwhile, the old gentleman Chin nearly spat blood in shock. Must you be so professional? A minute later, Jiang Nan, bound like a rice dumpling, was hoisted over the lynx's shoulder. Let me go. I won't go. You promised to give me a hug. You're a liar. Consequently, Jiang Nan was stuffed into an armored vehicle before the astonished gazes of Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao. Zhong Yingxue? Xia Yao. Is this what it feels like to be sent to the gallows? And Ning explained with a smile, Don't worry. We will ensure Jiang Nan's safety. Let us go. The knight army arrived in a whirlwind and departed just as swiftly. Concern filled Zhong Yingshue's delicate face. Xiao Nan. Will he be all right? Xia Yao, looking serious, replied. Given the knight army's demeanor, he should be fine. If there were truly an issue, they wouldn't be acting this way. Don't worry. It's likely a good thing. In the armored vehicle, Jiang Nan, bound like a dumpling, sat in the back seat. Beside him were the lynx and Su Rue. Jiang Nan's bright eyes darted around. Are you a new recruit? You're so pretty. Su Rue stole a glance at Jiang Nan. For some reason, her heart raced. She blushed. I'm new. It's my first time being spoken to by such a handsome guy. Su Rue looked nervous. She had just joined the knight army 2 weeks ago and was still in training. Today marked her first mission, assisting Captain Lynx in capturing someone. She was bewildered. Aren't recruits usually eager to join? She had worked hard to earn this opportunity. Yet, this person not only refused to come, but also required Captain Lynx to personally come and bring him? What kind of divine being is this? Upon meeting Jiang Nan, she was even more perplexed. He is still in high school. Moreover, he is 2 years younger than me. Sister Lynx, how long will this training last? Are there any rewards? I'm still at the bronze level without spatial abilities. Will there be any monetary compensation for training? Oh, if you want me to go, just say so. Why the grand display? From Luo Tianheng's resentment value 888. I told you. Come if you want. Why send an emoji to annoy me? The lynx realized that Jiang Nan was indeed stubborn. He could only be tempted with food or prodded with a whip. Otherwise, he wouldn't lift a finger. Night 14. Su Rue paused. Huh? 14? Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled. Is that the code name for this operation? The lynx shot an icy glare at Su Rue. Follow the orders. Su Rue. Okay. She rummaged through her backpack, retrieving a small bottle and a handkerchief. After soaking the handkerchief in the transparent liquid from the bottle, Jiang Nan exclaimed, I know. That must be the stuff from the TV shows that makes you faint if you cover your nose, right? As he spoke, his smile faltered. A hint of ominous premonition crept into his heart. Hey, you can't do this to me. Su Rue, looking anxious, replied, I'm sorry. Please bear with it. With that, she pressed the handkerchief over Jiang Nan's nose. Jiang Nan struggled violently. I cannot help but recall the formidable creature that blocked its diamond-like nostrils with 2 stones. Indeed, malfeasance invariably invites retribution. Yet, could this truly pose a challenge to me? The southern deity? At that moment, Su Rue resembled a frightened little rabbit, her voice rising in a startled scream. Oh, he licked my hand. Young man, please cease this. Must you continue? Oh, the wildcat's expression darkened. Endure it. After 3 minutes, he ultimately subdued Jiang Nan. Chapter 95. The watermelon operation. Su Rui's face flushed crimson as she gazed at her hand, dampened by Jiang Nan's affection. A sense of uncleanliness washed over her. It was her first encounter with such shamelessness. Yet, she couldn't help but find Jiang Nan, even in slumber, quite handsome, almost endearing. When Jiang Nan finally awoke, it was already the following morning. His mind was slightly hazy, and neatly arranged military attire lay at the bedside, along with his officer's ID and all essential belongings. With a smirk, he begrudgingly accepted the reality of being tied up for training. He licked his lips, acknowledging that Su Rui's hand had a rather salty taste. Dressed in military garb, Jiang Nan stepped outside, where the sunlight was somewhat blinding, intermingled with the sounds of cicadas and gunfire. 20 new recruits from the Night Brigade were engaged in target practice, with Su Rui amongst them, her lovely face flushed from the sun as she earnestly aimed. Ning and Chen were overseeing the training, while a group of seasoned soldiers encircled them, watching the newcomers with amused interest. A robust, white-bearded instructor shouted, "What s with those two nostrils? Are they just for breathing? I can shoot better just by aiming through my nose." Under the golden sun, firearms remained the swiftest and most effective means of neutralizing foes. In the Night Brigade, regardless of your past accolades from other units, here you're nothing but trash. Keep practicing. Jiang Nan yawned, intrigued by the scene unfolding before him. His arrival instantly captured everyone's attention. Clad in the Night Brigade uniform, he stood tall, the sunlight enhancing his allure. Su Rui's cheeks reddened further as memories of Jiang Nan's lingering touch resurfaced. Her hand trembled, causing her shot to veer off target. The seasoned soldiers perked up, astonished. Wait, the South God? Did the captain really bring him here? I was part of yesterday's operation. That kid was blissfully asleep when our captain dragged him back. Unbelievable. Remember when the South God and our captain emerged from the Tianqi, dressed in matching outfits? Instantly, a fervent discussion erupted among the veterans upon Jiang Nan's entrance, leaving the newcomers bewildered. Why were they referring to him as the South God? Hey, you. Get over here. Join the training. The instructor barked. Jiang Nan flashed a radiant smile. I think I'll pass. I have little to practice here. His words rendered the crowd silent. In this military base, defying an instructor's command was unheard of. The instructor's expression darkened. Do you believe you're exceptional? Just average. Sufficient enough. Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly. Seeing the instructor's displeasure, Chen quickly interjected, Instructor Chen, I believe Jiang Nan doesn't need to participate. Ning nodded. He has a solid foundation in shooting. Yet, in her heart, she knew it was more than just a foundation. Jiang Nan's marksmanship was nothing short of extraordinary. Chun-Li raised an eyebrow. Ning and Chen were his trusted soldiers. Their endorsement held considerable weight. This young man, seemingly inexperienced, had gained their approval? Had he even touched a gun before? Since you both vouch for him, let him be. He can do as he pleases. Jiang Nan grinned. Casting a playful glance at Ning, all right then. He sauntered over to the seasoned soldiers with a mischievous grin. Seizing the opportunity, he activated his spatial abilities, producing 3 parasols and beach chairs, setting them up. He then unveiled a large table laden with watermelons and chilled cola. Come on, it's scorching hot. Let us cool off with some watermelon. The seasoned soldiers were taken aback. Is this even allowed? Watermelons in here? Incredible. What else do you have in that spatial realm of yours? Wow, this is amazing. I've heard summer and watermelon go hand in hand. I'm drooling just thinking about it. As the veterans indulged in the juicy fruit, they turned to witness the newcomers' training, who were parched and exhausted from the heat. Jiang Nan even offered slices to the instructor, Chun-Li, and Ning. This young man is quite considerate, Chun-Li remarked. Chen, brimming with anticipation, called out, South God, what about mine? Jiang Nan smirked. Didn't you hear the mountain cat? You tied me up. Now you expect watermelon? You must be joking. Chen, still holding a grudge, huh? Weren't you the one who insisted I get tied up yesterday? From Chen's resentment value 666. The refreshing aroma of watermelon wafted through the air as Jiang Nan, with one hand clutching a watermelon and the other a chilled cola, ambled about, clearly enjoying himself. The newcomers were on the brink of explosion. Is this really happening? Can't you enjoy your food in peace without flaunting it in front of us? They felt the malicious intent of summer and the overwhelming pressure from Jiang Nan's provocations. From Wang Tai-S resentment value 1000. From Liu Yuting-S resentment value 1000. From Su Rui-S resentment value 111. Focus. Do not get distracted. Shenli commanded. The newcomers, we don't want this either. By the way, instructor, could you swallow the watermelon before lecturing us? You're spraying it everywhere. As Jiang Nan observed the rapidly increasing resentment values, he couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, how sweet this is. One newcomer, sporting a buzz cut, could no longer contain himself and stood up. I refuse to accept this. Why does he get to skip training? We're both newcomers. I was the top shooter in my previous unit for 3 consecutive years. I don't believe he is stronger than me. If we outperform him, can we also avoid training? Several newcomers echoed his sentiments. Exactly. How old is he? What kind of foundation could he possibly have? Just because he has connections doesn't make him special. Jiang Nan's watermelon operation ignited a wave of indignation. The seasoned soldiers were now fully engaged, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Jiang Nan blinked. Not satisfied? Well, if you're not, then that's that. I understand. With that, he reclined on a beach chair, resuming his watermelon feast. The seasoned soldiers? Wang Tai gawked. What do you really understand? I'm reporting this to the higher-ups. Normally, you'd retaliate, get involved. Instead, you're just chilling out? You genuinely see yourself as a bystander? From Wang Tai-S resentment value 1000. He felt as though he had struck a pillow with a punch. Shenli chuckled. Come on, give it a shot. Don't just talk the talk. I'm curious to see the caliber of the person the mountain cat personally brought in. Jiang Nan's expression darkened. Was he even brought in? It was more of a trick and a binding. Dear readers, if you enjoy this tale, please leave a 5-star review, add it to your bookshelf, and encourage updates. Thank you for your support. Chapter 96. Record-breaking. Extra update. With no other option, Jiang Nan rose to his feet, beaming at Wang Tai. How about this? If I outperform you during the entire training period, you will make my bed, fold my blankets, and fetch my water. Wang Tai retorted angrily. What is wrong with that? What if I outperform you? Jiang Nan replied, consider this a freebie for you. Deal. Why does it feel like something is amiss? The people nearby could hardly contain their laughter. Su Rui's face turned crimson, but she dared not laugh out loud. Jiang Nan was rather mischievous, and Ning and Chun Chen exchanged glances, feeling quite helpless. Wang Tai seemed destined to suffer a loss. Jiang Nan stepped forward to the table laden with parts. A Type 92 pistol? At that moment, Jiang Nan's expression turned serious. He picked up the components of the firearm as if rehearsing the assembly in his mind countless times. His hands moved with extraordinary dexterity, grasping the frame, inserting the barrel, compressing the spring. The speed of assembly was so rapid that it was nearly impossible to track Jiang Nan's finger movements. He loaded the magazine and disengaged the safety. No one witnessed the chambering action. He raised the gun and fired. The result? Bang. From the moment he started assembling to the first shot fired, only 7 seconds elapsed. The astonishing speed left everyone dumbfounded. That single gunshot rendered everyone momentarily speechless. Wang Tai was bewildered. Wait, he didn't T-chamber around? How can it fire? What in the world is happening? This is too fast. I couldn't even catch a glimpse. Su Rui covered her mouth in astonishment. At that instant, even instructor Chen Li's gaze transformed. Such swift movements could only be executed by a seasoned marksman. Jiang Nan was merely 18. Had he been training since birth? The veterans were also left in stunned silence. What the hell? Chambering and assembling? This guy assembled and chambered in 7 seconds? He must have spent his 18 years honing his speed. Jiang Nan? Instructor Chen Li gazed at the bewildered newcomers, stating, Do you understand why he was able to fire without chambering around? This is a chambered assembly. A bullet was already chambered during the assembly of the firearm. Moreover, it was assembled according to the structure of a chambered weapon. This is significantly more complex than a standard assembly, yet the benefits are evident. It saves a tremendous amount of time. Wang Tai's face darkened, and the newcomers were equally astonished. Chambering? They had never even heard of such a thing. How could Jiang Nan possibly know this? And why was he so proficient? Was he truly a novice? But it was hard to argue that he wasn't. Where could one find an 18-year-old veteran? At his age, he was likely the youngest in the entire Dark Knight army. Wang Tai's face reddened as he declared, What is so impressive about chambering? Hitting accurately is what matters. Look, where did he hit? Haha, 7 rings. Am I seeing things? A flurry of actions. And he only hit a 7? He must be able to hit with his eyes closed. Instructor Chun-Li's face darkened. He had foolishly praised Jiang Nan. 7 rings? Are you kidding me? Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. Less talk, more action. Don't chatter. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Nan continued to shoot. 8 consecutive shots rang out. Emptying the magazine, each shot struck the bullseye with an accuracy that was nothing short of astounding. In fact, he even created a dent in the red center of the target. Everyone was left dumbstruck. Was this level of precision even possible? Jiang Nan proclaimed. This is a domestically produced Type 92 pistol with a 9mm caliber. It holds 8 rounds and can be chambered with 9. For personnel, it uses lead-core copper-jacketed bullets. For armor-piercing, steel-core rounds can be used. The sight was misaligned by approximately 1.5 degrees. As he spoke, he began assembling a Type 95 assault rifle. The onlookers gazed at Jiang Nan in astonishment. The reason he hit a 7 on his first shot was due to the misalignment of the sight? More terrifying was the fact that despite the misalignment, he managed to hit the bullseye with all remaining 8 shots. He even calculated the degree of misalignment. Was he even human? On the other side, Jiang Nan had already completed the assembly of the Type 95 assault rifle. Bang! He fired a single shot. 3 rings. Bang! 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 Following that, he fired 10 shots, all hitting the bullseye. He then switched to fully automatic mode, unleashing a barrage of 20 rounds, all striking the bullseye. The continuous fire struck a single point on the steel target, and the intense heat and pressure pierced through the steel. Even more astonishing, every subsequent bullet Jiang Nan fired passed through the center of the bullet holes. Not a single shot went awry. Jiang Nan continued, this is a Type 95 assault rifle. With a caliber of 5.8 millimeters. The bullets used are 5.56 millimeters. 1 round is chambered. The magazine capacity is 30 rounds. The sight is intact. But the barrel's rifling is severely worn. The initial velocity of the bullets is insufficient. It needs replacing. Instructor Chun-Li. The veteran's eyes widened in disbelief. Hitting every shot was already remarkable. But 20 consecutive shots all hitting the bullseye? What about the recoil? An assault rifle has a recoil of about 1.5 kilograms for each shot, let alone in rapid succession. Jiang Nan managed to control it all? This was nothing short of a divine skill. In reality, it is far from easy to manage recoil, as one does in video games. Wang Tai's head was buzzing. The newcomers looked at Jiang Nan with a newfound admiration. Shinshin and Ning were utterly dumbfounded. They realized they had underestimated Jiang Nan. At that moment, Jiang Nan's eyes gleamed with excitement. A Barrett heavy sniper rifle? Such a marvel existed? Unable to resist, he rubbed his hands together. In no time, he had it assembled. To Instructor Chun-Li's astonishment, Jiang Nan did not install a muzzle brake. Instead, he stepped forward, aimed the rifle, bracing it against his shoulder, and chambered a round. With a thunderous bang. The sound was deafening. Flames erupted from the muzzle brake, kicking up a cloud of dust. The recoil was immense. No wonder it was dubbed a heavy weapon. Yet Jiang Nan stood firm, his upper body solid as rock, not budging an inch. He immediately fired a second shot. The crowd scrambled to pull out binoculars. In the distance, a fruit tree laden with unripe fruit stood tall. Approximately 3 seconds after Jiang Nan fired, a fruit fell to the ground. The bullet had struck the stem. After 10 shots, the tree was devoid of 10 unripe fruits. The fruits remained intact. Only the stems were severed. The veterans had forgotten about their watermelon. Chun and Ning were covered in goosebumps. The newcomers gazed at Jiang Nan as if he were a deity. Was this still a human? How could he wield an anti-material sniper rifle? What kind of strength was needed to withstand such recoil? Instructor Chun-Li swallowed hard, astonished. That must be over 2,500 meters. A record-breaking performance. In all my years in the military, I have never encountered anyone like you. Precision shooting without the need for an observer? Wind speed, humidity, even latitude and longitude must be considered. How on earth did you achieve this? Jiang Nan chuckled. Perhaps it's because I've always gotten a chicken dinner in every match of PUBG? Instructor Chun-Li? Ugh, that's the most absurd excuse I've ever heard. Wang Tai covered his face. Today, he had truly encountered a deity. In comparison, the three-time shooting champion was nothing but a mere shadow in Jiang Nan's eyes. He realized he was the one who had been lacking. This chapter is today's extra update. Fellow friends, let's keep walking through the same old path. Excitement and thrill are what we seek. Chapter 97. Acting on impulse as Wang Tai glared at him with a flushed face, Jiang Nan beamed brightly. Want to learn? I can teach you. Wang Tai? What is this line? Why does it sound so familiar? Those old soldiers are not having it. Damn. I want to learn too. South God, teach me. This marksmanship is divine. Wang Tai exclaimed. I've never seen anyone so arrogant. Chin Chin chimed in. Isn't it obvious that the 2018 handgun training was not in vain? South God, please impart your ancestral skills to us. Jiang Nan's expression darkened. Why does everything good sound so wrong when it comes out of your mouth? Is this what they mean by a dog can't spit out ivory? From Chin Chin's resentment value 333. A group of newcomers gathered around. South God, teach us too. They pleaded. I want to learn that chamber assembly. It's so cool. Su Rue blushed. I want to learn too. Jiang Nan shouted. All right. I will teach you all this skill. Chinli? Is this kid here to steal my business? From Chinli's resentment value 666. But one had to admit that Jiang Nan's marksmanship even surpassed his own. Where on earth did the mountain cat dig up this treasure? I've heard he's still in high school. At the shooting range. Jiang Nan strolled with his hands behind his back. The newcomers crouched behind sandbags while he corrected their stances with his foot. However, when it came to female comrades like Su Rue and Lu Yuding, it was a different story. He was guiding them in a hands-on manner, almost cheek to cheek. Watching Jiang Nan's profile, Su Rue's face turned crimson. Her heart raced. No, I mustn't think about it. He is only 18. So much younger than me. I must remain composed. Yes, composed. Male comrades? Seriously? Is this blatant favoritism? Can you be any more obvious? From Wang Tai's resentment value 666. From Lu Xiaofeng's resentment value 666. At that moment, the once boisterous shooting range fell silent. The veterans, who had been lounging under the sunshade, suddenly stood up in neat rows. Jiang Nan was instructing Su Rue and suddenly felt himself lifted off the ground. Looking up, he saw the expressionless mountain cat. What's going on? Jiang Nan pouted. I'm just teaching the newcomers how to shoot. Let go. I don't want to lose face. Of course. These words remained unspoken in his mind. All right, but could you at least let go of her hand first? Su Rue's cheeks were flushed, and Jiang Nan, still being held aloft, didn't he release his grip? Hands-on instruction. This is what makes it professional. Mountain cat. This hands-on approach is quite literal. She initially intended for Jiang Nan to undergo training, to temper his temperament. Yet after just one morning, Jiang Nan had transformed into a coach? What kind of divine operation is this? Mountain Cat had been watching Jiang Nan shooting from the office surveillance. She was left in awe. Although she had heard from Ning and Qinshin before, she hadn't anticipated Jiang Nan's marksmanship to reach such a divine level. Had he somehow avoided the Meng soup in his past life? If Jiang Nan continued to lead, this batch of newcomers would surely be led astray. Mountain Cat observed Jiang Nan's innocent blinking eyes with a headache. She then set him down on the ground. Be good. Understand? Her tone even carried a hint of negotiation. Jiang Nan grinned. All right. In that moment, both the veterans and newcomers, even instructor Chinli, were astonished. They had never seen Mountain Cat speak like this before. Has she changed her ways? What are you staring at? Combat training. No. Fine. It was all a fantasy. The veterans eagerly rolled up their sleeves, excitement gleaming in their eyes. Meanwhile, the newcomers wore bitter expressions. They were about to endure another round of torment. Only Wang Tai appeared exhilarated. The arena was immediately set up, with the veterans shedding their shirts to reveal their muscular physiques. The newcomers were taken down in mere minutes. Only Wang Tai, with his solid muscles, akin to a young bull, managed to take down a veteran with a throw. Damn. Old Lu, can you even handle this? Have you been watching too many movies? You're pathetic. With that, another veteran charged in, and the two squared off, grappling. Mountain Cat, you should join in and practice too. Jiang Nan chuckled. I think I'll pass on that, right? Old Chin's face darkened. 1,000 horses galloping in his heart. But he couldn't defy Mountain Cat and could only join in as a spectator, seeing their captain watching. The veterans put in even more effort. The atmosphere in the arena grew intense. and Ning observed the brawl between Wang Tai and the others, frowning slightly. Why do you men always take off your shirts during matches? Jiang Nan rubbed his chin in contemplation. Perhaps because if everyone took off their pants, the atmosphere would become a bit strange? And Ning? Mountain Cat? Su Rue? Is there a way to compete without pants? The three of them were dumbfounded. What kind of peculiar thought process is this? Men take off their shirts during competitions because it would be awkward to remove their pants? Upon reflection, it indeed makes sense. However, it still felt off. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Wang Tai delivered a powerful punch to a veteran's nose, sending him sprawling to the ground. In just a short while, Wang Tai had taken down 5 veterans. His moves were grand and full of vigor, reminiscent of ancient martial arts. Damn, this kid is quite the menace. Instructor Chun-Li admired him greatly. The veterans dared not charge in recklessly. If they were taken down again, it would be a disgrace. Wang Tai wiped the sweat from his brow, his bronzed skin glistening in the sunlight. Excitedly, he asked, "Who else? Is anyone else stepping up?" Shin shouted, "You little brat have gotten too cocky. South God, go teach him a lesson." "Yes, South God. Show him what you've got. South God, South God, South God." As Chun led the chant, both newcomers and veterans joined in the uproar. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. Damn, this Chun is scheming revenge. I must teach this kid a lesson. Wang Tai's gaze fell on Jiang Nan. He had never feared anyone in close combat. Having formally studied Hong Fist, he was confident in his broad moves and had no trepidation. Jiang Nan's marksmanship was divine. But Wang Tai didn't believe Jiang Nan could surpass him in close quarters. So, are we going to fight, or what? Jiang Nan grinned. Let us do it. Acting on impulse. And then, to everyone's shock, Jiang Nan began to unbuckle his belt. Everyone froze, including Wang Tai, who took 2 steps back in fear. What the hell? What kind of fight is this? The veterans and newcomers were dumbstruck. Mountain Cat's face turned red. She grabbed Jiang Nan's arm and glared at him. A match is a match. Why on earth are you taking off your pants? And Ning was also dumbfounded. Only Su Rue looked excitedly at Jiang Nan and then at Wang Tai. The spirit of a fangirl ignited within her. Jiang Nan replied, "They take off their shirts to boost the atmosphere. I just wanted to see if taking off my pants would also provide a buff." Mountain Cat. And Ning? Damn. This topic hasn't even settled yet. Listen, is this even human language? If Jiang Nan actually takes off his pants, he would undoubtedly become the first person in the 5,000-year history of Huaxia to engage in such a spectacle. Whether there will be any enhancements, I cannot say. But it will certainly be a sight that is hard to behold. Chapter 98. This girl is my nemesis amidst a surge of resentment from Luo Tianhong and Ning. And Su Rue, Jiang Nan found himself in a precarious situation. Though he had loosened his belt in anticipation, the piercing gaze of the Mountain Cat prevented him from fully shedding his attire. Instead, he removed his upper garment, revealing a physique that was both well-defined and devoid of bulk, each muscle sharp and chiseled as if sculpted by a master artisan. In the sunlight, Jiang Nan exuded an aura of refreshing charm, his lips perpetually curved into a gentle smile, which sent the hearts of the young women in attendance racing. As Jiang Nan leisurely stepped into the arena, he stood relaxed, calmly inviting, "Come, face me head on." Wang Tianyan's expression turned grave, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Jiang Nan remained nonchalant, not even adopting a fighting stance, yet he appeared utterly impenetrable to Wang Tianyan's scrutiny, instilling a sense of suffocating pressure. Undeterred, Wang Tianyan advanced, launching a punch that flew like a cannonball, accompanied by a sharp whistle through the air. Jiang Nan did not flinch. He stood his ground. And just as the fist seemed poised to collide with his face, the crowd collectively held its breath. Was the revered South God merely a fade, frozen in fear? At that critical moment, Jiang Nan sprang into action, raising one leg to strike Wang Tianyan's slightly bent knee. In an instant, Wang Tianyan lost his footing, his punch barely grazing Jiang Nan's cheek as his body lurched forward, teetering on the brink of collapse. In his moment of shock, he caught sight of Jiang Nan's fist, rising like a dragon from the depths of the sea, swift, precise, and fierce. With a resounding thud, Jiang Nan's fist struck Wang Tianyan squarely in the abdomen, propelling him off the ground like a shrimp arching its back, collapsing to the earth, clutching his gut, eyes wide and bloodshot. Despite his struggles, he could not rise. The arena fell into silence. Su Rui gaped. Disbelief etched across her features as she beheld Jiang Nan's prowess. Wang Tianmian's reputation was well known. Yet Jiang Nan had dispatched him with a mere kick and a punch, effortlessly. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Wang Tianmian had crashed into Jiang Nan's fist of his own accord. How could this be possible? Instructor Chenli's eyes sparkled with realization. The significance of that punch and kick was monumental. Wang Tianmian alone could not gauge Jiang Nan's true strength. How formidable could this young man possibly be? He yearned to witness it firsthand. Everyone, charge. Whoever can take down Jiang Nan is exempt from 3 days of physical training. At this proclamation, both veterans and recruits alike ignited with fervor, rushing forward like unleashed tigers. Let us go. We're many. Surely we can take down the South God. If he stands, we'll never live this down. Jiang Nan, taken aback, thought, what the hell? This old commander is really out to get me. Little Rui, activate your domain. Jiang Nan felt a surge of frustration, realizing that the mountain cat had summoned this young woman as a counter to him. I assure you, you cannot defeat me. The veterans bristled. You're just getting cocky. Is it you who has become arrogant, or have I lost my touch? Should you fail to take me down, I'll make you regret it. Before he could finish, Jiang Nan knocked the veteran out with a swift punch, rendering him unconscious on the ground. Bare-chested, Jiang Nan weaved through the throng, each punch landing with precision and excitement, dispatching one opponent after another. The veterans had anticipated that Jiang Nan would struggle against their sheer numbers. Yet he erupted with a ferocity akin to a volcano, each strike hitting with the force of a freight train. His agility and technique were astonishing, grappling, striking, Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Muay Thai, his style was ever-evolving, a shadow that could not be caught. Even when struck, he felt as though he had collided with solid steel, the impact reverberating through his body. 15 minutes later, a sea of bodies lay sprawled on the ground. Jiang Nan leaned against his thigh, gasping for breath. Beads of perspiration glistening on his chin, looking as if he had just emerged from water. Those who claimed I would falter, call me when you're in the restroom. Chin lamented, South God. I was wrong. Instructor Chenli could hardly contain himself. He marveled at Jiang Nan's ability to incapacitate 70 members of the Shadow Knight army in merely 15 minutes, and still have the energy to jest. What kind of terrifying combat prowess was this? A warrior of Huaxia? After years of service, he had never encountered someone so young, yet so formidable. Su Rui stood in awe, finally comprehending why the mountain cat had personally sought Jiang Nan. Without her intervention, no one could hope to contain him. Admiration gleamed in her eyes. Just then, the mountain cat licked her lips, excitement radiating from her. She shed her military uniform, tying her black hair into a bun. Clad in a tactical vest, her muscular form displayed 8 perfectly defined abs. With clenched fists and a piercing gaze, she possessed a commanding presence that surpassed that of ordinary soldiers. Defeat me, and you may skip any future training. At her words, the fallen warriors scrambled to their feet, eyes alight with exhilaration. The captain of the mountain cat was about to engage? Luo Tianhong, a name that could instill trepidation even within the ranks of the Huaxia Shadow Knight army. Whispers of her strength and terror circulated even within the Dragon Abyss army. They cast sympathetic glances at Jiang Nan, fearing he would soon face a reckoning. Jiang Nan, too, felt a shiver. No one understood the mountain cat's ferocity better than he. She meant to fight him? For real? Do not employ any supernatural abilities. How'll I know when I've won? At this, everyone was taken aback. Was he genuinely proposing a contest? Jiang Nan seemed oblivious to the gravity of his situation. The mountain cat cracked her neck, until one of us concedes. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Nan's foot struck the hard ground with such force that it left a crater, launching him forward like an arrow, his speed nearly blurring. The spectators were left astounded, witnessing his immediate attack, executed the moment the mountain cat finished speaking. He spun and delivered a flying kick, which connected with the mountain cat's jaw. To everyone's astonishment, she merely tilted her head slightly. In that instant, her hand seized Jiang Nan's leg, lifting him effortlessly as though he were a mere sandbag, before slamming him down onto the ground. The wind howled past his ears as Jiang Nan braced himself with his hands, dissipating the force. He then leaned forward, channeling the immense centrifugal force into a powerful elbow strike aimed at the mountain cat's temple. Simultaneously, her knee surged forward like an ice-splitting axe. with a resounding crash. Jiang Nan was sent sprawling over 5 meters. "Oh, that hurts." The mountain cat raised her fists, her body moving with exhilarating energy. It had been far too long since anyone had ignited such excitement within her. "Jiang Nan, you are simply magnificent." Chapter 99. Mua. Moi. Extra update. The lynx felt an overwhelming surge of battle intent coursing through its body. Its blood was boiling, even vibrating with excitement. This sensation was something the lynx had not experienced in quite some time. Jiang Nan rubbed his belly, and the glance he cast at the lynx made him instinctively retract his neck. Damn, the anthropomorphic Tyrannosaurus Rex has awakened. It was somewhat terrifying. Jiang Nan could sense that. Even without utilizing any supernatural abilities, the lynx's physical prowess was astonishingly formidable. It even surpassed his own. His strength stemmed from the enhancement of powerful elixirs. But the lynx? That was purely honed through relentless training. How much effort must have been expended behind the scenes? There was no time for Jiang Nan to hesitate. The lynx was already charging in with a heavy fist. Jiang Nan retaliated with a punch. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed fiercely in the arena. Each punch landed with a resounding impact against flesh, sending adrenaline surging through the onlookers. Every blow concealed lethal intent. Every second was a heart-stopping spectacle. The crowd fell silent, completely engrossed in the ferocity of their combat. And Ning called out, "Instructor, how's it going? Does Jiang Nan have a chance?" Su Rui listened intently from the sidelines. Chun-Li wore a grave expression. The lass is serious. No one can withstand her. Jiang Nan was at a disadvantage in terms of physical condition, even without her supernatural abilities. The lynx's physique was at a golden level. Coupled with her years of battle-hardened skills, Jiang Nan feared he might not measure up. Chun-Li remained silent. Even if Jiang Nan were to lose, the outcome would still be fearsome. After all, he was only at the bronze level. His physical abilities could rival those of the lynx at her peak golden state? This kid must have grown up on bricks. Just then, Jiang Nan found himself in peril. The lynx had maneuvered behind him. With a triangle hold in place, Jiang Nan's eyes rolled back. The veterans exclaimed, "It's over. The captain has him in a lock." Once this move is executed, there's no escape. Nanshin was also astonished. After such a prolonged struggle with the captain, she was serious now. Even I shuddered at her gaze. But at that moment, everyone was left dumbfounded. Jiang Nan's wide eyes began to spin. He extended his tongue and licked the lynx's delicate arm that was constricting his neck. Slurp, 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 the lynx felt her arm warm and slick. And when she looked down, she was flabbergasted. "Jiang Nan, is he actually licking my arm? What on earth are you doing?" From Luo Tianhong's resentment value 1000. Instinctively loosening her grip. "Hiki, just wanted to see if it tastes good." Only a fool would confront the lynx head-on. That's tantamount to courting death. Jiang Nan was well aware of his limits. He couldn't overpower her. But who said that losing was the only option? A clever person has their own ingenious tactics. Everyone was stunned. Licking an arm? Is that what you call a strategy? Only Su Rui covered her face. In that moment, the lynx experienced a taste of her own earlier terror. Seizing the opportunity, she thrust her head forward, breaking free from the lynx's grip. Just as she was about to turn the tide, the lynx, however, pinned Jiang Nan beneath her, straddling him with a look of embarrassment and fury. Jiang Nan's face was filled with dread. This was how the earth-shattering bear had met its demise. One could only imagine that in the next instant, the lynx's fist would rain down like a storm. Just as the lynx was about to strike down, Jiang Nan raised his hand to catch her, fingers interlocked. The lynx's eyes widened, and she swung her other fist. Jiang Nan intercepted again, fingers still entwined. With a roar, he exclaimed, "Behold my divine technique." Ajin fell for a Chang Jiang and forcefully pushed outward with both hands. Since their fingers were locked, the lynx's arm was involuntarily extended outward. This caused her upper body to lose all support. She lost her balance and was pulled toward Jiang Nan's embrace. The lynx's face turned to one of shock. For in her line of sight, Jiang Nan's face was rapidly enlarging, and Jiang Nan was pouting, just as they were about to kiss. Mua. At the last moment, the lynx instinctively turned her head. Yet, Jiang Nan still managed to plant a kiss on her cheek. Wow. So warm. Quite delightful. The arena fell into a profound silence. Did he just kiss our captain? Was that intentional? What in the world is this divine maneuver? A divine technique. Truly a divine technique. And what was that about Ajin falling for a Chang? Ah, I'll kill you. The lynx's cheeks flushed crimson. She was utterly flustered, struggling desperately. But both her hands were restrained by Jiang Nan. Even her legs were pinned beneath his strong grip. Don't be shy. Come on. Just one more kiss. Jiang Nan pouted, desperately inching closer. The lynx continued to evade backward. From Luo Tianhong's resentment value 1,000. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free. If this continued, the other side of her face would likely suffer the same fate. Finally, all right, I concede. Boom. The might of a peak golden level warrior erupted. A terrifying wave of energy surged through the arena, scattering dust and debris everywhere. Jiang Nan was embedded into the ground. The lynx quickly got up, wiping her cheek. The blush on her face had yet to fade. Her eyes were slightly red. Did you see that? Sometimes, strength is not the only determinant of victory or defeat. Indeed, no one is allowed to imitate him. Humph. Shameless. The lynx stamped her foot in frustration and shot Jiang in a fierce glare. She hurriedly exited. Everyone was left in shock. The usually ice-cold captain displayed such a girlish demeanor. Her face was flushed. Jiang Nan felt a pang of guilt. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. How can one claim victory? No need for training now. But that was akin to poking a tiger's rear. The lynx would not be furious out of embarrassment. Would she beat him up later? Humph. Let her throw me away. After all, I got that kiss. It was a win. But seeing the lynx's slightly reddened eyes, Jiang Nan felt a twinge of regret for teasing her. Chen Chen's eyes lit up. Wow. Nan Shun is incredible. I want to learn that divine technique. I want to learn it. A Zhen fell for a Chong? That's so bold. Chun Li remarked. As the saying goes, when the water is too clear, there are no fish, and when a person is too despicable, they are invincible. Jiang Nan responded. That old man. If you can't use idioms properly, please refrain from doing so. Who are you calling despicable? You all want to learn? Perhaps you lack the talent for it. The crowd was taken aback. Why? Hiki. This forbidden technique, once used. If you don't possess my sunny and handsome visage, you will only meet a quicker demise. Those of an older age might even be arrested for indecency. Chin? Chun-Li. Damn. Are you indirectly calling us ugly? So you think being handsome is such a big deal? From Chan Li's resentment value 1,000. From Chin Chin's resentment value 1,000. From. Hey? Don't leave. Come on. Help me out of this mess. Chin. Ha. Shameless. Humph. So shameless. You dig yourself out. Jiang Nan? Chapter 100. Brother. I advise you to turn yourself in. After a long day of arduous training, Wang Tai, a true man, honored his bet. He prepared a foot bath for Jiang Nan and tidied up the beds, bustling about with diligence. Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle, developing a fondness for this straightforward fellow, blunt and unyielding. He held deep respect for those who silently safeguarded Huaxiao, always braving the storms ahead. 20 years of spiritual revival. The stability and prosperity of Huaxiao are largely due to the unwavering dedication of these individuals, who bear heavy burdens for the sake of the people. And now, has he truly become one of them? Even now, Jiang Nan struggled to grasp the reality of it all. As the lights were extinguished at 10, the dormitory erupted into a cacophony, grinding teeth, flatulence, snoring, and even sleep-talking. The most astonishing part was how the sleep-talkers seemed to engage in coherent conversations. Jiang Nan, lying in bed, felt a surge of frustration. How adorable. Oh, how endearing you are. From Luo Tianhong, 111 anger points. From Luo Tianhong, 111 anger points. What the? Still refreshing? She has been at it all afternoon. Was it just a kiss? Is it really worth this fury? From Luo Tianhong, 1,000 anger points. Jiang Nan lay in bed, shivering slightly. This couldn't possibly lead to his demise, could it? Tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He finally couldn't hold back any longer. With a flash, he disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, outside the office of the lynx, Jiang Nan gently pushed open the door, discovering her resting her head on the desk. Relieved, he instantly teleported into the office. Under the moonlight, Lynx was deeply asleep at her desk, her once icy demeanor softened, revealing a touch of warmth. From Luo Tianhong, 111 anger points. Jiang Nan was bewildered. Are you still not done with me in your dreams? What could you possibly be dreaming about? On the desk lay a chaotic array of documents, all marked with red ink, showcasing her diligence. Suddenly, Jiang Nan felt a pang of sympathy for her. This seemingly tough woman, what was her inner world truly like? He casually pulled out a beauty elixir and placed it in her palm. Then, seizing a pen, he wrote fervently on a piece of paper, chuckling softly to himself. He carefully draped a military uniform over her shoulders before vanishing in an instant. 3 minutes later, Luo Tianhong slowly opened her eyes. Staring blankly at the large white rabbit candy in her hand for an extended moment. Then, she noticed the note Jiang Nan had left behind. "I'm sorry. Here is a candy for you. Please don't be angry anymore. Remember to rest, and don't sleep in the office. Smile more. You look beautiful when you do." Link smiled. Her smile truly was captivating, with delightful dimples adorning her cheeks. As she savored the candy Jiang Nan had given her, it was undeniably sweet. Returning to his bed, Jiang Nan found himself wide awake amidst the ruckus. The commotion was relentless. In his restless state, he decided to cocoon himself in his blanket and pulled out a packet of popping candy, his cherished stash. With nothing else to do, he figured it was time to indulge. Absorbing spiritual energy was crucial. Even in the dark military camp, he couldn't let that slip. Tearing open the cartoonish packaging, he tilted his head and poured the candy into his mouth. Sweet. Bang, bang, bang. The explosive sounds erupted in his mouth. Jiang Nan's body reacted, his legs kicking and trembling uncontrollably, oscillating between agony and ecstasy. This popping candy was exhilarating. As Jiang Nan shook, the bunk beds creaked rhythmically. The sound roused Chen from below, who, upon hearing the commotion and the rhythmic creaks, instantly understood. South God, is something happening under the covers at midnight? No wonder your shooting skills are so phenomenal. With a knowing smile, he nudged the bed frame. South God, that's enough. You're still young. Take care of yourself. Jiang Nan, what the hell do you mean by take care of myself? I'm just enjoying this candy. It's too intense. Overwhelmed. He emerged from his cocoon and shot Chen a fierce glare before retreating back under the covers. He wanted to explain, but the candy had rendered him speechless. The moment he opened his mouth, it was a barrage of sounds akin to a Gatling gun. Wouldn't that alert everyone to a supposed enemy attack? Chen, seeing Jiang Nan's disheveled state, was taken aback. What on earth happened to you? You're drenched in sweat. This must be intense. Just then, the popping candy reached its climax. Jiang Nan felt as though he might explode. Trembling uncontrollably, the bed creaked louder. Chen, this is too much. At this rate, the bed will collapse. In a moment of panic, he threw back Jiang Nan's blanket. South God, enough of this. Before he could finish, both of them froze in shock, their eyes wide with fear. Chen face turned serious, and he demanded, "What on earth are you doing?" Jiang Nan panicked. If these big guys discovered he was secretly indulging in popping candy under the covers, his reputation would be shattered. He hurriedly concealed the candy wrapper under his pillow. Old Shun, please don't tell anyone. Chen snapped. Don't tell anyone? Do you even realize what you're doing? This is a military base. You're breaking the law. Jiang Nan, what? Who said you can't eat popping candy in a military base? Am I breaking the law for enjoying candy? Rolling his eyes, Jiang Nan retorted, just don't spill the beans. I'll share some with you. Chen, you want to drag me down with you? Listen here, Jiang Nan. You should never touch this stuff again. You're still young. I'm doing this for your own good. If you're not addicted yet, quit while you can. If you are, turn yourself in and seek help. Jiang Nan's expression turned incredulous. Are you kidding me? This stuff is addictive? Illegal? What nonsense? Chen was astonished. You're not serious, are you? Before Chen could continue, Jiang Nan interrupted. This is just popping candy. With that, he pulled the candy out from under his pillow. Chen snapped. Are you trying to deceive me with cartoon packaging? You're just making excuses. Jiang Nan, excuses? Open your mouth. Instinctively, Chen opened his mouth, and Jiang Nan poured the remaining candy into it. Chen's eyes lit up. So sweet? Then, bang. Chapter 101. Enemy attack? The pop rocks exploded in Chen's mouth, leaving him utterly bewildered. With a roll of his eyes, he collapsed onto the ground, twitching uncontrollably. This was unbelievable. Bang, bang, bang. Chen lay on the floor, howling and twisting as if he had been infected by a zombie virus. A series of sounds erupted from his mouth. Tap, 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 tap. The noise was continuous and resounding, echoing throughout the dormitory. In an instant, everyone in the dorm awoke. What the heck? An enemy attack. Emergency assembly. The enemy has heavy artillery. Did they even bring a Gatling gun? Goodness. That sounds like a howitzer. Everyone scrambled for cover, determined to ensure the enemy would not return unscathed. A group of people reacted swiftly, hastily throwing on their clothes and gathering on the ground. It was unclear who turned on the lights, but when they did, everyone was left dumbfounded. Their Chin, twitching like an old zombie, drenched in sweat. His mouth still producing that incessant noise. The Dark Knight Army? Jiang Nan covered his face. I told you not to doubt. Blast it. You won't survive this, you rascal. What's wrong with eating Pop Rocks? Is it a crime to indulge in some candy? What kind of people are these? What has happened to old Chen? Has he lost his mind in training? Is this a real-life version of Resident Evil? His mouth skills are impressive. There are indeed talented mimics in the capital. What the heck? Has old Chen broken through from silver 8 stars to silver 9 stars? Chin. I believe it. I truly believe it. These are Pop Rocks. The power is just too overwhelming. Chin felt as if his entire being had been blasted apart. And even more terrifying was the surge in his energy absorption rate, which had increased tenfold. This had propelled him to a level up. After twitching for a full 3 minutes, Chin finally regained his composure. He wiped his nose in tears, his eyes shining brightly. South God, please give me another bag of Pop Rocks. I am utterly addicted. Let us not even mention the intensity. This tenfold cultivation speed is simply terrifying. How could he not be addicted? The Dark Knight Army was bewildered. Did that bizarre display just now come from eating Pop Rocks? So these two were sneaking under the covers at midnight, indulging in candy? Whom at this age, still eating Pop Rocks? But what brand are these? They're so loud. Jiang Nan felt his face flush under the gaze of his comrades. Oh no, I've been discovered. Their illustrious South God, sneaking candy in bed at midnight? Jiang Nan felt as if he might choke. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. Addicted? Well, if you are, then go turn yourself in. Chin, you fool. Just then, Jiang Nan sensed the atmosphere in the dormitory heating up. The Dark Knight Army's gazes began to shift uneasily. Each person's face flushed slightly. Jiang Nan's expression gradually morphed into one of terror. Damn it, it's my irresistible charm once again. The Dark Knight Army was equally perplexed. What was happening? Why did Jiang Nan look so appealing? Why did they feel so fond of him? There was even a hint of cuteness. In an instant, they began to feel as if Jiang Nan was their destined one. Heartbeats quickened. Butterflies fluttered. No way. He is a man. But he is so handsome. And so capable. Wait. No. What the hell? This is camaraderie. It must be a strong bond of brotherhood. Everyone shook their heads. Yet they could not help but steal glances at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan swallowed hard, his expression growing increasingly alarmed. How can anyone sleep in this dorm? If any brother loses control in the middle of the night, wouldn't I be drenched in sweat? Wouldn't it be a case of 2 men together? This is unacceptable. If I spend the night here, it would be a complete disaster. Jiang Nan shivered at the thought. If I eat Pop Rocks in the dorm again, I will cease to be human. Resolute, Jiang Nan vanished in an instant. Chin, you fool. Prepare to face the wrath of the mighty. In the dormitory, Chin was beaming with excitement. Thanks to the Pop Rocks, he too had broken through his bottleneck. Silver 9 stars? Golden status is just around the corner. Huh? Why are you all staring at me like that? Chin sensed something was off. His comrades' gazes were peculiar. They looked like a pack of wolves eyeing a defenseless lamb. Old Chin. It's best to go to bed early. Yes. Sleep. Sleep is the best option. Chin's face was one of sheer terror. In the corridor, Jiang Nan was unsure of where to go, meandering until he found himself at the door of the Lynx's office. He could not dare return to the dorm. Otherwise, he might as well kiss his backside goodbye. It was too perilous. May Chin find happiness? Come in. The door is unlocked. Jiang Nan? Pushing the door into the office. He found the Lynx perusing documents, draped in the blanket Jiang Nan had given her. Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned. At that moment, the Lynx was simply breathtaking. Her features were sharply defined, with a prominent nose and icy eyes that held an intriguing allure, complemented by loose strands of hair framing her face. The years spent in the harsh conditions of the Dark Knight Army had not diminished her beauty. Rather, they had restored her to perfection. Such a sight left Jiang Nan entranced. The lynx's cheeks flushed as she recalled earlier events, feeling shy to meet Jiang Nan's gaze. Strangely, her heart raced slightly. Why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face? Jiang Nan. Yes. Just a hint of cuteness. Luo Tian Hong. Where did you learn such cheesy lines? She had intended to scold Jiang Nan, but suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. Is the dorm too noisy for you? They must be quite rowdy when sleeping. Jiang Nan scratched his head with a sheepish grin. The lynx pointed to the side. There's a bedroom over there. You can sleep here for now. Oh, so there's a small bedroom next to the office. The room was small, but neatly arranged. A water bottle sat on the nightstand, with a wildflower sprouting from it. Jiang Nan beamed brightly as he flopped onto the bed. The pillows still carried a faint fragrance. A sign that this was the lynx's sanctuary. If I sleep here, where will you sleep? The lynx. Sleep if you want. If not, then leave. Jiang Nan? What the hell? Just when she was being gentle. It was all a figment of my imagination. Sleep. I'm going to sleep like there's no tomorrow. For the next few days, help me train the newcomers, and after some time, I might have you lead them on missions. Jiang Nan. Sure. The lynx was surprised. Aren't you going to ask? It might be quite dangerous. Jiang Nan rolled over, his consciousness fading as he murmured. What is there to ask? I trust you. The lynx stared at Jiang Nan, who lay on the bed, lost in thought. She smiled. The next morning, the Dark Knight army assembled. Jiang Nan nudged Qinshin gently, grinning. What's up, brother? Is it painful? Qinshin, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Qinshin's resentment value 1,000. I fear losing the target. Qinshin had not slept a wink the entire night. Chapter 102. Merging everything into the night. Protecting the light with our lives. Additional update. Last night, Qinshin bound himself tightly to the bed with a belt. Could it be that you would turn against me? Ultimately, he managed to preserve his innocence, but that lingering fear was inescapable. What kind of terrifying sorcery was that? To level up, it seemed rather unwise. From Qinshin's resentment value 1,000. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded by the sight of the lynx. My heavens, what divine beauty is this? One could scarcely tear their gaze away. Why is everyone looking at me like that? And Ning, report, Captain. Please take a look in the mirror yourself. Lynx. Upon taking out a small mirror, she was momentarily stunned. Had she become more beautiful overnight? Could it possibly be due to the white rabbit candy she had eaten yesterday? Is there truly such magic in this world? And what about the ginseng that saved her life? How many surprises could Jiang Nan possibly bring? Her gaze fell upon Jiang Nan with a hint of reproach. The candy possessed beauty-enhancing properties? Y&T told her. Jiang Nan chuckled mischievously. Meanwhile, the Night Army could no longer contain themselves. What on earth is happening? Have they begun flirting? Jiang Nan hadn't slept in the dormitory last night, and this morning, someone saw him leaving the lynx's office? Goodness, were they not even hiding it anymore? No wonder the lynx had become more beautiful. It seemed she had been nourished. One by one, they secretly gave Jiang Nan a thumbs up. Jiang Nan? Jiang Nan stepped forward. From today onwards, he would train you all as an instructor. Any objections? Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. In just one day, Jiang Nan had risen to the rank of instructor, and as a newcomer, no less. Yet, no one dared to oppose him. The skills he had demonstrated yesterday were already out of this world. If they could learn from him. All eyes were filled with fervor as they looked at Jiang Nan. Chun-Li. I'm going to lose my job. From Chun-Li's resentment value 1,000. However, over the course of the next 2 weeks, everyone felt the terror of Jiang Nan. Tactical reconnaissance, coordinate calculations, infiltration, counter-infiltration, assassination, tactical planning. He had reached a divine level in all subjects. He could even proficiently operate military equipment, such as marching computers. He was nothing short of a polymath. For an 18-year-old still in high school, this was simply unfathomable. Yet Jiang Nan could do it, and he excelled at everything. Jiang Nan generously shared all his knowledge without reservation. 2 weeks later, whether they were recruits or veterans, the way they looked at Jiang Nan was akin to gazing upon a deity. Jiang Nan, truly deserving of the title. Even the lynx wore a speechless expression. She had begun to suspect that Jiang Nan was an international agent secretly trained by another country. The reason Jiang Nan was reluctant to join was that he truly had no need to participate in the new recruit training. He had essentially brought back a martial champion. On this day, the Lynx called for an urgent assembly. In the operations command room, the Lynx wore a grave expression. A mission has come. The newcomers appeared solemn, while the veterans looked somber. The large screen displayed the details of the mission. The Lynx continued. An underground organization from the Goose Country has obtained a nuclear warhead with an explosive yield of 1.5 million tons of TNT. That's 100 times that of a little girl. It has been put up for sale on the dark web, attracting several domestic underground organizations to trade. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned grave. An explosive yield of 1.5 million tons of TNT would have a blast radius of nearly 100 kilometers. If it were to flow into the country, the consequences would be unimaginable. According to reliable intelligence, the nuclear weapon was located in the overseas town of Sukha and was in a ready state. Any provocation could lead to a desperate situation. Jiang Nan felt speechless. This was not just tricky, it was a complete mess. It was akin to someone carrying a bomb and demanding payment. If they refused to pay and attempted to attack him, he would blow them both to smithereens. The objective of this operation was to halt the transaction and retrieve the warhead, doing everything possible to prevent an explosion. There was only one chance. Since this operation was overseas, you should understand. Once you step outside, your identities will be revoked. No support will be provided from the rear. All actions taken will be of your own volition and have no relation to Huaxia. Even if you perish abroad, no one will remember you. We are the night, the guardians of Huaxia. Merging everything into the night, we protect the light with our lives. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and replied alongside all the night army. Yes, Captain. The Lynx nodded in satisfaction, her gaze resting on Jiang Nan. The operation was codenamed Cuckoo Bird Operation. Operation Leader, Jiang Nan. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Jiang Nan directing the operation? This was no jest. It was known that this was overseas. Progress would be arduous. No matter how strong Jiang Nan was, he was still a newcomer. He had no experience with operations whatsoever. This mission was of hellish difficulty. The operational team, Chen Xun, Ning, Su Rui, Wang Tai, including Jiang Nan, a total of 10 individuals. Apart from Chen Xun and Ning, the rest were outstanding newcomers from training. Others had different arrangements, and no objections were allowed. Jiang Nan, do you have anything to say? Jiang Nan beamed brightly. Surely there must be some operational funds available? A little spending money, perhaps? All the night army. Links? Weapons and equipment. You can take whatever operational funds you need. Once you arrive in Sukha town, there will be people to assist you. Upon hearing there was money involved, Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was what you said. Next, they delved deeper into the mission details. By afternoon, the 9 were fully armed on the training ground. Bulletproof vests, night vision goggles, grenades, rifles, pistols, radios equipped to the fullest. At that moment, Jiang Nan arrived, beaming, followed by the Lynx, who wore a stern expression. I'm off now. Sister Lynx, hurry up and leave. It was no wonder the Lynx was angry. Jiang Nan had nearly emptied half of the armory, stuffed his alternate space to the brim. Was he planning to blow up a mountain, or what? Sukha town was going to be turned upside down by Jiang Nan. Looking at Jiang Nan, the Lynx couldn't help but say, don't push yourself. Bring back as many people as you take out. Their lives are in your hands. It's okay if the mission fails. We have a second line of defense. Jiang Nan looked at the 9 slightly tense team members and smiled brightly. Just watch. This chapter is today's additional update. Hee. The mission in Sukha town is happening. It will be fantastic. Look forward to it. 5-star reviews, urging updates, and a triple connection to the bookshelf, please. Mwah. Chapter 103, The Bald Brigade. Half an hour later. Under the blazing sun, alongside an empty road, Jiang Nan and his squad, armed to the teeth, stood in a neat formation. Jiang Nan exclaimed, are we just going to abandon our mission here? Are we expected to walk back to Jiacheng? At the very least, we could get a vehicle. Wang Tai felt a tinge of anxiety. It was his first time operating under the guise of the Night Brigade, and right from the start, they were conducting an overseas mission. Wang Tai asked Nan, Nanshin, do we have an operational plan? Of course we do. First, we need to hijack a vehicle. Jiang Nan replied, to which the team responded with bewilderment. Hijack? Can we not be a tad more reliable? Inside a military base, Chun-Li wore a worried expression. letting Jiang Nan take command. Especially since most of the team are newcomers, can they handle it? This isn't a trivial matter. Shan Mao reassured him. Jiang Nan is the most suitable choice. Don't underestimate him. No matter where he finds himself, be it an orphanage, Jiangcheng, Lingshu, or the battlefield, he will always thrive better than most. The higher-ups were quite attentive to Jiang Nan. This mission felt more like an assessment. Moreover, I will accompany him. In a willing Hongguang heading towards Jiacheng. Jiang Nan occupied the passenger seat, with the petite Su Rue perched on his lap. The back seat was crammed with 8 individuals. Truly, the legendary vehicle lived up to its name. Jiang Nan felt they could fit 5 more. Driver Wang Shifu was drenched in sweat, hands trembling. Who wouldn't be nervous with such a heavily armed squad inside? Come on, let us share and hydrate. Jiang Nan pulled out 7 bottles of strength potion from a different dimension and distributed them to Chen and the others. Without hesitation, they tilted their heads back and drank. The sensation was exhilarating. What is this? I feel like my strength has increased tenfold. Not just strength, but their physical fitness surged dramatically. Where did Nanshan get this miraculous potion? The team was ablaze with excitement. Jiang Nan scratched his head, feeling slightly guilty. This is merely to enhance your abilities. Yes, it's for your benefit, not to gain resentment points. And Ning, curious, asked, why didn't we get any? Su Rue, nestled in Jiang Nan's embrace, chimed in, Nan Shun, I want some too. Jiang Nan covered his face. You too should pass. I'm doing this for your own good. Both pouted in disappointment. While Chen Shun was boasting to a Ning, he suddenly sensed something off. Huh, why is my helmet slipping down? He adjusted it, but it slipped again. Is the elastic broken? Upon removing the helmet for inspection, the vehicle fell into a stunned silence. Ning and Su Rue looked horrified, and the team was equally perplexed. Ning, trying to suppress her laughter, teased, Chen, don't you feel like something's missing? Missing? Not at all. Just feels cooler. The team members seemed to grasp the situation, swallowing hard, and quickly removed their helmets. Chen was flabbergasted. What the? Why are you all bald? The van was filled with shiny, bald heads, dazzling to the eyes. Wang Tai exclaimed. You say that as if you're not bald yourself. Chen rubbed his head in shock. No wonder I couldn't keep the helmet on. I'm bald too? And Ning and Su Rue burst into laughter, unable to contain themselves. The team shot Jiang Nan glances that could kill. Jiang Nan cleared his throat to grow stronger. One must naturally pay a price. On the battlefield, every bit of strength increases the chance of survival. Isn't hair just hair? What's more important, hair or life? The team nodded in agreement. You make a compelling point. But why aren't you drinking? Jiang Nan replied. As for me, I think hair is slightly more important than life. Chen was speechless. Seriously? And yet you made us drink. From Chen's resentment points 1,000. From Wang Tai's resentment points 1,000. From looking at the van full of bald heads, Chen couldn't help but cover his face. Perhaps we should rename ourselves from the Night Brigade to the Bald Brigade. And Ning laughed heartily, and Su Rue, pale with fright, said, Thank goodness I didn't drink. Jiang Nan pondered for a moment. That name sounds good. As the vehicle gradually entered the city, just as the team was still fretting about their hair loss, suddenly, bang! The car jolted violently. A black Land Rover aggressively cut in, ramming into the Wuling Hongguang. Driver Wan Shifu was visibly anxious. I'm so sorry. Before Jiang Nan could respond, 5 burly men emerged from the Land Rover, led by a man with a face full of blubber and sunglasses. Do you have any idea how to drive? What kind of junk is this? Can you afford to pay for the damage? Wan Shifu trembled, preparing to open the door. But Jiang Nan calmly said, No need to open it. The leader grew furious. So you want to open it, huh? He kicked the door with a resounding thud. Still not opening? Just you wait. He gestured for his comrades to open the trunk, pulling out several steel pipes, and approached menacingly, yanking the van's door open. In an instant, he was taken aback. 10 soldiers in black military uniforms, armed to the teeth, sat inside, coldly staring at him. Several dark gun barrels were pointed directly at his head. From Sun Chang's resentment points 1,000. What is happening? Wang Tai coldly remarked. You were quite boisterous earlier, weren't you? Chen narrowed his eyes, obstructing military duties, carrying controlled weapons, intimidation, and forced lane cutting. With every word, Sun Chang's face turned paler. Having seen a thing or two, he recognized that these men were armed with real weapons. He was instantly terrified. With a mournful expression, he stammered, I was just asking if you wanted to see a pole dance. It's free." His companions nodded in agreement, trembling in fear. As they executed their duties, why were they in a van? The Night Brigade members were stunned, recognizing this was an unusual talent. A pole dance? You old men in your 40s and 50s? Are you serious? Jiang Nan smirked. Why not? Show us what you've got. Sun Chong was bewildered. Wait, are you serious? What can we do? Just go for it. And so, the 5 scruffy old men planted the pole on the ground and began their flamboyant performance. They executed all sorts of moves, leg hooks, spins, and the Yamaha little electric, but a sight to behold. The younger members were flabbergasted. Wow, boss, you're impressive. You have the skill? Unbeknownst to them, Sun Chong was on the verge of tears. I was just joking, and now you're actually performing? The scene was painfully awkward, and Ning gagged, while the team covered their faces, feeling their worldview shatter. Jiang Nan, however, took out his phone with great interest and began recording. Come on, put in some effort. If I'm not satisfied today, no one gets to leave. Sun Chong is truly weeping. He jumps while shedding tears. Chapter 104. Let us just end this. Thus, 5 robust men swayed their bodies by the roadside, drawing a considerable crowd of onlookers. Their sparse stubble and the way their bellies jiggled with each jump were quite the sight. Many passers-by eagerly pulled out their phones to record videos. Good heavens! What on earth is this? Performing such antics in broad daylight? And it's a group of grown men? Truly shameless. What has become of this world? Yet, I must admit, their dance was rather professional. I can hardly contain my disdain. From Sun Chong's resentment. 1,000. I suppose I've lost all face this time. Eager netizens even uploaded the video onto Weibo, and the views skyrocketed. The title read, A disturbing male dance troupe emerges on Donglin Street. Public display of pole dancing. Witnesses feel queasy. Caution advised. They danced for a full half hour before Jiang Nan finally let them go, and they ended up with 50,000 yuan, which was entirely given to driver Wang. In the car, the team could hardly suppress their laughter. And Ning complained, Nan Shun, what kind of twisted sense of humor is this? Jiang Nan chuckled heartily. You don't understand. If others are upset, then I am pleased. Driver, to Tianzhou Mall. And Ning asked, what is the purpose of going to the mall? Aren't we supposed to be on a mission? The rest of the team also looked puzzled. Jiang Nan regarded them as if they were fools. A mission? With your current attire, are you planning to storm Sucre Town? Armored to the teeth to wrestle back a nuclear warhead? Have you lost your mind? The team exchanged glances, realizing the absurdity of their approach. Indeed. Going like this would be tantamount to seeking death. Not only would they fail to retrieve the warhead, but they would also be eliminated the moment they set foot in Sucre Town. It was a den of thieves. So what do we do? Is there a plan? Jiang Nan grinned. From now on, we shall be members of the Bald Brotherhood. I shall be your leader. Sister Ning and little Rue will be my women. Do you understand? Wang Tai was taken aback. Nanshan, are you suggesting we disguise ourselves as an underground organization to infiltrate Sucre Town and negotiate with them? As soon as Wang Tai voiced this, the eyes of all team members lit up. Previously, they had been at their wits' end regarding the mission. Never imagining Jiang Nan would propose such a strategy. And Ning chuckled, Bald Brotherhood? Quite fitting indeed. The team's expressions darkened. It seemed Jiang Nan had already concocted this scheme, luring them into this absurdity. Chen Chun exclaimed, You're the leader of the Bald Brotherhood. You must be bald as well. Jiang Nan retorted, Do you know what it means to be a leader? A leader must stand out. Chen Chen countered, And why should a Ning and Su Rue both be your women? One should suffice. He then rubbed his hands together, excitement evident on his face. Why not share a Ning with me? And Ning wrapped her arms around Jiang Nan's neck, indignantly exclaiming, Pa, shameless. Chen Chen? Jiang Nan fumed. Hey, you scoundrel. How dare you make a move on the leader's woman? Hit him. Chen Chen. Have I truly stepped into this role? Am I too serious, or is it you who are too immersed in it? From Chen Chen's resentment. 1,000. As the night squad emerged from the Tianzhou Mall, they presented a unified and striking appearance. Gleaming bald heads adorned with tank tops and baggy shorts, adorned with gold chains and flashy watches, reflective sunglasses, and floral shirts. One member even wore flip-flops. At that moment, and Ning donned fitted white jeans and a cropped top, exuding an air of confidence, while the petite Su Rue appeared in a trendy student outfit. As they strolled down the street, Jiang Nan proudly wrapped his arms around Ning and Su Rue, his expression brimming with self-satisfaction. He walked with a swagger, a picture of someone striding toward the pinnacle of life. The team, accustomed to restraint, felt somewhat uncomfortable in their current attire. Qinshan, being a veteran, managed to blend in effortlessly. Wang Tai could not help but ask, "Brother Chun, how can we convincingly portray ourselves as members of an underground organization?" The others looked on with curiosity. "Yes, Brother Chen. Share your wisdom." "Indeed. We feel rather stiff." Qinshan raised an eyebrow. "Have you seen Jiang Nan?" Everyone nodded. "Tone it down a bit, and you'll be just right." Wang Tai? The team? Wait, tone it down? Does that mean Jiang Nan is more outrageous than actual underground criminals? A glance at Jiang Nan's carefree demeanor confirmed it. Best to tone it down, lest they attract trouble. At the McDonald's in the train station, a group of them ordered a feast, devouring their meal with astonishing vigor. Other patrons hesitated to enter upon seeing Jiang Nan and his crew, and the staff struggled to mask their fear as one approached. "Sir, may I assist you with anything?" Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled. "Anything at all?" The beautiful waitress replied, "Yes, please feel free to express your requests." Jiang Nan asked, "Then, could you cover my bill?" The waitress was taken aback. "In my years as a waitress, I have never encountered such an unreasonable request." "Cover your bill? Really?" From Lu Shuang's resentment, 1,000. The team frowned. "Is this the demeanor of the Bald Brotherhood's leader?" And Ning slapped Jiang Nan on the back of the head. "Could you be any more shameless?" Jiang Nan pouted. She clearly said anything was possible. Humph. After settling the bill, Jiang Nan led the group to the ticket counter. 10 tickets to Sukur South Station in Russia. "Oh, and we want hard seats." Qinshan and the others. "A 42-hour journey on a green train. You want a hard seat?" They had expected to fly or drive across the border, seeking some lofty means of travel. Instead, Jiang Nan brought them to ride the cheapest train, and he wanted hard seats. Qinshan could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Didn't he, the mountain cat, provide you with operational funds?" Jiang Nan replied, "I did receive it." "Then don't be stingy." Jiang Nan glared. "That money is from the mountain cat. What does it have to do with you?" Qinshan, and Ning and Su Rue? The team. "Good day, sir. That will be 18,006 yuan." Jiang Nan was taken aback. "What? So expensive?" Suddenly, he recalled his officer's ID, which could grant him a discount. But then he thought, pulling it out would reveal his identity. "I have a student ID. I'm a student. Does that qualify for a discount?" And Ning and the others covered their faces. "Enough already. Is that discount mandatory?" The ticket seller was astonished. "You're a student?" She scrutinized him from head to toe. A gold chain, a flashy watch, and 2 beautiful women clinging to him. "A student? Is there such a student?" "I'm sorry, sir. But you don't quite fit the bill." Jiang Nan was furious. "What do you mean I don't fit?" Yet he restrained himself. "We're 10 people. Can you just round it down a bit?" The ticket seller hesitated, and Ning covered her face. "Just let him round it down. Otherwise, we want to be able to leave." The ticket seller sighed, resigning to the situation. "Very well, I'll cover the 6 yuan myself. Today, I've encountered a miracle." "All right then." Jiang Nan beamed. "Thank you. 806 yuan, right? I'll pay right away." The ticket seller? Su Rue? Team members? Did you really just wipe off the middle? You truly have a knack for it. From 18,006 down to 1806? You just wiped away over 10,000. And Ning was furious. She pulled a bank card from her bag. "Charge it to my account." The group instinctively moved away from Jiang Nan. How utterly embarrassing. "Just take you down." Hee. Sister Ning is the best. And Ning's resentment level 1,000. Su Rue's resentment level 666. Wang Tai. Chapter 105. Show off your wrist? Bonus chapter. After completing all the formalities, the green train slowly set off. Jiang Nan and his companions embarked on their journey to the quaint town of Suka in the Goose Country. Out of the 10 individuals, 7 sported bald heads, all wearing expressions of fierce intensity, resembling formidable warriors. Other passengers in the carriage dared not approach them, not out of fear of their pretense, but rather due to the discomfort of the hard seats, which were utterly unbearable. In contrast, Jiang Nan, comfortably nestled between Su Rui and Ning, casually rested his legs on the small table. With a playful grin, he opened his mouth as Su Rui, blushing, popped a grape into his mouth. Deliciously sweet. Good job, little Rui. Su Rui's cheeks flushed crimson, and she couldn't help but wonder why she was engaging in such antics, merely comforting herself with the thought that it was all part of the mission. Meanwhile, Chun Chun and the others watched the scene with a mix of envy and frustration. Goodness, is this treatment for real? Wang Tai gritted his teeth. Next time, I want to be the leader too. Chun Chun rolled his eyes. You lack the charisma for that role. At that moment, Ning discreetly nudged Jiang Nan with her elbow, feigning a conspiratorial whisper. Xiao Nan, look over there. Something seems off. Jiang Nan turned his gaze to the right front of the carriage and spotted a group of well-dressed youths. The only notable feature among them was the tattoo of a blood-red cobra coiled around a sword behind their right ears. Their glances frequently darted toward Jiang Nan. Chun Chun's expression darkened. Members of the Blood Alliance? The Blood Alliance was a notorious underground organization in the country, easily identifiable by the tattoos behind their ears. They had a vast presence across various regions, and their appearance on the train to Sukka could only suggest a sinister intent. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Nan had indeed brought his crew onto the train for a reason. A smirk crept across Jiang Nan's face. The Blood Alliance? Are they aiming for a nuclear warhead? This is getting interesting. Ning whispered, what should we do? Jiang Nan flashed a grin. Just follow my lead and act according to my cue. Suddenly, Jiang Nan fixed his gaze on the group, barking, what are you staring at? The sharpness of his voice instantly drew the attention of everyone in the carriage. The team members exchanged bewildered glances. What did you say? A tall, slender youth scoffed. Jiang Nan shot back. Try staring one more time. The tension escalated as the slender youth retorted, I'll give it a try. Jiang Nan spat, seizing a beer bottle from the table and hurling it toward them. You think you can show off? The bottle shattered against the table of the Blood Alliance members, showering them in glass shards and beer. You want to die, do you? What are you pretending for? Do you want to fight? In an instant, over 10 members of the Blood Alliance rose, their expressions menacing, and an ominous energy surged around them. At that moment, Wang Tai and the others stood up as well, their faces twisted into sinister smiles, exuding an aura of confrontation. Meanwhile, a long-haired man in glasses seated in the corner remained unmoved, calmly wiping the beer off his clothes. Everyone, sit down, he commanded. Though the Blood Alliance members ground their teeth in frustration, they complied and sat back down. The bespectacled man rose and fixed his gaze on Jiang Nan. So, brother, care to show off your wrist? Jiang Nan casually spat out a sunflower seed shell, disdainfully smirking before revealing his wrist adorned with a pink children's electronic watch featuring Peppa Pig. The Blood Alliance members were left dumbfounded. Are you serious? Who wants to see your watch? You actually showed it off? Ning covered her face in embarrassment. Showing off your wrist is a code phrase. It means to introduce yourself, not literally show your wrist. Jiang Nan was taken aback, pondering why the Blood Alliance was so peculiar, wanting to see his wrist. Hanzei, with an icy demeanor, remarked, isn't this a bit disrespectful? Jiang Nan retorted dismissively. Out here, it's always others who show respect to me. No one has ever bothered to ask for my respect. Do you think you are worthy? Chun Chun and the others were astonished, recognizing the audacity and theatricality in Jiang Nan's tone. Hanzei frowned. What kind of ridiculous name is Bald Gang? I've never heard of it before. It's utterly absurd. Let me give you a word of advice. It would be wise to tone it down. Jiang Nan scoffed. A bunch of cowards. Tell your subordinates to keep their eyes to themselves. My woman is not for your leering. Look again, and you might lose your eyes. Su Rui took a deep breath, feeling her heart race despite knowing Jiang Nan was merely acting. Hanzei's forehead bulged with veins as he struggled to suppress his fury. The Blood Alliance members were visibly agitated by Jiang Nan's arrogance, but were ultimately restrained. Hanzei shot Jiang Nan a cold glare before striding toward the sleeper carriage. Just then, Jiang Nan exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Tai, who grinned mischievously. As Hanzei passed by, Wang Tai discreetly tripped him, causing him to stumble precariously and nearly drop his glasses. Laughter erupted among Jiang Nan and his crew. How did he not fall flat on his face? Jiang Nan chortled. Hanze, seething with rage, picked up his glasses and proceeded toward the sleeper carriage with a chilling expression. Shinshin remarked, "That's just too much. I'm tempted to give you a good beating." Wang Tai added, "When it comes to being infuriating, no one can outshine Nanshin." And Ning furrowed her brows. "They have bullied us to this extent, yet we haven't retaliated? Something feels off." Jiang Nan replied calmly, "The man in glasses is not the leader. He's merely a small-time captain. The real decision-maker is likely in the sleeper carriage. The longer they endure, the more evident it becomes that they wish to avoid conflict. Their target is unmistakable." Su Rui suggested, "Should we send someone to follow Hanze?" Jiang Nan chuckled, "No need. If those fools manage to reach Suka unharmed, Jiang Nan, will fly upside down." The expressions of the team darkened. The battle had already begun. Chapter 106. Jiang Nan's thoughts are not so convoluted. The situation in Suka town remains uncertain. Naturally, the fewer competitors vying for the nuclear warhead, the better. Otherwise, in the end, they will all become enemies. Hanze made his way to the compartment of the sleeper carriage. At that moment, a slightly portly man was seated on the bed, exuding an air reminiscent of a bloated visage. Nestled in his arms was a woman of exquisite form, and the two were engaged in tender exchanges. A tattoo adorned the man's neck, featuring a blood-red skull atop a sword's hilt. "Xiaohan, what brings you here?" "Brother Wei, it seems we've encountered a rival." Wei Changxing frowned. "Members of the Rakshasa? Or perhaps the Heroes Guild? Anyone heading to Suka town must be after the nuclear warhead." Hanze covered his face. "Neither. It's the Bald Gang." "Wei Changxing? The Bald Gang? What on earth? When did another gang emerge? That name? It's utterly ridiculous." Hanze then recounted the entire situation. Wei Changxing scoffed. "I wonder where this naive fool came from, completely unfamiliar with the Blood Alliance. A bunch of inconsequential characters. You've done well. Do not stir up trouble on the train. Maintain a low profile. The goal is to complete the transaction without a hitch. Ensure everyone arrives safely in Suka. Prevent any backstabbing. As for them, we shall endure for one more night. Once we reach Suka, we will deal with them directly." Hanze grinned fiercely. "Understood, Brother Wei." "Good. Off you go." Hanze returned, casting a cold, lifeless gaze upon Jiang Nan and the others. Jiang Nan secretly retracted his space wormhole. Within a 300-meter radius, he could hear everything clearly through the wormhole. "Come on, Sister Ningning. Let's whisper." Anning's cheeks flushed as she leaned closer. "Who is Wei Changxing?" Anning paused, realizing Jiang Nan had somehow acquired intelligence. No wonder he hadn't brought anyone along. She took Jiang Nan's hand and began writing in his palm. "One of the 12 executives of the Blood Alliance. A golden-level member. Very formidable." Jiang Nan chuckled. "A big fish indeed." This scene left the members of the Blood Alliance gnashing their teeth in envy, itching to rush over and teach Jiang Nan a lesson. Hanze sneered. "Let you bask in your glory a little longer. Once we disembark, it's your time to perish. As for these two women, humph." Both parties were intent on eliminating each other. However, the Blood Alliance chose to strike after disembarking, while Jiang Nan never delayed his actions. "Come, gather your feet. Any seeds, drinks, or water? Beer, peanuts, and edamame?" The attendant rolled a small cart down the aisle, calling out. A long night lay ahead. It was impossible to sleep on hard seats without a drink. Could Hanze and his companions endure? They immediately acquired a plethora of beer, seeds, edamame, and more. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled. "If not now, when?" "Sharuerue, come here for a kiss." "Surue? Do we really have to kiss? This is absurd. Why is executing a mission so difficult?" Yet, gazing at Jiang Nan's handsome visage made her heart race. A kiss. Perhaps it wouldn't be a loss. After a mental struggle, her cheeks flushed as she leaned toward Jiang Nan's cheek. At that moment, Jiang Nan, taking advantage of Su Rui's form as cover, activated the space wormhole and began to throw white powder inside. As he administered the drug, he emitted a mischievous chuckle, sending chills down the spine. "Su Rui? Weren't we supposed to kiss?" "Humph. You villain. Deceiving my feelings, though I can't quite fathom why. I feel a twinge of disappointment." Meanwhile, Shinshin and the others watched eagerly as the attendant pushed the cart past. They remained silent. Given Jiang Nan's demeanor, it was a miracle he even procured beer. Anning exclaimed in surprise, "South God? What is this?" Shahihi Anning shivered, sensing an ominous premonition. Having finished scattering the white powder, Jiang Nan was still unsatisfied, aiming for the sleeper carriage and unleashing more powder. Anning. With a pop, the Blood Alliance members clinked their glasses and began to drink heartily. Chin Chin and the others looked on with envy. However, upon taking a sip, they exclaimed, "What is with this beer? It has a strange taste. Is that soy? Is it expired? $10 a bottle for this? Not expired. Who cares about the taste? As long as it gets us drunk." Hanzé laughed derisively. "Is this all you can afford? Out here, and you can't even buy decent beer? A bunch of paupers. TSK, following him is such a waste." Jiang Nan completely ignored him. Inside the compartment, Wei Changxing and the alluring woman had just finished watching a movie. 2 cups of freshly brewed cat poop coffee sat on the table. After taking a sip, Wei Changxing frowned. "What is this cat poop coffee? It has an odd taste." The alluring woman responded, "Let me try. It tastes like soybeans. Perhaps that cat enjoys beans or something." Wei Changxing grimaced. That cat must have consumed a pound of beans to produce this coffee. Truly dreadful. In the hard seat carriage, Jiang Nan kicked his companions. "Mission." Instantly, the team's gazes converged. Is there a mission? There are 8 carriages. Except for the one with Wei Changxing, you 7 occupy the rest. No one is allowed in. Understood? Chin Chin? The team members? What kind of mission is this? Just guarding the toilet? Why are you standing there? Hurry up. Guarding the toilet means guarding victory. When did victory become linked to the toilet? Though utterly bewildered, the 7 bald heads sprang into action. Anning couldn't help but recall the white powder Jiang Nan had secretly scattered, her face filled with terror. It couldn't be. At that moment, lying in bed, Wei Changxing and the alluring woman felt their stomachs churn. As the blanket shifted, the compartment filled with an intoxicating aroma. They exchanged glances, their faces darkening. Had that cat poop coffee gone bad? The next moment, a thunderous rumble erupted from their bellies, startling them both. They bolted toward the restroom. Meanwhile, the members of the Blood Alliance, indulging in their drinks, were in high spirits, boasting loudly. Suddenly, a loud pft followed by a bang. The attempt to suppress the sound failed, transforming from a high pitch to a heavy bass that rendered the entire carriage silent. Who in the world did that? Has this been held in for 30 years? It's unbearable. My eyes are burning. I smell soybeans. Quick, open a window. This is a train. Open a window? You must be joking. I'm going to be sick. In an instant, all eyes turned to Hanzé. Hanzé, this beer is toxic. Chapter 107, The Death Train? More than just toxic. At this moment, he felt as if a blender had been placed in his stomach. Attempting to hold it in. Brain, you cannot fart, you know? Body, understood. Sphincter, I shall do my utmost. Flatulence, you do not dictate the terms. Boom, bang, pop, pff at this moment. Hanzé's pockets felt as if they housed a lit hand tractor. The air was filled with a playful breeze. His companions from the Blood Alliance rolled their eyes in disgust. What the hell? Hangu, what happened to you? B-box? This rhythm is quite lively. Hanzé's face flushed with embarrassment as he shouted in fury. Shut up. Move aside. I need to use the restroom. Hanzé hastily rose, legs crossed. Daring not to stride too boldly, he shuffled step by step toward the lavatory, accompanied by a symphony of sounds. From behind, one could even see the bulging outline of Hanzé's trousers. Not only were the members of the Blood Alliance bewildered, but the passengers were equally confused. After all these years, they had never encountered a brother who could fart so robustly. However, the pungent aroma that swiftly permeated the carriage was nothing short of striking. Ugh, hurry up, would you? Don't stop halfway. A mobile artillery unit, for heaven's sake. Hanzé's composure shattered. I've never felt so humiliated in my life. And Ning could hardly contain her laughter. Jiang Nan was truly mischievous. Though the nature of that white powder remained a mystery, it was evidently potent. Incredibly potent. Meanwhile, Su Rue was nearly overwhelmed by the stench, hiding in Jiang Nan's embrace, her nose covered by his clothing. And Ning dared not take a breath. How foul. Are you so inconsiderate that you even drag yourself into this? Jiang Nan beamed with a radiant smile, having traversed the rivers and lakes for 18 years. What storms have I not weathered? Then, under the astonished gazes of Ning and Su Rue, Jiang Nan produced 3 gas masks. Both women were dumbfounded. Who in their right mind carries such items? Jiang Nan seemed overly prepared. Clearly, This was not his first time employing such a tactic. The trio hurriedly donned the gas masks. At that moment, it was not only Han Ze who reacted. A dozen members of the Blood Alliance turned ashen. The cacophony commenced, passionate and tumultuous, lively and endearing. The odor had thoroughly engulfed the carriage. The vintage green train lacked ventilation. In an instant, the carriage transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Jiang Nan perceived a visible white mist permeating the air. For heaven's sake, this cannot continue. The restroom. I must go too. Don't you dare compete with me. Damn it. This beer is toxic. I can no longer discern whether I am farting or expelling something even stranger. A dozen individuals surged towards the lavatories like zombies. Primarily, they could no longer endure it. The stench was unbearable. Passengers regarded them with murderous intent. After much effort, Han Ze finally reached the restroom. What the hell? Is someone in there? Damn it. Find another. Is there another person inside? He searched desperately until he arrived at the lavatory in the sleeper car. He could no longer hold on. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. I know someone is inside. Wei Changxing, who was busy inside the restroom, was furious. Get lost. Han Ze glared. How dare you curse at me? You're dead. Wei Changxing erupted. If I weren't incapacitated, I'd cleave you in two. Han Ze, come out now. I'll give you 10,000. Wei Changxing? 10,000? You underestimate me. Get lost. 100,000. Say it again. Get lost. Han Ze, clenching his thighs, he was nearly driven mad, frantically shaking the door. He was at his wit's end, his gaze landing on the wash basin across from him. Oh my. Trembling, he climbed onto the wash basin. Han Ze thought he had already humiliated himself enough. Little did he know, this was merely the beginning. He never imagined he would one day resolve his predicament atop a train wash basin. From Han Ze's resentment value 1,000. Meanwhile, the members of the Blood Alliance had gone mad, knocking on doors one by one. Is anyone in there? They frantically pulled at the doors. Open up, open up. Open up. I know you're inside. Qinshan hid in the restroom, clutching the door tightly. He was laughing uncontrollably. Wang Tai felt the same way. Relishing the desperate wails of the Blood Alliance members, he felt utterly at ease. Recalling Jiang Nan's words, holding the restroom meant securing victory. No doubt about it. This is truly ruthless. The Blood Alliance members, unable to pry the doors open, flocked to the sleeper car. Upon entering, they were stunned. They actually saw Han Ze squatting on the wash basin. Han Ze. His composure was utterly shattered. The younger brothers glanced at each other. Han Gu is quite a character. In an instant, they all rushed to claim their spots on the wash basin. Thus, every wash basin in the 8-car train was occupied. Yet, several were still unable to secure a wash basin. Desperate, they pounded on the restroom doors. Wei Changxing held the doorknob tightly. Some could no longer wait. They simply relieved themselves right there. Dignity? What dignity? This particular younger brother completely lost it, even employing his powers to force the restroom door open. With a pull, crack, the entire restroom door was yanked off its hinges. Wei Changxing, caught off guard, was dragged out from within. The air froze in an instant. The younger brother was dumbfounded. Han Ze was stunned, and Wei Changxing nearly had his eyes pop out. The one who had been knocking and interrupting his moment of glory was none other than his own subordinate, squatting on the wash basin. There was also a mess on the floor. Wei Changxing roared. Are you all insane? The wash basin? From Han Ze's resentment value 1,000. From Qi Yunfeng's resentment value 666. From Wei Changxing's resentment value 1,000. At that moment, the train attendants, observing the surveillance, were equally baffled. Their worldview shattered. Grabbing the microphone, they shouted angrily, Do you all have no shame? Is the wash basin a place to relieve yourselves? Get down now. The security yes shouts echoed throughout the train. The passengers looked on in terror. What the hell? These brothers are truly something. Qinshan and the others laughed until they fainted in the restroom. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan, donned in a gas mask, was left speechless. What on earth had transpired to lead to such a grotesque choice? The events that followed were quite straightforward. The train stopped at the next station, and Han Ze and the others were taken away. Even the members of the Blood Alliance dared not openly confront state authority on Chinese soil. This was precisely why Wei Changxing advised them to remain low-key. Yet, no one anticipated they would be detained not for fighting, but for public urination. Thus, a total of 18 individuals were taken to Sukha town, led by the Blood Alliance's cadre, Wei Changsheng. Initially filled with confidence and ambition, they were apprehended mid-journey due to their subordinates' indiscretions. They wouldn't be released for at least half a month. Who would believe such an absurd tale? Meanwhile, he, too, embarked on his journey in solitude. Wei Changsheng, I am utterly bewildered. A solitary commander? From Wei Changsheng's resentment value 1000. Chapter 108. The fortunate little cherry Wei Changsheng was currently in a state of panic. He had arrived with grand aspirations, yet now found himself utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. In the time it took to attend to a matter, he had become a solitary figure. Hello, leader. What's up? Lao Wei, is everything going smoothly? Wei Changsheng responded, please send me another 20 people. All those I brought have been captured. The leader was furious. What else can you do? I told you to keep a low profile. Once outside the borders, everything can be negotiated. But how could you maintain such a low profile? Wei Changsheng protested. It wasn't because of fighting. Then what was it? They were apprehended for urinating in public. The leader was taken aback. What nonsense. Are you serious? A member of the Blood Alliance was captured for that? What kind of dignity is left? If this gets out, how will the Blood Alliance survive? Just wait. Ensure everything is secured in Sukha. I will send more people over. You must wait a few days. Suddenly, Wei Changsheng remembered something. By the way, leader, please help me investigate the origins of the Bald Gang. The leader responded, what? The Bald Gang? What kind of ridiculous name is that? Fine, I understand. No more issues. You must bring the items back. Otherwise, don't bother returning. Yes, leader. Inside the carriage, after the chaos of the gas bomb incident, Han Zhe and the others had been captured. Jiang Nan and his team finally felt at ease, their expressions radiating relief. The looks from his teammates towards Jiang Nan were akin to reverence for a deity. Look at him. Without even reaching the destination, he had eliminated all competitors, without shedding a drop of blood. Qinshan and the others had merely closed the restroom door. For the first time, they felt that victory could be so effortlessly achieved. Moreover, Jiang Nan had garnered an impressive 500,000 resentment points from this turn of events. Without further ado, he initiated a draw. 10 consecutive draws have begun. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize, 1 Vitality Ginseng. Thank you for your patronage. After 4 consecutive 10 draws, he received 2 packs of exhilarating jumping candies and 38 Vitality Ginsengs. Jiang Nan was not surprised. It was just his usual bad luck. However, on the 5th attempt, thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize, 1 lucky little cherry. Jiang Nan was taken aback. He had not drawn anything substantial, yet a new consolation prize had emerged. A lucky little cherry. It sounded delightful. He quickly opened the system's item menu to check its effects. Lucky little cherry. Effect: maximally enhances the user's luck. Effect lasts for 30 minutes. Prizes are guaranteed upon opening. Find money while walking. Luck at its peak. Transform into a lucky boy. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement. What is this? Enhancing luck? Luck. That elusive concept can actually be augmented? The mere thought of finding money made him ecstatic. If he consumed this little cherry and went to buy lottery tickets, wouldn't he soar to new heights? Wouldn't small fortunes be within his grasp? Wouldn't every system draw be a guaranteed win? Incredible. Yet, the small print beneath abruptly extinguished the fire in Jiang Nan's heart. Note: the lucky little cherry is ineffective against this system. Jiang Nan. Why is the note in such small print? Are they afraid someone might see it? He had initially considered testing the effects of the lucky little cherry, but given its ineffectiveness against the system, he abandoned the idea. After all, he had his looks. As long as he was handsome, the world was a beautiful place. Moreover, consolation prizes often came with bizarre side effects. Who knows what the side effects of this lucky little cherry might be? Perhaps he could let Qinshan try it. Wang Tai could also be an option. He Nan God. Nan God? And Ning noticed Jiang Nan lost in thought. A mischievous smile creeping onto her face, causing her to shiver slightly. What was he scheming now? What's wrong, Ning Ning? And Ning replied, even though the Blood Alliance members have been eliminated, what about Wei Changsheng? As long as he is around, the Blood Alliance remains a formidable force. Moreover, he's a golden level powerhouse. None of us would stand a chance against him. Jiang Nan, with a sense of inevitability, stated, of course. We'll just take him down. The teammates looked puzzled. Take him down? But he is a golden level. Do you have any misconceptions about the strength of golden level spiritual warriors? But there's still Xiao Rui. Su Rui blushed. I am at the peak of bronze. My domain only extends 300 meters. Currently, I can only negate the abilities of spiritual warriors below golden level. It won't work against Wei Changxing. Jiang Nan smirked. A big fish like him cannot be allowed to escape. He possesses treasures that can be exchanged for nuclear warheads. Don't worry, leave it to me. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Chen Chen exclaimed, have you forgotten your level? Wang Tai added, bronze 5-star? And you want to take on a golden level? Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. Trust in Nan God. A real man. Just follow my lead. The teammates were left bewildered. What? Here we go again. Having endured the gas bomb incident, they felt an inexplicable sense of confidence bubbling within. Excitement surged as they prepared for action. Finally, they reached their destination. A crowd bustled at the train station. Among them were mercenaries clad in camouflage, brandishing AK-47s. The air was thick with tension. It appeared that the armed faction in possession of nuclear warheads had taken control of the entire town. Upon their arrival, Jiang Nan and his group instantly drew the attention of the mercenaries. Wei Changxing, carrying a briefcase, also noticed Jiang Nan's party. A sinister grin spreading across his face as he strode towards them. He intended to show these ignorant fools that the Blood Alliance was not merely a bunch of countryside bumpkins to be trifled with. Even without his subordinates, his golden-level strength provided him with unparalleled confidence. This was foreign territory, not Huaxia. No one could restrain him. As Wei Changxing approached, the team felt a wave of panic wash over them. They hadn't expected him to be so brazen. He intended to strike immediately after disembarking? What now? Golden level. We can't fight him. Nan God. Retreat. Don't confront him head-on. Quickly, we must leave. We cannot contend with a golden level. And Ning and Su Rui wore expressions of concern, their faces filled with apprehension as Wei Changxing closed in, the distance dwindling to less than 200 meters. He seemed ready to strike. At that moment, Jiang Nan flashed a radiant smile. He stepped forward, swinging his fist with all his might. The tremendous force produced a piercing sound as it cut through the air. Wei Changxing scoffed, this fool. At such a distance, you actually. Bang. In that instant, Wei Changxing's body stiffened. His eyes bulged as if they might pop from their sockets. His mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. His face turned crimson. A scream, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, echoed throughout the station. Jiang Nan's entire forearm vanished. Through a spatial wormhole, it abruptly appeared 200 meters away, delivering a solid punch squarely to Wei Changxing's chest. The team stood in stunned silence, gasping as the entire station reverberated with the sound of collective inhalation. Fear gripped their faces, and every man instinctively crouched back a couple of steps. Could it be the long-lost celestial horse meteoric strike? Chapter 109. The destitute Wei Changxing trembled in agony, sweat pouring from his brow as he collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. The concept of a golden rank, of fire-related abilities, or spiritual techniques slipped from his mind entirely. He was overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Today, he finally grasped the essence of suffocating torment, one that left his very kidneys aching. His teammates gazed at Jiang Nan in sheer terror. Wow, South God, where are you directing that punch? They exclaimed, astonished that spatial abilities could be wielded in such a manner. Observing the crumpled figure of Wei Changxing, Chen Chen and Wang Tai involuntarily shivered. This was a pain that every man could comprehend. And Ning and Su Rui buried their faces in their hands. Their cheeks flushed crimson. Is it truly necessary to be this ruthless? Yet, they could not deny the effectiveness of the blow, which had incapacitated a golden-level powerhouse. Caught off guard, Wei Changxing was left utterly defenseless, stripped of his combat capability. Jiang Nan grinned broadly and declared, "Come on, brothers. Let us give him a beating." Chen Chen and the others clenched their fists, sharing a sinister smile. Wei Changxing protested, "What the hell? I've already conceded and lost my fighting capacity. Why are you still hitting me? Are you even human?" From Wei Changxing's resentment value 1,000. 7 bald heads lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Bang, bang, bang. Stop. Please, no more. From Wei Changsheng's resentment value 1,000. From Wei Changsheng's resentment value 1,000. After a relentless 15 minutes, Wei Changsheng lay powerless on the ground, overwhelmed by the force of that one punch, which had landed like a critical blow. He was left bloodied and breathless. The goods are in the box. Please, stop hitting me. Jiang Nan snatched the briefcase with a smirk. You should have mentioned that sooner. Wei Changsheng replied. I compromised from the start. Why did you have to beat me up before taking the goods? Is this the only way to feel satisfied? From Wei Changsheng's resentment value 1,000. Jiang Nan chuckled. I find your watch quite appealing. With clenched teeth, Wei Changsheng surrendered. Take it. And the gold ring too. Just take everything. The others watched in disbelief as Jiang Nan stripped Wei Changsheng of all his valuables, their expressions reflecting a sense of moral discomfort. Hey, have we no boundaries? If it weren't for Qinshin's intervention, Jiang Nan would have attempted to pry out Wei Chang's gold tooth. After thoroughly robbing Wei Changsheng, Jiang Nan and the others hastily departed with the briefcase, seeking their contact while leaving a battered Wei Changsheng behind. Struggling to his feet, Wei Changsheng wiped the blood from his face, lamenting the cruelty of the bald-headed gang. He limped to the restroom to assess his injuries. Moments later, agonizing screams echoed from within. Ah, damn it. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, and Wei Changsheng fainted, his eyes rolling back. The reason was simple. Jiang Nan's punch had truly wrecked him. From Wei Changsheng's resentment value 1,000. At this moment, Wei Changsheng had become an utter pauper. Stripped of all valuables and left without a penny to his name, destitute in every conceivable sense. The Blood Alliance was effectively dismantled. Qinshin and Wang Tai wore triumphant smiles, reveling in their conquest of a golden-level adversary. Although the methods were less than honorable, they had indeed felled a golden warrior. Meanwhile, Su Rui and Ning could hardly bear to look at Jiang Nan. Why do you never follow the script? At that moment, a bearded gentleman emerged from the crowd, having observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. As Jiang Nan turned to approach him, the man widened his eyes in disbelief, pulling out a photograph to compare repeatedly. Still incredulous, he stepped in front of Jiang Nan's party and tentatively inquired, Tian Wang Gai Dihu? The team exchanged confused glances. What is this? Has this old man lost his mind? Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. Bao Ta Jin Hiao? And Ning gasped, what? You actually responded. The bearded man shivered. Is your hairstyle rather flamboyant? Jiang Nan grinned. Do you strut a bit? The bearded man was astounded. Jiang Nan, my young brother? Uncle Wang from next door? The two embraced warmly, leaving the team in stunned silence. What in the world is happening? Is this man one of us? They pondered, bewildered by the cryptic code they had just witnessed. Indeed, the bald heads were flamboyant, and they walked with an unmistakable swagger. Wang Tianhua was equally perplexed. He had received word from the Lynx that a squad from the Night Army would be on a mission, never anticipating that it would involve this group of bald-headed rogues. Upon arriving at the station, he encountered a member of the Blood Alliance. Was this a case of black eating black? The sight of their flashy shirts and gold chains was utterly outrageous. Surely, they couldn't be part of the Night Army, as they seemed more brazen than any lawbreaker. Had it not been for Jiang Nan's cryptic signal, he would have never believed it. The group said little, aware of the crowd's prying eyes. Under Wang Tianhua's guidance, they strolled through the bustling streets of Sukur town, where the vibrant foreign atmosphere enveloped them. Jiang Nan appeared less like a man on a mission and more like a tourist, snapping photos at every turn. Just then, a young man with oiled hair and a travel bag, possessing distinctly Eastern features, caught sight of Jiang Nan's party, his gaze drawn irresistibly to Jiang Nan himself. Chapter 110. I want to engage right now a group of 8 young individuals, both male and female, each carrying a mountaineering backpack. Approached, led by one wearing a fisherman's hat, resembling a hiking party. The young man with an overly styled appearance spotted Jiang Nan and, before the leader could intervene, dashed over with enthusiasm, awkwardly speaking in broken French, "Excuse me, do you know where Bell Bar is?" Upon hearing this, Qinshin and the others became alert, unable to comprehend his words. Just as Wang Tianhua was about to respond, Jiang Nan grinned and replied, "I do not understand Russian." The young man was taken aback, while Ning and the others were astonished by Jiang Nan's fluent French. When did Nan learn this? He's so proficient. They had previously been unaware of Jiang Nan's linguistic skills. Wang Tianhua was momentarily stunned, his expression darkening. And Ning, curious, asked, Uncle Wang, what did Jiang Nan say? Wang Tianhua, frowning, replied, he asked Jiang Nan if he knows where Bell Bar is. Jiang Nan said he doesn't understand French. And Ning and Chun Chun exchanged bewildered looks. What on earth? If you don't understand, why respond in French? Are you messing with me? Zhang Mo exclaimed, maintaining his composure as he asked, can you speak English? Jiang Nan shook his head. I can't speak English. Zhang Mo erupted. Then what can you speak? With a grin, Jiang Nan retorted, hurry and get lost. Zhang Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. It seemed Jiang Nan was indeed toying with him. In a fit of anger, he unleashed a water blade aimed directly at Jiang Nan's head. Chun Chun stepped forward, launching a handful of nails from his pocket, which pierced through the water blade, halting just before Zhang Mo's forehead. Dare to touch my brother? You think you're tough? Chun Chun, a seasoned veteran, displayed his fierce side. Zhang Mo's face turned pale as he opened his mouth to speak, but Jiang Nan kicked him in the stomach with tremendous force, sending him flying over 30 feet, where he was caught by the leader, whose expression darkened. Zhang Mo knelt on the ground, retching in pain. Jiang Nan said, brother, such clumsy tricks are pointless. Testing the waters is no fun. I'm here for the nuclear warhead. Anyone who stands in my way will perish. If you're not convinced, let's settle this now. I will tear you apart. His brothers, a group of bald men, roared in unison, Boss, please command us. The leader in the fisherman's hat remarked, you're ruthless. Even Wei Changxing fell at your hands. But unfortunately, I'm not Wei Changxing. Since we share a common goal, let us rely on our own abilities. We can discuss matters later. Jiang Nan interrupted. What are you rambling about? I want to engage right now. The leader in the fisherman's hat was taken aback. Why do you want to engage with everyone you encounter? You're like a firecracker, ready to explode at any moment. Did you not hear me trying to backtrack? Today, we do not wish to engage with you, yet you insist on it? With a wave of his hand, the leader commanded, let us go. Jiang Nan protested, hey, don't leave. Let us engage. Chun Chun covered his face, realizing Jiang Nan had his eyes set on the treasures within their backpacks. Wang Tianhua was momentarily dumbfounded. Jiang Nan was so confrontational and audacious. Did he not fear exposure? And just like that, the gathering was dismissed? Unbeknownst to them. With the example of Wei Changxing in mind, Su Xiao of the Gathering of Heroes was not eager to provoke Jiang Nan. Their visit was merely a test of the bald gang's intentions, determining if they were truly after the nuclear warhead. Who would have expected Jiang Nan to see through the ruse so quickly? Seeing Su Xiao and his group depart, Jiang Nan felt a sense of loss. What do you think? Is in their backpacks? And Ning exclaimed. Chun Chun echoed. This guy is indeed after treasures. The group followed Wang Tianhua to a prearranged hotel. Jiang Nan, without reservation, shared his plans with Wang. He aimed to use the bald gang's reputation to connect with the armed forces controlling Sucre Town and uncover the specific location of the nuclear warhead. The more audacious they appeared, the more it would reflect the bald gang's confidence. From the moment they disembarked from the train, Jiang Nan sensed they were being monitored. Every move scrutinized. Wang Tianhua, now aware of Jiang Nan's plan, was astonished. He hadn't anticipated Jiang Nan would pursue the nuclear warhead in such a manner, a boundless audacity. However, this approach seemed impractical. What do you mean? Jiang Nan inquired. Wang Tianhua responded gravely. Currently, the armed forces controlling Sucre Town, possessing the nuclear warhead, are known as the Wild Bears. They are extremely cautious, under significant pressure from the Goose Country's military and the Chinese Knight. Numerous factions have gathered in Sucre Town, including infiltrators from the Goose military, such as our own, the Russ, the Gathering of Heroes, and the Blood Alliance. He had forgotten that the Blood Alliance had already suffered considerable losses. Furthermore, the Wild Bears had yet to disclose the nuclear warhead's exact location. Not every faction is qualified to negotiate with them, as the Wild Bears cannot ascertain which factions are affiliated with the military. Currently, the Wild Bears have only extended invitations to the Blood Alliance, the Russ, the Gathering of Heroes, and the aspiring Lofi family, requesting them to meet 3 days later at Bell Bar to discuss trade. We may not, and Ning furrowed his brow. Realizing the Wild Bears primarily aim to negotiate with domestic underground organizations, The intent behind this was becoming increasingly apparent. Clenching his fists, he thought, Nan, we cannot allow the warhead to fall into domestic hands. If necessary, we will launch a full-scale assault, even at the cost of our lives. We will protect the light with our lives. At that moment, all eyes turned to Jiang Nan, serious and resolute. Jiang Nan remained silent, then rolled his eyes. Stop with the melodrama. It's just an invitation. I'll think of something. Lying on the bed, he began fiddling with his phone. But Ning and the others were not optimistic about Jiang Nan's prospects. The wild bears dictated who would be invited. What could Jiang Nan possibly do? Suddenly, Jiang Nan opened WeChat and scrolled through his friend list, finding a Pikachu. Nanshan, is the beautiful blonde around? Blonde beauty. What's up? Jiang Nan was taken aback. Wow? A quick reply? Is she that free? Nanshan, picture? Guess where I am? In the photo, Jiang Nan stood beneath a fountain sculpture, beaming with a radiant smile, floral shirt, casual slippers, and a large gold chain with a small watch, resembling a vacationer. The architecture behind him showcased a distinct goose style. Blonde beauty. You're in goose country? Where? I'm coming to find you. Jiang Nan chuckled, becoming increasingly adept at using Katrin's emoticons. Nanshan, Sukkertown. Blonde beauty, what on earth? Why are you in that dreadful place? Aren't you afraid of getting blown up? Jiang Nan was taken aback. Did Katerina know about the nuclear warhead? It dawned on him that, as a member of the White Shark, she could hardly be unaware of such matters. Nanshan, so? Can you guess why I am here? Playfully, the golden-haired beauty. Humph. I knew you had something to ask of me. Otherwise, how could you possibly remember me? You scoundrel. Jiang Nan. Damn it. You have a point. Nanshan. So will you come? The golden-haired beauty. I'll be there by tomorrow morning. I'll bring you some delicious treats. Nanshan. Jiang Nan chuckled. Consider it done. The teammates were left in astonishment. P.S. The flag was raised during the live broadcast. If we get 10,000 requests for updates, I will go and get a buzz cut. Let's go, my friends. The author wishes to convey, my dear friends, remember to leave a 5-star review, urge for updates, and add the book to your shelf. Mua. Chapter 111, The Golden Viper. Additional update. All present were momentarily stunned. Has it not been 3 minutes? In the brief span of fiddling with a mobile device without stepping outside, it was accomplished? Has the southern deity always been this swift? And Ning exclaimed in astonishment, how could it be done so quickly? Shinshin's eyes lit up. Southern deity. Can you truly procure an invitation from the wild bear? Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. Why would I deceive you? Just watch. Yet, even at this moment, the team members still bore expressions of disbelief. However, Jiang Nan had already produced a briefcase snatched from Wei Changxing, his face alight with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. The team members clustered around, equally intrigued by what the Blood Alliance had prepared to exchange for a nuclear warhead. Upon opening the briefcase, everyone was taken aback. There lay 15 golden-tier spirit orbs, all imbued with spiritual techniques. Shinshin exclaimed, Holy cow. Wang Tai echoed, Holy cow. And Ning added, Holy cow. Jiang Nan covered his face. Hey. Have you all consumed your scholarly texts with dipping sauce since childhood? Alas, I am uncultured. Is holy cow the universal exclamation? Ning, dear sister, mind your image. Jiang Nan examined the contents and felt somewhat disheartened. None of the spirit orbs were of the spatial variety he desired. Nonetheless, he selected 2. One was the spirit orb of the three-eyed snow ferret, with the technique Silver Shadow, which greatly enhances speed, perfect for his companion, Delangmia. The other was the spirit orb of the flame lion king, with the technique Burning Sea, capable of unleashing a fiery inferno to scorch foes, ideal for Zhong Yingxue. Come, choose as you will. Just 2 coins. For 2 coins, you cannot go wrong. For 2 coins, you cannot be deceived. Truly a bargain. Everything is inexpensive. Buy anything at a steal. And Ning rolled her eyes. Are you running a $2 store, or what? Are you genuinely giving these to us? Su Rui's heart raced with excitement. Golden tier spirit orbs. Their value was incalculable. Jiang Nan warned, if you do not take them, I shall keep these spirit orbs for myself. Shinshin was incredulous. Are you serious? Using a golden tier spirit orb as a trinket? Even Ma Baba wouldn't be that extravagant. Realizing Jiang Nan was not jesting, the team members eagerly selected their desired spirit orbs. Even Wang Tianhua received one from Jiang Nan. Qinshan, cradling the spirit orb, gazed at it in admiration. Shall we not take on the heroes' gathering? Wang Tai concurred. I think we should. And Ning chimed in. Indeed. I find them rather unsatisfactory. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. On the street, I suggested confronting them, but they declined. Now that you've tasted success, you recall their mountaineering packs, do you? Off to bed now. We still need to ask the wild bear for an invitation tomorrow. The following morning, Ning and the others were radiant with joy. Clearly, the acquisition of a golden tier spirit orb had significantly boosted their strength. Just then, Wang Tianhua burst into the room, as pale as a ghost. No. This is bad. We've been exposed. A golden tier expert is on our trail. They are of considerable stature. At his words, the atmosphere turned tense. Jiang Nan, having just awakened, his face unwashed and teeth unbrushed, appeared bewildered. How did we get exposed? Just then, the door swung open, revealing a stunning blonde beauty clad in white hot pants, sandals, a crop top, and a sun hat, her golden locks cascading gracefully over her shoulders. An exquisite vision. She carried a travel bag in her hand. Qinshan and Ning were dumbfounded. Holy cow! This isn't, is it? Wang Tianhua, grave-faced, declared, the golden viper of the white shark. A golden tier expert. Extremely powerful. Everyone, be cautious. I will cover you all. Yet, Katrin smiled widely, her gaze lighting upon Jiang Nan. Stinky brother, you didn't even come to greet me. She dashed forward and leaped into Jiang Nan's arms. Wang Tianhua, team members. What is happening? Isn't she the golden viper of the white shark? A golden tier expert? Why is she leaping into the southern deity's embrace and calling him stinky brother? We are utterly baffled. When did Jiang Nan become acquainted with someone from the white shark? Wang Tianhua nearly had his eyes pop out. Holy cow. And Ning and Qinshan covered their faces. We always knew. Your relationship is not ordinary. We sensed it when we first encountered you on the rooftop. That scene? TSK. Katrin gently stroked Jiang Nan's face and smiled. Did you miss me? Jiang Nan cleared his throat. There are so many people here. Mind your image. Katrin pouted. Did you, or did you not? Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. Oh? Is that a challenge? Behold my unparalleled chokehold. Katrin, team members. This is a golden tier expert. The golden viper of the white shark. How can you two be? After some playful banter, Katrin ultimately relented and began retrieving items from her travel bag. This is a specialty from my hometown. Salted fish roe, and white chocolate, sardine cans, brandy, vodka. Oh, and a nesting doll. As Jiang Nan savored the treats, a warm feeling enveloped him. Seeing him enjoy the food brought a smile to Katrin's face, though her gaze shifted to Ning and Qinshan, her brows furrowing slightly. How did you end up mingling with the Night Army? Were you coerced? No need to guess. This room is filled with Night Army members. And Ning and Qinshan wore solemn expressions, recalling their previous unpleasant encounter with the white shark. Jiang Nan scratched his head. I'm also part of the Night Army now. Katrin was taken aback. You're not here for the nuclear warhead, are you? Jiang Nan replied, Indeed. We aim to procure the nuclear warhead. However, the wild bear does not trust us and refuses to grant us a chance to trade. I was hoping you could assist us in obtaining an invitation. Katrin pondered for a moment. That's doable. Jiang Nan hesitated, then asked, It won't cause you any trouble, will it? Given your status. Katrin scoffed. The wild bear isn't worthy of such consideration. They are merely a rabble. She then produced her phone and dialed, speaking in flawless goose language. I wish to speak with the leader of the wild bear. Yes. Today? There's a group here seeking a nuclear warhead. Why so many questions? I'm right here in Sukka. Spare me the small talk. Her tone was icy, as if laced with frost, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. After hanging up, Katrin beamed. All arranged. We shall pay a visit at 5 o'clock tonight. Qinshan? What on earth? This is a complete transformation. The way she interacts with Jiang Nan is entirely different from how she treats others. Could it be that beauty guarantees victory? Chapter 112. The caution of the wild bear at 5 in the afternoon. Jiang Nan led the bald head gang down the bustling streets of Sukkur town. The scene was nothing short of grand. On his left, Katerina was entwined with his arm, her laughter and charm radiating joy. On the other side, he held the small hand of Surue. With no space left, and Ning could only walk beside Jiang Nan. The 7 burly bald men behind them were filled with envy, their teeth grinding in frustration. Just look at that. 2 hands are not even enough. Is he still human? From now on, during missions, he must be the big brother. Jiang Nan's reputation increased by 1,000 from Qinshan. Jiang Nan's reputation increased by 1,000 from Wang Tai. Jiang Nan chuckled to himself, feeling quite pleased. Along the way, countless factions secretly observed their every move. Jiang Nan couldn't care less. It was precisely for you to see. The notorious Katarina, the golden viper of the White Shark, had garnered significant attention. Many factions were astonished. The bald head gang was already quite audacious. How did they come to associate with someone from the White Shark? What exactly was the bald head gang's background? The group arrived at a CAF at the street corner. They had long heard of the bald head gang's reputation. Who would have thought the golden viper of the White Shark was already taken? Haha. At the table, a muscular man, bare-chested, spoke in pure goose language. He was a sight to behold, with a robust build, broad shoulders, and a scar at the corner of his mouth. However, his thick chest hair was particularly striking. At that moment, the entire CAF was filled with wild bear members, numbering no less than 100. All armed to the teeth. Chun Chun and the others wore solemn expressions. This was undoubtedly a feast of scheming. Jiang Nan remarked, "Brother, you must not need a sweater in winter, huh?" Katarina burst into laughter, her delight shaking her frame. Jiang Nan had learned goose language? The smile on the wild bear's face faltered. "Did you look down on me? Or perhaps on my chest hair?" From Andre. Vincha Karaka's Resentment 999. Jiang Nan? Wow, this brother's name is quite explosive. It has a nice rhythm to it. Jiang Nan audaciously sat across the table, crossing his legs and casually knocking over the coffee on the table. He retrieved 2 golden-level spirit orbs from his pocket, playing with them in his palm. The display was utterly audacious. In an instant, over 100 dark gun barrels were aimed directly at Jiang Nan. Katarina's charming face turned icy. Jiang Nan remained silent, nearly smiling at Andre. The atmosphere grew heavy. Andre stared intently at Jiang Nan for a full half-minute, and Ning's heart raced. How could Jiang Nan remain so composed? What kind of formidable mental fortitude did he possess? Finally, Andre smiled, waving his hand. The multitude of gun barrels was lowered. "You've got some guts, brother," Jiang Nan said nonchalantly. "Let us skip the intimidation tactics. You want money, I want a nuclear warhead. I'm here for an invitation." Andre narrowed his eyes. "How do I know you're not from the Dark Knight of Huaxia? The Bald Head Gang? I've never heard of them." Katarina retorted coldly. "Do you not trust me? Or do you doubt the White Shark? Think carefully before you speak. Otherwise, there will be no place for the wild bear on this land." Andre shrugged. "Of course, I trust you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here today. I just want to know what you can offer me." Jiang Nan grinned. "What do you want?" Andre's gaze fell on the 2 golden-level spirit orbs in Jiang Nan's hands. "Is this all you can offer?" Jiang Nan tossed the 2 spirit orbs over, which Andre caught effortlessly. "Since you like them, take them." The Bald Head Gang isn't short on money. Andre's eyes sparkled. "Haha, brother, you're quite generous. Tomorrow night at 7, at the Bell Bar?" Jiang Nan was taken aback. "Isn't it 3 days later?" Andre replied casually. "On my turf, I call the shots." Jiang Nan, "Okay." Having secured the invitation, the group stood to leave. Andre called out, "Wait." Everyone's hearts raced. Had they been exposed? Jiang Nan turned back. "What? Do you want me to foot the bill?" "Have a little pride, Andre." The team members. "What does this have to do with who pays?" "We're quite impressed with your thought process." From Andre's Resentment 666. "Brother, since you're here, you're a friend of the wild bear. The hotel has already prepared accommodations for you. Until tomorrow at 7, don't wander around. The city can be quite chaotic. Wouldn't you agree?" The eyes of the group flickered. Clearly, the wild bear did not trust the Bald Head Gang at all. All right. A nice service, providing food and lodging. Under the escort of the mercenaries, Jiang Nan and his group made their way to the hotel. Along the way, they encountered 3 individuals dressed in suits, their faces obscured by demon masks, heading towards the CAF. And Ning's expression darkened. "The Rakshasa?" Jiang Nan scoffed. "Andre seems to be quite busy." Upon entering the hotel, under the envious gazes of the mercenaries, Jiang Nan led Ning, Su Rui, and Katarina into the presidential suite. and Ning and Su Rui immediately conducted a thorough inspection of the room. Jiang Nan wrote on his back, "No cameras." However, the room was filled with listening devices. Meanwhile, the three Rakshasa members had already taken their seats opposite Andre. Just as they were about to speak, a subordinate leaned in. "Boss, Jiang Nan just brought those three women into a room." Andre smirked. "Bring it out." Soon, a speaker was placed on the table, and Andre and his subordinates gathered around. "Andre, we, the Rakshasa." "Wait. No. We, the Rakshasa." "TSK. Stop the noise." The Rakshasa were bewildered. What on earth was happening? They called us here and didn't let us say a word? What are they listening to? In the presidential suite, Su Rui looked at the lone bed in the room, her face contorted in concern. "The wild bear is really something. There are three of us. And they only provided one room? Just one bed? How are we supposed to?" Jiang Nan interjected. What? Is one bed not enough? Where do you want to run off to? If the bed is too small, the rest, the sofa, the chair, it's all good." Before Su Rui could finish her sentence, Jiang Nan interrupted her. And Ning's face turned pale, hastily covering Su Rui's mouth. Jiang Nan pointed to the room. Using lip reading, listening devices, Su Rui's eyes widened in realization, nearly spilling the beans. On their side, they were disguised as the bald head gang. And she was posing as the big brother's woman. Of course, they needed one room. If she let anything slip, they might not even be able to leave this room. All under the wild bear's surveillance. Chapter 113. Is hearing believing? What seemed to be the most ordinary words took on an unusual quality when uttered by Jiang Nan. Katerina was the first to react, bursting into laughter. You're quite greedy, aren't you? It's all the same no matter where you are." And Ning quickly chimed in. "Of course, Su Rui is new here. It's perfectly normal for her to feel a bit out of place. She'll adjust in time." Su Rui finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the situation had been smoothed over. Jiang Nan, with a radiant smile, cleared his throat and exclaimed, "Cough, cough. So, what are you all waiting for? Shouldn't you prepare yourselves?" The three were momentarily taken aback. Prepare? For what? Could it be that Jiang Nan intended to turn pretense into reality? Katerina laughed heartily, already unzipping her coat and shedding her down jacket, and Ning's face flushed crimson. No way. Was Jiang Nan really planning to make this a reality? A bit of playful acting was one thing, but he couldn't be serious. Katerina appeared to be gearing up for something, but given her rapport with Jiang Nan, it seemed harmless. After all, they had already seen quite a bit of each other on the rooftop before. But did that mean they were to witness it all over again in a room today? The thought made Ning's cheeks burn even more. As Katerina tugged at the hem of her sweater, preparing to remove it, Jiang Nan widened his eyes and swiftly grasped her small hand, using lip reading to ask, "What are you doing?" Katerina replied matter-of-factly, writing on Jiang Nan's chest, "Preparing, of course. Didn't you say we should get ready?" Jiang Nan was taken aback. "What kind of preparation are you talking about? Can you let me finish my sentence?" Clearing his throat again, he instructed, "Cough, cough. Everyone, take off your shoes and sit on the bed. I'll arrange things for you one by one." In that moment, all three froze. Take off shoes? Why? Though confused, they complied and removed their shoes and socks, sitting at the edge of the bed. While the instructions sounded rather normal, Jiang Nan had actually expressed the command through lip reading. To the eavesdropping ears of the members of the bald head gang in the corner CAF, this sounded exceedingly odd. The table of men surrounding the speaker system gasped in unison. Was their bald-headed leader really that bold? Did he plan to arrange everything? Was he a god of war? They couldn't believe their ears. At that moment, the faces of the Russians turned grim. "Why are you all so excited about what they're listening to?" One grumbled. "Can they even hear this?" Another added incredulously. "Can't we get back to business?" Andre glared. "Shut up. Keep your voice down. It's about to start. How can you be so oblivious?" Meanwhile, in the presidential suite, Ning and her companions swayed their feet, looking at Jiang and with bewildered expressions. What was he really up to by asking them to take off their shoes? Jiang Nan grinned widely, stretched his neck, and let out a yawn. He grabbed a stool and sat in front of Katerina, lifting one of her feet. Skill activated. Foot massage, LV0. Skill points added, 100. Skill upgrade. Foot massage proficient LV0. An overwhelming amount of foot massage knowledge flooded Jiang Nan's mind. He chuckled to himself, thinking, "Today, I shall showcase my skills." His hands began to rhythmically pat Katarina's in step, producing a crisp sound akin to a martial arts practice. Katarina stared in awe as Jiang Nan worked on her feet. You can do this too? You must have worked in a bathhouse before. Jiang Nan grinned. How is that? Am I doing well? Is it comfortable? Katarina's expression radiated bliss. She had never experienced such treatment before. It felt utterly delightful. You're simply amazing. Meanwhile, Ning and Su Rue watched in astonishment. Is this really a foot massage? Jiang Nan possesses such a comprehensive skill set. Is there anything he can't do? As Jiang Nan's pace quickened, Ning and Su Rue, observing Katarina's expression, felt a growing anticipation. They too wished to experience Jiang Nan's foot massage techniques. Jiang Nan grinned. Get ready. I'm about to step it up a notch. With that, he raised his thumb and applied firm pressure to Katarina's kidney reflex zone. The piercing pain made her eyes widen, and she shrieked. Be gentle. Jiang Nan clicked his tongue, noting her reaction. It seems the blonde beauty has some kidney issues, but he was about to let her dictate the pace. With a serious expression, he intensified his focus on her kidney reflex zone. Katarina became frantic, tugging at her hair and screaming. What began as a perfectly normal foot massage took on an entirely different tone when their dialogue and screams reached the ears of Andre and the others outside. Coupled with the rapid slapping sounds of feet being massaged, they imagined an entirely different scenario. Andre's eyes bulged, his face flushed. Oh my God, this is too intense. Is it even bearable? Beside him, a Russian scowled. What does it matter if she can handle it? Why are you worrying about something that doesn't concern you? Can we please focus on business? Jiang Nan didn't stop at just massaging Katarina's feet. At the fervent request of Ning and Su Rue, he massaged their feet as well after finishing with Katarina. Jiang Nan was drenched in sweat, feeling as though he had run a marathon. Oh wow, Ning's soles are so tough. She must not sleep well at night. Outside, the two guards were on the verge of madness, crouched by the door, straining to listen. They were utterly envious. This is incredible. What a real man. In the corner Andre's face was flushed. Over 100 of his subordinates were anxiously writhing in their seats. Andre remarked, Damn, this is intense. I had no idea. I need to learn a thing or two from him. The Russians were grinding their teeth, having come here without accomplishing anything, only to witness an unseen battle of sorts. The bald head gang's leader was indeed formidable. Little did they know, Jiang Nan was merely providing a professional foot massage to the trio in the room. 6 hours later, Jiang Nan emerged, sweat-soaked, leaning against the windowsill to cool off. The two guards looked at him with reverence, as though he were a deity. 6 hours. The sounds from within had not ceased. This was more than just being a real man. It was divine. One of the guards pulled out a cigar and offered it to Jiang Nan. God of the South? Care for a celebratory smoke? Jiang Nan accepted with a smile. How considerate. He took a puff, letting the smoke swirl in the air, and with a slight smile, he reflected on his efforts. 6 hours of foot massage was indeed exhausting. In this day and age, it was no easy task to give a foot massage. Chapter 114, The Wheel of Fortune, Additional Update. After a round of eavesdropping, Andre was certain that the bald head gang was not a guise of the night, and that the golden serpent of the white shark truly belonged to a woman from Jiang Nan. This revelation brought him a sense of relief. Andre, now we can have a proper discussion. Rochelle, after hearing that, what is there left to discuss? In a hotel room, Katarina and her companions, having indulged in a foot massage, were deep in slumber. The only sound in the room was the rhythmic breathing of the trio. By the window, Jiang Nan sat on the sofa, gently polishing a tang knife. The blade reflected his cold and resolute gaze. In that moment, Jiang Nan exuded an unsettling tranquility. Anning opened her drowsy eyes and was captivated by the sight of Jiang Nan, absorbed in the care of his weapon, causing her to momentarily lose her composure. Biting her lip in silence, leading a 10-man team deep into enemy territory in a foreign land without any support. Surrounded by adversaries at every turn, failure would spell disaster for the entire Sukka town, endangering countless lives. Yet, Jiang Nan appeared composed and in control, as if each seemingly erratic step was meticulously calculated. His formidable mental fortitude left Anning in awe. Reflecting on her own abilities, Anning doubted she could outperform Jiang Nan, who bore the heavy burden of leadership at merely 18 years of age. Perhaps I should sleep a little longer. Tomorrow night promises to be lively, Anning mused. Her heart tinged with a hint of melancholy. We will succeed, won't we? Jiang Nan flashed a grin. Just watch me show them. Anning felt an inexplicable comfort at his smile. The following evening at 7, Jiang Nan and his entourage made their way to the Bell Bar. Katerina was still reminiscing about the foot massage, even asking Jiang Nan for another session. Upon entering the bar, they were greeted by pulsating music and dazzling lights illuminating the dance floor, where scruffy young women danced, unleashing their untamed allure. At a circular table outside the dance floor, 10 masked members of the Rochelle gathered, led by a figure donned in a green demon mask. Dressed in a suit with a ponytail, the 8 heroes were also present, with Su Xiao wearing a frosty expression and a cold smirk. Among them were robust men with deep-set eyes and prominent noses, hailing from the Italian Rofi family, their leader sporting a vintage hairstyle, white gloves, and puffing on a cigar, exuding an air of sophistication. To Jiang Nan's astonishment, Wei Changxing was also in attendance, bandaged and with one arm in a sling, looking utterly miserable. Devoid of the aura of a seasoned master. As soon as he spotted Jiang Nan, he exploded with fury. Boom. He slammed his palm on the table, springing to his feet. You little brat. How dare you show your face here? Jiang Nan grinned. Oh? ISNT that the broke fool? Still here to buy nuclear weapons? The others at the table were momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Wei Changxing. Wei, overwhelmed with indignation, thought, how could he be so bold? Andre, with a firm hand on Wei's shoulder, forced him back into his seat. In my territory, we adhere to my rules. Wei Changxing seethed, his eyes reddening. Yet he had to endure. Jiang Nan took his seat, nonchalantly resting his legs on the table, prompting frowns from the other leaders. Andre smiled broadly. Brother Jiang Nan, I heard you had an extreme battle last night that lasted 6 hours. At this, all eyes shifted to Jiang Nan. Anning and Su Rui flushed with embarrassment, while Katerina beamed with delight. Chun Chun and the others were left dumbfounded. Wait, did South God really go all out last night? 6 hours? What a warrior. Rochelle's members exchanged uneasy glances, having witnessed the events firsthand. Jiang Nan chuckled. Well, it's just a bit of fun for men. Unlike some, who can't even get it up. Wei Changxing erupted in rage, shattering his glass. How dare you? I'll split you in two. Andre suppressed Wei. Any secrets to share with the brothers? Jiang Nan smirked. That is a secret I cannot divulge. Wei scoffed. What secret? With your pitiful state. What could you possibly offer? A nuclear warhead? Can you even afford it? All factions had come prepared, with black briefcases laid out on the table. Yet Jiang Nan had come empty-handed. Suddenly, he clapped his hands, and Wang Tai heaved a bulging sack onto the table. Everyone's eyes widened, including Andre's. What the hell? While everyone else brought briefcases, you brought a sack. What's inside? Bricks? Andre declared, now that everyone is here, let us not beat around the bush. Straight to the point. With that, a ragged dancing girl approached, delivering a tray to the center of the table. With a flourish, a red cloth was lifted, revealing a trove of bullets and a revolver. The atmosphere grew tense as Andre leisurely picked up the gun and, before all present, loaded a bullet into the chamber. With a dramatic flick, he spun the cylinder and tossed the revolver onto the table. Let the games begin. Rochelle questioned, what is the meaning of this? Su Xiao added, we are here to trade, not gamble with our lives. Wei Changxing narrowed his eyes. This is rather pointless. Rofi coldly remarked, you want to play dirty? Wishing for death? Jiang Nan remained silent, observing as the tension thickened. What exactly is Andre up to? Andre shrugged. As I mentioned, in my territory, we operate by my rules. There are too many of you here. It wouldn't be entertaining without a few casualties. Su Xiao challenged, what if we refuse? Andre chuckled. Simple. We all die together. The countdown to disaster had begun. At the moment they stepped into the explosion radius. Here, he would be the boss. Expressions turned grim across the table. Rofi grinned. You are the madman. Picking up the revolver, he aimed it at his own temple and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Click. An empty chamber. Andre burst into laughter. Ha. Excellent. Truly an elder with guts. His gaze shifted to Su Xiao, who appeared ominously calm. Can anyone else take my place? Andre scoffed. Of course. As long as they are your people. Su Xiao stood, turning to grasp Zhang Yimou, the pale-faced youth who had previously tested Jiang Nan. He trembled in fear. Sugo. Fire. 1 in 5 chance. If you survive, I'll give you 1,000,000. Jiang Nan gritted his teeth, his hands shaking as he raised the gun. He slowly aligned the muzzle with his own temple, his heart filled with the terror of death. Taking a deep breath, he pulled the trigger. Click. A harmless click echoed in the air. Jiang Nan was jolted, collapsing limply onto the table, as if he had just been pulled from the depths of water. In the next moment, all eyes inevitably turned towards Jiang Nan. Andre squinted. Brother, it's your turn. Chapter 115. Is your life merely a reward for top-up charges? The atmosphere in the room was suffocatingly tense. Jiang Nan flashed a grin. A 1 in 4 chance? I consider myself quite fortunate. However, Ning and Chun Chun could no longer remain composed. Big brother, let me take a turn, Chun Chun exclaimed. Wang Tai, with red-rimmed eyes, retorted, get lost. It's my turn. Big brother, allow me. A throng of bald-headed men surged forward behind Jiang Nan, eager to take their chance. This spectacle moved everyone present, including Luo Fei and Andre, who regarded it with a gaze of profound admiration. To ascend to such a position of leadership is indeed commendable. Yet, the members of the Heroes Guild felt a pang of discomfort. Su Xiao's expression was particularly grim. In times of life and death, the hierarchy was starkly evident. Silence. Jiang Nan snapped. What is there to fuss about over such a trivial matter? A life or death roulette? I fear not. With a spatial wormhole opening at his temple, Jiang Nan knew that once the gun fired, he could determine who would perish. His own safety was assured. The dilemma was that Jiang Nan wished to keep his spatial abilities concealed. Otherwise, given Andre's cautious nature, the transaction's success would be in jeopardy. Andre's insistence on the game of roulette stemmed solely from his desire to eliminate someone. After all, with too many individuals present, even if the transaction were to succeed, the wild bear might not escape unscathed. Once the deal was sealed, the wild bear would lose its only trump card, the nuclear warhead. What appeared to be a simple transaction was, in reality, a web of intricate calculations. Yet, even without resorting to his spatial abilities, Jiang Nan remained undaunted. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a vibrant red cherry, savoring its sweet and sour flavor reminiscent of a luscious cherry. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. What was he doing in such a grave situation? He still had the leisure to enjoy cherries while his comrades wagered their lives? Andre's resentment point 666. Wei Changxin's resentment point 666. Jiang Nan then picked up the revolver from the table, aiming it at his temple. Tension gripped the hearts of all present. And Ning and Su Rue were filled with concern. Catherine was on high alert, ready to act the moment the gun fired. But whether she could save Jiang Nan was left to chance. Would the fortunate cherry transform him into the lucky boy, the most dazzling figure in the room? The outcome rested solely on him. Naturally, Jiang Nan felt uneasy. After all, the system was notorious for its unpredictability. Who could fathom the reliability of this so-called lucky cherry? He opened a spatial wormhole at his temple, aiming the other side at Wei Changxin. Jiang Nan would never gamble with his own life. A dead friend is better than a dead mock. With a double layer of insurance, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Click. A blank shot. A collective sigh of relief escaped in Ning and the others. Wei Changxin's face darkened, for he realized he would be next. Andre chuckled. Brothers. Click. Click. The sound of 2 consecutive blank shots interrupted Andre's words. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at Jiang Nan. In a matter of moments, Jiang Nan had fired 2 shots without a second thought, not even blinking. His teammates were bewildered. Luo Fei, Luo Cha, and Su Xiao were equally perplexed. A 1 in 4 chance of death. And yet, he had fired 3 times? How audacious could he be? Did he not fear death? Was his life merely a reward for top-up charges? Catherine broke into a cold sweat, while Ning's hands trembled. Yet, Jiang Nan remained unfazed. What an extraordinary mental fortitude. Jiang Nan grinned. At this rate, I regret ever pursuing a nuclear warhead. Why not scratch off tickets instead? The teammates exclaimed in astonishment. Andre was equally baffled. What on earth do you mean by scratch-off tickets? How could one win a nuclear warhead from such a game? Jiang Nan tossed the revolver in front of Wei Changxin. Here you go, brother. I've left you a lucky charm. Wei Changxin's expression was one of disbelief. There were only 6 shots total, 5 blanks had been fired. 2 by the Heroes Guild, and Jiang Nan had fired 3 blanks. The last shot was undoubtedly a bullet. Was death inevitable? How could one even play like this? Was it time to delete the account? Wei Changxing's resentment points 1,000. All eyes turned towards Wei Changxing, reveling in his misfortune. Wei Changxing gritted his teeth. Is there even a point in continuing this game? Andre replied coolly, what is it? Does my brother wish to break the rules? That would lead to more than just one death. Wei Changxing's resentment points 1,000. He glared fiercely at Jiang Nan. Why can't you just play fair? Must you fire 3 shots in a row, leaving no room for escape? As he spoke, he picked up the revolver and aimed behind him, pulling the trigger. Bang! A member of the Blood Alliance fell to the ground, clutching his chest. The remaining members turned pale, their faces ashen. Andre took the gun, reloaded it, and said, continue. Luo Cha remarked, isn't it unfair? The first to shoot has a distinct advantage. Andre scoffed, do as you wish. His gaze towards Su Xiao was filled with disdain. This time, it was the Heroes Guild's turn to go first. Click. A blank shot. Jiang Nan took the gun, grinning mischievously. He aimed it at his own head. Click. 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 The teammates were left speechless. Andre's eyes widened in disbelief. What? What is happening? Luo Fei was equally stunned. What kind of outrageous luck was this? How bold could one be? Was he still human? Was this how one played the roulette game? Wei Changxing lamented, Jiang Nan. Is this never-ending? For consecutive blanks? He took the gun back, turning to his subordinate and pulling the trigger. Bang! Another one of his men collapsed. Damn it! Wei Changxing's resentment points 1,000. In the blink of an eye, 3 of his subordinates were lost. Finally, it was Wei Changxing's turn to shoot. With the gun in hand, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's my turn. It can't be Jiang Nan's turn again, right? 1 in 6. I must secure a win. He turned to his subordinate and pulled the trigger. Bang! Flames erupted. Another subordinate has fallen. The atmosphere is hushed. Jiang Nan is left in a state of shock. What a peculiar hand does this Wei Gonggong possess? How can this even happen? Ha. Jiang Nan laughs heartily, slapping his thigh. Wei Changxing, I am utterly at my wit's end. This spinning game is splendid in every aspect. Yet, it does seem to cost a few subordinates. From Wei Changxing's grievances 1,000. Luo Cha. Brother Wei, could you at least give us a chance? It's already the 5th round. We, the Luo Cha, haven't even touched the gun. We wish to partake as well. Alas, Brother Wei is too chivalrous, refusing to grant us any opportunity, wanting to play but unable to. Quite disheartening, this tale is purely a flight of fancy. Dangerous actions are involved, and dear friends, please do not imitate. Ahem. Chapter 116. Load 6 rounds. I bet this gun will jam. The revolver game had been played repeatedly. Whenever we arrived in Jiang Nan, regardless of how many blanks remained in the gun, Jiang Nan would always fire the last round and then hand it over to Wei Changxing. Over 20 minutes had passed, and Luo Fei remained calm, while Su Xiao had already lost 3 subordinates. The demon was unscathed, yet Wei Gonggong bore the brunt of the damage. Only Wei Changxing faced the onslaught, his subordinates falling one after another, their bodies strewn across the ground. They were all his own men, each killed by his own hand. Almost all the bullets in the revolver game had been consumed by Wei Changxing, leaving him numb to the experience. 2 waves of subordinates, over 40 individuals, had all perished at Jiang Nan's hands. What kind of luck did Jiang Nan possess? After over 20 rounds, firing for his life, and almost all in rapid succession, the gun simply would not fire. Had this fellow saved the entire galaxy in his past life? And Ning and the others watched Jiang Nan point the gun at his own head, completely unfazed. Even Andre appeared bewildered. Could it be that Jiang Nan's supernatural ability was merely good fortune? What kind of bizarre ability was that? At that moment, Jiang Nan expressed his impatience. Could we not dawdle so much? This is rather boring, you know? I could play all day. The crowd fell silent. Jiang Nan had taken the revolver game to an unprecedented level. Andre replied nonchalantly, then how do you propose we play? Jiang Nan snatched the handgun, loaded 6 bullets, and with a swift motion, cocked it. 6 rounds. Fully loaded. I bet this gun will jam. Andre? The team members. Upon hearing this, everyone was left speechless. Betting on a jam gun? Wasn't that akin to seeking one's own demise? After over 20 rounds, the gun had never once misfired. Firing with a full load guaranteed a shot. And yet, he wagered it would jam? Even if his luck were extraordinary, one wouldn't he play so recklessly. Su Xiao scoffed. If you're going to play, you should take the first shot. Whoever goes first will die. Luo Fei, intrigued, replied, I don't mind. The demon interjected, this isn't wise. Is it? Wei Changxing narrowed his eyes. You go first. The goddess of fortune cannot always be by your side. Jiang Nan grinned. Sorry. The goddess of fortune resides at my home. Saying this, he aimed the gun at his own head. Everyone gulped. This time, and Ning and the others were anything but calm. He had loaded 6 rounds. There had to be bullets in there. Had Jiang Nan lost his mind? As Jiang Nan pulled the trigger, a decisive click echoed. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. My goodness! It really jammed? Could one person's luck truly be this extraordinary? This was no longer luck. Click, 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 click. Jiang Nan fired 5 more shots, each one failing to discharge. The entire bar fell into an eerie silence. The gazes directed at Jiang Nan resembled those of spectators witnessing a spectacle. Qinchin covered her face. The South God truly lives up to his name. The Son of Death. Wang Tai exclaimed, not just that. A man whom even death cannot claim. Wei Changxing's brow furrowed deeply. Was the gun truly broken? How could 6 shots jam? It was impossible. If it were broken, why fear anything? Wei Changxing took the handgun, turned around, and saw that all the Blood Alliance members had perished. From Wei Changxing's resentment value 1,000. Ultimately, it all fell back on him. Yet, he covered the muzzle with his palm for safety and pulled the trigger. A loud bang echoed. Wei Changxing's face turned ashen. His hand transformed into a brilliant crimson hue. In the next moment, molten metal dripped through his fingers. The intense heat melted the bullet, but Wei Changxing's palm had also been punctured, blood oozing forth. He was drenched in sweat, terrified that he had nearly lost his own life. At that moment, no one cared that Wei Changxing had blocked the bullet. All eyes shifted back to Jiang Nan, filled with astonishment. The gun had not malfunctioned at all. So, the previous 6 misfires were purely a stroke of luck? What kind of absurd fortune was this? If this continued, everyone in the room would be dead, yet Jiang Nan would remain unscathed. It was truly as if he had encountered a ghost. Jiang Nan shrugged. I told you it was boring, Andre. Let's wrap this up. Though Jiang Nan wished to play, the more lives lost, the better. The effect of Lucky Cherry was about to expire in 30 minutes. He was uncertain of the side effects. Who knew what further consequences could arise from consuming another? Andre appeared utterly speechless. The original plan was solid. Weaken the opposing forces and create conditions for a future escape. However, with Jiang Nan, a divine entity, present, nothing could proceed as planned. Fortunately, they had crippled the Blood Alliance and significantly hindered the heroes' gathering. It wasn't entirely fruitless. Andre declared, since my brother has spoken, I shan't waste any more time. Let's each place our bids. The highest bidder wins. Once the transaction is confirmed, I will bring my men to inspect the goods. Everyone exhaled in relief, finally getting to the crux of the matter. Luo Fei opened his briefcase, revealing a computer. He stated, $1 billion, and upon your agreement, I will transfer the funds immediately. Additionally, the Luo family will ensure the safe departure of the wild bear. Upon hearing this, Andre's eyes lit up. Clearly, he was intrigued. Su Xiao also opened his briefcase, which contained 3 green plums. These plums, from the mystical realm of Cloud Island, were healing treasures capable of regrowing severed limbs. Each one represented a life. Andre licked his lips. Wei Changxing sneered, Humph. Is that all you've got? Opening his briefcase revealed, as expected, 20 golden-grade spiritual orbs imbued with spiritual techniques. Such treasures could not simply be acquired with money. The demon could no longer remain seated. He rummaged through his briefcase and produced a peach. A spiritual peach from the Penglai realm. Consuming it could elevate one from gold to platinum. With power, one could attain anything. Couldn't they? Andre licked his lips, clearly not disappointed. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan's gaze flitted between the various briefcases. Goodness! What precious treasures! How rare! So incredibly rare. Jiang Nan was practically drooling. The crowd looked at him in exasperation. It wasn't tea for you. Their gazes were even more fervent than Andre's. What about you? Your items. Jiang Nan finally snapped back to reality. You can look for yourselves. With that, he tossed the large burlap sack onto the table, producing a clattering sound. Everyone was momentarily stunned. What on earth was in that sack? Curious glances were directed at it. Andre tore open the sack and nearly blinded himself with excitement. Oh my goodness! What the hell? Seeing Andre so agitated, the various factions were taken aback. The demon inquired, Boss Jiang, what's in that sack of yours? Jiang Nan replied casually, nothing much. Just 100 pounds of diamonds. Luo Fei sprayed a mouthful of vodka all over Su Xiao's face. The demon's terrifying mask nearly fell off. Wei Changxing stood frozen in place. What absurdity was this? 100 pounds of diamonds? Did you think they were mere pebbles? Andre's eyes turned bloodshot. He dumped the diamonds from the sack onto the table. Diamonds the size of fists, the smallest the size of pigeon eggs, all incredibly pure and of the highest quality. In that moment, the entire bar fell silent. Jiang Nan, the mine owner? An act of self-destruction. Friends, please refrain from attempting this. I kindly request a 5-star review, urging for updates, and adding to your bookshelf. Chapter 117, The Diamond Treasure. Those present were all seasoned individuals in the underworld. Diamonds and gold are both hard currencies. They frequently deal with such items and can easily discern their authenticity at a glance. The 100 pounds of diamonds on the table. Undoubtedly, they are all genuine. Of exceptionally high quality and such substantial size. All eyes turned to Jiang Nan. Does he have a mine at home? Carrying 100 pounds of diamonds to purchase nuclear warheads? Who weighs diamonds by the pound? Compared to Jiang Nan, the items they brought seem utterly inconsequential. It's akin to a few individuals playing do ju, where one starts with a diamond 6 and others follow with 789, only for Jiang Nan to unleash a bombshell, 2 jokers and 4 twos. They were completely stunned. How to play? This is utterly beyond comprehension. From Wei Changxing, 1,000 resentment points. From Luo Fei, Capone, 1,000 resentment points. From Su Xiao, 1,000 resentment points. The resentment points list refreshed frantically. The team members were equally bewildered. Where did Jiang Nan procure 100 pounds of diamonds? Was it the operational funds allocated by the team captain? No, that doesn't make sense. Who would directly distribute 100 pounds of diamonds as funding? Only Katerina wore a dubious expression. She knew that the White Shark and the Iron Man had been involved in the abduction of Jiang Nan. The operation had failed, and Iron Man was missing, with no news since. Looking at the pile of diamonds on the table, the golden-haired beauty couldn't help but shudder. Were these diamonds remnants of Iron Man's body? The renowned Iron Man truly fell at Jiang Nan's hands? Several faces turned grim. Andre laughed heartily. Brother, what extravagance. Haha, what's wrong? Are you all unwilling to raise your bids? If not, these treasures will belong to the Baldies. Andre didn't hesitate at all. Diamonds, being hard currency, are superior to anything else, easy to carry. The most terrifying aspect is their substantial weight. 100 pounds of diamonds. How much could this be worth? Luo Fei wore a cold expression. I'll contact my family. Su Xiao sighed, ultimately resigning. Wei Changxing gritted his teeth in frustration, understanding that the Blood Alliance would not produce any treasures now. They had already let Jiang Nan seize 15 spirit pearls. The members of the Rakshasa remained silent. When it comes to nuclear weapons, acquiring them isn't the only method. There are many ways. As long as one knows the location of the warhead. Jiang Nan seized the moment. All right. No need to dawdle. I'll also share my secret to defeating 3 opponents with ease. Just sell it to me directly. Andre's eyes lit up. Really? This ignited his enthusiasm. 6 hours of real manhood. Super powerful, taking on 3 at once. If I learn this, wouldn't it be a nightly celebration? This secret must be obtained at all costs. The Rakshasa also suddenly became spirited. They too wished to witness what kind of secret could elevate a man to such a divine status. In an instant, curious gazes converged upon Jiang Nan, and Ning and her companions exchanged glances. What secret? You clearly spent 6 hours giving us foot massages in the room. You're truly spinning tales without a draft. Andre exclaimed with excitement. I'll sell you the nuclear warhead. I have the final say. What's the secret? Let everyone learn. The 3 members of Rakshasa removed their masks, fearing they might miss an exciting moment. Jiang Nan wore a mysterious expression. Let me tell you, those present today. Witnessing this as a gain, Jiang Nan rummaged through his pocket and, under the expectant gazes of all, produced the diamond treasure. Look. Instantly, over 100 people in the bar gasped in astonishment. Their eyes widened, unable to close their mouths. Rakshasa, wow! This is exquisite craftsmanship. Exquisite craftsmanship indeed. Luofei, my goodness. Is this naturally formed? There are no visible carving marks. Amazing. Truly an eye-opener. Andre, heavens. Can this even be a diamond? The diamond treasure was placed on the table by Jiang Nan. Under the shimmering lights, it radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. So lifelike. The details were vividly apparent. The onlooking subordinates were equally taken aback. And Ning and Su Rue were stunned, their faces turning red as they closed their eyes. My goodness. South God. What on earth have you taken out? Is this something you carry with you? Just now, you pulled cherries out of your pocket. Chin Chin and Wang Tai were also bewildered. A diamond treasure? This was blindingly brilliant. What peculiar items does Jiang Nan carry? Only Katerina bit her lip, suppressing laughter. Even pinching her thigh, she was on the verge of losing it. Was this a component salvaged from Iron Man? What nonsense. A secret? If Iron Man knew that after his demise, his diamond treasure was being worn as a sacred object by so many, and even soaked in water, he would surely rise from the dead in anger. Jiang Nan was utterly amused, but he enjoyed it. The members of Rakshasa, Su Xiao, and Wei Chongqing wore expressions of skepticism. Is this truly the case? Does it even come with a spell? Andre shouted. You woman, why are you laughing? Can't you see we're discussing serious matters? Wei Chongqing couldn't help but swallow hard. With this diamond treasure, would his 2 little pearls regrow? Can we discuss something? I shall offer you 10 golden spirit pearls. Would you be so kind as to relinquish that diamond treasure to me? I wish to give it a try. Andre glared. You wish. In a swift motion, he retrieved a paracord and secured it around the diamond treasure, adorning it around his neck. What a sight it was. A robust man, bare-chested and covered in hair, with a diamond treasure dangling from his neck. Veins bulged on Jiang Nan's forehead, his teeth clenched tightly. No, I mustn't laugh. I am a professional. Unless I can no longer contain myself. Chapter 118. I am too much of a southern man yet, gazing at the dazzling diamond pendant swaying from Andre's neck. Jiang Nan could not help but feel out of place. The peculiar glances directed at Andre were unmistakable. Satisfied, Andre rose and proclaimed loudly. Then it settled. The nuclear warhead belongs to the Bald Brotherhood. As for the others, business may not be concluded, but friendship remains. There may yet be opportunities for cooperation. Come, let us drink. The others rose in unison, their eyes inevitably gravitating towards Jiang Nan. Some bore expressions of schadenfreude, while others wore sardonic smiles. A few appeared as venomous as serpents. And Ning and Shen Shen were aware that what lay ahead was the true battle. A handful of ragged dancers approached, carrying meticulously prepared deep-sea bombs, setting them down on the table. Suddenly, as a golden-haired dancer made her way towards Jiang Nan, her high heel twisted, and she stumbled. In her panic, she instinctively grasped for something, inadvertently clutching Jiang Nan's trousers. Splash! Jiang Nan froze in place, drenched from head to toe in liquor. The situation was dire. But worse still was that the fallen dancer had pulled down his pants. Jiang Nan! Everyone was momentarily stunned. Was that floral shorts? Adorned with whimsical cartoon patterns? And Ning and Su Rue were initially taken aback, but soon struggled to suppress their laughter. Could it be? The southern god possessed such a childlike spirit? Those floral shorts were simply eye-catching. How audacious! Katrina, still reeling from the sight of the diamond pendant, glanced down at Jiang Nan's cartoonish floral shorts and burst into uncontrollable laughter. The dancer, flustered and apologetic, exclaimed, I'm so sorry. I truly did not mean to. She never imagined that delivering a drink would result in such an embarrassing mishap for Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan felt utterly mortified. This was far too sudden. Completely unprepared, he discreetly pulled up his trousers, reminding himself to remain composed. As long as he was not embarrassed, the discomfort belonged to them. Andre, though momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure, saying, My brother, I apologize. You were startled. Let us have another drink. The second round was promptly served, and everyone raised their glasses. Naturally, Jiang Nan, ever the sly one, would not partake. Who knew what peculiar substances Andre had mixed into the drink? As the spatial wormhole opened, on the other end sat Wei Chongqing, who was wide-eyed, exclaiming, What? This quantity is off. A bit too much. Nevertheless, he resolved to drink. Jiang Nan chuckled slyly. But at that moment, a sharp crack echoed through the room, accompanied by the dancer's piercing scream. The steel pole in the center of the dance floor had broken free from the ceiling, crashing down with a resounding clang. One end struck Jiang Nan on the head. Jiang Nan. In the midst of downing his drink, he jolted, choking on the alcohol, coughing violently. Tears streamed down his face as his head buzzed from the impact. What was happening? How could a broken pole fall upon me? What kind of absurdity was this? Coughing and rubbing his head, Jiang Nan pondered whether he was suffering some karmic retribution for all his misdeeds. Surely not. This world was splendid for those with charm. Why was he so unfortunate today? Unfortunate? No, that was not right. He had just consumed a lucky cherry. Had its effects already worn off? Could its side effects be misfortune? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Jiang Nan's face turned pale, feeling a chill run down his spine. Was the universe truly so cruel? For every stroke of luck, was there an equal and opposite misfortune? Jiang Nan felt a wave of despair wash over him. Katrina burst into laughter, nearly collapsing from amusement. The team members struggled to contain their mirth. It was rare to witness Jiang Nan in such a state of embarrassment. For reasons unknown, it felt oddly satisfying. The leaders were equally bewildered. How unlucky could one be? A fallen pole striking them on the head. What was this? A game of wooden fish? Andre cleared his throat. Well, it seems we should part ways amicably, everyone. Please do not linger in Sukkertown any longer. It is best for all. As for you, Brother Jiang Nan, I shall arrange a time for us to view the goods. Await my notification. Jiang Nan waved his hand dismissively. All right. His thoughts were far from the nuclear warhead. He felt anxious, as if surrounded by potential threats. All he wanted was to return to the hotel swiftly. As the group exited the bar, having successfully completed their transaction, everyone was in high spirits except Jiang Nan, who felt paranoid, glancing around suspiciously. Ning inquired, "What's wrong? Is someone following you?" Jiang Nan swallowed hard. No. Katrina laughed. You can't possibly have exhausted your luck in that spinning game we just played, can you? You've been awfully unfortunate lately. Ning could no longer hold back her laughter. Serves you right. You often tease us. Jiang Nan glared. Did I not graciously massage your feet? You ungrateful lot. Just then, Jiang Nan stumbled over a raised sidewalk. Losing his balance, he fell forward. Was it possible to trip on flat ground? In a moment of desperation, he reached out to steady himself, only to discover, what was this? A mound of dog excrement the size of a bowl. How could such a large pile exist? Realizing his hand was about to land in the mess, Jiang Nan thought quickly. With a flicker, he teleported 30 meters away. Phew. Finally clang. Another sharp sound resonated as Jiang Nan collided with a streetlight. Cursing under his breath, he crouched down, covering his nose, feeling utterly defeated. Why was he subjected to such relentless misfortune? Would this streak of bad luck never cease? Southern God. Look above. Jiang Nan? What now? He looked up just in time to see the lampshade plummeting towards him. Jiang Nan, Was this an infinite series of misfortunes? Why was the universe intent on tormenting him? Jiang Nan exploded in frustration. His teammates stared at him as if they had encountered a ghost. How could one be this unlucky? They instinctively distanced themselves from Jiang Nan. With a look of grievance, he called out, Beautiful girl, don't leave me. Come protect me. I fear I may not survive the journey back to the hotel. Katrina, visibly annoyed, retorted, Stay away from me. Bad luck is contagious. Jiang Nan reached out, attempting to grab Katrina's retreating figure. Wait, beautiful girl. In that moment, not only was Jiang Nan frozen in shock, but so was Katrina. Everyone stood in stunned silence as Jiang Nan's hand inadvertently grasped the clasp of Katrina's backless top through her clothing. With a long tug, Jiang Nan accidentally released his grip. Snap! The elastic of her top rebounded sharply against her back, producing a resounding crack. Katrina clutched her chest, her face flushed with embarrassment and fury. With an almost instinctive twist, Jiang Nan executed a flying kick. His body was propelled away with a single strike, soaring over 30 meters. He crashed into the concrete wall, causing it to collapse. He found himself buried beneath the debris. Jiang Nan wore a despondent expression, lamenting, I am truly unfortunate. Sob. Chapter 119. Trouble descends upon the unwary. It was only then that Catalina realized the gravity of the situation. In a state of panic, she rushed over and unearthed Jiang Nan. who was covered in dust from the cement slab. With a face full of remorse, she stammered, I'm so sorry. It was unintentional. A reflex, pure instinct. Jiang Nan, on the verge of tears, felt as though the world was conspiring against him. Even his stunning looks, which could rival the heavens, were of no solace. Feeling wronged, he rose to his feet. You all go ahead. Keep your distance. It's too dangerous for me. Thus, the team members walked on the left side of the street, while Jiang Nan, looking pitiful, ambled along the right side, ever vigilant of the slightest disturbance. Just a little longer. We're almost at the hotel. Anning and the others couldn't help but chuckle at his furtive demeanor. Just as they turned a corner, they were a mere 300 meters from the hotel, and victory seemed within reach. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Nan froze in his tracks. He finally realized the source of the large pile of dog excrement on the ground. Before him stood a fair-haired, blue-eyed young lady walking her dogs. While this in itself posed no issue, the predicament lay in the fact that she was leading 10 purebred Tibetan Mastiffs. Miss, why on earth do you have 10 Tibetan Mastiffs? Are you that fond of them? Why are you out walking dogs at this hour? At that instant, the street fell silent as Jiang Nan's gaze met that of the 10 Mastiffs. A cold sweat broke out on him. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. The 10 Tibetan Mastiffs, seemingly possessed, bared their teeth and charged at him. The fair-haired lady was yanked along, dragged across the ground like a sled. No, she wasn't merely sitting on a sled. She was, in fact, the sled herself. As Jiang Nan sprinted away from the pursuing mastiffs, their anguished cries echoed down the street, fading into the distance. The team members exchanged glances, their throats dry with disbelief. Shinshin sighed, those who commit wrongdoing will inevitably meet their end. Anning could hardly contain her laughter. Being chased by dogs while walking down the street. Su Rue voiced her concern. Do you think Nanshin will be all right? Catalina grinned mischievously. Don't worry. Good people seldom live long. Calamity lingers for a millennium. The team members responded with puzzled expressions. Well, can't argue with that. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan's mental state was unraveling. Torn and tattered, his clothes were in shambles from the onslaught of the mastiffs. He aimed for the mountainous woods outside the city and teleported away, finally escaping the relentless chase. The city is fraught with treachery. I must return to the countryside. Surely, I can't encounter danger in the depths of the mountains. As Jiang Nan materialized in the wilderness, he exhaled in relief, only to freeze once more as he spotted a massive black bear before him, vigorously charging at a tree. Wait, what? A bear climbing a tree? Is this for real? The stories were true. Black bears could indeed ascend trees. Astonished, Jiang Nan was met with the bear's fiery gaze, which abruptly pivoted from the tree to him. It charged forward, and Jiang Nan realized that if the bear were to catch him, his fate would be akin to that of the tree. This was unacceptable. In a fit of rage, Jiang Nan squared off against the bear, unleashing his fury upon it. Oh, you think you can bully me? I have no qualms about taking on your pets, but you? I want to let you off easy. The bear, now visibly aggrieved, seemed to accumulate resentment points. However, as their tussle continued, the rustling in the forest grew louder, and a myriad of glowing green eyes began to emerge from the shadows. Jiang Nan immediately sensed the impending danger. Run. Everything seems to be going wrong today. Who knows what chaos might ensue next? The forest erupted in chaos at Jiang Nan's arrival, with creatures fleeing in all directions. Eventually, he spotted a large lake. The rural paths are slippery, and the water seems inviting. With a vigorous leap, he plunged into the lake, thinking, I can hold my breath. Surely, there are no crocodiles here. If I can just survive this streak of misfortune, Nanshin will remain Nanshin. But just then, Jiang Nan's eyes widened in sheer terror as he felt something slimy slither up his pant leg. What the? In the hotel lobby, the team members wore expressions of concern. 3 hours had passed, and Jiang Nan was still missing. Surely, the forces from the gathering of heroes had not turned against him? Even Catalina could no longer sit idly. I must go find him. But just then, Jiang Nan reappeared. His face was dark, his clothing in tatters, drenched as if he had just emerged from the water, and he clutched a large yellow eel in his hand. The team members gasped in disbelief. What on earth had he experienced during those 3 hours? Where had the eel come from? Jiang Nan collapsed onto the sofa, letting out a long sigh of relief. At last, I've returned alive. Back at the hotel? Surely, nothing can go wrong now. His heart was a tumult of rage and sorrow. This stroke of misfortune is too overwhelming. It feels as if the entire world is against me. Just then, a shrill screech echoed from outside the hotel, followed by a resounding crash as a truck plowed into the hotel wall, creating a gaping hole. In horror, Jiang Nan watched as a fully loaded truck barreled toward him. A gasp rippled through the lobby as the team members panicked. What is happening? How can a truck crash into the hotel? Jiang Nan found himself pinned beneath the vehicle, silently consuming a vitality ginseng. I'm just sitting at home. And I get hit by a truck? Trouble descends from the heavens. Tears welled in his eyes. If I eat another lucky cherry, I swear I won't be human anymore. Snow. The big wolf is finished. I feel so wronged. I just want to go home. At that moment, in a villa, Andre wore a grave and pious expression. He boiled a pot of hot water and retrieved a glass cup, placing a diamond treasure inside before adding 2 goji berries. He then filled the cup with hot water, clasped his hands together, and fervently intoned, "The unparalleled Diamond King, the strongest of them all." After repeating this mantra thrice, he raised the cup to his lips, savoring a sip filled with anticipation. This tastes a bit peculiar, he mused, scratching his head. Perhaps this was simply how it was meant to taste? In just half a month, I'll be as powerful as Jiang Nan? I can hardly wait. Chapter 120, The Nuclear Bomb in Hand. A shocking turn of events. Inside the hotel, Jiang Nan had been hiding in the restroom for 3 hours, not out of shame, but rather due to the relentless flow of blood from his nose. Fearing he might alarm everyone. After this harrowing experience, he finally grasped the side effects of the lucky cherry. Its effects last for 30 minutes. But the ensuing misfortune persists for 3 hours, and there is no remedy. If he were to use the lucky cherry to buy a lottery ticket, he would undoubtedly win. Yet the winnings would scarcely cover his medical expenses. As the deal was confirmed, the team's spirits lifted. According to Wang Tianhua's report, the other factions had vacated Succa Town, at least on the surface. In the anxious wait, no notifications were received. At 1 o'clock in the morning, a truck halted in front of the hotel. Andre instructed the Baldies to get everyone on board for a covert journey to the nuclear warhead's hiding place. "Brother, I've been waiting so long I thought the flowers would wither. I was beginning to think you'd absconded with the money." Andre chuckled heartily. "Where could I go? If I had taken it, I would have been at ease." The nuclear warhead was a hot potato for the wild bears. He longed to dispose of it and enjoy his freedom. After an hour's journey, the truck brought them deep into the mountains. They trekked for another half hour before arriving at an abandoned air raid shelter, heavily guarded inside and out. Heartbeats quickened. Had they finally found the location of the nuclear warhead? Upon opening the heavy iron door, they ventured inside and soon beheld the warhead lying quietly on the ground. Equipped with a keypad screen, already in standby mode, unlike anything they had envisioned. A palpable sense of advanced technology enveloped them. Jiang Nan exchanged a knowing glance with Andre. Both merely smiled in silence, each harboring their own secrets. Andre's hand remained tucked in his pocket, never having emerged since their departure. Jiang Nan squinted. "All right, brother. I'll take it now. It's been a pleasure working together." Before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock as a figure suddenly materialized behind him. A glint of cold steel swung violently towards Andre's head. Simultaneously, one of the soldiers accompanying Andre grinned and charged from a corner, brandishing a Gatling gun. Unleashing a torrent of bullets into the cramped room, gunfire erupted, chaos ensued, and Chapter 121, South God, Are You a Devil? What transpired outside the shelter was truly astonishing. Jiang Nan utilized teleportation to its utmost potential, his body flickering like a ghost, never lingering in the same spot for more than a second. The members of the wild bear gang were utterly unable to aim. Whenever he materialized, the flash of his blade followed closely behind, and foes fell before him. Among the over 100 members of Wild Bear, there were indeed spiritual practitioners, showcasing a myriad of bizarre abilities. Yet, against the elusive Jiang Nan, they could not even catch a glimpse of him. Even when water blades or fireballs struck him, they were merely redirected through spatial wormholes, leaving only their own injuries in their wake. At this moment, the morale of the Wild Bear gang inside the shelter was utterly shattered. Watching Jiang Nan wield his blade with abandon was akin to witnessing a demon emerging from the depths of hell. One man against over 100. Yet he dominated the battlefield with overwhelming force. And Jiang Nan? He was merely a bronze 5. The members of the night squad were thoroughly astounded. What terrifying combat prowess was this? It was not the strength of spatial abilities that was impressive, but Jiang Nan himself. After 120 seconds, silence enveloped the shelter. Jiang Nan returned to his quarters, his white shirt now stained crimson. Upon closer inspection, one could detect the overwhelming scent of blood wafting from him. Just as Jiang Nan had stated, they needed do nothing but guard the door and await his return. As soon as he stepped back, boom, a tremendous explosion resonated from the iron door of the shelter. The entire structure trembled as if on the brink of collapse. Damn it, a penetrating RPG. The local forces have arrived. The others understood precisely what Jiang Nan meant. Succa was within the territory of the Eagle Nation, keeping a close watch on the nuclear warhead. Now that the hiding place of the Wild Bear Gang had been exposed, how could they not come to reclaim it? The only one capable of deploying such a scale of nuclear weaponry in Succa was the local army. At this moment, the demon, Rasha, had already been incapacitated by the combined efforts of Andre and Katerina, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Yet, Andre did not cease his assault. Instead, he turned his aggression towards Katerina. Upon hearing the explosion from the iron door, Andre panicked, refusing to delay any longer. Being of the earth element, he burrowed underground to escape. Katerina, who had the ability to transform into a beast, could do nothing to stop him. With a look of helplessness, Katerina exclaimed, "He fled. A golden tier earth element. I cannot capture him." Meanwhile, Rasha, poisoned and pale, realized his demise was imminent and laughed. "The night? I knew it. You certainly meddle in affairs beyond your scope." Jiang Nan erupted in fury. Grabbing Rasha by the collar, he shouted, "Had it not been for your interference, the nuclear warhead would never have been activated." Rasha scoffed, "What we cannot possess, neither shall you. Even if it is activated, so what? At least it hasn't detonated within the borders. Your mission has been quite successful." Jiang Nan gritted his teeth. Over 100,000 lives in Succa. How many lives within a 1,500-kilometer radius? Are they not human? Everyone has a family. Why should they perish? Will you bear the responsibility for their lives? Do you have no family? Whose safety do you think they depend on? The security of millions of compatriots in Huaxia is not afforded by your ilk, but by those on the front lines, bearing the burden with flesh and blood. Jiang Nan slapped Rasha across the face, forcefully driving his head against the wall. Boom. The tremendous force rendered Rasha lifeless. Silence reigned within the shelter. Outside, the sounds of artillery were relentless, while the countdown of the nuclear warhead inside the room echoed ominously. South God, Brother Chun is in dire straits. Jiang Nan turned his gaze to find Chun collapsed in a pool of blood, his face ashen. A teammate, glowing with green light, was desperately attempting to use wood element abilities to save him, but the bleeding would not cease. Ning bit lip, tears streaming down her cheeks. Su Rue sobbed uncontrollably. Was their comrade truly to perish thus? How could they bear it? Katerina, though accustomed to partings, could not bring herself to look away from this tragic scene. Jiang Nan knelt beside Qinshin, who grasped Jiang Nan's arm with his bloodied hand. His eyes wide with urgency. South God, take them back alive. I, Qinshin, have never bowed to anyone, save for the bobcat and you. Alas, I cannot die at home. I am weary. I wish to sleep for a while. Hearing Qinshin's final farewell, the members of the night squad, tough as they were, felt their eyes moisten. Wang Tai struck the wall with his fist, causing debris to scatter. Tears streamed down his face. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. Slap. He delivered a resounding blow to Qinshin's face. The team members gasped in shock. Qinshin, bewildered, exclaimed, "What the hell? The fight isn't over yet. What nonsense are you spouting? Damn it, why get sentimental now? Making my eyes all red? Trying to deceive my emotions?" Boss shameless. Qinshin retorted, "What the hell? I'm about to die. Do I not get to express my final words? I've fought through so much just to say a few parting words. It should be a bit more dramatic. I've been shot to pieces, and yet you want me to get up and fight. South God, are you a devil?" The atmosphere had completely shifted. From Qinshin's resentment value 1,000. This slap left Qinshin bewildered. The team members were equally taken aback. What the hell? The iron hand of ruthlessness. Was it truly this harsh? Well then, I said, however many I bring out, that is how many must return with me. Wanna die? I want to let you. Saying this, he pried open Qinchin's mouth and stuffed a vitality ginseng into it. Qinchin, utterly confused, was unsure of what he had just consumed. Nevertheless, he chewed and swallowed. Qinchin protested, "No, South God, I truly feel like I'm about to die." Jiang Nan scoffed. You are mistaken." Qinchin grasped Jiang Nan's arm in desperation. "No, look at these 10 or so holes in my body. I'm not lying. I'm really going to die. I truly will die. I feel like I have only 30 seconds left. Listen to me. Let me say my goodbyes." As Qinchin continued to speak, he stood up, growing more animated. The team members looked on in horror. What the hell? This doesn't make sense. How is he still alive? And he is even standing up? At that moment, Qinchin felt an overwhelming rush of energy. Blood gushed from the 10 or so wounds on his body, shooting out in arcs. Blood sprayed in every direction. Team members. Qinchin. What? This was literally a human sprinkler. And Ning and Su Rui stared wide-eyed. Wang Tai stood dumbfounded, while Katarina was in shock. Goodness, did this person have so much blood? Qinchin was equally flabbergasted. His hands frantically tried to cover the wounds, but he was overwhelmed. 2 hands for 10 gaping holes. It was an impossible task. Qinchin gasped, Am I leaking? Jiang Nan. Chapter 122. Come. Face me head on. Qinchin transformed into a humanoid sprinkler. No, rather, a human-shaped fire hydrant. The scene was extraordinarily intense, leaving the night squad utterly bewildered. What on earth? Wasn't the rebound of light supposed to be less powerful than this? Before long, all the wounds on Qinchin's body had completely healed. Not even a scar remained. Qinchin was stunned. No way. Did I really not die? Did I just take a stroll through the gates of hell and return? Was that ginseng I consumed earlier so potent? Where did Jiang Nan procure such a treasure? It must be incredibly valuable. Jiang Nan unhesitatingly fed it to him to save his life. Qinchin's nose tinged with emotion, and tears welled up in his eyes. He was deeply moved, just about to speak when Jiang Nan interrupted. Come. Each of us take one. Pop it in your mouth. If you feel you're about to kick the bucket, just eat it. No need to hold back. I've got plenty. Qinchin? What a trickster. You made me feel all sentimental. Qinchin's resentment points 1,000. In addition, Jiang Nan had also empowered his fellow male comrades, enhancing their combat prowess. Qinchin was reveling in the joy of having snatched back his life when suddenly, splat, 2 streams of nosebleed gushed forth. Qinchin? Wait. Jiang Nan. Could you explain this nosebleed to me? Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. It's nothing. It'll stop flowing in 3 hours. Qinchin. What the heck? 3 hours? So I have to bleed from my nose while fighting on the battlefield? Is that reasonable? The enemy won't even need to be defeated by me. They'll die laughing at my ridiculous state. My heroic image will be utterly ruined. Qinchin's resentment points 1,000. It would have been better to be dead. Watching Qinchin, lively yet bleeding profusely, the team members couldn't contain their laughter. Yet, upon seeing the nuclear bomb that had been activated and was on a countdown, everyone's expression darkened. There was no way to disarm it. Everyone was doomed. Without hesitation, Jiang Nan opened a different dimension, retrieved the bomb disposal tools, and approached the nuclear bomb to begin unscrewing it. The team members were taken aback. Qinchin. Whoa. Jiang Nan, what are you planning to do? And Ning exclaimed in disbelief. You're not seriously going to disarm the nuclear bomb, are you? Katarina stood frozen. You can disarm nuclear bombs too? Stop messing around. We could all die. Jiang Nan, it's worth a try. Right now, we can't get out. The local forces are bombarding us fiercely. Other factions are watching us too. They have no idea the nuclear bomb has been activated. While we can still endure in this shelter, I'll give it a shot. Skill activated. Bomb disposal, LV0. Skill points added, 1,100. Skill upgraded. Bomb disposal, intermediate LV0. Everyone watched as Jiang Nan skillfully began to dismantle the outer shell of the bomb. His movements were practiced and steady. They couldn't help but swallow hard. No way? He can really disarm a bomb? How does Jiang Nan excel at everything? Yet Jiang Nan gazed at the array of circuit boards, deep in thought. Was it supposed to be as simple as cutting a red wire or a blue wire? This wasn't right. There wasn't a single wire. Just circuit boards. Team members. What? Red wire? Blue wire? Dude, you're disarming a nuclear bomb. Are you even serious? This isn't a movie. Don't cut anything. The iron door of the shelter shook violently, clearly on the verge of collapse. Panic filled Jiang Nan's eyes. Damn it. Focus. Skill points added. 10,000. Skill upgraded. Bomb disposal. Advanced LV0. Countless experiences and knowledge flooded into his mind. As Jiang Nan scrutinized the circuit boards again, his expression turned grim. No need to try. This nuclear bomb had a disarming password, and without a firewall electronic key, it couldn't be disarmed. Everyone's expressions darkened as well. The only one who knew the password, Andre, had fled, and the electronic key was shattered. This meant the nuclear warhead was destined to explode. Everyone would perish. Jiang Nan gritted his teeth. Radio the links. Report our location. Request an aircraft that can reach the stratosphere. We only have 87 minutes left. With that, Jiang Nan opened the alternate dimension and, to everyone's astonishment, tossed the nuclear warhead into his alternate space. And Ning looked worried. Jiang Nan. You. Jiang Nan. No time for chatter. We can't afford to waste a moment. Follow me and don't die. With that, he picked up his long sword and strode towards the entrance of the shelter. The 12 team members crouched behind the concrete trench at the entrance. Katerina suddenly asked, "You're not afraid of death, are you?" Jiang Nan was taken aback, then smiled. "I fear death the most. But I fear even more not being able to return alive. What about you? You came here with me." Katerina replied with a grin. "Dying together with you sounds just fine." Jiang Nan scoffed. "Who would want to die with you?" Katerina. "Wouldn't it be better to live and return together?" Katerina rolled her eyes. "Is this really the time for jokes?" Boom. With a resounding explosion and a flash of fire, the iron door collapsed. A well-equipped local force, clad in masks, began to fire wildly. "Commander, hand over the items." Jiang Nan shouted. "The nuclear warhead has been activated and cannot be disarmed. Cease fire. You wouldn't want to witness a nuclear explosion, would you?" "Commander, we don't accept any of your conditions. I want the items. You all must die." Jiang Nan? What kind of logic is this? Katerina shrugged. "Don't hold your breath. Communication is impossible. You know how it is here." Jiang Nan buried his face in his hands. What else could be done? Charge forward. Wang Tai. No way. The firepower is too intense. We can't even poke our heads out. Jiang Nan glared. You're talking about fire suppression? Let us do this. The alternate dimension opened. The team members were utterly dumbfounded. Rockets. RPGs. Mortars. Gatling guns. C4. It was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Upon arriving, Jiang Nan had cleared out half of an arms depot. What is the fuss? Fire suppression? It was non-existent. Team members hastily picked up their weapons. Shinshin used a force field to block bullets, while Ning created an air barrier as a shield. Then, a frenzied barrage of fire began. Jiang Nan, wielding a Gatling gun, stood atop a stone block, unleashing a relentless assault. The local forces were dumbfounded. What the hell? How are they producing the firepower of 100 men with just a handful of people? This is insane. They all took cover and began firing back. Jiang Nan fired for a solid 3 minutes, the 6 barrels of the Gatling gun glowing red with heat. He wore an impatient expression. Is this ever going to end? With that, he teleported directly to the front lines, fully exposed to enemy fire. Team members, what are you doing, Jiang Nan? Going out there is a death sentence. Have you lost your mind? The commander was equally bewildered. His men were stunned. They had been enjoying the fight. And now Jiang Nan had charged out. Was he trying to get himself killed? With arms wide open, Jiang Nan bellowed. Everyone here. You're all trash. Come at me if you dare. Face me head on. And Ning and Su Rue stood frozen in place. Katerina's eyes widened as she covered her mouth in astonishment. Chen Shun and Wang Tai were utterly bewildered. Goodness. The Southern God. Do you truly have to be this impressive? The expression, the tone, it made them want to rush forward and give Jiang Nan a good thrashing. The commander was furious. The more than 500 people he brought along were equally incensed. Can we still indulge this behavior? Hit him. Go at him with all your might. Put forth every ounce of strength you possess. Remember to read the last line carefully. Dear friends, please leave a 5-star review, urge for updates, and give a little tap to the bookshelf. Much love. Chapter 123. Exploding the aircraft? Additional update. In an instant, flames erupted. Gunfire resonated like firecrackers. Countless bullets rained down upon Jiang Nan. The team members were terrified, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their chests. Is this how one seeks death? In less than 3 seconds, Jiang Nan's body would be reduced to minced meat. But at that moment, everyone was stunned. Amidst the barrage of gunfire, Jiang Nan remained unscathed. His baggy shorts and floral shirt billowed provocatively in the night breeze. Simultaneously, behind the local troops, an overwhelming torrent of bullets descended like a torrential downpour. Oh no! Enemy attack! Who the hell compromised our rear guard? Have reinforcements arrived? Fire back with everything you've got. A sudden wave of firepower from the rear caused catastrophic casualties among the local forces. Regaining their senses, they began firing back, only to have bullets whistle towards them from the front. Local troops. What the hell is going on? The commander suddenly realized something and exclaimed in horror. Space-based abilities? Cease fire. Cease fire. Jiang Nan chuckled to himself. Moments ago, he had maximized the spatial wormhole, placing one in front of him and another behind the local troops. All the incoming bullets had been redirected. Shooting themselves, how delightful. The team members hiding behind the cement block shivered with goosebumps. Catherine squealed in excitement. Anning and Su Rui's faces flushed, their eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Space-based powers. This is simply extraordinary. Jiang Nan is sensational. No wonder countries severely regulate space abilities. They can truly turn the tide of battle. Even those hiding in the nearby ravine, the Luo Fei family, the Heroes Guild, the Blood Alliance, and the Rakshasa, were dumbfounded. Their eyes widened in shock. Jiang Nan is actually a space manipulator. The second space-based ability user in Huaxia? The commander's expression twisted in rage as he shouted into the radio, "Bring reinforcements. At all costs. We must capture Huaxia's second space manipulator." Jiang Nan was still chuckling to himself when the sound of gunfire erupted. A Greyhawk combat helicopter surged up from the valley below. It commanded absolute aerial superiority. Rockets and cannons pointed directly at the air defense bunker, unleashing a torrent of firepower. Jiang Nan widened his eyes. Oh no, the teleportation won't work. He couldn't afford to be cowardly. His spatial wormhole had a coverage radius of only 300 meters, insufficient to reach the helicopter. The team members were too afraid to show their faces, their scalps tingling. Chin cursed. Damn. They even brought in an armed helicopter? Anning covered her face. This is utterly hopeless. They were completely trapped in the bunker, unable to escape. A nuclear explosion would obliterate them all. Wang Tai, with a serious expression, suggested, South God. Perhaps you should leave first. You can teleport. Go find Captain Mountain Cat with the nuclear bomb. We'll attract the fire here. Su Rui urged anxiously. Yes, South God. This is not the time for impulsiveness. The nuclear bomb must not detonate here. Otherwise, Su Ka will be doomed. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. Puffed. A mere helicopter thinks it can trap me? They overstepped. Lao Chun. Tizi. Follow me. Anning and Su Rui were stunned. What is he planning now? At this point, Jiang Nan still intends to bring everyone home safely? He could easily escape on his own. Nothing in this world can hinder a space manipulator's escape. Yet Jiang Nan refused to leave. He was determined to find a way to take everyone with him. Anning and Su Rui felt a lump in their throats. Jiang Nan, typically the least reliable, turned out to be the most dependable at a critical moment. Even if it meant sacrificing himself, he refused to abandon anyone. Boom. But just as Anning and the others were moved, a main battle tank emerged from the maximized alternate dimension, belching thick black smoke. Team members. A main battle tank? You even brought a tank? Why not just relocate the military base here? No wonder Mountain Cat had such a dark expression before leaving. They finally understood. Jiang Nan was a mobile armory. Chen laughed heartily, slamming the gas pedal. Wang Tai shoved shells into the cannon. Damn. This cannon is going to obliterate you. Jiang Nan perched atop the cannon, patting it. Who's bringing the heavy machine gun? Su Rui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow. A tank. This was her dream vehicle. Instantly, she raised her hand, declaring me. I want to drive. Jiang Nan beamed. All right. Team, follow closely. Breakthrough. Hey, gorgeous. Let us go for a ride. Catherine's eyes gleamed. Driving a tank on the battlefield? That's absolutely exhilarating. She hopped onto the cannon, wrapping her arms around Jiang Nan's waist. Let us roll. Outside the air defense bunker, the commander wore a smug expression. Just wait. I'll see how long you can hide. In 3 minutes, I'll flatten this mountain. I'll see you. Virum. The engine roared fiercely as the steel tracks smashed through the concrete blocks, billowing dust as they charged out. Jiang Nan and Catherine rode atop the cannon, their heads adorned with small helmets. Commander. Local troops. They were utterly dumbfounded. What is that? A tank? What in the world? Where did you get a main battle tank? How do we even fight this? Not only were they confused, but the Rakshasa hiding in the nearby ravine were equally bewildered. Their mouths hung open, capable of fitting an egg. What level of battle is this? Aircraft and tanks are all involved? A subordinate from the Heroes Guild stammered. Su. Brother Su. Should we still rob? Su Xiao's lips twitched. Can you withstand a cannon blast? Subordinate. It's too intense. Su Xiao glared. Then why are you whining? Subordinate. Jiang Nan shouted. Teasy. No need to aim. Fire at will. Blast them to pieces. Leave the rest to me. Aim? Not a chance. Jiang Nan aligned the spatial wormhole with the cannon's muzzle. The other? Within 300 meters. Fire wherever you wish. Jiang Nan had mastered the art of manipulating the spatial wormholes. Wang Tai exclaimed excitedly. All right. Boom. Accompanied by a violent flash and a thunderous roar, a cloud of dust erupted. The shell shot forth, disappearing through the wormhole. Then, the armed helicopter overhead boomed. It was obliterated, lighting up the night sky. Commander, they just blew up our aircraft upon arrival? From Ivanov. Brought his resentment value 1,000. The bombardment continued. This time, Jiang Nan targeted the enemies hiding behind their cover, unleashing a relentless assault. With the sound of cannons roaring and flames bursting forth, debris flew everywhere. Jiang Nan's resentment value soared, his heart brimming with joy. Nothing beats the thrill of cannon fire, and there's resentment value to be earned. The only downside, Jiang Nan regretted sitting atop the cannon. It was burning hot. Catherine, equally distressed, was sprawled across Jiang Nan's back. It was not just her bottom that was burning, but also, cough cough. Just then, Jiang Nan, illuminated by the explosion of the helicopter, spotted a group of people crouched in the small ravine. The gazes of Jiang Nan and Wei Changxing locked onto each other. A signature smile graced Wei Changxing's lips. Suddenly, he felt a jolt. Oh no, this is not good. Chapter 124, Brothers. At long last, you have arrived. Cold sweat cascaded down Wei Changxing's back. The moment Jiang Nan revealed his smile, it was clear that misfortune was imminent. Indeed, in the next moment, a cannonball violently crashed into the valley. What the hell? Who fired that cannon? Ah, shrapnel. Shrapnel. My backside. You missed. You missed. With one cannonball, 5 or 6 dozen individuals sprang forth from the valley, each radiating an aura of formidable energy. The Heroes Assembly, the Blood Alliance, the Rafi family, the demons all emerged. How could they remain idle? Were they to await their annihilation? Each pair of eyes turned toward Jiang Nan, filled with murderous intent, their hatred palpable. You blasted cannon. We merely came to spectate. Why are you targeting us? From Su Zhao's resentment value 1,000. From Rafi Capone's resentment value 1,000. From Wei Changxing. The commander was bewildered. Where had these spiritual warriors suddenly appeared from? They all seemed quite formidable. The resentment values were rapidly updating. Jiang Nan, tears streaming down his face, looked skyward and cried out, Brothers, at long last, you have come. I thought I would never see you again. You have no idea. They have bullied me terribly. You must avenge me. His wailing was so heart-wrenching it could stir the heavens. The team members were perplexed. What is happening? Upon hearing this, the commander shouted, Reinforcements? This cannot stand. Everyone, heed my command. Attack with all your might. We must not allow them to escape. Instantly, the firepower intensified. The underground forces were sent into disarray, scrambling for cover. Stop shooting. Stop shooting. Jiang Nan, you will pay for this. Wei Changxing glared. You bastard. Jiang Nan. Damn you. Su Xiao glowered. Who the hell considers you a brother? Hear us out. We do not know him. The commander, enraged, retorted. Nonsense. If you don't know him, why are you sneaking around in the valley at midnight? Are you out mushroom picking? Attack. Su Xiao, your argument is so compelling. What are we supposed to do? Fight? Are we to become targets? Jiang Nan chuckled to himself, relishing the situation. Dream on if you think you can just spectate. If I can drag one down with me, I shall. Qin Shun smacked his lips. Thank goodness you are on our side. And Ning covered her face. You have a wicked mind, but I adore it. This maneuver is simply brilliant. The chaos on the battlefield was palpable. Meanwhile, in the mountains, an all-terrain armored vehicle barreled through the forest. The Wildcat was in the driver's seat, flooring the accelerator. Mud was flung several meters into the air. Her eyes gleamed with intensity as she grit her teeth. Jiang Nan, you must stay alive. Not a single one of you is permitted to perish. I found you. I brought you here. Luo Tianhong will not allow you to die. The sound of gunfire echoed from the mountainside. The battlefield was within view. The Wildcat's anxiety escalated. The fighting was fierce. Jiang Nan's group numbered only 12. How could they withstand this? The all-terrain vehicle crashed through the underbrush, drifting onto the battlefield. The Wildcat was momentarily stunned. On a main battle tank, Jiang Nan and Catalina perched atop the cannon, each donned with a green helmet. Jiang Nan stood with his hands on his hips, laughing boisterously. His flamboyant shorts and floral shirt clashed dramatically with the battlefield. The rest of the team, fully armed, unleashed a torrent of fire. Members of other underground organizations had joined in, evidently aiding Jiang Nan against the local forces. The Wildcat nearly choked on her own blood. What was happening? The battlefield was entirely unlike her expectations. Was it truly necessary to be this audacious? She felt foolish for worrying. From Luo Tianhong's resentment value 1,000. Jiang Nan? Upon seeing the Wildcat drift into the fray, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. Wow, Sister Wildcat, I have missed you terribly. Hurry, get in the car. Jiang Nan, hey, where's my compliment? Where's my affection? I deserve at least a hug. He feigned a pout. The team members cheered at the arrival of their captain, eagerly climbing aboard. Jiang Nan commandeered the tank and, with a beaming smile, turned to wave. Brothers, you are so loyal. Thank you for covering us. I shall commend you with first-class merit upon our return. A little medal for you, the kind that looks like handcuffs. The underground forces were left speechless. Wei Changxing was furious, cursing. Jiang Nan, you bastard. The demons quickly called out. Hey, don't leave us behind. Take us with you. Su Xiao exploded. You scoundrel. We don't want your damn medals. Get back here. Rafi Capone rolled his eyes in exasperation. Oh, my holy Mother Maria. Look at this accursed groundhog. It has driven us to madness. Jiang Nan made a face. Nana, you can't hit me. The team members exchanged incredulous looks. The underground forces must be on the brink of insanity. In Ning's side, my neighbor's 7-year-old is just as infuriating. The team members collectively gave a thumbs up. Indeed. Quite the image. Jiang Nan smirked. You have no idea how exhilarating it is to see the resentment values soaring. It brings me more joy than earning money. Sister Wildcat, where's the plane? The Wildcat replied. How many minutes do we have left? Jiang Nan, 29 minutes. The Wildcat's expression darkened. The airport is a 20-minute drive. Brace yourselves. The team fell silent. Only 29 minutes remained? If the nuclear bomb detonated, it would claim hundreds of thousands of lives. The airport was under strict lockdown. All flights were grounded. The vehicle sped toward the runway. 28 minutes and 47 seconds until the nuclear explosion. Where's the plane? Jiang Nan asked. The Wildcat pointed to a plane parked at the end of the runway. The words Western Airlines left Jiang Nan dumbfounded. What? A civilian airliner? You must be joking. The Wildcat snapped. This is the outskirts. Where else would you have me find a fighter jet? This one was freed up temporarily. You take the nuclear bomb. Get out of here. The team was instantly stunned. What did this mean? What was happening? Was the Wildcat intending to deliver the nuclear bomb to the stratosphere herself? This meant she would never return. Whoever flew the plane would die. It was a mission from which there was no return. Jiang Nan grinned. You're joking. You can't fly this civilian airliner alone. It requires a pilot and co-pilot. I'll go with you. The Wildcat, teeth clenched and eyes red, glared fiercely at Jiang Nan. The team members were similarly emotional. Chen declared, Nanshan, you are still young. Let me go. And Ning insisted, I will go. Chen, you barely escaped with your life. You have a younger sister at home. Stay alive. Wang Tai's eyes brimmed with tears. I will go. I have an elder brother at home. My parents depend on him. Jiang Nan glared. Shut your mouths. Do any of you know how to fly a plane? The team members hesitated. Well, no, we really don't. Jiang Nan wore a smug expression. I do. Envious, aren't you? Let us go, he said. Grabbing the Wildcat's arm, and instantly teleporting into the airliner. The team members watched Jiang Nan's retreating figure, their eyes glistening with tears. Their hearts ached. This was a journey towards certain death. What is there to be proud of? What is there to be proud of? You are merely 18, a student of the Space Department. A splendid future awaits you. A magnificent life indeed. Yet, you are willing to sacrifice yourself for the lives of hundreds of thousands under Sukkar. Do you not even flinch? Katerina bit her lip tightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, while Su Rue crouched on the ground, overwhelmed with grief. The team members clenched their fists resolutely. These men, who had shed not a single tear despite enduring relentless gunfire, now found hot tears streaming down their cheeks unabashedly, even until the very end. Are you still intent on trying to amuse us? Chapter 125. Jiang Nan, you scoundrel. On board the passenger aircraft, the cheetah gazed at the array of buttons, feeling quite overwhelmed. Although she had undergone training to pilot a fighter jet, her proficiency was far from adequate. In her moment of desperation, she hastily retrieved the flight manual. Flipping through its pages, Jiang Nan flashed a grin. Sister Cheetah, take the co-pilot seat. I will handle the flying. Just assist me. Cheetah was taken aback. Are you truly capable of piloting? To her astonishment, Jiang Nan confidently settled into the captain's seat. Skill activated. Flying, LV0. Skill points added, 100. Skill upgrade. Flying, proficient LV0. With a sigh of relief at his remaining 3 skill points, Jiang Nan felt reassured. It was just enough to get by. Otherwise, they would be in dire straits. He deftly began operating the controls, powering on the systems. Check. Testing the turbofan engine fire alarm system. Check. APU ignition switch activated. Check. Air source system pressure normal. Check. Cheetah watched in awe as Jiang Nan skillfully manipulated various switches, igniting the turbofan engine seamlessly. She was utterly dumbfounded. Could Jiang Nan really fly an aircraft? He was only 18. How was this possible? Yet, she quickly recalled the myriad miracles that had unfolded around him. Increased thrust on both wings. Jiang Nan commanded. Okay. Cheetah hastily took her place in the co-pilot seat, coordinating with Jiang Nan as they maneuvered the aircraft down the runway. The passenger plane glided smoothly, retracting its landing gear before ascending into the sky. During the ascent, Cheetah occasionally stole glances at Jiang Nan's youthful profile, which, despite his age, exuded an extraordinary composure when focused. Brace yourself. There's no time for a gradual ascent. Cheetah blinked in confusion. Jiang Nan flashed a smile and pushed the throttle to its maximum. As the aircraft took off, it climbed at an almost 45-degree angle. The immense G-forces pressed down on them. This is not a fighter jet, Cheetah exclaimed. Jiang Nan squinted. Right now, it must be. The aircraft creaked under pressure but held together as it soared higher. Onlookers at the airport gaped in disbelief at the passenger plane climbing skyward. What on earth? Can commercial aircraft be flown like this? Who is piloting it? Even the seasoned captain, with over 10,000 flight hours, felt utterly bewildered. Astoundingly, Jiang Nan propelled the aircraft into the stratosphere, continuing to climb. Cheetah inhaled deeply. Takeoff successful. Once you stabilize, you can parachute. You have teleportation and spatial wormholes. Surviving the explosion will be a matter of luck. I will handle the rest. While she spoke with bravado, a pang of unease lingered in her heart. Could they truly survive this nuclear detonation? Jiang Nan grinned. All right, don't worry. I have no intention of dying here. A heavy silence enveloped the two as the aircraft's alarms blared in the background. After 10 minutes, Cheetah hesitantly broke the silence. Do you hate me? I forced you to join the night, and I brought you on this mission. If it weren't for me, you would be living well, avoiding life-threatening dangers. For once, Jiang Nan spoke earnestly. This path is one I chose for myself. No one can compel me to do what I do not wish. Growing up in an orphanage, I had no grand aspirations, merely to take care of myself. But now, I believe I am capable of so much more. Cheetah stared at Jiang Nan, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she sniffled. She retrieved a parachute from the side and tossed it to him. Get moving. Parachute now. I will handle the rest. Jiang Nan beamed as he donned the parachute with agility, while Cheetah took the captain's seat, her eyes resolute. Sister Cheetah, am I wearing this correctly? Cheetah turned to inspect him. How are you fastening the straps? Wrong. I don't know how to put it on. Can you help me? Jiang Nan asked innocently. Cheetah shot him an exasperated look and stood to assist him. Just then, Jiang Nan's hand clasped tightly around her arm. A sudden realization washed over her. Don't you dare. In an instant, their bodies were suspended in the high altitude, plummeting downward. The deafening roar of the wind filled their ears as Cheetah clutched Jiang Nan's arm tightly, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Nan, you tricked me again. I don't want you to die for me. Send me back. Send me back. Her voice was nearly drowned out by the howling winds. Jiang Nan chuckled. Silly Cheetah. The same trick twice. You can have a second chance. As they fell, he activated the parachute, wrapping it around her. Despite her desperate struggles, he managed to secure it on her. Jiang Nan, you scoundrel, she cried, writhing in protest. At that moment, Jiang Nan cupped her face, their eyes locking. Tears spilled from Cheetah's eyes. Jiang Nan beamed brightly and planted a kiss on her forehead. A kiss granted. If I return alive, remember that you owe me a hug. With that, he pushed her away and teleported back towards the aircraft, leaving her grasping at air. Cheetah could only watch as Jiang Nan shrank into a distant speck against the backdrop of the sky. Her heart felt as if it were being pierced by countless daggers, an unbearable ache. At the airport, the team members anxiously scanned the heavens, hope flickering in their eyes. Su Rue exclaimed, "Look, over there." Excitement rippled through the team as they spotted a figure breaking through the clouds. The parachute deployed, landing squarely on the runway. It's Cheetah. Captain Cheetah. The team rushed over, only to find her slumped on the ground, weeping inconsolably, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. In that moment, she was utterly vulnerable, stripped of her usual strength and composure. Oh, Jiang Nan, you scoundrel. The team fell silent. Grappling with the realization, had Jiang Nan truly teleported Cheetah to safety while he ascended with the nuclear bomb? Goosebumps prickled their skin, and Qinshin's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Tai kicked the all-terrain vehicle, flipping it over in frustration, his eyes blazing. Meanwhile, aboard the aircraft, Jiang Nan reclined in his seat, casually resting his foot on the throttle, humming a tune as the countdown to detonation ticked down to 3 minutes. The plane had reached an impressive altitude, the wings now encased in ice. Jiang Nan himself was uncertain of his fate. This was a nuclear explosion. If he were to perish, it would be rather disappointing. With a smirk, he retrieved his phone, activated the camera, and pointed it at himself, tucking the nuclear bomb under his arm. In a flash, he teleported outside the aircraft and began recording. Ladies and gentlemen, here I am, within the confines of a commercial airliner, preparing to light a firecracker. As a child, I could never afford one, and now, I did not anticipate such a significant event today. It is truly worth commemorating. Jiang Nan, please wait a moment while I light a firecracker and return. My friends, kindly leave a 5-star review, visit the bookshelf, and encourage more updates. Chapter 126, a world-class news event. Additional update. With a swift motion, Jiang Nan ascended into the air. The atmosphere here was exceedingly thin, making even the act of breathing a strenuous endeavor. As the nuclear bomb was on the verge of detonation, Jiang Nan promptly employed a spatial wormhole to escape. He then descended rapidly. The countdown began. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. The nuclear bomb exploded. At that moment, Jiang Nan did not forget to capture the moment with his phone, beaming with delight. What a firecracker. This must be the loudest firecracker I've ever set off in my life. Absolutely splendid. A brilliant white light illuminated the sky, utterly annihilating the aircraft. Jiang Nan dared not delay any longer. He hastily opened a dimensional space. Retrieving a makeshift cloth from within, curling himself into a ball, he wrapped himself snugly in the cloth. As long as I remain within the confines of this cloth, am I not invincible? Surely this counts. The system, so powerful, should be able to withstand a nuclear explosion. Right? Wang Difak. Suddenly, 3 question marks appeared in Jiang Nan's mind. Clearly, even the system was bewildered at this moment. Cursing, it exclaimed, "Damn. You're using me as a shield against disaster?" Jiang Nan swallowed hard, pondering the reliability of this plan. Thus, filled with uncertainty, he opened another spatial wormhole facing the shockwave. At the airport, the heavens were instantaneously illuminated by the fiery explosion of the nuclear bomb. It was as if a small sun had risen in the sky. The colossal fireball brightened the entire night sky, Countless individuals pulled out their phones to record this breathtaking moment. At the instant of the nuclear explosion, countries worldwide detected the impact of the shockwave. Sirens blared as they sought to gather information. Even within Huaxia, the brilliance could be seen from Jiang City in the northern region. Only the dark night teams at the airport remained silent. They removed their hats, clenched their left fists against their hearts, and saluted with their right hands. Tears welled in their eyes. Without Jiang Nan, the entirety of Town would have been a hellscape. The lynx stared blankly at the explosive light. Her mind replayed the radiant smile of Jiang Nan. As the fireball reached its zenith, it even tore through the clouds, generating a massive mushroom cloud. Just then, gasps erupted from the crowd. What the hell is that? A person. Someone is emerging from the nuclear explosion. A person? How is that possible? Are you joking? It can't be. The temperature at the center of a nuclear explosion rivals that of the sun's core. It vaporizes all matter. You must be mistaken. Why would I lie? I recorded it on my phone. At that moment, a powerful electromagnetic pulse radiated outward. All electronic devices malfunctioned, let alone phones. In that instant, the Dark Knight teams were left dumbfounded. For amidst the blaze, a figure truly descended, dressed in shorts and a floral shirt. Who else could it be but Jiang Nan? He landed with a thud, his legs trembling uncontrollably. His internal energy was nearly depleted. Covered in sweat, his face was soot-stained, and steam emanated from his body. He appeared utterly disheveled. This is absurd. Setting off a firecracker nearly blew me to pieces. My heart aches. The team members gasped in unison. South God, you're alive? You truly survived. The nuclear explosion did not claim his life? Is he a deity? And he was still setting off firecrackers? Who else has ever set off such a powerful firecracker? Their hearts brimmed with endless joy and astonishment. They were at a loss for words. The lynx's dull eyes suddenly sparkled with life. She rushed over and embraced Jiang Nan tightly, using all her strength. Jiang Nan, is this what it feels like to be suffocated? Please, don't move. Humph. I won't listen. The lynx tightened her grip, contorting Jiang Nan's face. He was struggling to breathe. Ugh ugh. The lynx warned. If you ever deceive me again, I'll make you pay. Do you understand? Jiang Nan. Is such a direct threat really acceptable? Could you perhaps be a tad gentler? The team members were filled with excitement, rushing forth to lift Jiang Nan high into the air. Katerina watched this scene with a smile, stepping back while waving at Jiang Nan, who was suspended in midair. Next time, I'll come to play with you. Very soon. Jiang Nan panicked. Hey, don't leave me. Katerina walked away, having genuinely enjoyed her time in Sucre. With the nuclear explosion, it was evident that Sucre would soon be under martial law. If she didn't leave now, she might not be able to. Katerina's identity was far too sensitive. The lynx smiled as she gazed at Jiang Nan, who was being hoisted into the air. Although the nuclear bomb had detonated, the mission, though not perfect, had at least resulted in no injuries. At that moment, the lynx seemed to recall something. Jiang Nan, you seem to have school today. Jiang Nan. What? At Jiang City Songjiang Linwu High School, the summer vacation had swiftly concluded. The day of the new school year had arrived. The playground was brimming with students, the atmosphere bustling. Everyone was engrossed in discussions about a singular event. Hey, have you seen the news? Something major has occurred. I have. You mean the nuclear explosion in Sucre, Goose Country last night? It was absolutely terrifying. I even saw the light from the north while sitting on my windowsill. Just how many kilometers away is that? A high-altitude nuclear explosion. Could this signal the onset of nuclear war? The official explanation from Goose Country was that it was a nuclear bomb explosion test. Nonsense. Believe their words? Would a nuclear test really take place over a town? There must be more to this story. There's a video on Weibo. Quick, watch it. If you don't hurry, it might be gone. The students buzzed with excitement, discussing last night's nuclear explosion in Sucre. Early this morning, it had already trended on Weibo, and news outlets were broadcasting it. Not only in Huaxia, but this nuclear explosion had sent shockwaves across the globe, captivating the entire world. Various news speculations circulated wildly, and the atmosphere grew tense. Among them, a segment of live footage had been uploaded to Weibo by an unknown individual, igniting the platform. At this moment, Xia Yao and Zhong Yingshui appeared somewhat anxious amidst the crowd, constantly glancing towards the school gate. Wu Yang, a transfer student, had arrived early. Xiao Xue. Has Nanshan arrived yet? Zhang Yingxue appeared somewhat haggard. I can't reach him by phone. It's turned off. Xiaoyao, we can't get in touch with him at all. Didn't he say he would return for the new school year? This is infuriating. Wu Liang reassured, don't worry. Nanshan will be fine. Meanwhile, Yu Qingqing approached, her face brimming with excitement. Did you all see that video of the Sucre nuclear explosion? The others paused, surprised. Of course, they were aware of the Sucre nuclear explosion. The entire populace was discussing it. Xia Yao exclaimed, a video has been released? Yu Qingqing replied, not just a video. The media is in chaos. A person emerged from the center of the nuclear explosion. The group's interest was instantly piqued. They saw the video on Weibo titled, Footage of the Sucre nuclear explosion revealed. Shocking the world. Who is this extraordinary individual that could withstand a nuclear explosion? The video was lengthy. It began with an aircraft taking off at a 45-degree angle. Then approximately 20 minutes later, a small sun illuminated the sky. The video captured gasps of astonishment. Although it was merely footage, the tension of the moment was palpable. Then, a colossal fireball lit up the night sky, and a mushroom cloud began to rise. Zhong Yingxue, Xia Yao, and the others covered their mouths in disbelief. After all, this scene was utterly astounding. However, what followed was even more shocking. From the massive fireball, a figure emerged. As soon as it broke free, an electromagnetic pulse struck, causing the video to glitch into static. While the silhouette was magnified, the oversized shorts and floral shirt, the visage shrouded in darkness. Though magnified and blurred, it is undoubtedly a person. Several individuals stood in stunned silence. Who could this be? How could one withstand a nuclear explosion? What on earth has transpired with Succa? Zhang Yingxue scrutinized the figure closely and inexplicably remarked, Xiaoyao, don't you find this person familiar? The two exchanged glances, and Xiaoyao gasped in disbelief. No. It cannot be. Chapter 127. The opening ceremony. Upon catching sight of the figure, Zhang Yingxue was struck by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Xiaoyao felt the same. But wasn't he Jiang Nan taken away by the Dark Knight? How could he possibly appear in the foreign land of Succa? Yu Qingqing rolled her eyes. Stop joking. How could that be the southern god? He is so pale. Zhang Yingxue and Xiaoyao exchanged glances, both thinking that the man's face was dark and perhaps he was a person of color. This is what they call being flustered by concern. At that moment, Luo Tianxiang approached Zhang Yingxue and her companions, squinting as he inquired, where's Jiang Nan? Is he too afraid to show up? I'm waiting to teach him a lesson. He scoffed, hiding behind women, dreaming of taking my place? Not a chance. Zhang Yingxue retorted angrily, Luo Tianxiang, mind your language. Xiaonan will come. Xia Yao sneered. Just you wait to be dealt with. Luo Tianxiang laughed derisively. Don't think I'm unaware of your schemes. The National High School Spirit Martial All-Star Championship is approaching. Do you think I'll let you two escape? As for how Jiang Nan comes here, I'll ensure he knows how to leave. Without hesitation, Wu Liang threw a punch at Luo Tianxiang's head. Luo Tianxiang merely sidestepped, then struck Wu Liang in the chest, sending him stumbling back, his face flushed. Big fool. This isn't your place to speak. I'm waiting for Jiang Nan. Zhang Yingxue, you'll belong to me sooner or later. Zhang Yingxue bit her lip in anger, while Wu Liang inhaled deeply. This guy. His strength is formidable. Xiaoyu gritted her teeth. That bastard. He has reached silver 1 star. How much did he spend to get there? At this moment, all the students gathered. The principal stepped forward to speak, which felt exceedingly lengthy. Throughout this time, Zhang Yingxue and Xia Yao kept glancing towards the school entrance. Yet Jiang Nan's figure remained elusive. As usual, the top 3 students from various high schools in the province were to join the ranks at Songjiang Lingwu for their studies. The audience applauded in welcome. 14 students took to the stage, with Wu Liang among them. Wu Liang was filled with anxiety. Where was Jiang Nan? Principal Sun Hongji noticed and frowned deeply. Why is one missing? A nearby teacher responded, Jiang Nan from Jiangxing No. 1 High School, hasn't he arrived? Sun Hongji exclaimed angrily, late on the first day of school? What kind of student is this? The teacher looked troubled. Jiang Nan is the top scorer in the Tianqi Lingwu examination. His results are outstanding. Sun Hongji retorted. So what if he is first? Does being first grant him the privilege to be late? Does he think Songjiang Lingwu is too small to accommodate his greatness? His reprimanding voice grew louder. The other transfer students shrank back, aware that he was asserting dominance over them. The audience murmured, "Who is this Jiang Nan? Does he think too highly of himself? What is so impressive about being first in Tianqi Lingxiu? He clearly hasn't seen much of the world." This is Songyang Lingwu, a prestigious spirit martial high school. It was evident that Principal Sun was furious. His words were exceedingly harsh. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao exchanged displeased glances. At this moment, entering as a transfer student would inevitably lead to exclusion, especially with Jiang Nan's absence. They never anticipated that the principal would raise such a matter. Sun Hongji declared, "Since he has chosen not to come, then Songyang Lingwu doesn't need him. Send him back." The teacher hesitantly replied, "Principal, is this approach a bit too severe?" Sun Hongji narrowed his eyes. "Are you the principal, or am I?" The teacher was speechless. Luo Tianxiang burst into laughter. "Well, I guess I don't need to intervene. Jiang Nan doesn't have what it takes." What a lofty attitude for someone so lacking in strength. How embarrassing. Zhong Yingxue glared furiously at Luo Tianxiang, her knuckles turning white from clenching her fists. Xia Yao's expression darkened. What was the principal thinking? How could he send Jiang Nan back? Sun Hongji looked at the 14 transfer students. Only those who abide by the rules can achieve great things. Do you all understand? Understood, Principal, they replied in unison. Wu Liang seethed with frustration, regretting his decision to come to Songyang. Sun Hongji nodded in satisfaction. Now, I also welcome our new first-year students. At the beginning of every academic year, we conduct military training for the first-year students lasting half a month, laying the foundation for their school life. This time, I have made great efforts to invite members of the Dark Knight Army to serve as instructors. Upon hearing this, the students erupted in exclamations of excitement. Wow, the Dark Knight Army? The principal is impressive. He managed to invite them? The Dark Knight of Huaxia. I'm so thrilled. These first-year students are so lucky. I can't wait for the military training to begin. The Dark Knight Army. They are incredible. The soldiers are the best. Observing the students' exhilarated expressions and their admiring gazes towards him, Sun Hongji felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Well, students. Suddenly, his speech was interrupted by the sound of helicopter blades whirring. All the students looked up in astonishment. A large armed helicopter flew overhead, hovering above the school, filled with soldiers clad in black military uniforms from the Dark Knight Army. Oh my, the Dark Knight. They have arrived? An armed helicopter? How cool. Did they just return from a mission? I'm getting goosebumps. Sun Hongji exclaimed in disbelief. What is going on? The instructors have arrived already? Wasn't it supposed to be in 3 days? They were sent here by an armed helicopter? Do I have such a grand presence? A rope ladder descended, and 9 members of the Dark Knight Army disembarked. Everyone focused on the scene unfolding. Suddenly, they were taken aback as a young man clad in a floral shirt and large shorts, with a blood-stained half-sleeve and slippers, descended from the aircraft. His face was grimy, resembling someone who had spent half a year on the streets begging for food. Xia Yu, Zhou Mingxue, Wu Liang, Jiang Nan. It was Jiang Nan. Upon landing, Jiang Nan shouted, "Make sure not to fall behind in training. Get lost." What do I, a grown man, need to be presented with? And Ning and Chun Chen exchanged wry smiles. They hadn't expected him to arrive so hastily, having returned from Sukka without wasting a moment. Heading straight to school, Chun Chen's expression turned serious. All members of the Dark Knight Army, salute. At that moment, whether on the ground or still in the helicopter, all members of the Dark Knight Army saluted Jiang Nan, raising their right hand and placing their left fist against their hearts. Jiang Nan beamed with a radiant smile. Saying nothing, he was fully deserving of this salute. Meanwhile, the students of Songyang Lingwu stood in stunned silence. Who is this young man? What is his identity? Why does everyone in the Dark Knight Army salute him? And he just spoke to them so casually, telling them to ensure they didn't fall behind in training? What is happening? Is this person part of the Dark Knight Army? Jiang Nan turned back. Sorry, Principal. I got held up with a few things. I hope I'm not late. Sun Hongji, perplexed, asked. You are? Jiang Nan wiped the grime from his face. I'm Jiang Nan, the one who topped the Tianqi Lingxiu exam. Sun Hongji's eyes widened in shock, trembling like a leaf. What the heck? From Sun Hongji's resentment points 1000. Chapter 128. Instructor Jiang? The students on the playground were utterly bewildered. The divine figure descending from the armed helicopter was none other than Jiang Nan. Goodness! Zhou Ningxue and Xia Yao were equally stunned. They never imagined Jiang Nan would make such a dramatic entrance. Returning to school on an armed helicopter to attend the opening ceremony? Observing Jiang Nan's attire, a pair of baggy shorts and a floral shirt, Zhang Ningxue was instantly reminded of the formidable man she had just seen in a video. The brother emerging from a nuclear explosion. The two exchanged glances, filled with astonishment. Yu Qingqing widened her eyes and stammered, "No. It can't be this coincidental. Is that fierce man really the South God?" At this moment, the students erupted in excitement. "Well, do you feel it? Who does he resemble? The fierce man who charged out of a nuclear explosion. Are you saying it's Jiang Nan? Impossible. He is just a student like us. How could he possibly be Itsuka? Enough already. Look, the floral patterns on his shirt are identical. No way. Are you kidding me? This guy isn't just cosplaying, right? No way. The video from this morning, and now he's cosplaying?" The students buzzed with speculation. Luo Tianxiang, however, wore an extremely grim expression. How could Jiang Nan have returned? After just one summer break, how was he entangled with the Night Army again? At this moment, Sun Hongji trembled, wishing he could slap himself twice. How could he have just suggested sending Jiang Nan back? He returned on a Night Army helicopter. If he claimed there was no connection with the Night Army, he wouldn't believe it even under duress. He swallowed hard and said, "What caused the delay?" Jiang Nan sighed deeply. "No more words. The more I say, the more tears will flow." The crowd was curious, wondering what had transpired. Had he really gone to Suka? Jiang Nan, on a dark and windy night, I was captured by a group of particularly charming ladies from the Centaurus galaxy. The crowd? They insisted on extracting my genes to create the most perfect life form, claiming I am the most perfect male on Earth. That they couldn't find a better man than me. Despite my relentless resistance, I was captured. Fortunately, the Night Army rescued me. That's why I was late. Sun Hongji. Damn those Centaurus galaxy ladies. I'm 48 this year. I wouldn't have believed such a reason even 40 years ago. Zhou Ningxue and Xia Yao's faces turned dark. What kind of nonsense was this? You were clearly abducted by the Night Army in the middle of the night. The students. Extracting genes? Creating life? What does that entail? Wow, that sounds amazing. The most perfect male on Earth? Spare me. Have some shame. You were merely late. Is it necessary to concoct such a grandiose excuse? With that cowardly demeanor, how could you possibly have any connection to the Night Army? The Night Army members covered their faces. South God, although you signed a confidentiality agreement and cannot disclose details about the nuclear mission, at least provide a plausible reason. From Sun Hongji's grievance value 666. From Zhong Ningxue's grievance value 333. From the students. Jiang Nan felt quite pleased. Confirming that Jiang Nan could not possibly have any ties to the Night Army, Sun Hongji's tone regained its firmness. No next time, understood? Come up here. Jiang Nan instantly teleported to the podium. This maneuver drew gasps of astonishment. Wow, Jiang Nan is that spatial element user? You don't know? The South God from Jiacheng, no. One high school, the one who brought out the 7 Gene 6 Liang Spirit Pearl from the Tuanqi Lingxiu. What 78 nonsense? 7 Gene 6 Liang? Are you sure that's a spirit pearl and not pork? Now on the podium, Jiang Nan spotted Zhou Ningxue and Xia Yao in the crowd, frantically signaling them. He lip-synced. Miss me? I've prepared little gifts for you. Zhou Ningxue and Xia Yao were left both amused and exasperated. Jiang Nan was still the same Jiang Nan. At the same time, they felt a sense of relief. But where had Jiang Nan been during this time? The red substance on his short sleeve was blood. They would never mistake it. The principal frowned. Jiang Nan, behave yourself. He had to project some authority, otherwise. Where would his dignity go? Jiang Nan shrank his head and pouted. Just then, Sun Hongji's phone suddenly rang. He initially didn't want to answer. But upon seeing the caller ID, he immediately trembled. He quickly picked up, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His gaze fell on Jiang Nan. The more he listened, the more horrified he became. He wiped his sweat incessantly, his hands shaking. Jiang Nan was perplexed. What was wrong with the principal? Was he having an episode? Hanging up the phone, Sun Hongji forced a smile. Jiang. Commander. The higher-ups say you are to be the chief instructor for the freshman military training. Sun Hongji was utterly flabbergasted. Jiang Nan, a lieutenant of the Night Army? An 18-year-old worker of the Night Army? Just returned from the Suka battlefield? Was this a deity? Don't shake me like that. What nonsense about Centaurus Galaxy ladies. I was just trying to project some authority. One phone call and I'm cowed. From Sun Hongji's grievance, value 1,000. The students were bewildered. They wanted Jiang Nan to be the chief instructor for the freshman military training? On what basis? Could it be that he really was part of the Night Army? Jiang Nan was immediately incensed. What? Chief instructor for military training? Absolutely not. Sun Hongji, with a pained expression, please, don't. This is an order from above. I have no choice. Jiang Nan frowned. Give me the phone. He promptly called the commander. Damn it, that chief instructor nonsense? I'm not doing it. The commander replied softly. You have to listen. Be good, Jiang Nan retorted. Humph, you can't sweet-talk me. I still have to study. I have to earn a living. The commander said, you don't want the little medal? You don't want the lieutenant rank? You don't want the spatial element spirit pearl? Jiang Nan, no. I want it. Where is it? That's what I've been waiting for. The commander rolled her eyes. Do you want it or not? Jiang Nan hurriedly replied, I want it. Where is it? I've been waiting for this. I'm currently applying for it. It will take some time, so don't rush. I don't have enough manpower here, so you'll have to take charge. Jiang Nan chuckled. I guarantee I'll complete the task. Mua. The commander. By the way, give me back the tank. Jiang Nan, huh? What tank? The commander covered her face. How can you be so nonchalant? As if you truly didn't have it. All right. Once something is in Jiang Nan's hands, don't even think about getting it back. The commander, forget it. After all, you belong to me. Jiang Nan? Though he had confiscated the tank and a heap of military arms, why did it still feel like he was at a disadvantage? The students below, including the teachers on stage, were all perplexed. Who was Jiang Nan just speaking to on the phone? Who was the principal speaking to a moment ago? Sun Hongji could no longer hold his ground. How did such a revered figure end up in my school? Jiang Nan flashed a radiant smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Addressing the freshmen, he declared, from today onward, I am your chief instructor for military training. Little darlings, prepare yourselves. The freshmen shivered involuntarily, though Jiang Nan was smiling. Why did they have an ominous premonition? Those at Jiang Nan's level were equally bewildered. On the first day of the new semester, the transfer student had suddenly transformed into the chief instructor for military training. Where on earth could one voice their grievances? And thus, their delightful school life commenced. Friends, remember to leave 5-star reviews, urge updates, and add to your bookshelf. Chapter 129, The Young Man Burdened with a Debt of 30 Million. Additional update. The opening ceremony of the school hurriedly concluded. Sun Hongji truly found it impossible to continue. The arrival of Jiang Nan had thrown everything into disarray. By the time the ceremony ended, the freshman students were still in a daze. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan leaped down from the stage. Shui Shui. Delang. Come give me a hug. I missed you so much. Xiaoyao looked at him with disdain. Oh, come on. You'll get dirty. She firmly pushed Jiang Nan away. Zhong Yingxue, filled with curiosity, asked Xiao Nan. Where on earth have you been? What happened with the dark night? Xiaoyu revealed her little tiger teeth. Quick. Be honest. Otherwise, I'll bite you. Jiang Nan shrugged. I already told you. A bunch of ladies from the Centaur star system. Xiaoyao widened her eyes. You really will bite me. Who else could be so blunt but you? Xiaoyao? What do you mean by blunt? Xiaoyao's resentment level 333. Zhong Yingxue. Feigning anger. Stop fooling us. I can only tell you that I've joined the Dark Knight Army. Both girls were momentarily stunned, their hearts shaken. To join the Dark Knight Army at just 18? Such elite special forces have extremely stringent assessments. It's not just about strength. Summer Yo still remembers the hardships her brother faced when he joined Long Yuan. And Jiang Nan? Abducted in the middle of the night and forced to join? My heavens! Xiaoyao's face flushed with excitement, while Zhong Yingxue's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Hey, don't get too excited yet. I have little gifts for you both. Let us talk at home. Meanwhile, classmates nearby had been eavesdropping on Jiang Nan's conversation. They were utterly bewildered. Jiang Nan truly joined the Dark Knight Army. And to think he was so close to Zhong Yingxue and Xiaoyao? What does talk at home mean? Are they living together now? Classmates were growing increasingly frustrated. Their hearts aching. They were all humans, all 18. What made him so exceptional? What kind of extraordinary being is this transfer student? Looking over at Luo Tianxiang. His face had turned green with envy. On the way home, they passed a mobile phone shop. Jiang Nan turned in and entered. Xia Yao queried, "What are you doing here? Want to change your phone?" Jiang Nan grimaced. "Change? No way. I just need a repair." The technician, wearing glasses, instantly perked up upon seeing Jiang Nan. "Whoa, dude, you really are something. Is that the nuclear explosion muscle man from COS? The shirt patterns are identical. I must say, other places look similar, but your face isn't quite dark enough." Jiang Nan was taken aback. "What nuclear explosion muscle man?" Xia Yao exclaimed. "You don't know? It went viral on Weibo. There's a guy who survived a nuclear explosion and rushed out from the epicenter." Zhong Yingxue added, "Here's the video. Take a look." Jiang Nan glanced at it and cold sweat instantly poured down his face. "Damn, who the hell posted that? Is this a trap for me?" The comments below read, "Which fellow Taoist is transcending tribulations here? Look at that cultivation level. Isn't he at least in the nascent soul stage? Nonsense. At least in the transformation stage. Human strength opposing nuclear weapons? Is the era of nuclear weapons coming to an end? Whoa, doesn't he look like Nanshan?" Nanshan, found your long-lost brother." Jiang Nan gulped. "Were his fans this sharp-eyed? What was there to see?" "Just fixing my phone." Zhang Yingxue smiled gently. Realizing Jiang Nan truly didn't know. It makes sense. How could it possibly be Jiang Nan? The technician opened the phone and exclaimed, "Whoa, dude. Your phone's motherboard is battle damaged. Did an electromagnetic pulse blow it up? Can it be repaired?" 2,500. Jiang Nan gritted his teeth. "Repair it." Xia Yao interjected, "Why not just buy a new one? Adding a bit more would be enough to get a new one." Repair. Jiang Nan indeed wanted to switch it out, but he was broke. 100,000 horses galloped back and forth in his mind. This damn system. The makeshift cloth did block the nuclear explosion, but then this information popped into his mind. Overload protection for the host against damage. Current stall fee insufficient. Advance 40 million stall fee to cover losses. Please remit the stall fee promptly. Not only that, the 10 million action fund given to him by the Lynx had been snatched away by Jiang Nan. He was contemplating using it for his dowry. It had been directly deducted by the system. Thus, Jiang Nan was currently burdened with a debt of 30 million. His pockets were emptier than his face. He resolutely decided to sell goods madly to repay the debt. Otherwise, life would be unbearable. The technician remarked, "All right, come pick it up tomorrow." Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Nan eagerly took a shower. He then called Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao to the living room. "I have prepared little gifts for you too." Xia Yao's face lit up with excitement. "What treasure is it? If it's just shorts again, you'll regret it." Zhong Yingxue's eyes sparkled. "Is it the red fruit from last time?" Seeing the two girls' eager expressions, Jiang Nan felt as if he was stealing a taste of something forbidden. "Here, one for each of you." The two were taken aback. Was this a spirit pearl? They took it and examined it closely, gasping in awe. "His a golden grade spirit pearl?" Jiang Nan beamed. "The spirit pearl from the three-eyed snow marten, spirit technique silver shadow. This one is for delaying. The other is the burning sea from the flame lion king. For Shueshue." Xia Yao was stunned. "Silver shadow? It's actually silver shadow. Yay. Xiaonan. I'm absolutely in love with you." Xia Yao lunged forward, grabbing Jiang Nan's face and kissing him fervently. Jiang Nan looked terrified. Hey. That's all saliva." Zhong Yingxue's cheeks flushed with excitement. Golden-grade spirit pearls were already exceedingly valuable. You couldn't even buy them with money, let alone one that suited you. The burning sea was an absolute dream technique for Zhong Yingxue's fire-type output. The output would be explosive. Meanwhile, Xia Yao, being a close combat fighter, thrived on speed. Nothing suited her better than Silver Shadow. How could they not be ecstatic? "Xiaonan, where did you get these spirit pearls? It can't be that those ladies from the Centaur star system gave them to you, right?" Xia Yao teased. TSK, selling your charm for us too. "You really are working hard," Jiang Nan retorted. "Uft, don't even think about it. Not giving. Come and catch me then. If you catch me, I'll let you." Jiang Nan suddenly stood up. Hehehe. Xia Yao? In the dead of night, the technician at the mobile phone shop removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. "Ugh, this 2,500 is hard-earned. finally repaired it. He powered it on, preparing to test its functions. Everything seems normal. Then, his eyes gleamed with mischief. Ha ha ha. Let me see what little films you've been starring in. My learning materials need a bit of supplementation. Opening the Phone S album, there were just 2 videos. The technician exclaimed. You're actually a guy? There aren't even any little films in here? From Wang Lijia's resentment level 999. But he still clicked on one of the videos. Whoa, who is this guy? In the elevator? Impressive. It was quite risky. He quickly exited. Then clicked on the next one. He was stunned, his eyes wide, watching the video with excitement as his eyes turned red. Whoa, what the heck? This brother is the real deal. Damn. He finally understood why Jiang Nan's phone had ended up in such a state. The technician's hands trembled as he hurriedly transferred the videos to his own phone. Kiki. This time, I'm going to make a splash and gain some followers. This is definitely insider information. Then the young man opened Weibo and uploaded the video. Half an hour later, Weibo exploded. Chapter 130. The Nuclear Explosion Hero. Jiang Depeo. After finishing his bath, Jiang Nan comfortably lay on his bed, preparing to drift into slumber. A sudden sneeze interrupted him, prompting him to rub his nose. Is autumn approaching? Tomorrow, upon waking, it shall be yet another beautiful day. In the dead of night. The technician at the mobile phone repair shop finally completed his tasks and returned to his own bed. He glanced at the plethora of notifications on Weibo, chuckling to himself. He decided to refrain from checking further until morning, eager to see how many followers he would gain. With that thought, he blissfully succumbed to sleep. At 3 in the morning, the door crashed open with a resounding bang, startling the technician awake, his face a mask of confusion. A squad of armed operatives, clad in masks, stormed into the room. Wang Lijia? They shouted. Huh? What is going on? He stammered, only to be swiftly knocked unconscious and taken away. The following morning, Xiaoyu groggily answered her phone. Xiaoyu? What is up? Nanshin. It's really him. He is so handsome. I'm already his die-hard fan. Fish Ching Ching exclaimed excitedly. Huh? What do you mean it's really him? Check Weibo. I've sent you the link. Xiaoyu replied, bewildered as she opened Weibo. Meanwhile, Zhang Yingxue was drying her hair as she entered the room, contemplating the extra time she could afford to snooze before being late. My heavens! Xiao Xue, look. Weibo trending number 1. 170 million views. Weibo's official statement read, Title, The Suker Nuclear Explosion Incident. The true identity of the nuclear explosion hero revealed. The spirit of China's military. Heroes never die. The 2 women immediately clicked on the video. It began to play, revealing Jiang Nan, beaming with a radiant smile atop an aircraft, cradling a nuclear bomb with 3 minutes left on the countdown tucked under his arm. The wind howled around him. Jiang Nan? It's really Jiang Nan, they exclaimed in disbelief. Ladies and gentlemen, just wait, I'm about to set off a firecracker. Back in my childhood, I couldn't afford firecrackers, and now I get to unleash something this monumental. What a moment to commemorate. Chills ran down their spines. The figure holding the nuclear bomb was indeed Jiang Nan. Firecracker? That is a nuclear bomb. They were at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the absurdity. Jiang Nan was seen teleporting with the bomb amidst the howling winds, the countdown to detonation flashing before their eyes along with his determined profile. He looked strikingly heroic. Then, the nuclear bomb detonated. A blinding white light engulfed the sky, illuminating everything in a terrifying blaze. The sheer shock was unparalleled. They were utterly frozen. Realizing Jiang Nan had truly ventured into Suker, no wonder he had appeared so disheveled. Scrolling through the comments, they saw things like, alone with a nuclear bomb. Sacrificing himself to save tens of thousands in Suker? Incredible! The spirit of China shines bright. The Dark Knight army is formidable. Nanshin is the greatest. I'm in love. Heroes never die. The second spatial ability in our great China. How magnificent. I knew it was him. Nanshin. Absolutely in love. I want to bear his children. Jiangqing Night Market Vendor. The Suker nuclear bomb incident? Wow. The strongest vendor in history. Jiang Depeo, the nuclear explosion hero. The comments kept pouring in, an endless stream that seemed impossible to finish reading. The 2 exchanged glances, their hearts racing with excitement. In less than half a month, Jiang Nan had embarked on a mission with the Dark Knight army, and in a foreign land, saving tens of thousands. The video was proof. It was officially released. They rushed to Jiang Nan's room. Xiao Nan, wake up. You're famous. Why didn't you tell us about such a huge event? Jiang Nan, groggy and confused, mumbled, what is this fuss about? Zhang Yingxue handed him her phone, and cold sweat instantly dripped from his forehead. What the heck? How did the video from my phone end up on Weibo? Was it that technician? Oh no, this has escalated. Am I going to military court? Zhang Yingxue's eyes glistened with worry. Xiao Nan, that was too dangerous. You could have died. Please don't put yourself in such peril again. I worked so hard to find you. I fear losing you one day. Tears streamed down her cheeks like a string of pearls. Xia Yao felt a pang in her heart. Jiang Nan, filled with concern, embraced Zhang Yingxue tightly, gently comforting her. Xue, don't be afraid. I'm back now. I promise. There won't be a next time. Don't cry. I'm confident. I wouldn't have gone otherwise. Zhang Yingxue nodded, sniffling. Xia Yu continued to console her, casting a disapproving glare at Jiang Nan. You silly boy. The ones who truly care for you never think about how glorious you're outside. They only worry about whether you're eating well and sleeping well. Jiang Nan's heart melted. After finally calming Zhang Yingxue, their curiosity piqued, and they urged Jiang Nan to share stories about the Sucker mission. He hesitated, unsure if he should divulge anything. Instead, he used Zhang Yingxue's phone to call Mountain Cat, a sister Mountain Cat. About the video, Jiang Nan's tone was timid, like a child caught in wrongdoing. Don't worry about it. The person who posted the video has already been apprehended. You're quite the daredevil. Jiang Nan scratched his head sheepishly. The authorities have issued a statement. The situation will be contained soon. There is no need for you to fret. The fault does not lie with you. Overall, the positive impact will outweigh the negative. China needs heroes. However, your spatial abilities are now fully exposed to the public eye. Be cautious of foreign agents or ill-intentioned individuals who may pose a threat to you. Do you need protection? Jiang Nan quickly declined. No. Protection? Isn't that tantamount to surveillance? I'd rather not. All right, just focus on teaching your students. Once the spirit pearl is down, I'll send someone to deliver it to you. For now, avoid the spotlight and lay low. Okay, he responded, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Let us head to school. As a result, the three were late. Zhang Yingxue and Xia Yao hurried to their classroom, while Jiang Nan discovered that the freshman students had already formed neat lines. 9 members of the Dark Knight Army were supervising them in military posture. Upon Jiang Nan's arrival, all eyes turned to him, the freshman's expressions filled with anticipation. Even now, they could hardly believe that the figure before them was the hero of the Sucker nuclear explosion. Nanshan, care to say a few words? One of the Dark Knight Army members prompted. Jiang Nan grinned and shook his head. The freshmen's faces fell. They had hoped Jiang Nan would impart some special skill or technique. Instead, they were stuck enduring the most dreaded aspect of military training, standing at attention. An hour later, their legs ached from standing. The sun was relentless, and they were all sweltering. Jiang Nan grinned. Attention. The freshmen's eyes lit up. Were they finally going to get a break? Or perhaps some combat training? Right turn. The freshman. Another hour passed. Attention. Right turn. The freshman. Yet another hour passed. Attention. About turn. The freshmen could no longer contain themselves. This was going on for an entire morning. Are we just going to spin around? Finally, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and asked, Instructor Jiang, why do you always make us turn in circles? The other freshmen turned to look as well. Jiang Nan's expression became serious. I do this for your benefit. The freshmen were taken aback. For our benefit? Jiang Nan smiled broadly to ensure you get an even tan. The freshman gasped in disbelief. What? For the sake of an even tan? Mother, can you believe what he's saying? Do you hear the words coming out of his mouth? Do you think this is a barbecue that needs flipping? Perhaps we should sprinkle on some cumin as well? From Ma Qingfeng's resentment value 666. From Su Xing's resentment value 999. From Sun Kaiyang's resentment value 999. From Sister Links. I simply adore you. This instructor is living the dream, isn't he? Chapter 131. Do you know how to control your emotions? Seizing the opportunity to accumulate resentment points. How could Jiang Nan still be considered human? The freshman's mental state instantly crumbled. Jiang Nan was a demon. More evenly tanned? By the end of the day, they would be covered in a soy sauce hue. Upon returning home, the the mothers opening the door would surely be taken aback. At this moment, even with the reputation of the nuclear-powered powerhouse Jiang Nan, he could not quell the resentment boiling within them. Those girls who were fans of Jiang Nan instantly turned their backs. Humph, but he still looked quite handsome. How delightful. Watching the freshman stand at attention, Jiang Nan felt an immense sense of satisfaction. In an alternate dimension, he pulled out half a watermelon and a spoon, standing at the front of the line. Would you like a bite? The freshman swallowed hard. Report, Instructor Jiang. Yes. Jiang Nan grinned, open wide. The onlooking classmates cast envious glances. Jiang Nan didn't seem so demonic after all. Watermelon to eat? What on earth were they thinking? Hadn't their elementary school teachers taught them not to eat things offered by strangers? Just take a sniff. Saying this, he stuffed a piece of watermelon into his mouth. The freshman gasped. Is this how you bully someone? From Lu Tao's resentment points 1,000. At this moment, the pain in their bodies was nothing compared to the intensity of their emotional turmoil. This instructor Jiang was simply toxic. For the entire morning, the resentment points never ceased. They contributed a staggering 5 tenfold draws of resentment points to Jiang Nan to express his gratitude for their contributions. Jiang Nan made sure each female student had a piece of watermelon. Thus, the resentment from the male students surged even more. Lu Tao gritted his teeth. Instructor Jiang, can we take a swing at you? Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. Oh? How would you do that? Lu Tao replied, one-on-one. 1,000 of us against you. Jiang Nan smiled broadly. I know you're not satisfied, but controlling your emotions is a lesson every individual must learn. Anger can empower one. Yet it can also lead to irrationality. Challenge me if you dare. I won't use my abilities. You are free to take me down. If you succeed, you can take the day off tomorrow. I have the final say. Upon hearing this, the freshmen erupted in astonished gasps. Could they really fight and get a day off? The members of the Dark Knight Army looked at the inexperienced newcomers with a mix of pity. Challenged Jiang Nan? This individual's combat skills were beyond the reach of even a bobcat. The freshmen, their eyes ablaze, shouted, What are we waiting for? Can we not take down a single person? One after another, they charged at Jiang Nan. Some unleashed their abilities, fireballs, steel balls, water cannons, hurling them at him. Jiang Nan's lips curled into a mischievous grin. Little cuties, don't start crying later. With that, he dashed into the crowd. As he kicked, the foremost Lu Tao was sent flying. Jiang Nan moved through the throng like a fish in water, his strikes lightning fast. Shoulders, knees, elbows. Even his head became weapons of victory. Anyone who got close was down in the blink of an eye. Even those wielding abilities couldn't touch Jiang Nan. What left everyone astonished was that one hand still held half a watermelon while the other brandished the spoon. Between bites, he continued to shove watermelon into his mouth. In less than 5 minutes, the ground was strewn with bodies. Lu Tao was dumbfounded. The freshmen were in a frenzy. What terrifying strength was this? One person could be so formidable without using abilities? This was simply not on the same level. Lu Tao clutched his stomach and shouted angrily, Get in there. I refuse to believe we can't take him down. Meanwhile, in the classroom, during a break, someone shouted, What's happening on the playground? Instantly, the windows were crowded with curious onlookers. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao also peeked over. They saw Jiang Nan moving in and out of a crowd of over 1,000 challengers. Their faces darkened. What trouble had he stirred up now? Throughout the history of military training at Songyang Lingwu, it had never been this lively. This newcomer Jiang Nan was extraordinarily fierce, truly deserving of the title of the nuclear bomb. These were merely small matters. I saw the video. It was spectacular. I wouldn't he have the courage to do that? You also need the chance. Who can join the Dark Knight Army? Incredible! And Jiang Nan didn't even use his abilities. He was even eating watermelon? How stylish. I heard that Jiang Nan is joining the Xiao Lamy team. Oh, what about Luo Xiao and Han Cheng? The noise in the classroom suddenly dropped a few decibels. Luo Tianxiang stood nearby, his expression as dark as water. What is there to see? The new freshmen are all at the black iron level. What strength do they have? Just bullying the weaklings. Trash. I could do it too. Xia Yu was displeased. Oh? Luo Xiao can do it too? You don't need abilities or hands. Take one on and let us see. Luo Tianxiang sneered. I don't need to prove my strength to anyone. Zhong Yingxue coldly stated. I have already submitted a request to the principal. Xia Yao and I will form a new team with Jiang Nan and Wu Liang. Luo Tianxiang gritted his teeth. You will not succeed. If you can't defeat me in Hanqing, let us see if the principal dares to release one of you. Wu Liang clenched his fists, grinning wickedly. My blade has long been hungry for action. Hanqing, sitting at his desk, was tall and muscular, standing at 1.8 meters, with a fierce buzz cut and a scar on his lip. You will regret this. Tomorrow, you will face a terrible fate. The classmates in the classroom were all excited, not expecting such intense sparks to fly upon their arrival. Luo Tianxiang was challenging Jiang Nan. Wu Liang was going after Hanqing. The formidable reputation of Luo Tianxiang and Hanqing was well known. Luo Tianxiang had even reached the silver rank. At 19, those at the silver level were few and far between. Jiang Nan was only a bronze 5-star. Even within the Dark Knight Army, even with the nuclear bomb moniker, that was merely a brush with abilities. His overall strength could hardly compare to Luo Tianxiang. Now, things were getting interesting. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched the playground. Over 1,000 freshmen lay sprawled across the ground. Under the sun, Jiang Nan smiled radiantly. Chapter 132. The invincible Mediterranean. The newcomers could not help but lie on the ground, questioning their existence. What kind of terrifying combat skill was this? In the mere time it took to eat a watermelon, over 1,000 people had been utterly defeated. Not a single ability was employed, not even his hands. It was as if he were on an entirely different plane of existence. Was he a deity? He was only 2 years older than us. Yet he was so overwhelmingly powerful. Jiang Nan grinned, looking at Lu Tao, who was squatting on the ground, clutching his stomach. He placed the hollowed-out watermelon rind on Lu Tao's head. Quite fitting. Lu Tao exclaimed, fitting my foot. You even had the time to make me a hat? This color is all wrong. Is love a beam of light? It's making me feel uneasy. Lu Tao's resentment 1,000. Jiang Nan declared, a bet is a bet. The fight is over. No more pretending. Now get up and run laps. The newcomers, looking pitiful, stood up and began running laps around the playground. After 9 laps, they were all drenched in sweat. South God, how many more laps until we can rest? Jiang Nan held up one finger, and the newcomer's eyes lit up. 1 lap? We just have to run 1 more lap to rest? Let us speed up. Charge. We can win. Keep running. But just as they attempted to accelerate, their legs buckled, and they fell spectacularly. Mom, this person isn't a devil. He is the king of hell. Jiang, the king of hell. This is utterly terrifying. Lu Tao's resentment 1,000. Tang was resentment 666. During the lunch break, more and more people gathered on the playground, including many curious onlookers. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao brought Jiang Nan 2 bottles of chilled cola, while Wu Liang stood nearby, holding an umbrella for him, which made others envious. There were also many students curious about the nuclear explosion incident involving Su Ka, approaching Jiang Nan to chat with him. His popularity was soaring. At that moment, Luo Tianxiang, with a dark expression, pushed through the crowd and abruptly threw a document at Jiang Nan's face. Before Jiang Nan could react, Wu Liang stepped forward and caught it. Luo Tianxiang coldly stated, I know what you're planning. I want to give up my position. It's useless to go to the principal. The Luo group holds shares in Songyang Linwu. You and Wu Liang can try to steal my position, but you must defeat me in Hanqing tomorrow at 8 a.m. in the gymnasium. If you win, I'll leave. If I win, you, along with your little brothers, will leave Songyang Linwu. Do you dare to sign? The atmosphere in the arena was charged with tension. One was the heir of the Luo family, a genius student who had dominated the combat rankings for 3 years. The other was the South God, a rising legend known as the nuclear explosion powerhouse, Zhang Depeo. Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly, You know what? I have 100 ways to bury you. From the very beginning, you never had the right to compete with me, and I have never regarded you as a threat. Not even for a second. Since you wish to play, I shall accompany you to the end. With that, he signed the document. Luo Tianxiang gritted his teeth in frustration. Don't be too cocky, or you'll not know how you died. Jiang Nan grinned. What about your cousin? Is she still in Jiangcheng? Luo Tianxiang's eyes widened, and he exploded with rage. Shut your mouth. Not only did my 1 billion deal fall through, but now, because of this incident, you Xiangnan is almost at odds with the Luo family. Just seeing you makes me want to vomit. If she is still around, tell her I have some videos for her. Luo Tianxiang's resentment 1000. Luo Tianxiang was infuriated. Jiang Nan, are you even human? The surrounding students were stunned. What kind of enmity was this? Jiang Nan and Luo Tianxiang's cousin were watching videos together? TSK. Only Xia Yao was secretly amused. Jiang Nan was so mischievous. You just wait. You're going to regret this. Luo Tianxiang, trembling with anger, turned and left. Zhang Yingxue expressed concern. Xiaonan, you shouldn't have agreed to him. Luo Tianxiang is very powerful. Xia Yao added, no joke, he is already a silver 1-star. Jiang Nan chuckled. Do you think I will lose? Want to make a bet? Xia Yao and Zhang Yingxue shuddered and shook their heads vigorously. Jiang Nan pondered. This one do. They're all too sharp. It seems I need a new strategy. What about Han Cheng? A bronze 9-star, do you have confidence? Wu Liang licked his lips and replied, everything is under control. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. Whenever Wu Liang said that, it felt like a disaster was imminent. He then tossed a bottle of energy drink to Wu Liang. Drink this at home. Tomorrow. Take him down. Wu Liang grinned. Thanks, South brother. Zhang Yingxue and Xia Yao looked at Wu Liang with pity. Tomorrow. This guy was going to have to say goodbye to his hair, wasn't he? How unfortunate. The next morning, the gymnasium was packed with students eager to watch the match. Even first-year students were dragged along to witness the gap between their senior classmates. Even teachers were present to maintain order. Han Cheng had arrived early, standing in the center of the arena with a pair of bronze fist rings adorning his hands, sharp spikes covering the tips. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan showed no signs of being the main contender. He sat in the stands with Zhang Yingxue and Xia Yao, each holding a bucket of popcorn. Where's that big guy? If I wait any longer, I'll finish my popcorn. Xia Yao, eyes gleaming with anticipation, said. I can't wait to see Wu Liang. Just then, Wu Liang arrived, and the crowd erupted in gasps. He strode into the arena, bare-chested, shouldering a 2-meter-long broadsword. His muscles carved like a statue, and his shining bald head was a sight to behold. Wow, a broadsword? This brother is tough. Can he even swing it? That bald head is blinding me. The murmurs of the crowd grew louder as Wu Liang, sporting a noticeable dark circle under his eyes, gazed at Jiang Nan. Wu Liang's resentment 1000. The strength is incredible. My physical condition has improved tenfold, but no one told me I'd go bald. Wu Liang had spent the entire night staring at himself in the mirror, unable to sleep. The more he looked, the more his head resembled a light bulb. South God, can you be any more deceitful? Jiang Nan stood up and shouted, Wu Liang, believe in yourself. You've gone bald, but you've also grown stronger. You must win. Wu Liang. Han Cheng, surrounded by a surge of energy, narrowed his eyes and asked, shall we begin? Wu Liang swung the broadsword down with a clang, smashing it into the ground. With a mighty roar, he declared, let us fight. The momentum was astounding. Suddenly, his clothes ripped apart, and without holding back, he completely transformed into a 4-meter-tall black bear, howling at the sky. Han Cheng was taken aback. Jiang Nan and the others were frozen in place. All the students widened their eyes. What in the world was happening? A 4-meter-tall black bear stood in the arena, wielding a broadsword. It should have been a formidable sight. However, atop the bear's head, there was no fur. The round bear head was completely bald, shining in the sunlight. The rest of its body was covered in dense fur. This was a living Mediterranean. A bald-headed black bear, really? And that was not all. Were those triangular shorts seriously what he was wearing? There was even a character from Vocaloid printed on the back, holding 2 green onions. The next moment, if he swung that broadsword and performed the onion song, we would believe it. The gaze of Han Cheng has transformed from disdain to terror, compelling him to take a couple of steps back. Is this person a psychopath? Wu Liang grinned menacingly. A man must exude a commanding presence. Behold, this coward is clearly intimidated by the aura of dominance I radiate, isn't he? Chapter 133. Soaring for grandfather. Wu Liang remained blissfully unaware of his predicament. Zhang Yingxue stifled her laughter, her delicate face flushed with color. Xia Yao shook Jiang Nan vigorously, laughing uncontrollably. Jiang Nan stood in shock. Goodness, is the strength of this potion truly that formidable? The bald head was already quite powerful, yet transforming into a hairless black bear? This is utterly absurd. I didn't intend to put you in this situation. Life is indeed unpredictable. It is as if baldness has come upon us suddenly. A large black bear clad in cartoonish shorts, devoid of hair on its Mediterranean dome? Majestic? You must be joking. This is simply an eyesore. The crowd erupted in astonishment. What in the world is this? What breed of black bear is this? A bald bear? A bear with vision impairment? Hatsune Miku? Have you lost your mind? You've shattered my dreams of the anime world. And you dare mention Hatsune? A tough guy with a soft side? I can't stop laughing. In a battle at that. Han Qing's face turned ashen. Perhaps he feared being trampled by Wu Liang. Is no one curious about the fabric of Wu Liang's shorts? Indeed. Can they really withstand the transformation into a 4-meter black bear? How I long to possess them. I've never dared to fully embrace beast transformation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan seized the opportunity. As the two were about to engage in combat, Jiang Nan suddenly stood, placing a foot on the railing. He bellowed, "Do you see that? Wu Liang is wearing Haohua brand shorts. They are indestructible and unterrible, offering you angelic comfort. A touch more care, a touch less anxiety. Leak-proof. They can contain it all. Available in numerous styles, all for just 10,000 each. Buy 5, get 1 free. Try them on right here." As he spoke, Jiang Nan spread out a cloth on the ground and set up a small stool. He began frantically pulling out shorts from an alternate dimension, holding them aloft. He demonstrated their incredible elasticity. In that moment, everyone was utterly bewildered. Teachers and students alike, even the Night Army, were dumbfounded. You're actually setting up a stall? Selling shorts? You truly know how to do business. Is the profession of street vending etched into your very bones? Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao covered their faces. Why does your advertisement sound so much like a bread commercial? And leak-proof? If one didn't know better, they might think you were selling Safi products. Han Qing and Wu Liang were equally perplexed. We were about to settle our scores. A battle between men. And you were here selling shorts on the side? Yet, it truly attracted a throng of beast transformers. The boys' eyes sparkled as they tested the elasticity, eager to pay. The girls blushed at the sight of those breezy shorts. How avant-garde. Jiang Nan noticed a stylish, tall girl holding 2 pairs, hesitant in her choice. She had porcelain-like skin, her ponytail exposing a graceful neck. Her features were exquisite, resembling that of a porcelain doll, a true goddess of the school. Jiang Nan gazed at her for a moment. If you're unsure of your size, you can try them on right here. The girl shot him a glare. Try them on? How shameless. Jiang Nan's reputation with Lin Chuqing has decreased by 666 points. Jiang Nan, you should choose size M. L would be too large. M would fit perfectly. Lin Chuqing? Her cheeks flushed with anger. You're talking nonsense. I want size L. Jiang Nan, are you questioning my expertise? Or perhaps overestimating your own measurements? Lin Chuqing was taken aback. Expertise? Can you gauge measurements with your eyes? What kind of expertise is that? Angrily, I want L. Well, L is fine. After all, there's always a chance to grow. Lin Chuqing blushed. Jiang Nan's reputation with Lin Chuqing has decreased by 1,000 points. Boom. Jiang Nan's street stall business thrived. Meanwhile, Wu Liang and Han Qing clashed. Their minds were not occupied with their battle, but rather with resentment towards Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan took a moment to observe the fight, astonished to see Han Qing, a tank-type character, wielding the power of the gold element. He controlled 9 titanium alloy shields with a force field. Moreover, enhanced by the force field, he could accelerate the purple copper fist rings on his hands. His punches even unleashed shockwaves. The attack power was formidable, and his maneuverability far surpassed Wu Liang's. Yet Wu Liang, facing the onslaught of Han Qing's fists, was unyielding. As spiritual energy surged, a golden bear shield, entirely composed of spiritual energy, materialized before him. The crowd gasped. Goodness! The Bear King's shield of the Earth Violent Bear. Wu Liang is extravagant. Surely a minimum of a golden-level spiritual technique. Terrifying. It could withstand so much. Han Qing's fist struck the shield, creating showers of sparks. Wu Liang grinned maniacally, wielding a 2-meter-long broadsword, creating a whistling wind as he swung it. Han Qing hurriedly maneuvered the shields to defend. Clang! A deafening sound echoed as 4 out of the 9 shields were knocked away, spinning and embedding themselves into the concrete wall. Han Qing, what terrifying power is this? With the Bear King's shield for defense and the broadsword for offense, Wu Liang, this tank with immense health, seems unbeatable. Han Cheng gritted his teeth. So you can withstand it, can you? Let us see how you endure this. Spiritual technique, doubling. In an instant, a layer of golden light enveloped Han Cheng. The gold element force field intensified. He even completely forsook defense. The 9 titanium shields flew through the air, transforming into flying knives. Even as Wu Liang spun his broadsword in a defensive maneuver, the Bear King's shield was repeatedly struck, leaving deep gashes upon him. With the enhancement of the force field, Han Cheng's punches became fiercer and faster. In a relentless barrage, he even shattered the Bear King's shield. Wu Liang, lacking mobility, became a living target. The spikes on the fist rings pounded into him, soaking his bare fur in blood. Xiaoyao, filled with worry. Damn it. Han Cheng's style isn't even truly tank-like. Wu Liang is suffering greatly. Zhang Yingxue anxiously remarked. Wu Liang can't keep up his speed. If this continues, he will surely lose. Yet Jiang Nan remained unfazed. No one knows better than him how resilient Wu Liang truly is. As long as he has not completely lost consciousness, no matter how many times he is knocked down, he will rise again. This fellow refuses to concede defeat. At this moment, Wu Liang let out a furious roar. Tossing aside the broadsword, he no longer summoned the Bear King's shield. Spiritual technique, red eye. A dazzling crimson light enveloped his body, his eyes blood red, filled with fury. This was a silver-level spiritual technique derived from the silverback honeypot, sacrificing brief clarity of mind in exchange for a surge in physical strength. With gritted teeth, Wu Liang clenched his fists, choosing to abandon defense, channeling all his energy. Han Cheng would not let this opportunity slip. He unleashed a frenzied onslaught. In a short time, Wu Liang was covered in blood. What the heck? Why isn't he fighting back after activating Red Eye? Has Wu Liang been rendered dazed? If he can strike back, he will. But he cannot keep pace with Han Cheng's speed. So what is Wu Liang planning? Is he holding back for a massive strike? Will Han Cheng air first, or will Wu Liang succumb? Not to mention, this large black bear can endure remarkably well. After being battered for 3 minutes, it still remains standing. This shield battle is truly a treasure. It can only exert its maximum effectiveness within a team. In this round, Wu Liang was at a disadvantage. Goodness, he has made a move. In the arena, as Han Cheng took a breath and was about to act, he felt a fierce gust of wind above his head. A chill ran down his spine, and upon looking up, he saw a blood-soaked black bear with a ferocious expression, raising its massive paw. With all its might, it came crashing down, roaring, "Sword for grandfather." Han Cheng's eyes widened in shock as he prepared to flee, but the next moment, his mind went blank. It felt as though he had been struck by a mountain. Bang! Han Cheng was sent flying over 70 meters by Wu Liang's mighty slap. He crashed violently into the concrete wall, embedding himself deep within it. Meanwhile, Wu Liang rushed over, not allowing Han Cheng a moment to struggle free. The Bear King's shield materialized and forcefully slammed Han Cheng against the wall, leaving only his head exposed. A sinister smile spread across Wu Liang's bear-like face. "I can't wait to see where you think you can escape to this time." He then clenched his fist and began to rain down blows. Boom, boom, boom. The spectators shuddered in fear. Goodness, is he really grinding him against the wall? This is utterly brutal. Chapter 134. The sky I aimed to conquer. Han Cheng was utterly bewildered, his mind a blank canvas. Escape? Would he even manage to flee? Yet, within a mere 10 seconds, the question became irrelevant as he was rendered unconscious from a blow. Wu Liang, bloodied and battered, cast aside his shield, pounded his chest with a fierce fist, and unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the arena. The fervor of the students ignited in an instant. This, indeed, was a battle between men. If it weren't for that glaringly bald head and the flamboyant Hatsune Miku, perhaps it could have been even more imposing. The clash concluded with Wu Liang emerging victorious, albeit with heavy wounds. He, a bronze 4-star, had bested Han Cheng, a bronze 8-star, which was remarkable in itself. On the sidelines, the teacher snapped his fingers, and suddenly a magnificent sunflower sprouted from the ground, showering golden light and slowly healing the injuries of both combatants. Jiang Nan had considered offering Wu Liang a vitality ginseng, but dismissed the idea, knowing it would only lead to chaos. After all, the bald black bear was already in a dire state. At that moment, The cold-faced Luo Tianxiang strode into the arena, brandishing a silver spear adorned with crimson tassels. Exuding an air of authority, he cast a disdainful glance at Han Qing, deriding him as worthless for failing to defeat a bronze 4-star. Han Qing lay on the ground, his teeth grinding in frustration, his mind replaying the humiliating defeat at the hands of that formidable bald bear. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan was preoccupied with selling shorts. Luo Tianxiang pointed his silver spear at Jiang Nan, demanding he descend for a battle, proclaiming it would be the last day Jiang Nan remained in Songjiang Lingwu. It would be a fight devoid of suspense, as defeating him required no justification. He aimed to show everyone the consequences of opposing Luo Tianxiang. Jiang Nan, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, chiding him to stop his incessant prattling. Luo Tianxiang trembled with indignation, frustrated that his grandiose declarations were continually interrupted. With a sigh, Jiang Nan remarked, "Indeed, the essence of humanity is merely to repeat." He urged Luo Tianxiang to proceed, claiming he was listening. Luo Tianxiang, suppressing his fury, attempted to regain his momentum, but was once more interrupted, causing further exasperation. The atmosphere diminished, and the onlooking students could hardly contain their laughter. Jiang Nan was simply infuriating. Rising to his feet, Jiang Nan called out to his companions, instructing them to guard his stall against any further theft of his shorts, assuring he would return in 3 minutes. The bemusement of his peers grew as they witnessed Jiang Nan's antics, contrasting sharply with the fervor displayed by Wu Liang. In an instant, Jiang Nan transported himself to the center of the arena, prompting Luo Tianxiang to scoff at the notion of a 3-minute time frame. "Make haste. I am pressed for time," Jiang Nan urged impatiently. Luo Tianxiang, nearly exploding with rage, was frustrated by yet another interruption. As he glared, a surge of energy erupted from within him, causing gasps to echo through the arena. The revelation of his silver 1-star prowess left even the teacher astounded. A mere 19 years old, he was a terrifying force. Suddenly, a shadow swept across the heavens, and a figure leaped from the sunshade of the gymnasium, executing a breathtaking 7,200-degree flip before landing gracefully on one knee in the arena. Jiang Nan stared in disbelief, while Luo Tianxiang erupted in frustration, demanding to know who had once again interrupted him. The onlookers were left in awe, questioning the audacity of such a flamboyant entrance. Jiang Nan, unable to hold back, remarked on the absurdity of the kneeling figure, who had just shattered the concrete with his fall. The newcomer, with a strikingly handsome visage and flowing hair, rose slowly, exuding an air of melancholy. "I can no longer restrain my desires. A mountain cannot harbor 3 tigers. Today, I seize the opportunity to settle this once and for all." As he spoke, he stumbled slightly, revealing a tear in his jeans and blood from his knee, yet he attempted to maintain composure. Jiang Nan couldn't help but suggest, "Perhaps you should attend to your leg first?" "Humph. A mere scratch is nothing to concern oneself with," he retorted, unaware of the incredulity in Jiang Nan's eyes. Luo Tianxiang, irate, ordered, "Qin Shou, this is not your place to speak. Leave." With a cold smile, Qin Shou replied, "Oh, are you afraid?" "Afraid? Ridiculous." Luo Tianxiang scoffed, dismissing him as a perennial underachiever. Qin Shou narrowed his eyes, declaring, "Not only will I defeat you too, but I aim to conquer the very sky itself." Jiang Nan, "I presume you do not know me yet. I am Qin Shou. Shall we engage in a duel?" Jiang Nan beamed. "What did you just say?" Qin Shou hesitated. "I will surely defeat you?" No. The previous line. With newfound confidence, he proclaimed, "I aim to conquer the very sky." Jiang Nan nodded. "It seems you possess some self-awareness." Qin Shou, confused, could only blink in astonishment. Laughter erupted from the onlookers, with Summer Yao nearly in tears and Zhang Yingxue shaking with mirth. Finally, someone's putting him in his place. This delusional youth refuses to change, Summer Yao exclaimed. Zhang Yingxue shook her head, lamenting, "What a pity. He possesses considerable strength, yet his mind seems unhinged." Blushing with embarrassment, Qin Shou glared at Jiang Nan, who replied, "If you wish to rise above me, feel free. After this match, should you still desire a challenge, I, Jiang Nan, shall not refuse. But for now, step aside." Qin Shou, seething with frustration, complied, retreating to the sidelines. Luo Tianxiang, spear in hand, reassured, "Rest assured, once I am finished with you, I will deal with that fool Qin show. Jiang Nan smiled radiantly. You are overestimating yourself. Chapter 135. Did I just stab myself? Extra update. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense as the two men took their positions. Crackling sounds filled the air as Luo Tianxiang surged with energy, emanating a dazzling azure electric light from his body, reminiscent of a dancing serpent in the sky. The arcs of electricity, as thick as a finger, struck the ground, charring the cement beneath. Jiang Nan was taken aback. Was Luo Tianxiang not to be underestimated? He possessed an exceedingly rare lightning ability. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A silver-tier lightning attack. Luo Tianxiang's offensive power was unprecedented. How terrifying. A direct hit would surely leave one scorched. Coupled with the fact that Luo Tianxiang wielded a silver spear, which conducted electricity, a strike would undoubtedly bring one to their knees. Yet, no matter how swift he was, he could not outpace the spatial teleportation. How would Luo Tianxiang counter that? The crowd buzzed with speculation, and Zhong Yinxue and Xia Yao shared in the escalating tension. They understood Jiang Nan was strong, yet had never witnessed him fight seriously. Luo Tianxiang held a significant rank advantage. Did he truly have a chance of victory? Worry gnawed at their hearts. With a thunderous roar, Luo Tianxiang bellowed, spirit skill, minor divine might. His muscles bulged, veins standing out like ropes. And his physique was enhanced threefold for 3 minutes. He then shouted, spirit skill, lightning spear thrust. The arena erupted with the sound of thunder as an immense current burst forth from Luo Tianxiang, enveloping the entire area, sending chills down Jiang Nan's spine. Luo Tianxiang sneered, if you can withstand this strike, I, Luo Tianxiang, will soar before all. The crowd was astonished. Such a bold declaration. Did he truly believe he could break Jiang Nan's teleportation? Jiang Nan stroked his chin and remarked, this move should not be called lightning spear thrust. It lacks grandeur. Luo Tianxiang paused, confused. What should it be called? Jiang Nan grinned. Pikachu's Thunderbolt. Pika Pika. Luo Tianxiang erupted in fury. Pikachu, you bastard. Do you think I'm some Pokemon? From Luo Tianxiang, 1,000 fury points. The onlookers erupted in laughter. What an absurd reference. The once tense duel had turned comical at Jiang Nan's expense. Enough with the chatter. Prepare to die. Luo Tianxiang's silver spear whirled violently, gathering the electric currents swirling around it. The visible electricity crackled as he activated the skill, lock on. In an instant, he transformed into a silver streak, lunging toward Jiang Nan's heart. Zhong Yinxue gasped, oh no. Lock on? It's truly lock on. Xia Yao's face paled. Jiang Nan's teleportation is rendered useless. Damn it. Has Luo Tianxiang truly learned lock on just to defeat Jiang Nan? The crowd erupted in panic. Lock on? Luo Tianxiang is merciless. Jiang Nan is doomed. Fish Qingqing's eyes widened with alarm. This is bad. What do we do? Even the teachers were on high alert, ready to intervene. At that moment, Luo Tianxiang unleashed his full strength for the ultimate blow, racing toward Jiang Nan with tremendous force. Yet, Jiang Nan merely stood there, smiling, not even assuming a defensive posture, his hands casually behind his back. What on earth? Why wasn't Jiang Nan dodging? Had he conceded? Surely he was just stunned. How could a bronze tier possibly defeat silver? Luo Tianxiang's strike was lethal. In a flash, the spear was upon him, the electric light illuminating Jiang Nan's handsome face. Luo Tianxiang's expression twisted with rage, his eyes bloodshot, as he plunged the silver spear forward, shouting, die. The sound of the spear piercing flesh echoed through the arena, drawing gasps from the spectators. Suddenly, a wave of silence fell over them. Luo Tianxiang's eyes widened in horror, his body trembling as he choked out a wail more tragic than any he had ever uttered. A silver spear had inexplicably appeared behind him, plunging deep into his back, striking the bullseye. The force was astonishing. Luo Tianxiang had exerted all his might. But how could this happen? Had he just stabbed himself? Luo Tianxiang collapsed onto the ground. Drenched in sweat, the spear still embedded in his back, sparks dancing around him, his body convulsing as he rolled his eyes and foamed at the mouth. From Luo Tianxiang, 1,000 fury points. The onlookers were dumbfounded. What just happened? How did Luo Tianxiang stab himself? The image of him sprawled on the ground with a spear protruding from his back was indelible. How could it pierce so deeply? The thought sent chills down their spines. Zhong Yinxue covered her face in shock. Oh no. Jiang Nan. Xiaoyao burst into tears of laughter. Ha ha ha. Inchue, look. You'll never forget this for the rest of your life. Jiang Nan, I adore you. Fish Qingqing stood frozen, while Qin Shou nearby shivered, instinctively covering his backside. Cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. This was too cruel. Jiang Nan chuckled, lock on. I stood here for you to stab me. With a smirk. Jiang Nan casually stepped behind Luo Tianxiang, flicking the spear. Luo Tianxiang's eyes widened in terror, drenched in sweat. No, don't move. From Luo Tianxiang, 1,000 fury points. He was infuriated. How could this happen? What kind of ridiculous skill was this? Stabbing oneself? Right in the bull's eye? This was more humiliating than anything. With so many witnesses, he had become the laughingstock. The teacher rushed forward. Jiang Nan wins. After assessing Luo Tianxiang's injury, he shivered. Jiang Nan remarked. TSK, Luo Tianxiang wailed. Heal me. Quickly. He felt he was on the brink of collapse. The teacher grimaced. I'm afraid it's too deep. We need to stabilize him and get him to the hospital. Luo Tianxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. What? No way. Absolutely not. You want me to go to the hospital like this, with a spear sticking out of me? I want to survive that. He feared the doctor would have no time to assist him, being too busy reviving the nurses who had fainted from laughter. Chapter 136. Soaring freely, Luo Tianxiang gritted his teeth in pain, afraid to move an inch. He could scarcely envision the humiliating spectacle he had become. What was supposed to be a decisive duel had devolved into this absurdity. The teacher, with a grave expression, declared, I am not jesting. With your injuries, you must go to the hospital. Removing the silver spear could lead to severe blood loss. My spiritual technique, the little son of sunflower, may not suffice in time. Luo Tianxiang clenched his jaw, nearly on the verge of tears. I won't go. I would rather die than set foot in a hospital. Jiang Nan sighed deeply. Brother Luo, why must you be so obstinate? Is your pride truly more important than your life? Besides, you've already lost face. Luo Tianxiang retorted. Do you need to be so blunt? You really have a knack for comforting people. From Luo Tianxiang's resentment. 1,000. I still want to go. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. Given your current state, if you were to die here, wouldn't I be the one to deal with the aftermath? Very well. If you refuse to go. He then crouched down, producing a vitality ginseng. Luo Tianxiang's eyes brightened. Wasn't this the precious ginseng that could heal Lord Zhong? If he consumed it, wouldn't he avoid the hospital's torment? But could Jiang Nan truly be so benevolent? Are you going to give that to me? Jiang Nan smirked. Dream on. It's a flat rate of 30 million. Luo Tianxiang exploded. Why don't you just rob a bank instead? Jiang Nan was taken aback. What do you think I'm doing? I'm merely being helpful. From Luo Tianxiang's resentment. 1,000. Legal robbery? Is that acceptable? Luo Tianxiang, with reddened eyes, shouted. Hand it over. I'll pay. After all, bleeding from the nose was certainly better than this humiliating trip to the hospital. Jiang Nan chuckled. All right. With that, he instantly teleported back to the stands, swiftly packing up. He returned to the arena, set up a stall, and placed the vitality ginseng on display. Come on. Payment. Luo Tianxiang was left speechless, his mindset shattered. What is this? Must we adhere to a formal process? How much do you love to set up stalls? The classmates were equally perplexed. What was happening? A stall had appeared in the competition arena? Zhong Ningxue and Xiaoyao exchanged incredulous glances. Jiang Nan, however, was inwardly delighted. The formality was essential. Goods sold from a stall count as successful transactions. Not only could he replenish his skill points, but he could also offset his stall fees. The more he observed Luo Tianxiang, the more he found him amusing, truly a human-shaped wealth guardian. Luo Tianxiang gritted his teeth and transferred 30 million to Jiang Nan. As for whether he would face his father's wrath upon returning, that was a matter for later. For now, he needed to extract the silver spear that had pierced him. He begrudgingly consumed the vitality ginseng for 30 million, the bitterness spreading through his heart. The observing students were bewildered, and even the teacher was taken aback. What was happening? At that moment, Luo Tianxiang's eyes widened as a surge of energy coursed through him, overwhelming him. Quickly, pull it out. I can't hold it anymore. The teacher hesitated. Are you sure? Just do it. Hurry. I can't hold it back. The teacher gulped nervously. Really? You want it pulled? Yes. Hurry before it heals. The teacher still hesitated, But Jiang Nan stood up resolutely, declaring, "I'll do it." He grasped the silver spear and yanked it out with force, producing a sound akin to uncorking a wine bottle. With a scream that echoed with a tremor, Luo Tianxiang's cry sent shivers down the spines of those present. How brutal! Was he being serious? Luo Tianxiang felt a wave of relief wash over him. His spirit finally unshackled. But the next moment, his expression shifted to one of terror as a tremendous force propelled a jet of blood from his body, shooting out over 10 meters. Jiang Nan, aghast, exclaimed, "Oh my! Luo Tianxiang, what are you doing? You really went through with it?" The audience erupted. "Luo Tianxiang, he is truly soaring. How extraordinary! Blood could spray over 10 meters? What immense pressure!" Zhang Yingshui covered her face, unable to look, while Xiaoyu collapsed in laughter. Leaning against Zhang Yingshui, still chuckling, the teacher jumped back in shock, scolding, "Luo Tianxiang, what are you doing? There are so many people watching. Consider your impact and hold it back." Luo Tianxiang, hands pressed against his wounds, was filled with despair. "Hold it back? Is that as simple as it sounds? I wish I could, but I truly tried my best. That wicked Jiang Nan, I shouldn't have believed you." The force propelling the blood surged, and as the onlookers stared in horror, Luo Tianxiang's body was propelled along the ground. What began as a slow slide escalated into a rapid movement, resembling a rocket. "Jiang Nan, I'm going to..." Luo Tianxiang had lost his mind, eyes wide with terror as the wall loomed ever closer. "Stop! Please stop! I'm over the limit." With a resounding crash, his head collided with the concrete wall, leaving the audience in shock. Just how much force was that? They exchanged bewildered glances. Who could have predicted such an event today? Their worldview shattered. Finally, the blood ceased to spray as Luo Tianxiang's head remained embedded in the wall, the wound healing. His body slumped, unconscious from the impact. As he lay there, blood erupted from his nostrils like a small fountain, continuing unabated. The crowd turned to Jiang Nan, astonished. No one had even seen him intervene. How had Luo Tianxiang ended up in such a state? They recalled Jiang Nan's earlier words, "I have 100 ways to ruin you. From the very beginning, you were never my equal. Not even for a second." It became clear why Jiang Nan was dubbed a god. Despite Luo Tianxiang's best efforts, he had failed to elicit Jiang Nan's true strength. His power was truly awe-inspiring. Jiang Nan beamed, turning to Qin Shou. "What now, brother? Shall we continue?" Qin Shou, pale and glancing at the bleeding Luo Tianxiang, instinctively covered his back. "Perhaps we should refrain. My knee is injured today. Even if I were to win, it would hardly be a fair victory." Jiang Nan's lips twitched. "Didn't you say a minor injury was inconsequential?" From Qin Shou's resentment, 1,000. "I sense today is not favorable for outings." With that, he dashed away, limping all the while. Jiang Nan? Chapter 137. Seeking advice from my brother Han City has fallen, and Luo Tianxiang has been carried away. Jiang Nan and Wu Liang have achieved a resounding victory. Supporting Wu Liang, Jiang Nan instantly teleported back to the stands, his face radiant with a bright smile. "Our team has officially been established," Jiang Nan exclaimed. Zhou Yingshui beamed with delight, shaking Jiang Nan's arm. "You've worked hard. You're the best." Xiaoyu wiped away tears of joy. "After watching your duel, I've developed an 8-pack. Isn't that exhilarating? Haha. Your spatial wormhole is simply a divine technique." The gazes of their classmates towards Jiang Nan transformed into awe. Spatial abilities indeed defy common reasoning. It's utterly astonishing. You can never predict from where your weapon might emerge. Having settled his debts, Jiang Nan felt elated and couldn't help but inquire, "What is the background of that delusional youth? The one who knelt on one knee and shattered the concrete floor?" Jiang Nan deemed it necessary to learn more about him. Xiaoyu replied, "You mean Qin Shou? He was a repeat student last year. I heard he got into Kyoto University but was sent back." Jiang Nan was taken aback. Why? He had the capability to enter Kyoto University. That is a prestigious institution, on par with Tsinghua and Peking University. Zhang Yingshui rolled her eyes. "After what just happened, you should understand why." Jiang Nan covered his face. Could it be that this guy was expelled for being overly delusional? Truly, he embodies the spirit of showing off. Xiaoyu added, "But don't underestimate him. Though he is a repeat student, he possesses silver-level strength. Plus, with his ice abilities, he is quite formidable." Observing Qin Shou limping away, Jiang Nan grinned. This fellow better not provoke trouble for himself. With the competition concluded, the entire school had a newfound respect for Jiang Nan. They now understood, do not provoke him. Otherwise, one might find themselves transformed into an invincible rocket car. Afterward, Jiang Nan morphed into the king of hell, subjecting the freshmen to a grueling physical training session. As the day of school came to an end, Zhang Ningxue and Xia Yao hurried home to cultivate their spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan made a beeline for the phone store to retrieve his mobile device. Unlike before, the technician was absent. Upon opening Weibo, he was startled. His follower count had skyrocketed to over 1 million. The video incident had been deftly suppressed, but those matters were of no concern to Jiang Nan. He immediately posted a Weibo update. From iPhone 11 Pro Max, Nan Shun. In wind and rain, I await you at University Town. P.S. New merchandise is available. Act swiftly. As soon as he posted, comments flooded in. Dude, your first Weibo back is about street vending? Truly, selling on the street is your true calling. Selling signatures? The kind that goes on my face? Brother Nan Shun, my rent is due. Can I move into your heart? Come on. I can't stand a day without my energy drink. Leaks. Quickly refill me. I can't even get out of bed. What new goods? Can't wait. Psyduck. I'm the brother who ate leeks and energy drinks last time, and when I was staking, the roof collapsed, and I had to sell my house. Don't worry, I'm out of the hospital now, living off leeks and energy drinks. I've got a Mercedes and a villa now. All set. Jiang Nan was astonished. Living off leeks and energy drinks? How does that work? A villa and a Mercedes? Could it be? The comments poured in. Brother, you're incredible. Take care of your health. Nan Shun, I seek guidance. I too wish to earn while lying down. As he made his way to University Town, a single Weibo post had drawn a massive crowd to the night market. As soon as he set up his stall, a frenzy ensued. With Jiang Nan struggling to keep up with the influx of payments, fortunately, he had smartly printed his WeChat payment QR code on his t-shirt. Scan me. Go ahead and scan me. Blow me up. Whether it was the Hao Pai brand shorts or the leeks and energy drinks, everything was in high demand. Even the detoxifying yellow beans at 100 each were being snatched up, though what they intended to do with them remained a mystery. Surprisingly, Zheng Wei was nowhere to be seen. He was likely still hiding in the shadows of the grove. For some reason, Jiang Nan felt a peculiar sensation of being watched today. It was odd. Little did he know, under a nearby streetlight stood a petite figure. She was barely 5 feet tall, clad in black stockings and denim shorts, with a black hoodie and a large hood obscuring her face. The streetlight illuminated her striking azure eyes, which remained fixed on Jiang Nan. With her hands in her pockets, she pulled out a photo, glanced at Jiang Nan, then back at the picture, before tucking it away. Nanshin, didn't you say the rest new merchandise? What treasures do you have? Show us. Jiang Nan cleared his throat and carefully retrieved a red cloth pouch from his pocket. Let me tell you, this treasure is incredible. It cures all ailments, even cancer. The crowd looked on with anticipation. What could it be? So tightly wrapped? Cures all ailments? Is it really that miraculous? Upon opening the pouch, 10 dry and malnourished ginseng roots lay on the red cloth. What on earth is this? Where did you dig up these roots? If you hadn't said they were ginseng, I would never have guessed. Ugh, to call this ginseng? You're tarnishing the reputation of the ginseng family. Jiang Nan glared. You know nothing. My vitality ginseng may not look appealing, but it's incredibly nourishing. It can cure cancer, leukemia, avascular necrosis, and more. Only 100,000 each. You might spend that much in a hospital without a guarantee. With my ginseng, you'll surely recover. If not, I'll refund you. The crowd erupted. You must be joking. I've never heard of anyone curing cancer with ginseng. Nourishing? This tiny thing. 100,000. Too expensive. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. He knew that with the introduction of vitality ginseng, people wouldn't easily believe him. 100,000 is no small sum, but if it can truly heal, it's worth every penny. At that moment, a voice broke through. Leukemia? Can this ginseng really cure leukemia? A woman, seemingly respectable yet with graying hair, approached. Her face was weary, her clothes faded, and her eyes reflected deep exhaustion. Her gaze towards Jiang Nan was filled with hope. My daughter is hospitalized with leukemia, and we can't find a suitable bone marrow donor. Is this ginseng truly effective? A bystander interjected, "Ma'am, this is unreliable. Save your money for your daughter's treatment." Jiang Nan remained calm, gazing into the hopeful eyes of the woman, and for some reason, his heart ached. "Auntie, it works. Take a ginseng root for your daughter. I want to charge you." The woman quickly shook her head. "No, that is too generous. Can you give it to me for a lower price?" Jiang Nan insisted. "Auntie, take it. Consider it a promotion. Don't you want your daughter to get better? Take it." And with that, he pressed the vitality ginseng into her hands. The woman's eyes glistened with tears as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Jiang Nan merely smiled. He looked at the 9 remaining vitality ginseng roots in the red pouch, paused for a moment, then declared loudly, "Who has a sick family member? Today, vitality ginseng is free. Those in need may take it home to heal and save lives. No payment required. If you wish to take advantage of a bargain, then perhaps this isn't for you." "I am serious today," Jiang Nan thought. "If it's free, then so be it. After all, it is not costly. The resentment value can be exchanged. It may seem trivial to oneself, but for those in need, it is a precious remedy that could even mend a broken family. Consider it a form of self-promotion." Meanwhile, the hooded girl beneath the streetlight silently observes Jiang Nan, remaining quiet. Everyone can take a guess at the identity of the hooded girl. Friends, do not forget to encourage updates, add to your bookshelf, and remember to leave a 5-star review. Love you all. Mua. Chapter 138. A mysterious encounter. As these words were spoken, the crowd instantly perked up. "My father had suffered a stroke and lay bedridden. South God. Can you assist me? My grandmother has avascular necrosis of the femoral head and is confined to a wheelchair. Could you provide me with a ginseng?" Jiang Nan, with a smile, distributed the vitality ginseng, regardless of whether it was merely a ploy to gain favor. From their attire and demeanor, it was evident. This time it's free, but next time a fee will apply. The gazes directed at Jiang Nan transformed accordingly. What a remarkable young man. Support. South God is incredible. His character is beyond reproach. Simply splendid. If this ginseng proves effective, I shall undoubtedly purchase again. Jiang Nan chuckled as he packed up, having earned over 3 million in a single outing. Even after deducting the stall fees, he pocketed more than 30,000. Coupled with Luo Tianxiang's 30 million, his share amounted to 300,000. Jiang Nan had never felt so affluent. He opened the system panel. Grievance points, 713, 446. Skill points, 326, 700. Enough for 7 10-pull draws. His skill points were overflowing. Thus, he resolved to indulge in a grand draw upon returning home. As he walked, a look of perplexity crossed Jiang Nan's face. He suddenly turned around to glance into the alley behind him. The street was deserted. How peculiar. Jiang Nan felt as though someone was watching him. That sensation had lingered since he set up his stall. In the alley near a trash bin, a hooded girl crouched, patting her heart, murmuring, "How does this fellow possess such high vigilance?" Upon arriving back at the villa, Jiang Nan indulged in a luxurious bath with a potent potion. Wrapped in a towel, he ascended to the 3rd floor, where Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao were still in their training. "The bathwater is ready. Do remember to cleanse thoroughly." Xia Yao wiped the fragrant sweat from her body and rolled her eyes. "Pooh, I'm already quite fair, you know." Zhong Yingxue chuckled softly. "All right, I shall join you shortly." Jiang Nan added, "By the way, I procured 2 more of those fruits from last time. They're on the coffee table in the living room. Don't forget to eat them." Back in his room, Jiang Nan flung off his bathrobe and plopped onto the bed. "All right, let the fun begin." Adding skill points. 10,000. Skill upgrade. Unarmed combat. Advanced LV0. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled. An array of combat techniques flooded his mind, utterly transforming his perspective. One more time. Adding skill points. 100,000. Skill upgrade. Unarmed combat. Ultimate LV0. Oh my, this is impressive. Is ultimate the pinnacle? Could there be more beyond this? Sorry, insufficient skill points. Jiang Nan was taken aback. What? With over 200,000 skill points remaining, it still wasn't enough? Would it require 1 million to ascend to the next level? After all, each tier demanded 10-fold escalation in skill points. Clearly, ultimate was not the end. However, Jiang Nan had no intention of recklessly forging ahead. He allocated his remaining skill points to other abilities. He maxed out his swordsmanship. advanced his dagger skills, even lavishly upgraded his brick-slapping technique to an advanced level. He reveled in the thrill of expenditure, extravagantly squandering his resources. Gazing at the mere 1,000 skill points left, he felt a pang of emptiness. He chuckled. There were still 500,000 grievance points left, so he continued. Originally at 700,000, 20,000 had been exchanged for fruits for Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao. 10-pull lottery begins. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize, 1 lucky cherry. After 3 consecutive draws, he received 2 packs of heart-thumping candy and 28 lucky cherries. The drop rate had Jiang Nan overwhelmed with gratitude. Had the system turned generous today? For the 4th draw, thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize, 1 ahe black garlic. The 10 draws concluded without a significant prize, yet a new consolation prize emerged. The original lucky cherries had been transferred to the system store. 500 grievance points each. During his stall, Jiang Nan had refrained from selling them, as they were indeed quite sinister. Half an hour of luck. But the next 3 hours could bring misfortune. Could it truly lead to dire consequences? Ahe black garlic? What an odd name. Jiang Nan was baffled. Such a name felt decidedly dubious. He hastily opened the system inventory to check its function. Ahe black garlic. Function: senses any disturbances within a radius of 1,000 meters. Effect duration: 24 hours. No explanation. Experience it for yourself. Jiang Nan? Is that all? What a worthless item. What does the even mean? And no explanation. If you won't clarify, how could I possibly understand? This malfunctioning system becomes increasingly unreliable. Detected host insulting the system. Deducting funds. A notification pinged. Ding. Your account ending in 7931 has been charged 10,000 current balance. Jiang Nan gritted his teeth in anger. Am I not even allowed to ponder? Upon checking, he discovered it was merely a dark, bulbous garlic. Its appearance was even worse than the vitality ginseng. It resembled a lump of coal. Could this truly be edible? Jiang Nan took a deep breath. If I do not venture into hell, who will? It is better to comprehend its side effects sooner rather than later. Otherwise, should something akin to the lucky cherry arise, Jiang Nan would be in tears. After considering, he pinched his nose and consumed the ahe black garlic. Instantly, it set his eyes watering. So pungent. This truly is garlic. Jiang Nan's tears flowed freely. Yet the next moment, he froze in place. Just as described, everything within 1,000 meters was vividly displayed in Jiang Nan's mind. Every detail was clear. He could even see ants outside carrying grains of rice. Jiang Nan was astonished. Goodness, this is akin to a human radar. And it's real-time imaging? How astonishing. But the next moment, Jiang Nan's body stiffened slightly. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. In his mind, Xia Yao's room unfolded before him. As if watching a movie, there stood Xia Yu before the mirror, fluttering her large eyes. She pinched and inspected herself, seemingly assessing whether her figure had changed. Then, she partially transformed. Fluffy wolf ears and a silvery wolf tail emerged. She struck a seductive pose, raising her paw to her face. Tilting her head, she blinked her large eyes. Meow. Not a good look. Woof. Jiang Nan. I'm going to explode. Right here and now. An explosion of epic proportions. In the dead of night. What on earth is this wolf girl doing secretly in her room? No way. I can't take it anymore. Beast-eared girls are the best. Lying on the bed, Jiang Nan erupted into genuine laughter. Truly delightful. Chapter 139. Up and down. Left and right. Alibaba. This garlic is truly remarkable. Even if it brings tears to my eyes, it is worth it. The big wolf has uncovered a little secret. Will she dare to bite me again? Splendid. The sound of water splashing echoes from the bathroom. Jiang Nan. This is not what I wanted to see. It's this garlic. Yes. It's all its fault. The images within 1,000 meters are all stored in my mind. I cannot control myself. In the bathroom, Zhong Yingxue lies comfortably in the bathtub, her little face flushed. She sneakily glances at the bathroom door, noticing it is not locked properly. Then she retrieves a book from the side of the tub and opens it. It has been meticulously marked, with folded pages and annotations in red ink. Jiang Nan. Reading while bathing? What book is this? And why is she being so secretive about it? Jiang Nan looks closer. Duang's secret manual? What kind of book is this? The book contains a secret method. Up and down. left and right. Alibaba. Zhang Yingxue nods, takes a deep breath, and sets the book aside. She frees her hands to begin practicing the secret method. Up, up, down, down, left, left, right, right. Jiang Nan covers his face. Wow. Shue, what are you doing? BA. Completing a set of movements. Zhang Yingshue's cheeks turn even redder. Then she clenches her fists, her beautiful eyes ablaze with determination. Little you, I will catch up to you. Jiang Nan's mind goes blank as he springs up from the bed. He wants to rush to the bathroom and tell Zhang Yingxue, but it would be futile. The book is filled with deceit. Up and down, left and right. Alibaba will surely turn the life of Contra into 30 lives. But it's certainly one tea make you grow taller. Who wrote this book? It's downright ridiculous. The innocent Zhang Yingxue remains blissfully unaware. Poor little Shue. My heart aches for her. No, I can't go. If I do, I'm done for. That would expose everything. It's better to find an appropriate opportunity to kindly remind her. Now, it's time to put on some clothes and head to the supermarket next to the women's bathhouse for a bottle of nutritional drink. The supermarket next to the women's bathhouse is crucial. Not for the bathhouse. I simply wish to drink the nutritional supplement. Jiang Nan fears he might not be getting enough nutrition. As he jumps off the bed, Jiang Nan suddenly freezes in place, staring at the mirror before him. He widens his eyes. He bellows. What the hell? Jiang Nan is engulfed in despair. Deep, profound despair. The reflection in the mirror shows him utterly blackened. Every inch of his skin has turned pitch black. There is no escape. Completely dark. Absolutely black. Unparalleled blackness. So dark that he cannot see his own hand in front of him, perfectly blending into the night, reflecting not a glimmer of light. He has become a living shadow. Aha. Black garlic? Jiang Nan finally understands. The last hey and hey lacks the mouth radical because after consuming it, one turns entirely black? Indeed. When one commits wrongful acts, retribution follows. Tears flow from his eyes. Will I remain like this forever? A grimace, more hideous than crying, stretches across his face, revealing a set of white teeth. In the pitch-black room, only his white teeth seem to float. Jiang Nan. How can I even go to the bathhouse now? I look like a ghost. All that remains visible are my teeth. At this late hour, a set of white teeth floating about? Wouldn't that terrify someone? No. I must remedy this. With the last shred of resentment. Jiang Nan grits his teeth and consumes a beauty pill. Without hesitation, he swallows it. Jiang Nan stares at his face with anticipation. Then he transforms into an even handsomer. Dark brother. Damn. This is utterly ineffective. Jiang Nan covers his face. How can I go outside like this? This pitiful system and this absurd garlic. One bite and I'm as black as coal. It's simply outrageous. Just then, Jiang Nan suddenly pauses. In his mind he senses something amiss outside the villa. A petite figure leaps over the villa fence. Landing silently, she glances around to see if anyone has noticed her. It is the hooded girl. She approaches the window. She is barely taller than the windowsill. Standing on tiptoe, she peers inside. The room is pitch black and silent. Has she fallen asleep? Jiang Nan. Is she here to steal? Oh no. Is she after my treasure? The hooded girl pulls a set of lock-picking tools from her hoodie pocket. Skillfully, she pries open the window lock, creating a small opening. Then she produces a tube, aiming it at the room while blowing into it. Whoosh, a colorless, odorless gas wafts into the room. Jiang Nan. Instinctively, he holds his breath. Wang Defa. She is using sleeping gas. Is she really that audacious? I'm standing right by the bed. How could she not see me? After blowing the gas, the hooded girl fully opens the window. With a nimble flip, she enters the room, covering her nose. Silently. Then, she takes out a sharp dagger from her hoodie pocket. Jiang Nan. Is her hoodie a magical pouch like Doraemon's? How does she have everything in there? The room is pitch black, and the hooded girl feels her way towards the bed. Empty. Why is no one here? Jiang Nan. How can there be no one? I'm standing right in front of you. How do I look compared to before? Moreover, I have witnessed your entire operation. Now even the blind can become thieves? How pitiful. At such a young age, she is already blind, still needing to steal to earn a living. The hooded girl, full of confusion, wanders around the room. Jiang Nan suddenly realizes something. Wait, if she is blind, how did she just unlock the door? He waves his hand in front of the hooded girl, but she shows no reaction. Jiang Nan, am I so dark that even people can't see me? It's not that she is blind. It's that I'm too dark. Currently, Jiang Nan is completely unclothed. The lights are off in the room. There is no moonlight outside. Jiang Nan blends perfectly into the night. His mindset shatters completely. Am I really this dark? Just then, a voice suddenly comes from upstairs. Xiao Nan, why are you making noise in the middle of the night? The hooded girl jumps like a startled kitten and bolts away through the window. She doesn't forget to close the window behind her. Jiang Nan, what can I do? I am just as desperate. Fine. I'll sleep. Maybe when I wake up in the morning, I will have returned to normal. With a troubled heart, Jiang Nan falls asleep. The next morning, there is a loud knocking at the door. Xiao Nan, why aren't you up yet? You're going to be late for school. At this moment, Jiang Nan stands before the mirror. Gazing at his coal-black self, his mindset collapses. Why haven't I returned to normal? It was fine at night. But during the day, it is explosively dark. Why aren't you responding? I'm coming in. Jiang Nan. He instantly presses himself against the door. No. Please don't come in. Zhong Yingxue, puzzled, asks, what's wrong? Aren't you going to school? Jiang Nan, with a pained expression, I can't go. How can I? I look like this. I can't let anyone see me. Otherwise, I'd go from being Nanshan to Jiang Meiqiu in an instant. Zhong Yingxue was taken aback. Why aren't you going? Are you unwell? Jiang Nan replied, indeed. I am afflicted with a peculiar ailment that threatens my very existence the moment I step outside. Zhong Yingxue responded with confusion. What on earth is this bizarre affliction? Zhong Yingxue's irritation level increased by 333. Chapter 140. Hurry. Quickly send me back. Zhong Yingxue and Xia Yao have already gone to school. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan sat with his knees drawn up, his expression one of utter grievance, fixated on the alarm clock atop the bedside table. Time ticked away, each passing second intensifying his inner torment. According to the system's nature, the side effects of consolation prizes were mostly time-limited. If this darkness persisted, would he have to demonstrate his demise to make a point? With nothing to do, Jiang Nan busied himself by pulling out his popping candy, ready to indulge in a moment of levity. The euphoric sensation would help him forget his sorrow. However, 3 minutes later, a writhing, black mudfish appeared on the bed. Jiang Nan was both startled and bewildered. He noticed that the spiritual energy within a 1,000-meter radius was converging upon him. Was it the effect of the black garlic? His absorption rate of spiritual energy had significantly increased, from tenfold to approximately 50-fold. This miraculous enhancement propelled Jiang Nan's level from bronze 5 stars to bronze 6 stars. Could it be that black garlic and popping candy could be combined in such a way? His heart sang with delight. By 10 a.m., Jiang Nan finally noticed that his skin had returned to its original hue. It even appeared considerably smoother. Did it also possess whitening properties? He had consumed the black garlic around 10 p.m. the previous night, meaning the side effect of darkening lasted for 12 hours. Jiang Nan felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was not a loss after all. Having changed into a different outfit, he happily set off for school. After all, it would be a shame to squander his newfound charm without showcasing it. Perhaps it would even attract a multitude of admirers. As he walked, however, Jiang Nan found himself frowning repeatedly. Due to the effects of the black garlic, his perception range remained at 1,000 meters. Any slight movement or sound was relayed back to him, which was quite disconcerting. Moreover, Jiang Nan discovered a significant issue. The hooded girl from last night was covertly following him from a distance. An old man sitting on a park bench, perusing a newspaper, was also stealing glances at him. When Jiang Nan's gaze shifted towards him, the old man promptly averted his eyes, feigning engrossment in the paper. There were also the ice cream vendor and a dog-walking uncle. Jiang Nan thought to himself, is this the new norm for petty thieves? How professional. Wait a moment. If their intent was thievery, why not target his home when he was alone? Were they truly approaching him? Jiang Nan couldn't help but recall the words of the wildcat, warning him that the exposure of his abilities might attract danger. Were these individuals linked to that? This was far from professional. Did that hooded girl intend to assassinate him? With her clumsy demeanor, she couldn't even find him. Jiang Nan stroked his chin, his vigilance rising. He hadn't considered seeking the wildcat's help, given that he had just returned. If the night army suggested he refrain from attending school for his safety, and sent him off to a military base. That would be disastrous. No, he couldn't utter a word. Jiang Nan dismissed his concerns and headed straight for school. Upon entering the school gates, he spotted 5 blood donation vehicles. Numerous students were queuing up. Zhong Yinxue and Xia Yao were among them, beckoning him over. Xia Yao exclaimed excitedly, "Xiao Nan, come on, join the line." Jiang Nan inquired, "What's going on? Blood donation? Is it mandatory?" His instincts were on high alert. Something felt amiss. It was only the beginning of the semester, and a blood donation drive was already underway. His gaze darted to the busy nurses. Zhong Yinxue assured him, "It's voluntary." Jiang Nan shook his head vigorously. "No way. It hurts." Xia Yao shot him a fierce look. "You're afraid of pain? Hurry up. This is for social contribution. Plus, you'll receive a blood donation certificate. If you ever need a transfusion, those with a certificate get priority." Jiang Nan still refused. "I'd rather take yours. You have plenty." Xia Yao fumed, and in a fit of determination, she cornered him with a fierce grip. "Let go." "No." Jiang Nan grinned mischievously. "Oh, you won't let go, huh?" Miao Xia Yao retorted. "You think acting cute will save you? Not a chance." Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. "Woof." Suddenly, Xia Yao recalled something, her face reddening more than a cherry. "Ah, I'm going to get you. Did you use a spatial wormhole to spy on me yesterday?" Xia Yao tightened her grip. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. "By the heavens, how could that be possible?" Xia Yao, blushing, challenged. "Then how did you know?" Zhong Yinxue, puzzled, asked. "Spy on what?" Both Xia Yao and Jiang Nan shook their heads. "Nothing." As Xia Yao released him, she whispered threateningly, "I'll deal with you later." Jiang Nan feigned innocence. "I truly didn't tea." Zhong Yinxue inquired, "Xiao Nan, are you really not donating blood? You get a small gift for donating 300 cubic centimeters." Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. "What? A small gift? I'll extract it all from me." After a long wait, it was finally Jiang Nan's turn. Meanwhile, Yu Qingqing had already donated blood. And it was now Qin Shou's turn, who appeared somewhat pale. "Little Yu, does it hurt?" Yu Qingqing shook her head. "It doesn't hurt. Just like a mosquito bite." "Are you afraid of needles?" Seeing Jiang Nan watching him, Qin Shou puffed out his chest, declaring, "Afraid of needles? Ha, what a joke. We, as men, know no fear. The word fear does not exist in my dictionary." Jiang Nan chuckled. "That dictionary sounds like a poor investment." "Qin Shou? What do you mean?" Qin Shou's resentment level 666. He promptly sat down, extending his arm. "Give me the needle. I'm ready." His eyes widened in determination. The nurse asked, "How much will you donate?" Jiang Nan covered his face in embarrassment. "Can't you just spare yourself the humiliation and admit your fear?" The nurse couldn't help but laugh. 300 cubic centimeters. Qin Shou closed his eyes, his expression resembling that of a condemned man. As the needle was inserted, blood slowly filled the bag. Gradually, Qin Shou's complexion grew paler. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his lips turned blue. The nurse, concerned, asked, "Are you all right? Should we stop the donation?" Qin Shou retorted defiantly, "We men know no halfway measures. Continue." Jiang Nan swallowed hard. This guy can't be squeamish about blood. Xia Yu sighed. "Poor guy, he's really struggling." Upon hearing this, Qin Shou protested, "Nonsense. We men stand tall. How could I be faint-hearted?" Yet, as he glanced at his blood bag, his face turned ghostly pale. He slumped in the chair, feeling dizzy. Jiang Nan was astonished. "Wait, did he really faint? What is the point of donating blood if you faint?" Qin Shou weakly exclaimed. "Quick, send it back to me." The nurse was taken aback, promptly lifting the blood bag and reinserting the needle to transfuse Qin Shou's own blood back. They even had to add another 300 cubic centimeters. Only then did Qin Shou's complexion improve somewhat. The nurse, exasperated, said, "All right, next. Remember not to donate blood again." Qin Shou, bewildered, asked, "Where's my small gift?" Wasn't there supposed to be a small gift? Jiang Nan? Xia Yao? The entire class, have some dignity. Do you still have any shame? The 300 cubic centimeters you donated has been returned to you. And now you've given another 300 cubic centimeters. How dare you still ask for a small gift? Are you not here to donate blood, but rather to rob? Nurse. A small gift? I can give you a hammer instead. This is purely for entertainment. The author wholeheartedly supports blood donation as a contribution to society. One must be at least 18 years old to donate blood. Friends, remember to encourage updates. Add to your bookshelf and leave a 5-star review. Chapter 141, The Soaring Brick. Additional update. Qinshu was feeling rather dejected. He had endured a needle prick without even receiving a blood donation certificate or a small gift. What a pity. The nurse rolled her eyes at him. A small gift? We just drew 300 cubic centimeters from you. Meanwhile, it was finally Jiang Nan's turn. He sat confidently in the chair, his expression solemn. The nurse inquired, "How much would you like to donate?" Jiang Nan licked his lips and replied, "Is it true that if I donate 300 cubic centimeters, I get a small gift?" The nurse smiled. "Indeed. We have utensils, coffee mugs, and more." Jiang Nan declared with righteous fervor, "Draw it. Draw 10 pounds. Zhong Yinxue and Xia Yao gasped in shock. The nurse was utterly bewildered. The classmates fell silent. What on earth? Draw 10 pounds? Did he think he was a mobile blood bank? If he really donated that much, he would surely be drained dry. Xia Yao exclaimed, "Hey, are you really willing to go that far for a small gift?" Zhong Yinxue added, "Are you planning to cosplay as a mummy? Why does everything turn into pounds when it comes to Jiang Nan? Be it spirit pearls, diamonds, or blood?" Qinshu nearly fainted upon hearing Jiang Nan's request for 10 pounds. "Are you even human?" The nurse's mind short-circuited. At that moment, another nurse with long hair neatly tucked under her cap approached. Standing at 1.7 meters, she was not short, with exquisite features and light makeup. Her figure was striking, and delicate wind chime earrings dangled from her ears, exuding an air of grace. She smiled softly. "Xiaoyu, let me handle this." Jiang Nan's gaze roamed over her, and he grinned. "Please be gentle with the needle. I'm afraid of pain." She glanced at him, merely chuckling without a word. Skillfully, she inserted the needle and connected the blood bag. As he watched his blood slowly flow into the bag, Jiang Nan casually asked, "How many people came with you?" The nurse's heart skipped a beat. From Suhi, anger value 1,000. Yet her expression remained unchanged. "We brought 5 blood donation vehicles." Jiang Nan retorted, "Stop pretending. I can see the defined muscles in your calves." He added, "You should take off those earrings. They're unprofessional." Suhi's face gradually shifted. She hadn't expected Jiang Nan to see through her disguise so easily. Suhi laughed. "So why are you still donating blood?" Jiang Nan rolled his eyes. "If it weren't for the small gift, I wouldn't bother." "Suhi, you know we came to assassinate you, yet you still donated blood? Just for a small gift? How much do you love small gifts?" Suhi pressed, "Do you really intend to donate 10 pounds? Jiang Nan pulled a vitality ginseng from his pocket and popped it into his mouth, beaming, "If I say 10 pounds, then 10 pounds it is." In the next instant, the previously deflated blood bag filled to bursting in mere seconds. The immense pressure caused the bag to explode, and the plastic tubing flailed wildly, spraying blood everywhere. The nurses stood dumbfounded. What kind of terrifying blood pressure is this? Suhi was splattered with blood, frozen in shock. From Suhi, anger value 1,000. The nearby nurses screamed and scattered. Where had they ever witnessed such a scene? The classmates were equally stunned. Jiang Depeo, the nuclear explosion powerhouse, truly had an enormous blood volume. HP 1,000, indeed. Qinshu's eyes widened in horror. From Qinshu, anger value 1,000. "I'm fainting from the sight of blood. You can't do this to me." His face turned pale, and he lay stiffly on the ground, unconscious. Jiang Nan exclaimed, "Hey, what are you thinking? You're wasting it. This counts as yours." Zhong Yinxue and Xia Yao exchanged glances, finally understanding why Jiang Nan wanted to draw 10 pounds. They recalled the scene of the old master Zhang catching a nosebleed with a large tea bowl. Is that even possible? Suhi, accustomed to such chaos, quickly grabbed the rubber tube and inserted it into a new blood bag. 1 bag in 3 seconds. That's how formidable she was. 3 minutes later, everyone stared at the pile of blood bags on the ground, speechless. They couldn't even fit them all in the storage tank. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan had opened a dimensional space, eagerly tossing in small gifts with a radiant smile. Suhi gritted her teeth in frustration, originally intending to take advantage of Jiang Nan's blood donation opportunity. She had been completely exposed. There was no chance to act, and instead, she ended up drenched in blood. With their plan thwarted, the blood donation vehicle departed. In a hotel room, 7 or 8 burly men sat amidst a haze of smoke. A young girl lounged on the sofa, watching television while polishing her Rambo knife. Suddenly, the hotel door burst open. In an instant, All the men sprang to their feet, guns aimed at the entrance. The girl on the sofa moved like a phantom, appearing at the door in the next heartbeat, her knife pressed against the intruder's throat. What the hell happened to you? Covered in blood? Did you succeed? Suhi, drenched in blood, pushed the knife aside angrily, failed. Jiang Nan saw right through it. Damn it, the others murmured, TCH. I told you it wouldn't work. So we failed. Huh. Did we manage to get Jiang Nan's blood? Sui nodded, hee. That is fine. No more dilly-dallying. With Jiang Nan's blood. It will take some time to prepare that item. Let's execute Plan B. The target has already sensed danger and will be more cautious. We must avoid direct confrontation. Otherwise, we won't be able to capture the spatial attribute. TCH. Bronze 5 stars are such a hassle. Suhi instructed, be careful during the operation. We are not the only ones after Jiang Nan. After a day of classes, Jiang Nan and his companions walked home. Suddenly, Jiang Nan said, Big Wolf, Little Snow, take these 2 ginsengs. Xia Yao was taken aback. What is going on? Zhong Yinxue asked, is there a problem? Today at the blood donation, that nurse. Jiang Nan shook his head. It's nothing for now, but just in case. He hesitated for a moment, then pulled out 2 lucky little cherries, saying solemnly, these 2 cherries. Don't eat them. Save them for when you find yourself in a life or death crisis, understood? Xia Yao and Zhong Yinxue exchanged puzzled glances but nodded in agreement. Xia Yao asked, are you in trouble? Zhong Yinxue added, is it because of the incident in Su Ka Town? Jiang Nan flashed a bright smile. Don't worry. I'm here. He was not particularly afraid for himself but was concerned that these people would harm those around him, so it was better to be prepared in advance. Just then, as Jiang Nan walked along the road, his expression sharpened. A cold smile crept across his lips. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air. A bullet grazed past Jiang Nan's temple, striking a marble post by the roadside. Bang! The tremendous force blasted a hole the size of a bowl into the marble. Xia Yao gasped in alarm. Zhong Yinxue exclaimed. A sniper? On the rooftop of a skyscraper 500 meters away, the sniper was in disbelief. How could I miss? He muttered. Beside him, Suhi peered through binoculars. The bullet seems to have gone through. Oh no, Jiang Nan is looking this way. How did he notice us? Jiang Nan bent down and pried a brick from the sidewalk, squinting as he declared, burning blood. In an instant, the blood of Jiang Nan surged with fervor, the skin flushed crimson. Veins bulging and vapor rising. It was akin to Luffy's second gear. Physical prowess skyrocketed. With a determined stride, he lunged forward, channeling every ounce of strength to hurl the brick in his grasp. The sniper? What on earth did he just throw? The next moment, bang! A brick struck the sniper's head with pinpoint accuracy, rendering him unconscious. Suhi. A brick? It was indeed a flying brick. Instead of sniping Jiang Nan, our sniper was instead knocked out by a mere brick. Are you even human? From Suhi's resentment points 1000, a discussion event has emerged regarding topics. What do our companions enjoy discussing? Supporting characters? Plot development? Or perhaps the system's prize settings? Cast your vote here. Personally, I have a penchant for prize settings, as I am eager to see everyone's imaginative ideas. So, make your choice, and I shall enroll in the event. Chapter 142. In the second drawer on the right, there lies a watch. Jiang Nan grinned widely. How could it be that my advanced skill in throwing bricks was for naught? Have you ever seen a flying brick? If it weren't for the lingering effect of the black garlic, Jiang Nan might not have detected the sniper in advance. Otherwise, even he would struggle to evade such a concealed gunshot. After all, he lacked the foresight of a prophet to prevent the brick from being thrown too far. Jiang Nan had even activated his blood-burning technique. Beside him, Zhong Yinxue and Xia Yao stared in astonishment at Jiang Nan. Why had he suddenly turned red? Why was steam rising from his body? What new skill was this? Jiang Nan declared, wait for me 3 minutes. With that, he teleported swiftly towards the skyscraper. Zhong Yinxue and Xia Yao were filled with concern. How could a sniper strike while walking home from school? What on earth was happening? Sui's face turned ashen. She had anticipated Jiang Nan would chase after her. There was no time to hesitate. She instantly transformed into a stream of water to escape, leaving behind only a pile of clothes she had just worn. In the next moment, Jiang Nan appeared on the rooftop of the skyscraper. He found only a dazed sniper and a heap of girls' clothing. Curiously, He rummaged through the clothes, but found no identification. TSK, TSK. What a big girl to be wearing a Peppa Pig watch. From Soo-hee's resentment value 1,000. Jiang Nan was taken aback. He could still hear his own voice. That meant she hadn't gone far. Yet, despite Jiang Nan maxing out his sensory perception, he could not locate Soo-hee's figure. Hey. Didn't you want to kill me? Why are you hiding upon seeing me? A girl should not be so shy. Hiding as a stream of water in the water tower, Soo-hee gritted her teeth in frustration. She wanted to take action, but alas, Jiang Nan's teleportation made it impossible for her to catch him. She absolutely could not confront him head-on. Her secret weapon was not yet prepared. Jiang Nan smirked. Glancing back at the sniper, the man was bleeding profusely from the head after being struck by his flying brick. He then grinned widely, grabbed the man, and vanished without a trace. It was only 3 minutes later that Soo-hee dared to emerge, stealthily donning a nearby garment. She muttered through gritted teeth. Where did that brute take him? At that moment, Times Square was bustling with people. A giant man, clad only in his underwear, hung from the statue of the flying goddess. The brute stirred awake, his head pounding. A cool breeze swept by, sending chills down his spine. As he opened his eyes, his expression shifted to one of terror. What the hell? Elderly man. Wow. This young man. Wow. Elderly woman. We truly do not understand this performance art. How did this brother manage to get up to such a tall statue? Goodness. Let us not look. This person is a pervert. Perverts are contagious. Hey. Is that a ghost? Is there a pervert in Times Square? Come quickly. From Wang Biao's resentment value 1,000. From Wang Biao's resentment value 1,000. On the roadside, Zhong Yingxue and Xia Ya waited anxiously, while Jiang Nan had already returned. Are you all right? What about the sniper just now? Jiang Nan grinned. Handled it. Let us go home. Zhong Yingxue asked, Are you really okay? Jiang Nan sighed. I don't have any good methods. We face whatever comes our way. Xia Yao excitedly tugged at Jiang Nan's arm. Xiao Nan. They say there's a pervert over at Times Square. Let us go check it out. Jiang Nan looked guilty. What was there to see about a pervert? Let us go home. After returning home, Jiang Nan took a shower and quickly retreated to his room, neglecting to set up his stall, mainly because he was worried about the two girls. Reflecting on the day's events, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. He should have captured that sniper and interrogated him for information. The more he thought, the more chaotic his mind became, so he decided to message Mountain Cat. Sister Mountain Cat, someone wants to kill me. Please lend me your support. Half an hour later, Luo Tianhong replied, Got it. Jiang Nan? What does that even mean? You just know? Is that all? I exposed myself because of the nuclear bomb issue. Couldn't you at least acknowledge that? After that, no matter how much Jiang Nan pressed Mountain Cat, she remained unresponsive. Humph. If you don't care, then neither will I. I'll handle it myself. The long night dragged on, and sleep evaded him. Jiang Nan pulled out the black garlic. After all, cultivation cannot be neglected. It was said that popping candy pairs well with garlic. He swallowed a clove of black garlic. As expected, Jiang Nan turned dark again. Deeply. Darkly so. Jiang Nan didn't mind. The door was locked. No one could see him anyway. In 12 hours, he would return to normal. With a 50-fold absorption rate of spiritual energy, wasn't he that delightful? Once the black garlic took effect, he also prepared the popping candy. Lying on his bed, Jiang Nan felt both pain and pleasure. To his astonishment, at 11 p.m., a small figure climbed onto the windowsill once more. It was the hooded girl, once again pulling out her tools to pick the lock. Picking the lock. Blowing smoke. The process was just like yesterday. Jiang Nan. No way? She's back? Is she so punctual every day? How dedicated can she be? The hooded girl nimbly entered the room, surveying her surroundings with disappointment. Why was there still no one? Wasn't this guy supposed to be home? Jiang Nan. I'm just lying on the bed. You should take a good look. Can you at least respect your profession? The hooded girl pondered for a moment and decided it was necessary to install a camera in the room to prevent returning empty-handed next time. So she began rummaging around the room. Where would be a good place to install it? Jiang Nan. What is this? A thief doesn't leave empty-handed? You didn't manage to kill anyone, so you thought you'd steal something? Seriously, are assassins this uncouth nowadays? Jiang Nan could no longer bear to watch. The girl had come 2 days in a row. Surely she should get something for her efforts, right? There's a watch in the second drawer on your right. The hooded girl responded. Is there a watch? Instinctively, she went to open that drawer. Upon closer inspection, she found a Peppa Pig Children's digital watch. The hooded girl's eyes widened, her expression turning to one of horror. She finally realized something was amiss. Suddenly, she turned around. There, two eyes and a large white tooth floated in midair. A ghost. From Yi's resentment value 1,000. The dagger in her hand gleamed menacingly as she lunged towards the large white tooth. Jiang Nan was not to be outdone. Had he not upgraded his hand-to-hand combat skills? He swiftly seized her dagger. Teleporting behind her, he grasped her wrist, executing an unbeatable chokehold. Ghost. Let go of me. Yi struggled frantically, terrified to the point of tears, causing her hood to fall off. Jiang Nan was taken aback by her youthful face, with blue eyes, delicate features, and a pair of tiger teeth that gave her a fierce look, complemented by a tear mole at the corner of her eye. Her black bob hairstyle was adorned with a small braid. Her face still bore traces of baby fat. Bang! Yi slammed her head into Jiang Nan's chin, desperately trying to escape. Jiang Nan clutched his chin. Ouch, so fierce.